The skinny and rugged servant in front of you is unexpectedly the strongest military god of the Great Tang. Not only did he knock down the ancient demon king with a ladle, but he also swept through thousands of demon soldiers with an iron pot. Just because you crossed over and ate up all the rice in the house within 2 days, your mother tearfully took out a token of trust and asked you to bring the token to the city to find the Wan family for a marriage arrangement, thinking it would be a scene of breaking off the engagement. You planned to angrily shout "Don't bully the poor young man" and finish the script. But you didn't expect Wan Laoyi to be quite nice and found you a steady job working as a prison guard in the county yamen. However, after only a few days of work, you were stuffed into the demon hunting army as a servant because you ate too much. And at this moment, you are standing in the military camp kitchen, looking at the full ingredients, determining the future development direction of the monster hunting army with long legs, a king of eating, able to eat a granary in one meal. The cook who slaughters pigs and sheep tastes first, aspiring to be the head of the kitchen. 1 day later, you stood in the crowd in a green military uniform, squinting your eyes as you watched the old soldiers giving a speech on the high platform. Since the demon hunting army has the word army in its name, it is a place that values rules, with military laws being the strictest among the regulations. The officers also prefer soldiers who follow the rules. However, within the demon hunting army, strength is also highly valued, and everything must be backed up by strength. Unlike other secular armies, the strongest individuals here can earn respect and privileges as long as they are strong enough. But there are 2 military rules that must not be violated. First, fleeing before battle. Second, fearing the enemy and not advancing. Those who violate these rules will be killed, no matter how far they run. Of course, this is during wartime. In peacetime, there is only one rule: do not disturb the military discipline. Do you all understand? We understand, the crowd shouted in unison. Next is to enter the first station of the monster hunting army, starting from mutual fighting. At this moment, the whitest place in the camp has already been marked with 2 rows of 6 circles in white powder. Line up! The adjutant next to him released his aura, suppressing the entire scene with his cultivation. The old soldiers beside him quickly shouted, "Line up in 2 rows before the first circle on the left. Fight in pairs. The winner stays and lines up again. The loser goes to the next circle to line up. When you reach the second circle, line up in pairs and fight in pairs. The winner stays and fights with the winner. The loser continues to the next circle and fights with the loser." You were in the 25th place, ready to go on stage, but were stopped by the old soldier next to you. "Take off the bell behind your head and put it in the storage bag. No magic tools allowed during the fight." Yes, well, you thought you couldn't wear anything on your head in the monster hunting army, so you quickly put your family heirloom in the storage bag, stood in the circle facing the tall, sturdy guy opposite you. "Hello, brother, let's have a friendly match. Shall we stop when we reach a point? You are not competitive, and your goal is not to be a war king, just to be a helper, so you shouldn't be that strong. Anyway, as long as you keep eating, you can always get stronger." But the guy opposite you doesn't seem to think so. After you finished speaking, he nodded, roared, and then punched towards you, his fist carrying the sound of breaking wind. This guy is about to enter the bone training stage, and being hit by this punch will at least make you lie down for several days. You felt a chill in your heart, quickly jumped aside to dodge, and at the same time kicked towards the inside of his knee, and slashed towards the back of his neck. This big guy has a stable lower body and strong arms, but his legs and the back of his neck are his weaknesses. Unfortunately, not only you could see it, but the big guy himself also knew it. So when you attacked, he took a step, turned his body and head to the side, and then punched towards your face. The round ended in a draw, and the adjutant watching on the sidelines was very interested. In the adjutant's eyes, you and the big guy were just fighting on instinct. To be able to fight like this and use chi freely, it is clear that you both have good combat talent. At this moment, the 2 of you temporarily separated in the field, and then locked eyes, and the tall guy came at you again. At this moment, you were also stirred up with competitiveness, turning your palms into knives, and leaping up with a foot on the ground. With a bang, you were knocked back, and the opponent also kept retreating, both of you stepping out of the white circle. Stepping out of the white circle means losing. The 2 of you looked at each other, sighed heavily, and prepared to go to the next circle. Suddenly, the adjutant waved his hand and stopped you, saying, "The 2 of you stay here and wait on the side." After a whole day of selection, the strength was divided into 3 teams, A, B, and C. Of course, this is temporary. After 3 months of training, the teams will be divided again. At that time, it will not be individual selection, but in groups of 3, because the battle technique of the Gluttony Army is based on teams of 3. 3 months later, 2 days before the rematch to determine the soldiers of teams A, B, and C, you and Dage were called in front of the camp captain. "You two, what's going on? Why haven't you found a partner to practice battle skills with for 3 months? Xin Shua, the camp captain responsible for training new recruits, looked at you both and immediately became angry, especially when he saw the look of resentment in your eyes. Captain, I don't know why, everyone avoids me and doesn't want to be in a group with me, you said, trying to act innocent. Stop talking nonsense. I'm not blind. Xin Shua pointed at you and scolded with a laugh. What have you done that I don't know about? From the beginning, you made it clear that anyone who wanted to be on your team had to eat more than you. Captain, I just wanted to choose 2 strong partners. Is that wrong? You still felt innocent. That's not wrong. Of course not wrong. Our gluttony army is all about being able to eat and fight well. Nothing wrong with that. The captain scolded without patience. But what's the matter with you? Your strength is not the strongest, but you eat the most. Is that just normal eating? If your record wasn't clean, I would suspect you of being a pig demon or maybe a bull demon. The team leader Louis Young incited further from the side. Cows have 4 stomachs. They can eat. Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? The captain pointed at Louis Young, even more angry. I told you to manage him. Did you manage him? Captain, I did manage him, Louis Young said, feeling wronged. Captain, as you know, I tried to find several companions for him, but he drove them all away. The combined attack technique requires 3 people to cooperate with each other to eliminate the opponent, but he doesn't cooperate. He was fine during training, but as soon as we started real combat drills, he became uncontrollable. In July half, the Shangzhou Taotai army went out and broke an unformed ghostly spirit, and captured a lot of ghosts for the new pawns to do actual combat drills. The battlefield is in the grove not far from here. Before every drill, both the team leader and the Shiksa would emphasize again and again that the 3 men would combine to sharpen their sparring. But when it comes to Chen Xianfan, he just promises to be good. And as soon as he enters the grove, he becomes a wild horse out of control. Couldn't tug at it at all. With a black pot in one hand and a cleaver in the other, the wind rushed up. Swinging a black pot and copying a chopper is like being possessed by a god of war. Brave as hell. His companions were still behind him and hadn't followed, and he had destroyed all the ghostly creatures on his own. You can't scold him when he comes back because he won the fight. That's the rule in the Demon Hunters. As long as you win the fight and your companion isn't hurt by it, it's the right thing to do. After 2 in a row, who wants to be with him? Doesn't that make you look like a special loser and incompetent? Those who can enter the demon hunting army are considered to have 1 foot on the road of cultivation. And in the secular world, which one is not a high-minded and proud generation? Some of them wanted to build their careers, and some of them were running for cultivation resources. Either way, no one wants to waste their time here. This is especially true of the A's. Perhaps after a while, having had their edges smoothed by the ordeal, there will be those who have the idea that they can go further by following the strong. But so far, these new pawns have a heart for being strong. Bird with Luan and Phoenix soar far. People with the virtuous and virtuous character. This is true, but the young man is full of vigor. More want to do their own Luan and Phoenix. Others do with the bird. He himself is a sage, and others are companions. Who wants to be a foil behind someone else? Then again, combatives are the focus of the next 3 team selections. All of them had to fight in a 3-player team, and then they were divided into teams A, B, and C according to their rankings, though they are all in the same C battalion and are treated the same. But when you go on a mission, it's always the A team that comes first. The daily cultivation resources in the demon hunting army were indeed abundant, but the rewards of the quests were even more generous. It is also the main way for soldiers to improve their cultivation. No one who is motivated would wish to hide in the camp and not go out. The A team is also recognized as the strongest. Why else would there be a race? For the other 2 teams of pawns right now, the goal is to be the strongest and go to the strongest team. And for the new pawns who are currently in the A team right now, staying is mandatory. Losing is getting thrown out. It's humiliating and it hurts your pride. Something like the desire to win or lose is reflected in these soldiers. Chen Xianfan was an exception. He has no ambition to do so, and more than once, he had spoken to Louis Young about his lofty ambitions. Even school captain Xin Shua had supposedly heard of it, so he had a good idea of Louis Young's purpose in bringing Chen Xianfan here. Tell me, what exactly do you want exactly? Xin Shua asked as he looked Chen Xianfan up and down. Back to the captain. I want to be a cook. Long. Chen Xianfan said immediately and decisively. He'd been thinking about it for a long time and was adamant about it. The food supply of the demon hunting army is really good. All kinds of ingredients are fresh not to mention, but also large quantity and high quality. When he had just arrived, Chen Xianfan had discovered that those in the catering room were actually able to take whatever they wanted to eat. As they cooked and ate, they ate and tasted everything first. Also that saying, when you kill the chicken and slaughter the sheep, the cook tastes it first. There's also a saying that if the cook doesn't steal, the grains won't be harvested. Chen Xianfan didn't quite understand before, but now he did. Is there a better position for him than cook? Although being a soldier is also being able to eat openly. Absolutely able to eat. But is it the same? The one in charge is more in control. The demon hunting army wouldn't demand that the mess hall must have balanced nutrition every day, and even the recipes they made were regulated. Rather, the head cook of the mess hall does whatever he says to do. If Chen Xianfan becomes the head cook, then he can still eat whatever he wants? On top of that, the guys in the mess hall cook really badly. It's a crime to make something so bad when you can obviously make it taste good. It is a given that after people can eat enough, they think about how to eat well. Chen Xianfan wasn't prepared to step outside of this law either. He also didn't need to be as thirsty for military honors to exchange for cultivation resources as others. As long as he was still breathing, his strength was growing. And in the meantime, all he had to do was eat. Eat, eat. The better you eat, the more and stronger the chi and blood power contained in the ingredients you eat, the better. It's okay to be the head cook. Or if that doesn't work, to be a cook first. Head cook? Humph. There's only one mess hall for a battalion of sergeants. There is a mess hall before there is a chief cook. But now that your team leader has brought you before this lieutenant, it's obvious that he doesn't want to let you out of his A team. This school captain is also too lazy to care about you. So forget about your head cook and stay in the A team as a cook. Xin Shuo waved his hand in a good-natured manner. Then with one finger to the big tall man on the side. You, go with him a piece as a cook. The demon hunter army was after all different from other armies. And the school captain had great power in this camp. He opens his mouth and says there can be a few cooks in the A team. So the A team, where no cooks exist, can have a few cooks right away. In fact, when the demon hunting army was in residence, there were canteens in the camp. Going out on a mission for just 10 days and half a month, each soldier could bring enough dry food and water in their carry-on storage bag. So there's no need for a cook at all. It was only because the team leader, Lu Yiyong, had begged him to keep Chen Xianfan and Big Tall in his team, coupled with the emergence of the obsessive desire to be a cook, that he had come up with such an excuse. By the way, Lu Yiyong, there are 3 children on your team who have good qualifications despite their young age. So arrange for them to work under Chen Xianfan as cooks as well. Xin Shuo thought for a moment that this might not be a means to hide good seedlings. So he said, it also saves them from failing to grow up and folding in the mission. Yes, Colonel. Chen Xianfan is now happy. He got what he wanted. All the way back he hummed a tune with his hands behind his back. A stark contrast to the big, tall man beside him whose face looked as if he'd lost his life. What's wrong, brother? He saw people sad. Thinking that in the future our potsherds colleagues, brother and sister Good leaned over, patted his toes and patted the shoulders of the big tall man. Why are you not happy? You don't want to be a cook? Don't want to. The large, bear-like man muffled his voice in resignation. He's not like Chen Xianfan. No one practiced combative techniques with Chen Xianfan piece by piece. He did it on purpose. It's a different story when it comes to Big Dog Bear. A guy who's big and strong but a little out of his mind. Trying to get with people results in constant dislike to the point where people can't stand to be kicked out. Of the 23 combining formations, he had memorized 8.5 in 3 months. And the names and variations of the moves don't even match up yet. When fighting against each other, it was even more terrifying than Chen Xianfan acting alone like this. Not only disrupting his own combined attack formation, but also injuring his robes by mistake, infuriating the other 2 who could only drive him away. Goo, what a big deal. Let's go. Brother, treat you to a meal of dumplings. Eat a full mood will be better. Besides, you can't go wrong with me. Chen Xianfan held back a smile and patted his shoulder. Comforting. He squeezed his eyes at him as he spoke. The 2 of them, being the famous unlucky man and rice bucket of the A team, had a pretty good relationship over the past 3 months. The big dog bear's name was Xiong Zhengzheng, and came from the same village as Chen Xianfan. His personality was a bit naive, but he wasn't stupid. Chen Xianfan had invited him to eat a few times before, with ingredients produced by the Little Awesome Pot channel. So with this squeeze of the eye, Xiong Zhengzheng knew what kind of dumplings he was going to be invited to eat. Immediately, he said, "That's fine. I'll chop the stuffing." Chapter 31. No one can disturb my frying sugar colors, a cook's stubbornness. Xiong Zhengzheng's dumpling filling is chopped fast and well. Peels garlic and onions cleanly and is indeed a good worker. Previously there was a practical drill. Accidentally fell alone. Xiong Zhengzheng was almost chopped to death by a cunning big ghost. A person Hai Chen Xianfan saved him by the way. From that time onwards, this guy took Chen Xianfan as a big brother to treat. What to do. This recent month, he had been behind Chen Xuanfan's ass, and the 2 of them had come together. Also ended up being the 2 unlucky ones left. So Chen Xianfan felt that he might be responsible for Xiong Zhengzheng being left behind. So he hinted to Lu Yiyong, the team leader who wanted to leave him behind, and asked him to find a way to leave Xiong Zhengzheng behind as well. As it turned out, the decision was uncannily correct. Look at this. It's just a great feeling to have someone to beat up on. A chef deserves a sidekick like that. After chopping the stuffing, Chen Xianfan put the stuffing ingredients to put the condiments. Xiong Jingjing took one side and then stirred it well. Then start pounding the garlic to make garlic paste, dotted with sesame oil and vinegar. Later dip dumplings to eat. Chen Xuanfan's dumpling skin is also good. To enlist this help, he contributed the last bit of spiced wheat flour. After July half, the Azi battalion went out on a hunting trip, and of the ghosts that were captured and returned, Chen Xianfan cut down dozens of them in a row, and only the one that looked to be a small leader and sneakily attacked the cunning big ghost that attacked Xiong Jingjing contributed a little bit of inventory to him again, but the number was very scarce. The rest of the ghosts are out of place, and all of them are stained with human blood. After being cut by Chen Xianfan cannot be transcended, the soul is directly dispersed, and what is left behind does not even have black pearls that can make milk tea. It is just a few pieces of jelly that are the size of a mahjong. Made him put it in his porridge and eat it. The spiced wheat didn't seem quite right this time. The color was grayish to blackish, kind of like a spiced ash. Asked people on the side and none of them knew what it was. However, other than the color it was very similar to fragrant wheat, so Chen Xianfan decided to use it to make dumplings to eat. The dumplings came off the pot, and the three children that Xian Shura had mentioned were also led over by Lu Yong. Lu Yong intentionally said, Chen Xianfan, the three of them are also under your control, so you must keep an eye on them, but don't let the wolf take them. All three cubs came in tears, the tear tracks still fresh on their faces. Seeing this, Chen Xianfan laughed. Yo-ho, so it's you three. Our uncle and nephew are truly destined to run into each other here. What's wrong? Aren't you happy to see Uncle Xianfan? Glad. Oh, Uncle Xianfan. Shu Guang instantly pounced over and hugged Chen Xianfan's waist. Uncle Xianfan, I don't want to be a cook. I want to be a soldier in the demon hunting army. My father would kill me if he knew I became a cook. The little man with high hopes was filled with a guilty conscience. The other two little ones saw him crying and had to grin along with him. Chen Xianfan took one look at this and hurriedly said, Crying? I'll see who's crying. Whoever cries will have no dumplings to eat. The three children who came were 10-year-old Wang Feng, 11-year-old Zhu Guang and Zhang Yanshou. Last time Chen Xianfan made dumplings, he didn't leave them out. All knew it was good stuff. It's delicious and replenishes qi and blood. So this time, when they said there were dumplings to eat, no one cried, although their mouths were still grinning and pulling. As soon as Lu Yong heard that there were dumplings to eat, he didn't move, ready to dabble with two and then go back to eating in the dining room. Three big men, three little men, all big-bellied men of the martial arts, and a large pot of dumplings was quickly consumed. Chen Xianfan has been eating well for a while, so he doesn't need to make up for it. So he mixed half a bowl of fragrant wheat with half a bag of flour and wrapped it up a lot more, and half of it is also given out to acquaintances who find it on the scent. It's tantamount to dilution. The effect of eating it wasn't as strong as before, when it was given to Wang Jiao and Wang Jailhead. These people were all at the cultivation level of martial Dao entry grade, and they were still in the midst of intense training every day, and their qi and blood power had been in a constant state of increase. So naturally, no one could be so perceptive as to notice that a meal of dumplings replenished that little bit of qi and blood. Moreover, mortal spirit pork already had the effect of replenishing qi and blood as well, so it just simply felt very tasty and addictive. One after another, they praised Chen Xianfan for his excellent cooking skills. Some people saw that the dumpling skin seemed to be a little dark in color, but they didn't ask many questions. That's the beauty of being amongst a bunch of roughnecks. After eating the dumplings, the others proceeded to train. Chen Xianfan and the five of them didn't need to go back to practice, so they casually found a sunbathing spot. The fall sun is more pleasant to bask in than the spring. The three children, after all, were young and were still grieving over being kicked out of the combat team just now. But now that they were full and idle, their guilt dissipated a bit, and they fell asleep in no time, until they were woken up by Chen Xianfan and told to follow Xiong Jingjing to start building the stove, and he himself went to the money and food officer to collect his things. In the next few days, the other soldiers fought in full swing against each other in martial arts, and they were leisurely on their side. Occasionally, Chen Xianfan even took the four of them to see the matches. He even had the free time to fry up a pot of sunflower squash seeds, a handful for each person, and eat them while he watched. With a dog on his shoulder and a healer at his side, the day is a free-for-all. 5 days later, the three teams of soldiers of the Seaward Battalion were organized and practiced. The dust has settled on the A, B and C team spots, beginning to resume daily drills in general with the A Battalion and the B Battalion. Knowing that Xiong Jingjing could still pickle salted vegetables, Chen Xianfan asked the money and grain officer for another empty jar. There were no empty jars, so I gave him a few jars of soy sauce and vinegar and told him to brush them clean when he was done with them. Otherwise, People are money and food officials, and those who are officials, especially those who are in charge of money, are talented. The money and grain official gave Chen Xianfan an extra cart of radishes and half a fan of mortal spirit pork, said it was the hitch given by the merchant who sent the grain. Even if he gave a congratulatory gift to the C-word battalion A-word team into a team, the fall harvest was approaching, and all the A and B battalions were deployed to guard the hunting places. The C-word battalion stayed behind. It looks like the money and food officer is well-handed. Chen Xianfan, of course, readily accepted, called on his men a big 3 small 4 people. Even the car with vegetables are pulled back. Why don't you use a storage bag to ask for an extra car? And doesn't it look like we're working too much? If we don't pull the wagon and pass by the captain, how can we know how hard we work as cooks? Uncle Xianfan, what are we going to eat tonight? Xu Guang asked as he wiped the non-existent sweat from his head. Chen Xianfan kicked him. What's the point of pretending? It's not like there are any outsiders here. I say, why are you becoming more and more like the sand monk? Uncle Xianfan, what are we going to eat in the morning? Uncle Xianfan, what are we going to eat for lunch? Uncle Xianfan, what are we going to eat at night? Xu Guang hemmed and hawed. His small eyes squinted and didn't hide. Uncle Xianfan, who is the sand monk? Inuyasha, his master's brother. Who's Inuyasha again? You. Me? Aren't I the sand monk? Get your ass to the drill. Okay. Although Xu Guang and the 3 of them had arrived under Chen Xianfan, burning fires and cooking with him and Xiong Jingzheng, their 3 were originally a group. And naturally, the drills of combative techniques could not be stopped. It was Chen Xianfan and Xiong Jingzheng themselves who had not relaxed their cultivation even for a single day. All things come to an end before they come to an end. The matter of cultivation was originally like rowing a boat against the current. Although Chen Xianfan practiced the Godao, it was not the way of waste. He hadn't wanted to give himself up completely. The whole point of being a head cook was to eat better and live better. And he hadn't forgotten that. In a world where strength is honored, being a loser can be dangerous. It might just get stomped on. These days, people who wanted to step on Chen Xianfan were getting restless. The original people in the A-word team knew the strength of him and Xiong Jingzheng and knew that they were not to be messed with. So most of them were watching. Coming from other teams, especially some of the pretentious guys, was very annoying. This is not Chen Xianfan pork stewed almost. This side of the pot has just burned hot. Put into the rock sugar is ready to fry a sugar color, shy, to do braised pork. Just outside, Xu Guang's howl rang out. Uncle Xianfan, someone is looking for you to fight. Then you guys fight first. I'm stir-frying here. I can't leave anyone behind. Chen Xianfan frowned. If the sugar color isn't fried well, the braised pork won't taste good. Ow! Xu Guang let out an ow at the sound of it and exclaimed. Uncle Xianfan, don't worry about the hype. If they want to find you, they'll have to go through me and Wang Fengyan first. And me. Kumar muffled. No one can stop us from eating red meat with fried sugar color. Chapter 32, Taking the Black Pot. Swinging the spoon. Taking down 3. Outside. Boom. Boom. Bang. There was a bang. This is a move. Inside the piercing la sound. This is Chen Xianfan, another pot. Hot pouring oil. Take the cooked, cubed and cooled pancetta and place it in the pan without slowing down until browned on all 6 sides. This pork is cleaned. Cold water into the pot. And then put ginger and sliced scallions. Added wine to deodorize and increase the aroma. Cooked. Smells good. When fried in oil like this. The flavor. The aroma. Then pour water into the pan with the fried enameled color. Put the fried pork into it. Add ginger, white onion, star anise, cinnamon, sesame leaves, dried chili. Cover and bring to a boil. Then change to a low fire and simmer. Keep the heat under control and simmer slowly. This has to be simmered through to make it delicious. It was only at this moment that Chen Xianfan had the time to go out and see how the fight was going on outside. He wiped his hands and emerged from the cookhouse, heading outside. At first glance, there wasn't even much out there. What did he say? How come you can't hear a sound when you're stewing meat? Turns out it's all been beaten up. What's going on? Who won? We won, Uncle Xianfan. What are you stewing here? It smells so good. Zhang Yanshou swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva and couldn't help but ask. Braised pork. Smells good, doesn't it? Smells good. Tastes even better. Chen Xianfan laughed, then asked. You guys just let them go after winning the fight? Or else? Zhang Yanshou wondered. The other 2 children and Xiong Jingzheng also turned their eyes, which were looking toward the cookhouse, to look at him, as if they were listening to the leader's sublime instructions. The subtlety is not to be talked about, but the instructions are still there. Given that in the current cookhouse, the stupid one of the several, the 3 little men, and only Chen Xianfan himself was a normal and good teenager, he felt obligated to remind them of how to protect their own interests. For example, look, they came to the door to provoke and were defeated. Shouldn't they pay a price? Chen Xianfan said. Then after all four people nodded, he pointed to the steamed rice on the side and said, "Look guys, this rice panning thing is Zhu Guang's job for the three of you. Then they were defeated by you guys, so isn't it right to help you guys with some work?" "Well, it should." Zhu Guang nodded, then slapped his head in chagrin. "Why didn't I think of that? Washing and panning rice is not really tiring, but to steam rice that more than 100 people are going to eat, or more than 100 rice buckets are going to eat it still takes a bit of time to do it." Then Chen Xianfan looked at Xiong Jingzheng again. "Masa, your task is to wash and cut vegetables, so the person you defeated can do it for you, right?" "Well, too right." The simple bear was nodding his head as well. There is indeed nothing wrong with being defeated by him and working for him. So, you see, if someone comes to challenge us again next, let Zhu Guang and the others fight first. If they beat them, they'll have someone to wash and steam the rice. If you guys lose, let Uncle Zheng go on. His place is also short of people to wash and chop vegetables. This will also save those guys from thinking that they don't have to pay anything for messing with us, and come looking for trouble with impunity. What do you guys think? Chen Xianfan arranged things clearly. The others, of course, felt good. It's certainly nice to have someone working for you. It's the frying thing that no one else seems to be able to do. So if Chen Xianfan defeats someone, what should they be allowed to do? Don't worry about this. Most of the people in our team can't get past Zhu Guang without using the combined attack formation. If we use it, there aren't many who can beat Xiong Jingzheng, and those people, they shouldn't be idle enough to come looking for trouble from our cookhouse. Chen Xianfan said with confidence. The arrangement was very good, so that Zhu Guang, the three of them and Xiong Jingzheng, had blocked more than half of the trouble altogether. In Chen Xuanfan's estimation, there shouldn't be too many people who would be bored enough to come to the cookhouse to find presents. And none of them were very strong. Are you kidding? How can a strong man come to fight with a cook? Winning a fight isn't much of an honor. Losing a fight is even more humiliating. But he thought wrong. First of all, he and Xiong Jingzheng had been in the A-word team before. Their strength was there for all to see, and no one even thought of them as weak rookies. Zhu Guang and the three of them were also able to shoot at the upper middle level with their combined combos. Otherwise it wouldn't have gotten into the lieutenant's eyes. The group of people who had just arrived might have come here intentionally to have fun. But the people who came later really had the intention of weighing the strength of their fire stove room in it. Some people even find a bit of fun in it, challenging the strong. That night's dinner of fire-roasted meat filled the mouths of the A-team. Quite a few people ate a lot more than usual. There was barely enough steamed rice to go around, because a lot of people use the broth from the red meat and eat it with rice. That smells good. It's so down home. It made a lot of people dream about the flavor of red meat at night. A couple of other stir-fries were eaten without any leftovers. The prestige of this guy, Lu Yiyong, had actually risen quite a bit as a result. Because of his wise decision, the A-team was given an extra cookhouse. This cookhouse cooks so well, especially after poking around the dishes that the camp mess hall made at night, and comparing them to their usual play, it became clear that his team's cookhouse was really good. All of them experienced a flavor called happiness. If we have what others don't have, we are happy. The bliss of being full and eating good food. It's just so happy. Lu Yang sent a special copy to the lieutenant in order to kiss the lieutenant's ass. While the lieutenant didn't say anything, he didn't say not to send it next time. Isn't that obvious enough? Heck, this A-team is going to be better from now on. After eating the meat you can't help but talk about the cookhouse. When you talk about the cookhouse, you can't help but talk about the people in the cookhouse. Talking about the people in the cookhouse, someone mentioned the three who went to the cookhouse today looking for trouble. Then those three were found, beaten and bruised. Upon questioning, it was the three little men of the five who fought, the teenager whose looks were even more handsome than young Master Jean, and the taller Xiong Jingzheng who didn't even put up a fight. Those who weren't originally on the A-team got curious and asked about the strength of the two, possibly out of the desire to tout the strength of their fellow teammates, and in the process, elevate themselves. Those who were originally on the A-team went out of their way to praise Chen Xianfan and Xiong Jingzheng, said they were fierce men who had killed big ghosts alone. The pawns who came in later were aroused to curiosity and good humor. Thus, the next day, Chen Xianfan saw that the place where the rice was panned and steamed had changed. An uncontrollable pleasure. Good lord, someone is actually coming. As a result, I turned my head and realized that the person who washes and cuts the vegetables has also changed. Nice guy, and there's more than one wave coming. And then this went on for days. After a few days, the fireplace room at the end of the daily drills gradually became crowded with people watching. Watch a fight first, and give a round of applause for any good fights. Then point at the guy inside washing dishes and rice. It made Chen Xianfan want to charge admission. But when I think about it, I still have to separate those who come looking for trouble after collecting the tickets. So I simply forget about it. Change to selling melons. 5 cents a handful. Stools are also for sale, 5 cents a game. The price is not too high, so business is okay. It's also just a figure of speech. After a few more days, as no one had been able to beat the level, masters began to appear. Chen Xuanfan's rice wasn't said to be amazingly delicious, but the cooking technique did have a stunning effect when compared to the rough and tumble practices prevalent in the Great Tang. There are tricks to making a big pot roast smell good. In the dining hall of the county government office in Anyang County, the food was delicious because the cook who did the cooking was a local disciple of the butcher brought by Magistrate Wang from his own family. It's very much a bit of a worldly family in terms of cooking. It's different here in the Sangzhou Taotai army. It's a real pot of rice, and the people in the mess hall are merely able to cook the rice. It's conscientious enough not to cut corners. That's why the lieutenants from the former families of the A Battalion, where old Lu was from, brought their own cooks to open small kitchens. And it was because Chen Xuanfan's food was so delicious that the soldiers of the A-word battalion became the most active group in eating. Eating is not active and there are problems with the mind. These words of Chen Xianfan also spread out, so it was inevitable that people would talk about him during dinner, talking about the cookhouse. Then there was a conversation about the challenge. The martial arts competition has never been compared to Xiong Jingzhang. So far, no one had seen Chen Xianfan make a move. Now, the original A team, and those who didn't quite want to join in the fun, all moved. A master of the art of not striking out. Challenge him, defeat him. Thoughts like these kept bouncing around in everyone's mind. So the masters appeared. Young Master Jin was the son of a small family in Xiangzhou City, and this time, he was sent to the Taotai army only after being pitted by his father, who had read stupidly. He had good qualifications, and had originally found a good doorway into the Tsangshan sect to cultivate, but as a result, his father was afraid that he would be too powerful in the future and steal his elder brother's position, and wrote his name on the recruitment order. Not coming on a recruiting order was considered desertion, so he had to come. He was very strong. The two beside him were relatives of his mother's clan, and the three of them together could rank in the top 10 in the A team. Xu Guang, the three of them, and Xiong Zhengzhang were no match. In the end, Chen Xianfan could only carry the iron pot and spoon on. Spoon is the spoon on his heirloom. It seemed to think that Chen Xianfan, who had entered the bone training stage, finally had the strength to turn a spoon upside down, hence the spoon. Topping the black pot and swinging the spoon brother, he knocked down the three young masters of Jin. The next thing everyone knew was what he would have them do for those who were defeated by Chen Xianfan. Chapter 33. If you lose again, this lord will go and empty the for you. Young master, do we really have to listen to him and clean the latrine? This is too stinky. Standing at the edge of the A-team's toilet, Rao Ronghua asked young master Jin with a bitter look on his face. Rao Fugue also complained bitterly. Yes, young master, that cook Chen Xianfan is also too unethical. He even made us come and clean the outhouse. It's an outhouse that's been trashed by over 100 strong men. Although named attendants, the three were playmates who had grown up since childhood, so they didn't speak like ordinary masters and servants, but instead were very close and casual. Listening to the two people's complaints, young Master Jin didn't get angry. He pinched his nose and furrowed his brow, having a physical aversion to the outhouse in front of him that was emitting a complicated stench. His inner heart was full of struggles and entanglements. Should we do what Chen Xianfan said or not? But he did lose. But the loss was very upsetting. Chen Xianfan fought the three of them alone, and although he had resorted to magic weapons, the long knives in the hands of the three of them were likewise low-ranked magic weapons, and their grades might even be above the other party's black pots and frying spoons. So young Master Jin's unwillingness was not because the other party had used a magic weapon, but because his magic weapon was odd. The defense of that pot is incredibly high. 3 knives cut on the autumn without any injury, not to mention. Hiding under the black pot, Chen Xianfan did not even have any feeling. Against the 3 long knives rose up smoothly, the bottom of the frying spoon in his hand facing upwards, knocking at the 3 of them, and the spoons are hammered on the underside of the knees, the eye of the waist, and below the ribs where the breaks are. Is this person's eyesight even this high? Young Master Kim doesn't believe it. How can a country boy from a small county be so capable? There was also his cultivation level, which was clearly at the bone refining stage. When he first joined the Taotai army, he was only a small success in skin refining. How could one progress so quickly? Could it be that there are any special feats? But with such a powerful technique, how could one come to the demon hunting army to be an ordinary soldier? Young Master Jin couldn't figure out how Chen Xuanfan's cultivation could be stronger than his own when he thought about it. Obviously, when they were first selected to join the A-word team, everyone was still at a similar cultivation level. Such a query could not be asked directly, of course, so the best thing to do was to then proceed to challenge Chen Xianfan until he discovered the difference in him. However, if one was not willing to gamble and accept Chen Xuanfan's punishment, the next time, Chen Xianfan would have a reason to refuse to meet the battle. It certainly doesn't work. Fight. Young Master Jean put his heart on the line and gritted his teeth to drink in a low voice. Taking out a scent bag from the storage bag, he tore another piece of cloth and poured all the spices into it and loaded it back into the storage bag. Then he tore the scent bag into 3 strips, 2 of which he threw to Ronghua Lao and Fugui Lao, and the rest he tied under his nose. More or less covers the stink. Not far from them all were several others, busy digging a hole. They were defeated by Xiong Zhengzhang and borrowed by Qin Xianfan to dig a large earth pit. It was a much easier job than pulling out manure, and everyone sighed that it was good that they hadn't beaten Xiong Zhengzhang, or else they would have fallen into the hands of Cook Chen like young Master Jean. Uncle Xianfan, what exactly are you doing by having them digging and emptying pits? Xu Guang asked curiously. Compost. Chen Xianfan laughed. Our barracks side of such a large piece of empty land. Empty, how unfortunate. Plant some onions, ginger and garlic, small vegetables, such as cucumbers, cabbages, radishes and so on. How good. But all this money and food is available at the official's place. That's different. It tastes better when you grow it yourself. Chen Xianfan wouldn't admit that he was purposely tossing young Master Jean and the others around so that someone wouldn't keep coming to him for a fight. Sure enough, when young Master Jin's trio returned to the barracks with the stench of feces, it made quite a few of them give up on challenging Chen Xianfan. The main reason is that there is no prize for winning, and it's too bad to lose, especially at lunchtime. Hiding within the barracks, having bathed and washed his hair with water boiled in spices, the smell still had remnants, and even he was a little broken. Young master, hurry up and wash. Dinner will be served later. Rao Fugue, who had hurriedly washed and changed his clothes, said at the side, full of concern. Anyway, he can't smell the stench anymore, and if others can smell it, that's someone else's business. What's it got to do with him? It's still more important to eat. If young Master Jean hadn't forced him to, he would have planned to go to dinner with an odor. Let's see who dares to still steal from him. You go eat. I won't eat. Young Master Jean lay down in the barrel and waved his hand. He had brought his storage bag from home, and it contained not only a shower pail, but piles of change of clothes. But young master, there's radish beef stew at noon. Are you really not going? Lao Fu Gue came over and persuaded. Beef is the most expensive of all mortal meat. You can only have one meal in 10 days. It's a shame not to go. As annoying as he is, Cook Chen's cooking skills are nothing to write home about. It's no worse than the flavor of the famous restaurants in Xianzhou. Besides, we still have drills in the afternoon, so we won't be able to carry on without eating. You guys go out. This young master wants to change clothes. Young Master Jean was convinced. By the time he got to the dining hall, he had some regrets. When those guys saw the 3 of them coming over, they took a quick glance, then hurriedly turned their heads away, as if they didn't want them to see the smiles they couldn't hold in on their faces. But you guys laughed out loud. Do you think I'm deaf? Laugh your ass off. It was a breath that could not be swallowed in any way. Chen Xianfan, you wait for this young master. Thus, young Master Jean but got more and more courageous, and the next day he went to challenge Chen Xianfan again. Many people exclaimed, worthy of being a strong person in the A-team, courage is commendable. The heart of a strong man is to be fearless. It couldn't help but galvanize everyone again. Though young Master Kim is back to pulling out poop, but on the 3rd day, he came back. Then he lost again, after losing 3 times in a row, and losing fast and hard each time. Young Master Jin's mind was on the verge of exploding, and he still got nothing to show for it so far. On the 4th day, just as he was hesitant to see the challenge through to the end, someone started to die. Young Master Jean, I don't think you guys should challenge Cook Chen. Just go straight to digging out manure and save some effort. Hurry up and finish the job. Or hurry up and take a bath. Wow, ha 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 ha. Don't you think so, brothers? On the A-team drill ground, not far from young Master Jean, a tall and thin teenager shouted loudly. Skinny tall teenager is very tall. A little water snake waist, swollen eyes and big nose. Duck voice is extremely difficult to hear. That is, with the little lady seems to bathe every day, but also with a bath bucket soak spices. Also do not notice sprinkle did not sprinkle flower petals. The 2 companions beside the tall and thin teenager are short and chubby, and look a little similar. One of them picked up and laughed. The other one also shouted, Agu, young Master Jin's skin is so tender. It's only right to scatter flower petals. The little lady doesn't even smell as good as our young Master Jean, and even after a few days of digging out feces, the smell of his body is still better than these stinky men of ours. Ha 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 ha. What kind of farts are you 2 goods putting out? How can you compare young Master Jean to a young lady? How can an ordinary girl be as good looking as young Master Jean? In this A-type camp? No. In this Tao Tai army, apart from Cook Chen, young Master Jean is the best looking. If my future wife can be half as good looking as young Master Jean, then my sure family will be lucky. The tall and thin young man became more and more excited. All of them were 17 or 18 years old at the age of Mu Xiao Ai, and in the Tao Tai army, which was all men, opening their mouths to flirt with young Master Jean as if he were a young lady. There was a sense of excitement of frantically testing on the edge of death. The three guys had a bad mouth, and young Master Jean didn't spoil them. Coldly glancing over, he said aloud, "Sure Day Jun, Liao Shan, Liao Hai, after the drill this young master will be waiting for you in the ring." "Hooray! Just what I was thinking," Sure Daijuan responded in a loud voice. That's what he wanted. The three of them were the ones who were defeated by young Master Jean in the previous competition of entering the A-word team, and this time, they deliberately provoked young Master Jean to compete with him again. Seeing Chen Xinfan easily defeat young Master Jean these past few times made them more and more certain that they would lose because of carelessness. "I won't lose this time." Thus, instead of looking for Chen Xinfan on the fourth day, young Master Jean made a date with Sure Dajuan and the others in the A-team who were of comparable strength to himself. Deadly fights are prohibited in the demon hunting army, not private fights. There is even a special ring. So they challenged Chen Xinfan, and no one came to care, neither team leader Lui Yong nor the school captain. This battle between young Master Jean and Sure Dejun was fought in full view of everyone. Both sides were on equal footing and fought very well. Sure Dejun and the others were indeed not weak, but in the end, it was young Master Jin's three who won. This made quite a few people realize just how good the young Master Jean trio that they had been laughing at for the past few days were. Everyone was silently estimating in their hearts how their strength would turn out compared to young Master Jean and the others. Humph. This young master has lost to partner Chen, but he is by no means a waste of space to be trampled on. Sure Daejun, what do you say? Young Master Jean stood above the ring like a cultivated bamboo, a faint smile on his handsome face as he looked at Sure Dajuan, who was covering his waist and eyes, and only felt a sense of relief. It turns out that dry humping someone else is so refreshing. Bucket someone else's waistline and double the pleasure. This grandpa lost. Sure Dajuan was sweating from the pain, but still said in a tough manner, "Next time you lose to partner Chen, this grandpa will go and empty the feces for you, and will never go back on his word." Young Master Kim, mother ********. If it's not the case that you can't do it again after you've won or lost in the ring, this young master will have to kick you in the waist again. Chapter 34, If you're hungry, go to the cookhouse and find Cook Chen. Not bothering with this simpleton, young Master Kim jumped out of the ring, just as he was about to take Rao Fugue and Rao Ronghua away. He was stopped in his tracks again. A good dog is not. Hua Shan? He just wanted to open his mouth to curse, and when he saw who was in front of him, he stiffly retracted and frowned. Hua Shan, the strongest of the group recruited into the camp. The Hua family of the Hadong Road was extremely wealthy in the former Han Dynasty. Even today it is a hegemon of Pingyang County in Jinzhou. Hua Shan, this one from Jinzhou Pingyang County, in early years moved to the Hebei Road Shangzhou Yangping County. Said to the public for the family invited the Feng Shui master calculated the family fortune to be separated from a line to Yangping County for each other. Whether it is credible or not is unknown, but on the surface the two veins are still in the same breath today. The Sangzhou Hua clan was not as domineering as the Jinzhou Hua clan, but it was still a lot stronger than young Master Jin's family, and the other party was also above him in both qualifications and strength. For the strong should have the respect, or should have. Mouth crazy words can only attract trouble. Jin Ruoxue, fight me tomorrow, Hua Shan said indifferently. Don't fight. Young Master Jin's handsome face darkened. He hated it when people called him by his name. This crappy name was also given to him by his hateful father, just hoping that he would be a girl. Even the team leader there sold him a face and called him young Master Jin. But Hua Shan, this asshole, just shouted it out. The soldiers on the side who heard his name were already snickering, and he flung his sleeves to leave, only to be stopped again by the black tower like Hua Shan. The big black face sulked. If you don't fight, you have to fight. Gold. Shut up. I'll fight you. Tomorrow. Hearing that he was about to shout out his name again, young Master Jin immediately called for a halt. The abominable voice of Sure Daijuan in the back rang out. Aya. So our young Master Jin's boudoir name is Jin Ruoxua. Ouch. Sure Daijuan received another beating, and this time both of his brothers hid away. The furious young Master Jin was a bit scary. On the fifth day, young Master Jin and the three of them and Hua Shan, who was recognized as the strongest in the A-word team, competed above the ring. All the A's, including the other two teams, came to watch the game. In the end, although it ended with young Master Jin's trio losing, it could be considered a narrow defeat. Hua Shan, Wei Hong, and Chao Shang, the three of them, were crushing level when it came to striking out with others in the A-word camp. The origin of the sons of the family gave them a higher starting point than the military soldiers who came from the common people. It's good enough to have a back and forth at their hands. After 2 matches, it was enough to prove that young Master Jin and the others weren't that bad. And now the people in the A-word team couldn't help but be even more curious about Chen Xianfan, who had defeated them so easily. Finally, another strong person broke through Xiong Jingjing's blockade and walked up to Chen Xianfan. Then they were knocked down in droves by him on top of a big black cauldron, wielding a horse scoop. That long-handled horse spoon of his was like having eyes, where he couldn't dodge and hit, but your attacks on him are either dodged or resisted by the big black pot. Moreover, his cultivation level seemed to be a bit higher than everyone present. It's even getting stronger every single day. Huashan fought Chen Xianfan once alone and didn't take advantage. Now everyone can't sit still. No one believed that Chen Xianfan had done so because of his Kung Fu. This was because it was the topmost martial arts techniques that could not possibly allow for such a refinement in one's cultivation before one cultivated true Qi. For the Taotai soldiers and the Taotai army, the techniques they were currently practicing were the Taotai chaotic wind-splitting blade technique and the Taotai Qi-eating technique. But only the former was actually practiced. The latter was just for everyone to familiarize themselves with and try to follow the adjustment of the method of exhaling. And only after they had cultivated their true Qi could they begin to truly cultivate it. There were also strong individuals in the A team who had reached the bone refining stage, but they still couldn't defeat Chen Xianfan. Although the cultivation world is not based on the strength of the realm as the division of strength, otherwise the two parties against the battle, as long as the reported cultivation to compete with the realm is good, why do you still need to do it? However, the lower the cultivation level, the less obvious the gap between each other. Chen Xianfan was indeed suspected of relying on a magic weapon, but his strength was also real. What the hell is going on here? On the evening of the 8th day, young Master Jin and Shi Dejun, who were at dinner, were called over by Huashan. You guys found out too, right? Horsham asked. Discover what? Young Master Jin pretended to understand. I say, De Xiao, you're not making any sense. Shi Dejun looks at him and nods to Huashan. Brother Hua, do you also think that partner Chen is odd? Well, he seems to have some tricks above body refining, Huashan said. So what? It's not like he's going to tell us. Young Master Jin glares at Shi Dejun in dissatisfaction. This guy is respectful when it comes to Huashan, but his words are frivolous when it comes to himself. Or is it a light beating? He's not going to say anything, but we can find a way to find out. Shi Dejun hams and haws and says, I know someone who is the best at tracking and eavesdropping. I'll get him here and Brother Hua will talk to him? Good. The cookhouse man did not usually live with the soldiers, but lived in a separate house right next to the cookhouse. Zhu Guang and the three of them had one room, while Xiong Jingjing and Chen Xianfan each had one. So get someone to follow him. The man Shi Dejun found was called Wang Liang, King 2, Sprites and Goblins, just like the shadow, like a shadow to let people cannot be detected. It wasn't so much the feats as it was the fact that the man himself had a very low presence. When he appeared in front of a few people, he said a couple of words and then stopped saying anything, so much so that they later forgot that he was still here and hadn't left. Everyone began to observe Chen Xianfan. After Wang Liang had followed them for a day, Huashan and the others sat down again. Tell us what you found. Able to eat. Jin Daoxiao first said. Cook Chen isn't generally able to eat. His meal size is twice that of mine, and as long as my eyes see him, he's just eating. There's hardly any free time. Right. It was rare that Shi Dejun didn't sing against him. More than that, that's when a voice came through, startling everyone. Looking back, it was none other than Wang Liang. Wang Liang, with a habitually wooden face, said, Partner Chen will practice his sword in the morning and afternoon. In the evening, he would also meditate for 2 hours before having a meal, which was more than usual. Only after that will he sleep. What? Meditate? Jin frowned. It's just martial arts outside practice. Meditation? Why meditate? Shi Dejun was also scratching his head. How is it that he was sitting before he had any real qi? And it's 2 hours. Try it at night. Huashan, however, said directly. Thus on the night of the 9th day, besides Chen Xianfan, there were 12 more meditators in the A team. Boring meditation is not only very boring, but also irritating to the mind. 2 hours later, Huashan and the 12 of them walked out of the barracks in unison. Boring. Annoying. Chest tightness. Shall I rub you? Get out. Within the barracks. No clamor. What now? Hungry. Go to the cookhouse. Good idea. On this day, Mr. Chen was caught stealing a late-night snack. Chapter 35, Experiencing the Joy of Raising Pigs. But the feed is gone. Several people. Why are you here? Chen Xianfan blocked in front of the large black pot filled with fried rice and looked at the 12 people in front of him. Hungry. The thick-browed Huashan, with no hint of being a proper gentleman, glanced at the pot behind Chen Xianfan and stretched his hand out to the side. The young Master Jin behind him was still unsure, so Wang Liang handed a set of bowls and chopsticks into Huashan's outstretched hand. Unable to help himself, he asked, when did you two become so taciturn? Then, Wang Liang looked at him and handed him a pair as well. Now young Master Jean didn't squeak. The others also found their own bowls and chopsticks and followed the self-conscious Huishan's example of serving rice from Chen Xuanfan's pot. Mother asterisk 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 her. This is hard robbery. Where's the face? Chen Xianfan was so angry that he wanted to kick the pot. Didn't give up in the end. After all, you worked hard to save your own eggs. Eggs are a good thing at this time of year. And the money and food officials don't have many on hand. There are no large chicken farms. And fresh eggs are easy to transport and bad to store. So they're not in the military rations. Only the money and food officials would pick up some when they went to Sangju. This time, Chen Xianfan happened to come across it and shared a little bit of the profits. Mother asterisk 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 her. Are these guys smelling it? But he's also sneaking in extra meals. And really, it's too much to put out in the open. Since we're all thieves, of course we can't call it a break. Chen Xianfan had no choice but to speed up and eat all the rest before they served the second bowl of rice. As the portion of fried rice was made to the standard of what Chen Xianfan had just finished eating alone, ramping up to 12 people, the end result was that no one had enough to eat. From a slight regret in the eyes of Huishan and the others as they wiped the oil from their mouths, it was clear that they should come back again. The next day, Chen Xianfan met them again in the cookhouse. There was an uncontrollable sigh of relief. Luckily there was enough cooking this time. By the time the third day rolls around, these guys won't be able to eat for free. Washing and chopping vegetables and steaming rice. Now that it's been exposed, there's no point in hiding it. Chen Xianfan called Zhu Guang, the three of them, and Xiong Zhengzheng to eat together as well. It's more crowded and tastes better. After 3 days of eating, Huishan and the others got together again and all nodded to each other. They then realized that Chen Xianfan was indeed exceptionally capable of eating. Very edible. Not only him, but the entire cookhouse seemed to be getting bigger and bigger meals, including Chen Xuanfan's puppy that looked capable of warding off evil spirits and ate with great vigor. Could this be the crux of the matter? Is it extra strong because the power of qi and blood is strong? Huishan and the others meditated and practiced. Unlike Chen Xianfan who was in his room, they did it within the barracks, without purposely carrying someone else's back. Other people would naturally be able to easily spot it. Again, no one believed that they were practicing qi into their bodies. Rather, they thought they were practicing the Tao Tai Qigong. Qi practitioners would practice martial arts in addition to qi practice because their physical bodies were fragile and they practiced martial arts for self-protection. Martial practitioners, however, rarely practiced qi cultivation because relying solely on the method of exhaling to draw qi into the body was very slow, and the small amount of aura that was converted into mana had almost no effect on strength enhancement. Things that mana could do, such as driving magic weapons, inspiring talismans to ward off evil spirits, and so on, blood qi power and true qi could do the same. As for mana cohesion in the soul, communication of heaven and earth aura, can move mountains and seas, true qi through the body out of the same has the power of destroying the sky and earth. Instead of wasting precious cultivation time on practicing qi, it would be better to transform the power of qi and blood into true qi at an early date, and when the true qi is complete, the same path will be taken. Besides, not everyone can go that far. Not everyone has the last step as a goal either. The quest for power and having strong strength is what most people crave. As a result, the number of qi practitioners who are more likely to touch the realm of the expanse of heaven and earth is scarce, perhaps due to the qualification requirements being too high, but also due to the cause and effect of being too slow to enter the country. On the path of martial arts, everyone is like a dragon. As long as one's teeth bite and work hard, one can gain a foothold in the secular world. The new pawns that entered the demon hunter army undoubtedly carried a desire for power. These 12 men were all considered strong in the A-team, and out of admiration for the strongest, more began to follow suit. Thus, after not more than 2 days, almost everyone began to follow Chen Xuanfan's example and meditate at night to practice the Tao Tai Qi eating technique, even if the body has no real qi, just according to the gong method to feel the flow of blood veins, the location of meridians and orifices, and the speed of breathing and exhaling. Young people were brave enough to try because they were young and didn't care to waste 2 hours of their time doing what their seniors saw as useless. They also followed Chen Xuanfan's example, waking up early to slash indiscriminately with their weapons before drilling, chopping stumps to tie up scarecrows and chopping them with the horizontal sword in your hand. It's hard to say if it had any effect, but this kind of practice did make them eat more and more. Crap! Consuming nature eats a lot. This made Chen Xianfan depressed, because it was customary for him to add a meal after meditating and practicing at night. In the past, only Zhu Guang and Xiong Zhengzheng and the others would occasionally follow the rubbing. Now, when it came to the point of extra food, these guys from the all-armor character corps, punctual and on time, went to the cookhouse and stood guard. Nice guy, ate more than he did during the day. In this way in the B and C of the A camp, it was time for 3 meals a day. The A-team took the liberty of giving themselves an evening meal in addition to their 3 meals a day, and have felt that the evening meal was even better. The result was that the consumption of food in their cookhouse was several times that of the other 2 teams, and the rate of consumption continues to accelerate as these guys continue to eat more and more. In just 1.5 months' time, Chen Xianfan had gone to the money and grain officials to collect food 3 times. Vegetables are even run every 2 days. By the time the 4th went back, only half of the grain had been collected after half a day's grinding. On the way back, Chen Xianfan couldn't help but scratch his head. Now, it seems to have played off. Next year's military food hasn't arrived yet. Why are you here again? The chubby money and grain officer, this time, opened his mouth with this sentence as soon as he saw him go over to collect the grain. Hearing Chen Xianfan are stunned. What next year's grain? I received the food that I eat now. What food now? The money and grain officer was even more confused than he was. Didn't you collect all the grain for the remaining 3 months before? Chen Xianfan, huh? Money and food officer, huh? The 2 men looked at each other in disbelief, and both seemed to realize that someone seemed to be in trouble. And it's probably both of them. The grain you took away before, it wouldn't be eaten up, would it? The money and grain officer asked in a careful whisper. He even wanted to plug his ears after asking, not wanting to hear the answer that came out of Chen Xuanfan's mouth. But he still knew the answer, because Chen Xianfan nodded his head vigorously while saying eat, all finished, all eaten. How did you finish it? Just finish it, yeah. What to do? The money and grain officer was bitter. I thought you took the grain away because it was too troublesome to come and get it when the time came. So I took it back and stored it first, eating it as I went. As a result, you told me that it's all eaten up. How can it all be eaten up? How can it all be eaten? He didn't doubt that it was Chen Xianfan who had tampered with it. Those grains are military food, and you have to have a doorway to sell them. The grain merchants in Sangju are all counted. Who dares to take it? Besides, the new pawns haven't gone out once in half a year since they entered the barracks, and no one is allowed to visit family. How can that grain grow wings and fly away? Unless one used the legendary teleportation array, but that thing was only found in the assassin's mansion in Sangju City. It can't be activated unless it's a major event like a counterinsurgency. Chen Xianfan opened his mouth. When he comes for food, the money and food officials give it. When he comes for it, the money and food officer gives it. Giving it so painfully, he certainly wouldn't have guessed that the rations for this army were allotted. Thought the demon hunters were such a good deal. Then why don't you eat it all? To be honest, this short period of time Chen Xianfan had really enjoyed feeding the pigs, but after feeding, the feed that was thought to be an unlimited supply was gone. This is ate up. It's not like you can slaughter the piglets early to get them out of the pen. Those were all demon hunter soldiers. Man is iron and food is steel, and a meal without food makes you hungry. This break in food can be fatal. Maybe there's going to be a mess. Looking at the money and grain officer, Chen Xianfan scratched his face. He had no way to change the grain either. If there had been more food, he would have had a way to turn it away. There is still some bottom in the granary. You go and take it first. This officer will go and report to the school captain to see if he can borrow a little from the A and B battalions. The money and grain officer did not dare to starve the soldiers. Not having enough to eat in the barracks is going to be a problem. Not to mention that there are always so many great masters in the demon hunting army. Can't afford to mess with it. The most you can get for not having enough food is a fine. If you make a mess you may have to lose your job and you may lose your life. Chen Xianfan had the intention to relieve a few words, and then thought, he was also loaded in this, so he closed his mouth to transport grain. Not long after he returned to the barracks, he saw a messenger come over, and then not a moment later, Lu Yong came out of the barracks joyfully. He felt bad and called out, Team Positive. Ah, Lu Yong looked at him and waved his hand. Come back and talk about something. The school captain is looking for us. No, that, Chen Xianfan said in his heart that if you want to go like this, it is a toss-up whether you can come back or not. But Lu Yong didn't want to listen. Anxious to go, waving his hand and saying, come back and talk, and then trotted off. As the team leader, Lu Yong, a veteran pawn transferred from the A-word battalion, he joined the night snack halfway through, and secretly proud of his soldiers for being so diligent. So when he was called over to be scolded by the lieutenant, he was still on his way thinking he was there to receive a compliment. As a result of the contrast, it was surprising that he went off on a tangent while the lieutenant was berating him. A big taboo was committed. The lieutenant takes a look. Oh ho! You're still distracted, aren't you? This lieutenant's voice is not loud enough. Scolding is not bad enough So raising his voice, he once again broke into song. Lu Yong, is that a soldier you're leading? That's a bunch of piggish bastards you're leading. What the hell are you doing with them? A month and a half has eaten up 4 months worth of food. So tell me, how are you going to get through the remaining 2 months or so? School lieutenant, The pawns under my command are not pig spirits. Liu Yong wiped the spittle that was sprayed on his face, mourning his face and reminding the lieutenant, who was probably angry and confused. They come from a clean background. And some come from a family. Some are surnamed Hua. Some are surnamed Jean. And some. Shut up. Xin Shua suppressed his anger. It was true that he couldn't just curse. All these families wanted to save face. He glared at Liu Yong and asked, 107 people, plus a dog. Tell me, how did you guys eat so much grain? Just so eaten. Liu Yong's eyebrows drooped. How can I say this? I ate it with my mouth. But to say this, the lieutenant will probably be even more angry. Xin Shua had gotten very angry. Chapter 36 Departure. Catching fish demons to earn money for meals. I'm not going to borrow food. I can't afford to lose this man. Xin Shua yelled at Liu Yong. As a matter of common sense, the military rations at the money and food officer's place were able to be eaten until the middle of January the following year, when the new rations arrived. It's only October 26th today. You should know that the demon hunting army are all pot-bellied. Taotai army because of the merit of the reason extraordinarily able to eat. So the calculation of the rations of the pawns will only be counted according to the more, will not be counted according to the less. The entire demon hunting army is not wrong to say that it is a C-pin of the Great Tang. There will not exist the matter of deduction. On top of that, Sagittarius has traditionally been rich and will give more not less every time. After all, local peace and quiet depends on them. The sons and nephews of some officers were even in the barracks. There was never a shortage of things like chi replenishing pills, let alone more readily available food. That is to say, after the C battalion new soldiers recruited into the battalion, the food allocated to eat until next January, will not be enough, but will be more than enough. It's been that way for years, so how come this year it's out of the blue? There was no way for Xin Shua not to be angry and lash out. It's not a big deal. It's not a big mess, but it's just unacceptable. In fact, the city of Sangju is close by, so where is the danger of running out of food? There are many ways to resolve this matter, but any one of them is less likely to result in a loss of face, and it was his Sin Shua who was disgraced. A group of new pawns entered the camp in June, and now it's only 4 months. They haven't made an inch of achievement. They just know how to eat and be silly. How can he explain this to the captain? And what do Camp A and Camp B think of them? This is not a matter of the pawns being able to eat. This is a matter of the superior officer not making the right judgment in time. So much so that it is only when things come to a head that he comes to think of a remedy. What have you been doing? What's it called? It's called negligence. The easiest way to solve this matter is to report it to the captain and then go to Camp A and Camp B to borrow food. Don't ask why you don't draw food from the other 2 squads in the C-suite. Because the money and food officer has drawn. Half of the usual rations that Chen Xianfan later took away were from the other 2 teams. If the team leaders of those 2 teams found out, I'm afraid it would be another lawsuit. Thinking of this, Xin Shua added, I'm telling you Liu Yong, after borrowing the grain you have to find a way to give it back to me. This lieutenant won't make up this hole for you. That lieutenant. I don't have any money. Liu Yong didn't want to add fuel to the fire, so he held his tongue for a bit, but unfortunately didn't. His family is just a small family in the city. How can he have money to pay for the grain? There are, and don't want to pay for it. Why should we pay for the food we've eaten with our skills? Demon hunting army only reward money not salary. According to the rules of food, clothing and supplies are all issued by the court. Of course, elixirs and cultivation techniques like the chi replenishing pill were enough to cover the salary. Only for Liu Yong to take out the chi replenishing dan to pay for it, he was even more reluctant. Needless to ask, those under them were more reluctant. They're all guys who are used to being bossy. If you know that there is no food left, the first thing that comes to mind is definitely not to buy or borrow, but to rob. Liu Yong peeked at Xin Shua. Xin Shua glared at him. What are you looking at me for? You don't have money. Can I have it? You don't know where I come from? 13 years old into the Shenzhou Taotai Army Armor Battalion. Stayed for 10 years to achieve the post of lieutenant. How to have the money to fill the hole for your kid? A lieutenant of the Taotai Army would have no money? It's just a fool's errand. How many years of sitting in the position of lieutenant? How many rewards alone are there? The accumulated family business is comparable to a small family in a county. Of course, Xin Shua is now less than 35 years old and is already at the 6th grade of martial arts, so he is definitely not willing to stop here. And I'm afraid that all the rewards that have come to him have been exchanged for cultivation resources, without ever having a wife or children or a family to hold on to. It's really possible to be all alone. So Liu Yong barred his lips and said nothing. I've been scolded and lectured, but things still need to be resolved. You can't just let 100 or so people in the A-team starve to death. It's impossible to starve to death, and there's no telling what you'll do when you're starving. Lieutenant, don't get angry. When we take the mission and get the bounty, We will definitely earn you back both face and face. Seeing Xin Shua's black face, Louis Yong had to pick up the good words. It is not only the peak can give his men to draw a cake. Look at people Louis Yong. This men to the peak to draw a cake is also big and round. It's really possible that he could have been fooled if he hadn't been a commoner. Unfortunately, Xin Shua is also an old man in the Taotai army. And Louis Yong is even more than 10 years of acquaintance. Cannot help but scolded, you less with the old man to come to the set, count on you to go out on a mission. But also, what did you just say? Received the task? He suddenly paused when he said this and looked at Louis Yong and asked, face and lining? That's right. Louis Yong nodded his head. Colonel, there's no reward for meritorious service until you take on a mission. So wouldn't you have both face and face? That's right. Xin Shua's eyes lit up and he laughed out loud. Yes, your kid is right. Let's go. Follow me to meet the captain. Ha? Louis Yong was just stunned. Seeing the capital? I'm just a small team leader. What's the point of going to see the captain? It's just a matter of borrowing some grain. Why don't you just go and report it? Captain, do you want me to go along and make an IOU? But looking at Xin Shua, who was still fuming just a moment ago, and seemed to be less angry at the moment, Louis Yong didn't dare to open his mouth to ask, worried about opening his mouth and pissing off the lieutenant again and getting a good scolding. If you're told to meet the lieutenant, then go along. The lieutenant doesn't eat people. Besides, there is Xin Shua, the lieutenant in front of the front block. Eat people also can't take the turn to eat him this one. But cultivation in the 8th grade is not a small team. Tisk. Chen Xianfan frowned as he squatted at the door of the A-team's cookhouse, waiting blearily for Louis Yong to return. He was worried that the team leader, who was not a bad guy, would be pitted by himself. It's just more food. It shouldn't be enough to kill someone, right? In Wangjia village, he ate so much himself, and Zhang Kaiwei didn't bother to beat him. But this is in the military. All kinds of laws. Military law is the strictest. That is not a joke. In the event that it is really necessary to military justice, Louis Yong, the team leader, can be wronged. Although he had followed the food no less, he had no idea what was going on with the grain. Not to mention him, but didn't you just find out yourself? Do I have to go and say a few words for him? Chen Xianfan asked his dog brother, who was crouching beside him like him. Yellow craned his head to look at him, his increasingly grounded teeth revealing a mockery that was visible to the naked eye. You, of all people, are asking me about such a little pup? Chen Xianfan, rubbing the dog's head in anger. Partner Chen, what's the matter with finding us? At this time, Huashan strides in with his long legs, followed by young Master Jin and Shi Dajuan. These three have gotten very close lately. The dark green military clothing on his body was half drenched in sweat, and it was obvious that he had just finished drilling before Chen Xianfan had Xiong Jingzheng call him in. Young Master Jin frowned slightly and said with a bit of impatience, if you have something to say, you can just say it. Why bother to call on this young master? The weather at the end of October in the lunar calendar. Sangzhou has already reached the time when the snow will soon fall, and the cold wind is bitterly cold. The sweaty clothes on the body do not catch the time to change, stick to the body to make people very uncomfortable. It's not a big deal. Just asking if you guys have any money. Chen Xianfan directly chose to ignore this young Master Jin, who even had intermittent attacks of cleanliness, and tilted his head to ask Huashan, what's the point of asking for money? Huashan gazed at him. The other two also looked over. There are places in the barracks where you can spend money? Or is there a way out of the barracks? New pawns are not allowed to go home for 6 months after enlistment, and they are also quiet. It's boring to stay in one place all the time, either drilling or competing. Buy grain, Chen Xianfan said with a ghostly sigh, then told these three what had happened. Speaking of which, these three in front of me are also one of the culprits when it comes to this kind of thing happening. The three people looked at each other after hearing this, giving each other a "are we so edible?" expression. Shi Dajuan stroked his chin and said thoughtfully, no wonder, this great master feels like he, it seems, has gained some weight in the past few days. Nothing, the demon hunter army won't run out of food. Huashan waved his hand, letting Chen Xianfan not have to worry. It's just some food, the lieutenant will take care of it. Just wait for the team to come back in peace. The lieutenant did get things sorted out, just not in the way they wanted them sorted out. 2 days later, the C-Word Battalion A-Word team, which had just become a battalion for less than 2 months, packed their bags and set off, breaking the order that new pawns were not allowed to leave the camp for half a year. He became one of the fastest demon hunters to receive a mission. 107 people plus a dog, braving the cold wind and the small snowflakes that fell, rushed to Qi County, more than 60 miles north of Shangzhou City. Catch the fish demon. Mother ********. Taking on missions to earn meal money is also a rare sight in our Shangzhou Taotai army for decades. Looking at the backs of these guys from the A-team's gleeful tweedledums, School Lieutenant Xin Shua smiled and cursed with his hands behind his back. Chapter 37, The Angler's Greatest Treasure of Never Going Airborne. Do any of our fellow soldiers in the A Battalion come from Qi County? Chen Xianfan was at the very back of the group, placing his hand under Ah Huang's belly to warm it, chatting idly with Hua Shan, who was pressing forward in front of the car. In one sentence or another, he's going to fall asleep if we don't talk about something. Chen Xianfan brought Zhu Guang and the three of them to lie comfortably in the car. It's the only vehicle in Camp A at the moment, pulled from the money and food officer earlier and not returned. Pulling the wagon was the only horse currently in the A Battalion, and Xiong Zhang was sitting on the wagon's yoke to drive it away. It was only these 5 men in the cookhouse who did not have to hurry on foot. All the other soldiers marched on foot. Lu Yiyong, the team leader, is no exception. I don't know, Hua Shan replied in a jarred voice. With his cultivation level that had entered the bone refining stage, running over 60 miles was naturally not considered tiring. Just don't want to pick up on some. At this point, smug I have a car to ride in and you don't kind of guy. Tisk. Chen Xianfan smacked his lips, thinking that Hua Shan, a man who looked like Qiao Feng, had a character that was not at all bold. He's got a car under his ass and a dog in his arms. And he's jealous? Oops. Petty. Where's the comfort in this car ride? Look at this little snowflake. This little cold wind blowing, lying still all the time. That is going to be cold. When Chen Xianfan said this, Zhu Guang and his little friends had covered their heads with blankets. It's easy to get punched when you talk like that. You're cold my ass. Xiao Shang was a grumpy person, and hearing Chen Xianfan grinning and baring his teeth, he couldn't help but laugh and scold. You still have a dog to warm your hands? I see that your great success in refining your skin is all practiced on your face. Refining the skin is a great success, and the cold and the heat are not invasive. Of these 106 people in the A team, the worst of them had all reached the level of refined skin little achievement or above. So they were all dressed in military clothes, and they didn't even wear a jacket. It was a long run with sweaty white smoke coming out of his head. No one was afraid of the cold and no one felt tired. It was Chen Xuanfan's demeanor that made people look obtrusive. Chen Xianfan himself was beautiful. Other people get wet and I get an umbrella. Other people run and I get in the car. Contrast is what brings out happiness. The provisions were all in the storage bag, and under light marching, 60 miles was just over an hour's work, and they reached the boundary of Qi County. Instead of heading in the direction of the county seat, he diverted to the mountains a dozen miles beyond the county seat. Follow a half-frozen river forward until you camp by a waterhole. The two sides of this place are characterized by high mountains, steep cliffs and deep valleys. The river makes a bend here and turns a large pool of water out. There are springs on the mountain from which the water comes and falls into pools, after which it also merges into large ponds. So even in winter, when the hydrilla has dried up and there have been a couple of breaks between the river and the pond, there is still half the water in the acreage-sized pond, and there has been a constant infusion of living water into it. After resting for a moment on the rocky beach by the river, Lu Yong sent his men to survey the terrain and find a place to set up camp, then set off again with the whole party to reach the campsite. At the edge of the waterhole, a dozen or so paces away, there is a large area of exposed gentle slopes on higher ground, which is also more level, and it's not too far from the deep trees, so you can react in time if there are beasts of prey out there. Just set up camp here first. Remember, no one is to act without authorization, and no one is to go near pools and ponds of water, let alone enter the woods and the mountains at will. Do you hear me? Heard that. Here. Up. Responding to him were sparse voices. Only the guilt-ridden Chen Xianfan had the loudest and most facetious voice. The tents that had just been handed out before leaving camp were not very skillful for those who could set them up. Arrived just as the sun came up in the morning and worked on it until lunch, when it was half built. And the build-out can be described as dismal. It wasn't until Lu Yong couldn't stand to watch and had to pat himself on the back to get up and help that things took a turn for the worse. Chen Xianfan didn't need to worry about this. Hua Shan had promised to help him set up his tent, so he only needed to be responsible for getting the meal ready. Uncle Xianfan, what are we going to eat for lunch? Xu Guang asked as he touched his chubby belly. It's been a long walk. The kid's hungry. Eat fish, Chen Xianfan said. It's all the way to the river pond. How can we not eat fish? Besides, they're here to catch a fish demon. I just made the connection to all the dishes made with fish, so when I catch the fish demon, I'll pick the most appropriate way to eat it. When he thought of eating a fish demon, Chen Xianfan couldn't help but rub his hands together. Demon. He hadn't eaten it yet. He didn't know how it tasted. According to the De Tang's cultivators like to give all kinds of things. According to the strength of the rank of the urine, the demons are also divided into high and low, noble and low. Demons are in the status of demonic beasts, goblins, great demons, demon kings, and demon saints. Strength is from the 9th to the 1st rank. Below the 8th grade is the demonic beast, In addition to the size of a little larger, generally thick skin and flesh resistance to beat, some racial talent, but different cultivation method, no spirit, only act by instinct. Demons above the 8th grade are goblins, capable of communicating with people, learning human language, and even cultivating a few human-like touches. Above the 5th grade, they are all called great demons. They can cultivate adults. Signs of the secular world ordinary people cannot see the cracks. Like people, they can learn to read and write, and can understand subtle cultivation techniques. 3rd grade demon king, 2nd grade demon saint. Whether or not there was a demon race with more power after that is unknown. At least Chen Xuanfan's current status was not accessible. Any demon that could be seen within the Great Tang could not be called a demon race, but only a demon. Nowadays, the demon race is weak, and most of these demons that have sprung up in the boundaries of the Great Tang are native spirits that have been transformed into demons by chance. As long as they don't do any evil, no one usually cares. If you are willing to be a spirit animal, you can still be hired away and treated quite well with food and drink. Xianzhou Taotai Army has a very handsome and heroic military dog, is a 5th grade demon. Just usually follow the lieutenant side of the cultivation, and do not often come to the camp. Chen Xianfan failed to see. If possible, it would be a good idea to find a master for the dog brothers to take with them. It's not a good idea to always follow yourself around and eat and drink. Demons who are not willing to be spirit beasts, all the way to the point of ferocious beasts, or their own bloodline is strong and the human race still have a love affair, but also can live freely. No one will take the initiative to find trouble, but races with antecedents, blood debts, and threats to humanity are still to be exterminated in the cradle. This fish monster inside the pond is in that category, one of those that no one wants to take in, not to mention ugly and unattractive looking, but also bloodthirsty and murderous. The key is weakness. Too weak. Weakness is the original sin. In fact, in the cultivation world, even more rules, there is only one that is the most true. That is, strength is honored. The growth prospects were huge, and even if they were bloodthirsty and murderous ferocious beast cubs, there were people who dared to risk their lives to take them in, signing the deed. Even if they had backbones in the back of their heads and would devour their masters if they were strong, there were still good men who weren't afraid to die. Think about it, how scenic it is to have a ferocious beast on your side. As for being dead, that's all for later. What if I can? Always feel that you will be the special one, the one favored by God, the exception of exceptions. This self-assured book-bold personality, the spirit of ownership, is in everyone. It is necessary to spawn the strong and is responsible for most of the pummeling deaths. Chen Xianfan had the same problem, except that when he committed this disease, the symptoms were exactly the opposite. To summarize, there are always unruly people who want to harm me, showing it is an overabundance of caution, drifted up waves except when. So, under the premise that Louis Yong told him that the strength of the fish monster in the water pond was just touching the edge of the 9th product, and that the whole thing was only unimpressive, as long as you don't enter the water pond, it can't hurt you. Partner Chan still chose not to go near the watering hole. Dig a ditch at the edge of the pond toward the low ground, then wait on the edge of the gutter for the stupid fish that swims by. Xiong Jingzhang led a few soldiers who had pitched their tents to the ditch, while Chen Xianfan began to make bait. Uncle Xianfan, what is this? It smells so good. Zhu Guan looked at the pale yellow-colored bait in Chen Xuanfan's hand and continuously twitched his nose, screaming that it smelled good. Humph, can it not smell good? This is fried with goat oil. Chen Xianfan hummed proudly, the angler's big asset for never going airborne. Punch. Chapter 38. It's all because of what I fed them. Sinning, knowing that they were here to catch the fish demon, how could they not be prepared? Venerable Go Dao never fought unprepared battles. Catching a fish demon, converted here in Chen Xianfan, isn't that catching fish? Coupled with the fact that before coming, the school captain and Louis Yong had said that the fish demon caught this time was not strong, just that it was originally a living creature in the water, and was difficult to catch in the middle of the pond. Low-ranked cultivators could not keep their chi closed in the water for too long, and would be in danger if they were dragged into the water for a long time. It was certainly telling the A-team soldiers that they were safe as long as they didn't go near the water and get dragged under. In other words, do or die. The fish demon can't go ashore, and the pond is a certain distance away from the county, so as long as the people don't go to the front, there won't be any casualties, so that in itself is a task that can be given to the demon hunters or not. Camp A can't see it, and Camp B doesn't want to come, just in time to be picked up by Xinhua for the A-team of the C-team. This was for them to take on a mission to earn food, not for them to die. It's been hard to recruit them, and they've been raised for several months, so they've spent a lot of food and chi replenishing pills. It's a shame to die like that, and they were warned to stay away from the mountains at night. There is also a danger hidden in the mountains, but again, if you don't mess with it, nothing will happen. Otherwise it would have been eradicated by the demon hunters long ago. That's why Lui Yong repeatedly emphasized that he was not allowed to leave the camping site at will, especially at night. It's just peeing and pooping, and you have to do it in pairs, and only in fixed spots painted on the side of the campground. The more people don't let you do something, the more you have to do it, and this kind of death-defying thing is done by the hero of the cool article who won't die. Some cook named Chan wouldn't do it. He was prepared to live well and stay alive as long as he could. Live until you want to die. Since we're here to catch fish, let's do it right. If you can't go near the depths of the pond, then try to stay away from even the edges. Then fish it up. Fish demon is also a fish. It will definitely take the bait. It's just that the fish demon is estimated to be very large, and you have to find a suitable rod, and the right line, and the right hook. This gave partner Chen a hard time. So let the fish demon go first. Let's dig a ditch and draw the water out. And let's draw the normal fish out first. Let's have a meal of fish first. There still aren't many stupid fish that can be lured over just by digging ditches. Got to get on other means, like spreading some bait for nesting. The bait that had been prepared in advance and placed in the storage bag was taken out at that moment. Nothing too extravagant, but it is to find the money and grain officer to ask for wheat grain, add water to soak for 1 or 2 hours, and then on the fire to cook. Cooked to part of the grain of wheat are blossomed, and then the fried suet bran poured into it, stirring evenly from the pot to pour out. Cold for a while loaded up standby just. I'm afraid if I'm going to be extravagant, it's that bit of suet. Goat's oil was an absolute luxury at this time of year. No grease is cheap, and eating oil in the Great Tang is still a bit of a luxury for the people. Doesn't Zhang Kaiwei have grain? Or does she still rub her pots with pork rinds? The very word people's fat illustrates the value of grease in ancient times. If you don't say that the treatment of the demon hunting army is really good, there is never a lack of fuel. A good thing like suet is available to the money and food officer there, and it's pretty painful to give. Odds are he'll give as much as he wants as long as he's not asking for food from him. Chen Xianfan was not polite and fried dozens of pounds of bait at once. Strong man work, with a hoe shovel or low-level magic weapon grade. Not long, an opening width of 1.5 meters. The overall width of half a meter horn-shaped ditch dug. The length is almost 4 meters or so. The ditch ends in a pit. More and more soldiers joined in the digging. The shallow pit was dug wider and wider. Chen Xianfan then taught them, don't stir in a pit, then dig back dig a section of ditch, dig a pit, then dig another ditch and another pit, dig a bigger pit, but don't go too deep. It's not good for catching fish. It also saves the stupid fish that get tricked into escaping when it's too late for them to fish them out. Like at night, the soldiers made a game of it, and a bunch of big men who were suffocating started digging holes and digging in the mud. It's okay for the water to run over. They're not afraid of the cold anyway. Chen Xianfan began to throw bait in. Throw it through the opening, crumple it up and throw it down the gutter runway a little bit into the puddle. Give more in the puddle. Half of the river ponds are already frozen. Especially the ice is thicker on the sides. Now take a hoe and crack it open. Chen Xianfan finished spreading the bait and washed his hands at the opening. Just as he finished washing, he saw a fluttering of something in the water. A splash that splattered him in the face. Mother asterisk. What the? Looking at the movement should not be a fish demon. He casually grabbed a fat-headed fish with its mouth open, and it was pinched in his hand. It's got to weigh 2 pounds. That big? A fish that's that big in a wild river pond in a handful of hands? Chen Xianfan blinked his eyes. This feeling of getting something for nothing. He liked it. Woof woof. The yolk, seeing that there was still movement in the water, hopped up and was about to nibble on it. Get back here. Chen Xuanfan's other hand hurriedly fished the dog brother back. Pups not yet as big as the soles of their shoes jump and not knowing whether to catch or be caught by the fish. When you see food, you don't want to die. It all follows whoever you are. The skinny soldier who heard the commotion and ran over, took one look at the fish in Chen Xuanfan's hand and called out, Cook Chen, did you just catch this fish? Chen Xianfan nodded. No, just jumped on my hand. Then looked at him. What? You want to catch it too? Anan, get them all and arrest them together. Chen Xianfan grabbed a handful of bait from his waist and spread it out towards the edge of the river pond that had broken the ice. What a great move. Heavenly maiden. Then sparingly, a fish jumped through the water. Mother asterisk. The soldier looked dumbfounded. All stop digging and come catch fish. Chen Xianfan shouted towards the guys behind him who were addicted to digging in the mud. There were over 100 men in the A team, and half of them had to have been beaten up by the cookhouse. Of the remaining half, most are again under the thumb of that half. These pricks, Huashan Jin young master, were very close to Chen Xianfan and were vaguely friends. So, partner Chen is talking in the A team. Good for him. Especially when it comes to things that involve eating. It's 100% good. As soon as they heard his call to catch fish, they all came with a crash. Some of the resourceful ones also prepared buckets and tubs. Some of them just flashed their knives and caught and killed them now, without any delay at all. Chen Xianfan took a look and nodded his head. Anyway, in a while, he had to shark. Why not just do it in one piece by the river? So he added, those who can kill the fish. Remember to wash off the black part inside, and scrape the scales, and wash the fish head cleaner, or the fishy smell won't taste good. Okay. As they were busy, Chen Xianfan stayed out of it. Killing fish is not something he likes to do. Too fishy. So he was ready to do something else. In addition to the bait, over 100 pounds of coarse salt was required. Well, salt and refined salt are not easy to come by, and coarse salt is still relatively cheap. What do you need so much salt for? Even Lu Yong felt strange. Chen Xianfan purposely ran to him and asked him if there was any empty space in his storage bag to put something in. The result is coarse salt. Now let him take it out and use it. What can it be? Pickled salted fish. Of course, Chen Xianfan replied as a matter of course. What's the point of pickling salted fish? Lu Yong still didn't understand. Eat it, sell it, exchange it for food, Chen Xianfan said. The salt in the demon hunting army is given by the imperial court and cannot be sold to the people. Right? Right. Lu Yong nodded. Salt merchants are not to be messed with. What about selling salted fish? No one cares if I sell salted fish, right? It's still the salted fish we seized when we caught the fish demon. Chen Xianfan had a few moments of smugness. The seizure was fresh fish. Lu Yong reminded him. Team Zhang, do you think the fish demon will resist if we catch it? Resist. Of course I'll resist. Yeah, it doesn't have a spirit, but it knows it has to struggle even if someone grabs it. It's not small, is it? Well, it's pretty small. I'm told it has to be almost 2 feet long. Or yeah, didn't it have to kill a lot of fish in its struggle? Lu Yong understood somewhat. Right. Isn't it a shame that these fish are dead and not eaten? If we can't finish them, we'll pickle them, sell them to the people on the way back. Reasonable? There's a place that doesn't make sense. Lu Yong thought about it and said, no way. Which? Chen Xianfan was in a hurry. There were still unreasonable ideas that came to his little mind. We really can't eat it all? Then I'm afraid all the fish in this pond would have to die twice. Mother asterisk 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 her. That seems to make some sense. Look at those soldiers of the A-team who were killing and washing fish like wolves and discussing loudly that he would have to eat several of such a big fish in one meal. Open your mouth and say 5 or 10. A meal. Coarse salt. Most likely. Won't work. Chen Xianfan was despondent. It's all my own fault. It's all I've been feeding out of. What's the solution? Forget it. The ditches and puddles that were dug were not used and enough fish were caught. There wasn't enough time in the middle of the day to do too many tricks. Straight away, I'll start with some fish soup to warm up my stomach. Even if you're not afraid of the cold, it doesn't mean that you won't feel uncomfortable when you're in cold water with a cold wind blowing. Coarse ginger, garlic, pepper and peppercorns put enough. Stewed out of the fish soup is fragrant and delicious, but also slightly spicy. With a little vinegar. The flavor, absolutely. It's just missing the cilantro. Coriander. It's called coriander this time of year. It's just a shame that you can't eat coriander in the middle of winter without shed technology. Chen Xianfan also gave himself a pot of fish soup with a bit of sauerkraut in it, and it tasted quite good as well. Put a little pepper in the bell. Not quite the same look as modern chili peppers, but the spiciness is the same. There was surprisingly little fishy odor in the wild, and the meal of fish soup satisfied him. Spaghetti at night time. After that, for the next day's fish, Chen Xianfan spread a lot of bait into the gutter before he went to bed. I didn't expect to reap a big surprise after 5 or 6 days of doing this. Chapter 39, Wake up. There's a big fish to eat. River fish have an earthy odor? Is that fishy? That's called fresh. Especially when the fish is cleaned. Then put into a frying pan and fried. And then whether you cook soup or roasted vegetables, the flavor is nothing to write home about. Even Chen Xianfan didn't eat any earthy flavor. Maybe it has something to do with the water quality here. The most popular ones also have to be braised fish and pickled fish. The only bad thing about it is that the fish has a lot of spines and it's not easy to eat in big bites. There's also the fact that it's so easy to digest that it doesn't take long to feel hungry after eating it. So I ate dinner the night before and woke up extra early the next day. Woke up hungry. The A-team didn't have many opportunities to eat fish before, so the soldiers showed great excitement about suddenly eating such fresh river fish. There was also an explosion of enthusiasm for catching fish. Not needing to be greeted, he consciously went to the gutter by the river pond to touch the fish. Due to the bait that Chen Xianfan had spread the night before, the next morning's harvest was quite plentiful. There were just a few fish that made it a little difficult for the soldiers who had gotten up early. What's wrong? Why don't you go kill the fish? What are you staring at here? Seeing that they were grasping the fish with a puzzled look on their faces, Chen Xianfan, who was brushing his teeth, walked over with bubbles in his mouth. Cook Chen. This fish, you can't eat it. Why can't you eat it? Is it poisonous? It's not poisoned. Why can't I eat it if it's not poisonous? Chen Xianfan wondered. Not to mention it's not poisonous. Even if it's poisonous, if it's tasty, you have to find a way to eat it. Partner Chen. This is carp, the soldier whispered. Carp. I know. Carp. What's wrong? Chen Xianfan was impatient. What's wrong with carp? Can't you eat the carp of the Great Tang? His Majesty's surname is Li. The soldier's voice was even lower. It was also when he saw that Chen Xianfan seemed to be genuinely unaware of it. Otherwise he wouldn't even bother to explain. His Majesty is surnamed Li. This carp. ******** Chen Xianfan froze for a moment. As if there is a little relationship here. But it's a big fish. So it would be a shame not to eat it. The dish of braised carp is also a famous dish. And it seemed that the fat carp had been scraped by a rock and was not going to survive. It's a loss if you don't eat. Truthfully, several people. I was a little cute before. Chen Xianfan thought about it and suddenly said. The soldier froze, not understanding what he was trying to say. So I recognize what a carp is. Chen Xianfan asked as if he was full of curiosity. Do you know each other? How do you recognize it? Is there a portrait? Can you be sure? The soldiers were confused by the question. Who has a picture of a carp on them? They were also a little less sure by the barrage of questions. So that means this fish could be something else, right? Right. Also, did the emperor ever decree that you can't eat carp? Did the Great Tang laws stipulate that it can't be eaten? That's not true. The soldier shook his head. Oh, Chen Xianfan let out an oh. He knew there wasn't. How could this kind of thing be regulated by law? It was just a matter of folk avoiding it on their own. So he smacked his lips. This braised carp is a great dish. That fragrant that, partner Chen. We all think it's a fish of some kind. Well, shall we, eat? Okay. Fish and chip congee in the morning. Get the best soldiers with knives to come out and fillet the scrubbed grass carp and marinate it for a little while. Then a pot of boiling hot rice porridge was cooked. In the rice porridge, mushrooms were put to enhance the freshness of the flavor. Once it boils, each person takes a bowl and chopsticks, adds their own fish fillets to the bowl, and then goes to serve the porridge. The boiling hot rice porridge scalded the fish fillets and the flavor came out immediately. Sprinkle cooked oil, refined salt, sesame oil, shredded ginger, chopped green onion, and pinch a little pepper. A bowl of warm heart and stomach. Fresh and fragrant fish sliced porridge. Eat. The soldiers of the A-team almost swallowed their tongues. There are those who hold a bowl bigger than their face and dry 7 or 8 bowls in a row. Of course, in front of Chen Xianfan, who ate congee from a large black pot. They were all younger brothers. This guy drank 3 pots in one sitting. The stomach, however, was still all flat, making people very suspicious that in his belly, it was not his intestines and internal organs that were loaded, but a storage bag. For the braised fish at lunch, Chen Xianfan personally took the helm. It wasn't that he loved cooking, mainly because it was something that gave a sense of accomplishment and was conducive to cultivation. Ever since spoon appeared, Chen Xianfan began to pick up the small handsome pot and turn the spoon upside down, and while stir-frying, his arms and legs were increasing in strength due to the constant repetitive motions, unknowingly entering the bone refining stage, and within the previous month and a half, it was quickly moving into minor success. Now every bone in his entire body had reached the stage of bone refining, and in another 3 or 4 months he would be able to refine his bones to a great extent. After that, it was to train the qi into the meridians, officially entering the 8th grade of internal practice, widen the orifices, into the dantian to condense the true qi, refining the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Therefore, although Chen Xianfan had never followed the soldiers of the A-team and done their daily drills, his martial cultivation had not been left behind and had even progressed faster than them. It was with such benefits that he insisted on cooking for the soldiers. Otherwise, even if you're addicted to cooking, you're not this selfless. Even the late-night snacks are managed. And for the cultivation of not very useful, such as washing and cutting vegetables, panning and steaming rice, then of course is to be able to catch hard labor on hard labor. Even killing and scaling fish. After a day of guarding the river pond, either catching or eating fish, no one asked how to catch a fish demon, as if no one cares. It's also true that no one actually cares. None of these pawns in the A-team are cuties. They all knew they had been released from the barracks to take on missions because they had run out of food and were there to earn their meals. And now isn't that food for thought? There was food to eat, so there was no hurry to get the job done and go back to collect the reward. This mountain water, this little snow-drenched, little cold wind blowing, the wild mountains and wild land of the more free and free. Who want to go back to stay tired of the barracks to go? So everyone tacitly refrained from mentioning it, and was preoccupied with catching fish and eating meat, and eating less food. Just get the job done before the food runs out. There are also people hit up the idea of small animals in the mountains. Thinking of going in to hunt some wild game to taste fresh. Was Liu Yong to hold down. Repeatedly warned not to trespass. The thick-browed Huishanda secretly asked how much more bait Chen Xianfan had in his hand. When he heard that the stock was sufficient, he nodded with great satisfaction and keeled over. There are quite a few fish in the river ponds, probably because no one has ever come to fish for them, and so their vigilance is poor, making them easy to catch and easy to cheat. 2 days down, Chen Xianfan rely on their own bait, and half-assed method of cheating fish. Seduced out of the fish not only enough to eat there are left. I don't know which talent first thought of using the heart guard to make grilled fish for snacks. There was no armor in the demon hunter's military clothing, only a plate-sized heart protector, copper, with some charm on it to ward off evil spirits. It's a deterrent to residual spirits and small ghosts. I haven't had a chance to use this feature yet, but it's surprisingly good for grilling fish. The fried fish is put on the slow grill and has plenty of flavor, grilled and charred with a little sugar and vinegar. It's sweet and sour grilled fish. The scent wafts from the rocky beach at the edge of the pond all day long. Seeing that his plan to pickle salted fish was really going to fall through, Chen Xianfan was a bit anxious. He just couldn't believe it. Couldn't he catch enough fish to fill these guys up and still have leftovers? Nope. Looks like we'll have to add a little something to the bait. The current one isn't fierce enough. Brother Xianfan, why does it smell like wine? Xiong Zhengzheng saw Chen Xianfan busy with his work, so he wanted to help out, but as a result, he smelled the scent of wine just as he walked over. Cooking wine. For stir-frying, there was no way Chen Xianfan would admit that what he used was normal wine. The Great Tang soldiers were not allowed to drink alcohol while on the march, and the same was true for the demon hunters. And no one outside of the money and food officers can bring alcohol unless they are licensed to do so. The cooking wine and medicinal wine were also wine. But when he said so, Xiong Zhengzheng assumed that it was a kind of condiment and did not pursue it further. At night, Chen Xianfan purposely waited until it was dark before sneaking out and pulling out bait with added wine to spread into the gutters and shallow pits. Worried about the suffocating soldiers who stopped him to ask after the wine when he went early. Not everyone is as easy to fool as Xiong Zhengzheng. This time, Chen Xianfan scattered more than half of the bait in his inventory. After scattering and washing his hands, he glanced at the pool of water. Hey, I've put down such a big capital this time. Won't it attract a big wave of fat fish? In the dead of night, a dark shadow appeared at the flare of the river gorge, then awkwardly waving his tail to fill the bank with water, then opening his big mouth to catch the returning current. After drinking it and smashing his big mouth twice, he seemed to think it wasn't enough and repeated it a dozen more times. Finally, as if it were sure there was no danger, it moved slowly toward the shore. A dark shadow gradually surfaced and slid down the gutter into the first shallow pit. The movement was light, and at this time, in Chen Xianfan's tent, an ugly puppy's ears twitched, and then opened its pair of gleaming big, little eyes. Woof woof! Then a jump rose up and heavily smashed into Chen Xuanfan's chest. Wake up! There's a big fish to eat. Chapter 40, The Miserable Fish Demon. Chen Xianfan only felt something arching over him in his chest, and when he reached out to touch it, there was a handful of hair. Opening his eyes, he was confronted with a familiar ugly puppy face. Based on his previous experience, he sat up, gripped the kitchen knife with a raised hand, and scanned the tent with a wary look on his face. There's no dissimilarity. Only smells like feet. Mother *********. This Xiong Zhengzheng kid didn't wash his feet before he went to bed. He raised his foot to kick it across the room, but suddenly paused. I think there's a water noise? Listening sideways, there was indeed a tiny sound of water. The campsite was some distance from both the waterhole and the pond, so it was not surprising to hear the sound of water, as a rule. But it's winter. The waterhole was less icy and the sound of water was justifiable, but the sound was clearly coming from the direction of the pond. A pond with frozen water surface could not have the sound of fish jumping out of the water and splashing, so it could only be that Chen Xianfan had allowed fish to enter the ditch he had dug. I haven't heard any movement on previous nights, but I heard it today. Is it an unusually high number of fish? Thinking of this, Chen Xianfan couldn't sit still, climbed up and headed out of the tent. He also doesn't head for the watering hole. He just looks at the gutter and can't be in danger. It was dark outside and there was no moon. Only a few sparse stars hung in the sky. Luckily, Chen Xianfan now had good eyesight and was able to see clearly. He clearly saw a strange dark shape, flopping in the gutter. Subconsciously, he pooled his spiritual energy in his eyes. A fish demon close to 2 feet? This fish demon had widened the ditch they had dug out more than a little, churning up all the muddy water. As its head and tail bobbed, it splashed and flung spots of mud everywhere. This fish demon didn't stay in the pond in the middle of the night and came out to dance? Or play in the mud? Fish that like to play in the mud. Loach? Unlike. It's not like this body type. Big mouths. Fish heads that look a bit like snake heads. cylindrical body with a sideways flattened rear. The body color as a whole looked like it should be grayish-black, with the back and top of the head being darker in color. As it fluttered, Chen Xianfan was able to see its abdomen, which was light white in color. There were irregular black patches on each side of its body. Upon closer inspection, there were also black patches on the head. The fish has a long head, a large mouth with tiny teeth visible between the opening and closing of the mouth, and relatively small eyes. This Nima is a black fish. Chen Xianfan looked at it for half a day before he could distinguish what kind of fish this fish demon was, mainly because it had gotten so much bigger in size and the head was more snake-like, making him a little unsure. But when you think about the blackfish, the more you look at it, the more it looks like it. Blackfish are one of the more vicious predatory fish and are very voracious. It looked like this fish demon was also like this. Otherwise it wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Chen Xianfan also reacted at this moment. This fish is not dancing, it is drunk. So what are you waiting for? Get up there and kill it. Blackfish soup is very nourishing. Chen Xianfan backhanded the little handsome pot into his hand and ran towards the fish demon with a fierce smile. A drunken fish demon. And on top of land. Even if it was bigger than a grown man, it was still a dish. The A-team had been at the pond for several days and this fish had never shown itself. The fact that you don't even dare to flaunt your power in your own home turf like the water shows that it's very poor. Chen Xianfan estimated his cultivation level and felt that there was not much of a problem. Even if things are not right, one voice can get people up. Feel free to move forward. A few jumps brought him to the blackfish. The fish demon looks like a wild demon that has never encountered alcohol. The bait is mixed with less than a pound of wine, or low-grade white wine. Let it get excited like this. No talent to look at. Chen Xianfan's heart slandered, and then eased his movements, and after getting close, he lifted the big iron pot, and hit the head of the fish demon with a hard blow. Bam! The head is fine and the pot is fine. Chen Xianfan has flown the coop. Mother asterisk 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 error. A sidekick spinning to stabilize the body. Chen Xianfan landed on the ground could not help but shake the hand that was shocked to the pain. This is not a head. This is harder than a rock. Again. Moving his hands twice, Chen Xianfan gripped the handle of the little handsome pot with both hands and charged back up again with both eyes glowing. Right in the midst of the tremor just now, he felt the rumble of chi energy and bones vibrating against each other under his skin. It was faint, but it was there. Bone refining was to allow the bones of the entire body to adapt to the vibrations of chi energy. In the midst of the vibrations, it toughens the bones. Steel and iron bones are made only by external training. The little handsome pot's build seems to have some mystery in it that removes most of the force of smashing on it. Previously, Chen Xianfan topped him and fought against Huashan and the others, and their 50 to 60 pounds of political iron stick smashed on it. Looking at the heavy weight of the stick, it didn't make much noise when it hit the small handsome pot. When the force of the counter vibration reached Chen Xianfan, it was also within the range of his wrist strength. At best, it was a slight numbness that passed in a moment. So it was surprising that he had never realized that it was still possible to cultivate in this way. This hit was worth 10 days of hard training. So what's the point? Keep smashing. Bam! People fly out. Again. The man pounced. Bam! The man flew out again. Going back and forth dozens of times. Chen Xianfan was still enjoying himself. There was just one good thing about him. And that was that he never minded being boring as long as there was something good to be earned. But the fish demon was a bit overwhelmed. Chen Xuanfan's lack of virtue is that he catches a place to hit every time, knocking the fish demon's eyes and head. The next result was none other than two. Either the fish demon sobered up from the wine and had a good fight with Chen Xianfan, either it was played to death by Chen Xianfan. Of the two, Chen Xianfan didn't want either. He wanted the big black fish to continue to be a target for him. Since he wasn't sure if the head would still be so hard after the fish died, he was ready for some fancy work. Taking out the remaining half-altar of wine from the storage bag, he opened the lid and slowly approached the fish demon. Then when the fish demon reached its mouth over to bite him, he raised his hand and threw the altar of wine in. With a clatter, the wine jar with its wine was swallowed by the fish demon. When the fish demon opened his mouth again, it was a whiff of booze. The dance then became more graceful. Ha! That's good. When I've had enough fun and you've been flavored, it's just time for dinner. Chen Xianfan gripped the small handsome pot tightly, hemmed and hawed, jumped up, and smashed. This time, he didn't just smash his head, he smashed the blackfish demon's entire body. In the end, it turns out that it's the head that works best. So, dark night, by the river. A young man made strange noises out of his mouth while jumping up and down and smashing like a large pony monkey, then popping up and flying out and back, jumping up, down, and smashing. Hey, I smash. Bam. Hey. More or less dabbing in perversion belongs to yes. Finally, at the slightest hint of dawn, A hungry and awakened soldier of the A-team noticed the movement on this side and hurriedly called out to his men to run over. How is this? Mother yo? Who is this person? Louis Yong first looked at the fish demon. A glance swept over to know that out of the gas more into the gas less. Did not care much. Such a demon he also killed a lot. It was only when he saw Chen Xianfan that he was taken aback. Nice guy. So covered in mud spots. You can barely tell he's a person. Squadron leader. Me, Cook Chen. Chen Xianfan bared his teeth. This fish demon danced in the gutter all night, raising mud spots all over me. This is the fish demon? Huashan walked over and kicked the big black fish. Seeing that it didn't move, he couldn't help but frown. Dead? No. I left a breath. Chen Xianfan shook his head and laughed. This fish won't be fresh when it dies and is eaten again. It has to be killed and eaten now. Saying this, he wiped a handful of sweat from his forehead and swung the kitchen knife in his hand, leaping up and plunging it towards the fish demon's brain. Put the knife straight into the full, only to see the fish demon's tail violently curling and slapping down towards Huashan. Asshole. Huashan frowned and growled. The political iron stick in his hand raced to meet him. It was not clear whether this cry was scolding the blackfish or Chen Xianfan. Anyway, Chen Xianfan treated it as if he hadn't heard it. Waiting for the arrival to kill the fish was the fear of having this killing blow. In the cultivation world, what appears when dying is often the bottom card. The big killer. It's just a fish demon that doesn't make the grade and has to be careful. Huashan went to deal with the fish demon's dance of death, and his two junior partners hurriedly followed. Chen Xianfan had long since pulled out his cleaver at this time and leapt backward and outward, jumping out of the range of the fish demon's mud attack. Of course, didn't forget to snap a black pot at the head of the big black fish before jumping out. He landed on a clean spot and shouted loudly towards the onlookers. Hey, I say, you guys don't just stand there. Go on. Hurry up and finish off the fish demon so we can have dinner. If you don't make a move and just watch, how can you share the military honors? When he shouted, the soldiers looked at each other and pounced with a wail. The mud puddle battleground was even more gorgeous with mud dots flying. Louis Yong said with his hands behind his back, it's not that they don't know that there's military credit for striking out. It's that they think that the fish demon was defeated by you alone, and without your word, they're too embarrassed to grab it. People Huashan is just as good, Chen Xianfan said. Louis Yong gave him a blank look. Huashan was pitched by you. Don't think I didn't see it. He. This is not a coincidence. Chen Xianfan laughed, then kicked Xiong Zhengzheng, who was still standing stupidly beside him, and rushed at him. What are you looking at? Get on. Any later and even the mud dots won't get mixed. Then he looked at young Master Jin. Don't look at me. This young master is not going. Young Master Jin's double standard of cleanliness struck again. The fish was not too fishy at all when I killed it with my hot hands before. Really not going? Chen Xianfan looked at him with a cheap swish. Go fight the fish demon to get covered in mud. I'll go over and rub you in mud. Choose for yourself. It's not right for kids to be so out of touch. It's not conducive to unity. I'll go with the fish demon. Young Master Jin thought about it, and righteously rushed towards the melee mud crowd. Hey, mother asterisk her. Isn't this wrong somewhere? Chen Xianfan scratched his face. But there's something ornamental about the flying mud dots in front of you. When mud dots fall on people, it's like the mud dots become people. Legend has it that when Nuwa rolled the earth to create man, did the mud dots flung out on that day look like they do now? Louis Yong, who heard Chen Xuanfan's sentiments. Chapter 41. Mao Sangosi is missing. Miserable fish demon turned into good blackfish soup. After wreaking havoc on the fish demon, the soldiers who had completely turned into mud people were at the waterhole, and they hurriedly came back from their baths, holding their bowls to have a big meal. Maybe it has been living for some years. The meat of the fish demon is a little bit firewood, but the stew is much more delicious and unusual, and there's a slight hint of wine in this fish soup, which makes it even better to drink. Huashan sniffed the fish soup in his hand and glanced at Chen Xianfan. He had realized long ago that the fish demon had been given alcohol. At that time, the only person around was Chen Xianfan, and there was no need to guess where that wine came from. What are you eating? Share some with me. Huashan put the bowl in front of Chen Xianfan and said with a big smile. There was no embarrassment at all about asking for food from someone else's mouth. Chen Xianfan looked at him incredulously. On what grounds? You brought alcohol? If you don't give it, I'll turn you in, Huashan said in a serious manner. Death is no longer a proof. Chen Xianfan squinted his eyes at him. Good wow you kid. A tall young man, but also come to learn the tricks of children to take the snitch threatening people. I don't even play that after kindergarten. You know, your image as a big, tough guy is falling apart with me. I'm a witness. Takayama passed the bowl forward a little more, and you punked me to make up for it. Fish meat? I also have fish meat in this bowl. Nothing special. Chen Xianfan still didn't want to give. Fish? I want it too. Huashan insisted. It's in the pot. Chen Xianfan attempted to escape. Just want what's in your bowl. Huashan looked at him seriously, his pupils dark and his eyes deep. Mother asterisk 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 her. How did I not know that you love me so much? Chen Xianfan saw that he was not relenting and scolded without any good reason. In the end, he used his chopsticks to clip a bit from his own bowl to Huashan's bowl. Many thanks. A hint of a smile appeared on Huashan's cold and handsome face. Chen Xianfan had a bad feeling. In the next instant, a dozen more bowls came out in front of him, and when he looked up, a dozen faces turned to him with a heave-ho. He turned around with the bowl in his arms and was about to run, but Huashan blocked his way. Cook Chen, it's not right to eat alone. Huashan, your ass. Just give me my grandpa's share too. It's not just a dozen bowls. It's been crowded outside for a long time. These guys from the C character battalion A character team are all dogs. Knowing that Chen Xianfan had something good here, they came when they smelled it. Horsham is just a front runner. Luckily, the fish demon contributed enough stuff to fill a big black pot. Possibly sensing that Chen Xuanfan's power had grown, the little handsome pot was now another size bigger. Chen Xianfan shared out half of the fish brains in one pot. He didn't exactly have plans to go solo, either. The thing about fish brains is that they are eaten fresh and leftovers are inedible. There is also an upper limit to the amount of qi and blood that the body can hold in a short period of time, and it is a waste to eat more than that. The demon hunters are organized in teams when they go on missions. They are all brothers in a team. In the future, they will not be able to die together. And when they encounter powerful demons and evil spirits, they may have to rely on these people. Not to mention that their strength was too drawn across. And Chen Xianfan, the breeder, had no honor on his face. Only the stronger the strength, the better the quality of the things that popped out from the monsters in the future. This is considered an early investment. Chen Xuanfan's reckoning crackled. The soldiers of the A-team didn't know that. They just knew that from the mouth of the Chen partner. The things they snatched down were extraordinarily fragrant. It smells so good. Fish brain flour not only has a smooth texture in your mouth, but it's like you're eating a mouthful of grease but still not greasy. You don't have to chew it and swallow it straight down. It's smooth. It's a little salty and fishy, but the more you eat it, the better it tastes. Although each person only got 2 bites, everyone felt immensely satisfied. Kind of like fish jelly. It's better than fish jelly. The man's brother's eyes are just poisonous. Yeah, fancy alright. If we follow him in the future, we definitely won't suffer any losses. Aha! The fish demon was killed by Cook Chen, and everyone just helped out. There was fish soup to drink, and he even shared out the military credit, which was already very good. Now there's this good stuff. It would be rude to ask for more. This was also because Chen Xuanfan's strength was there, making the soldiers understand and recognize that he had the power to distribute. Even Huashan claimed his share of the profits with a euphemism akin to trickery, rather than forcefully going for a redistribution. That's respect for the strong. They tacitly agreed that Chen Xuanfan's strength was strong enough, and then acted like brothers to the strongest elder brother, pampering and playing tricks to get a little advantage. If the elder brother shows an attitude of generosity, it is a tacit acceptance of their following in the future. Of course, one could argue that it's a good idea to follow the continued mix of benefits. Thus, without Chen Xianfan being completely aware of it, everyone in the A-team confirmed their future identity roles with each other. According to strength, it's still relatively fair. And since the youngest was no more than a teenager and the oldest no more than 25, this gap in status was not apparent in the usual way. So Chen Xianfan didn't feel that there were any changes in the team after this meal. It was sure Dajuan who asked him as he passed by. Cook Chen, what are you going to do after dinner? Sunbathing. Chen Xianfan, who had first taken a cold shower in the morning, did not feel cold on his body, but his heart longed for sunlight. So he's ready to eat his fill and get some sun. Then after breakfast, the guys went out of their way to find a suitable place to lie down in the sun, getting a tan. This made Chen Xianfan feel a little strange. Basking in the sun, Huashan and the others came over first, and not long after, Lui Yang also came over and sat next to him. No one mentioned that the fish demon had been killed and it was time to return to camp. Originally, we all had the intention of staying here for 2 more days, but the fish demon just inexplicably came to the door to send death on its own, breaking up the happy vacation of the A-team soldiers with his death. It's not fun to think about going back to a barracks where the scenery is boring and unchanging, but we have to go back. Can't be out all the time. Lui Yang thought for a moment and said to Chen Xianfan, everyone is tired from today's battle against the fish demon. Refresh for a day and return to camp early tomorrow morning. HM? Oh, Chen Xianfan nodded non-committally. You're the team leader. You decide. Lui Yang was relieved to see that he didn't object. He didn't want to go back to the barracks either. However, The Chen cook in the A-word team was a cautious person and always thought that something would happen, so he thought that as soon as the fish demon died, Chen Xianfan would yell to hurry back. It's not safe outside. It would then backfire and look like he's not old enough to be on the team. As a result, he didn't expect that Chen Xianfan didn't seem to be in a hurry to go back either. Of course Chen Xianfan wasn't in a hurry to go back. He was still thinking about catching some fish later and putting his coarse salt to use. Now that there are no more fish demons in the fish pond either, it's still possible to catch as many as you want. Jie, pickled salted fish. When I say pickled, I have to pickle on it. Otherwise the heart can't be strong. So at noon, the soldiers, who had just finished their sunbathing, went down again in order to catch fish. This sun is kind of a waste. All afternoon Chen Xianfan was busy pickling salted fish and having people catch and kill fish for him, and unexpectedly found that the soldiers were extraordinarily useful today. Is this the short end of the stick? Gee, I didn't realize there was a windfall. The days are short in winter, and after a busy time for some supper, it was completely dark. We went back the next day and everyone was a little hyper tonight. Got a couple of fires going and made a mess around them for a while before they broke up. Chen Xianfan returned to his tent and had just closed his eyes for a short while when he heard someone shouting outside. Oh no! Mao Sangosi is gone. Chapter 42, the general searched for a grave in the mountains for a day. Oh no! Mao Sangosi is gone. The clamor resounded through the A-team's encampment. The soldiers who were awakened by the noise poked their heads out of their tents to inquire. What's going on? Who's missing? How come it's gone? 7 mouths to ask what all have. A chaotic peace. Louis Yong see this hurriedly reprimanded. Silence. Formation. Formation drill. The word order. The order of the crowd is the crowd of 3 with the combination technique. The marching orders for formation drills are for the soldiers to assemble in the formations that they are drilled in on a daily basis. Chen Xianfan was carrying the dog brothers in his arms, and Xiong Jingzhang had as well as Zhu Guang's 3 children, and also stood at the end of the line in a column of 5 people from the cookhouse. Hua Shan, you bunch take a head count. Louis Yong shouted. Whoever shouted that someone was missing just now, come out of line and stand next to me. Here. Lei Shan took the 3 people around him and crossed the crowd, checking the number of people in the team, and came back a few moments later, cupping his fists at Louis Yong. Team leader, the C-word battalion a word team. There are 3 less soldiers. 3? Louis Yong frowned. 2, team leader. At this time Louis Yong's hand someone spoke. I'm here in. When did you stand over? Louis Yong turned around in a panic, only to realize that there was a person standing beside him. Team Zhang Fong just asked Huashan to count the number of his fellow soldiers and asked me to stand beside you. Wang Liang explained calmly and in detail as he was accustomed to. Louis Yong just wanted to say when did I let you stand over? Suddenly reacted. Before it was you who shouted that there were soldiers missing from the army? It is I. The 2 soldiers who are missing are none other than Mao Jingqi and Go Gaohan of my same congregation. Huashan frowned. Why do I hear you shouting Mao Sangosi? Mao Jingqi and Go Gaohan were the 2 of them's big names, which were awkward and hard to remember, and then they always came together, so they became Mao Sangosi. Wang Liang said. Chen Xianfan listened to laugh. Think also yes who will give their own children named Mao Sango for? This is the sound of the later nickname. How did they both go missing? And when did you realize they were missing? Louis Yang asked. They drank too much water at night, and not long ago, when they went out to pee together, they were captured by a ghost at the foot of the mountain. Wang Liang said. Captured by a ghost? Louis Yang's brows furrowed. How did you know? Wang Liang said. We came out of the tent together. I was not far away and saw it with my own eyes. Team Zhang, are you wondering why the ghosts didn't catch me? Wang Liang took the initiative and said. I hid behind a tree and waited for the group of ghosts to leave before running back to report. A group of ghosts? This reason sounded so far-fetched that if another person had said this, Louis Yang would have suspected that this person had a ghost in him, but when the guy was king too, everything made sense. Instead, it was the word group of ghosts that caught his attention. Not a ghostly creature? Louis Yang asked. Back to team leader. It's a few big ghosts with a dozen little ghosts and a group of remnant souls. Wang Liang nodded his head. If it was just a few little ghosts and a group of remnant souls, the 3 of them could run away even if they couldn't beat them. Unfortunately, the presence of those big ghosts left the trio with no power to fight back. Wang Liang could only choose to hide and wait for the ghosts to go far away and come back to report. Commonly known as a shaker. Since the ghostly creatures were mesmerizing people and grabbing them, they didn't kill them right away. Faster. Maybe there's a way to save it. Oh, Louis Yang nodded his head as he listened, then asked, are those big ghosts wearing armor from the previous dynasty? Yes. That's right. That's right for what? Chen Xianfan in the back row stretched his neck and listened, but when he heard this Louis Yang did not go on, but instead asked the soldiers to sit on the ground and rest. and wait for dawn to go into the mountains to look for people. Team Zhang, Mao Sangosi and the others? Wang Liang asked after them in a small voice. Lu Yong frowned. You can't go into General Mountain under darkness. It's too dangerous. The soldiers of the A-team were all new soldiers, and their experience in fighting ghosts came only from several previous practical drills. It was very dangerous to rush into the mountains. He was also worried about the safety of the missing two, but he couldn't therefore give the order to go into the mountain, knowing that it was dangerous. Before I came here, the school captain talked about General Mountain and told me to restrain the soldiers from entering the mountain alone at night. Lu Yong said to the soldiers, because not only is there a maze array in this mountain that was set up by an unknown person, there is also a general's tomb from the Northern Dynasty. During the period of the Northern and Southern dynasties, the Central Plains were in a state of continuous warfare, and there were many generals with different names. Which general is buried in this general's mountain is no longer verifiable. A long time ago, in the paperwork reported by Qi County, it was mentioned that there were drums and music coming out from time to time from this mountain. It is just that the surrounding area is sparsely populated and not many people know about it. The population of Qi County has increased greatly over the past few decades, and one after another. There were hunters who went into the mountains to hunt and woodcutters who chopped firewood disappeared, and the county sent people to the mountains to look for them unsuccessfully. And it was only then that the news of General Mountain was once again sent to the case of the captains of the demon hunting army of Sangchao. Since no one has ever seen the real bodies of demons and evil spirits, although the missing people are also not seen alive and not seen dead, which is a bit weird. No one knows whether they are lost in the mountains by themselves or are victimized by the demons. The magistrate of Qi County has also moved the villages within a dozen miles of General Mountain away to other places. Except for the occasional uninformed citizen who strayed into it, there had been no more injuries. The Sagittarius demon hunting army had only sent someone to explore the area after that, and then there was nothing more. This kind of thing actually happens all the time. The Great Tang territory is vast and populous, and it is impossible for the demon hunters to guard one side of the country. Some of those that are not worth raising a fuss about will be let go for now. We'll deal with it when we free up our hands. The Blackfish demon and the general's grave both fall within these categories. The Shangzhou Taotai army soldiers had been insufficient, and the C-word battalion, which was responsible for cleaning up this type of task, had even had only one team before, so they had to keep the General Mountain and the Fish Demon until now, can send people to explore or because here in the end is out of human life. In fact, many places reported information. Are the people under the suspicion of catching the wind? In some remote counties, there is even only one parade guard, or even worse, none at all. Then they will report all the things that may be related to demons and evil spirits, and let the demon hunting army deal with them. This made the demon hunting army always exhausted for a period of time. It was only later that the news was reported to the county first, and then the county and the assassin's office would send out inspection ambassadors to confirm it before handing it over to the demon hunting army. The Vermilion Bird Guard in the demon hunting army would send someone to give the mission level based on the strength of the demon. The maze will only open at night, so General Mountain is in the Sagittarius demon hunting army's mission library with a danger rating of C. Lu Yang said, one step above a dingbat fish demon. Squadron leader. Then isn't it true that the highest level of mission danger is the A rank? No, there are 4 levels of heaven, earth, Xian and yellow above the A character. In the demon hunting army, with the strength of one army, the highest one can only receive a yellow character level mission. Anything above that would require a general to lead an army to conquer. There is still a distance from dawn. Lu Yong talked to the soldiers, some common sense of the demon hunting army to take the mission. These things that would be communicated to the NCOs before going out on a mission. The A-team of the C battalion was missing class for some well-known reason. Now just in time to make up for it. With our strength, we are fully capable of taking over General Mountain's mission. Lu Yong looked at Huashan and the others as he said this. The meaning is self-evident. Huashan mentally raised an eyebrow and said, since they captured 2 of our fellow soldiers, of course we can't leave them alone. Partner Chan, what do you think? You guys said it. I'm just a cook, only responsible for cooking. Chen Xianfan, who had sneakily rubbed himself into the front row to listen to the gossip, touched his nose somewhat awkwardly. This is a big deal. You ask me what I think. What can I think? I'm not Yuan Fong. Look with your eyes. But there's a general's grave in General Hill. So wouldn't that be another opportunity for the little handsome pot to get in on the action? He couldn't help but misplace his hand at the thought. Lu Yong was an old pawn of the demon hunting army, and when he said that this mission could be taken on, then in Chen Xuanfan's opinion, it meant that there shouldn't be any major dangers in the General's Mountain. By the time the A-team rushes in, it's just a rattling mess of killing, getting people out, pulling out the little handsome pots and pans to get a load in themselves, and then seeing if there's any loot left that they can take with them. after cleaning up the battlefield and returning to camp in victory. Perfect. Chen Xuanfan's thinking is quite good, but unfortunately the idea is very plump and the reality is very bony. After dawn, more than 100 men of the A-team entered General Mountain and searched for a day but found nothing. Not to mention the general's grave. There's no sign of a larger grave. Small graves were seen quite a bit. Chapter 43, it's not good, is it? General Hill is not just a hill, but a mountain with several small hills. A few mountains, or rather a few hills, were barren of weeds and sparsely wooded. A figure stood on top of the highest hill's strange rocks, the kitchen knife in his hand glinting coldly in the moonlight. The ground was densely packed with mounds of earth, like little drums, staggered across the hillside. A few scattered broken headstones indicate the identity of these little bulges. Crows and vultures flew by in midair with extremely unpleasant dry howls on their voices, along with the stray foxes hiding in the shadows, and some small rat-like beasts. They coveted the corpses at the bottom of the valley, which were vainly covered by the yellow soil. It's a mass grave. There will be at least one, or at least there was at one time, a headstone for those buried in the graves on the hillside, and these in the valley. No one knows who they are, and probably no one knows how they got here. Anyway, every once in a while, new graves would inexplicably appear here, and no one cited them, so naturally they didn't bother to find out where they came from. Of course, more than likely, they were buried here by loved ones. Team leader, how come there are so many graves here? Chen Xianfan had never seen such a battle before, so he couldn't help but feel his scalp numb. He had been to the cemetery before. Regardless of the conditions, it was also neat and tidy, with mountains and water and greenery. Whether it was solemn or desolate, it was not as eerie as the place in front of him. There was still fog in the mountains in winter, which made it all the more frightening under the shadows. Hey, I see now. This General Mountain used to be the place where the people in the neighborhood were put to rest, and I'm afraid that the generals buried in the mountain were not the ones who chose their own graves. Lu Yong frowned, looked around and said, looking at the way the grave soil had been washed away, the earliest group of burial mounds in the Valley of the Mass Graves were not only the oldest, but also the most numerous. The most likely place for so many people to die at once, and for burials to have been made, was after the battle. Usually after the court has quelled the rebellion, the victorious imperial army would dig pits and bury the defeated and dead rebels on the spot. This was done to prevent a plague. Most likely, a long time ago, there was a battle to quell the rebellion and a general died here. Later it became, after far-fetched attempts, that the legend was that in one of the hills of this valley there was the tomb of an ancient general. Some of the later graves on these hillsides should be where the people buried their loved ones after hearing the legend. Lu Yong pointed to the newer-looking graves on the hill and said, burying your loved ones next to a nobleman, expecting the feng shui treasure to bring good luck to the family. This kind of thing is often found in the countryside. Since the general could choose this place for his long sleep after death, the feng shui of this place should not be bad. It's good to be in the general's company and dabble. Maybe you'll be cast into a good family in your next life. Poor people who have no money to choose another place to bury their bones can only comfort themselves so much. There is indeed a general buried under the hill. The truth, however, is that this miscellaneous general of the rebel army did not choose this place to bury his bones. It was the army of the imperial court, which quelled the rebellion, that helped him to choose this place. Only the years have passed and the truth has been buried under the yellow earth. Hundreds of years later, the place where an army was killed has become what people call a blessed place, the blessed land of self-delusion. But anyone with a cursory knowledge of the art of geomancy will be able to see the signs. How can a place where ordinary people can feel eerie be a blessed place? Especially in this valley. Graves are stacked on top of each other. Chen Xianfan holding a large kitchen knife, mouth muttered, this housing conditions are too poor. Obviously can be a single house. Have to squeeze together to live in the building, which is up and down even if floorboards are not. How suffocating. Soundproofing effect is also not. It's easy to crosstalk at night, but dead is dead. And this neighborhood shouldn't quarrel with each other. The key is that there are no renovation issues and everyone is clean. This can't be a feng shui treasure in any way. Murderous land is more like it. Although he didn't know feng shui, Chen Xianfan knew a little about the human heart, just based on the fact that here for 100 years, there has never been a rich family's grave appeared, and there is no rich family over to occupy the place. Circling the land for the ancestral graves know that this is definitely not a good place to set up a in-house. In his previous life, Chen Xuanfan's grandfather had said that if a person in the Yang world wanted to have good feng shui in his Yang house, he should follow the monks. The ones they occupy are cavernous. The Taoist is not necessarily, because the Taoist has no money. Maybe find a poor ravine and cat down. A good shady house has to look rich. It has to be the kind that's been rich for several lifetimes and isn't easy to get ripped off. There's plenty of good stuff up for grabs. That's the wisdom of an ordinary old man. The people of Datong are not stupid at all. Can they not know this? It is just that there is really no way. That's why it's usually so sparsely populated. And at night, it's even more of a detour a few miles away. Not only by order of the officials, but also because the people knew that they could not come here. Sunshine is the most readily available and most powerful positive energy of heaven and earth in this world. That's why the heaven and earth's clear and blessed positive energy is also often called yang qi. Unlike the daytime when yang qi is abundant, after the sun sets, the yin qi and evil spirits that are restrained by yang qi will naturally become active. The people of Qi County are also accustomed to sunset and closed doors. Not only the people of Qi County, but also the people of other parts of Datong. It also means that at night, the demons and evil spirits will be even more vicious. Together with the fact that the maze doesn't work under the sunlight during the day, Liu Yang asked everyone to wait patiently until dawn out of caution. But after searching in the wild mountains for most of the day, I didn't see anything else except looking at the graves. It's very discouraging. 72, 73, 74. Some of the soldiers are really bored and have already started to count how many graves they have stepped on under their feet. There are also two guys. Taking advantage of Liu Yang did not see deliberately go to scare chase see people come, hiding bald hair fox, chasing after people while making fun of them for being ugly. The wild fox that had been hiding in the bottom of the valley ran away, and emerged from the mound with half of its head bald, and barked several times at the place where they had been standing a moment before. From its raised claws and bared teeth, it was easy to see that the words were quite strong. The level of verbal abuse is comparable. To be able to force a stray fox that hadn't yet been born with spiritual intelligence to curse, it was evident how much these guys had gone overboard. Sure, Dajuan grabbed 2 rabbits in passing and threw them to Chen Xianfan, proposing to eat rabbit meat at lunchtime. Catch more if you want to eat. Are these enough to stuff your teeth? Chen Xianfan said nonchalantly as he put the rabbits into the bag. Because Liu Yong said that normal ghosts would not immediately kill a living person when they caught them, people did not look too eager when they arrived. It was just that Chen Xianfan was a bit puzzled as to why the ghostly creatures would not immediately put anyone to death when they captured them. There are many factors involved, but one of the most widely rumored in the demon hunting army is that the ghosts all love to listen to the living talk about the things in the young world. They want the living to tell them everything they know, until they can't tell them anything new. Then they will kill them. People killed by ghosts, although they can also turn into ghosts, are mostly residual souls or small ghosts, with no sanity to speak of, and can only be driven by the big ghosts. So the only way to act for yourself is to keep them alive first. So that's how it is. Chen Xianfan nodded repeatedly as he listened. Ghosts are born lonely, so they fall in love with brushing up on their drama. Reasonable, very reasonable. Then what kind of drama do they all love to watch? Chen Xianfan asked thoughtfully. Theater? Liu Yong didn't quite understand what those 2 words meant. Well, I'm asking, which things do they prefer to hear about in the young world? Chen Xianfan changed his question. Liu Yong nodded his head, probably understanding the meaning of the play Chen Xianfan was talking about, and said, that's something I don't know anymore, but I did hear someone say that they seem to be more partial to matters of love and affection. As soon as the words left his mouth, an abrupt voice beside him said, I see. I know why Mao Sangosi was captured by the ghosts. Why? Chen Xianfan and Liu Yang both had a sure enough it's you expression on their faces as they looked at the 2 Wangs who spoke. At that time, the 3 of us came out to pee, and the 2 of them were usually used to fighting, so Mao San bumped into Gosi, and Gosi acted like a little lady and pinched his throat and called him a hooligan. Mao San then pretended to be a hooligan and flirtatiously slapped his ass. Then the 2 made a scene. Wang Liang frowned and said, it was because he disliked the noise they were making and was worried about being affected that he hid to the side. If you say so, I do have a way. Chen Xianfan heard this and scratched his chin. Good lord. It turns out the acting was so good that it attracted an unusual number of theatergoers. That's a good thing, being tied away to rush the shift, and it would kill you not to come out even more. However, Wang Liang's words had made him catch, just now, a flash of inspiration. What way? Liu Yang asked. Lure the snakes out of their holes. Chen Xianfan said. Make a good show and invite the ghosts to watch. Huo Shan, who heard their conversation, walked over from the side and said, that's a solution, but how do we act it out? So many of us have been searching back and forth in the mountains for half a day. We must have already disturbed the ghosts. If one of us comes to put on a show, I'm afraid they won't believe it easily. Whether they believe it or not depends on whether you guys are doing it for real or not. Chen Xianfan, however, laughed. Besides, there's no harm in trying. Huo Shan and Liu Yang both nodded. Indeed, if we can't find the general's grave, and it drags on for a long time, Mao Sangosi may die inside and not come out. It's better to beat a dead horse. As for the candidate to do the act, they all looked to Chen Xianfan. Since the idea was yours, you should have already figured out how to do it too. Chen Xianfan heatedly smiled. Don't worry and leave it to me. It's guaranteed to be very exciting. However, I can't come alone to do this theater thing. I have to ask Brother Huashan to call young Master Jean and Dajuan, so we can do it together. Alright, I'll go call them. Huashan agreed cheerfully and turned to leave. Chen Xianfan looked at Lu Yang again and asked, Team leader, is there any way that you can leave a trail that won't be discovered by the ghosts but you guys can follow it up? General Mountain was the home ground of the ghosts, and the course of events when he got inside would likely not follow the arrangements he had made as a director. So be prepared. In case they were also captured by the ghosts, they had to leave at least a day's worth of clues that would allow Lu Yang and the others to follow and rescue them. There is, Lu Yang said as he took out a piece of talisman paper from his storage bag and handed it to Chen Xianfan. Demon Hunter Army's tracking talisman. If you stick it on your body I'll be able to track your whereabouts with a compass. There's still this good stuff? Chen Xianfan took the talisman paper, looked at it, and slipped it into his pocket saying, in that case, let's change our plans. The few of us who are acting will be the bait for a time, and you guys wait outside the mountain and don't come in, lest another soldier be captured by a ghost at that time, and it will be easier for those demons and ghosts to trust us this way. Don't forget there are mazes in the mountains under the night. The A-team is in, so in case there are a few more missing, the fun will be over. It would be better for a few of them who are doing the play to be arrested directly, and when the day breaks, Lu Yang will take the compass and attack the yellow dragon straight from the ground. Huashan came back. A few people met and discussed it again, and they all thought it was feasible, so things were set. Next came the specifics of what to do with the play. Chen Xianfan had just explained the general plot when young Master Jean directly exploded. Sword brows inverted, blushing, he flung his sleeve. This young master is unwilling. Huashan also had a stony face. Only Dajuan's face had a bad smile on it as he hemmed and hawed and laughed out loud. Ha! It's no good not wanting to. Didn't we just agree on that? And you have promised, Chen Xianfan said in a serious manner. In addition to you, other people acting are not persuasive. Those ghosts against stupid beauty and ugliness can still distinguish. Humph. Okay, this young master can act, but partner Chen, your identity has to be changed. How do I change it? Chen Xianfan blinked, as if it wasn't too good. Chapter 44, Snow, My Lord's Heart and Soul. The night was dark, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. In the middle of the mountain forest, there was silence. Suddenly, fluttering birds startled the branches, and the dead branches shook. There was a sound of footsteps in the forest. Several people came from below the foot of the mountain. The first person, with a tiger's back and a bee's waist and a sword's eyebrow, marched with his head held high and his strides flowing. Immediately behind him was a young master dressed in a moon-white brocade Chinese dress, wearing a golden crown on his head, with picturesque eyebrows and an anxious look on his face. While lifting the hem of his robe to chase the man in front of him, he shouted, Shan, brother Shan, wait for me. He was followed by one other person. There was a hat on her head and a bull-sized pink pom-pom sticking out of her temples. He also said while chasing, Baby heart me Joe, you are slower brother I cannot keep up. Brother Hua, you slow down, don't wear out my heart. Dajuan shouted at the top of his lungs in a meaty voice, and both young Master Jean, who was being shouted at, and Huashan, who was being chased by young Master Jean, couldn't help but shiver. The cold wind in the mountains wasn't enough to make them feel cold, but Dajuan was able to easily do so with a single sentence to the point that it sent chills down people's hearts. Young Master Jean resisted the thought of turning back to strangle Dajuan to death, gritted his teeth but still had to hold back a sentence. Brother Shan, be careful, there are demons and ghosts in this mountain. Young Master Jean, you'd better go back, don't follow me. Huashan smothers his head forward without turning his face back, his mouth emotionless as he recites his lines. My robes were captured in the mountains. The team leader is afraid of danger and will return to the camp first thing in the morning. He doesn't care, but I, Huashan, can't care. I won't go back until I find them. Good, then I'll accompany you to look for it. Young Master Jean toes the ground and suddenly leaps up, catching up with Huashan saying, I'll look for it with you. There will be danger. I'm not afraid, but I can't let you risk your life with me. Then am I to stand by and watch you in danger and not care? You. The two of them spoke their lines one by one, and young Master Jean even took Huashan's arm in passing, but neither dared to look at anyone's face. The heart of the matter is, if this cheat does not come out of the ghost, say anything to beat a certain cook surnamed Chen out of anger. And Chen Xianfan was at the back at the moment, having to clench his back teeth to keep from laughing out loud. Dajuan was also having a hard time holding in his laughter, but he didn't dare to laugh, not only because he couldn't beat these two in front of him, but also because he wouldn't be able to catch up if he laughed and let off steam. Eyes on a few people halfway up the hill. It was his turn to play. You guys, spread your hands. Shi Daijuan went over with a vicious dog pounce and separated young Master Jean and Huashan, cursing with a grunt. Huashan, you know full well that young Master Jean entered the demon hunting army disguised as a man, and that he's my fiancé. So why are you still pulling and tugging with him? What a shame. A friend's wife is not to be bullied. Don't you understand? Sure did June. You shut up. Huashan scolded in annoyance. Don't you talk nonsense. Young Master Jean and I are innocent. Brother Sean. Ignore him. He's not my fiancé. Saying the words fiancé out loud, Jean Deschaux nearly bit his tongue, his face suffocating red. But it's just that my parents are bent on being alone. I have no intention of being with him. Brother Sean, if there really are demons and ghosts in this mountain, I will martyr myself here with you. Better than going back to be entangled by this asshole. No, little Kim, I forbid you to say that. You have to live well, live long, live in honor and wealth, and have many children and grandchildren. Huashan had a look of deep love. To live even with my share. Together. Brother Mountain. Jean. The two men's hands were clasped tightly together, but in their hearts they were both cursing some guy. That's ing bull. Man, how on earth did you come up with that? Is this something a human being could come up with? It was also time for Chen Xianfan to make an appearance. All he has to do is stick it to the man. Huashan. As soon as she appeared, she was screaming in a miserable and resentful manner, and then pounced over to give Huashan a hard slap in the face. Good wow. In vain I've fallen in love with you, but you've taken up with young Master Jean. Didn't you say you don't like men? How can you abandon me like I'm nothing? But you're looking at this him, and you want to martyr yourself with him? I'll kill you. In a state of madness, his palms were like the wind, forcing Huashan to fight back. The two fought. You guys stop fighting. Young Master Jean called out. Partner Chen, give it up. Brother Sean won't like you. We're the ones who are in love with each other. Why do you have to humiliate yourself? You've gone too far. As if enraged, Chen Xianfan turned around and pounced towards young Master Jean, raising his hand to strike. Young Master Jean hurriedly returned the favor and resisted. Shi Dajun took a look and immediately stepped forward to stop him, and Huashan dared to come over to save him at this point. The four men stood in one place, as if they had forgotten that they had come to save the day. There was a lot of tearing and fighting. In the midst of the fight, but before each other, they were making eyes. Why don't you come? Will it be recognized? You guys are acting too fake. It's your play that's badly written. What's all this? Isn't this fooling the ghost? Yeah, it was supposed to be fooling around. Just as a few people were wondering if they should add to the drama, a cold wind suddenly picked up. The cold wind carried a hint of a fishy odor, and a bone-chilling gloom. Here we go. During the day, they turned around for a long time and searched for a long time with their probing compasses, but they didn't find a trace of where the Yin-Chi was. Now that this Yin-Chi has appeared, it must be the ghosts from the general's grave that have come. All four of them were shaken in spirit, pretending that nothing had happened as they continued to fight, but secretly they added caution. Along with the cloudy wind came the sound of a silk bamboo swana. The joyful music was accompanied by a feeling of misery and sadness. It's as if the welcoming family bumped into the mourners. Very evil. The sound of music was getting closer and closer, and a wedding procession wearing big red robes and carrying sedan chairs came to meet them. Then a funeral procession, draped in mourning and carrying coffins with invocations, marched alongside them. The weirdest thing was that both teams were pale and stiff-limbed, with only their cheeks and lips painted bright red. Upon closer inspection, it was a group of paper figures offered at a funeral parlor. The man following behind the palanquin has a rotten face. The soul recruiter recruited the real remnants of the soul as well. Mother ***********. Chen Xuanfan's scalp was tingling, and the clips of ghost movies he had seen as a child leapt to his mind at the same time. Fear doubled. Grandmas. I'm sick of horror movies. Throughout the ages, red and white events, a joy and a funeral are most likely to attract unclean things, and these two atmospheres collide together in a deep forest with mass graves and burial mounds not far away. The horror atmosphere is very well rendered. The experience is first class, especially with the rich, sinister fury. Chen Xianfan resisted the urge to pull out his iron pot and kitchen knife and Ga messy kill a pass, as if he had just discovered the anomaly, and exclaimed, "Not good. Who? Run. Jie. Wah." Ghost cries atmosphere. More than a dozen big ghosts appeared. Together with a burst of black fog will four of them shrouded together, and then like a net generally tighten, will four people 2 by 2 tied together. The four men pretended to struggle, but looked helpless as if they really couldn't break free. Chen Xianfan and young Master Jean were tied up in a net, while Huashan and Shi Daijuan were in one place. The paper men in red carried the sedan chair over, and the paper men in white carried the coffin. 4 people, 2 in the sedan chair, 2 in the coffin. What do they mean by this? Young Master Jean, who was being carried and stuffed into the sedan chair, couldn't help but ask Qin Xianfan with a furrowed brow. Instead, he found Qin Xianfan in tears, reaching out in the direction of the coffin. Brother Shan, no, Brother Shan, you guys let my mountain brother go. While Huashan had a black line on his face, Shi Dajuan came to his senses, flopping his turtle-like head stretched out and yelling at the top of his lungs. Snow, this great master's heart, don't be afraid, wait for this great master to save you. The ghostly creatures were too noisy for him, and they directly covered the coffin boards. There was darkness before my eyes, but Shi Dajuan's spirit was still exuberant, and he even made a fool of himself by molesting Huashan, who had his back turned to him. Heath. Brother Huahei, do you know that using your ass against this grandpa is dangerous? The latter words disappeared under Huashan's eyes with a murderous aura. Chapter 45, Good sisters should play the game of size. Where are we? Can you see where we're coming from? Chen Xianfan and young Master Jean had just been pushed inside the cave by the big ghosts in tattered armor. When Huashan couldn't wait to ask, he and Shi Dajun were locked in a coffin with nothing but blackness in front of them. Nothing but the feeling of shaking all the way down, and the sensation of falling at the end. So they were hoping that Chen Xianfan and young Master Jean, who were in the sedan chair, would be able to see the route clearly. However, Chen Xianfan and young Master Jin's shaking of their heads told him, "Brother, you're thinking too much. The sedan chair was so upside down that we fainted not long after we went in." Young Master Jin's brow was furrowed. "I only felt that the last right seemed to be falling downwards." Shwa, there's no need for you to say that. This great master can also feel it. Ouch. Shi Dajun spoke with a guilty face and was kicked hard by young Master Jean, who caught the opportunity. "It's okay. This master does not hurt. Beating is kissing and scolding is love. I understand. You know a yo-yo, you know." Chen Xianfan was somewhat helpless as he looked at this fellow. Did acting out a scene poke a nerve in this guy and awaken his natural skills? This cheap whooshing into the play. Really think that young Master Jean is a big girl molestation. Addicted? However, on second thought, this is good. One's own people into the drama, but also saves the ghost to see the cracks. Young Kim is now a woman dressed as a man in a role setting. Although none of the ghostly creatures had a high IQ, they were extremely temperamental in nature, so it was better to be careful. It seems that this general's grave is underground. Huashan, the most composed of the four, summarized the information he could get so far. More than that, this place should be within a broken boundary. Young Master Jin's arm rested on top of the stone wall and tapped it several times. You guys will know what I'm talking about if you feel it with your chi and blood power. When Chen Xianfan and the others heard this, they all activated their chi and blood power and followed his example of placing their palms on top of the stone wall. An eerie coolness was felt that seemed to spread from the stone walls. The yin chi here is extraordinarily dense, yet there is not a single trace of yang chi. Huashan said, "Yang chi is completely isolated." The four men looked at each other, and a possibility occurred to them at the same time. Ghosts? Impossible. How can there be a ghostly spirit here? Shi Dajun swallowed nervously. Within the ghosts, at least one ghost with the strength of a ghost general would be born. And with their current strength, what happened to them when they faced a ghost general was to be gently crushed to death. In some places with extremely heavy yin chi, a small world that was blocked by yin chi from communicating with the outside world would coalesce under a specific chance. When ghosts are formed, the strongest ghosts, or evil things, are born, and this is the core of the ghosts. And once you enter a ghostly spirit, unless the core is destroyed or you are sent out voluntarily by the owner, you will be trapped inside until you are worn down and killed by the yin chi. Even their plan to have Lui Yon come to the rescue had become delusional. Tracking charms are ineffective within the ghost. There's actually another way to leave the ghost spirit. Chen Xianfan suddenly said, "What way?" Slapped the ghostly creature to pieces. At this statement, the other three wanted to replace their blank stares with the soles of their shoes and stomp on his face. "Don't all look like you've lost your lives, okay? Who said that this place must be a ghostly spirit?" Chen Xianfan patted the dirt on his hand and said, "Even if it's a ghostly spirit, this should only be a broken ghostly spirit." "How do you know?" Young Master Jean glanced at him, clearly disbelieving. "I just know," Chen Xianfan said in his heart. "The little seed in my dantian is still spinning happily, and there is spiritual energy going down my head into my meridians. It is impossible for an aura to exist in a complete ghost." This was why the ones who broke the ghostly spirits were usually the ones who made a move in the martial arts, and the lower-ranked chi practitioners who entered them would die faster than the people of the martial arts. You guys don't think about it. If there are ghostly spirits here, how could General Mountain be a level C mission? It was that the Vermilion Bird Army was no more sloppy than it was, but it wasn't so bad that they couldn't even detect the existence of ghostly spirits. Of course, that would be possible if the ghosts were cautious enough to never lure people over. But the message from the Vermilion Bird Army clearly mentioned the general's tomb. If this is the general's tomb, and the general's tomb is a ghostly place, that possibility doesn't hold water. So, the answer was that although this place was a ghost-like existence, it wasn't as powerful as they thought. When you say it like that, it makes sense. After hearing Chen Xuanfan's words, Huashan was the first to calm down. So, what we need to do now is to find a way to make a whole lot of noise. Chen Xianfan clapped his hands, without knowing if the tracking talisman is still useful. Making a big commotion will also point the way. Aha, all three nodded. Since we're locked up here, Mao Sangosi should be here as well. Look for them separately, Chen Xianfan added. Then a few people went off in one direction each to find someone. There was no light in the cave and it was almost impossible to see anything. The cave wasn't big, though, and it was a quick search. No. Just as they were puzzled, another group of soldiers with only skeletons under their helmets appeared outside the cave and brought the four Chen Xianfan out of the cave. Although these brats were not very strong, they were able to rely on Yin Qi to possess a body, making them even more difficult to deal with. Soon, the four were brought within a larger chamber. The chamber was large, like a palace. On top of the high chair sat a man with black hair on his face. Male body. The owner of the general's grave is a zombie? It's not a zombie. It's an evil spirit possessing a zombie with black hair, young Master Jean said with disgust. It's not surprising that he would be disgusted. Both the short, fat, ugly evil ghosts and the grim-faced, black-haired zombies just stink. Chen Xianfan subconsciously closed his breath. Seeing the four people being sent up, the evil ghost floated out from the black-haired zombie and Jie laughed. Old Black, look, this time two beauties were sent up. You and I happen to have one each. Oh, old ghost, one for each. Don't you have to be attached to me to enjoy it too? Oh, it's all mine. Can you talk, you dumbass? It's time to say it's both of us. Which one do you want? Let you pick first. This, the black-haired stiff's dry, greenish-black fingertips pointed at Chen Xianfan. Ha! Chen Xianfan was still wondering where the two beauties had come from. The female disguise setting was only a golden young master. As a result, the black-haired stiff pointed a finger, directly making him look dumbfounded. Humph, do you guys think you're smart? How dare you try to put on a show to fool us? The evil ghost bared its waxen teeth and its green lips and grunted and laughed. Great king, I saw through your tricks at a glance. Wasn't it just to trick us into going out and bringing you in? But seeing as you two women are so pretty, there's no harm in falling for it. This is called dying under the peony flower, and being a ghost is also a good thing. After saying that, he laughed strangely. Young Master Jean couldn't help but glare angrily at Chen Xianfan. Having said so many shameful lines for nothing, I should have known better. Chen Xianfan gave him a restful look, then suddenly shouted at the top of his voice, Great king, we are not all acting. Ah Shui and I have always been at odds with each other, whether it's looks or temperament. What am I not as good as her? I don't care. Even if I marry the great king, I will still be the main wife and let him be the concubine. On what basis? Young Master Jin's eyebrows stood up. It's time for me to be the eldest and you to be the youngest. I'm big. You're small. You're small. Chapter 46. Once the gong is sounded, the show begins. Enough. The evil spirit yelled at them. I've told you that old Black and I will have one each. So what's the point of arguing over size? No way. I must be stronger than him. Chen Xianfan stomped her foot unrelentingly. I'll marry the strongest one of you and make him marry the other. I don't. I'm marrying the strongest. Shut up. The evil ghost's small eyes rolled and he laughed. You guys don't want to play tricks here. Are you guys going to make old Black and I fight next so that we can separate the strong from the weak? Cunning woman. It's true that beautiful women love to trick men, but I like it. Old Black, don't you think so? Oh, right. The black-haired zombie spoke in an unpleasant voice. And women, tender meat, delicious. Men's meat is also delicious, especially young men. The evil spirit looked at Huashan and Shi Dajuan again. Your Majesty, are you going to eat us? Chen Xianfan made a scared gesture, squeezed out 2 tears, covered his face with his sleeve and cried, Poor me. I've been obsessed with opera since I was a child. I've only learned 2 plays, and I'm going to die before I've even acted them out. Oh, I'm so pitiful. Drama? What play? The evil spirit's small eyes turned back to him, looking straight at him. It's scary. Yeah. Chen Xianfan peeked at him from the edge of her sleeve, as if frightened, and daintily retreated half a step before trembling. It's an opera, which your Majesty must not have heard of, called Liang Shanbua and Zhuing Tai, which is about Zhuing Tai, a man who dressed up as a woman, enrolled in school, and fell in love with a scholar, Liang Shanbua, only to be torn apart by his parents. And when Liang Shanbua spat out his blood, Zhuing Tai passed by his grave, and died in martyrdom and died. The story of the double transforming into butterflies. Quick, act it out for me. The evil spirit rubbed his hands together and shouted with glowing eyes. The black zombie, however, was less interested, but didn't stand in the way, because not only the evil ghosts, but also the group of ghosts in the crypt, all of them showed excitement. Acting is fine. It's just me. I have to change my clothes to do it, Chen Xianfan said, shaking his sleeves. This acting, to dance and sing, you have to dress up to look good. Oh, then dress up quickly. I can't sing alone. I have to have young Master Jean and the others with me. And he has all the clothes. Then go change. The evil ghost giggled. Don't play tricks with the great kings. You won't be able to run away. But that scene in the mountains before also shows that you are a good actor. If you act well, the great kings will allow you to live for a few more moments. Huashan and the others were all cold in their hearts. This ghostly creature was so cunning and suspicious. There was an evil ghost and a black-haired stiff here, surrounded by a dozen big ghosts and hundreds of small ghosts. It would have been effortless to deal with them, yet they were still so careful. Trouble, great king, since you have seen through me, I will speak frankly. If I act well, can I really let us live for a few more moments? Chen Xianfan asked with a hesitant face as a look of shock and uncertainty showed on his face. Of course, the king is as good as his word. Then can the great king give me the wheat flour in my storage bag, along with the clothes in young Master Jin's storage bag? I want to do some setups to make this play more exciting. Fearing that the evil spirit would not agree, he added, the great king should have checked. That's just ordinary wheat flour. And young Master Jin's clothes are all silk brocades that are commonly seen in the mundane world, none of which are from the cultivation world. What do you want with it? In this play, the first act is to choose someone in the school to dress up as a fairy and pray for blessings in front of the fairy temple. This is Zhu Yingtai's appearance in women's clothing, making Liang Shanbo look silly. That flour and clothes are to be used for the heavenly maiden to scatter flowers. How is the flour going to be used? It's just a blindfold, and when the time comes, the great king will know at a glance. The evil spirit thought for a moment and said, if you dare to lie to this king, the first one to do so will eat you alive. Don't dare. The evil spirit beckoned, and a little ghost threw Chen Xianfan and young Master Jin's storage bags over. Receiving a glance in his hand, Chen Xuanfan's face was one of joy. Many thanks, great king. In the storage bag that was returned over, everything except for things related to cultivation was surprisingly still there. It made him more sure of himself. Don't all freeze. Do as I say. Chen Xianfan, who still had teardrops on his face, wiped his nose and pulled Huashan and the others aside, then anxiously pushed young Master Jean and impatiently urged, Schwerer, quickly take out all the men's clothes from your storage bag. Don't make the great kings wait impatiently. Although Huashan and the other three didn't understand what kind of medicine he was selling, they all chose to keep their mouths shut so as not to be exposed, and no matter what Chen Xianfan asked them to do, they all complied with it one by one with their hands and feet. Makes for an unbelievable savings. Trust and tacit understanding are gradually built up in this. Chen Xianfan pulled out his heart protector, casually found a wooden stick, and handed it to Shi Dajuan. Knock. Knock hard. When the gong rings, the show is about to begin. Chapter 47, Mother asterisk. Ha ha, blow me up. Huashan, Shi Dajuan and Jin Young Master 3 people, by Chen Xianfan instructed round and round. Will clothes sleeves pants knotted together? Inside the pockets of flour, hanging banners in general, trying to find a way to hang in the audience above the head. He had hoovered up all the clothes in young Master Jin's storage bag, and there wasn't a single piece left for him. Colorful and floral, they hung all over the top of the entire chamber. If the anger in his eyes could kill, the way young Master Jin was looking at him right now was enough to burn into ashes and then to diamonds. Aya, don't be so petty. If you can survive, Brother Xianfan will double back to you and never go back on his word. Chen Xianfan promised very generously. Promises are easy to come by. As for cashing in, that will have to wait until later. Now, get this over with first. There was a piece of terrain in the crypt that happened to be half a foot high out. It was chosen by Chen Xianfan to be the stage. Earthenware pots were raised high on either side of the stage on wooden frames, lit by coals of fire placed inside. Ghosts were afraid of fire, but this kind of mortal fire was still enough to hurt them. It would just make some residual souls and delirious little ghosts feel uncomfortable and subconsciously avoided some. Chen Xuanfan's eyes averted as the evil spirit looked over, explaining sheepishly, Great King, I did this for the sake of stage effects. The evil spirit smiled treacherously towards him, a smile full of mockery and teasing, but did not open his mouth to stop him. It seemed to be that Chen Xianfan, who felt like doing so, had a ridiculous look of dying and struggling, which was very interesting to look at. There was something in the look as if they were expecting how desperate these people would react when they realized that all the struggles were futile. Jia. The actors hadn't even started yet, but those watching were already in the zone. When everything was set up, Shi Dajuan struck the heart protector with a wooden root. Bam! Bam! After a few sounds, Chen Xianfan shone. He pinched his throat and took small steps as he stepped out from behind a curtain drawn by several ornate cloaks. Dressed in a moon-white robe and shaking a folding fan with his back to a group of ghosts, he stood in front of the stage. Huashan's low voice rang out from behind the cloak. Reading like a man. Xu Yingtai disguised herself as a man to study in the academy, but Liang Shanbua saw ring marks on her ears. Sure, Daijuan shouted loudly. Yingtai is not a daughter. Why are there ring marks on her ears? Chen Xianfan sang with his voice. There is a reason for the earring marks. Why should Liang be suspicious? There are many temple fairs in the village to honor the gods, and every year I play the role of the goddess of mercy. The man himself is so absurd that he doesn't know what key he's singing in. The ghostly creatures under the stage, however, were all staring, watching intently. Sure, Daijuan shouted again. Then, for today's temple fair, you will pretend to be goddess of mercy once more. Bam! The gong rings and the stage is suddenly filled with people holding up a large white cloth and jumping up from the side of the stage. Someone threw a handful of white flour into a couple of fire pits. Put! The flames instantly rose several feet. The group of ghosts couldn't help but have a burst of panic. And the evil ghosts and the black-haired stiffs also stood up from their seats, their faces on guard. Why not? However, he saw that Chen Xianfan on the stage did not have any abnormalities, but rather his voice suddenly rose and shouted. His voice was sharp and thin, attracting the attention of the ghosts and creatures to himself. At the same time the hand shook and threw the white cloth, appearing in front of people again. The top of her hair, which was tied up high, had been covered with a white veil, which fell above her shoulders, revealing a well-groomed, handsome face. Not only was there a red dot on the forehead, but the eyebrows were traced thin and the lips were painted in a humorous red color. One hand is half holding a white porcelain vase and the other hand is holding the OK sign. The precious appearance is solemn, but it is really a bit of Guanyin. Great King, what's going on here? Seeing the group of ghosts reveal their ferocious side, Chen Xianfan looked a little flustered and asked knowingly. The evil spirit looked at him with some disbelief and sat back with a laugh. Interesting, go on. As it spoke, its baleful aura filled out and suppressed the group of ghosts. That's how it is among ghosts. Strength reigns supreme. The strong do not need to explain, emanating majesty and giving orders. The weak can only obey. Seeing the group of ghosts quiet down, Chen Xianfan lowered his head, hooked the corner of his mouth, and glanced behind him. Sure, Daijuan and Huashan exchanged a look, and Huashan came out from behind his cloak and pointed at Chen Xianfan. You said you've dressed up as the goddess of mercy, so can you dance the heavenly maiden of the temple fair prayer for blessings? Bam! Another gong rang out. That certainly would be. Chen Xianfan smiled sweetly. But the heavenly maiden scattering flowers prayer is for the purpose of cutting down demons and removing devils. You're here to play the demon? Good. Huashan nodded his head in agreement, then fished out an ugly mask and put it on his head. With a twist of the wooden stick in his hand, he lunged towards Chen Xianfan. Chen Xianfan dodged out of the way, leapt up and drew back to kick. Another white noodle fell from his head and landed on the fire pit, igniting flames several feet high. This time the group of ghosts did not leave their seats, although there was still some inevitable commotion. Bam! Two more gongs sounded. Good demon! Looking for a fight. Chen Xianfan flipped over with a splendid heel, a long piece of colorful silk in his hand, and kicked his foot on the clothes that were pocketing flour above his head. The semolina spilled out, and with a shake of colored silk, he blew it away into the fire pit. Poof of flames. Between the two sparring, the clothes on top of their heads kept touching, and the white noodles in them were falling down. The flames in the clay pot then burned from time to time. After several repetitions, the group of ghostly creatures were somewhat accustomed to it and no longer reacted to the suddenly rising flames. The time has come. Chen Xianfan raised his hand and threw the porcelain vase containing the jade pure vase straight out, shouting, Liang Shanbua. No sooner had he shouted than there was the sound of a gong. Just as the eyes of the ghostly creatures, all of them, could not help but look after the thrown bottles, the three men on the stage suddenly leapt up, lifting their feet and kicking a circle of fire pots all towards the clothes above their heads. The kicked clay pot instantly cracked and the coals of fire inside splashed out. It fell on the satin brocade garment, and instantly burned holes in it, which was filled with wheat flour, and came down in droves, sprinkled like snowdrifts. Chen Xianfan carried a kitchen knife in his hand while cutting down the banners made up of clothes above his head one by one. A layer of white mist suddenly rose within the cave. At this time, young Master Jean, who had long ago taken advantage of the first sprinkling of wheat flour just now to hide to the side, suddenly got up and spun his cloak around, raising a gust of wind. The wind came together, the oil lamps that were already burning within the tomb, the coals that flew out of the fire pot, and especially the porcelain vase that Chen Xianfan had thrown out, were filled with scented oil. A few places added up and all of a sudden the flames were all over the place. It all happened in a flash. Run! Chen Xianfan raised his hand and threw the 2 wine jars towards the evil spirits and black-haired stiffs on top of the high seat. When the wine altar was out of his hand, he held the small handsome pot with both hands and desperately filled it with mana, and then turned the small handsome pot into a large iron pot and put it behind his back as if it were a tortoise shell, and jumped out with his legs spread out. Run the word exit and never look back. As he shouted, the other 3 had long been like arrows off the string, running outside regardless. At the same time, there was a louder and louder pft and pft coming from behind them, followed by a loud sound that exploded in the ears of several people. Boom! A wave of heat lashed out from behind his buttocks, and Chen Xianfan, who was running for his life, only felt that he was being bombarded by a heavy sledgehammer. Feel what it's like to be shot out of a cannonball. Despite this, he was in a pleasant enough mood, bouncing out of the room with a big jump, laughing and yelling maniacally at the same time. Mother asterisk 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 ha ha, blow me up. Chapter 48, the happiest part of demon slaying is here. Boom, boom, boom. The incessant sound of explosions continued to come from behind them. The sound of ghostly cries, mournful howls, and shrill hisses in the crypt shook one's head. Heat waves sprayed onto Chen Xuanfan's large black cauldron, and although the strength was removed quite a bit, it scalded him and he couldn't help but howl out. The old man's back and forth. This is thanks to the success of skin refining. Otherwise it will become a baked crispy skin. Even with the large black cauldron keeping him safe, Chen Xianfan still smelled a faint burnt aroma from himself. I don't know where the skin was burned, but I can't feel any pain under the scorching heat at this moment. On the contrary, the hair is burnt a lot, a handful of black. When there are ghosts blocking the way, he also does not stop for a moment, swinging his sword to cut through and then running away, panicking and not knowing how far to bounce out. He heard the sound of explosions behind him diminish a bit, and only then did Chen Xianfan stop at the corner of this tunnel. Taking a few ragged breaths, he found a place to sit down and prepared to wait a while before going back. Sure, Dajuan, the young master of Huashan Jin who ran ahead of him, didn't know where he was now. When the explosion is over, go back and look for it. Although the 4 of them had chosen the same exit, they ran out and found that there were several forks in the road. Chen Xianfan didn't even think about it, so he just found a random path and ran out. As for which one the other 3 chose, it was unknown. A few people couldn't have negotiated that kind of detail under the watchful eye of an evil spirit. However, the big ghosts with strong strength should all be within the exploding chambers, and they wouldn't be in too much danger even if they fell alone. After a few moments, there seemed to be no more movement coming from behind them. Chen Xianfan, however, remained in place without moving, prepared to wait a little longer. Dust explosion. But it is easy to have a secondary explosion. But when I think about it, the other 3 guys don't seem to know about this. So it would be ridiculous if they got back to it first and got blown up in the chamber. Thus, Chen Xianfan had to climb up, carry the iron pot in one hand, hold the kitchen knife in the other, and walk back again. Don't worry about going the wrong way. Just feel the temperature and head in the direction of the heat and you'll be right. Not long after walking, a ghastly wind rolled up on his face, and a little ghost that had been blown up with only half of its body left fled over to Chen Xuanfan's side. Hands up, knives down, unceremoniously sended a soulful little package. The big black pot scoops by the way. Meh, nothing. Then move on. Along the way, Chen Xianfan hadn't made a second slash, and the ones he encountered were all tattered and incomplete ghosts and shadows, which he took away with a single slash. Unfortunately, the black pot is also clean. Waiting to get close, Chen Xianfan saw a stream of black smoke in front of him. Oh, wow. After all this time, the smoke hasn't even cleared. The explosion was a little too good. Chen Xianfan, as the originator, could not help but marvel. It's fried and it's just beautiful. It wasn't worth the sacrifice he'd made earlier by playing dumb. Chen Xianfan was very self-satisfied. It's a lot of hard work on his part to get this effect. Let's say that the wheat flour sprinkled out in the sky, but after he brought it from the money and grain officials, and then repeatedly ground, fine and soft, and the sun scorched dry, top quality good white flour, and the fire pit and the scented oil and the 2 wine jars that were thrown out at the end. Of those 2 wine jars, only one contained fueled wine, the other one contained charcoal, sulfur and manhwaedit. Originally thought of making explosives, but unfortunately Chen Xianfan did not learn. Tried a few times or big bared, just not fried. As long as it was powerful enough, gunpowder was still somewhat useful against low-level cultivators. Moreover, demons and evil things are afraid of sunlight and fire, which are the most young things. It's just that fire of normal heat can't hurt them. A roaring fire was enough to burn a ghost with the strength of an evil spirit to death. Just like water and fire. Talking about compatibility aside from dosage is hooliganism. Similarly, an explosion will blow up an opponent. and even if it doesn't kill him, it can still scare him. Venerable Godao wanted to save himself a trick, using the dynamite packet as a killer weapon to save his life. Unfortunately it failed. I didn't realize that the east doesn't shine and the west doesn't shine, and now it's being used. It would be a shame not to have a dust explosion within a closed chamber. Look at that fry up. What a hoot. The continuous explosions should kill the evil spirits. I just don't know if the black-haired stiff, who is impervious to knives and guns, will dodge a bullet. Chen Xianfan didn't act rashly. He hid by the cave entrance and began to guard the cave and wait for the ghosts. Anyone who runs out, one cut. Also stay with Huashan and the others, and if they come over, stop them, so that they don't go in and get blown up. The ghostly creatures that came out half dead from the blast were not able to take a slash from him. In no time, Chen Xianfan entered the state of invincible good pleasure. I chop. 29 paths of divine swords. Chop. Cut off the brain. Kid flossing. Solid old iron. I was chopping away when I heard the wind behind my ears. His mind tightened and he jumped away to the side. Looking back warily, he saw that young Master Ken was taking back the foot that had been kicked at him. Mother asterisk. You want to sneak attack me? Chen Xianfan blared. No. Young Master Jean shook his head. I saw someone without pants, jumping around here and thought it was strange before I thought of kicking to see who it was. Bull asterisk. You're just trying to sneak up on me. Chen Xianfan hummed. Reach out and touch it. It doesn't feel right. He turned around, exposing his back. Put. Huashan and Shi Dajuan, who had come up to cut down the brats, couldn't hold back their laughter. Chen Xuanfan's hemline and pants, both became fringed. If hidden, the blackened rear vestiges are revealed. Big brother not to mention second brother. Aren't the clothes on you all rotten enough? Chen Xianfan had a black line on his face. Everyone is gray and wretched. And you guys are still laughing at me? Stop laughing and give me a shirt to block it. His storage bag only contained pots and pans, food and drink, but only no clothes. Who would be like a certain young master, whose storage bag was full of clothes, scented pouches, jade pendants, and other wearable things? Chen Xianfan looked at a certain young master and was met with a vicious glare. All right. He touched his nose sheepishly, and those clothes of the other side were buried in the fire. Not a single piece left. Only this. In the end, it was Huashan who threw Chen Xianfan a lining. He took it and wrapped it around his waist and nodded. Okay, for now. Should we go in? Seeing that no more ghosts came out, Huashan asked. Wait a little longer. Chen Xianfan shook his head. There's still movement inside, and it's still a while before dawn. When it's almost dawn, we'll go in and touch the corpse. In this way, even if the evil ghosts and black hairstiffs inside are not dead and can't be beaten to run outside, delaying for a while, Lui Yong will be able to arrive with his men. Although the explosion just now failed to completely collapse the tomb, Chen Xianfan could feel that the aura in the tomb was thicker than before. This shows that the already crippled ghostly world has been destroyed a lot more. The demon hunters outside the tomb could definitely hear the commotion. The explosion was made by Chen Xianfan, and since he said so, the other three nodded. After another while, Chen Xianfan estimated that it was almost time. Clapping his hands together, he called out, "Let's go! Go in and touch the body." There was an undisguised leap of faith in his tone. Huashan and the others were also a bit excited. The happiest part of the demon removal is coming. Chapter 49, making up a cut doesn't seem to be enough insurance either. I'll be in the front. You three in the back. Clearing out the remnants first, Chen Xianfan said as he used the little handsome pot as a shield in front of him. Good, Huashan nodded. With young Master Jean and Shi Dajuan, they fought in separate positions, setting up a three-person combined attack formation and moving slowly. By now, the dust had settled in the chamber. Gray and black dust fell all over the floor. Blasted strife is still in the Inchi mess. If ordinary people come in, I am afraid that they will be very sick. All four men were carefully on guard as they made their way to the chair where the evil spirit and the black-haired stiff were. Then at a distance from the tall stone chair, and some distance away, he saw the black-haired stiff that had been blown up beyond recognition. It was missing one of its arms, and its head wasn't sure if it had been blown off or half burned off. Not far to the side were broken wine jars. Chen Xianfan staggered. This is unlucky enough. It is likely to be a direct encounter with the big beard flower produced by Chen. It's a hit and miss. It blossomed straight away. Dead? Shi Dajuan probed and looked at it, and said with a happy face, "We've won a great victory?" It does seem so. Huashan also had a smile in his eyes. To be able to kill one evil spirit at a time, a rare black-haired zombie, this was definitely something for them to be happy about. When we get back, we'll be rewarded by our superiors. Several people let out relaxed sighs in unison. Partner Chen, what are you doing? At this time, however, Young Master Jean saw Chen Xianfan placing the bottom of the large black cauldron on the black-haired stiff and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Oh, let me see if there's anything on this big guy that can be eaten." Chen Xianfan casually replied back while holding a kitchen knife and gesticulating at the black stiff that was more than 10 feet tall. "Wretch!" Looking at the zombie with black hair and a foul odor, young Master Jean couldn't hold back and let out a dry retch. Right at this moment, the kitchen knife in Chen Xuanfan's hand violently pierced into the black-haired stiff's abdomen. Put! The feeling of stabbing through cowhide was followed by a miserable wail that shook the soul. Roar! Asshole! The evil spirit floated out of the black-haired stiff's body, glaring resentfully at Chen Xianfan. "Ha! You still dare to glare at me?" Chen Xianfan was delighted as he flew up and flipped his hand for another slash. Evil ghost! Huashan and the others were startled and reacted, also rushing to surround them. Being blown up on the ghost body broke an yin chi leakage, but also by Chen Xianfan and the vitals stabbed a knife of the evil ghost, quickly defeated the four people's siege, unwillingly let out a hissing, after completely dissipated. It actually didn't get blown up? Seeing Chen Xuanfan's black pot facing downwards, salvaging a burst of salvage from the place where the evil spirit had disappeared, Shi Dajuan then sighed with palpitations. They thought the evil spirit would be blown up before the black-haired stiff. After all, the ghost body condensed by yin chi, in the midst of the blazing fire, is not as capable as a demonic ghost with a body like a zombie to carry it. It seems that sometimes the length of life depends not only on strength, but also on brains. Huashan looked at Chen Xianfan and asked, "Xianfan, how did you discover it?" I didn't find it." Chen Xianfan saw that quite a bit of gray powder had appeared in the black cauldron and couldn't help but look happy. "I'm just following the Godao manual. Even if the enemy is dead, I still have to make another confirmation to make sure that it's safe." At that he froze. It seems like in this world, even if you're dead through and through, you can still swindle awe. It seems as if this filler isn't quite as safe as it should be. Not only the body, but also the soul, is an afterthought. Well, there still has to be some kind of soul detaining and soul dispersing technique, cremation and ash raising to make it work. Although Huashan and Shi Dajun didn't know what he was thinking, they both felt a chill. Only young Master Jean, who was mindful of claiming from Chen Xianfan, was interested in Chen Xuanfan's loot. "Chen Xianfan, what's this you've packed?" he asked. "The ashes of an evil spirit." Chen Xianfan bared his teeth in nonsense. "Turn around and mix it in your rice. It's a great tonic." Young Master Jean couldn't help but take half a step back even though he knew he was talking nonsense. "Wretch! Ha ha!" Chen Xianfan let out a cheap laugh of triumphant mischief. Then popping back up to the black-haired zombie, the chopper blade went down, charging the black-haired stiff's chest in a downward chop. Boom! The cut in with a downward slash. Disemboweled. A foul odor gushed out. Wretch! Young Master Kim, who had curiously leaned over to see the novelty, was once again in for a rude awakening. "Oops, why are you throwing up again? This won't work. Those who don't know will think you're pregnant. We're the only 3 men here. We won't be able to talk about it when we go out." Chen Xianfan pinched his nose and didn't forget to mock young Master Jean. Huashan and Shi Dajuan were much smarter, and the two of them never approached. Even as Chen Xianfan pulled out his knife, he took a few steps back. The small handsome pot fished on the black hairy stiff and a black tofu-like object with a familiar flavor appeared. "Corpse essence blood?" Huashan raised an eyebrow in surprise after seeing it. "Well, you recognize it?" "I don't recognize it. I've seen it in my family's canonical books." Huashan shakes his head. "It is said that after death, the corpse does not turn into a body, and when it gets the spiritual chi of heaven and earth or the yin fury of the earth's veins, it can refine its chi and blood into corpse essence. 100,000 years or can become a blood dan, or blood dan field. If you carry through the 9 thunderbolts, you can also ascend. However, there has never been a record of a corpse cultivator ascending, and the corpse essence blood is difficult to refine, so few cultivators have ever seen it." Huashan glanced at the pot and chopper in Chen Xuanfan's hand and couldn't help but sigh. "Your ancestors must have been good cooks." Legend has it that the best amongst the cooks, and the top healers in general, are able to take the best from everything and put it into dishes and medicine. In that case, it seems that Cook Chen should also come from an extraordinary background. Huashan gazed at Chen Xianfan. It was as if he was guessing which lineage he was an heir to, or a descendant of a hermit family. "Who knows? I had a bad brain before. I don't even know my own name. If you can help me find out my origin so that I can go back and inherit the family business, I'll give you half of it then." Chen Xianfan put the secret stinky tofu into his storage bag, and said generously with a cheeky smile, "The verbal check thing, that's still not random. Pop." And I flung one out. "Go ahead and check it out. I'm a descendant of the Yellow Emperor, and I'm taking an heirloom given to me by my own ancestors. If you have the ability to find out the correct answer, I'll convince you. I'll wash my hands of you and make you soup." "Alright guys, Don't just stand there. Clean up the battlefield. I heard footsteps. It should be the team leader coming. Chen Xuanfan's hands spread out. That meant that any captures that the team leader saw would have to be handed over to the public. This is the rule of the demon hunters. As soon as the words fell, the three figures leapt up in different directions. A quick rummage around. Chapter 50. Hey, another disaster. Why do I feel that there's something odd here? Chen Xianfan carried the black pot and carried the kitchen knife around the crypt, and the more he walked, the more he felt that something was wrong. For him, the best loot was the goods that came in with the little handsome pot, which could not only enhance his cultivation but also improve his life. The other things were not to say that they were dispensable, right? It could only be said that they were of little use, and even if he searched for it he didn't recognize it and couldn't tell the value of it. It would be better to let the 4 Huashan Jin young master Sherdaju and go scavenging, and anyway, whoever finds it he gets a share according to the rules. When the team is coming over with a large force, search and pick up once more, and make sure that there are no fish that have missed the net. So while the other 3 continued to rummage in the nooks and crannies after the 4 were scavenged and found on the black-haired stiff, Chen Xianfan carried the black cauldron around the crypt. Every now and then the big black cauldron is lifted up, and there are dates and no dates to hit the 3 rods. While playing dates and observing the chamber, I couldn't help but make a lot of new discoveries. For example, the walls of this chamber appear to be carved with frescoes. Chen Xianfan had not done much research on the funeral industry, especially the Great Tang funeral industry. The burial goods and the specifications of the burial chamber are even less known. However, no matter how he thought about it, he felt that the evil ghosts and black-haired stiffs that had just died were not worthy of such a burial chamber. Those 2 guys, one looks treacherous but is actually stupid. One was greedy and brainless, and thought that when they were alive, they couldn't have been any great characters. Could they really have dug such a large chamber in the belly of the mountain? And this tomb, it's not just this one chamber. A rebel general, still quashed in dead. How did he get a grave? It's not logical. A tile jar always breaks at the well, and a general is inevitably killed in battle. It's a fine thing to be wrapped up in a horse's leather, and a few people have returned from ancient conquests. Only successful princes and generals have the financial, material and human resources to build graves and dig burial chambers for themselves. The dynastic court of Gun can have a burial place inside the mausoleum, even if it is a very high treatment. This kind of no name in the history books of the grasshead general, there is a graveyard and then set up a monument, are considered rare, and judging by the specifications of the burial chamber, it wasn't something a tiny general could have. The chamber and the canopies outside look like the entire mountain has been hollowed out. Wouldn't it be good to use such a volume of work and the manpower and resources expended to fight for territory? Unless the general had other designs, such as a short life to be renewed by such means. But if that's the case, there should be other arrangements in this tomb. Not to say that there are a lot of organs, but there should be some tomb beasts, cursed talismans and the like. Stop grave robbers and beasts that wander into it by mistake, in case the peace after death is disturbed. In the Great Tang, grave robbing is even a profession, and there are official people who do it. The cultivation world, in particular, specializes in people who are keen on digging up graves and excavating tombs in the name of searching for opportunities. Half of the subjects of the folklore of bumping into fairy fates come from ancient tombs, and the other half from caves. Breaking and entering and digging up graves, that's what people do. Especially this green-colored stone chair, which not only had flowers, birds and beasts great pomegranates on it, but also slender snake-like creatures hovering over it, and no matter how you look at it, it didn't look like something used by a martial artist. Hatcheting a magpie's nest? This was the first thing that came to Chen Xuanfan's mind. So is there something else here that's hidden and undiscovered that's good? Having watched too many TV shows in my previous life, my mind couldn't help but follow. Besides, he was a traveler, and according to the laws of the code, there had to be a windfall underneath it all. Holding on to the idea that thieves don't go empty, Chen Xianfan tossed away. Knock knock. Raising his hand, he first knocked on the 2-meter-high stone chair, then stepped on it, jumped on it, and stomped on it twice with his feet. No anomalies were found. Jumped back on the ground again and stomped the ground twice as hard. Thump, thump, thump twice, and it didn't sound like a hollow. Could it be that I'm thinking wrong? Chen Xianfan couldn't help but frown. Mr. Chen? Cook Chen? Dajuan looked at him like this and asked with some concern, have you gotten yin qi into your body? Do you want child urine? It's good for warding off evil spirits, and this master can still squeeze out a little bit. Go go go, I have my own. I don't need you. Chen Xianfan impatiently waved his hand at him. Don't bother this Taoist treasure hunt. I've just found some clues. Could it be that this stone seed is secretly mysterious? Seeing that Chen Xianfan had been circling the stone chair, Huashan also walked over and asked curiously. I don't know. Just a feeling. Chen Xianfan frowned and voiced out his guess. Huashan also surveyed the smoked and messy tomb room after hearing this, and said in slight contemplation, I have also checked the murals in the tomb just now, and it is true that the age is far away, and the things engraved and painted are already unreadable. But from the point of view of the clothes and the carving technique, it does not seem to be retained in the last few hundred years. In that case, let's split up and look for it. Young Master Jean waved his sleeve, raised his eyebrows and laughed. If there are treasures and treasures, immortal pills, and cultivation wonders underneath, they can be used to offset this young master's clothes. Find it first. Chen Xianfan thought to himself. I'll load the bell space directly when I find something good. Unless it's all women's clothing. Then put it in your storage bag and keep it. Maybe you can use it next time you blow up a grave. It's called borrowing and returning. And it's not hard to borrow again. We are so open and generous in what we do. So the four men split up to look again. This time, in addition to scavenging for loot, you have to look for clues. Make a pact to yell and notify the others if you notice anything unusual. Chen Xianfan just stood still and didn't move. He just felt that there was something wrong with this stone seat. After thinking about it, he clenched his teeth, lifted the big black pot, spread his legs apart, took a horse stance, his body's chi and blood surged, his face flushed red, and slammed it fiercely towards the chair. Boo! The black cauldron smashed against the back of the chair with a tremendous force that recoiled onto Chen Xuanfan's arm. The pain caused him to let out an ah, and he stumbled backward a few steps as he was unsteady on his feet. Going to look again. I saw a crack in the back of the stone chair. Again! Chen Xianfan gritted his teeth and drank lowly. If the little handsome pot in his hand had a spirit, he probably would have cursed the asshole. I'm a pot, not a hammer. However, Chen Xuanfan's strength came up, and he couldn't stop himself. Boom, boom, boom. The iron seemed to strike back and forth several times. Sweating slightly on my head felt refreshing. Hearty. Perhaps it was the previous explosion, and even more so the crazy smashing of the fish demon in the middle of the night. That stirred up the ferocious temperament in Chen Xuanfan's bones. It gave him a paranoid love for smashing things. It's not enough to smash it, then pull out the kitchen knife. The first style of the Yellow Emperor's family knife technique. Downward slash. Put. A cut right in the middle of the chair. Ka-ching. This poor stone chair made of ordinary lapis lazuli was just ruined in this guy's hands. Shattered and cracked. Looking at the stone seat that shattered into several pieces, Chen Xianfan only felt a sense of relief in his heart. Even if there's no treasure, no mystery, it doesn't matter. He got high anyway. Putting away the little handsome pot and lifting his foot to kick down the largest pieces of green stone, Chen Xianfan let out a huge breath. Phew! Ha! Ha! Stretching was bound to happen after a workout, but no sooner had he raised his arms than he felt unsteady on his feet. As soon as he looked down, he realized that the place where he was standing seemed to be slowly rising. Crunch crunch crunch. A toothsome sound, coming from underfoot, and getting louder. Chen Xianfan was like stepping on an elevated stage before being slowly pushed up, and it's pushing up faster and faster. A few moments later, an unpleasant putrid odor filled the air from his feet. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Run! Chen Xianfan leapt down from the high platform, and while running, he backhanded all the evil warding talismans in his storage bag, and threw them behind him after activating them. The moment he jumped off the high platform, the 3-foot square platform was violently pushed away. A 2-foot wellhead was revealed. The black and gray color added to this fishy and sinister smell immediately emerged from the mouth of the well as if it were a black cloud. At the same time, a stiff black arm, followed by the head and half of the body, poked out of the well. It's a black-haired stiff, very similar to the one that was blown up earlier. Boom! Roar! The evil resisting talisman and the black-haired zombie collided and exploded. While this black-haired stiff was blocked, a second one had crawled out of the well. What's wrong? Run! Run! Before Huashan and the others could react, they were dragged outside by Chen Xianfan. Mother asterisk 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 her. I'm in trouble again this time. Chapter 51. Let's eat them today. What's that back there? Huashan asked aloud as he glanced back, unable to see much in the pitch black, black-haired zombie. Chen Xianfan shouted, I know. I'm asking why we're running. Huashan frowned and turned back frequently under Chen Xianfan's constant urging, leaping forward to fight the zombies that caught up with him. Cut the crap. Hurry up and run. Chen Xianfan yelled. There's more than one back there. It's a nest. A nest. What? So many? Young Master Jean swept a glance and was shocked to find that there were indeed more than one. Where did they come from? I don't know. Chen Xianfan roared without a trace of anger. It's also quite breathless. How does he know where these things come from? I was happily smashing the stone seat, and I just smashed the big chair, and the thing came running out like a kingpin crushed under a manhole cover, toppling it off, and there's more than one inside the well. Underneath the creaking sound of the cover being lifted, there was the sound of claws scratching at the walls of the well. Hearing it made Chen Xuanfan's scalp tingle, especially the fishy odor that could knock a person out. A level of dizziness from just inhaling a single breath. Luckily, he had practiced chi initiation, and his aura kept his aura clear for a split second. Otherwise headlong. It's over. Not running? If you don't run, you're going to be marinated in flavor. This level of danger was no longer something a rookie like them could deal with. It's safest to slip away on your feet. In case of an error in judgment, it's just a shame. Better than losing your life. Don't ask so many questions. Do you have any evil warding talismans on you? Throw them back if you have any. Run if you don't. Hurry up. Don't let these guys catch up. Chen Xianfan glanced behind him and was instantly scared out of his wits, violently pushing Huashan and young Master Jin and shouting, "These two guys are just nasty. Look at others." Shi Daijuan. A word without saying boredom to run out. Now that's a life-preserving attitude. This string of black zombies behind us is about to catch up. Luckily for these guys, their carapace alone was close to a foot, which meant they were almost 3 meters tall. The height of the tunnel was only about 2 meters, so they were bending down and moving forward, catching up at a slow pace. "I still have some on me." Huashan also realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly replied, "Alright, you turn sideways, I'll run over, and you throw back," Chen Xianfan commanded. He then suddenly accelerated and rushed past Huashan. Huashan simultaneously sidestepped, turned back, and raised his hand to throw the evil warding talisman. The two worked perfectly together. The booming sound of explosive fire and the roar of the black-haired zombie echoed in the tunnel, causing people's ears to hurt. "Beautiful." Chen Xianfan counteracted the ringing in his ears from the shock by shouting, "Is there any more? Take it all out. It's important to save your life." "I'll do it." Young Master Jin cupped a bunch of evil warding talismans in his hand and sidestepped against the wall, allowing Chen Xianfan and Huashan to pass by, his fingers like swords as he threw the talismans out. Boom boom boom. "Is there more?" Chen Xianfan shouted again. "Nothing." Shi Daijuan knew he was asking about himself and cried out, "Partner Chen. Brother, I'm a poor man. There's only child urine. Do you want it? Get lost." Chen Xianfan scolded. "Does this guy specialize in selling child urine? What's so great about being a virgin? You're showing that you're a man of honor and clean." Not bothering to knock their teeth out with him idly, a few people ran along furiously. This time no one dared to run around, keeping the pace of one following the other and moving forward. Shi Daijuan ran at the front, and the people behind him followed when he chose that path. "And never mind if we can run out in the end. Let's get rid of these black smoking zombies behind us first." Huashan and Chen Xianfan took turns at the back, slashing at a black-haired stiff as soon as they brought the opportunity, using it to hinder the pursuers behind them. But they soon realized that it didn't work well, because the zombies that were cut by them would soon be torn apart and grabbed in the hands of the black-haired stiffs that were chasing after them, eating them as they did so. Mother asterisk 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 her. These guys are much more raw than me. For the first time, Chen Xuanfan's stomach retched and wanted to vomit from watching others eat. Seeing this, the two men took no more chances and ran out of the room. "There's a bright light ahead." After running for an incense stick of time, Shi Daijuan suddenly shouted, "There's an exit." Young Master Jin yelled after him, "Get out! Get out!" Chen Xuanfan's heart sort of fell to the ground. There was a sense of relief at having escaped. In any case, this black-haired zombie was likely the one who smashed the chair to get out of the way. If these guys die in there, he's kind of screwed and screwed and screwed. "Hurry!" Chen Xianfan was deadpan behind him. Shi Daijuan also gritted his teeth, pointed his toes on the ground, and charged straight out. Then it collided with the person sticking his head out of the mouth of the canal. Ouch! Ah! 2 screams. "What's wrong?" Chen Xianfan was startled. "There are ghosts outside?" "No!" Young Master Kim shouted. "I look like Team Juing and the others." "Team leader?" Chen Xianfan exclaimed in surprise. Then with a jump, he popped out, howling at the top of his lungs. "Team leader! Team leader! You came to pick me up. You're so good to me." His Lui Yong, who had just led the people to find this exit, was knocked down by Shi Daijuan, and was startled by this voice. His eyelids suddenly began to beat furiously. The emotion that filled this cry gave him the urge to run away. "Team leader!" As soon as Chen Xianfan came out, he saw Lui Yong at a glance and pounced on him. "Team leader? Ah! Help! What's going on?" Lui Yong asked. "There are black-haired zombies down there," Chen Xianfan called out. Lui Yong was puzzled. Black hair zombie? Although this thing has thick skin and flesh, it's not very strong. Why are you guys scared like this?" Chen Xianfan grabbed his arm. "A nest. A big nest." Lui Yong. Chen Xianfan thought he didn't understand. A large nest of black-haired zombies. Lui Yong wiped his face. "How can there be so many zombies in this general's grave?" "I don't know," Chen Xianfan anxiously said. "Team leader, let's hurry up and withdraw. It's not something we can deal with anymore. Pull out? Where to withdraw? Lu Yong frowned. This place is only a dozen miles from the nearest village. Let these zombies run out. What about the people? The people. Chen Xianfan opened his mouth, paused for a moment, and thought for a moment. Then let the people run with us? Roar! Just then, within the tunnel, hissing sounds erupted. The fishy odor had spread. No, it's too late. Lu Yong waved his hand and seriously ordered. Sea-word battalion a word formation. Zhongji array formation. Prepare to meet the enemy. As soon as the words fell, a sinister black gas emerged, followed by a black-haired zombie pouncing out of the hole. Huo Shan, in. Enter. Young Master Jean, in. The rest of you follow the order. Form a formation to go forward in turn. Kill the black hair zombies that come out to block the cave entrance. Can't let them out. Lu Yong shouted. Don't panic. The black hair zombies are not difficult to deal with. We will guard here for a few moments. The reinforcements from Shangzhou should arrive. With that he bit his middle finger through and tapped it on a piece of talisman paper in his hand. The talisman paper spontaneously combusted in the wind. With a raise of his hand, the talisman paper transformed into a fire crow with a swoosh and flew in the direction of Shangzhou. This is the blood crow summoning talisman of the team leader. Once the talisman paper is lit, the Shangzhou school captain will receive the message and come in a moment. Lu Yong calms the soldiers. As long as we can survive for a moment, it will be a great achievement. Shangzhou camp is less than 100 miles away from here. The lieutenant received a message immediately adult fast horse to come. At most half an hour. It will even be faster. Chen Xianfan glanced in the direction of Shangzhou, and then at the mouth of the tunnel where black zombies continued to emerge out. Gritting his teeth, he carried a black pot carrying a kitchen knife and viciously shouted, "Brothers, throw the dead zombies to me. I'll take some ingredients from them for you guys and make a flavorful snack. We'll eat them today." Wretch! Young Master Kim reflexively had to vomit. Chapter 52, The Sound of Vomiting. Originally, the smell coming out from within this tunnel was the stench of rotting meat plus an unpleasant fishy odor, mixing together and challenging one's ability to endure. These pawns of the A-team are, again, absolute munchkins. Never experienced such a bout at all. The dry and ugly appearance of the black-haired zombie, with half-rotted face and long hairs growing out of his eyes, was particularly bizarre and evil when blown by the cold wind, an extreme shock to the nerves. Facing this kind of opponent that came with a mental level attack, the soldiers instinctively became nervous. Chen Xianfan came back with that line, directly heating up the scene. Especially with young Master Kim's good match, it went straight to the edge of losing control. Nausea and vomiting is just like laughter. This stuff, it's contagious. There was a lot of gagging going on. Chen Xianfan, Lu Yong endured with a red face and neck. At least dozens of angry curses were omitted from this low roar. He couldn't wait to give Chen Xianfan a kick. What end of the spectrum is this guy on? It's an undercover agent sent by the Black Stiffs, isn't it? Can you rely on something? Chen Xianfan was aggrieved. He really intended to help. Black-haired stiffs are the oddball species of zombies. No, I should say all zombies are oddballs. The soul of the earth goes into the ground with the body and rejoins the earth. Legend has it that Manhwa used resting soil to create man, so after a person dies, he or she will also be dissolved in the earth and turned back into resting soil. Resting soil is fundamental to the earth, and it is finite. That is why after a person dies, the physical body must go into the ground. This is the only way to live a successful life. Otherwise you will have to carry sins. The reason why the earth soul is buried with the body is to guard the peace of the physical body, and there is also a hint of connection with the life soul. If the physical body can't go into the ground without the earth soul dissipating, then the life soul can't enter the cycle of reincarnation. You can only suffer and bear the guilt day in and day out in the city of wasted death, until the body returns to the earth. Zombies, on the other hand, are an anomaly on the earth. They are beings reborn on the earth, and it was by chance that their bodies were preserved after their life souls dissipated. It didn't turn to dust. Rather, in another way, life was given. Zombies can be practiced. Even at the time of the high-level flying stiffs, they can turn yin into yang. The yin qi gives birth to a trace of yang qi, giving birth to an heir. Of course, like any being with a high level of cultivation, it was very difficult for them to reproduce heirs. Man, his desires are always so hard to fulfill. The word lust is really one of the closest things a person can say about themselves, especially the obsession with staying alive. Some people use every means possible to stay alive. One of them is to keep the flesh uncorrupted and then let the soul return to hell. Then use some other means to make the physical body into a zombie. Consider this a resurrection as well. But the likelihood of success of such an act of placing hope in providence is very low. And the human race is an extraordinarily fond, do-it-yourself kind of being. Thus was born the art of necromancy. Corpse raising. The black-haired stiff is a kind of zombie that the human race has invented. Their bodies have become inhuman due to certain spells. This is because they are specially trained warriors when they are alive. And in the process, it would take a huge amount of money and a variety of valuable medicinal herbs to harbor the bodies of these people. When they died, they would have to be refined into their current form again, using a variety of secret methods, able to follow orders, but not psychic. The living souls had left the body, and even the earth souls were scattered, yet they were still able to follow their master's commands. That's why they are one of the most popular burial objects. And it was because of this refining process that the corpse essence blood on them was of top quality. I don't know how much better than a starving man's. Previously, Chen Xianfan had felt it when he was pulling out the black zombie that was working in tandem with the evil spirit. How can you let it go when there's so much of it in front of you now? What is Lui Yong's blank stare? Up! Huashan! Chen Xuanfan's large black cauldron swung around and shouted at Huashan. Then, without a second thought, Huashan directly kicked the black zombie he had put down at his feet toward Chen Xianfan. Young Master Kim then did the same. The same goes for Shi Dejun. Chapter 53, If only I had a bunch of pea shooters at this time of year. Zhang Zhang. Chen Xianfan gestured towards the zombie on the ground and shouted behind him again, together with Xu Guang and the others. Xiong Zhang, who was waiting in line to go up to kill the black-haired zombies, heard him called and hurriedly trotted forward. What's up, Chief? Chen Xianfan had named himself the head of the group, and Xiong Zhang was the only one who had called him that so far. You won't be needed over there for now. Give me a hand first. Chen Xianfan pointed at the black-haired zombies that were thrown over one after another. Mend the knife, chop off the head, and then flatten it face up. There were a total of 107 people in the A-team, and there were 34 congregation formations, plus Zhu Guang and the others were 35 squads. There were 30 present at this time, and the remaining dozen should have been left by Lui Yong at the foot of the mountain. The tunnel was narrow, and the black-haired zombies that burrowed out could only come out of it one by one. Then the soldiers, who were waiting for them, went up in order to draw them away from each other. In those few moments, the 7 or 8 black-haired stiffs that crawled out of the tunnel were taken over by the few squads at the front of the line before they were killed off by Huashan and the others. 3 of them use a charm to ward off evil spirits. Although Huashan and young Master Jean had the evil warding talismans on them, which they had used up in the previous tunnel, their companions obviously still had stocks on them. It was used at the very beginning in order to preserve strength to delay it long enough, with these strong and well-built guys at the front, before they tired themselves out. If no more powerful demons appeared within the tunnel, the battle would be smooth. It won't be Xiong Zhang's turn to fight for a short while. Might as well just do some other work first. Why did you bring it along? In case you encounter a demon or devil, one bite will blow it to death. Assigning the job. Chen Xianfan was just about to turn around when he saw a dog's head coming out of Xiong Zhang's chest, and hurriedly took his dog brother out of his arms. Partner, thanks to me bringing A Huang with me. Otherwise I wouldn't have been able to find you guys. Xiong Zhang took out his own machete and shone it at the black-haired zombie on the ground. His hand rose up and his head moved. The job was done cleanly. It's a craft practiced during this time of killing pigs and slaughtering sheep. Then he arranged the bodies as Chen Xianfan had requested, then turned to the second hand and said as he worked, not long after you guys left, the team leader took us up the mountain with the compass. At first, we followed the direction pointed by the tracking compass, but not long after we went up the mountain, the compass suddenly stopped moving. Before they went up the mountain, Chen Xianfan and Lui Yong had made an agreement, regardless of whether the plan to trick the ghosts would work or not. Shortly after they went up the mountain, Lui Yong led his men to follow them. If you succeed, follow the tracking charm and feel your way to the lair before you strike. If that doesn't work out, converge and look for clues in the mountains, even if there was danger, or if they got lost. With so many soldiers in one place, they could find a relatively safe place to wait for dawn. Therefore, after Chen Xianfan and the others had been gone for less than an hour, Lui Yong led the A-team up the mountain. Everything went smoothly at first, but after Chen Xianfan and the others were taken underground, the tracking compass lost its effect. Being cautious, Lui Yong then led his men to slowly feel their way forward along the mountain path, looking for any traces that Chen Xianfan and the others might have left behind. Half an hour later, the crowd that went up to a hilltop felt a shaking under their feet, and then lying on the ground they could hear a rumbling sound coming from the ground. Lui Yong concluded that this was most likely a commotion made by Chen Xianfan and the others, just to give them direction. So, it followed the strength of the sound and looked toward the place where it came from. But after a short walk, the rattling stopped. Once again, there is an impasse. The location they were at that time was halfway up a small hill. Ah Huang suddenly screamed at this time, running out of Xiong Zhang's arms and heading inside the grass. Bear goes over to grab it and then finds a hole. Originally, he wanted to go in through the cave entrance, but halfway there, he realized that the inside was blocked by boulders, so he had no choice but to back out again. When Chen Xianfan heard this, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He said that he clearly heard footsteps before smashing the chair. How come no one has been going in? Turns out it was blocked. Then how did you guys end up finding this? Chen Xuanfan's cleaver blade faced downwards, slashing at the black-haired stiff's chest with a pft, opening up his belly in the process, and then shaking the little handsome pot. A piece of secret stinky tofu came into his hands. Team Zheng said that the one before was a robbed hole. As long as it's a tomb that's been robbed, there must be more than one exit. So I was told to put a huang down, follow it, and find my way here. Xiong Zhang's hand rose up, and with a raise of his hand, another hideous head was thrown to the side. Then just got here, and before I could get in, you guys came out. Oh, Chen Xianfan nodded. The chopper fell again. The heart was a little strange. Xiong Zhang said it was a robber's hole, but what they ran out of was clearly a tomb passage. But then again, why is a chamber's tomb passage not sealed? Wacky. But these were not issues he had to think about anymore. It was still important to stock up now. In front of the cave entrance, the sounds of hooting and hollering, shouting and killing, and clashing of weapons rose and fell, and as the black-haired stiffs became more and more numerous, the number of soldiers joining the battle increased, and the commotion grew louder and louder. Bang! A black-haired stiff was thrown over. Xiong Zhengzheng walked over to the knife. Hand up, click, cut off the head and threw away. Put it flat. Chen Xianfan carried the knife over, opened the belly, and the little handsome pot collected the goods. A set of processes that work together like a flowing river. Every time you put down the knife, more or less can be harvested. This 100% explosion rate brought the player who opens the blind box Chen partner a very good sense of experience. Just as he was absorbed in this, the light of day dawned. It's getting light. Demonic and ghostly things all fear the sunlight, so the battle should come to an end after dawn. Almost all the soldiers of the A-team were slightly relieved in their hearts. Without the power of the evil resisting talisman, the black-haired stiff wasn't easy to deal with. It was only a meal's worth of work before Chen Xianfan and the others ran out, and all of the soldiers fought the black-haired stiffs in a zigzag formation. If it wasn't for Lui Yang watching over the situation, pinching the evil resisting talisman in his hand and stepping in to hold back the soldiers when their lives were in danger, there would have been casualties by now. But even so, there were still quite a few people hanging around. Even the uninjured ones were exhausted. The atmosphere was long gone from being as relaxed as it had been in the beginning. The battlefield, never a cruel place. No matter how small the fight, people can die. Finally, a ray of sunlight shone down from the top of the mountain. A black smoke suddenly emerged from the black-haired stiff that was illuminated. All be careful. Keep your spirits up. The black-haired stiffs are afraid of the sun, but they don't immediately go up in smoke. Lui Yang's face, however, was grave as he loudly reminded all the soldiers. Ha! However, the soldiers who were close enough couldn't help but let out a cheer. However, the cheers had just exited the room when they turned into gasps of surprise. Roar! The black-haired stiff went crazy. Its sluggish movements suddenly accelerated, and when caught off guard, its hard, dry palm fell towards the soldier's head with the sound of wind. Get out of the way! Lui Yang bellowed, and a talisman to ward off evil came flying with him. Boom! He then chopped off the head of the black-haired stiff with a single slash. Yet it was not the only one who, like this soldier, was in a lax state of mind, and danger loomed on the horizon. He couldn't save it. Chen Xianfan, Lui Yang yelled. Save them! Coming! Without the need for him to shout. Chen Xianfan, who was also thinking that it would be easier at dawn, knew that it was bad when Lui Yang spoke out to remind him, and rushed over with the big black cauldron. Clunk! It was too late to make a counterattack with his sword. He put the black pot on top of his head, his chi and blood bulging like an arrow off the string, and he hardened himself against several black hair stiffs pouncing and biting in a row. Mother asterisk. It was suffocating to be hammered. Chen Xianfan couldn't help but grit his teeth. How good it would be if Laozi had a bunch of pea shooters at this time. Chapter 54, Carelessness. Clang! Chen Xianfan once again resisted the bite of a black-haired zombie with fangs on the outside, and with the snowy blade of the kitchen knife in his hand, he stabbed in viciously towards the other party's chest. Put! The sharp kitchen knife plunged into his chest and chopped downward like meat. Cut the whole thing between the chest and the belly. But he couldn't be bothered to collect the goods. Raised his foot and stomped on the zombie's leg, used the force to draw the knife, flipped violently, and swung the big black pot in his hand behind him. Boom! Just in time to block the withered, yet hard as iron, forceful arm of another black-haired zombie. These guys don't have weapons. Their bodies are the best weapons. To kill them, the soldiers of the A-team had to expend a great deal of effort. As long as the head wasn't sliced open and the Dantian Qi wasn't breached, one could keep fighting. Other than attacking the vitals, any other place they are attacked can be of no concern to them. No sense of pain, no sanity, and hard to kill despite their slow movements. And the desire for a blood meal drives them to kill any living thing around them painfully, especially when a soldier was injured. The stimulation of blood in the sun made these demons become very crazy. Killing, only killing. The eyes beneath the black fur were bloodshot, and the fangs were bared beyond the lips, gruesome and ferocious. The attack of the pawns may not be able to do anything to it, but its attack, falling on the pawns, could not be dodged without ending up with a broken bone and a broken tendon. Even if you graze a little bit, but if you break the skin, it will lead to unbearable pain because of the yin qi on the zombie's body. Mother asterisk 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 her. Chen Xianfan cursed as he fought. He then said why the soldiers were screaming so badly just now. Accidentally by the black hair stiff's long nails. In the center of the eyebrow cut a line. Is hot and painful. Guess it's broken. But he couldn't even be bothered to look at it right now. Gotta get busy saving lives, and find a chance to take a cold one and slaughter a few black-haired stiffs to take the pressure off the soldiers. At this moment, the sky was completely bright, and as the sunlight shone down, any zombie that ran out of the tunnel would almost immediately emit black smoke. But not only did this not make them back down, but they became even more furious. Even the sluggish movements became much faster. This made the soldiers feel overwhelmed for a moment. Originally, when 3 soldiers formed the Zone Z formation to deal with a black-haired stiff, even the team with the worst strength was able to take advantage of its defenses and kill it while maneuvering around, or wait for a fellow soldier to be free to fill in. But faced with the black stiffs under the sun's stimulus, a small half-dozen soldiers were beginning to get hurt, only barely. Even those as strong as Washan and the others were gradually struggling a bit. What's even scarier is that the fact that it's light out hasn't made the zombies running out of the tunnel any less. They're still running out of it one by one. No one knew how many more black-haired stiffs were in the tomb. And no one knew if there was something more terrifying than black-haired zombies back there that would kill them while they weren't looking. It's not a good idea to say it's a total loss when the time comes. Chen Xianfan was now playing the role of empty-handed filler, as well as firefighter. Cook Chen. Finally another soldier who couldn't support himself couldn't help but shout. As the shout fell, the chopper and the big black pot arrived. Mentally tense attention extraordinarily concentrated. Eyes watching 6 roads and ears listening to all directions. Chen Xianfan did not dare to relax for a moment, not even dare to blink an eye. All it takes is one single negligence on his part, and someone could die. They were all soldiers of the demon-hunting army, and the belief instilled in them from the time they entered the camp was that there was no retreat in the face of demons and evil spirits. Another age of high self-esteem, if not to the point of being really unsupportable. No one would have cried out for help to Chen Xianfan, who was at the same level, even if they identify with his somewhat special status. So, definitely not slow. Chen Xianfan admitted that he was selfish and that he wanted to run away, but he couldn't run away. Where to run to? Once you run away, you are a deserter, and you will have to live in hiding for the rest of your life. There was no surveillance and the underlying ruling force was not strong in the Great Tang, and it was true that there was a situation where imperial power did not go down to the countryside. But was he going to be a gutter rat for the rest of his life? The only way to get free is to kill, burn, rob and pillage. The problem is that it's something he can't even do. The most out-of-the-ordinary thing I've ever done in my previous life was just shouting at the group about the good people in the group and dabbling in movies that 2 or 3 people could act in to see. Let him commit crimes. He's not cut out for that either. I'm such a decent guy. Isn't this embarrassing for me? Also, if he runs away and these people die here, what if they can't sleep in their midnight dreams later? There are times when it's time to take a risk for the sake of peace of conscience. Even if we die here together, at least we die without losing our hearts and don't have to live in torment. He was just an ordinary man. Not that strong-willed. Seeing so many people die in front of him, the old man will feel guilty. Guilt makes you sleep and eat poorly and can reduce your quality of life. The old man has to live with a clear conscience. Not to mention that these people were all soldiers that he had fed for months. Even if they were fed to cats and dogs for a few months, they would still have feelings. Laozi is a traveler, a legend destined to save the day. An undefeatable little strong man. I've fed my soldiers. How can I let a small nest of black stiffs get the better of me? Fart. Nonsense. Ridiculous. Whoever dares to die in front of me, let's see if I'll answer. I'll be a god who can hear the call of his followers. Such pressure was something Chen Xianfan had never experienced before. Such a spirited feeling was also something he had never experienced before. When obstinacy set in, he had never been as strong in his convictions as he was now, either. His heart and body were tightened to a certain point, like a fully loaded bowstring. The power of qi and blood bulged all over his body. Veins rippled on his neck and arms. And the spiritual power seeds within his dantian turned rapidly, constantly condensing mana into his divine soul, leaving him under a state of spiritual clarity. The sea of consciousness is emptied, knowing only one thing, and that is to save lives. Kill the enemy. The rest doesn't need to be bothered with anything. Under the dominance of this will, Chen Xianfan did almost as much as he could. The chopper even faintly took on the red light of qi and blood power on top of it. The blood gas condenses the fury. It's a blood gas condensation break. Those who had an epiphany in the midst of killing had the opportunity to imbue their blades with the blood qi in their bodies, and condense the fury in their blades between swings. Bloodbaths have a natural restraint on demons and ghosts. Chen Xianfan, however, didn't know about any blood qi condensing breaks. He just felt that he was getting smoother and smoother at chopping up black stiffs. Mother asterisk 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 error. How did this kid suddenly so fierce? Lu Yang staggered. Hua Shan and the others, who were so tired that they were on the verge of becoming deflated, saw Chen Xianfan do so and were also highly energized, gritting their teeth and squeezing the last of the blood qi from their bodies to fight again. Cook Chen, amidst the sounds of abuse, painful calls, weapon clashes, and the roars of the soldiers and the black zombies against each other, Chen Xianfan keenly captured the voice that called him Chen partner. The voice rang out, and from him here to between the other side, any black-haired stiff was his enemy. Just have to chop it up. Chopped to death. Lu Yong still had the evil warding talisman in his hand, always able to throw it out at the most critical times, and his and Chen Xuanfan's presence somewhat settled the military's heart and stabilized the situation. Under the stalemate, Xiong Zhengzheng, who had previously run down the mountain to call up the remaining soldiers as well, also rushed back with his men and joined the battle. The 106 members of the A-word team, with the exception of Chen Xuanfan's good brothers, and the missing Mao San Gosi, all of them had engaged the black stiffs. However, as time passed, the situation became more and more unfavorable to them. The soldiers were almost all wounded. Everyone is holding on by the skin of their teeth. Everyone couldn't hold out either. The battle on top of the battlefield was consuming a large amount of physical strength and qi and blood with every exchange and every breath. The soldiers of the A-word team were all only externally practicing their skins, at most up to the cultivation of bone refining, far from reaching the level of qi and blood entering the orifices and meridians and transforming them into qi, and being able to mobilize and replenish their qi and blood with their qi. The strength of their flesh was limited, and what could be mobilized was very limited, and fatigue soon became apparent. The reflections of the moves all became slower and slower, and the force began to appear as if the front force was exhausted and the back force was insufficient. And it's getting worse. Ah! Mother asterisk 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 error. I'll fight you. Roar. Cut the legs. Legs. Up. Down. Even the hissing at the call to cooperate is replaced with just one word. Lu Yong sensed this obviously disturbing agitation among the soldiers. His heart was even more anxious, and he kept shouting, "Attention! Don't be disorganized! Stay calm! Reinforcements are coming!" All the while mentally calling out for the lieutenant, hoping he would come soon. The entire A-team is on the verge of collapse, and one slip is going to result in a major injury. Once someone was seriously injured, it meant the disappearance of a team of zigzag formations. Others will be under increasing pressure. It's a one-shot deal. Moreover, Lu Yong knew very well in his heart that this battle, which was the first battle in the true sense of the C-word battalion's A-word team, must be survived no matter what. Otherwise this army is ruined. The heart and spirit, the momentum, these things are more important existences than strength for the soldiers. Brave and strong. On the path of cultivation, some people walk fast and some walk slow, but as long as the breath is there, as long as they do not fall down, they are always moving forward. But if a breath is scattered, it will be almost impossible to get it back, especially in the demon-hunting army. These soldiers all had their own pride. Defeated on the first try, morale fell apart. The A-team, I'm afraid, is going to be a laughingstock. It can't be returned. Can't lose. What's more, the black-haired zombies were bloodthirsty and murderous, and their desire for blood food was so terrifying. If they retreated and these demonic ghosts ran out, they would have to be searched for one by one if they were to be caught. There is no telling how many people will be scourged in this process, and if you miss just one, you're in big trouble. The black zombie raised by the corpse breeder has a strength between the white-haired zombie and the green-haired zombie. Unlike the natural-born zombies that rely on the essence of the sun and moon and the earth's fury to cultivate, it is an evil creature raised by the human race for certain purposes. Like some other evil things, they are very dangerous. In order to raise their strength faster, under the catalyst of the secret method, the black-haired zombies could grow continuously by devouring blood and flesh. If all things in heaven and earth were to compare their ability to create calamities for their own kind, then the human race would surely be able to top the list or even come out on top even if they were more modest. While trying to pacify the soldiers, while observing the entire battlefield, and also to strike at any time to kill the black-haired zombies, Lu Yong's chi is also soon to have the result of being unsustainable. It brought a touch of trepidation to his heart. But again, he knew very well that his decision was not wrong, so he could only continue to insist on it. Just hang in there. Soon reinforcements will be here. However, just at this moment, he suddenly realized that the black-haired zombies running out within the tunnel seemed to be spaced out a bit longer between the upper head and the lower head. Before it was all about the previous head coming out, and after tens of breaths, another one would come out. And now, nearly 100 breaths had passed. Lu Yong's heart, at once, was a little uneasy. All out already? No way. These black-haired stiffs must have been dared by something to run out of the tunnel. It was only afterward that they fought because of their hunger for flesh and blood. Roar! Within the tunnel, black mist mixed with bloody gas gushed out, and then with a roar, a zombie, even taller than the black-haired stiff, crawled out from within with great difficulty. The black fur on its body flashed in a burst of purplish-red light in the sunlight. It was a black-haired zombie that was transforming into a red-haired stiff, having just climbed out of the tunnel. It couldn't wait to pounce on the nearest soldier in front of it. At this moment, Chen Xianfan was turning his back to it and hacking the kitchen knife into the underbelly of a black-haired zombie. A trail of blood oozed outward from his forehead. His eyes narrowed and a hint of a smile tugged at the corners of his mouth, like he was basking in the victory of killing another zombie, oblivious to the danger behind him. Chen Xianfan, seeing the zombie's long black fingernails fall towards Chen Xuanfan's undershirt, Lu Yon yelled out anxiously, "It's okay, holy." Chen Xianfan heard his roar, kicked his legs and leaped up to backflip, and the black pot in his hand pedaled downward and smashed. The movement is one and the same, and it's wonderful. The mouth wants to say something like, "I feel a zombie behind me. Don't worry about it." The pot ended up smashing down before I realized it wasn't right. How did this guy get soaked? It's still a lot of milk grabbing. How come it's bigger? The black pot and the zombie's claws were right on top of each other. A tremendous force sent Chen Xianfan, who was already hanging in the air, flying directly out. Chen Xianfan only felt a shocking force that landed on his chest, and PFF sprayed out a mouthful of blood. Careless. Chapter 55, Reserves. The more the merrier. Seeing Chen Xianfan fly out, Lu Yong's heart was in his throat. In the next instant, not far from the foot of the mountain, a figure came in a hurry, leaping up into midair in a flash to catch the falling Chen Xianfan, save him from being dropped dead. "Lieutenant? Lieutenant!" Chen Xianfan covered his chest, and when he saw that the person who caught him was Xin Shua, he instantly relaxed, and excitedly began to babble. "School Lieutenant! You finally come! School Captain Xin! I can't repay you for saving my life. How about this? I'll give my body to you, okay?" This school captain only accepts body favors from beautiful women in this life. Xin Shua glanced at him and threw his hand to the ground, drawing the horizontal sword at his waist. "It won't be too late to wait until you're reincarnated as a woman in your next life before you think ill of this lieutenant." After saying that, the person had already leaped into the battlefield, casually slashing a black stiff in half. In a few steps, he arrived close to the large black-haired stiff that had sent Chen Xianfan flying, waving his sword to block it. "TSK, why does gender need to be stuck so dead?" Chen Xianfan skimmed his lips and muttered. Hearing footsteps coming from behind him, he saw old Lu's familiar face between the rows of armor leaves rattling as he turned around and quickly approached. "It's reinforcements from the A battalion coming." Unable to help himself, he completely let go of his heart and lay back, spreading out on the ground in a large shape and letting out a long breath. Good man. This time he was really fighting for his life. As soon as he slacked off, his body ached, not to mention his bones were tingling. When the A battalion men came, the C battalion A battalion men retreated from the battlefield one after another. 3 by 3, they helped each other to Chen Xuanfan's surroundings, either sitting or lying down, covering their wounds and inhaling. Hua Shan, who had the strongest strength, was in a state of disempowerment, unable to lift his arms. Helped by Wei Hong and Cha Shang, he leaned under a tree to rest. Lu Yong took out the wound medicine from his storage bag and put it on a few of the more seriously injured soldiers. Woof woof. Woof woof. The dog brothers that Chen Xianfan had previously thrown out to hide ran out, running circles around his head and licking him every now and then. It made Chen Xianfan so overwhelmed that he had to sit up, cross-legged, and held the dog brother in his arms for a while, rubbing. The aftermath of the robbery was nothing but exhaustion and a little pain in the lungs. The spirit was too tense to pay attention during the battle just now, and now that he was idle, Chen Xianfan felt a stuffy stagnation in his chest between breaths. Unable to help himself, he frowned and pressed a hand to his chest. This press was great, and the blockage felt even worse. Ahem. He couldn't help but pat his chest and let out a dry cough. Put. I don't know if the shot was too heavy, but a mouthful of blood spurted out again. Captain Xiong Zhengzheng, who had just withdrawn from the battle, was startled at the sight and hurried over to support Chen Xianfan and asked, "Partner, are you all right?" "Squad, it's fine. Don't bark. Chen Xianfan pushed him and shoved the dog brother into his arms. Old me is having a breakthrough. Don't let anyone disturb me. Saying that, he closed his eyes and crossed his legs. With his 5 hearts facing the sky, he exercised his power to drum up the qi and blood in his body. Tao Tai eats qigong. The gong method was running, and he felt dots of qi and blood power converging into the meridians, and the threads of it followed the meridians to within the dantian qi si. The spirit seed within the dantian floated upwards, and the qi and blood power that entered it sank downwards, forming a sea of qi. The power of qi and blood entered the sea of qi and transformed into qi true essence. True essence drummed and true qi flowed, widening and nourishing the meridians. At the same time, the internal organs of the lungs, which had been injured due to the shock and concussion during the fight just now, were also moisturized and healed first under the generation of true qi. The true qi gradually nourished and mended the injuries within Chen Xuanfan's body under the operation of the gong method. This is much more effective than shots and pills. What's more, the true qi wasn't just about healing injuries, it would also enhance his physique. From now on, Chen Xianfan had officially entered the 8th grade of martial arts, the internal training stage. Thereafter, for every injury, as long as it didn't injure one's own origin and there was a vigorous power of qi and blood to supplement it, one could continuously devour the qi and blood to produce true qi to repair the physical body and improve the body's strength over and over again. This is the beginning of the real refining of the body. The so-called body refining. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were the most difficult to refine. That was why there was a strange cultivation method called the art of 7 wounds, practicing true qi into one's own internal organs. At the cost of injuries, he exploded into a powerful killing move. Hurt the enemy before you hurt yourself. Of course, it was very dangerous to do so. If the injuries were not repaired in time, or if the injuries were too heavy to damage the origin, it would leave behind dark wounds that would affect the foundation and future cultivation. Few people who were not outlaws or extremely confident would cultivate this technique. At least the self-proclaimed Godao Venerable Chen Gangfu would never cultivate in this way, even if his current breakthrough was due to combat. Whoever wants to use it. I'm not a masochist. The purpose of cultivation is to live well and happily. Who can stand to work so hard all the time? It's not like playing a game. There are great terrors between life and death. Trying back and forth on the edge of life and death is very damaging to the mental state. Okay? He hadn't even gotten to the point where he was actually living or dying just now. And he was already miserable to this doggy extent. And deliberately seeking to stimulate cultivation? Sick. After running his gong for a few weeks and feeling that the injuries in his body were almost healed, Chen Xianfan withdrew his gong and prepared to get up. It was still on the battlefield. And since he had regained his strength, he should hurry up and get up. Let's see if there's anything he can do to help. And more importantly, there are a lot of black zombies in front of him waiting for him to stock up, so he can't waste it for nothing. Then he realized that the functioning gong method was stopped, and the transformation of qi and blood in his body into true qi was only slowed down, not completely stopped. It was only after a careful probe that he realized that the slowly rotating spirit seed in the dantian seemed to be a bit larger. And surprisingly, as he drew the spiritual qi into his body, he wrapped the blood qi in the meridians and continuously wrapped it into the sea of qi. In Chen Xuanfan's senses, it was as if the aura formed a single bubble, balling up the blood qi into a single point, wrapping it and bringing it into the dantian. It then stretched out into wisps as it rotated around the spirit seed. The blood qi was then thrown from it into the sea of qi. The spirit seed floated above the qi sea, and as it rotated, it seemed to be sucking away a portion of the true essence as well. It's really hard not to suspect that this thing is stealing food, but it seems reasonable to eat a little bit when people are given work to do. Start a hang and rack up double the experience value. Doesn't this mean that the pleasure of lying flat is going to be doubled? Then this is too cool. Chen Xianfan was so beautiful in his heart. Thinking so, it will be even more meticulous in the future. Find a nook or cranny of a cat, and as long as you don't die sooner or later you become an invincible legend. Pretty good thinking, but misses the point. That is, the thing about qi and blood power is that it doesn't appear out of thin air. Thus, the moment Chen Xianfan opened his eyes, not only did he see the 2 furry faces of Xiong Jingzhang and the dog brothers, but he also heard the call from his stomach. Gulp. Feel the malice of the world. Chen Xianfan opened his mouth and without saying a word, he first stuffed a qi replenishing Dan into his mouth. The Sai chewed and swallowed. The Sai got up and patted his butt, then took out a kitchen knife and viciously cursed an expletive and rushed toward the black stiff who had been put down. Hands up. Open up. Black pot in. Reserve food. Or the more the merrier. Chapter 56, Ghosts Love to Listen. Halfway up the hill at the entrance to the chamber tunnel, the sun was already halfway up in the sky. Some are fighting fiercely, some are resting against trees, some are checking for injuries, and some are stocking up. After killing the previous black-haired stiff, The ones that came out afterward were all ordinary black-haired stiffs. The soldiers of the A-word battalion were all veterans, and had brought along a large number of talismans to ward off evil spirits and other talismans, so they could cope with them with ease. The level of danger above the battlefield was reduced, and the atmosphere was a bit more relaxed. He. Chen Xianfan scurried around the edges of the battlefield like a large horse monkey. Once a black stiff was removed but the carcass was still intact. As soon as the soldiers left he would jump over and yank the body out of the battlefield, and then starts his show. Ka chow. Go to the head. Put. Open belly. Ha ha. The goods arrived. The next step was to toss aside the black stiffs that had been ravaged again and run back to the edge of the battlefield to find the goods. After the situation was brought under control, Xin Shua, who had gone out to survey the entire topography of General Mountain once again, came back with 2 people in his hands and saw the scene. How? It's all customary. The demon hunters themselves are a place where the oddballs come out. The demon hunting 9 armies, any one of them, had the brand of the main general on them, and every man who can become a general above the rank of lieutenant has some character, more or less. These dispositions will be well inherited by the soldiers under his command, just like Xin Shua himself and Lu Yong. When they entered the demon hunting army, they were soldiers under the same team leader. Their team leader, now the Capitaine, had been the most normal commander he'd ever seen. And yet there are still some insufferable fetishes. The soldiers of the C-word battalion's A-word team seem to be normal now, besides being able to eat some. Partner Chen, what are you doing? Xin Shua asked as he threw the 2 soldiers he was carrying onto the ground and patted the dirt on his hands. The busy Chen Xianfan was stunned by the question and said smoothly, "Oh, Lieutenant, I'm looking for something to eat from the black stiff." He also didn't know if Xin Shua recognized what he had taken out of the black zombie. If you know each other, then you don't have to explain and the other person can see it. If you don't recognize it, it's like a facepalm brag to say it. So, opening his belly, he showed Xin Shua the blood clots that were taken out, which were pitch black and looked like hairy stinky tofu. Sinsaku, take back your previous words. The soldiers of the A-team, instead of being able to eat some, ate everything. While it's true that it's called the Tao Tai army, that's not what the rest of them are. Stinky, brain-flushing stench. However, when the soldiers of the A-team who were resting nearby here looked over to Chen Xuanfan's side, their faces were all filled with an expression of anticipation. This made Xin Shua not even know what to say about these guys. However, looking at them, none of them seemed to be seriously hurt, so he ordered, "Can you still move? Those who can move come over and clean up the battlefield. Pull the black-haired stiffs to the side valley and burn them, burying all the ashes up. The een is poisonous to the living. The black hair zombie body of the een and death of the gas is already rich, although in the sun's irradiation dissipated some, and here is open ground. The death of the gas are drifting away on their own, and the soldiers are all the people of the blood and chi, so they are not affected by too much. But if the body of a killed black stiff was just left alone, a poisonous miasma would likely form under the decay over time. It's winter and there aren't many days with sun. Plus the mountains or humid trees hills also block the sun's rays. The een chi that lingers and converges will also attract the een chi in the neighborhood, which will be troublesome when the time comes. It might breed new demons. It would be better to dispose of it now, so as not to leave any future problems, especially the award team of this group of people. One by one look miserable. In fact, the heaviest injury is only thigh and chest was scratched off a large piece of meat. Pretend to be dying will not be able to pretend. Shouting pain is still ing shouting so loud. It just lacks conditioning. Get up and get to work. The soldiers of the A-team looked at me. I looked at you, and finally decided to give the lieutenant this face and stand up to move. So, the heavily injured ones continued to lie down, and the ones that were not lightly injured and could still walk, went to pull away the black-haired stiffs that Chen Xianfan had cleaned up, dragging them towards the valley to prepare them for burning. The lightly injured and uninjured ones went to pull the black zombies that had just been killed over to Chen Xianfan. This saved Chen Xianfan the trouble. Cut off the head. Don't be lazy. In case you get bitten, you'll be in trouble. He instructed the ones who went to pick up the corpses while shouting at the ones who went to the valley for the funeral. Get some firewood and come back. We'll eat fried stinky tofu at noon. Alright, buddy. Although they didn't know what fried stinky tofu was, it didn't affect the soldiers who were used to being fed to agree at all. Hey, why are there 2 people here? Only then did someone notice the 2 soldiers that were brought back by Xin Shua. Mao-san, go see? Why are these 2 boys here? Lu Yong walked over. It seems like the school lieutenant carried it back from the top of the mountain, Chen Xianfan said after some thought. Team leader. Mao-san climbed up and hugged Lu Yong's leg and cried. Team leader, I thought I wouldn't be able to see you again. Gosi hugged Chen Xuanfan's leg and asked while crying. Captain, what do we eat for lunch? The child is hungry. How did you two come out? Chen Xianfan was a bit vain. Can he not be vain? Forgot about this guy when we blew up the crypt. That's fortunate it didn't blow up in there. At the top of the highest mountain, there's a cave leading to a tomb at the bottom, Mao San said as he wiped a tear from his eye. The two of them had been captured the night before, and the ghostly creatures in the tomb had made them talk about the world of the living. To save their lives, the two of them started making things up. It lasted all night, and in the daytime the spirits hid further down, and bewitched them and remained in the cave against the outside. Then a violent explosion underground woke them up, and the two tried to find a way to run outside. When they went in, they remembered that they fell down from above, so they looked for the exit upwards. Shortly after coming out of the cave, a hole was seen overhead. Mao San and Gosi then climbed all the way up the hole, and after an unknown period of time they saw a bright light. It didn't take long to climb out of the cave before Sensaku met them and lifted the two back up. Partner, you don't know how much movement there was in the ground. The mountains were shaking, and the rocks that fell almost killed the two of us, Gosi said with a palpitating heart. Ahahaha, what's that? A great disaster will be a blessing. The commotion is what I made, Chen partner snorted and laughed. Come on, go rest for a while. We'll eat good food later. Mao San Gosi was also obedient, and the two of them were harboring little secrets in their hearts. After a night of talking at the ghostly creatures, more things were said and done, and in the end it was all up to the soldiers and the choreographed team to fool the ghosts. The love-hate relationship between a cook and an army bruiser, the flirtatious history of the camp's flowery golden young master, and the untold story of a rogue soldier and a rich young master. It's as flavorful as you want it to be, and the ghostly creatures love it. Chapter 57 The Power of Secret Stinky Tofu. Smoke was rising from a large black pot and half a pot of oil was rolling around. There were black lumps in it, floating and sinking. The aroma of frying and the inexplicable stench intertwined to test the nerves of the soldiers of the A Battalion. The people from the C-Word Battalion's A-Word team, however, all had expressions of eagerness to try. Man, Huashan opened his bloody mouth at Chen Xianfan. You broke your hand? Chen Xianfan had just picked up a piece of fried secret stinky tofu and was about to send it to his mouth when this guy came over smelling it. What do you mean? Open your mouth at me? Mother asterisk 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 her, do I still have to feed you? It's too much of a fight. No energy. Huashan said expressionlessly. Get up and go. Chen Xianfan ignored him. This is fooling the ghost. This has been resting for half an hour. And still not resting over? Gee, TSK. Huashan frowned and looked at his leg. This claw on my shoulder is helping. Well, the tofu on Chen Xuanfan's chopsticks still reached his mouth. Hot. Huashan frowned. Chen Xianfan laughed and scolded him for deserving it. Scald you to death. Delicious. Robbed is delicious. Huashan, however, nodded and then stepped aside. Revealing a reluctant face, young Master Jean rushed at Chen Xianfan. To Chen Xianfan completely confused. What faults you guys this are? The team just said that you have to feed us one bite each. Hurry up. Line blah. The matter of smashing the stone seat and releasing the black-haired stiff was something that Chen Xianfan himself had said. He didn't hide this when Xin Shua inquired, because it was not known whether there was an inevitable causal relationship between that lapis lazuli seat and the appearance of the black stiff or not. If there was a relationship between the two, it would be bad if the demon hunting army entered the tomb afterward and came across a chair or something else made of the same material, only to make the same moves as Chen Xianfan did before and release something even more terrifying. Though it's unlikely that anyone would do that. But fear not. If it happens, people may die as a result. Besides, even if he said it, it wouldn't have any effect on him. And if we are talking about pursuing the matter, the Vermilion Bird Army that made the generals grave a seaward mission after surveying it and issued it as a seaward mission should be punished for failing to investigate the real danger. But all the soldiers of the Demon Hunter Army understood that such an accident could not be avoided at all. No one is a god who can pinpoint and dismiss all dangers. The so-called Tao is 1 foot tall and the devil is 10 feet tall. Everything still need to be cautious and careful. After all, what kind of accidents can happen when you run into demons and evil spirits? That's what the demon hunters do. The Vermilion Bird Army existed only to keep underpowered soldiers from facing a completely unfinished task. But if you really want to meet, also bad luck, can only blame their own strength is too poor? So even though they learned that it was most likely Chen Xianfan who had released the black stiff, no one blamed him. Neither Xin Shua nor Lui Yong said anything. He was told to feed all the soldiers because everyone had put their lives on the line in the battle just now, and they are all fellow soldiers in the same team. Feed them a mouthful of food and things will be over. No one should have emotions in their heart. Everyone had seen Chen Xuanfan's previous behavior, so how could anyone be emotionally attached to him? The soldiers of the A-team lined up smiling with their mouths wide open as they rushed at Chen Xianfan. One looked like a whaling cub, and the scene was very funny. After feeding the circle, Chen Xianfan was just about to go back when Mao San and Gosi simultaneously rushed at him and opened their large mouths. He was exasperated and laughed, scolding, "Are you too good for it? It's not like you guys went to war. Besides, without the two of you, could all this have happened back there? We were almost ghost-eaten and almost blown up." Mao San pretended to be pitiful. "Serves you right. You're still making up stories about the brothers. Go back and dig out the manure for me for half a month. Also, composting and fertilizing is also a job for you too." Chen Xianfan didn't spoil them either, directly placing the bowl into their hands, saying, "Dare to disobey. I'll use Master Spoon to crack you two's balls." So mean. The onlookers on the sidelines felt a chill in their crotches. At this moment, the reinforcements from the A Battalion had already arrived more than an hour ago. The black zombies that ran out within the tunnel were basically wiped out. Only occasionally one or two more came out before being lured away and killed by the soldiers. Therefore, what happened on the A-team side of the C-word battalion? The soldiers of the A-word battalion who were taking turns to rest could not help but watch. It's hard not to be curious when you see them eating with gusto. Except no one came along and asked for a piece of the action. The guys ate too raw. And what was fried in that pot was shaved from a zombie. It wasn't until Xin Shoa saw Lu Yang go over and rub his nose in it, and followed suit by asking for 2 pieces of stinky tofu to try, that any of the soldiers from the A battalion wanted to give it a try. Finally old Lu was sent over and begged for a bowl. Didn't dare ask for more. From the time Chen Xianfan and the others ran out until now, at least around 200 black zombies had been taken out. Most of them more or less contributed to the stinky tofu. This time, Chen Xianfan didn't keep a single piece. All of them were fried in the frying pan. The soldiers of the C-word battalion's A-word team each got a few pieces. It wasn't enough to eat, but it was a good meal. The vinegar and chili peppers were garnished with the oil flavor, and it was just right to accompany the chi replenishing Dan in the storage bag. There's also taking the pastry out, cutting it open and eating it as a sandwich. There is no limit to human wisdom when it comes to eating. After eating, these people of the A-team, who felt a warm mass in their abdomen, began to coincidentally look for the place with the best sunlight to sit down cross-legged and run their gong methods to practice. After learning from Chen Xianfan before, it had become a habit to exercise and regulate his energy when he had nothing to do in his spare moments. Although it hadn't produced chi energy yet, doing so could calm the chi in blood. The blood chi stirred up by the previous battle gradually calmed down in meditation. Sunlight and chi in blood are wonderful for dispelling the fury. Feeling the warm sun and the blood chi surging in his body, he followed the mantra on the gong method over and over again as usual to regulate his breathing, and then try to mobilize the blood chi in his blood veins, flushing the meridians ceaselessly as he breathed, echoing the chi energy in the skin. The chi and blood coalesce, travel through the meridians, enter the sea of chi, and condense into true essence. Then the true essence dispersed into true chi, which ran throughout the body, quenching the lungs and bones. These feats were familiar to every soldier of the A-team, just waiting for the moment it comes true. Yet no one ever thought that moment would come so soon. Feeling a faint, if any, trace of chi in his body, running slowly through his meridians for a week, Huashan opened his eyes again, and there was a palpitating color in them that was hard to hide. Chapter 58, Crazy Test of the Bottom Line. Just be flexible. Although there is only a trace of true chi, far less than the 8th grade of internal practice, Huashan's cultivation is still the pinnacle of bone refining with a great completion of external practice. But the division of the grades of the lower-ranked cultivators is not as clear-cut as the higher-ranked ones, and the difference is just a line as well as the difference between heaven and earth. Rather, the transition is relatively vague, even as the refinement of the cultivation is vague. Therefore, Huashan's current cultivation level could be said to be of the 9th rank, and it was fine to say that he had entered the 8th rank. After all, crossing that line meant a steady entry into the 8th grade. As long as there was enough chi and blood in the body, the 8th grade of internal practice was but a matter of days. 9th grade entry, 8th grade internal practice. At the 8th grade, it was difficult for an ordinary demon to injure his fundamentals. At the age of 17, the 8th rank, before the age of 20, he would definitely be able to enter the 7th rank of bone forging. Before the age of 25, he would step into the 6th rank of blood gushing. Before the age of 30, he would become a true cultivator, and he would definitely achieve something in the future. Cultivation, all of it, gets harder the further back you go. By being one step faster, there is more time left for the later impact of the cultivation barrier. It was true that only by fighting to the death could one rapidly improve one's martial cultivation. Huashan had an additional burning battle intent in his eyes. Taking another look at Chao Shang Wei Dong and young Master Jin and the others around him, they all saw the desire for power on each other's faces. These soldiers of the C-word battalion's A-word squad are worthy of being the best in terms of strength qualifications among this batch of new soldiers. Surprisingly, they have grown like this under a single fight. Although it wasn't like Huashan, young Master Jean, and the others who felt the obvious increase in strength and rejoiced. The entire A-team, however, all felt the change in cultivation to a greater or lesser extent. Everyone brought a smile to their faces. Ma Xuanxing, the lieutenant of the Rushta battalion, looked very emotional. Xin Shuo also nodded his head in relief and smiled. Indeed, it's not in vain that I shed my face and went to the captain to beg for this opportunity for them. Oh, old Xin, was that something you begged for them? That's clearly what they ate with their skills, eating up 4 months worth of food in one sitting. That's awesome. Ha ha. Ma Xuanxing laughed and unmercifully made fun of Xin Shuo. He is the one who has to brag. And he is the one who has to be sarcastic. Don't even know what's wrong with this guy. Xin Shuo glanced at him and grunted. Starlet, if you want to get your ass kicked, just say so and let's practice. How many times have you been warned? Don't call me little star. Ma Xuanxing, a burly man over 2 meters tall, was very uncomfortable with this nickname. Call me again and I'll turn around and go back. Clean up this mess yourself. You go back? How will you go back? Xin Shuo didn't worry about it at all as he bristled. The captain told you to come here. Don't you dare go back and try. Mother asterisk 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 her. How come the gang of tortoise bastards from this vermilion bird army haven't come yet? Referring to the captain, Ma Xuanxing also had nothing to say, so he could only spread his anger on the people who had not yet arrived and cursed furiously. Wait, what's the hurry? The vermilion bird army's people are all godly. Most of them are careful and bad-tempered chi practitioners. If you talk about people behind their backs, be careful of being overheard. Xin Shuo waved his hand and said, 2 school captains, carrying 2 bowls of freshly cooked knife-shaved noodles over. Lu Yiyong, who wanted to be courteous, dryly called out, somewhat in a dilemma. It's not because I heard the 2 lieutenants cursing and being embarrassed. What's so embarrassing about that? What kind of a bastard doesn't curse? It is the well-educated man who goes to the barracks for 2 months and exits to his mother. The reason he was in a dilemma was because behind these 2 lieutenants was standing a woman in a red Bagua Dao robe. The Vermilion Bird Army has many women and wears red Bagua Taoist robes. Holding a golden compass in her hand, she holds her hair in a high bun nesting her duster. What? Ma Xuanxing looked at Lu Yong's appearance and blared. What's that expression on your face? Have you seen a ghost? Ha ha, Colonel Ma, you this. Lu Yong rushed. Ma Xuanxing squeezed his eyes. You old boy cannot look behind you before opening his mouth. Can't you be as smart as Hinsaku? Can't you see he's avoiding you? This? Really see ghosts? I see what ghosts can. Ma Xuanxing mouth cursing a turn back. The meat of the face is a twitch. Yo, immortal nun. When did you come? Come really fast, ha. Fast? Coming fast and still being scolded for being a tortoise. How can it be any slower? The jade-faced, cold as frost female Taoist priest flung her duster and said slowly and faintly. So what? Have you eaten? Ma Xuanxing glanced at the large bowl in Lu Yong's hand and hurriedly snatched it over and held it in front of the Taoist nun, asking with a smile on his face. The Taoist nun, however, glanced at Xin Shuo and said, there's no need, let's get down to business first, otherwise, someone will say that we chi practitioners are careful and bad-tempered again. Immortal nun, why don't you eat this bowl? Xin Shuo picked up the other bowl of knife-shaved noodles in Lu Yong's hand. They are army lieutenants, and the Taoist nun is just a pawn. This low-profile appearance caused many people from the C-word battalion award team to look confused. Chen Xianfan, who was holding a bowl of purring noodles and watching the show, bumped Huashan with his arm when he had work in his mouth. Meaning, give an explanation of what's going on. The Vermilion Bird Army is mostly women. Huashan glanced at him and said, aha, woman, protector. Aha, women, not to be messed with. Aha, woman with many admirers. Makes sense. Chen Xianfan nodded heavily. It's more than that. Captain Chen, Sure Daijuan came over with his bowl and said, this Vermilion Bird Army is mostly women. Even the generals are women. That was why many strong women were more willing to join the Vermilion Bird Army. Whether it was the secular world or the cultivation world, there were fewer women with famous names than men, but every woman who could walk among them with some fame was not to be messed with. They can be more vicious and open-minded than men in the fight for resources. Any strong woman who makes it out has had a harrowing upbringing. That's why there's a saying when walking in the Jianghu. It's called to be extra careful when encountering old people, children, women and Taoist priests, especially when it comes to fighting for your life, because they are better at staying alive. They must have unexpected means of staying alive to survive. The founding emperor of the Great Tang, naturally, did not want to let go of this force without using it for himself. Therefore, the Great Tang's eldest princess, Ping Yang, became the general master of the Vermilion Bird Army. I have to say it was a good move. Cultivation qualifications do not discriminate between men and women, and as long as there is a chance, the chances of a woman becoming a strong person are not low. How was it a huge force to net them into the Vermilion Bird Army? The existence of the Vermilion Bird Guard is very special. Its number is not the largest in the demon hunting army, and its high-end combat power and killing ferocity is not as good as several other armies. But if a ranking is done, the forces that the demon hunting army is most reluctant to mess with, the Vermilion Bird Guard can be ranked into the top 3. If the tradition of the demon hunter army was to protect the shortcomings, the Vermilion Bird Army was the king of the shortcomings in the Inner Scrolls. The captains and generals in the Vermilion Bird Army are all very loving to their subordinates, very much in the fine tradition of protecting the cub mother tiger. What was even more frightening was that the wives, mothers, mothers-in-law, and even grandmothers of many cultivators might have come from the Vermilion Bird Army. Many of the wives of the generals in the 9 armies. 2. Offending Jubilee means offending a group of enemies that you may or may not know about. It's fine in general, but if it's a mortal enemy, it's a no-win situation. With the Jubilee Army's immortality, you may not die immediately, but you will live a very hard life. And for the people in the demon hunting army and the righteous cultivators, the Vermilion Bird Army was more than difficult to deal with. The current general master of the Vermilion Bird Army, Elder Princess Annel, was extremely beautiful, but had a strange fetish, wide-ranging hobbies, broad-mindedness, and fraternal love for the world. As long as it's a good-looking man, she likes it. She then used to show her love to all the strong men, letting out a bold statement that whoever was defeated by her would have to marry her. Marry her? Many begged for it, but marrying her is different. Madam, but there can be more than one. This general lord now has several male wives with famous names and countless lovers. So Ma Xuanqing messed with the one in front of him, even though he was rough-looking and not to the liking of the general's master. But it was inevitable that those who loved his bite would hit the door. Even less coincidentally, the wife-loving Lord Lieutenant of the Shangzhou Taotai Army's wife was from the Vermilion Bird Army. It's not just a Taoist nun in front of you. People have people behind them. TSK, Chen Xianfan nodded his head while listening, and couldn't help but ask with curiosity, "Hey, do you think that if the general master of the Vermilion Bird Army took a liking to you and gave you the opportunity to eat soft food, would you be willing to do so?" "Of course I'm willing." Sure Dajuan immediately snatched the answer. Who the hell wouldn't be willing? One step to heaven. I don't want to. Huashan was very ambitious. I'm not willing either. Young Master Jean grunted. The youngest of the 3 general lords, Princess Anyang, is a few years older than my aunt. See, you're small in this pattern. What is age? Besides, a cultivator is like a teenager even at 100 years old. Haven't you heard? A woman's age is 3 years old, and she holds a golden brick. A woman's age is 30 years old, and she has set up a river and a mountain. A woman's 300th year is a row of elixirs. Female Great 3000. Ranked in the immortal class. Chen Xianfan found a little bit of fun in his previous life and friends online blowing water. Full of mouth running train smooth mouth who grin. Anyway, is to laugh and brag? That is not how you want to say how to say. Sure Dajuan, however, listened and nodded his head, agreeing. Well said. It's still Captain Chen who has insight. Hey, I say, what would you say if Princess Anyang were to be replaced with the general master of our Taotai army? Young Master Jean asked with a twinkle in his eye, kicking Chen Xianfan. What how? Looking at you. What do you say? So what can I say? I don't agree. I'm a bottom line guy. Really? What if he can send your cultivation realm straight up to the 2nd rank? Then I don't agree either. Chen Xianfan still shook his head. He could get there even if he was lying down. So why sacrifice himself? Sure Dajuan's face showed a torn expression, but he finally shook his head. I can't either. Did you just hesitate and visualize that image? Anan thought about it and then decided it wouldn't work. You're ruthless. You're a wolf exterminator. Chen Xianfan gave Sure Dajuan a thumbs up with a hefty smile. Then he ate a mouthful of noodles, thought for a moment, and then asked Sure Dejun. Then if there is a supremely strong man, a man who looks handsome and dashing, who saves you from danger every time, who is willing to go through fire and water for you, and who cares for you, and who is willing to hold up rivers and mountains of power, heavenly materials and treasures, and dragon yuan and phoenix blood, all of which are willing to hold up in front of you, to win the king's smile, just drooling over your beauty, to you in love, how are you? This, Sure Dejun was a little hesitant. Submit to him, Chao Shang said unambiguously. If he doesn't give up, I will not leave. What are you just from? The question is for our brother Jun. What's there to hesitate about? Go with him. Sure Dajuan's brother, Liao Hai, was anxious. What? You want to steal my brother Jun's lover? Is that okay? But, with my looks, is there beauty to be found? Sure, Dajuan's self-awareness was still very clear. He couldn't help but look over at young Master Jin's side. Young Master Jin, if you meet someone like that, don't forget to pull a brother's hand out. Then he was kicked in the face. Get out. What about you? Chen Xianfan slapped Huashan again. Not how. Huashan replied with a cold face. So cold? So if he died for you and wanted a kiss from you before he died, would he give it? Chen partner, what about you? I do. Where's your bottom line? Bottom line. This stuff just has to be flexible. The Taoist nuns and Ma Shuangxing of the Vermilion Bird Army went into the tunnel to investigate. And Xin Shua stayed outside to command the soldiers, and he was about to order them to stand back a bit to be on guard, when he was forced to listen to such a heart-to-heart after-dinner chat, unable to stop with a frown, thinking of a certain fellow who, earlier, had seemed to say that he would, to him, give his body to him. Chapter 59, Pissing Off the Team, Gaga Happy. Half an hour later, all the soldiers of the C-Word Battalion's A-Word team retreated from the mountain to the camp at the watering hole where they had previously been stationed. After trimming, wait for orders. Team leader, why did you let us come back? Not being able to continue picking up corpses. Chen Xianfan was regretful, although there is no black stiff running out from it now, but it is unlikely that there will be one later. This time I ate stinky tofu to the point of overindulgence and even got a little tired of it. But the reserve food, it can be placed in the storage bag, and then take out to eat when you want to eat. It's not like it's going to go bad, much less go to waste. And it's not the only way to eat the stinky tofu, you can also make other dishes. One of the recipes in Yanhuan Xiangong uses stinky tofu. However, the other materials, Chen Xianfan hadn't even seen them until now. So save some, it's necessary. You have the nerve to ask me? Louis grunted with courage. People's old pawns from the A battalion were on guard. And you guys? Picking up corpses on the side. I barely count you guys as helping to dispose of the corpses. But then what? What did you all do? Eat and drink and talk and laugh. Deep-fried stinky tofu. Nice shaved noodles cooked in a big pot of boiling water. Eaten with a grunt louder than a pig's essence drinking millet porridge. Teammate. You ate it too. Huashan pretended to pass by and casually reminded. 2 big bowls. A smile appeared on Xiong Jingjing's naive face, stretching out 2 stubby fingers and waving them in front of Lu Yong. There's also added minced garlic. Claws away. Lu Yong was exasperated and laughed, casually slapping the big black hand away. You guys, in the future, restrain yourselves, especially in front of the school lieutenant. Give him some face. Don't forget, we're running out of food and are counting on the school captain to allocate more. There's no need to worry about it, Team Zhang. We've salted all this salted fish. We'll take it back to Qi County to exchange for food. Chen Xianfan, however, thought to himself that he couldn't always count on the leader in this matter. It's better to rely on people than to rely on yourself. Do-it-yourself abundance. What if the top gets rid of them with a little food, and the rewards that should have been there are gone? Wouldn't that be a big loss? Might as well take care of the rations yourself. How big a deal? You don't talk nonsense. Honestly, stay in the camp for me. Don't go there. Lu Yong now felt that Chen Xuanfan's previous caution was necessary. It's so necessary. After talking to old Lu from the A-Word camp, he had some suspicions that the reason Chen Xianfan was so cautious was probably because he knew that there was something wrong with his own 8 characters. Some people have the wind in their veins and are destined to wander the world. Some people are born with peculiar destinies and are born to cause trouble. We can't let him out. There are 2 lieutenants here this time. I don't know if we can hold them down. Don't make any more trouble. Recruit the capital. Hurry up and boil water. The school captain gave me some medicine packs to drive away the fury. You boil them for everyone to drink. And boil some for the bath. Lu Yong arranged some work for Chen Xianfan. Saves him from idly wondering about something else. Okay, Chen Xianfan nodded in agreement. He had just broken through to the 8th rank, just in time to meditate and cultivate after taking a bath. The matter of cultivation, I guess, is just as addictive as playing a game to accumulate experience value and upgrade your character's battle power. In the afternoon when the sun was at its best, a bunch of big old men stripped down for a dip. When fighting with Fiend ghost demons, the most feared thing was to be tainted with Fiend and poisonous chi. If you fail to pull it out in time and it gets stained inside, you will lose your life. Not to mention that you may directly fall into a ghost. The soldiers of the demon hunting army, all of whom were cultivators who had stepped into the martial arts path, could barely resist the general erosion, unlike ordinary people who were so easily struck. But it's still flesh and blood, so it's always good to be careful. Demon hunting armies that went out to war would carry some medicinal powders and packs that could repel fury and detoxify demonic poisons. These herbs are also useful for flesh wounds, so there is no need to keep a separate wound medicine. The Chi Repair Pill is the best medicine for injuries. Martial Dao 9th grade outer practice. As long as the Chi and blood didn't fail, Normal flesh wounds wouldn't be a bit of a big deal. After replenishing the qi and blood, they would quickly recuperate. A few of the most seriously injured. Sprinkle some medicinal powder to stop the blood. And then take the qi replenishing dan to eat 2 good meals. Are able to follow everyone to come down the mountain. Team Zhang, this medicine bag and powder. Why don't you give it to us? Chen Xianfan boiled the water and ran to Lui Yong again with the medicinal soup. He thought the flavor of the medicine packet as it cooked was not bad. Slightly bitter. Goes just right for cloying. Get a little extra and have a bowl later when you're having a big meal to refresh your mind. The powder he also tasted. And it was a bit like tea. A bit of a barley frying aroma. And it's very drinkable. This is ing medicine. Lui Yong said angrily. You even drink medicine? You want to stick your finger out and taste the salt when the truck passes through the door? Then maybe it really could be a big sauce. I know it's medicine. Didn't you say that you could drink it even if you weren't injured by the Yin Fury? Chen Xianfan felt baffled. It was clearly Lui Yong who told them all to drink a little. It was said that the black stiffs had been exposed to the sun and inhaled some of the shadowy mist, more or less, by everyone. In particular, he and Hua Shan and the others, as well as Mao San Gosi and the 2 of them, had been in the underground chamber for a short period of time, not to the peak of internal training. All have to be careful of Yin Fury into the internal organs. Being a good soldier who listens to people and eats their food, he followed this with a bowl of medicine. Otherwise, no more craving than even medicinal soup. What's wrong with being a team leader? You're a team leader, so you can frame people? In the face of Chen Xuanfan's dissatisfaction, Lui Yong just grunted. I told you to drink the soup and medicine as well. Did I tell you to taste the medicinal powder? Ah, that's not true. So did you taste it? Dabbed a little bit on his finger. Then it still tasted. Have I wronged you? Lui Yong puffed out his chest and crossed his arms. No, Chen Xianfan shook his head. Humph. So is there anything else? Team leader Lu hummed and asked in a very dignified manner. There is. Chen Xianfan picked up the bowl, dried the medicinal soup in one gulp, shook the bottom of the bowl towards Lui Yong, and smacked his lips. Team leader, this medicinal packet for cooking medicinal soup. Why doesn't our team have it? Why don't you go ask and get some back? It tastes good. Do you want to try it? I'll give you a bowl as well. No more pretending. Let's not pretend. It's just good to drink. You give some more. Chen Xianfan. Lui Yong was also at his wit's end. Ang? I'm going to get my medicine bag and powder. Later, so don't hang around in front of me. I'll see you get a headache. What's the matter, Team Masa? Did I hurt you with this handsome, peerless face of mine? Get out. Ha ha. Asterisk happy face asterisk. So happy to piss off the team. Partner. Team Zheng's face is so red. Xiong Zhengzhen whispered next to Chen Xianfan. He's still glaring at you. Red bar. I give angry. Chen Xianfan grinned. Let him stare. A team leader. The munitions that should be received are not received in full. Angry at him are light. Powdered medicines and medicine bags are both mandatory for soldiers going out to war. What makes them see Battalion A's not? Isn't that bullying? Lui Yong, as the team leader, should go and get it back for the soldiers under him. Although they were put out to work for special reasons, they should be given benefits. Why not? How can that be when we're being robbed of our stuff? Other things are fine, but not even one bite less of this imported stuff. It's called the Tao Tai Army. How can we not protect our food? Our Tao Tai Army, is that what it turns out to mean? Xiong Jingzhang blinked his eyes and asked in disbelief. If my uncle Xianfan says it is, then it must be. Burp. Zhu Guang finished a large bowl of medicinal soup and burped. Yeah, that. Chen Xianfan opened his mouth to explain, but he was a bit reluctant to let him say that he was just talking nonsense. Hua Shan said of him, Captain Chen, you're teaching the children a bad lesson. Kumasa is a child? He's not even 17 yet. All right, abracadabra. Chen Xianfan decided to speak in the future and try to pinch out the parts that were inappropriate for children. No more children, go wash the dog. He turned and got his sunbathing dog brother out of his hayloft, found a bucket to carry to the cookhouse, poured on the boiled medicinal broth, and put the dog in it. The pups have also been hanging around the side of the crypt, washing together for cleanliness and hygiene. Woof woof. The dog brothers floated belly up in the bucket, barking at Chen Xianfan. Yo, our yellow can backstroke? Ow, gee, that's something. Washing the pups, he quickly washed himself as well, then returned to the stove and sat down next to the fire. It's a cold winter. Don't freeze your dog brother. Chen Xianfan. Chen Xianfan. Lui Yong's voice called out to him from outside. Here. Chen Xianfan lifted the tent just a bit to keep the wind from coming in and stuck his head out. Team leader, looking for me? Nah. Medicine bag and medicine powder. Lui Yong threw him a storage bag and laughed. Also, there's something else. Don't you want to sell salted fish? Ang? Let's go to Willowtown tomorrow and sell it. and stop by the Willow House in town to see what's going on. Chapter 60 Yangluqing in Yanglu Township. The upper peak has an order to go out. Early the next morning, breakfast was eaten. Behind Huashan followed by Chao Shang Wei Dong in the front. Young Master Jin followed with Ronghua Lao and Fugui Lao, and then after that Shi Daijuan and Liao Shan and Liao Hai. A group of people rushed to Yanglu Town. Yanglu Town was on the other side of Qi County, about 20 to 30 miles from the county town. Passing through the camp where the Seaward Battalion A-Ward team was stationed, with faster footwork, one could arrive in half an hour or so. Therefore, team leader Louis Yong immediately dismissed Chen Xuanfan's request to go by carriage, gave to bring in a dozen horses. The sergeant from the A battalion rode over. It's too much. Louis Yong has gone too far. Chen Xianfan was leading a dog brother, followed by Xiong Zhengzheng on the side, which could barely be considered a congregation. He slumped down on his horse and hugged its neck, slowly and reluctantly following far from the end, yelling loudly. Louis Yong knew he couldn't ride a horse and had to let them ride over. He can't refuse to go. Captain Xinshua asked him to go. What for? To sell salted fish? It's only been salted for less than 3 days. What's the point of selling it? I'm just a cook. What's wrong with cooking and living comfortably in the camp? Had to give a toss to make a trip to Willowtown. I'll go. Can't we just walk? Running faster won't delay anything, but it's just that the Lu family's home is unsettled and suspected to be haunted by demons. It's been days and no one's been hurt, so it's likely that the rich and powerful have done something nasty again, and they're suspicious when they have ghosts in their hearts. It is a bit excessive. Shi Daijuan deliberately circled around him and laughed loudly. How can you let our partner Chen lie on the back of a horse? I say, why don't you? Partner Chen. Just like Ah Huang. Hang a cloth bag around the horse's neck and squat inside just right. Ha ha. Woof woof. Egg yolk. Which was hung by having a cloth bag on the horse's neck, only revealing a dog's head. Heard his name and rushed at Shi Daijuan with a loud snort. The dog's hair on his head was blown and pricked up, and he looked very much like his master. Shi Daijuan. Wait for me. You bastard. Chen Xianfan hugged the horse's neck, doing his best to keep himself from falling off the horse, and was very dissatisfied with Shi Daijuan's mocking face. When I get off my horse, I'll hammer you to death. Partner Chen. Don't be angry. Shi Daijuan saw that Chen Xianfan was anxious and hurriedly looked back for a remedy. This horse riding is actually not difficult. These are military steeds that have been tamed, and have long since become psychic. If you try to ride it, it won't hurt you. You see, you have been holding its neck. It is not angry. Temperament is very good. Yes? Chen Xianfan carefully straightened his back a little and slowly sat up straight. The horse underneath him did obey, trotting forward smoothly, which settled his mind a bit. However, he forgets that horses are good, and they are not all surrounded by good people. He. Shi Daijuan let out a bad laugh, pulling his horse closer over and rushing at Chen Xuanfan's horse butt. Slap. A solid slap on the horse's butt. Whinny. The horse froze at the blow, then all of a sudden raised its hooves and accelerated. Asterisk. You big man. Chen Xianfan cracked his mouth. Woof woof. Ha. Partner Chen. I'm sorry, with your speed to Yanglu Town, it's slower than walking. The brothers still want to go early and return early. Shi Daijuan urged his horse to catch up and said towards Chen Xianfan with a big smile. You big shot. You wait for me. I won't be able to spare you. Chen Xianfan was so angry that he wanted to greet Shi Daijuan's genealogy. Unfortunately, being on horseback affected his play, and he was bent on getting his horse to stop and turning back to beat Shi Daijuan up hard. How dangerous. Fortunately, he had some cultivation in his body, firmly clamped the horse's back with his legs, and pulled the reins with his hands to death, so that he wasn't thrown down. But how come the more you pull on the reins, the faster the horse runs? Mother asterisk. How come the more this horse pulls on the reins, the more it runs? Chen Xianfan cursed in exasperation. Shi Daijuan and young Master Jin burst into a fit of laughter. That is, no one told him that riding on the horse's back and pulling the reins, with his hands loosening and tightening, was urging the horse rather than making it stop. It is estimated that the horse that Chen Xianfan is riding at this moment is thinking, Yo-ho, the master is thinking that I am running slow, so let's go faster. As he ran past Huashan, Huashan reached out to give him a hand, but when he saw that Chen Xianfan didn't seem to be in danger, he withdrew his hand again. This was the first time they had come out to investigate a case, and it was inevitable that everyone had some excitement and anticipation in their hearts, and they all wanted to get to the place quickly and see what was going on. Hate to be the first to arrive. We'll be able to gaze like a torch to see the clues. The case will be investigated. It's naturally best if you can spend less time on the road. We'll just have to let Cookie-chan make a sacrifice. If Chen Xianfan could have stopped at this moment, he would have cursed the hell out of you. Let them pull out their genealogy and curse it out. pull out the spoon again and knock the big grandkids dead. However, by the time they reached Yanglu town, Chen Xianfan, who had been running wildly for 20 miles, had already broken away from his anger and entered the time of the Magi after his anger had passed. Finally stopping up and down by a thick willow tree in front of the town, he rolled over and jumped off his horse, only to cross his arms and curse, "I'll put you on the books." Then it was time to hurry up and take the dog brother, who had spit out his little tongue from the bumps, out of the sack and give him some fresh water, and from the storage bag, pulled out a bit of their own steamed small buns, to stuff the mouth one. The clown dog is very coaxing, chewing crunching happily, forgetting the previous suffering. Chen Xianfan watched it eat it favorably and also stuffed one into his own mouth. Chest-sized steamed buns. Is the use of the tomb and the evil spirits contributed to the fragrant wheat flour, mixed with a little flour steamed and baked with the stove? Crispy and sweet, more fragrant than meat. Yellow loved it more than the dried meat sticks. Speaking of which, Chen Xianfan also felt that it was a bit strange. Although this clown dog ate everything and ate a lot with a greedy mouth, it seemed to innately know what was good. And after getting along, he also realized that the dog brothers were extraordinarily gifted when it came to tending to good fortune and avoiding bad luck. Is it really a god dog of extraordinary origin? Especially if you take another look at the dog's looks. If Huang's father or mother were so ugly that they could still give birth to a child to continue their bloodline, they must be of extraordinary strength, right? What are you eating, Cookie Chen? Give me a bite as well. Huashan and the others also strangled their horses, and Dajuan shamelessly stretched out his big paw at Chen Xianfan. You're thinking about fart eating. Chen Xianfan glanced at him and threw a small steamed bun into his mouth. Apologize to me. Hurry up. This lord is wrong. Partner Chen, you're a big man. Don't be a generalist with me. Dajuan was able to flex his claws, and his claws grew longer and longer. Humph, that's more like it. Chen Xianfan didn't bother with him, casually placing a few small steamed buns into his hand, then pulling a handful out of his storage bag. He gave a little bit to each of his brothers, saying as he ate, "Do you guys think this town is a bit strange? Well, snow falls in the cold winter, and everything withers. The willows here, however, are flourishing, and although the leaves are a bit yellow now, it looks as if they have just withered not long ago. Go inside." Good. Chapter 61, Anomaly is a Demon. Willow trees were planted wherever there was water in the town of Willow. The weeping willow is like the south of the river. If you come in the spring breeze, the water to shine flowers, have a flurry of green silk tapestries, it should also be a good view. It's just that it's the middle of winter. There was also the remnants of snow that had fallen a few days before that had not melted away, revealing yellowish-brown dirt and dead grass. Instead, it looked a little spooky on the still somewhat green willow branches. Is there an anomaly as a demon? Chen Xianfan and Huashan and the others were all pumped up and had a few moments of wariness in their hearts. It's just that the more you go into town, the more you think you're overthinking it. Yanglu town is a big town. Although today is not a fair day, there are quite a few pedestrians on the street. The stores and stalls along the street were all doing business as usual. There's not a hint of dissimilarity. On the contrary, their line of people. When the first one dressed in fancy dress brocade clothing, the rest are dressed in body military clothing, leading a horse carrying a sword, causing many people to avoid it. Apparently they were afraid of getting in trouble if they rushed them. Master Shan, Cook Chen, young Master Jean, aren't we thinking too much? Dajuan couldn't help but ask. This town doesn't look like it's haunted by demons. Who told you that the land is haunted by demons? Chen Xianfan hugged his dog brother and laughed. Have you forgotten what the team leader said when we arrived? I haven't forgotten. Dajuan said. The team is saying that there might be demons in Yanglu town and asked us to come and explore. It's been said that it's a probe, so it's not certain if it's there or not. Chen Xianfan patted his shoulder, telling him to take it easy. What was that about being put on guard? Dajuan wondered. Being on guard is for you to be more careful and mindful, not for you to look so much like an enemy. Young Master Jean kicked him and frowned. Hurry up and put the knife away. No one would dare to pay attention to us if we wanted to find someone to ask for directions with you like this. They're going to ask for directions to the Ryu family. The Lu family was the largest one in Yanlu town. It is said that the name of the town of Yanlu is due to the Lu family, Willow town that came before the Willow family. Before they set off, Lu Yong told Chen Xianfan and the others to go directly to the Lu family when they arrived in Yanglu town to see what had happened. Scout it out and clean it up if you can. If you can't take care of it, hurry back and report it. If it was a fight between the Lu family's own people, then they would knock on the door and let them know that there was a price to pay for causing trouble for the demon-hunting army in a haphazard manner. Either way, there will be a hard-earned payment that won't make them make the trip for nothing. This matter, when all is said and done, will fall on the head of the C-Word Battalion A-Word team because the person sent from above to check on this matter is the same Vermilion Bird Army Taoist nun who went to the general's grave. There are priorities. She got the news and rushed to the general's grave first. However, the Lu family side is not good to ignore. After all, is a town big family. Their family also has in-laws in Cap County Xuanwu Wei as an officer. So he informed the two lieutenants, Xin Shua and Ma Xuanxing, and asked him to send a couple of men over to investigate. As an explanation, Xin Shua hadn't figured out who to send, and Lu Yong, who had gone to ask for the herb powder, ran headlong into it. Isn't that a coincidence? The C-Team A-Team is just right for a run. Huashan and young Master Jean, among others, were arranged by Lu Yong, and Chen Xianfan, the unlucky one, was hard added by Xin Shua. It is not known if there was any personal vendetta involved. The worst offender was Xiong Zhengzhang, who was piggybacking on him. Two unlucky bastards, and as soon as Xin Shua thought of one he thought of the other. Why don't we just go together? It's a great crowd. Chen Xianfan probably thought of it, so as soon as he entered the town, he took out money and bought Xiong Jingjing 2 meat pies to cheer the child up. To say that to find the big household this matter, Chen Xianfan has experience. Her to find someone to ask for directions is a wave of the hand. Directly said, do not have to ask. Follow me on the line. Cook Chen, you've been to the Lu family? No, but someone once said that if you're looking for a big house in a small place, you go where the action is, and you're sure to find the biggest mansion you can find. It wasn't long before they stopped in front of a large mansion in the east side of town. Look up at the Willow House. Arrived. Chen Xianfan laughed. Zhang, go up and call the door. Okay. Then he turned his head to Huashan. Brother Hua, follow what we discussed. Aha. Huashan nodded, signaling that he understood. With a flash of his waistplate, in the middle of the panicked notification of the Lu family's subordinates, he directly barged in and sat within the main mansion's hall in a grand and mighty manner. Only then did the dark and thin Master Lu come out in some panic to welcome the guests and have tea served. Master Lu, don't be busy. What has happened in the mansion to alarm our demon-hunting army? Without waiting for him to sit down, Huashan said this with a smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Not salty. Everyone was only sitting with him and young Master Jean. Everyone else stood behind them. And that's all he said from start to finish. After that he didn't say anything whatever Master Lu said, just waiting to hear the answer he wanted. This kind of behavior also made Master Lu unable to feel the bottom of the situation, and under hesitation, he took his eyes to constantly look at young Master Jean on the side, as if he wanted to find a good talker from the two military masters here, to feel the situation first. But who knows? Young Master Jean is even colder than Huashan, and without lifting an eyelid, he coldly grunts, Master Lu, we don't have the time to spend here with you. Tell us everything that happened in your house. Then call the people involved in the case. And after we finish asking questions we'll know where to go to investigate. When Master Lu looked at this, he had to send someone to call his son over. Father, the child is busy. After a while, the demented fat Lu Gonzi only reluctantly came in, frowning not 7 or 8 to that station. Did not say to give his father a salute, just so impatiently shouted. It sounds like it wants to go on complaining. Fonger, the demon-hunting army's military lords are in front of you. You must not be reckless. Elder Lu was also worried that his son would say some asshole words, so he hurriedly cut him off and said, then glared at him again, reminding his son to pay attention to the occasion. Don't be quick to greet the military lords. Only then did this Duke Lu turn his face toward Huashan and the others, perfunctorily clasping his fists and arching his hands as he shouted. Student Lu Feng has met several military masters. Then with a glance up, he saw a young man in brocade garments, with slender jade-like fingers, carrying a fine white porcelain tea bowl. The corners of his mouth seemed to be holding a few smiles, and he looked at himself with a smirk. The eyes are flowing and the brows are picturesque. He froze as he watched, blinking subconsciously. Looking further back, I also saw a dog hugger with a face that was also very colorful. He revealed a colorful look and laughed loudly. Father, these several military masters are so handsome. They won't be liars, right? I don't think they look like soldiers, but better than the cunning children in the Shanggu Hall in the South Alley of Shangzhou. Asshole. Don't talk nonsense. Elder Lu's face just changed as he hurriedly scolded. The Elephant Nun Pavilion? Young Master Lu goes to quite a few places. He even knows about places like male brothels and greenhouses. Sherdaju watched the fun and saw that young Master Jean didn't even get mad. So he knew that he probably didn't know what the Elephant Nun Pavilion was. So he yelled loudly, you dare to insult me. Looking for death. Young Master Jin's face was immediately ugly and scary. The knife in his hand came out and slashed towards Lu Feng's chest. Lu Feng opened his mouth and was just about to say something when he saw the young Master Jean in front of him, suddenly got up and drew a long knife from his waist, lifted the knife in his hand, and stabbed it into his heart. Couldn't help but roll and duck. Fonger. Master Lu madly pounced over and blocked his son behind him, angrily staring at young Master Jean, this military master. It's just a playful remark. Do you want to kill someone? Jokes? Master Lu. Although the Shangzhou family is not a high-ranking family, it is not something that your Lu family can bully at will. Huashan rises, holding down young Master Jean who is about to make a move. Staring at Master Lu. This matter, I'm afraid, cannot be passed. It's just that we're here for official business. So let's take care of official business first, and let's talk about personal grudges later. The Jean family? This young master is? Master Lu was stunned. Young Master Jean, however, stopped paying attention to him and turned back to sit back in his chair. Master Lu, since you summoned your son up here, it means that what happened at home has something to do with him? Huashan asks as he looks at Master Lu and young Master Lu behind him with his hands behind his back. Ha? Yes, it was my son who encountered that ghost. As if waking up from a dream, Elder Lu hurriedly nodded his head and said, Ghosts? Exactly. The ghostly creature is under the big willow tree by my shrine. Chen Xianfan narrowed his eyes slightly and exchanged a covert glance with Huashan, nodding his head in an unnoticeable manner. Then he gently tapped young Master Jin's shoulder. Then what are you waiting for? Take us to the shrine. Young Master Jin chided in a cold voice. As soon as he spoke, the Lu family's father and son were shivering, not daring to say anything more, and coyly answered. Chapter 62 Little Daughter Lu Ro Ro. The big willow tree by the ancestral shrine is as thick as 3 people. It was struck by lightning some time ago and is now only half a charred trunk. Several military masters. This willow tree in my house, since my Lu family moved here, was planted by my ancestors, and it has been almost 500 years now, Elder Lu said rather emotionally. It's been almost 500 years? That monkey is almost out. When Chen Xianfan heard it in his ears, such a sentence somehow floated through his mind. 500 years of willow. That's pretty rare. They should all be born with spirituality and be able to cultivate into demons. Since the things of grass and trees, planted in the mortal world, sat for 100 years, either it is ruined for people, or it is ruined for you, planted in deep forests, undisturbed, but can live a long time, in such a popular place, unless one is connected to the spiritual veins of this place or hooked up with the popularity. How many robberies can one escape once every 10 years? This old willow tree in this place, growing for almost 500 years, before being able to have a thick trunk and lush branches and leaves, it seems likely that it is echoing the thriving popularity of the willow family. Master Lu also said, before where there is a breeze blowing through, will willow light swing leaves whirling. The sound is very nice, attracting birds in its chirping jumping, as if in the song and dance in general. The elders of the town thought it was a vision of good omen and named the town Willow Town. It's also been over 100 years now. It was just a pity that the tree, however, had been struck by a heavenly thunderbolt not long ago, and now only a burnt half stump could be seen. While Elder Lu was sighing, Chen Xianfan was curious and walked over to take a look. He also pulled out his kitchen knife and large black pot. Seeing his movements, Huashan and young Master Jin understood and blocked the sight of the Lu family's father and son. Sure, Daijuan is also a person with a clear brow, bringing Liaoshan Liaohai staggering to the entrance of the ancestral hall. A meal of admiration. Huashan obediently let the Lu family take them to the shrine to have a look around. Only Chen Xianfan and Xiong Jingzheng were left at the willow tree. Delicious? Xiong Jingzheng asked in a low voice as he blocked Chen Xianfan with his body. It's not necessarily food. Chen Xianfan shook his head. But there's definitely something in there. Just now until now, the clown dog in his arms had a pair of small eyes staring at the half-human tall tree stump. So Chen Xianfan felt that there should be something inside. Willow wood is known to ward off evil spirits. If a willow tree is more than 100 years old, it is possible to produce a break of 100 years of willow wood core. When struck by lightning, it becomes a lightning-struck willow core. If you take it and polish it a little bit, it will be a good thing to restrain demons and evils. I'm afraid it's worth hundreds of taels if it's made into a carved pendant. If it was older, it would be worth more. Hundreds of people to live for so many years and attracted the lightning-struck willow tree, are in awe of not dare to approach. This is again in the willow family's ancestral hall inside. Think no one has come. Moreover, there were no other cultivation practitioners passing by this place, so this willow wood core should still be there if it was. But how do you find the willow core, which grows in the trunk? Reached in with his hand and touched it, and felt a handful of black ash. Chen Xianfan gritted his teeth and raised the kitchen knife, lunged down and chop. The old ancestral 3 knives, specializing in the vitals. Willow core is definitely a willow keystone. No problem. The blade fell towards the gap and the stump towards the sky. Boom! The sound sliced through the willow tree. There were 2 clicks and the willow tree's trunk cracked right open. The commotion wasn't small, startling Master Lu and his son inside, and the 2 of them ran out in a panic, a look of nervousness on their faces. When he saw what Chen Xianfan was doing, he even directly exclaimed, Grandpa Tian Ah. Master June. What are you doing? Why did you split my willow tree? Yelling about to come and stop it. But sure Daijun grabbed his arm and laughed. Hey, Master Lu. What do you mean by splitting your family's willow tree? This is clearly a tree stump, and the willow tree that was destroyed by the lightning strike might have become a demon. Our gang leader just wants to see if there are any oddities hidden inside. Exactly. Chen Xianfan took the opportunity to put the piece of warm wood that he had touched into the dog brother's fur in his arms, and laughed. Didn't you say that there are ghosts here? We mustn't check it out properly. Not a single trace can be left behind. But this, Master Lu was going to say more, when young Master Jean grunted impatiently and said, when you say that the ghostly creature is under the big willow tree, does it mean that this willow tree can't be moved? If so, is it your intention to harbor that ghostly creature? Don't dare! Don't dare! Master Lu hurriedly waved his hands. There are no clues above the trunk. In that case, shall we dig up this willow tree and look under it? Huo Shan said. Gentlemen of the army, after all, this is my family ancestral hall. The willow tree is also. Master Willow was a little reluctant. At this time, a woman's voice came from outside the courtyard of the ancestral hall. Said, Uncle, according to Zoe's opinion, then let the military masters to plow the willow tree. It's good to let the military masters plow the willow tree down to its roots. It has been blessing my Lu family for hundreds of years, and now that it has lost its vitality, let it go into the ground. With the words, a girl who was no more than 2 or 8 years old, dressed in a goose yellow jacket, came in, reached Master Lu, and held his arm to advise him. This girl is? Chen Xianfan asked as he carried the black pot and pointed down at the little girl with his kitchen knife. It can be very rude. Zoe is the orphan daughter of my clan. Daughter Lu Ro Ro. Due to the death of her parents, she is temporarily living on loan at Uncle Lu's home. Meet several military masters. Chapter 63, Get out of the way. Let me slash first. Lu Ro Ro's appearance is not extremely beautiful. With a small goose egg face, under the willow eyebrows is a pair of watery phoenix eyes. The nose is small. The hair is thick and black, with a jade hairpin. It should be at the age of maturity. It's just that looking at people makes you feel uncomfortable for a few moments. Of course, this uncomfortable feeling that people felt was only shared by Chen Xianfan. Others, such as Shi Daijuan, only felt that this orphan girl, Ms. Lu, had a beautiful posture, a small family, and I felt sorry for her. Even young Master Jean felt that Chen Xianfan was thinking a bit too much. Although Huo Shan didn't comment, Chen Xianfan didn't get approval from him, because Lu Ro Ro was the one who defected to Master Lu together with her elder brother, and it was last year that she lived in the Lu residence. Willow was struck by lightning but 10 days ago, and the two are not necessarily related. Moreover, when the other party appeared, the evil fixing plate given by Lu Yong that was able to detect demonic evil chi didn't react in any way. Therefore, Chen Xuanfan's feeling was very groundless, unfounded and hard to convince. Especially the other side of the body is thin and slim waist, even if wearing a jacket and skirt draped in a rabbit fur cloak, or can see a few points of weak willow wind delicate, so that people cannot help but want to take care of the pity. What's more, a cold wind was blowing at this moment, and seeing them digging up the roots of the willow tree on this side of the shrine, the other party even brought their maids and brought them ginseng tea and snacks to drive away the cold. Chen Xianfan and the others didn't want to wait quietly for the ghosts to come out at night and then destroy them. That would be too passive. They decided to root out the willows first. TSK, you guys who haven't read Journey to the West or Liao Jai just haven't suffered the beatings of society. Chen Xianfan hugged his dog brother and let out a crowd-drunk sigh to these brothers who were mesmerized by beauty. Liao Shan, who was using a hoe to dig up the soil, heatedly laughed and said, Captain Chen, to say that monsters like to turn into beauties to cheat people. I have also heard people say that, but the ones they cheat are all scholars who are full of literary aura. It's not common for them to cheat us Qiu Bao, if there really is a wow. I would like to taste what it's like to fall in love with a beautiful female demon. Liao Hai also followed with a crunch, seeing that the two brothers had discussed such topics before. And in terms of the extent of the runoff, it can only go down, not up. This idea you two have is just stupid, nasty, and you're in love with each other? Want to eat farts? Chen Xianfan mercilessly poked through their daydreams without any good humor. You really think you're the longevity monk, with good-looking female goblins rushing to marry you? What a beautiful dream. What kind of demon only picks a scholar who is full of spiritual energy? Do you think demons cheat people just to pick husbands? It's not like all demons can cultivate to the point where they can cross the threshold and need to use a scholar full of Wenhua Qing Qi to cross the threshold. Those demons with high cultivation certainly couldn't look at ordinary people, but whenever they did, it wasn't for the sake of transmigration, but for the sake of eating blood food. A demon's desire for flesh and blood comes from a quest for power. For people, the shortcut to cultivation is to practice demonic and evil arts. For demons, Eating blood food was a shortcut to cultivate and increase their mana. This was because most demons and martial arts practitioners had the same cultivation path and needed sufficient blood chi. But then again, a demon with a high cultivation level wouldn't be able to use deception and just give it away. That's why the demons that would come to trick the mortals are looking at your flesh and blood, but they don't have the strength to do so. For them, it was certainly good to eat people with a spiritual aura of a scholar. And if they couldn't eat them, it was fine to eat some bloodthirsty chowder. People are not picky eaters. What happens when one rushes to be cheated is to fall into the mouth of a demon as a blood meal, being chewed up and swallowed. Chen Xianfan hugged the dog and circled around the construction site where he dug the willow roots, and had a good output. In the face of Chen Xuanfan's bitter advice, Shi Daijuan and the others responded with a burst of scowling, plus some very reasonable sounding associations. Hey, do you guys think that partner Chen has a crush on Miss Ro Ro? Nonsense with us here just to get us to stay away from her? Raofu Gue came over, smiling and biting his ear with Shi Dajun and the others. Looks like it to me. Liao Shan nodded in agreement. Chen Xianfan was far away and didn't hear it, still outputting passionately. Also, I've heard it said that the more beautiful a woman is, the more she will cheat, so you guys can grow a little more careful. You hear me? Heard that, Raofu Gue said back loudly, then turned back to Liao Shan. Liao Hai squeezed his eyes. I hear that. He complimented the girl's beauty and said that he wasn't looking at her? Don't say it. When you say it like that, it really does make some sense. Shi Dajun stroked his chin and nodded his head thoughtfully and repeatedly. Dajuan, are you nodding your head because you think I'm right? Very reasonable? Chen Xianfan turned around just in time to see Shi Dajuan nodding his head, and immediately walked over happily and took him by the shoulders. It's still you who understands me. Do you also feel that there is something strange about Ms. Lu? Aha. Shi Dajun scowled at him and nodded in feigned conformity. A little bit, yes. Right. Chen Xianfan became even more excited and patted him on the shoulder. Do you also think that Ms. Lu's chin is a little too sharp and her eyes are a little too big, making her look a little weird? Shi Dajuan blinked and said, you've observed so carefully, and you still say you don't have any interest in others? Chen Xianfan was oblivious to this as he reveled in the confidence of having an ally. Just at this time, he saw Lu Ro Ro, who had gone to the ancestral hall to deliver ginseng soup to young Master Jin and Huishan, walk out of the ancestral hall. Hastily patting Shi Dajuan's shoulder, he said, I'll go stop her to set up a conversation, and you'll observe more carefully to see if you can see any more anomalies. Okay, you go. Shi Dajuan nodded solemnly. Good brother. Go ahead and bravely pursue the maiden you adore. Brother, I'll be your good excuse. That's no problem at all. This military master. Stopping my daughter. Is there something wrong? Lu Ro Ro lowered her head and timidly glanced at the man in front of her who was blocking the way, and softly asked, that. There's nothing else. Just wanted to ask the girl if she recognizes this? Chen Xianfan swallowed back the words he had thought of earlier, and turned to pull out the piece of wood he had cut out earlier from under his dog brother's butt. The palm-sized red willow wood is a little darker in color than your average mahogany. On a cold winter day, it feels warm in your hand. In the summer, it should be slightly cool. Huishan had seen it. It was a piece of lightning-struck willow wood that was at least 400 years old and had been completely jadeized. If carved into a pendant and carefully nurtured, it might become a piece of spirit. You can also carve some spiritual formations and incantations on it, which can shelter the owner to protect his body and nourish his spirit, and drive away evil spirits. When the time comes to sell it to the powerful and noble people, thousands of taels of silver will be snatched up by people. Just this can be in the willow tree core. Carving runes of everyone is not easy to find. The labor cost is not low. Chen Xianfan then planned to keep it for himself. Afterward, he would carve it into a dog tag and give it to his dog brother to wear around his neck. The reason he pulled it out now and showed it to this Ms. Lu was because he noticed that when the other party looked at himself just now, he seemed to have swept his chest intentionally or unintentionally. Chen Xianfan trusted his judgment. After practicing, his five senses and intuition had become very sharp, especially when he paid special attention. Some small details were like being magnified in front of his eyes. Not only was he practicing martial arts, he was likewise a chi practitioner. Having already cultivated mana with aura in his body, he would naturally be repulsed by some sinister and evil things. Besides, Ms. Ryu's behavior is quite illogical. In his experience, the average little girl would see him and her eyes would linger on his face for a few seconds. Not to brag, but as a handsome and self-aware person, it's sort of instinctive under the law of opposites attract. But Ms. Ryu didn't. She glanced at it and hung her head, not even peeking. Even more outrageously, the dog brother on his chest was baring his teeth, too, and looking at her with a small pair of eyes on top of an ugly face. This woman, ignoring his handsome face, could be explained by shyness. Ignoring the honor of her dog brother was a bit much. It's amazing how indifferent you can be to the ugliness of an ugly puppy. Humans with normal aesthetics simply can't do it. There is definitely something wrong with this woman. Coupled with the fact that before, the first thing that came to Qin Xuanfan's mind after seeing her was that as long as there were worlds with demons and monsters in the background of the story, anyone of this kind whose entire family had died and who was still alive and well was either destined to commit a demonic act or had an eccentricity of their own. Even if this Ms. Ryu had a supposedly dependent brother, it was hard to dispel his suspicions, not to mention the fact that this orphaned daughter of the Willow family, who wasn't exactly stunningly beautiful in looks, had a pair of seductive eyes that looked at people instead of looking at them. Instead, they're glancing. Between the countryside, young girls are naive, have not seen much of the world, see strange men are bound to be shy to avoid, will not be bold to look at people. Trying to avoid it was the man's watching eyes. This Ms. Willow, however, was taking a look at someone else and hitting them in the face, not ducking until after their eyes met. It would be excusable if it was only done to one person. To like, to adore, to look at, to want to get the other person's attention. That's why there's a word for looking right. But she looks at everyone like this. That's a different story. Like, is learning people, but not all of them. Besides, it was too much of a coincidence that she showed up. Just talking about planing willows, the other guy showed up. It was a little odd that she didn't stop the willow from being cut down, though, instead she was somewhat hoping that she and the others would cut it down. It doesn't make sense. After Qin Xianfan asked, he waited with a smile on the corner of his mouth, secretly observing Ms. Lu's reaction in anticipation of her reply. Is this a piece of mahogany in the hands of the military lord? My youngest daughter doesn't know much about wood and can't recognize it. Under his gleaming gaze, Miss Lu lowered her eyes to look at it and shook her head, saying, "You don't recognize me? That's all right. This was cut down from that willow tree, and as I looked at it with some interest, I wanted to carve it into a plaque to use as a dog tag for the pup in my arms." Chen Xianfan smiled, turned back and pointed to the willow tree behind him, and then pointed to the dog pup in his arms, saying, "I see that the willow leaves on the lady's cloak are nice, and I wanted to ask the lady for a fancy look. The sign will be carved as a touch of willow branches and leaves entwined, and it also fits the scene." Wolf Yoke barked, giving Ms. Willow a grounded puppy-beard smile. "Dog tags? It's me. My little lady will go back to look for it and bring it to the military master later." Miss Lu cupped her handkerchief, glanced at Chen Xianfan and the dog brother in his arms, and answered in a low voice, "Then thank you, Mississippi. By the way, it's a cold day, and I see that Miss is weak, so there's no need to personally deliver it." Chen Xianfan had an understanding demeanor and laughed. "Just have your elder brother deliver it. I happen to have a few questions I want to discuss with him. I won't lie to you. Don't look at me like this. But we are also serious readers who have studied for more than 10 years. Yes, little lady knows." Miss Lu answered daintily and left with the little maid. She hadn't gone out far before Huishan and young Master Jean walked out of the ancestral hall together. "Xianfan, do you still suspect Miss Lu of being odd?" Huishan asked with a slight frown. "Well then, and it's getting more and more certain." Chen Xianfan shook the willow wood core towards Huishan and said smilingly, "What about you guys? Have you found anything yet?" "No." Young Master Jean shook his head. Saying that, he passed the evil defining disc towards Chen Xianfan, and said, "The compass has no response." "No reaction?" Chen Xianfan, however, raised an eyebrow. "That's not right, is it? I remember that this evil defining plate is not only capable of detecting the aura of evil, it can also sense the aura of heaven and earth. The human race made themselves the protagonists of heaven and earth, and in the cultivation world divided all the forces in the world that could be used for cultivation, that is, Yuan Qi, into good and evil. Those who are good are useful and beneficial to themselves. Those who are evil are harmful to themselves and have disadvantages. The former, known as aura, blessed Qi, Qingfu Zhengqi, the aura of heaven and earth. The latter, known as Yin Qi, sneaky Qi, fierce and hostile Qi, sinister Qi. Demons and evil spirits and Yin Qi are fish and water for each other. Yin Qi breeds demons, and demons doing evil breeds more Yin Qi. For the human race, the clear and blessed positive energy and the evil and hostile energy. Therefore, when the human dynasty is prosperous, it will spare no effort to kill demons and evil things, and will also encourage people to do good deeds and virtue, and to cultivate pure blessings and positive energy. Qingfu Zhengqi is also called Qiluk in the eyes of mortals. The places that suppress the cohesion of Qi are the ancestral tombs, the ancestral halls, and the schoolhouse. The shrine where the ancestral tablets sit is also one of the manifestations of where the family's Qi is located. With the Lu family's hundreds of years of accumulation, the ancestral hall should still have some of the Qingfu Qi. Not to say that it is strong, right? Chen Xianfan raised an eyebrow. If they are evil, then there should also be Yin fury enveloping them. Either way, the compass shouldn't move at all. Huashan and young Master Jean were both stunned when they heard this. They hadn't thought that much about it because the Lu family was saying that they had encountered a ghost under the willow tree in front of the ancestral hall. So they were so focused on checking out the ghosts and evil demons that they neglected to do so. Glancing at each other, Huashan said, "I can confirm that the compass is within the shrine, and indeed there is no movement. Go take another look." Chen Xianfan suggested. "This is too weird." Looking up at the sky, it was just about noon. There was still time. Just as the three of them were about to lift their legs and walk towards the shrine, Shi Dajuan, who was digging willow roots, suddenly shouted, "Partner, Master Shan, young Master Jean, come over here. We dug up a big one. Go check it out." A few people immediately turned back around and ran towards the willow tree. Arrived close to see Shi Dajuan, a few of them, although laughing and joking, but work really hard. This willow tree underneath has been plowed out a big pit. It had to be 2 or 3 meters square. The inside of the pit reveals a snake? So big? Chen Xianfan was startled. The snake was only a fraction of an inch exposed. Its carapace thicker than a bucket. Having only seen special effects in movies, seeing the real thing steeply, densely packed with scales, it still made his scalp feel numb. "Don't get too close. Mend your sword first." Seeing Huashan walk in, Chen Xianfan hurriedly reminded, "There's no need, is there? This willow tree root has pierced through this snake." Young Master Jean looked carefully and saw that the snake was not only entangled in the willow roots, but there were a few vine-like roots that were still piercing through the snake. So he said, "Being careful makes it possible." Chen Xianfan said, "Let me slash first and feel at ease." With that he drew his cleaver and leapt down, slashing at the snake 7 inches. Then with one hand, the black cauldron flipped and snapped over the snake's body. This is called a thief knot. Is there a first cut and buckle? Chapter 64 Willow Fairy, Envoy of the Willow Family. Master Shan, Mr. Chen, we've checked it all out. And Lu Roro and her elder brother Lu Yuan are indeed Master Lu's sons and nephews from the same clan. They live at the edge of Yanglu town. Their parents died a few years ago, and after their mourning period was over, they were received to live in the Lu residence. Near noon, Wei Dong and Chao Shang, who had gone out to spy, brought back the news that Chen Xianfan had asked them to look into, and at that moment, a large pot of hot water was already boiling in the courtyard of the Lu family ancestral hall. Willow pit under the big snake was also dragged out. Bloodletting stripped the skin on the grass mat. Chen Xianfan is busy on its open belly, butchering the snake. As a result of chopping a slash and then withholding a slash, the little handsome pot did not get in, so the Chen partner was very angry, decided to eat the whole snake. Snake soup, snake broth, roasted snake. A python this big is big enough to eat all of these things over and over again. Although the big snake looked like it had been dead for several days, but since it was winter and the ground was all frozen solid, the snake demon looked like it had just died. Not only was the meat fresh, but even the blood still flowed. This was not only because it was cold, but also because the snake had become a demon and had a yin qi within its body. When livestock become demonic beasts, the qi and blood in their bodies are nourished by yin qi, and they will remain incorruptible for many years after death. It's only been dead for a few days now, and it's still fresh enough that you don't have to worry about eating it. Besides, it's been cooked in a small handsome pot, so what's there to be afraid of? If you can't eat it, then eat it. Snake meat is a great tonic. Is there a reason for being received into the Lu residence? It can't be that as long as they are widows and orphans, they can all be received into the mansion by Master Lu. And looking at him like that, he doesn't seem like a great benefactor who was kind and charitable. Chen Xianfan chopped off the snake's head with a knife and carried it in his hand. Turning back to ask Chao Shang and Wei Dong. Wei Dong nodded and said, "Indeed, I heard that Master Lu intends to send Lu Roro to Xiangzhou to prepare for next year's palace selection. On the other hand, Lu Yuan has a few talents and will be recommended by the Lu family as a handsome talent to take the township examination in Xiangzhou next year. Every few years, the Great Tang would select women from good families to join the palace, either as concubines for the emperor, the crown prince and the kings, or as female officers in the palace, and more would waste their lives in the palace. Of course, whether or not to run for office is out of their hands for women. Some are for the sake of their fathers and brothers' future. Some are proud of their beauty and thus not willing to be ordinary. And there are always those who come after them. Selection of women into the palace. If the appearance is beautiful enough, married a man or not from a good family, or even a lowly prostitute is no harm. Many people can help find ways to get a good background. That's the good thing about the old Li family. They are extraordinarily broad-minded towards beautiful women. So, Lu Roro, such an orphan girl's life in the Tang Dynasty is far from being a disadvantage. By the clan's uncles sent to participate in the election, with her appearance and physique, into the palace is considered the nail in the coffin. As for after that, that's up to the individual. As for Lu Yuan's status as a handsome scholar, with the Lu family's power in Yanglu town, it would not be a problem. In the Tang Dynasty, the starting point of the imperial examination is the child to the county courtyard examination in the Shiokai, followed by the state capital township examination in the lift, and then go to the capital exams in the spring. After the examination is the Gongshi and Jinshi. However, there is another way for the readers to be able to bypass the child test and the court test, and directly participate in the township test in the state capital to obtain a lifer. That is to be elected by the big families in the county as a handsome man. If the county elders raised their talents, it was equivalent to having the status of Shiokai, and they could directly enter the county and state capitals to participate in the countryside examination together with all the Shiokai. If you win, you can enter Chang'an in October of that year to participate in the Ministry of Appointments identity audit. If there is no problem, you can participate in the spring exam in April of the following year. The only difference between Shiokai and Junkai is that once a Shiokai has passed the exam, he can continue to sit for the township exams until he either passes or gives up. Junkai, on the other hand, needs to be elected every 3 years, and the status of Junkai is only valid for the year in which he took the township examination. If you fail the exam, you will have to go back and be elected again 3 years later, or go to the examination for the child and the showman, if you want to take the exam again. Sort of a court favor to the big local families. Anyway, at the local level, within the county town, the big families also had plenty of ways to stuff their close people into the team of students. Instead of letting them tilt at the poor-born readers within the county, it would be better to directly give them the opportunity to compete for a graduate in the county. Among the student members of the Great Tang, there was favorable treatment after acquiring the merit of a lifer, but not for a Shiotsai. All gathered within the shire, the control of the court was still stronger. There's no such thing as absolute fairness. It's just a compromise. Well, it turns out that it's still unprofitable. Chen Xianfan held the snake's head and hung it on the large stump of the willow tree at the side, then copied the kitchen knife and began to pull out the pouch where the poison was hidden. The roots of the big willow tree were deep enough that it didn't fall over when it was dug out more than halfway through. There were still skins hanging from the snake demon on it, and there were still some piled up on the ground after a few rounds. Wei Dongdao, that's just it. Elder Lu was known for his ability to calculate. Well, the people of Yanglu town are saying that Master Lu has picked up a treasure this time. Chao Shang also nodded his head and said, his own son is not competitive. With such a pair of nieces and nephews, the family will not worry about not prospering in the future. Chen Xianfan nodded and asked again, have you asked for any other news? No, the people here are afraid to say much about Master Lu's family, and what we inquired about these irrelevant ones. We still spent money to find loafers to ask about them. Go rest then, we'll eat the snake meat later. Chen Xianfan waved his hand and told the two to go wait at the side, and then called Xiong Zhengzheng, who had come back with the two and was now helping to pack up the snake meat, over and asked, Zhengzheng, how is it? After the two of them left, did you follow behind and hear the people talking about anything? Heard some. Xiong Zhengzheng shook his hand, frowned and thought, and said, some said that Lu Yuan was not talkative since she was a child, but after her parents died, she got the hang of it and could read poetry. An elder lady also said that Lu Ro's looks were no good, and that running for the election would be for nothing. Then there are people who dislike her for talking nonsense with her eyes open, or else they haven't seen Miss Lu for a long time. The older the girl gets, the better she looks. Miss Lu is also growing more and more beautiful now, especially lately, so that people can't take their eyes off of her at a glance, and at first glance they think she's changed. After saying this, he shook his head and rasped, those people are also strange. Wei Dong Chao Shang refused to say anything when asked, but they left chatting merrily. If they weren't chatting, why would I let you follow behind and eavesdrop? Chen Xianfan laughed. During the time he spent in Anyang County, he had some understanding of some of the people's words and actions. In the face of official inquiries, that is to say as little as possible, are afraid of getting into trouble. But when the questioner left, it came together to be a no-brainer. There were no other pastimes, and gossiping and talking about family matters were the most enjoyable recreational activities. There is nothing they can't talk about with their 7 oldest aunts and uncles. As far as rumors from 10 or 20 years ago, or as close as whose family ate meat and fish yesterday, if there are enough people, there is nothing you can't inquire about. Chao Shang and Wei Dong dressed in military clothes in the front to ask. Xiong Zhengzheng changed into ordinary people's clothes, fell in the back and waited for them to go away to eavesdrop on the discussion. He was tall but with a simple face, the least alarming look. Before entering Yanglu town, Chen Xianfan, Huo Shan, and the others had discussed the matter. The Lu family is a dominant family in Yanglu town. This kind of sitting household is the most difficult to deal with. What they are best at is to smile and greet people with a soft face, and then add some fooling around, so that you can only find out what he wants you to find out. If they were intent on hiding, trying to find out something in a day or two would probably be difficult, and easy to set up by accident. In fact, to say, the report is the Lu family. The demon hunting army down to check is also to appease the Lu family, as long as the cause is clearly investigated, or according to the Lu family thought, to help them deal with the evil spirits of the rebellion, so that their family home returns to peace. Things will be over. However, neither Huashan nor young Master Jean wanted to end the case so hastily. After all, it's the first time I've investigated a case alone, so how can I do it without making it look good? Therefore, a few people have discussed. The first up is a dismounted. The Lu family will be suppressed, to suppress their anger, even if they are prepared to give him a surprise disruption, but also so that it does not dare to casually play tricks to deceive. That young master of the Lu family is also really stupid. Chen Xianfan gave a good raft without using any of the excuses they prepared. Young Master Jean did not hesitate to slash over, and he was directly scared until he peed his pants. Master Lu knew that he had offended someone he shouldn't have offended, although he didn't know exactly how the Jean family was, but adding the word Xiangzhou in front of it was enough to suppress him as a landlord in a county town. After that, not to mention being obsequious, but they didn't dare to obstruct Chen Xianfan and the others' behavior much. Otherwise, if they were to be inside someone's shrine like this, strutting around, boiling water and stripping snakes, and cooking snake soup, would they be willing to do that? There's a lot of wasted words in a nice voice. Is there more? Chen Xianfan asked again. Yes, a loafer said that he heard that in the early years the Lu family made offerings to the Lu Xian, before the Lu Xian temple was changed into a shrine. Willow Fairy? Willow Fairy? Chen Xianfan listened and glanced twice towards the shrine behind him, then turned back to look at the willow stump and the skin snake demon in front of him, and his brows furrowed in disbelief. Who is this Willow Fairy referring to? Whatever, we'll talk about it later. Let's eat the meat first. The snake meat rolls around a bit and the flavor intensifies. Eat. Chen Xianfan tasted a bite first, felt it was almost ready, pinched a pinch of salt and sprinkled it into the pot, clapping his hands and calling out. A group of people who had been waiting anxiously for a long time hurriedly brought bowls over to share the meat. Huashan and young Master Jean, who had gone to the ancestral hall to rummage around once more without dying, also put down their evil fixing compass and walked out. Still nothing? Chen Xianfan asked. No. Huashan shook his head with a furrowed brow, then he sipped a mouthful of snake soup before his brows relaxed. It's not just that it tastes good, the broth has a slight warmth to it. By the time a large bowl was finished, many heads were sweating, especially since they each got a small bowl of snake blood. That's the real tonic. This snake demon is estimated to be older than even Willow Tree. Huashan couldn't help but say as he felt the qi and blood surging within his body. Aha! Strong enough, Sure Dejun exclaimed as he stood up with his bowl and drank. Drinking this snake's blood only made me feel hot from my abdomen, and I really couldn't squat a bit. One by one, the others stood up and drank from the bowl containing the snake's blood as they walked around. This inevitably made the corners of the mouth a little runny. Not like a soldier, but more like a bloodthirsty demon. Secular army, but where the Orthodox dynasty recruiting, pawns recruiting a pick and choose. Out of the elite are knife chopping and axe chopping in general. Tough pawns are similar in stature, physical fitness, combat courage. Only the demon hunters were different. There is Huashan, such a person as his name. A cut like a black tower. Looks circumspect. Thick eyebrows and starry eyes. To that station is imposing. His two partners, Wei Dong and Chao Shang, also had a similar temperament to him, only slightly less imposing, and the three stood together in a very unified style. To the young Master Jean this is different. He faced like a good woman, handsome and elegant, medium stature. Next to him are the brothers Lao Fugui and Lao Ronghua, who look similar, both with broomstick eyebrows, round eyes and big mouths, and are born with big waists and powerful arms. When the three came together, it was the young master with two thugs. When it comes to Sure Dejun, it's a different story. Sure Dajuan is not ugly, flat head and face, do not open his mouth when still like a person, just look a little thin. His two little brothers, Liao Shan Liao Hai, is the opposite. It's white and short and stumpy and a little ugly. One big, small eye, one slanted shoulder. At this moment, drinking snake blood, still shaking his head while slithering and tasting, looking funny, and a little weird. These few people came together with a handsome-looking Chen Xianfan, and a naive and solid Xiong Jingzheng, and an ugly dog pup that licked the corners of its mouth and dyed the hair red. The scene was eerie enough to make people feel cold at the base of their necks in the middle of the day. What's more, these people had blood dripping from the corners of their mouths. Congregate and drink blood. A few of you, military master, Lu Yuan, who had taken a step into the courtyard, nearly retreated with a yelp of fear at the sight of their appearance, finally mustered up enough courage to walk in. Yo, it's Mr. Ryu Yuan, isn't it? You've come to bring me flowers? It's just in time. You're just in time. Come on, come on. Chen Xianfan happily greeted the others. Come and try the secret snake blood I made. It's delicious. No, no need. The clean-cut Lu Yuan's face reddened, and his hands waved with all his life's courage as he refused. Junior wouldn't dare. What's there to be afraid of? Chen Xianfan, however, refused to let him go, forcefully yanking him over and stuffing him with a bowl of snake blood. Drink. Many thanks. Lu Yuan held the bowl, but in the end, it was too much of a favor to pass up, so she took a few sips. Chen Xianfan had been staring at him, and when he saw that he really drank it, he just raised an eyebrow and nodded thoughtfully. Fishing up a few more pieces of snake meat, he nonetheless gave the person a bowl, and then asked as if he was offhandedly asking, Young Master Lu, I heard that the Lu family had a family temple before that was dedicated to the Lu Immortal. I wonder if it's still being dedicated? Naturally, it is offered. Lu Yuan hurriedly put down his bowl and said, Lu Xian's tablet is inside the ancestral tablets in this ancestral hall. Inside? Huashan sniffed. Exactly. As if Lu Yuan thought they didn't believe him, he got up and said, If a few military lords don't believe me, I'll take you to see. With that, he turned and headed for the shrine. Chen Xianfan frowned as he looked at his eagerness and got up with his bowl, saying to Huashan, Go, follow him in and take a look. Chapter 65, Demon Charmer, and Inedible Garbage. Lu Yuan entered the ancestral shrine of the Lu family and lightly found a divine master tablet in the very center, placing his hand behind it and flicking it. Then I heard a click sound. The wooden tablet like a flower from the center of the crack, split in two to reveal a piece of the inside, a large circle of small spirit cards. The piece was over a foot tall, and the spirit tablet was golden in color, with spirit snakes twisting around it at the top, bottom, and left and right. At the top was a somewhat complex rune, under which the word offering was written horizontally, and underneath it was written vertically the inspiration of the Willow Immortal God position. On top of the sacred cabinet in the center of the main hall of the Lu family ancestral hall, there were at least dozens or hundreds of tabletops. There is a red line separating the left Jiao and right Mu. Since ancient times, there have been many rules for ancestral temples. For example, the Son of Heaven set up 7 temples, the vassals set up 5 temples, the great doctors set up 3 temples, the scholars set up 1 temple, and the common people had no temples, and so on. Left Jiao and right Mu is also one of the patriarchal laws. The placement of the shrine god's main plaque is usually the first ancestor in the center, the left Jiao and the right Mu. The father on the left is Jiao, the son on the right is Mu, the second is Jiao, the third is Mu, the fourth is Jiao, the fifth is Mu, the sixth is Jiao, the seventh is Mu, the second, fourth and sixth are Jiao, the third, fifth and seventh are Mu, the first is Jiao, the second is Mu, the first is Jiao, the second is Mu, the eldest is Jiao, the youngest is Mu, the firstborn is Jiao, the secondborn is Mu. This god master tablet, which had been cracked in the center by Lu Yuan's fiddling, was on top of the most forward divine cabinet, and was also the largest divine tablet in this ancestral hall. That is, the tablets of the officiating priest. Huashan approached and observed this divine plaque in the shape of a mountain, and with some understanding, said, So the Willow Immortal that the Willow family worships is not the willow tree, but that snake. What the military master said is exactly right. Lu Yuan nodded repeatedly and explained. This snake demon became an elf much earlier than the willow tree. Before the Lu family moved here, they were already worshipping it. After they moved here, they just planted another willow tree in the ancestral shrine where the snake demon lived, just to hide it from the public. After that, the willow family spread their branches here, and this willow town has been planted with willows ever since. Many years down the line, people have forgotten that when the willow family moved here, there was once a large snake that infested this place, and it was it that picked this place as the site of the willow family's ancestral home. The dragon's marshmallow is far from green. The snake's willow is close to wandering. The word willow fairy is just wonderful. The willow demon may be called the willow fairy. Demons like pythons are also often referred to as willow fairies. People generally call the snake Xiaolong, which is believed to have spirituality and can become immortal, and many people worship it. However, because the snakes are mostly poisonous, the image is horrible, and the ordinary people will be afraid of fear. Willow family probably also because of this, chose to use willow trees to cover. So Lu Yuan's words were recognized by Huashan and the others. Think he's telling the truth? Ha, young master Lu Yuan. From what you're saying, the willow tree also became a spirit afterward? Chen Xuanfan's focus was on Lu Yuan's statement that the snake demon had become a spirit monster much earlier than the willow tree, and asked with a seemingly inadvertent eyebrow raise, Have you seen that willow tree demon? I've never seen it. Lu Yuan also reacted very quickly, hurriedly shook his head. Military master joking. I saw that willow tree was destroyed by lightning. I thought it may also become a demon. It's just a guess. It can't be true. It's a slip of the tongue. You don't have to take it to heart. Oh, so it's speculation. Chen Xianfan nodded and didn't pursue the question further, but instead turned to ask, then do you know if that young Master Lu who encountered the ghosts at the ancestral shrine encountered a snake demon or a willow tree demon? He was so frightened that he didn't remember anything when he woke up. However, I thought that it was the snake demon that was responsible. Lu Yuan frowned slightly, thinking for a moment, and said, why? Chen Xianfan laughed as he kept turning over the tablet in his hands. Couldn't it have been the willow tree spirit? Naturally, there is also the possibility that it is a willow tree spirit. Lu Yuan first nodded, then shook his head and said, but whether the willow tree has become a spirit is still a mystery. Not to mention the fact that the willow tree was struck by lightning and became like this. So if it has become a spirit, I am afraid that it will not be able to live, right? On the contrary, the snake demon into essence of the early Taoist deep. The body died. The soul can still be transformed into a demon to do evil. You know quite a lot? Surprisingly, you even know such offbeat things like demons can transform into demonic chimera after death. Young Master Jin, who was holding his bladder without saying a word, listened to the conversation between Chen Xianfan and Lu Yuan and suddenly interjected with feeling. Ah, little Shang. Little Shang also loves to read some leisure books in his daily life. That's why I know some of them. Lu Yuan was stunned by the question, and then said with some anxiety, all the military masters, just pretend that I haven't said these words, but don't tell Master Lu about my reading of leisure books. After saying this, he bowed nervously to Chen Xianfan and the others with a pleading look on his face. Rest assured, we are not that kind of long-winded people. Chen Xianfan put the tablet back, and took out the piece of willow wood core from his bosom, comparing it to the spirit tablet, and skimming his lips, he said, I don't know what kind of wood this tablet is carved from. I don't know if it compares favorably to this piece of treasure I'm holding. Young Master Jin couldn't stand to look at him and mocked him. I say, partner Chen, so what if it's just a match? Do you still want to take away someone else's tablet as well? Can't you take it away? Under the laws of the Great Tang, this private offering of a demonic immortal that is not part of the ritual is also a crime, isn't it? Since it's a crime, this is evidence. It's reasonable to take the evidence and retain it. Chen Xianfan weighed the tablet twice with his hand and laughed. It's good to go back and put it in my cookhouse and chop it up to make wood for the fire. While saying this, he peeked at Lu Yuan's face and saw that he only glanced at the willow wood core in his hand, but his face was as usual at the words of making firewood from the tablet. So Chen Xianfan probably had a good idea in his heart. Putting the tablet back, he clapped his hands and said, but this wood is also a bit small, and can't be burned, or that big willow tree outside is good. Chopped as firewood, stewed a big pot of snake meat soup, are still half left. This trip was not in vain. Not only did we get the willow tree core and a bunch of wood, but we also ate such a big snake. Saying this, he wrapped his arm around young Master Jin and Huo Shan's shoulders and headed out of the ancestral shrine, saying under his breath, let's go. Let's go on and eat snake meat. After we've eaten our fill, we'll sleep for a while and nourish our spirits to wait at night to catch the ghostly creature that's been causing trouble here. It's Demon Charmer, young Master Jin corrected. Yes, I know about the Demon Charmer. Chen Xianfan patted him on the shoulder. Ouch. A well-read scholar like me has read about it in books. This Demon Charmer is a kind of trash that can't be eaten. So when the time comes, I won't be on it. So I'll trouble you too, young Master Jin and Master Shan. To do it, there's no need to save face for me. Just hammer it to death and send it a soul-crushing pleasure package. Demons, this is not a spirit of life. Coincidentally opened the spirit of the demon. On the road of cultivation. On this path, once the body is destroyed, the soul will be the same as people. Into the hell to take the 6 paths of reincarnation. If you are not willing to end this life, you can also turn into a demonic charm. The soul of a living person encounters the evil spirits and wanders the earth as a ghost, and the soul of a demon violates the way of heaven, which is to enter into the devil, and becomes a demonic phantom. This is one of the half-sheets of inedible items listed separately on Chen Xuanfan's recipe technique. Although some of the words in his words were strange, Huo Shan and young Master Jin still understood the meaning. This guy, Chen Xianfan, was unprofitable and had a great disdain for demon charms that had no edible parts, so Double gave him a scornful look. He. Chen Xianfan, however, smiled unimpressed and turned back to greet Lu Yuan, who was frozen in place and didn't know what he was thinking. Young Master Lu Yuan, hurry up and go. I'll give you another bowl of snake meat soup to drink. In addition to having your sister send a message earlier saying that I'm going to exchange some poems with you. Just in time. I will read you the poem I just thought of. How about it? Wash your ears. Good, I'll read and you listen. Chapter 66, Snake Demon in Spirit Attack. Jasper is made into a tall tree. and 10,000 threads hang down the green silk sash. I don't know who cuts the fine leaves, but the February spring breeze is scissors. Jasper. I say, young Master Jean, do me a favor. You've been reciting a poem from the afternoon to the evening. It's like reciting scripture. It gives me a headache. Sure Dajuan finally couldn't stand it any longer, and climbed up from the floor of the ancestral hall to complain in a low voice. Just take a break for a while, okay? How good is Chen's poem that you can't stop reciting it? At noon, Chen Xianfan read out the poem lightly in front of Lu Yuan, and went crazy for 2.5 on the spot. One for Lu Yuan, one for young Master Jean, and that half was Chen Xianfan himself. After reading the poem, the proud and rampant vigor of the long laugh that raised the sky was similar to madness. Crazy to this day. In order to show off his literacy, he took a kitchen knife to the tablets of other people's old Lu family and recognized the names one by one. But by the look on his face as he bared his teeth and yellow became more and more like him, it was clear that there shouldn't be many recognizable ones. 2.5 lunatics. Except for this half. Lu Yuan left with a bowl of snake soup lost in thought, and young Master Jean was here all the time reciting those 4 verses all the time. It hurts your brain to read it. Sure Dajuan saw Huashan resting his eyes with his eyes closed without the slightest intention of stopping him, so he had to top himself. You're a roughneck. Of course you can't hear the benefits of this poem. Young Master Jean glanced at him and turned around to change his direction with his back to him. Sure Dajuan said unconvincingly, who says I don't understand the benefits of this poem? Of course I do. This poem is good. But it's good because I can understand it even if I'm a big old man. But even if it's good, you can't keep reading it. You can hear? Anan. What did you hear? Riddles. Riddles? Yes. Isn't this poem asking, who used the spring wind as scissors, click 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 to give the willow tree a shaved head? I think, that must be a strong person with extremely high cultivation and a clever mind. You think or else you cannot give his beautiful willow tree demon step forward. The leaves are trimmed. But also, hey, what are you pulling out the knife for? Hey, you don't stab me in the waist. Young Master Jean rolled over and copied the knife towards Sure Dajuan, frightening him so much that he jumped and ran while calling for help. Master Shan, Mr. Chen, help me. And no one cares about him. Only Xiong Jingjing of the group asked in a puzzled manner. Young Master Jean, why did you cut Brother Dejun? Isn't what he said, right? Everyone was silent. Sure Dajuan, however, came on strong and ran over and wrapped his arms around Xiong Jingjing's neck. Zhang, you also think I'm right, don't you? Anan. Hey, this is called a hero's opinion. This great master thinks this poem is a poem of flattering. There was a strong man in the cultivation world who had a beautiful green willow demon Taoist called Jasper, who was very soft in her essence. Then spring came and the branches had to be trimmed. This strong man then condensed the February spring breeze into scissors and gave his Taoist couple a careful pruning. Even the leaves were trimmed to her favorite shape. Sure Dejunhe finished his speech and sighed with a deep emotion. If you ask what is love in the world, it is straight to teach men to draw eyebrows and repair trees. Jean young master you get out of the way. Chen Xianfan also did not to the tablet. 3 do not recognize 2 traditional Chinese characters to make strength. He copied the kitchen knife straight to Sure Dajuan. In fact, if the Great Tang's font was more regular, he could recognize more than half of it even with guessing. Although he couldn't write, the context didn't affect his reading at all. That's how the previous books looked. But when it comes to the tablets will not be able to. People named with the word does not necessarily have a necessary logical connection, and more out of the way words. This time is mostly unrecognizable. Good guy, read a poem to pretend. Just swelled up the careful heart. All of a sudden was smashed fine. Chen Xianfan also thought that really cannot. Mixed into the civil service team to engage in corruption. Safe and sound for 100 years. The dream hadn't even gotten halfway through the day before it was mercilessly shattered. The mood was very depressing. This guy, Sure Dejun, even spoiled the little poem he used to pretend to be a man. Can this be tolerated? Beat him. Master Knife puts it away for Spoon to come out. Just the right person to take it out on. Ow. Sure Dajuan took one look at the head of the spoon reflecting under the candlelight and felt his head hurt even more. Scattering and running outside. Stop right there. Ow. At this moment, the sky had already completely darkened, and the shrine was lit with candles and lanterns, but it was still dark outside. Stajan ran out for a spin and then headed back towards the meeting. But before he could get around the edge of the large pit he had dug out during the day, he saw a gust of cloudy wind blowing with a fishy odor, rising from the bottom of the pit. In the next instant, 2 blood-red light sources the size of fists lunged towards him. Between the rolling black mist, the python's figure loomed in it. It was fast like it was ready to sneak up on you. Ow, partner Chen, coming. Sure Dajuan couldn't hide, so he had to draw his stick and meet him. Who? With a sound, The shadow of the stick carried the wind, looking very powerful, and smashed towards the snake shadow's head. Unfortunately, the other party was unharmed. Instead, the pythonine spirit spewed out a stream of black smoke that was headed right for his seven-orifice face. You get up! Chen Xianfan jumped up and kicked Shi Dajuan away. His body's qi and blood qi surged to infuse the spoon, swinging it horizontally across the room, using the blood qi to condense the fury to punch through the black mist, yanking Shi Dajuan and throwing him backwards, shouting under his breath, Huo Shan, young Master Jin, come out to work, guests are coming, use the evil warding talisman. Sensing the raging power in the black mist that was different from the yin qi, Chen Xianfan gritted his teeth and said, just infusing qi and blood won't hurt it, unless the qi and blood are released externally. The others hide in the shrine and don't come out yet. Spirit talismans, use spirit talismans. This serpent demon riding a cloudy wind reminded him of watching Monkey when he was a child. The blood-drinking python, for no apparent reason. The 8 rings hit it all like playing, but at this time Chen Xianfan against, but quite some dog bite urine bubble embarrassment. People of the martial arts path rely on blood qi and true qi to break through evil, but whether one specifically destroys evil demons or is destroyed by evil demons depends on strength. It's the same reason why water can extinguish fire when it's big and fire can evaporate water when it's big. Now the demonic charm in front of him was a bit difficult to deal with. The snake demon had turned into a yin soul into a demon, and although it had lost its body, it was even more violent and not weak, and very bloodthirsty, with the desire for flesh and blood overriding everything else. Even if he was injured, if he could have the chance to nibble on a mouthful of flesh and blood, the snake demonine spirit would not hesitate. Shi Dajuan's stick failed to break the defense, so Chen Xianfan felt bad, but luckily, they had come prepared for this trip. Not only the evil warding talisman, Huo Shan also had 2 evil breaking talismans on him. Xianfan. Upon hearing Chen Xuanfan's call, Huo Shan and young Master Jin in the ancestral hall flew over, and immediately, several evil warding charms were thrown out. Chen Xianfan immediately drew back when he heard Huo Shan call out to him. Wow! Boom boom! The black mist was blown away, and the python inside tumbled for a while. It was hissing. Although the ears of the people did not hear, the soul heard the hissing sound. An uncontrollable trance. Ling ling! The bell at the back of Chen Xuanfan's head moved without wind, and a clear sound of the bell awakened him from a momentary loss of concentration. I just woke up and felt a chill in my chest. Chapter 67, Tomorrow morning, we'll plow the threshold first. Blood stagnation. Devil Charmer is worthy of carrying the word devil. There is inherently a power in the hissing of a python type of snake that can charm the mind. Legend has it that there is a ferocious beast, the Tang snake, which will cause a trance and nightmare palpitations if one looks at it. It's just that ordinary snakes, because they don't have the cultivation to need to rely on their own venom to be able to perform it. However, after transforming into a demonic charm, with the help of the demonic qi mixed in the yin qi hooked up around the body, it not only confuses people's sanity, but also blocks the qi and blood surging of the martial artist, and can stain the spiritual platform of the qi practitioner's clarity. The essence of wood, stone, birds and beasts is born as a demon and dies as a devil, so people call it a demon. Devil gas is slightly different from yin gas, and is the most chaotic and mixed of the world's grievances, and is the most difficult to remove once it is contaminated. It is absolutely impossible to be invaded by it into the blood veins and lungs. Huo Shan. Without even thinking, Chen Xianfan slapped his palm on the chest of the nearest Huo Shan to stimulate his qi and blood, and at the same time, he fished out 2 evil warding talismans from his bosom, and with a shake of his hand to stimulate them, he flung them out with his backhand. The fireball, with a trail of flames, crashed into the top of the snake demon's yin soul and exploded. Between the sounds, it woke up young Master Jin and Shi Dejun and the others, only to see another burst of black mist rolling before his eyes. But the snake demon yin soul did not receive much damage. This is not going to work. Chen Xianfan gritted his teeth. At this moment's awakening, Huo Shan urged his qi and blood to protect his mind. Frowning, I'll do it. Use the evil breaking talisman. No way. Chen Xianfan shook his head. One isn't necessarily enough. And you can't use both on this demon phantom. He had always had a suspicion in his mind, and his heart was not solid until he kept his hand in it. In this case, give me the evil breaking talisman. Chen Xianfan thought for a moment and pulled out the small dumping pot, holding it in his hand. The chopper in his other hand was placed towards Huo Shan. Stick it on this. What are you doing? I'm going to spot blast. The black mist outside of the snake demon's nether soul was very difficult to deal with, and was able to cancel out most of the power of the evil warding talisman. The evil breaking talisman was much more powerful than the evil warding talisman, but the word broken also spoke volumes about its usage. The more you are in the thick of it, the more damage you can do. It just so happens that we, Master Chopper, Come with the navigation to chop the vitals. Perfect. Be careful. Although it's another unheard word, it doesn't affect understanding at all. Seeing that the snake demonine spirit was about to rush over again, Huashan didn't say anything and raised his hand to slap the evil-breaking talisman on Chen Xuanfan's chopper. With a flash of golden-red streaming light, the palm-sized light golden-colored rune paper was firmly adsorbed on top of the blade's surface by the blood chi. Don't worry, Chen Xianfan promised and then called out to young Master Jin and Shi Dajuan. Don't be here. Hurry and retreat to the ancestral hall. Take the brothers and close the gate and put on the evil warding talisman. Swallow the chi replenishing pill and put on the heart protector to protect yourselves. The black mist set off by the snake demon rose up in a steady stream from underneath the roots of the willow tree, and had enveloped the entire ancestral shrine compound. Black clouds rolled in, and it was chilly and cold. A layer of white frost condensed on the ground, and the dead grass and unmelted snow were swirled and fluttered in a messy manner. Strangely enough, it all stopped at the gate of the shrine. The door to the shrine was half hidden at this time, and Xiong Zhengzheng was holding the dog pups and probing out, all seemingly unaffected. Chen Xianfan felt at a glance that it was definitely safe to hide inside for a while, so simply let Shi Dejun and young Master Jin, who couldn't help for the time being, hurry back, lest we add unnecessary casualties later. Although young Master Jin was arrogant in nature, he would never add to the chaos at a critical time, and he did not say much when he heard the words, so he turned around and returned to the ancestral shrine with Shi Dajuan. Seeing this, Chen Xianfan topped the little handsome pot just about to go, but then uneasily turned his head to look at Huashan. You cannot move, ha. Just stand here for me to plunder the formation. As soon as there is something wrong, hurry to use the evil-breaking talisman to come over to save me. Horsham. Good. Only then did Chen Xianfan leap out in a single stride and rushed forward to meet the snake demon. He had already reached the cultivation level of the 8th grade of internal practice of martial arts of chi and blood transforming into true essence, with one of his true chi and mana protecting his heart chakra and the other protecting his spiritual platform, providing more than one layer of protection than Huashan and the rest of them. What's more, the small handsome pot in his hand also had an insulating effect on yin chi, and it could be blocked on top of the front. It should also be useful in the face of demonic chi. As expected, the black pot was used as a shield, and between flipping it over, the wind that was brought up blocked the black mist that the snake demon had spewed out, beyond the bottom of the pot. Useful. Like an umbrella blocking the rain, the big black cauldron also had a magical physical defense effect against demonic aura. Hey-ah! Seeing this, Chen Xianfan let out a loud shout, held his breath and attached a trace of the weak true chi that was coming out through his body to it, and violently waved it up and down twice, dispersing all of the black mist in front of his body that was blocking his vision. Although it could only be dissipated for a moment, the next instant the black fog rolled back again. But it's enough. The first style of the Yellow Emperor's family sword technique. Chen Xianfan topped the large black pot, bent his knees and bowed, and slashed downward, shouting, "Invincible 13 blades, eyebrow paste." The words were shouted out of habitual nonsense, but the hands were not at all subtle. This move he used most frequently. More times have long practiced a little aura. Even after sensing the vital direction that the chopper was going to slash at, he was able to gently deflect his wrist at a slight angle and infuse his true chi, causing the cold light of the slashing blade to travel at a swifter speed straight to 1.5 feet underneath the jaws of the snake demonine soul. However, although the snake demon's soul has no sanity, it is not a dead target that will not be moved by anyone. Twisting his body, the head of the snake with 2 red eyeballs hanging from it opened its mouth and swallowed towards Chen Xianfan like lightning. Boo! Halfway through this slash, Chen Xianfan had to turn around and sidestep the large black cauldron in front of him in midair. The bottom of the pot collided with the pouncing snake demon nether spirit. Chen Xianfan was hit under the shadow of a shake, looked to be flying back down. He was anxious to curse. This time back to the fight, back to the treatment of being knocked flying. When they can change, however, his hands didn't stop. Since he already knew where the snake demon's nether soul's vitals were, he would do neither. Directly using the master sword as a flying dagger, he flung it towards the snake demon's shadowy soul as it lunged towards him and exposed his jaws. Bang, crisp like the rattle on a sliced watermelon. A modest force of recoil was felt. Clarity rose in Chen Xuanfan's heart. This should be the cut-in. Retreat! Get out of the way! He shouted out to remind Huashan, while at the same time swinging the large black cauldron in his hand forward with force, then blocked it in front of his body, using the force to withdraw backward another section. Kalala! The attracted talisman paper cracked on the chopper, the mana contained therein, overflowing out. The spell on the talisman was stimulated by the yin chi, connecting the heaven and earth spiritual chi, and in the tumbling black mist, flashing out the complicated imperial command runes. Crack! Boom! There was a faint sound of wind and thunder between the lightning and the fire. The rune exploded into a fire snake that traveled among them, continuously devouring and growing within the snake demon's soul. In a few moments, it had eaten this snake demon phantom to pieces. The evil-breaking talisman unexpectedly had an aura, not to be confused with the relatively simple and common evil-breaking talisman. This is the real talisman paper in the cultivation world. The agonizing and desperate dying hiss of the snake demon's shadowy soul made Chen Xianfan, who had crouched down to hide under the bottom of the pot, unable to bear to listen. That's a bit harsh, isn't it? Cannibalization. Or lynching? It's really poisonous. The guy who made this kind of talisman paper must be an old pen. This is also a kind of deterrent to make the demons and elves fearful, so that they will not dare to easily turn into demons to do evil. The fire snake gradually grew larger and then exploded with a bang. Boom! The movement wasn't great. In mid-air, it exploded into flames, scattering in all directions, dispersing all the yin chi and demonic chi. The snake demon's final hiss ended in a brilliant burst of fireworks. Aya! It's too miserable. It's really too miserable. Chen Xianfan held the lid of the pot over his head and sighed with fake sympathy. Xianfan? Huashan's voice came from the side. Don't move. Hide for a while longer. Chen Xianfan knew what he was going to say and cautiously said, being careful is a good thing. Huashan, who had been punked once, obediently didn't make a sound or move places this time. Then after pretending to be a mushroom in the corner for a while, feeling that there was no more danger, Chen Xianfan half squatted up and went around to the side, picking up Master Chopper back. A burst of apologies as he wiped the black dust from it. At this moment, young Master Jean and the others in the ancestral hall also heard that there was no movement in the courtyard and raised their voices to ask, how is it? Still alive? What words? Chen Gang leader put the black pot behind his back and crossed his arms in triumph. You Gai Long, that's the man who's going to live to become a legend. How can he die? Not even a hair has fallen off. Then we go out and clean up the battlefield? Young Master Jean asked. What's the hurry? Chen Xianfan took Huashan, who was walking over, by the shoulders. Let's first cultivate in the shrine for the night to recuperate. We might have to fight tomorrow. Still have to fight? Sure, Daijuan was puzzled. This snake demon soul has been blown away. Who else can it fight? And Willow Fairy seeing everyone look over, Chen Xianfan laughed and stretched his lazy back to sell the story. Alright, in short, sleep first, then tomorrow morning. First plow the threshold of this ancestral shrine for me. Chapter 68, Waiting for the Guest. Plane? Plane really? Planes. Chen Xianfan shone a kick at Sure Dajuan's rear vestige. What the hell are you talking about? Hurry up and plow it. If you don't want to eat, we'll have rice porridge with pan-fried snake meat this morning. You'll have to deal with it. Sure Daijuan glared. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give me the shovel, he said as he snatched the shovel from Chen Xuanfan's hand and turned back to give the laughing Liao Shan and Liao Hai a slap on the face. Don't laugh. Work with this master. Chen Xianfan was also at his wit's end with this goods that could bend and stretch, and after laughing and cursing, he called Xiong Zhang over and said, Zhang, come, this shovel is for you. Go, at the place where the big snake was dug out before, proceed to dig down. Be careful, put the evil warding charm on your body. There might be something down there. Okay, Xiong Zhang and Sure Dajuan are not the same. The child is honest. Let what to do, not as much as Jun Dajuan so much bull *******. It saved Chen Xianfan a lot of talking. Yesterday's cookstove was still there. The black pots were staked out and the fire started to cook. Split the good willow would directly burn. See the smooth Chen Xianfan then received in the storage bag. Hundreds of years of willow wood. There is free time to find the money and food officer to combine. As a gimmick to sell to the dog big family. May be able to earn some silver to subsidize the family. Lest the next time they run out of food, they will have to work off their debts. In his previous life, he opened a waste recycling station and made a lot of money. So the matter of picking up rags is also promising. And there is no harm in doing it. There is not much rice left in Jiangnan, which the deadbeat asked for from the money and grain officials. Sticky translucent sweet rice porridge simmering on. Chen Xianfan put on the apron, take out the griddle in the storage bag, scrubbed clean on the stove, and so hot after brushing oil, began to slice the snake meat on the grill. The scent came out, and Huashan and young Master Jean, who had gone to the front yard to look for Master Lu, also returned. In his hand, he held the dark and mysterious tablet of the Divine Lord in the shrine. Well, Master Lu is dead set against admitting that his family enshrines a snake demon, biting the bullet and saying that it was in order to seek refuge, and that under the demon's obsession, he hid a piece of the god's seat, and that the willow immortal on it was the willow tree that was destroyed by the lightning strike. Young Master Jean snorted coldly. I think he just can't see the coffin without tears, but now the snake demon's shadowy soul is gone. Not to mention the coffin. It's called death without proof. It's no wonder he won't recognize it. No one else would. Huashan calmly said. The snake demon has become an elf and a demonic charm. As long as Master Lu isn't stupid, it's impossible for him to recognize the willow immortal he's worshipping as this snake. Instead, if he bites down on the fact that it's a willow, he might even be exempted from the charge of making offerings to an evil god. After all, although the willow tree was destroyed by the lightning strike, there was not a single fluctuation of mana on the willow tree, and they, the people of the demon hunting army, could not confirm whether the willow tree had really become a demon. If you haven't cultivated a demon, what's the crime of offering a willow tree that's old? At most, I'll be called a fool. No one in Master Lu's family was a civil official, and such a reputation would do him no harm. The innocent victim or the self-inflicted instigator? Cootie. Both know which one to choose. Only recognize the next willow tree. The snake monster is crawling by itself. After all, that is a sperm monster. The willow family are flesh and blood. How can we know how it came? And how it died? What's more, the snake monster seems to be killed by the willow tree root. In this case, my family this willow tree did not worship in vain, did not become a demon but born of the spirit, blessing my family home peace. To say that it is also a good story. That's what Master Lu was playing at. Can a country squire think so much? Young Master Jean despised Master Lu who had given birth to a stupid son. Chen Xianfan smiled at his words. A family that has been hiding secrets for hundreds of years. How stupid can the head of the family be? And even if he doesn't think of this, there will be others to remind him. You mean, Ryu Yuan? Or Lu Zuozhua? Huashan obviously opened his mouth and gave the name as he thought. Is there a difference? Chen Xianfan said his hands did not stop, turning the charred snake meat, of which the roasted ones were quickly put aside into a rattan colander, and pushed it in front of the two. Come on, eat first. I'll go serve the kanji. The preachy young Master Jean got up. It's time to eat. Chen Xianfan shouted at his brothers who were busy on both sides. Captain Chen, look what I dug up. Sure Daijuan ran over with a handful of mud, raising the object in his hand to show Chen Xianfan. A jade pendant. There's a snake carved on it, and it says protect and bless on the front and back respectively. He spun the jade pendant around anyway, showing off. I've seen these 4 words before in the temple. Chen Xianfan glanced at it, and not to mention, the 4 characters were written in seal script, which he really didn't recognize. It's an amulet or something. There was nothing special about it, so he waved his hand and said, now that you've found it, go fetch some water to clean it up, and by the way, wash your hands for dinner. Good, sure Dajuan huffed, smelling the aroma and also craving, not caring to continue to show off the jade pendant, shouting at his brothers to go and wash their hands. Xiong Zhengzheng also walked over covered in mud, and Chen Xianfan asked him, got something? There's a hole. I can't get in. Yellow went in. Xiong Zhengzheng pointed behind him. It hasn't come out yet. I'll go. Chen Xianfan was in a hurry. His huang was that big. What if there were still snakes inside and they swallowed it in one bite? Throwing down her apron, she ran to the base of Willow's tree. As he ran, he called, Huang, Huang, come out. Woof woof. The sound of the little puppy came out from the pit, and when Chen Xianfan took a look, Egg Yolk was standing at the bottom of the pit wagging its tail at him. There's dirt all over the fur. There seemed to be something in his mouth. Jumping down to lift the dog out, Chen Xianfan frowned and put his hand to its mouth. What's in the mouth? Spit it out for me to see. You dare to eat anything dug out of a snake's hole without fear of being poisoned. The yolk blinked its little eyes, and between a saturated meal and tons of fullness, wisely chose the latter, and with a release and the top of its tongue, spat out the contents of its mouth. An egg landed in Chen Xuanfan's hand. It was the size of a goose egg, polished and white, and looked pretty. A snake egg? He shined it into the sunlight, and there seemed to be the shadow of a small snake inside, not without some disappointment. It's over. I can't eat it. It's almost hatched. Put it in a storage bag and put it away for now, and look back to see what to do with it. Carrying the dog around and patting it clean on the side, Chen Xianfan joined the line of dry rice. When the big pot of porridge and dozens of pounds of snake meat were finished, Master Lu ran to say that he wanted to set up a banquet to thank them, and told them to hold their horses for a while. Chen Xianfan and the others, who had no intention of leaving in the first place, obediently agreed. But this banquet, which was originally said to be at noon, hadn't even begun in the afternoon. Master Lu explained that the good wine ordered was delayed on the road, and they did not pursue the matter. The sun was setting and the banquet was just in time. This pushing and eating and drinking went on into the night. I can't leave today. I'll have to stay another night. At night, Chen Xianfan and the others didn't stay in the guest room, but returned to the ancestral hall again. Don't ask. Asking means you're familiar with it and don't want to change places. Then it was time to wait for the guest to arrive. Chapter 69, a pitch black face and a mouthful of white teeth. The winter nights are bitterly cold and the haze is foggy. The demon hunters in the ancestral shrine sleep like pigs. The purring, the sound of it, the movement of the heckling and hooting rose and fell, one after another, as if it were the scene of a live donkey braying contest. For the sake of winning, Shi's face is holding purple. Chen Xianfan was a bit worried that this grandson would suffocate himself alive. He couldn't participate in this contest, and felt sick to his stomach and dry heaved after just a brief attempt, so I had to give up watching from the sidelines. The overly distinctive snoring his brothers put on resulted in the fact that within moments, he could tell with his eyes closed whose high accent was in the last and whose bass was in the next. Nasal resonance is nothing. Ever seen pelvic resonance? Damn. A bunch of assholes race to pretend to sleep and snore even if who can't hold back the stinky farts? It smelled big and overbearing as if the poop was bad. Don't let the demon not wait and almost smoke you to death. Chen Xianfan held back from pinching his nose and turned his head to change his orientation. Luckily he wasn't downwind here, or he'd have to be accounted for. Yeah, by the way, who was that downwind? He recalled that it seemed to be Xiong Zhengjiang. Oh, that's alright. The boy has an extraordinary tolerance for odor and has absolutely nothing to worry about. Creak rattled the doorway as it was opened. Here we go. The ears of the dog brother in Chen Xuanfan's arms branched out, but very obediently did not make a sound. After the subtle sound of the shirts of clothes brushing against the wooden door of the ancestral shrine, in the darkness, all the soldiers who pretended to be drunk and asleep opened their eyes. However, the imagined attack did not come. Instead, an exclamation of surprise followed by a pout of pain. Ah! Hiss. Ha! Yeah, that's not right. And why does this pout sound like a man's voice? Wacky. Under the moonlight, Chen Xianfan lifted his eyelids and glanced at the shadow that was reflected from the doorway onto the wall. It was indeed men who came. It looks as if it stepped into a hole on the way in. Wow. It looks like the threshold was plowed before and just put back. The pit, unfilled. Gee, I didn't think this could be a surprise. Chen Xianfan narrowed his eyes slightly, slowing down the rhythm of his breathing as he waited for the man to completely walk into the middle of the shrine. Finally, to his anticipation, the man at the door stepped inside. Then after a slight hesitation, he saw that on the floor of the room, the demon hunters lying in one piece were all sound asleep, and looked around in a snore, seemingly searching for and determining the location of someone, before he went from continuing to the shrine. Slowly, he approached the location where his gaze was locked, listening to the footsteps in his ears. Chen Xianfan glanced at the shadows on the wall that were becoming clearer and clearer. As the figure approached, he also silently calculated the timing of his move in his mind. Finally, Chen Xianfan opened his eyes when the figure came closer and bent down to extend his arm towards his chest. Swiftly and incomparably will pinch in the fingertips of the charm to ward off evil spirits, fiercely shot out toward the back, and then rolled over and got up, drew a knife in his hand, and asked in a stern voice, "Who? What do you want to do by breaking into my beautiful man's boudoir in the middle of the night? Take advantage of me?" The moment he uttered the word "who," the door to the ancestral shrine banged, closed on cue. Snap! Under a few voices, young Master Jin and Shi Dajuan pasted a few evil warding talismans on the door, one on the left and one on the right, while Lei Shan and Chao Shang weighed on 3 people. They were pulling out the rack zigzag formation to stop behind this unasked for guy. The candle flame was lit by Liao Shan and Liao Hai, and Xiong Zhengjiang obediently held the dog cub and stood beside the sacred cabinet where the Divine Master's tablet was placed. It all happened in a flash, in one fell swoop, without a hitch. This made the visitor realize that people had been waiting to deliver themselves. Trapped. Lu Yuan? Chen Xianfan shook the kitchen knife, and the light of the blade flashed so brightly that Lu Yuan had to raise his hand to shield his eyes with his cuff. Or, should I call you Lu Xian? The military master is joking. Lu Yuan, however, smiled and said without any panic, "I only came to see if the military masters want to drink water. After all, after drinking the warm winter jujube wine, it is inevitable that you will be thirsty at night. What's the point of being a dead duck? Your bottom line grandpa guessed it a long time ago." Shi Dajuan shouted. "Can't you see this? Just waiting for you to come. Little life. Cut the crap. You're here for this, right?" Chen Xianfan did not have the patience to beat around the bush with Lu Yuan, and took out the willow wood core in his arms, waving it in front of Lu Yuan's eyes. Willow wood core. Good stuff. Just right for a dog tag. Master Jun, you really have a discerning eye. I am also surnamed Lu, so I like this willow wood core very much. I don't know if you're willing to give it to me? Here is a 500 taels of Shangzhou flying money. The combined coupon can be taken, Lu Yuan said, and really took out a money order made of special paper, gesturing to hand it to Chen Xianfan. Flying money circulated all over Datang is a deposit ticket cut into 2 halves by a special formation, and can be retrieved by combining the tickets. It was similar to the function of silver bills and bills of exchange in Chen Xuanfan's understanding. don't go any further. Chen Xianfan nodded the cleaver's blade at him and said with some bitterness, let's talk. Don't test the cook with money. I can't withstand this test. It was fortunate that it was money. If this was a heavenly treasure, dragon liver, phoenix marrow and other ingredients, he would not be so distressed. Just grab it. Lu Yuan, stop pretending. There's no point in pretending any longer. If you don't admit it again, I'll have someone throw the Divine Lord tablet into the outhouse. Chen Xianfan knew that the longer it took to do something, the more changes there would be, and intentionally speeding up to accelerate the process said, there is no such filth here. Lu Yuan wasn't fooled. Who says there isn't? Sure, Daijuan shouted triumphantly. We haven't been idle for the past 2 days. Master Jun is truly an interesting man. Lu Yuan was silent for a moment and smiled at Chen Xianfan, laughing a little stiffly. Clear features show a hint of flirtation. Military masters are clear-sighted. When I know that I have not hurt people, you have both poetic talent, gifted me with the winged willow, and now why do you want to make things difficult for me? It's not me making things difficult for you. It's you making things difficult for us. Chen Xianfan stared at Lu Yuan, treating the demon hunting army like little cuties, juggling them, and still wanting to covet the court's chi reward. You're really good at calculating. Lu Yuan, if we let you have your way, our faces will not look good. Furthermore, a cunning demon like you is already wrong-minded, and if you become powerful, I'm afraid a calamity is inevitable. There's no need to speak in grandiose words. How did the military master see that my heart was not in the right place? Lu Yuan's aura changed and sneered with a cold face. It all boils down to the same thing. If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different. Is your heart in the right place? Does Master Lu know if you are a snake demon that eats his family's chi offerings? Or a willow demon that takes over the nest? Stupid young Master Lu was almost scared to death by a snake demon. And how did his jade pendant get buried under the threshold of the ancestral shrine? Wasn't your handiwork involved in this? Also, you got into the bodies of both Lu Roro and Lu Yuan at the same time. Is it that you want to be rewarded with a golden mouth and be blessed with great fortune thereafter, without ever killing anyone? It's more of a joke. 3 or 4 members of the Lu family die every year. And how did Lu Yuan and Lu Roro's parents die? You dare to say that none of this has anything to do with you? Chen Xianfan spoke all his guesses in his head, smashing Lu Yuan into a daze, and finally sneered. It's extraordinary, a tiny willow tree spirit, yet he has so much in his mind. Well, so it sounds like there are indeed more minds. Lu Yuan listened to him, thought about it, and surprisingly nodded. However, if I didn't have these thoughts, I wouldn't be able to live now. Then you can only live until now. Chen Xianfan raised his hand with the handle of the pot in his hand, the small handsome pot transforming into a large black pot as he looked towards Lu Yuan. The willow tree demon, however, was not afraid and laughed coldly. I am one with Lu Yuan at this time. If you hurt me, you are hurting him. Do the demon hunters want to kill innocents indiscriminately? Getting rid of evil is not impossible. Chen Xianfan hummed. But I'm a cook, not a butcher, and I don't kill people indiscriminately. Then you, who? Liu Yuan's calm and collected face was suddenly flustered as a searing force came from the back of his mind. How is that possible? How can anyone approach without a sound when they are clearly on guard? It was true that the demon hunter army as a whole didn't have a bad reputation, but that didn't mean that they would all throw in the towel and care about the death of a scholar. As long as the demons are exterminated and the people are injured by mistake during the battle, no one will be held accountable when it is reported. So Willow Demon's spirit never relaxed for a moment. He jerked his head back and saw a pitch-black face, and a mouthful of white teeth. Hey, Chapter 70, okay, I'll tell you from the beginning. It's King 2. Chen Xianfan and the others didn't just wait for customers to come to their door. They also had Xiao Shang make a run to find a service staff. In fact, from the moment Lu Yuan entered the door, Wang Liang was standing not far behind the door, but he just didn't notice. Then taking advantage of Chen Xianfan talking to him and attracting his attention, Wang Liang just took the evil-breaking talisman, quietly approached, and easily pasted it. Finished, good job. The searing heat in the back of Lu Yuan's heart erupted violently, and the same charm as last night manifested itself. Then under the devouring and driving away of the spiritual fire snake, a black and gray mist had to float out from Lu Yuan's body, and in the mist there was a 1-foot-long turquoise willow tree with gently swinging branches. It's quite pretty. Chen Xianfan raised an eyebrow and complimented. Unfortunately, it became a demon. The power of the evil-breaking spirit talisman did not disappoint. The spirit snake also chased the willow tree demon from Lu Yuan. Compared to the snake demon in soul, the strength of the willow tree demon that left Willow Yuan's body was very poor. The walls around the ancestral shrine are made of special masonry in order to prevent lone souls and ghosts from entering and clamoring to sit on the god's main card. The gate was sealed again in advance, and there was no way for it to escape. So before there was a jade pendant under the threshold. The snake demon in spirit wanting to move in to enshrine their own gods card are unavailable. The willow tree demon was even more ruthless. It coaxed the stupid young master of the willow family to bury the jade pendant in the ground, making it impossible for the snake demon in soul to return from the snake pit under the willow tree back to the snake nest under the ancestral shrine. A few moments later Hoi Shan made up a few evil warding talismans, and the willow tree demon was shattered under the fireworks, and his soul flew away. Plants becoming demons was inherently more difficult and were not good at fighting. Again, under the reckoning, such an outcome is not surprising. Woohoo! It's over. Seeing that nothing went wrong, Chen Xianfan completely let out a long breath. Encountering clever and cunning demons is really exhausting. You can rest in peace now and return to the general's grave in the morning to deliver the order. This trip down, and the battle of wits and courage, can give him exhausted. There were no benefits to be gained from the demon mistress yet, and it was the snake demon snake meat and willowwood core that could give him some comfort. Chief, don't rush off to sleep. Sure Daijun ran over at this time with a shy face, giving Chen Xianfan an arm and a shoulder. Tell the brothers, what's going on here? Huashan and young Master Jean may have known most of it even by guessing, but he's still confused here. Who can sleep without figuring it out and scratching their ears? Which doesn't understand being idle was also idle, and this kind of opportunity to be able to put on a bit of a show. Chen Xianfan wasn't going to put it past him in a puritanical manner. Carrying the dog brother back from the bear's arms, he found a comfortable place, threw down the mat and sat down, and the small class of solving puzzles of the Chun partner was ready to start. None of it makes sense. Sure Dejun didn't let him down, and with a big head shake, a stage was set for indulgence. Xing Ba, I'll tell you from the beginning. Chen Xianfan laughed. Things, in fact, are not that complicated. Backtracking back from known information, it was that roughly a few hundred years ago, the Willow family had enshrined a snake demon with a spirit. He is worshipped as the Willow Fairy. As for the surname Willow, it doesn't matter if it was originally there or if it was changed later. They migrated to what is now Willow Town, taking Willow Fairy with them for some reason. After settling down, they began to cover the Willow Fairy's tracks with willow trees. Chen Xianfan speculated that the willow tree was a blindfold used by the snake demon to avoid the calamity, and was raised to ward off disasters. Legend has it that demons cultivate for 10 years, 50 years in the middle, 100 years in the big one, and 500 years in the human one. Finally, there is the 1,000-year divine tribulation and the 10,000-year immortal tribulation. The 1,000 years of the 500 years are all imaginary. There is no fixed number, and there are not many relevant records on Earth. One way for snakes to cultivate themselves is to go into the sea, and the other is to go up to heaven. Cultivation for a full 100 years for boa, 500 years to go jiao into the sea. The success of the head of the unicorn into a dragon, or a full 100 years as a python. 500 years of thunderbolt ascension in the sky, shedding its mortal body into a chi dragon. This snake demon enshrined by the Lu family should go the latter. The Willow immortal who assisted the mortals did so in order to harbor the Willow family, not only to borrow the offerings and chi of the Willow family members to cross the tribulation, but just like the ghosts who took the path of the Yin god, it also wanted to rely on the shared chi to coalesce the merit divine position. The stream of pythons cultivating and transforming into dragons is but one in 1,000 million possibilities, so the snake demon did a double take, raising the willow tree and enjoying the offerings of the Willow family. If you are unable to cross the tribulation yourself, you will use the willow tree to block the disaster. If he also fails, he will take off his physical body and enter the divine master's license and become a Yin god. However, it didn't expect that the willow tree had taken on a spiritual nature and took the opportunity to strangle it while it was preparing to cross the threshold. The snake demon died and the willow tree was destroyed by lightning. The snake demon transformed into a demonic charm, but the willow tree demon subdued it with its own essence and escaped first, taking possession of Ryujo and Ryuan. These two people were prepared by the Willow family long ago, and it was likely that the willow tree demon's calculations were included as well, because snake demon has a better option, the God Master card. As for the willow tree demon, as long as the snake demon's shadowy spirit remains, it will not be able to enter it. It is likely that the willow tree demon swindled the snake demon, allowing it to prepare a living person who can get on the body, so that it can move around, saving it from being stuck in one place in the future. Demons are wild by nature and yearn for freedom. The snake demon was able to endure more than 500 years of loneliness, but at the last moment, he was tickled to the core. Then in that case, the snake demon is quite pitiful. Sure Dejun listened and couldn't help but ponder for a moment and said, "Pity my ass." Chao Shang said, "Haven't you heard? The Lu family has unexplained deaths year after year. If you ask me, how many years do ordinary people not starve and freeze to death? It's a credit to it for sheltering the Lu family." Sure Daijuan was a poor child and had seen the lives of too many poor people, thinking that if you're like the Ryu family, where food and clothing aren't a concern, but just a few deaths a year. It's not unacceptable. Chen Xianfan shook his head. I don't know how to say it, but if it's me or my family that's going to die, I wouldn't want to. Others should think the same way. Do not do unto others what you would not have them do unto you. I'm not willing either. Sure, Daijuan followed, shaking his head and laughing. So that's all I'm saying, partner. You go on to the next point. How can that willow tree be more powerful than a snake demon? Didn't it become spermatic later? That's because this is Yanlu Town, Chen Xianfan said. Several hundred years of willow trees. By the township of the old gentry to the name of Willow is the name of this place. This amounts to a small amnesty seal. It has been rumored by the people that pardoning seals can gather spirits. If you can shelter a town, and then get incense offerings, you may not have no chance to cultivate the righteous path for 1,000 years. Unfortunately, it was destroyed. It was also because it had gone through a minor amnesty sealing that it was blessed with a clear and blessed aura, and it had not completely become demonic and maintained its sanity even after its main body had been destroyed. An enlightened spirit that had cultivated for hundreds of years and transformed into a demonic creature was able to collect its aura to the point of not leaking at all, which was also considered very opportune and fortunate. It possessed Lu Ro and Lu Yuan and swindled young Master Lu into burying the jade pendant, and the snake demon's shadowy spirit scared him half to death. Then used this to covertly talk and turn black and white upside down to encourage Master Lu to invite the demon hunting army. He wanted to use the hands of the demon hunting army to exterminate the snake demon in spirit. Partner, doesn't that mean that no one in the Willow family knows that the snake demon is dead, and it's the willow tree demon that's alive now? Sure, Daijuan asked in surprise. I don't know, Chen Xianfan smiled. There was no way that Master Willow hadn't noticed, but he still listened to the willow tree demon's arrangement. When the mind gets up, it feels even more that the human heart is sophomoric and no worse than a demon, since it wanted to use the knife to kill the snake demon in soul, and it succeeded. Why did it still find us to do it? Sure, Daijuan didn't understand. It didn't want to lay a hand on us. It just wanted this. Chen Xianfan took out the willow wood core. The willow wood core was from the willow tree's own body. It is said that the soul of the willow tree demon has been detached from the main body, and there is no longer any connection between the two. However, this demonic creature had become obsessed with wanting to retrieve its former tree core after seeing Chen Xianfan take it away. Where demons and ghosts are concerned, there may be some whose spiritual intelligence is still above that of humans, but they are even more easily swayed by the thoughts in their minds than humans are. Once you have an obsession, you are also in a funk. Into the barrier. It is the same as a human ghost lost in the mind. A Taoist skill is destroyed in some unthinkable place. Gutter overboard. So there are often demons and evil spirits, but very few can become a climate. Then why did you destroy it? Sure, June began to feel, once again, that the willow tree demon was a little pitiful. Chapter 71, Captain Chen, I've discovered a secret about you. Oh Master Sure, are you speaking in human terms? Or are you thinking that since the willow spirit isn't harming anyone and isn't thinking of harming us, you can just let it go? Wei Dong, who had his eyes closed next to him, asked with a smile. Anan? That's not what I meant. Sure, Daijuan picked his chin somewhat tangled. Of course we can't just leave it alone. It's still necessary to manage. That is, the crime is not to death. We're the demon hunting army and not the demon defenders. There's no need to kill them all. You are too naive in your thinking. Chao Sheng couldn't help but chime in as well. Demons are always demons. They can't help but eat people in the secular world eventually. It's like pigs, cows and sheep eating grass, and tigers and leopards and other beasts like that have to hunt and eat meat so that they can live. Nature is like that. It can't be changed. Instead of waiting for the demons to become a climate and then exterminating them, it was better to prevent them before it happened. You're right about that. It's just a bit cold-blooded and heartless. Sure, June smashed his mouth. Some demons don't always hurt people. Not necessarily. Using the lives of the people to test the demons? Chao Sheng snorted. How come I didn't know that you, Master Sure, are still a strange man who can take pity on demons? Master Sure is not contacting a demon. He is just seeing that both Lu Ro and Lu Yuan are good-looking and has moved on. When he fought and killed the black-haired stiff before, there was no hint of compassion. Young Master Jean mercilessly demolished the stage, hummed, and said, fascinated by beauty. Did you even ignore what partner Chen said to Willow Tree Demon earlier? The Willow Tree Demon didn't deny that it possessed Lu Ro and Lu Yuan for the sake of the Golden Mouth Royal Seal. On this point, it deserves to die. And the people who have died in the Lu family over the years, it has nothing to do with it. Wei Dong also said, the snake demon is raising it to block disasters. With what? It's still not using the Lu family's offerings. Sure, June said, but that's not what the Willow Tree Demon wants. Chao Shang returned to him on Wei Dong's behalf, but it did become a demon because of this. Chen Xianfan listened, feeling that this current situation was very interesting. Young Master Jean came from a powerful family in the state city, and someone in his family was an official. Wei Dong's background was a bit worse than his, and his father was a minister of the Hua family. Two people see things from different perspectives and have different priorities, and Shi Dajuan's father and brother were both government soldiers, which is considered to be a more affluent common people, with the most simple kindness of the people at the bottom, and because of their own strength, it is easy to have some compassion for the weak. However, the difference in vision makes his compassion inevitably seem a bit foolish, but that's the emotion that most people would have. It is also because of these emotions that the world does not seem so cold and uninteresting. The kinder a person is, the easier it is to empathize with others, which leads to sympathy and compassion. But that's where the tragedy begins. With some people and things, it's best to let go of the helpfulness complex and let's all just be okay. Especially if the positions are different and there is no way to compromise. Otherwise you are asking for trouble. So when Shi Dajuan turned his head and asked Chen Xianfan, "Partner, what do you think?" Chen Xianfan then read a poem. A ruthless man may not be a true hero, and a compassionate son is not a husband. Do you know the man who rises up in the wind and whistles wildly? And when he looks back, he sees a small yukusu. Why are you reading poetry again? Shi frowned ruefully and picked at his chin. But it's a well-written poem, and again I can understand it. What did you understand? Young Master Jin's brain hurts now when he hears Shi Dajuan say that he can understand the poem, but he still can't help but want to know what the guy understands. Xiong Zhengzheng also turned his head over to listen to the high words of Shi. I hear the true meaning of the poem. Shi Dajuan raised his head up and sighed. Those who are heartless are not necessarily great men, and those who love their children are not necessarily not great men. How clearly is this poem written? It's telling us not to be ruthless and to have compassion. Young Master Jin couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, not realizing that this guy actually understood. Xiong Zhengzhen looked at the proud Shi Dajuan, and then twisted his head to look at young Master Jin who didn't laugh at him, and understood that Shi Dajuan was surprisingly right this time. Crew chief, you're on my side, right? Shi Dajuan affectionately wrapped his arms around Chen Xuanfan's neck and asked with a loud laugh. Hands off. Chen Xianfan couldn't stand it and peeled away his arm. Good lord, he hadn't bathed in 2 days, and he smelled like cumin. Who said I was on your side? It's in your poem. Not in my poem. Said it, didn't say. Shi Dajuan looked at Chen Xianfan like he was looking at a scummy man who had obviously slept with him but turned his back on him. Chen Xianfan was furious at his look, so he had to say plainly, this poem is saying that those who have no feelings for their heirs are not necessarily true heroes, and conversely may not be great men. A tiger who is mighty in the mountains and forests has to look after his cubs at all times. Yeah, isn't that the same as what I said? Shi Dajuan shouted. We can't be so ruthless in decimating the demons. You still didn't get it. Chen Xianfan shook his head. Ang? It is the child that the great man loves and pities, and it is the tiger that watches over the tiger cub. If I say so, you should understand, right? If it's not my kind, their hearts will be different, and everyone will be killed? This favorite saying of the Confucian Qi practitioners, Shi Dajuan had still heard it before. No, those who are not of my kind, their hearts will be different, and they will be executed if they have to. Chen Xianfan patted the dog pup in his arms. The dog pup grunted twice, pouting his buttocks and arching towards the warmth of his arms again. Dogs with little hair on their heads get cold at night. What's the difference? Huashan opened his eyes and looked at Chen Xianfan. Demons and devils may not be demons and devils, and people may not be people. Are there fewer among the human race that are even worse than demons? There are countless ones that kill people as if they were human. And the legendary demons that save all living beings have also existed. I don't kill a kindred spirit that identifies with me unless he wants to harm me. Chen Xianfan shook his head as he said this, feeling that it was a bit early to talk about all of this. Let's wait until we bump into it. Venerable Godao seeks only to live and live at ease. People don't offend me. I don't offend them. Of course, on the way to becoming a legend, it is not impossible to do something for the world's people and realize a little personal value sublimation without sacrificing oneself. After all, it's too lonely to be alone. For the rest, what's the point of thinking so much? Huashan's brows furrowed slightly as he listened. What he could probably understand was the difference between the same kind and the same race that Chen Xianfan was talking about. The same race, as determined by bloodline. The same kind. It's self-determined. It's the ones I agree with that are kindred spirits. It's very highbrow and offbeat. But the more you think about it, the more it makes sense. Shi Dajuan got confused. Couldn't figure it out, simply didn't want to. Waved his hand and said, forget it. Anyway, that willow tree demon isn't a relative of my family, so I won't take pity on it and continue to speak for it. You pity it? Young Master Jean snorted. A guy as dumb as a pig. Pitying a demon that plays tricks on us? You'd better pity yourself. Little Shwe. Shi Dajun jumped up and crossed his arms. pointing at him. If you talk about this master like that, this master is going to get angry. Am I wrong? Young Master Jean didn't even bother to open his eyes to look at him. Do you have any idea what would happen if what it wants is made? Sure, Dajuan was flabbergasted by the question. What will happen? Lu Roro will go up to the capital to become a matron of honor. Or Lu Yuan will be a government official if he succeeds in the examination for a scholar. Either way, the possessed willow tree demon is equivalent to having His Majesty's golden mouth royal gift, and will be blessed by the Great Tang's national fortune from now on. Although I don't know which step it will eventually take, but with its calculating mind, it can't be worse than checking. It's always much better than you, the tiny demon hunting army pawn. Manhwa election. If you can once won, flat footsteps, as an official as a slaughter, after the future is unlimited. And looking at how much the Willow Tree Demon cared about that God Master tablet, there seemed to be a connection between it and the Willow Fairy's tablet. Or rather, it was originally part of the Willow Fairy. The Willow Fairy is referred to as it and the Snake Demon by the end of the day. If that's the case, even if you can't cultivate, it's not a bad idea to build a shrine and a temple for yourself before you die, so you can be a ghost or god in the future. Great Tang civil and military officials who have meritorious achievements in life, after death, more than the people's sacrifice to the people, enjoy the incense into a free ghosts and gods. Sure, Dajuan thought about it and realized that it was really the same thing, and he couldn't help but lament. Don't people always say that demons and devils are very stupid? Why is this Willow Tree Demon so mindful? Damn, he's smarter than I am. Oh, you don't even look at where people are planted? Is it the kind that can be compared to a small demon in the mountains? Chen Xianfan reminded him to pay attention to what kind of place this was. The ancestral shrine of the Willow family. The willow tree planted here, cultivated into a demon under the mutual calculation and utilization of the snake demon and the willow family, was naturally blue. The environment is just so amazing. Just like the date palm trees of the later generations of literary greats, they can each occupy a separate line in the text. Our date palms can only be combined with similar items. There are some differences, but the reasoning is the same. This willow tree demon is just a little bit less lucky. The willow wood core was already restraining to demons, and it was impossible to remove it when it had already transformed into a demonic charm. It was useless even if it was taken away. In the end, it had to come to provoke Chen Xianfan and the others for something that was already irrelevant and of no use to it, or else it wouldn't have been killed off with an evil-breaking talisman like that. If it hadn't taken the initiative to come to the door, it wasn't good to say whether or not Chen Xianfan would have insisted on suppressing it. There's no good time to be able to count on the other side, and it's going to take a risk to kill it. There are dangerous things. Under deliberation, Chen Xianfan asked himself, can do less or less is better? It's easy to meet ghosts if you walk too much at night. Not to mention that a profitless person like him didn't necessarily have to make a move to finish off such a demon charmer. Of course, if there are benefits to be salvaged, you can think about it again at your discretion. Therefore, if the willow tree demon had been able to restrain its obsession, Chen Xianfan and the others would have long since returned to resume their duties, then report the suspicion and wait for someone from above to deal with it afterward. However, this was now significantly better for Chen Xianfan and the others. Not only did he find out what happened, but he also killed 2 demon phantoms in one go, making everything complete and complete. The degree of completion of the mission should be more than 90%. Everyone, including Huashan, was very satisfied with this, and they held the Ryu family. Early the next morning, young Master Jean and Huashan took Lu Yuan, who had slept all night and woke up in a depressed state of mind, to Master Lu and extracted a sum of silver under coercion. In the courtyard of the ancestral shrine, Chen Xianfan was directing Sher Dajuan and the others to work. Sher Dajuan muttered as he dug for willow roots. Hey, these 2 days are either plowing the ground or plowing the ground. This demon is done fighting and killing. Why are you still plowing the ground? This grandpa just hates farming. That's why he's desperately cultivating. I didn't expect that after becoming a demon hunter army, I'd still be plowing the ground. I say, Mr. Sher, stop complaining. Why don't I see you talking so much when we're eating? Hurry up and get to work. Chen Xianfan threw a piece of willow bark at him and scolded with a laugh. He wasn't idle, either. He was picking at the willow bark. When you're done, set it aside and bundle it up in a storage bag. This one big willow tree was struck by lightning and only the stump was left, but the rest of these should not be wasted. Last night Chen Xianfan suddenly remembered that willow branches were able to catch bones. The family recipe in his mind, as if triggered by this thought of his, appeared in due time to give a prescription for a medicinal bath that would help refine the bones. Although Chen Xianfan had already entered the inner training stage, but amongst martial cultivation, it wasn't the case that when the previous rank ended and one entered the next rank, the cultivation of the previous rank didn't need to continue. In fact, Cultivation is a process of continuous improvement over and over again. There is bone refining in the entry path. And at the 7th grade it is bone forging. So willow bark still works for him. Moreover, the brothers of the C-word battalion's A-word team had also reached the bone refining stage. The breeder, partner Chan, is still very attentive to them. So what are you waiting for? Plain wow. Willow bark, trunks, roots, all of these are used in medicine. Not to mention the fact that it's an adult willow. Wouldn't that be even more effective? If he wasn't worried about going too far and causing panic among the people of Yanglu town. Chen Xianfan even wanted to give all the old willow trees in the town that were over 100 years old a big skinning. It's not bad to have an additional nickname of Chen Pippi from now on. It doesn't matter what you call it as long as it falls into favor. But no, the common people call themselves the grassroots, and the slightest breeze will make their hearts tremble and be disturbed. It was impossible for Chen Xianfan and the others to keep guarding this place all the time. The government's control over the town was already weak. If the story of the willow tree becoming an elf and the snake demon were to be publicized, it would be another upheaval. The people would panic and cut down the willows and kill the snakes to destroy the eggs. The former is fine. The latter is very dangerous to be bitten by the snakes. Snakes in winter are not to be messed with. If people have a wake-up call and give you a bite, in case it's poisoned, it's 9 lives. Moreover, once the people are disturbed, it is also easy to be exploited by those who have the intention to promote something evil and evil, so that the people will invite the evil gods to go home to protect their families. Therefore, for the sake of the people's stability, Chen Xianfan had to bear the pain of giving up the title of Chen Pippi and concentrate on cleaning up this willow tree. Skinning, chopping wood, digging up roots. Huashan and young Master Jean returned and quickly joined in. Captain Chen, I've discovered a secret about you. Sure Dajuan was doing his work when he suddenly grunted in a small voice and came to Chen Xianfan with this sentence. Mysterious. Chen Xuanfan's heart was just stunned. What secret? This guy shouldn't have found out. Chapter 72, The Difference Between a Rascal and a Lover. Do you understand? What secret? Chen Xianfan was a little nervous for a moment. Sure Dajun gave a cheap bar whooping smile and leaned over to mutter in a low voice. I saw what you did last night. Tell me. Chen Xuanfan's heart dropped when he heard him say last night, raising an eyebrow as he asked. You sneakily put your hand into her Lu Yuan's arms and touched her for half a day, and finally unbuckled her belt and touched her crotch as well. TSK? I didn't even have the eyes to see that scene. Sure Dajuan said and bumped Chen Xuanfan's shoulder, squeezing his eyebrows and saying, how's it going? Chen, think about what you should use to gag this grandpa. I'm blocking your ass. Chen Xianfan cursed loudly without any good humor. The sound was so loud everyone in the yard looked over. Nice one, Mr. Sure. I thought my identity as a traveler had been revealed with that one sentence just now. I was so scared that I took out my spoon and beat the living daylights out of you. Do you know that? It's only because we are simple and kind-hearted. Otherwise, like Chow Chow Mungda, I'll kill you. Do you believe me? Hey, why are you still cursing? This grandpa is very serious to tell you. Want to plug my mouth? That has to be never seen never eaten. Grandpa, I cannot be good to beat. Sure Dajuan still didn't know that he was hovering around the edge of getting beaten up, dejectedly mentioning the conditions. Gagging? Ha? Is this enough? Chen Xianfan didn't bother to argue with him, and directly took out the flying money that he had touched from Lu Yuan yesterday from his storage bag, and waved it in front of him. Well, it's you, Mr. Chen. Cook Chen. It's still you. You don't forget to touch the corpse after beating the person. This master is convinced. Sure Dajuan's eyes were so wide that they were about to come out of their sockets, his eyeballs swinging back and forth after the flying money in Chen Xuanfan's hand as he exclaimed, 500 can of flying money is not too much to say and not too little to say. The point is that it's just as exciting as getting it for nothing. He reached out to take, but Chen Xianfan backhanded the flying money ticket back into the storage bag, waving his hand to drive people. Okay, just look at it. Still think it's really for you, ah? This is our future food expenses. Understand? Hurry up and get to work. Waiting to go back to the camp. I don't know if I'm not there. Those guys have not been obediently salted fish for me. Okay, big deal. In the future, this grandpa will eat more. Sure Dajuan didn't take advantage of the situation and tapped his mouth with regret. Then he asked Chen Xianfan again. Captain, you really didn't take this opportunity to take advantage of Lu Yuan? I'll take advantage of you. Lu Yuan is a man. I'm not interested in him. I'm a straight man. Straight man, get it? Chen Xianfan was angry at Sure Dajuan's behavior of misrepresenting other people's orientation and tarnishing his reputation. We don't have this thing called honor. While we still have some, how can we allow you to tarnish it? Straight? Don't get it. Stubby Slugger shook his head. Well, not a good male style. Oh, Stubby Slugger nodded, then sighed. Man, I didn't realize you were quite so picky. What does That mean? Chen Xianfan frowned. Mother asterisk 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 her. How is not liking men being picky? Sure, Daijuan said. The tree spirit has no distinction between male and female. He can possess Lu Yuan, and he can also possess Lu Ro Ro. Think about it. If you take them both, monogamous, isn't that a blessing for all? If you ask this master to say, as long as you look beautiful, what does it matter if it's a male or female, demon or devil? I am all. Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, all the people in the courtyard silently pulled away from him. If you ask Chen Xianfan, this little cutie, he just doesn't get it. Young Master Jean is right. He's just stupid. Can you say that? You think that in your heart, and you can't say that. It has to be this way. Have to pick a time when the moon is hazy. Affectionate drink to the moon. And then a fluttering robe sleeve. Impetuous and unruly chanting a poem. And then said, ask what is love in the world. Straight teach people to be promised in life and death. Since even life and death can be promised, this heart will not be disturbed by external things. The heart of adoration transcends the races of men and women. This is the truest and purest love, said shedding a line of tears. It's the lover boy. Chen Xianfan will a piece of willow bark, stuffed into Sher Dajuan's mouth, said, like you, straight talk love skin surface, is a hooligan. Mother asterisk 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 Sher Dajuan was dumbfounded. Chen gang leader S paper, successfully obtained the presence of 11 people plus a dog filled with admiration eyes. The way young Master Jean looked at him, there was something else in his admiration. It was hard to tell, carefully recognizing it. It turned out to be like looking at a scourge. Scum. This made Chen Xianfan very emotional. Wan did not expect that such a stuffy person like him, such a segment that was not worth mentioning in his previous life, could be saluted so highly in the Great Tang. Gee, what happened to thinking you're so great? It was almost noon when they finished all the work. The courtyard of the Lu family ancestral hall looked like it had been vaulted over by wild boars. In the huge pit, all the roots of the willow tree were taken away, and nothing was left of the bark and trunk. The aged incense ash from the incense burner at the head of the shrine had all been poured away by Chen Xianfan. Such incense ash is not as good as that found in Buddhist temples, but sprinkled around the house, it also repels mosquitoes and insects. Seeing that it's noon, the road back to the general's grave is not far. Simply rubbed another lunch in the Lu family, eating up a goat and a dozen chickens from someone else. There are two big roosters with bright red crowns that Chen Xianfan has been eyeing for a long time. The crowns of these roosters are too appealing. What a good blood of roosters. Take it away. Take it away. It was only after they had eaten and soaked up the sun for a while that the group slunk back on their horses, flossing teeth, yawning, and right away none of them were a bit square. If it is a change of clothes, take the chickens, ducks, fish and pigs sent by Master Lu in the storage bag and hang them. Chen Xianfan glanced back and brainstormed the picture, feeling very familiar. It's just like the ghosts that came into the village in the gods' play. Mother asterisk 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 diaphragm. The hallowed demon hunting army has really dropped the ball too much in the area of military appearance and discipline. Why don't we go back and I'll make it harder on this piece? He licked the back of his teeth and was pushing down the urge to punch someone when he heard an eerie movement behind him. The odd fart sounds of poof, pop, and plop. Chen Xianfan turned around violently, and saw Sher Dajuan and the others baring their teeth at him, not ashamed but honored, calling out, crew chief, the cold chicken and roasted goat at noon can be too fragrant. This grandpa has eaten and braced himself, bracing himself a little bit to hold it in. Ha ha. Uing. Chen Xianfan opened his mouth and just wanted to say something, when his ears heard another burst of exhaust sound. Blue blue, blah. It's kinda rhythmic. Looking sideways, Xiong Zhengzhan looked innocent. Chao Sheng tilted his head and looked at the sky, and Huo Shan touched his nose in embarrassment. Only young Master Jean remained fearlessly glaring at him. Mother asterisk 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 pull back. It's hopeless. Let's leave it at that. Chen Xianfan turned back with a wooden face, pretending that he hadn't thought of anything just now. The sons of the world are all this virtuous. Make a load of effort with these guys. Along the way, even if no one was talking, it wasn't quiet at all, with the intermittent presence of background sounds rising and falling. Luckily, the road towards the general's grave was all little traveled paths. If any of the people inadvertently rubbed shoulders with them, perhaps a new piece of folklore should circulate. Upon arriving at the camp, Chen Xianfan received a warm welcome beyond his imagination. Everyone came up to hug him. Man, you're back. Man, we missed you. Chief, when's dinner? The kids are hungry. Man, too excited. Let's have some incense. Get out. Chapter 73. This is the majesty of the feeder. It was no exaggeration to say that the warm welcome given to Chen Xianfan by the soldiers of the C-Word Battalion's A-Word team was to the extent that team leader Liu Yong had to queue up behind him if he wanted to come up and have a word with him. It's not even close to the top of the list. What's this? It's the majesty of the feeder. That's how much the piggies love their keepers. Rounding it up a bit is how much the cubs love their dad. Just look at this one. A face of dirt and mud. No clean place on the body. Why does it look like the last few days have been a bit miserable? What's wrong with you guys? Chen Xianfan glared, avoiding the warm hugs of his sons that were covered in mud and withered grass leaves, and asked with his arms crossed, "What's with all the dirt? Who threw my kid in the mud? With Dad's permission? AI. Don't mention it, partner. We are all digging the ground," Mao San wailed. "These 2 days can make us exhausted. Eat also can't eat well. Work also do more. You came back. Can get some good food. Give us makeup. The rest of them nodded their heads as if they were pecking at a chicken, the anticipation in their eyes obvious. One wailed. Chen Xianfan calmed them down and told the soldiers to find a place to clean themselves up and go. Dinner will be served. And soon. The soldiers then dispersed. "That's right, partner. We've always had salted fish pickled. In addition, we've also gotten some good stuff." Gosi mysteriously came over and handed Chen Xianfan a storage bag. "Look at it. What is it? Is it okay? What is it?" Chen Xianfan took it in his hand and looked at it. "I'll go." A snake. Almost threw it right out. It's densely packed with snakes. There are thick and thin, various colors and patterns, all of which have been bled out. A whole lot of death is very difficult to see intertwined. The visual impact is absolutely full of points. If he hadn't just undergone the baptism of the snake demon's soul, Chen Xianfan could have thrown this storage bag at Gosi's face. "Isn't it a surprise?" Gosi laughed dejectedly. "I knew that you were interested in food, partner. This time, thanks to Cui Ji reminding us to leave this good stuff behind. Otherwise it would all go to waste." Cui Ji was on the side, followed by a smile and asked, "Chen gang leader, this is what the brothers caught while digging in the general's mountain. Can we eat it? It's edible. Why not? In our hands, there's nothing that can't be eaten. We'll eat them when we turn around." Chen Xianfan nodded and put the storage bag away. "That's good. The brothers didn't work for nothing. It's just that we have to work hard for Captain Chen." Cui Ji arched his hand and said, he was the only one of these people in the A team who could still barely keep his body slightly cleaner. At least the hair on the clean face was still clean. Cui Ji is in addition to Wushan, the strongest person. The origin is still somewhat mysterious. Usually speak and do things very affable. A little bit of Gongzi warm and gentle as jade. The other two of his trio, unlike Huashan Jin young master Shi Dajuan and the others, who were bound before joining the team, had entered the A team's own group. The two most reticent guys belonged to the typical group of people who couldn't be beaten with 3 sticks. However, their strength was good and they practiced very hard. So the 3 of them were still above young Master Jin's group. It was only a hair's breadth behind Huashan and the others. There was just one thing that Chen Xianfan was a bit uncomfortable with. This person was too terminal. It always gave people a sense that it was too square and made him a little uncomfortable. So he raised his hand and gave the other party a punch, laughing and scolding. "Come on, Lao Chui, why are you so polite? We are all brothers. They're all the kids we've knocked over with a spoon. It's uncomfortable to be so serious." This point on Cui Ji is not as good as Huashan. That guy, although the face looks like a tough guy, but can get along with the arrogant young Master Jin. To Shi Dajuan and other people are also good. I know that the inner character is not bad. It's also a tease. It's only normal to be 17 or 18 years old. On the contrary, Cui Ji cannot. On the surface looks gentle and friendly. In fact, very distant. And words and behavior inevitably make people feel that he in people contact is with some purposefulness. That can't be said to be bad. How to say? Perhaps another 10 or 20 years. Grow up Cui Ji so can do more unobtrusive, weaving a network of relationships in their best interests. But he is too tender now. Such a tactic can even be sensed as wrong by Chen Xianfan, a person who has little brains when it comes to socializing, not to mention young Master Huashan Jin and these people. Moreover, these people in the C-Word Battalion award team are now a group of hot-blooded teenagers, the most emotional and righteous stage of their lives. That's why the gentle Cui Ji is far less popular than Huashan, and even young Master Jin is somewhat inferior. Presence is not too strong. If this goes on, will he be blackened? That's not good. We have to let him integrate into the collective. Chen Xianfan, who is a cook, is worried about his father's heart, and is now concerned about his children's mental health. After thinking about it, he sent the dog pup in his arms to Cui Ji's arms, who froze every time he heard the name Old Chui, and clapped his hands and said, "That, Old Chui, help me take care of the dog, brother. I'm looking for the team to ask something." With that he took it in stride, leaving a bewildered Cui Ji behind. "Team leader, Why did I hear that everyone went to dig in the general's mountain? What's going on? The school captain and the others are preparing for this kind of field? Chen Xianfan found Lu Yang and opened his mouth to ask. What kind of field is it? It's digging the ground, digging the grave, not opening up the land. Lu Yuan hugged his arms and said, you kids will know when you get to the mountains early tomorrow morning. We still have to keep digging tomorrow. First cook to go. Lao Zi is also hungry. Nod 2 days of dry food. This dry food is really not human food. Too hard to eat. Line blah. Chen Xuanfan's curiosity wasn't too heavy, so he was dismissed like this. At night, Huashan and Chen Xianfan and the others ate fish, and Lu Yang and the rest of them who stayed at General Mountain and didn't go out, ate snake soup. Why don't you guys eat snake meat? Lu Yang asked curiously as he drank the fragrant snake soup and ate the popped snake meat. Chen Xianfan shook his head once. I've been eating for 2 days. I'm tired of it. Change my mouth. Then Shi Dajuan stood up and told the story of the Willow Fairy in Yanlu Town. This guy is very talented in telling commentaries. Listening to everyone eat more flavorful. Chapter 74, Why Snake Again? The next day, early morning, a cold wind and a light snowfall. A thin layer of dead grass fell on the edge of the pond. It has already reached the coldest time of the year. One night of frost passed, and the place where Chen Xianfan stripped the snakeskin yesterday couldn't even smell a bit of fishy odor. The dozen or so cauldrons were steaming in the morning, and the fire underneath was burning brightly. Rows and rows of soldiers, wearing jackets and military clothes, squatted at the edge of the pool water, pouting and washing their faces. This is Chen Xuanfan's rule. Want to eat not only have to have clean hands and face, teeth must also be brushed. Willow twigs the thickness of a finger, bitten into brushes, dipped in tooth powder. To clean the teeth and tongue had to be cleaned. It's not that Chen Xianfan has a cleanliness poor preaching, it's that it's not possible to prevent it these days. First of all, the so-called disease enters by the mouth. The doctors of this great Tang rely half on luck and half on experience to see patients, and a wind chill can kill a person. A good doctor is even more difficult to see than a demon or a ghost. Ordinary people in the secular world get sick, have to rely on simmering. Good or bad all depends on luck. Those who are rich and powerful are better off and can visit famous doctors. If there is a corresponding potion in the cultivation world that can cure the disease, no matter how serious the disease is, it won't kill you. The soldiers of the demon hunting army were more than good enough to be treated. Those of average birth, how can they be so well equipped to cure a disease? The military doctors in the barracks are no better than veterinarians. Bone setting and amputation and suturing are good enough for bruises, but don't expect anything else. In the end, it's still up to you, so it's definitely right to be careful. A word team of soldiers the worst is about to practice skin perfect, under the blood sufficient, as long as attention to personal hygiene. Do not hurt the internal organs and stomach. General illnesses and small disasters cannot hurt them. In the winter, when you wake up from sleep, you wash your face with cold water, and each one of them is as lively as the monkeys that see the tourists in a May mountain. Secondly, with bad teeth, nothing tastes good. Teeth still need to be well protected before refining bones. Lastly, and most importantly, if a soldier has a mouthful of rotten teeth, it really affects the senses and the appetite of the Chen cook. He could have taken 2 less bites of food for that. How serious is this? Especially now that Chen Xuanfan's 5 senses were particularly spiritual. His eyes were good and his nose was good. He could see and smell clearly. Under such circumstances, how could he tolerate the stench of those around him? When he realized that the gang in the 18 wouldn't vehemently reject the ideas he put forward, it started to get worse. Washing your hands and feet and brushing your teeth is nothing. Anyone who doesn't wash their feet at night isn't allowed to go to bed. Condition also have to take a shower every day. Hair but any smell. Spoon brothers serving. Shi Dajuan cannot help but yell. He is now cleaner than the village's unmarried maiden. And sprinkle some flower petals with fragrance. It used to be aniseed-flavored Moncler outlet store. Now it's flowery. Where the can I justify this? Hey, guess what? Mr. Chen doesn't care. Mr. Chen is happy. Unless you can beat me, you'll have to play by my rules. See word battalion, a word team in the head. Can in Chen Xianfan this cheap? Is Huashan Cui Ji these people? But these people are the world's sons of the family origin. Cannot wait to be surrounded by people clean and refreshing. Young Master Jin, in particular, was a staunch supporter of Chen Xuanfan's move, and was even more active than him in urging the soldiers to cooperate. The powerful did as they were told, and the less powerful dared to bare their teeth? Not to mention that it's not too much to ask, but it's just being diligent, and it feels pretty good when you get used to it. They are all teenagers and are in a group, so they are good at discipline and it is relatively easy to develop good habits. As a result, the A-team of the C-word battalion, whose style was gradually being finalized, was vaguely known as the Maiden Army among the Xiangzhou Taotai army. It's just that at this point, people aren't familiar with it. And these guys from the A-team haven't heard about it yet. They are now preoccupied with hurrying to clean themselves up so they can start dinner. As for digging in the mud and getting grimy after dinner, we'll see what happens then. Crew chief, why is it that the fish soup and baked fish you make are just fragrant and the ones we make are fishy and bitter? Wow. Zhu Guang took a sip of the delicious fish soup and was nearly moved to tears. That little flavor. Truly, the soup has enough chopped ginger, sprinkled with a little chopped green onion and pepper, and the milky white fish soup is fresh, beautiful and a little spicy in your mouth. Not to mention how good it tastes. A bite like this in the middle of winter is so comforting it makes you want to sigh. Although they were not afraid of the cold, but after all, they were still mortals and could still feel the cold. When this bowl went down, their bodies were sweating slightly, and any coldness was gone. You kids still have the face to ask me? Chen Xianfan held a clay pot as he drank. I've told you all that the fish have to be cleaned up and fried before they can be grilled or boiled for dinner. Did you listen? The big bun in his hand was steaming hot, and he didn't mind the heat, uttering a mouthful. The buns are straight up missing half. Well, yesterday from the Liu family to Rob. Ahem. The Liu family happy to send them the head of the gift. These two big fat mouths to give is really two up. He ate more than half of a cage of more than 50 buns by himself. On the rocky beach beside the pond, there was not much talking. All of them were burying their heads in hard work. It was easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. Although more than half of the soldiers had never heard this before, these 2 days down the road had given them a deep and personal understanding of this saying. It's still the chief cook who smells good. You can't live without anyone in the A-team, and you can't live without Captain Chen. After a short time, it was completely light, but the sun never came out. Have you all finished eating? Set out for the mountain when you're done eating. When everyone had finished eating and gathered, Lu Yang burped and said, yes. The soldiers paraded up the mountain, and Chen Xianfan hugged his dog brother and Xiong Zhengzheng and the others followed behind. Thinking about the past 2 days of being away, what exactly happened on General Mountain? When they reached the place, the tunnel where they had fought with the Black Stiffs before, they were stopped by the people from the A Battalion, telling them that they couldn't go in, wait outside for now, and even tell them they can back off a bit in case there's a change in the tune later. Inside, the captain and 2 lieutenants, as well as the men of the Vermilion Bird Army, were clearing the last floor of the chamber. When did the captain come? Lu Yang asked the soldiers to rest on the spot, and then went over to the side of the A-word battalion and asked. Yesterday evening, a team leader of the A-word battalion seemed to know him, and did not conceal it. Our Captain Ma used a secret spirit talisman to send a letter, and I think that inside the last layer underneath this chamber, there should be something extraordinary. What's so extraordinary that even the school captain and the others can't handle it? Lu Yang frowned. How this General Hill is getting more and more involved. This A-team of theirs isn't going to be looking for backlash, is it? He and Chen Xianfan, who had come over to eavesdrop, exchanged glances, both seeing jitters in the other's eyes. That's not known. It doesn't necessarily mean it's sinister. Bringing the captain here might be for the sake of stability. The team leader of the A-word battalion spoke, glanced at Chen Xianfan, and frowned. Who are you? And why are you still here with a dog? The 2 team leaders were talking and none of the other soldiers came forward. He was the only one who leaned over, which was a bit unorthodox. He's Cook Chen of our C-word battalion's A-word team. Lu Yang waved his hand and said, just let him listen. Let's move on. What exactly happened in this tomb? Do you really not know anything about it? I only heard Captain Ma say a word about it, and that it should be a python dragon mound down there. That team leader glanced curiously at Chen Xianfan, and since Lu Yang didn't even care, he didn't say any more. In the demon hunting army, strength was sometimes better than background and rank. Python dragon mound? Lu Yang frowned. Chen Xianfan rubbed his dog's head, also frowning. What's with the snakes again? There's a snake there in Yanglu town, and there's a python dragon mound in General Mountain. I wonder if there's any connection between the two, or not. Just as the 2 of them were pondering, they heard a rumbling underneath the chamber. There was a shaking of the mountain, and it was getting more and more violent. In his haste Chen Xianfan almost stood unsteadily, and the soldiers could not help but let out a cry. Especially the C-word battalion that had not gone through a big battle. Ha! The 2 team leaders immediately rose solemnly and shouted, calm down. Silence. Each of you press your position and stand by. Don't move around. After a full incense stick of time, the movement at the bottom of the mountain gradually became smaller. After a few more moments, Xin Shua came out of the tunnel and commanded, the Taotai army listens. Now go into the tunnel and clean up the battlefield. Zongzi formation. The A-character battalion's A-character team is in front, and the C-character battalion's A-character team is at the back. Mouthful of chi replenishing pills. Stick on the talisman of warding off evil spirits. Guard against snake demons and nether souls. Go in. Yes. Chapter 75, Letting You Wander Around. When it was Chen Xuanfan's turn for them to enter the tunnel, Huashan Chuiji and the others were in the front, young Master Jin and the others were in the center, and Chen Xianfan brought Zhu Guang, the three of them, and Xiong Zhengzheng in the back. Within the chamber, it had been cleared as if by plowing several times, and had long since been free of any danger. The soldiers of the armor battalion who walked ahead of them also swept away the last bit of ghostly remnants of demons. Only a few black stiffs were seen, not even a piece of stinky tofu. Turning back to see Chen Xianfan looking around, Mao San said, "Partner, don't look. There's nothing here. We've been going down from here to dig for the past 2 days, and the most we've seen are those snakes. Not even the remnants of their souls in Yin Qi. They were collected by the Taoist nuns of the Vermilion Bird Army, saying that they can refine pills." The Vermilion Bird Army even wants Yin Qi? Chen Xianfan blinked. This looks like we still have room for improvement. The recipe doesn't have a method for eating Yin Qi, so it looks like there's still work to be done. This would be great if we could make a dish out of the yin as well. Never worry about running out of food again. After the tunnel came the chamber that Chen Xianfan and Huashan's men had searched, and the stone pedestal that he had tossed and broken was gone. Instead, the piece of lapis lazuli that the black stiff had topped up was still there. It was like a round cork-like manhole cover, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom, and surprisingly thick. The exposed wellhead wasn't small. It had to be 2 meters in diameter. 3 rope ladders were built and the soldiers went down one after another. It was about 5 or 6 meters to a grey-lit chamber. Compared to the chamber above, this is a bit bigger. Judging from the very intoxicating smell, and the sticky touch on the ground, this should be the resting place of the black stiff. Then it continued on, through a section of the tunnel that was wider than the outside, and into a new chamber. A square-like chamber. The dome was extremely high. It had to be more than 10 meters above the ground. It was inlaid with slabs of stone that were polished flat and smooth on one side. The stone slabs refracted the light that shone in from nowhere into all corners of the chamber. It was overcast outside at the moment, so the chamber was a bit darker. There are watercourses with water flowing around the crypts. There were gray rock slabs underfoot, and when I smelled them, I was surprised that they weren't suffocating at all. Man, look stupid, right? Hey, there are dozens of passages above the walls of this chamber, slanting from high to low to connect with the top of the mountain outside. The light comes in and shines on the dome, and then shines down again. Don't have to worry about water coming in from the rain, and there's light. Store food and you can live. Go see said conspicuously. How do you know? Captain Sim and the Teamster said it. I heard it. Oh, hey, don't go away. Mr. Partner, I haven't finished yet. This seems to be a small country's hiding place, and there are traces of food in the ear room on the side, so I'll show you. No need. I'll go down and take a look. Chen Xianfan waved his hand. He was more interested in the Python Dragon Mound. On the stone walls and floor of the chamber on this level, there were traces of mana residue and true chi slashes, so it was obvious that a battle had taken place. But I don't know if it's been cleaned up, or if the fighting was so ferocious that the demons were destroyed. But it looks like there's no bargain to be had anyway. Better hurry to the newest battleground and see if there's a source. They followed Louis Yong and proceeded inside, turning a door, and then they were in the middle of a new chamber. The pitted, loose ground here was dug up, all full of snakes. The slimy snake fluids and the thickness of the snakes startled many people. Mother *********. What's with all the snakes? Mao San shouted. Didn't we dig up so many before? There's even so many here. Squadron leader. These are the ones that just died. Part of them were shaken to death by the aftermath of the great battle between the captains and their men, and part of them were fainted. There might still be more under the ground. We have to hurry up and dig them out. Open them all up. Don't let them wake up. I'll leave this place to you guys. We'll go inside and kill the other snakes. One of the soldiers from the A-word battalion came over and said to Louis Yong. After he nodded, he clasped his fists and saluted, turned around and led the other dozen or so brothers, heading for the inner chambers. What do you mean? Team leader, they won't let us in? Gosi yelled. What the are you talking about? Louis Yong gave him a kick and scolded. You know what's inside and you go in? Go kill snakes for me. The new pawns are all like that, defying the old pawns with their hearts and their mouths. Unaware of the demon-hunting army, the most dangerous place is always where the old pawns precede the new pawns. Other people so many days have tasted out. Just go for this guy as the oil and salt is not into the rash goods. Do not know the good and bad rash. So these men of the A-team, one by one, took out their hoes and began again to plow pits, dig up snakes, and kill them. Give the snakes a full set of rounds. There's just one person who's very unhappy. What's with the digging and plowing again? Why are we digging again? I haven't done anything else in the past few days. I've been digging pits all the time. If my younger brother knew that I'd become a demon hunter and that I'd been digging pits all day long, he'd be laughing even harder than a donkey. Sure, Daju cursed with tears and laughter as he skillfully wielded the hoe. Not to mention, the bending angle, the front leg bowing and back leg stretching stride, has taken on the appearance of an old farmer. Chen Xianfan looked straight up happy. 100 or so people, a piece of land each. Just right, he'd stay out of it, carrying a kitchen knife around. Catch that snake that is thick enough to kill and receive it in your storage bag. No one said anything, the cooks are just checking the ingredients. These snakes, the thinnest also have rolling pin thick, to say the least, also live must have 10 years. The thicker ones are not much thinner than a soldier's calf. Louis Yong took a look at them and said that there must be 50 years. Hua Shan's heart stirred as he asked, "This is the python dragon mound. Will there be snakes that have become pythons?" A snake becomes a python in 100 years. But it is not true that all snakes that live for 100 years have a chance to become a python. Some are 100 years old, some are 200 years old, and some even take 400 or 500 years. Hundreds of people distinguished between pythons and snakes just by their thickness. However, in the cultivation world, the two are worlds apart. Snakes are in, and snakes can become alive in energy and can drive out demons. The dragon is the most young divine beast in the world. So the transformation of the snake into a dragon is the process of turning yin into yang. A python is the beginning of the snake's shedding of its yin. Only when it becomes a python, it can become like a dragon little by little. From the head with long horns and body with long claws, to the head bulging and eyes round, scales under the jaws, to the birth of the dragon brocade dragon bone, tail with mane. It says that the snake transforms into a dragon, but it's actually a python that transforms into a dragon. A python is a python that has taken on some of the appearance of a dragon. Snakes, lustful and happy to live in groups, have a strict hierarchy of strength. So in the python dragon mound, there can't be only snakes, there should be pythons too. As soon as Hua Shan's words fell, he heard a loud voice bashfully say from one of the inner chambers, "Of course there is. Want to take a look? Ha ha, just in time. This captain is in a good mood, so I'll give you one to play with. Catch it." It was followed by a very loud gust of wind, coming from the inside first. I can tell by the sound of it that it can't be small. Sure enough, as soon as Chen Xianfan raised his head, he saw a python that was the thickness of a bucket and 5 or 6 meters long, being balled up and thrown out. I don't know if it was intentional or providential, but the snake was facing Chen Xianfan, who had slithered to the center of the chamber. He raised his head and came eye to eye with the python. Python's slightly round eyes looked straight at him. Woof! The dog brother in Chen Xuanfan's arms barked miserably. "It's over, buddy, he's got his eye on us. You've got nothing to do but wander around. This is a coincidence. What should I do?" Chapter 76, Hey, Chen is too thin-skinned. He needs to practice. What should I do? Cold. This is definitely not the time to wimp out. Go Dao people are not all the time, will only bide their time. There are in and out. The brave time brave. The goat time goat is the true meaning of Go Dao. This kind of in front of the face of all the same robe. Cannot run. Especially since it's not dangerous. So many people are here. Can we still watch our Captain Chen being swallowed by the python? It is swallowed by the snake. Immediately open the belly is not too late. And cannot diet. The only thing you have to be careful about is not getting bitten by the fangs. Surrounding the soldiers of the A-team are all hoes in their hands. The python came too fast. Many did not immediately react to it. And it was too late to replace the weapons to form a crowded formation to meet the enemy. It's up to us. We don't call ourselves captains for nothing. Moreover, listening to the voice just now, the fellow who threw the python out was most likely Chen Xuanfan's, who had only met him once or twice. The Taotai army's captain, Ba Pang, Lord Capital, has 3 widely known faults. 1. Likes to tease his men. 2. Likes to hear and spread gossip. 3. Hates goons. Once he realized that the soldiers under his command were battle-shy and bloodless, and were goons, he would spare no effort and exhaust all means to train people into iron-blooded and pugnacious crazy soldiers who rushed up to tear at the sight of demons. Mother asterisk. The first army captain of the Shangzhou Taotai army is the sitting tiger emperor of the earth. And there's nothing that can be done when he's on his radar. Definitely can't be on this guy's mind. Chen Xianfan clenched his teeth and threw the hoe towards the flying python. His hand wiped behind his head, the kitchen knife in his hand and the black pot in his hand, pointing his toes on the ground. He pranced up and swung his sword to slash, his blade like snow. No tricks, just speed, and without a trace of wind, looking at no momentum at all. So much so that the python did not have the intention of avoiding. Straight to meat. This passes a few points of spirituality, and there are even a few points of contempt in his eyes. Humph, you are ignorant of the meanness of the partner. Pure death. Chen Xianfan eyes cold light flashed. The body of qi and blood force and mana together poured into the hilt of the knife. Kitchen knife blade will fall on the python head before 3 inches. Suddenly out of thin air more layer of blood color. Bloodbath. Zip. Hiss hiss. It's like a red-hot iron that touches cool water. The knife didn't touch the snake's head, but left a bloody gash in the python. Blood immediately burst out, and the painful python's letter gulped repeatedly, letting out a hiss as it opened its mouth to swallow towards Chen Xianfan. The hissing sound, surprisingly, had the same soul-shaking power as the snake demon from the previous Yan Lu town. Ling ling. The bell at the back of Chen Xuanfan's head seemed like it was being gently tweaked, emitting a crisp and pleasant ringing sound. And in a flash, the spiritual energy in his body surged along his orifices, instantly clearing his spiritual platform. Keep him out of harm's way. Disperse. Chen Xianfan suddenly shouted, twisting his body to avoid the snake's mouth, then sidestepped and kicked the python in the air, casually fumbling for an evil-breaking talisman to light it up, and threw it into the python's wide-open mouth in one smooth motion. Boom! The big snake swallowed the fireball in its mouth and was scalded miserably, and its descending momentumly was immediately stopped and landed in the center of the chamber. After landing, he rolled over and over, his thick tail knocking the ground with a bang. Dusty. At this point, as early as when Chen Xianfan met the python, Lu Yong called out to his soldiers to retreat and form a crowd formation. By the time Chen Xianfan bellowed out and the python fell, all the soldiers had already aligned themselves, leaving the center of the chamber empty, keeping a lookout. The python was already in the encirclement when it fell and tumbled. Huashan jumps up and leads the men to meet the python's head, while Cui Ji beckons the snake's tail. Lu Yang and young Master Jin, among others, attacked the python's lower jaw and abdomen. The rest of them looked for opportunities to stab the other soft parts of the snake's torso, well trained and well divided. At this rate the python will be killed in no time. Ha! Chen Xianfan, who had landed dashingly on the edge of the crypt in a cartwheeling flight, looked up to see this and couldn't help but proudly pick at the long hair in front of his forehead with his fingers. What's it called? It's called tacit understanding. Chen Xianfan jumped up to meet the battle, and the A-team, from the head of the team to the soldiers, knew that he would not beat the python to death alone, nor would they let him fight alone. The demon hunters were not short of lone heroes, but they were an army, and an army was meant to fight side by side. It's hard to get everyone together. It's comforting to have a group of brothers to back you up. Soon, the python was stabbed with a number of bloody holes, and the snake's blood spilled all over the soldiers' heads and faces. It's the same as raining blood, and in showers. This snake blood is kind of a waste. After a few more moments of hopeless dying, he was stabbed to death by Huashan and Cui Ji, one by one. Where Horsham stabbed was fairly normal, in a soft patch of the jaw. This guy, Cui Ji, is just bad enough to stab the snake in the tail root. The soldiers in the room looked cold in the crotch. Good. That's how it should be when dealing with demons and evil spirits. More people bullying fewer people. The strong bully the weak. That's right. Ba Ping stood in front of the door of the crypt and said with a nod of appreciation as he watched. Captain. Lu Yong hurriedly wiped the snake blood from his face and saluted Ba Ping with his fists. Well, there's no need to be polite if this is wartime. Ba Ping raised his hand and said, "See word battalion, a word team. Very good. Based on your performance just now, this captain will not pursue this matter this time. Proceed to clean up the battlefield. In addition, this captain will give you guys another favor. When the A-character battalion cleans up the end, it will leave behind a python dragon bone, which is considered an additional reward." As he spoke, he intentionally glanced at Chen Xianfan before turning around to go back. Thanks, Captain. Ha, what was that look he just gave me? Chen Xianfan chimed in with his voice, but in his heart, he was somewhat confused. It's a good habit to ask questions if you don't understand. Huashan and the others lightly divided the python into several segments into storage bags. Chen Xianfan saw that he didn't seem to be able to use himself and ran to ask Lu Yong. What's there not to understand? The captain was just seeing that you have good cultivation and wanted to remember you. Lu Yong wiped the blood from his face, then led the soldiers to continue digging up snakes and killing them, smiled at his words and said, "The general masters in the demon hunting army are not only protective of their shortcomings but will also promote their juniors. In the future, if you are able to make the captain notice you again, when he feels that you are qualified to walk on his heels, he will promote you. To recommend and to be recommended, to promote and to be promoted, is not only the relationship between Bol and Chen Lima, but also the relationship between the recommender and the recommendee. If the captain promotes Chen Xianfan, he is making an investment in him, and in the future, if Chen Xianfan has made a name for himself, it is time for him to return the favor. This is not only a rule of the Great Tang, it has been so for ages. It's not a utilitarian mindset or any exchange of benefits. At least the people who benefit from it shouldn't think of it that way. The giver of a favor can do it without repaying it. The beneficiary, however, shouldn't really just ignore it and not return the favor. Otherwise this human world is a bit cold. However, It was too early to talk about this now, and today's Qin Xianfan was merely mixing it up in front of the captain. If he were to fall into obscurity thereafter, soon the capital would not remember him. Of course, if there was a chance to speak again, the other man might be able to recognize him again. The memory of the OP is also a metaphysical one. Of course, Qin Xianfan didn't want to be promoted by the captain. There was no need. With his old ancestor as his backing, he was down to earth, which is not necessary to be looked at by the captain again, and then involve some grudges trouble out, is also very annoying. I'm not as comfortable as I am being the cook of the first team. You can make whatever you want and control the fresh ingredients. It's just that this time there are a bit more ingredients, and this storage bag looks like it might be a bit insufficient. Later on, when our school captain Xin comes out, I'll ask for it. In response, Lu Yong said in a big way. The words of the captain just now can be clearly stated. From the C-word battalion A-word team to eat up all the food in advance. All the things that happened until now are treated as if they have never happened. And additional rewards are also given. Extra bounty. What does that mean? It means that they go back. And the reward that should have been given from above that would have been given. Doesn't that mean that they, the C-word battalion A-word team, have merit? With the captain's words, Team Lu was standing up straight in front of Captain Xin. Can it be a thing to open your mouth and ask for a standardized storage bag? Can't count. After another hour or so, most of the soldiers of the A-team, newly dug up, did not see any more snakes. Lu Yong began to let them take turns to rest. It hadn't been an easy hour or so. Some of the snakes were not only thick and long but also played dead, and the soldiers were nearly bitten several times and had to deal with them with great care. That's how some of the soldiers' boots, or was bitten through several holes, but fortunately is the practice of leather practice of thick skin and flesh, under the drumming of blood and cheetah flesh, did not hurt. At this time, in the other side of the chamber, the commotion gradually decreased, and not a moment later, Xin Shua came out and told Lu Yong to bring someone in. Captain, the soldiers from the A battalion are gone? Lu Yong asked curiously. How come I didn't see them come out? There's an exit on the other side. They went out from there. Xin Shua was presumably aware of the A-team's performance just now from Captain Ba Peng, and his attitude at this point was almost considered conciliatory. Lu Yong hurriedly followed the snake and opened his mouth to ask for the storage bag. Lieutenant, do you have any storage bags? Give some. What do you need a storage bag for? Where are your storage bags? Loaded. Fill what up? Xin Shua frowned. Could it be that these guys were so bold that they dared to swallow the loot? Pretending to be a snake. Lu Yong said. Load the snake dry. Xin Shua had thought of the answer before he finished. Pretending to eat snakes. Sure enough, even though he didn't finish his sentence, Lu Yong still said the answer that came to his mind. Mother *********. The habits of the C-word battalion A-word team. He is a thorough understanding. Here you go, lieutenant-level storage bag. Fill it up if you can. Xin Shua took out a leather storage bag from his waist and threw it to Lu Yong. Lu Yong was beaming with joy. Many thanks, Captain. Turning his hand he gave it to Qin Xianfan, saying the same thing as Xin Shua, a lieutenant-level storage bag. Fill it up for me if you can. Qin Xianfan felt the storage bag, a space as big as a house, and licked his back teeth. It's a little stressful, but so excited again. Gaga. Leaving a few men outside to proceed with the search for the missing snakes, Lu Yong followed Xin Shua with the rest of the soldiers and approached the last floor of the chamber. Big, really big, too big. After Qin Xianfan went in, he had only one feeling. It was about the size of the playground he'd been in when he was in school, but it wasn't as bright as the outside, and it was a little stuffy inside. What are you waiting for? Clean up the battlefield and move fast. After the battle between the captain and the Python Dragon's remnant soul, I'm afraid this place won't last much longer. Seeing that the soldiers were only watching, Xin Shua frowned and ordered. It was surprising that he needed to be reminded. The veteran pawns of the A battalion, who had long ago carved obedience to orders and execution of orders into their bones, immediately entered into a state of mind as soon as they arrived here, knowing what to do. It looks like the C battalion A team will have to keep drilling when they get back. Lu Yong saw the expression on Xin Shua's face and knew what he was thinking. Cannot help but skim. Heart. Early to us to drive out to work. Those who should know can know, may not have to continue to drill. This are missing classes. Seeing that there were indeed large and small cracks on the walls of the chamber, and debris falling down, the soldiers didn't dare to delay much, and hurriedly dispersed, and began to rummage for useful things as before. The loot found will be uniformly screened and turned in at that time. Not all of it is surrendered, but it's split 4 or 6 ways. The pawns get 40%. Spoils of war refer to things that are beneficial to the practice, the latter being things that are themselves valuable in the secular world. Snake meat. 4-1. is not one of them, although it could be sold for money in the secular world. The demon hunting army couldn't see it yet. It's the same thing as fish in a pond. Of course, this is talking about regular snake meat. Snake meat and blood of snakes over 100 years old are still somewhat useful, and are worth a bit more than the meat of mortal spirit meat livestock. However, most of the eligible snakes in this chamber were taken away by the people of the A-word battalion. When it's the turn of the C battalion here, there's not much left. The python that Bapeng had thrown to the C-word camp earlier had a lifespan of at least 200 to 300 years, and it was considered to be divided among them. But that's too little. Lass, here above was trapped with subtle formations. The nearby In Chi are attracted to form a semi-ghostly spirit. Under the thick In Chi not hear the sound of thunder. In this place, although the snake is more, live long enough years, but only a few bloodline extraordinary into the demonization of the python. The rest are all snakes. Xin Shua, under Louis Yong's accusing eyes, scolded in a good-natured manner. The strongest one is the lieutenant's shot, and the rest are all killed by Ma Xuanxing with the A-word battalion. So I'm taking you guys. Can I kill them? The worst strength of a line, but also ing cut half a day to kill. Have the nerve to think less? Can't kill. Chen Xianfan thought to himself. Let's just say that the python just now was a bit strange, looking about the same size as that snake demon in Yanglu town. Yet it looked like it had just opened its mind, without a bit of the python's might. Turns out it's the environment. Thunder, stinging. This is the day when the yang energy becomes active. In order for a snake to transform into a python, to change from yin to yang, it must smell the thunder and rise up to absorb the yang energy of the earth. Purple Qi comes from the east. Purple Qi is the world's top yang Qi. Therefore, the demon cultivation mostly worships the moon, but snakes and chickens and dogs, but worship the sun. Cluck. Chen Xianfan thought about things while picking around with his hoe, rummaging around like he was searching for treasure. There was a crunch at his feet, and when he looked down, it turned out to be a human bone. Upon further inspection, the surrounding area was surprisingly dense with human bones, though most of them were weathered and shattered beyond their original appearance. A further glance into the waterway that had originally gone unnoticed and circled the chamber was a shock. Mother asterisk. Inside, surprisingly, were corpses, wax-like corpses, and it was a sight to behold. Those are the food that the python dragon prepared for its colony within this snake dragon mound. Xin Shua heard Chen Xuanfan's exclamation of surprise and raised his voice. The specifics are still unknown. We have to wait for the Vermilion Bird Guard to find out the beginning and end. Don't look. There's no one alive. They've been dead for at least a few hundred years. Captain Chen Gang, since that storage bag of mine is on you, come over and collect this python dragon bone that the captain rewarded you with. Comply. Chen Xianfan agreed with an expressionless face. In the back of his mind, he was screaming, nice guy. The lieutenant called me Captain Chen. This self-appointed official of mine is kind of over the bright side, but how does it feel? A little shameful. It must be because I'm so thin-skinned. Well, that's definitely it. Still need to practice more. Chapter 77, I can make him beg me not to die. How big must the owner of this bone be? Upon seeing the python dragon bone that Xin Shua had asked him to remove, Chen Xianfan couldn't help but be staggered. The rounded python dragon bone, curved like a rib, glistening white like jade, immaculate, was placed diagonally against the ground. Visually it had to be 2 or 3 meters long. He used his arm to compare, and the thinnest part of it was as wide as half an arm. The dragon's spine is nearly 10 feet long, and its head and horns are already formidable. It's been dead for hundreds of years. Its flesh and blood are withered, but the remnants of its soul are still there, and neither Commander Ma nor I are sure that we can put it to death. When it was in full bloom, I'm afraid we had to ask the SEAL General to take it down. It's a pity that it failed to cross the tribulation and was trapped in the ground, and eventually dissipated into the clouds. Xin Shua said with his hands behind his back, quite emotional. Then he urged Chen Xianfan to take the storage bag out and put the dragon bone away. This thing counted as a small treasure. Under the ghostly In Chi, this python bones still have a trace of spirituality. Go back and ask someone to refine into a military flag. Well nourished, in the future not only can boost morale, if you can give birth to the military soul, but also as the eye of the formation to form a defensive formation. Take advantage of the situation against the enemy. Beneath the tomb of General Mountain, the Lord Captain came on this trip without looking at anything else, and only took away all the bones of this python, except for this one reserved for the C-word battalion's A-word team. Alright, at the current moment of the treasure, Chen Xianfan would not be polite. Immediately, he placed his hand on this large rib cage and released the power of Qi and blood to put it into his storage bag. However, under the infusion of blood Qi, the ribs surprisingly moved only slightly. Ha! It didn't work? Chen Xuanfan's brows furrowed slightly as he thought about it. Then stretched. Yes, A storage bag ingesting something would consume a certain amount of chi and blood power. Such a treasure. It definitely couldn't be as easy as containing worldly goods. Feeling the bones under his hands that were warm to the touch, he clenched his teeth and activated his gong method. His meridians churned with chi and blood, and a faint reddish halo even emerged from beneath his palms. Hey, you! Xin Shuo wanted to raise his hand to stop Qin Xianfan when he saw that he had taken the storage bag out and was actually planning to collect the dragon bone alone. The spirit on the python dragon bone was still there, and it would take a lot of chi and blood to pocket it. Somewhat difficult for the average soldier. The intent of him standing here and allowing Qin Xianfan to take out the storage bag was that he would be the one to put the python dragon bone in it. Otherwise, what is he, a lieutenant, doing here with a pawn? Chatting? But before he could finish his words, he saw Chen Xuanfan's teeth clench, his cheeks puff out, and his body's chi and blood rise, steaming within the gloomy and dense chamber. The python dragon bone appeared to vibrate under his hands, gradually becoming smaller in the midst of the vibrations, and finally, with a low drink, disappeared into the storage bag that Chen Xianfan held in his hands. In the instant it went in, Chen Xianfan also could not collect his strength. His waist was sore and his legs were weak as he fell backward, and he fell solidly into a butt squat. Panting heavily, he cursed, I'll go, evil, hey, mother asterisk. Almost drained. His face wasn't even just red anymore, it was red and purple. Beads of sweat dripped down his forehead and down his cheeks, and sweat was seen on his chest and back. It was only a matter of a few breaths before he was half wet. The crotch of my pants is wet. It's more exhausting than a big fight. Almost drained? Xin Shuo couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Does that mean there's still room for more? It seemed that the chi and blood in this kid's body was indeed exuberant, and on this point alone, the old pawns of the C team and the A team were only a hair stronger than him. When I first joined the camp, I was just full of blood, progressing so fast. Chen Xianfan didn't hear the surprise in Xin Shuo's words, and was still nodding his head. While nodding, he wiped his sweat and sighed. Captain, I didn't think that collecting a bone would tire me out like this dog. I'll let you laugh at me. No harm done. Xin Shuo turned slightly sideways and glanced at him, walking away with his hands behind his back. Chen Xianfan, who was being looked at, was a bit flustered. Why is this looking at me again? Could it be that I've awakened some special talent without knowing it? Chen Xianfan, you're pretty good. Is that an ordinary bone that you're just going to get on with it with a big grin? Lu Yang saw Xin Shuo leave, and took a quick step over, holding Chen Xianfan up and scolding. Do you feel any pain on your body? Speak up if you do. Don't hold it in. It'll be troublesome if you leave a root of disease behind. The pain is not there. Chen Xianfan covered his stomach and frowned. It is, isn't it? It is, isn't it? Feeling a little hungry. Mother asterisk. Bastard. Lu Yang's face is more ugly than eating poop. Laozi is sincerely caring about you. Can you guys be decent? Team Zhang. Really hungry. Chen Xianfan pressed his stomach and frowned. Lu Yang pushed him without good humor. Eat when you're hungry. Waiting for Laozi to feed you? Okay. Chen Xianfan immediately sat upright cross-legged, patted the soil on his hands, then took water to wash his hands, and then took a large cake that was previously branded, rolled the meat strips, and started to gnaw. Lu Yang opened his mouth. You really eat or else? Chen Xuanfan's cheeks puffed out and he blinked innocently at him. Didn't you make me eat it? Is it wrong to have an obedient baby? That's right. Give me one too. Lu Yang reached out to him. Anyway, with the python dragon bone around, their C-word battalion award team had made this trip worthwhile. There's nothing good coming from this chamber. The Taoist nuns of the capital varsity Vermilion Bird Army have passed through successively, and the guys from the A battalion have passed through again. It's cleaner than a dog-licked clay pot, and it's hard to find even a speck of grease. Might as well rest, eat and drink. No, Chen Xianfan twisted his head in disgust. You didn't wash your hands. Only after Lu Yang took water from his storage bag and washed his hands did he manage to take a cake from Chen Xianfan to eat as well. The two sat with their backs to each other and ate. Xin Shuo, who glanced over, couldn't help but feel his eyelids flutter for a moment before he turned his head back to keep an eye on the top of the chamber. Out of sight, out of mind. Lu Yang bumped Chen Xianfan as he ate, asking curiously, what's wrong with this guy of yours? I don't usually see you having a competitive spirit. Why are you so aggressive this time that you have to collect the python bone by yourself? Do you know what a python dragon bone is? What is it? Something good. Chen Xianfan thought to himself. Good stuff. So why don't I carry it? Good stuff? Of course it's a good thing. Snake body has more than 200 ribs. When transforming into a python will be pinned off half into the dragon's spine. After that it will also then gradually fade away the excess, leaving only 81. as the body continues to grow longer. Because the true dragon is 81 ribs. It is the technique of the 9 to young. In other words, every rib on the python's body was hardened by it day after it was carefully selected. After dying for hundreds of years, the python dragon was left with a wisp of a remnant soul and a body of bones, which showed how strong and special it was. TSK, in that case, it was me who was reckless, Chen Xianfan said. Impulsive ah. Lui Yang squinted at him and coldly hummed. Are you reckless? You are too reckless. The lieutenant is standing on the side ready to help you collect. You don't. You just have to go on your own. How powerful, mighty, domineering, and awesome. Chen Xianfan viciously bit the cake. Mother ***** her, even used the word I learned from me yin and yang me. But he couldn't admit that he didn't see that Xin Shua was going to help him get the dragon bone. Doesn't that make Mr. Chen look stupid? It's better to be feisty in comparison. That's just a dead thing. What would you do if it was a live python? Get on it too? Seeing that Chen Xianfan did not speak, Lui Yang did not intend to let go of this rare opportunity and continued to lecture. What to do? Chen Xianfan sneered proudly. I can make him beg me not to die. Lui Yang was immediately choked. Chapter 78, Returning to the Sangju Barracks. As expected, within the last layer of the burial chamber of the Python Dragon mound under this general's mountain, the spoils collected by the soldiers of the C character battalion's A character squad were not as much as those of the previous layer. If you don't count the Python Dragon rib that Captain Bopping had given them, you could almost say it was nothing. At least the upper level had snake meat and a thick python to eat. After scavenging for less than half an hour, half of the soldiers ran to Lui Yang and Chen Xianfan and took out things like cakes, radishes, and dried meat and began to eat their lunch. As they ate, they chatted, most of which consisted of complaining that the soldiers of the A battalion were dogs, or a stray dog. Dogs hate bones they've chewed on. They are not as atmospheric as their Chen gang leader's dog brother. Huang holding a small fish. If you have the good sense to ask for it, it will be generous enough to let you taste the saltiness. It's not like the old pawns of the A battalion. There's no atmosphere at all. The lively and leisurely atmosphere of it's happy, and now and then someone to tell a joke. You can also hear the donkey braying movement. Do not know that they thought they came to the picnic. Seeing this, Xin Shua knew that there was indeed nothing of value left, and didn't bother to waste his efforts here, directly letting Lui Yang order the soldiers to form up and return to camp. Colonel, we're going back to Shangzhou camp here? Lui Yang asked. No, you guys stay at the bottom of the mountain for 2 more days, Xin Shua said. You don't need to do anything else. Patrol the foot of the mountain, and whenever you see any snakes that have escaped from the mountain, catch and kill them, lest they plague the people. Then to Huashan in the front row, he said, the matter of the Lu family in Yanglu town is written down for your team leader. Report it and receive your reward. Yes, Huashan clasped his fists and saluted. Chen Xianfan tiptoed behind and listened, thinking, is this just a thought? No one asked them when they came back, and they thought the leaders had forgotten about it. Feelings remembered. Luckily Huashan stood in front. This would have been a problem if I had written it. Mr. Chen is now a semi-illiterate man who can barely read. If he were to write, it wouldn't even be called writing. It would be called drawing, ghost painting. Captain Ba Peng had long since left. The Daoist nuns of the Vermilion Bird Army hadn't reappeared, and the old pawns of the A-word battalion had long since returned to the Sangzhou barracks after their lieutenants. So when Xin Shua left, only the soldiers of the C-word battalion's A-word team were left here on General Mountain again. They're going to be in charge of sweeping. It's kind of the beginning of the end. Patrolling under the General's mountain was a bit boring, but it wasn't dangerous, and at most it would only be delayed for a few days. This is just to hit these guys in the heart of the tip, although this side is also getting tired of staying here, but it is better than the barracks that will have to stay for a long time in the future. So back at the makeshift camp at the foot of the hill by the watering hole, the soldiers were in a very jovial mood. Lui Yang, the team leader, simply arranged for tomorrow's patrol squad, and then let the soldiers rest and find a place for their own cultivation. Chen Xianfan, however, turned his head and led Xiong Zhengzheng towards the pond. What are you doing? Lui Yang asked as he called out to him. Look at the fish and go. Chen Xianfan waved his hand. Lui Yang immediately guessed what he was going to do. Still thinking about pickled salted fish? Anan. The fish attractor ditch dug out on the edge of the pond didn't have the added benefit of bait, but it probably still had some flavor left in it, so it was surprising that there were a few fish bouncing around in it. Let Chen Xianfan and the others grab them by the hand and open their bellies to marinate on them. The fish demon from before. The meat had been eaten long ago, and the fish head and bones were stewed in soup. However, after the fish head and bones were boiled, they were fished out, simply rinsed, and laid out on the rocky beach to air dry. It also looks clean now. with a layer of snow on the surface. Smoothly, he gave it into the storage bag. Xian Fan. Fish bones too? Xiong Zhangjian was puzzled. Don't want anything else. Just this pair, Chen Xianfan said. Anyhow, it was also a fish demon's bone. Go back and grind it into powder. Keep it for bombing tombs and caves in the future. It could be used. And which python bones he's keeping? 2. The evening meal was still snake and fish, and there was nothing fresh left, but fortunately there was still rice and noodles, so I could put down a noodle dish, stir fry, or something like that. That night, just as they were falling asleep, they heard a muffled rumbling in General Hill. The earth trembled. This is, a great demon has come out? Chen Xianfan came out of the tent and asked with a confused look on his face. What big demon out of the world? This is General Mountain underground chamber collapsed. Lu Yong had no good reason to whisk him back to bed, saying under his breath, you weren't there when I said this in the afternoon. What did you go and do? Don't give me another python dragon mount out. I went digging for wild vegetables. Chen Xianfan frowned. Team leader, you're wrong. How can you call me a troublemaker? We just happened to be there. The tomb was already there. It wasn't my fault. You can't accuse me wrongly. He's not taking the blame. It's not good to get a reputation as a scourge. Besides, we've had a scare this time, and we've been blessed by the disaster. If you put it that way, shouldn't you also thank me? Lu Yong spread his hands. It is necessary to thank you. I didn't say no. In this way, in the future, don't call you Cook Chen, directly call Chen Wufu. I think it's more appropriate. What do you think? I don't think so. Chen Xianfan shook his head seriously and gravely. No one can deprive me of the title of cook. I say two of you. What are you arguing about here if you're not sleeping? Hua Shan lifts the tent door and frowns. It's fine if you want to make noise. Can you not do it outside my tent? Wei Dong and Chao Shang were also indifferent. Not awakened by the sound of a collapsing chamber in the mountains, he was awakened by these two men talking. I'm sorry brother. I'll leave now. Chen Xianfan apologized. In his previous life, everyone was executed for all crimes, without significant reasons to disturb people's sleep in the high position. He was so convinced that he would practice it in the Great Tang. Lu Yong, however, pulled him back and asked after him, wait, you just said you went to dig wild vegetables. Where are the wild vegetables? How come this team is not seen at night? This time, Hua Shan, Chao Shang, Wei Dong and the others also looked at Chen Xianfan. Did you steal food behind our backs? Are you guys crazy? Where are the wild vegetables in winter? Knowing that there are no wild vegetables in winter, you still go up to the mountains to dig them? I didn't realize that until after I went there. A group of ignorant people silently ended the embarrassing topic and went back to sleep. 5 days later, bringing all the salted fish and snake meat with them, and digging mushrooms for several days on the General's Mountain before leaving, the soldiers of the Seaward Battalion's A-Ward team finally returned to the Sangzhou barracks, which had been separated for more than half a month. Chapter 79, Arrange a willow bark and cockle bloodbath first. The first thing the soldiers of the Seaward Battalion's A-Ward team had to do when they returned to the barracks was to start cleaning the barracks. The main thing was to catch the critters that came into the barracks, kill the smaller ones to clean them up, and then send the ones that could be eaten and the ones that couldn't be eaten to Mr. Chen. It was freezing cold in the winter field and warm in the barracks. The A-team's barracks were also on the far outside, and many animals made their homes in them. So on the day of the return to the camp, there was an extraordinarily lively crowd outside the door of the mess hall, with people coming and going. Captain Chen, where do I put this rabbit? A soldier carrying 2 gray rabbit ears shouted loudly. Give it to Zhu Guang and the others. In the kitchen, Chen Xianfan, who was organizing his storage bag, sniffed and returned without lifting his head. Oh, okay, Chief, can we eat rabbit meat at night? The soldier who got the answer still refused to go, still sticking his neck out, and then asked, Can. Okay. This one just left, followed by another. Question man, hedgehog. For the bear. Man. Where's the fox? For the bear. Man. Do the rats want it? Get out. The most abundant things in the barracks are mice, hares, and stray foxes, the two former being too stupid and the latter too smart. Rabbits are the most abundant and easiest prey to hunt in the wild, and if they weren't particularly fertile, they would probably have been eaten long ago. Such foolish audacity as to go round the camp and get back alive is sure to come back next time, and one coming will bring a flock. Foxes are the opposite, always thinking they are smart enough to avoid people, but thinking they can't catch them, not necessarily unaware that this is where someone lives, but just thinks it can run away before its owner returns, all for the soldiers to add to their meals. When cleaned up almost, Lu Yang also counted the harvest this time, and then it is to leave what can be used and eaten, and take the rest to the money and grain officer to exchange it for silver money or other things that the soldiers can use. He gave this task to Chen Xianfan. Why do you want me to go? Chen Xianfan asked in disbelief. He had just organized his storage bag and also turned out some to be taken for money. And Lui Yong came before he could pack it. What does this mean? Do you think I'm on good terms with the money and food officer? It must be an illusion. Before the matter of military food, he inadvertently also pitched the money and food officials, not to mention a good relationship. General cannot even be considered. You go appropriate. Don't forget to bargain. Lui Yong, however, was well thought out and said, my size is the team leader of the A team. Take something and exchange it with him. After all, there are some words that are not easy to say. In other words, both are on the official side of the army, and he's still a smaller official than the money and food officers. Taking the A team's captures to exchange for something, the other side wants to press the price. He can't even talk back. If you say it heavily, you'll be offended. But if you say it lightly, you'll definitely suffer. Moreover, the demon hunting army is a battalion with one money and food officer, with a minimum of 3 years. In the future, the food and munitions can be from the other hand over a line. Yes, he is not dare not give, but he can delay can be substituting good, can use a lot of means. Never doubt the ability of a careful civil servant to take what he wants, as long as it is not too much. You have no excuse to make trouble. This aggression will have to swallow, unless you are hard enough, or the boss of the top of the head of your extra favor, willing to help you out for this small matter. The C-word battalion was still new pawns. And although Lui Yong could be sure that Xin Sure was definitely toward him, he did not want to bother the other party for that reason. So want Chen Xianfan to go and deal with the money and grain officials on this. Even if he offended the other party, he wasn't afraid. And when the time came, he would step in again and could ease his way back. There's a little wiggle room to pull back and step away from each other. Alright, leave it to me. Chen Xianfan thought about it and felt that it was somewhat reasonable. So he agreed. It was inevitable that he would have to deal with the other side in the future anyway when he received his grain and vegetables. You guys are also considered acquaintances, so you can let him have some favors. Lui Yong instructed again. With your words, I have a good idea in my heart. Chen Xianfan laughed. Isn't it just a gift? We've never delivered it, but we've heard about it. It shouldn't be that hard. While the two of them were talking, a yellowish figure ran out from behind Chen Xianfan, not slowing down at all, causing Lui Yong to feel a blur before his eyes. What the hell? A weasel. Ha! Chen Xianfan wasn't happy. Team Zhang, your eyes don't work. That's clearly my dog brother Huang. My eyes aren't good? These eyes of mine are sharp as eagles. Lui Yong thought to himself. That's not because you raised an ugly, skinny and small dog that I feel like a weasel. Then in order to prove that he had good eyes, he also took out the evidence, pointing at the small table beside Chen Xianfan. Just now, one of the white eggs that you have placed here was taken away by it. Don't believe me? Chase it out and take a look to see if I'm wrong. Chen Xianfan looked down, and sure enough, the snake egg he had previously rested on the table was gone. It's the one the yolk took from the pit under the big willow tree at the Willow's house in Willowtown. The doggy got it again. When Chen Xianfan had taken out everything in his storage bag earlier, Huang had been wandering around under his feet. He also wondered. This outside weather is sunny. The dog cub does not go out to run around and play. What is the purpose of staying in this barracks? So it's about the egg. Specifically picking the time when Lui Yong came in to talk to him and took the snake egg away. Was he worried that he wouldn't let it take it? And finding the right moment. Smart enough. It's true that when you have your own dog, it's just different. You're not chasing out to see? Lui Yong asked when he didn't move from the place. No more chasing. Chen Xianfan waved his hand. That's a snake egg. It's about to hatch. Handing it over would be troublesome. Let Huang take it if he likes it. Perhaps he wants to find a place to eat the egg. As you wish. Lui Yong didn't want to care much. Anyway, having such an egg proved that he wasn't wrong and that his eyes were indeed good. Giving the storage bag to Chen Xianfan, he turned around and walked away. Lui Yong just left, and Lei Shan came again. Look for Chen Xianfan for that snake bone. Which pair of snake bones? Chen Xianfan froze. There were quite a few of these snake bones. The Yang Lutown Snake Demon's copy has to be presented as evidence along with the paperwork. Hearing Chen Xianfan ask this, Hua Shan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You don't think you don't remember which copy it was, do you? He, how can that be? Chen Xianfan somewhat sheepishly laughed twice before searching through his storage bag. Finally found a pair that looked the most similar, and took it out and put it in front of Hua Shan. Hua Shan looked around with a slight frown and didn't immediately put it into his storage bag. You wouldn't be unable to recognize it, would you? Chen Xianfan didn't wait for him to open his mouth and struck first. Me? Of course I recognize it. Hua Shan smiled. Just confirming it. After saying this, he put the snake bone into his storage bag. Gone. Take your time. Chen Xianfan breathed a sigh of relief. So close. Luckily he remembered the logarithm of the snake demon's ribs. or else it wouldn't have been easy. It's also thanks to the fact that there aren't even many pythons in the lower chambers of General Hill. Otherwise remembering the right number won't help. You have to remember the thickness and size. After more than half a day, the soldiers resumed their previous boring and orderly drills, while Chen Xianfan brought the supplies to be exchanged for money to the money and grain officer's public room. As soon as the money and grain officer saw him, he was happy and spoke. "Yo, Captain Chen, here to collect grain again? We have food to collect?" Chen Xianfan said happily. "How much? Didn't we say we've received all of this year's? And you know it's all claimed?" Knowing that you still ask, the money and grain official returned without any good humor. He was just flirting, not expecting Chen Xianfan to take it seriously. The man is a little too real. "If you want grain, bring money." The money and grain officer held out a hand and said, "I'll go to Sangzhou to buy it for you. This time out, there's always no shortage of silver, right? The way you put it, who wouldn't be short of money?" Chen Xianfan smiled, fished out an object from his storage bag, and hung the twine from the object on the fingers of the Qin grain officer's outstretched hand. Not the money bags though. It was 2 salted fish that weighed 12 or 13 pounds combined. "Nice guy." Almost brought the money and food officer down on the table. "What is this?" The money and food officer hurriedly flipped his wrist, changing his palm upward to palm downward, and carried the 2 fat-headed fish that rolled their dead eyes. "Salted fish, ah." Chen Xianfan blinked and said sincerely, "But the grain official has never eaten salted fish? Then you must have a taste." Although these 2 fish have been salted for a short period of time, they are already quite tasty. Moreover, they are purely wild big fish. The pond where they were caught had produced a fish demon, so there might be a trace of unusual bloodline in them as well. This is a gift to this official?" Facing the dead fish's extremely mocking white eyes, the money and food official was a little uncertain. "Exactly," Chen Xianfan said, and explained, "This is not a bribe on my part. Can 2 fish be called a bribe? This is just a courtesy. This official knows," the money and food officer said dryly, "and no one would bribe an official with 2 salted fish." "Then, grain officer will accept it," Chen Xianfan said, not allowing him to refuse. "This is also a token of our C character battalion's A character team's gratitude." Money and food officer, your thoughts are, indeed, affectionate. That's for sure. Chen Xianfan pretended not to hear what he was saying and smiled cheekily. "I've been thinking about it all along. I always feel that I don't know much about the demon hunting army's standing orders, and that I'm a bit unfavorable to the money and food officer in the matter of receiving military rations, and that I've dragged you down. So I've been thinking about making up for it. But I also come from a poor background, and I don't have anything to show for it. This time when I went out of the camp and saw this fish, I thought that I must bring you 2 back. Hey, you are also considered to have a heart." The Chen grain officer listened to his words and then looked at the salted fish in his hand, and after a slight contemplation, he said with a slight smile, "That's fine. I'll take this fish. Come on people, take the fish down and give it to the back kitchen." Yes, in the small room on the side of the public lighthouse, a clerk came out, took the salted fish in the hands of the money and grain officer with both hands, and retreated. "All right, I'll take the gift. Speak up. What are you here for this time?" The money and grain official shook his robe sleeve and sat down again, smiling at Chen Xianfan. "Forget about receiving grain. The new grain hasn't arrived yet, so if you want it, you can only go to Xiangzhou to buy it. I don't dare to make things difficult for my buddy. This one contains the silver money from selling grain." Chen Xianfan unclipped a storage pouch from his waist and placed it on the table. He put his own share in it as well. "It's also all willow wood, willow roots, snake bones and stuff like that. Simply hand it over to the public. Of course, the most valuable willow core he kept for himself." The money and food officer glanced at the storage bag. "This contains more than just silver money, right? More than not just silver money. There is no silver money in this at all." Chen Xianfan laughed. The money and grain official's eyes narrowed, his short beard twitching as he looked at Chen Xianfan without speaking. Chen Xianfan looked at him as well. The handsome face wore a smile as warm as the spring breeze. "If I'm not mistaken, these are all the captures from this time, and I still have to convert them into money and grain for you." The money and grain officer's head couldn't help but nod up and down as he said, "Am I guessing correctly?" "Simply right." Chen Xianfan arched his hand in salute and said, "It would be even better if I could buy more money. I'll thank the grain official first." "Ha, that's pretty nonchalant. It's not easy to get those 2 salted fish of yours into your mouth." The money and grain official gasped and laughed, waving his hand and saying, "All right, I'll oblige. Can there be anything else?" "No more. Xianfan will take his leave now." Seeing that he had agreed, Chen Xianfan was conscious that the matter was done, and immediately clasped his fists and bowed to take his leave. As he walked to the foot of the doorway, his feet lurched and he turned back to look at the money and grain official. What else? It's fine. Just asking one more question. Does the grain official know that this thing, python dragon bone, will it have any effect when used for refining weapons after being boiled? He was thinking of the fact that the money and food officer was following the cultivation path of a chi practitioner, and had heard that the family also refined weapons in alchemy. So he asked. This, on the contrary, does not affect it. The money and food officer frowned slightly. Why do you ask? Nothing, just asking. Chen Xianfan laughed, and the public lighthouse quieted down. Come on man, the money and food officer shouted. What is the order of the superior officer? In the ear room the paperwork that Salty had taken over came out again. Take this storage bag and find a familiar store to exchange it for money and grain. The money and grain officer said as he took his eyes and glanced at the storage bag that Chen Xianfan had put down on the table. Shangwan, can we? Clerk's face inquired. No, the money officer shook his head. As in the old custom, take no more, take no less. Op? The clerk was a little puzzled. He had seen all of Chen Xuanfan's words and actions in the past, and with the previous matter of military rations, it had made things difficult for their superior officer in a good way, so they were perfectly capable of holding the C-word battalion A-word team. It's just that the top knows and won't care. How come the superior officer doesn't seem to have any intention of doing so? Do as I say and go down. The money and food officer shook his head and waved his hand. What can a little clerk know? C-word battalion newly established. Now take pension can take advantage of how much? In vain to offend people. It is better to make friends with them. He was not a great judge of people with these eyes, but Captain Dudu was. There was also the python dragon bone. Chen Xianfan even mentioned the python dragon bone that was rewarded additionally by the captain with a ridiculous question on his way out. It was telling him that even the captain was optimistic about them, and the A-team was able to get out of camp early because their strength was there. They just lacked experience. This means that they are at least one step ahead of the other two teams. In the future, the number of times out of the camp, supplies for money and food is a lot of times. Want to benefit. It is even a big opportunity. If Chen Xianfan knew what the money and grain officer was thinking, he would definitely tell him. Pro, you're overthinking it. The reason why Mr. Chen asked that question was because he really planned to. First, cook the python dragon ribs in soup once. But before you do that, set up the willow bark and cockle blood soak. The strength of the pups of the A-team was still poor, and a blackstiff had to require him to personally go on, and it was still so treacherous. How's that work? Dangerous, not to mention the fact that the big bargain was taken by someone else. If they could eat all the python mounds, then, that would be daydreaming. However, it was necessary to let them improve their strength quickly, so that they would have protection when they went out of the camp to take jobs in the future. In a couple months or so of spring planting, it could be time to officially go out and get stationed. You want me to take the lead again? No way. I'm a cook, okay? Making a splash, that's not my scene. Chen Xianfan gritted his teeth. Mother asterisk 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 her. All hurry up to give lousy Zeliang up. One do not want to run. Chapter 80 Golden Bird Jasper Soup, Willow Bark and Cockle Blood boiled in a bath. The next day, the sun shone brightly. A rare good day in winter. Instead, there was a sound of wailing in the C-word battalion's A-word team, surrounded by a circle of wooden shelves, hanging a mouthful of large black pot. The fire underneath is burning, the tongue of the fire licking the bottom of the pot. Pot boiling water, hot air under the dents. Can only see slightly red water? Seems to be cooking some kind of bark-like things. A large open space surrounded by black pots of boiling hot water turned in a circle was lined with large wooden barrels. The barrel was filled with steaming water. There were people squatting inside the water. All of them showed only the part from the chin up. The rest of them were all submerged under the surface of the water. The faces that showed water were all redder than a monkey's ass. There were beads of water on his forehead, and he wasn't sure if it was bath water or hot sweat. They were breathing heavily. The mouth is either ouch, or yells hot, or screams ah. Various miserable grunts of forcibly enduring pain were heard. Without knowing it, one would think they were being tortured in some way. It's really nothing more than a bubble bath. It's just that the water, it's just slightly hotter. A man with a long brass-colored horse spoon, one hand behind his back, stood in the middle and scanned them. This person was, of course, Chen Xianfan, and the ones in the bucket were, of course, the soldiers of the A-team. Mr. Chen, what can go out? I want to go to the toilet, someone couldn't help but shout. Hold it first. Chen Xianfan sternly refused the reasonable request of the soldier, just as his teacher had refused him back then. Man, your legs are numb. Can you stand up and rest? No. Oh hiss, who's going to give me a back rub? It's itchy. Scratch yourself. Partner. No. When everyone was almost out of breath, Chen Xianfan bellowed. Time's up. Close your breath. Enter the water. As soon as the voice fell, the soldiers hurriedly buried their heads in the water. just for fear that if they were a moment slow, they would receive a spoon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Chen Xianfan counted loudly, and he kept counting until 60 before anyone exposed their heads to the water to breathe. Chen Xianfan glanced at it and frowned, but didn't bother. 60 counts was the minimum amount of time he had set for his soldiers to close their mouths in the hot water. The water in the bucket was just plain hot water, and both the willow bark and the cockle blood were still boiling in the cauldron on the side. It's practicing now, and this is to have it stick around longer when I soak in the water boiled in willow bark and cockle blood later. In the meantime, the soldiers were also allowed to wash the dirt and hair from their bodies, so that the dirt would not affect the effectiveness of the bath for a while. Breath closure was to allow the soldiers to stay in the soaking water longer with their entire bodies, increasing the efficiency of absorption. Wash your body and hair and soak the pores around your body for this as well. Chen Xianfan didn't know if this was useful, but his intuition told him that it should be somewhat useful. What's more, even if it doesn't work, it's just a waste of a little water and time to take a shower. So what's the harm in trying? Where metaphysics abound, people's willpower can even change things. Chen Xianfan also did this to give the soldiers a sense of ceremony, thus believing from the bottom of his heart that soaking in the water boiled out of willow bark cockle blood was very beneficial to their martial arts cultivation. As long as they believed this, they would have more confidence in themselves when they practiced and would work harder. At that time, even if they actually gained very little from soaking, it would still be faster than the progress gained from step-by-step cultivation. That's the power of believing. Chen Xianfan was utilizing this power. He didn't really understand the principles, but just acted on his instincts. It's just as well to take this opportunity to verify that it really works. Time to close your breath. Into the water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Time to close your breath. Into the water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. After 10 or so cycles, the water in the barrel wasn't as hot as it had been at the beginning, and became lukewarm. The soldiers were a little impatient. Chen Xianfan stopped and said, "Well, the ash on your body is all soaked almost, so I'll give you guys time to rub it well and wash yourselves. And your hair. Oh yeah, here's this for you guys." Saying that, he took out a few palm-sized, light yellow pieces from his storage bag and casually threw them to the nearest few soldiers. "What is this?" the soldier who received it asked, holding it in his hands in disbelief. "Soap," Chen Xianfan replied casually. This would have been his artifact if it was in the Great Tang where the demon hunter army didn't exist. "I saw lard and caustic soda earlier in the day and got the itch to make so many pieces. I threw it in my storage bag when I was done and it was rummaged through when I was organizing, just in time to use it." "What's soap?" The soldier blinked twice. "Food." Saying so, he sniffed it and thought that it tasted a bit strange, not like the kind of meal that Captain Chen would take. However, out of his trust in Chen gang leader, he didn't mind having it taste. Opening his mouth to bite, Chen Xianfan hurriedly raised his hand to tell him not to eat. "Nice guy, don't you eat it. It's for your baths, used in the same way as bath beans and soap pods." "Bath beans?" Hua Shan reached out and took a piece from the soldier on the side, held it and looked at it, tried it on his tight little arm, and sure enough, he rubbed out white foam, and nodded his head in disbelief. "There's something interesting about it." Sure Di Jun yelled. "It would be better if there was some scent." "Master Jun, we're a bunch of Hans. What scent do we need?" "You know, with the scent, our young Master Jean will definitely like it more." "Sure Di Jun, I think you want to die." "Egu, what? Are you angry?" "If you're angry, you can hit me. It's just as well that we're both in the same bucket, so we can rub each other's backs." "You wish." Alright, no fooling around." Chen Xianfan turned his head and called out to Lu Yong. "Team leader, you control them." "I don't care, you manage it yourself." Lu Yong, on the side with his face covered with a hand towel and his arm resting on the barrel, said cozily, "I'm soaking comfortably here. Don't bother me. I'm in charge if I'm in charge. Whoever makes trouble again, Brother Spoon will serve." Chen Xianfan exasperatedly said, "After one has finished rubbing, give it to the next. Hurry up and wash it. Change the water after washing. The golden bird jasper soup is about to be cooked. Whoever delays again will not have his share." "Good lord, I didn't get a soap out there for you guys to play soap picker for me. Is it still good?" "Nonsense." Chen Xianfan ruthlessly and mercilessly put a stop to it, a behavior that could have resulted in a super friendship relationship. "What is the golden bird jasper soup?" someone asked in a whisper. Without waiting for Chen Xianfan to open his mouth, an understanding person on the side answered him, "You don't even know this? Golden bird is the rooster and jasper is the willow tree. Golden bird jasper soup is the water boiled with the cock's crown blood and willow bark. What's with the name? I didn't even get it right. Patron Chen said it would look senior. What's advanced? Just awesome." "Oh, sounds, indeed, impressive." Chen Xianfan couldn't help but let out a tisk. Damn it, I seem to have gotten it right. But I don't seem to have gotten it right. Whatever. Is it clean? Wash and hurry to rinse off your body in the barrel and change the soup. So, a few moments later, above the clearing, the miserable cries of being scalded resounded again. Ho ho ho, it's hot. Ouch mother asterisk 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 her. Hot. Too hot. Boy, this lord feels like his ass is going to cook. Man, my balls hurt, they hurt. Chen Xianfan. This mother asterisk 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 her shouting pain can still shout out the accent? Poof. Ha 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 ha. Who the yelled about egg pain? Made old me horse stance without even sticking. Sitting straight down. Okay, ahem. Stop laughing. Hurry up and get acclimatized. Chen Xianfan held back his laughter and shouted. Time's up. Proceed to close your qi and cultivate. The words were met with a startled sigh of relief. A few breaths later, Chen Xuanfan's voice sounded once again. Time to close your breath. Into the water. After the sound of water entering the water, he started counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Time to close your breath. Into the water. Clatter. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Although the soldiers were still laughing and giggling, each and every one of them were following Chen Xuanfan's call to bury their heads in the boiling hot bath water again and again. No, it's not bath water. It's golden bird jasper soup. Even fighting with myself in general to hold out for more counts, I just couldn't resist venturing out again. No one is slacking off. No cheating. They are all yearning to be stronger. Time to close your breath. Enter the water. Chen Xianfan shouted. Woof. In the small wooden basin at his feet, the same pot of hot water was placed. The ugly-looking little puppy, belly up, soaked in it, wagged its tail, and bared its grounded puppy teeth to the brilliant sunlight in the sky. Beneath the dog's paw, a glistening white, glossy egg is hidden. Chapter 81. Boil the anaconda's ribs and drink the soup. The sun sets early in winter. After lunch, after less than an hour for the soaking preview, scrubbed clean before starting to soak the willow bark cockle blood boiled water. The sun was setting in the west after all that. The timing was also calculated to be at the hottest part of the day, and there was enough sunlight to get rid of any possible yin qi from the sun. The python dragon mound under the general's mountain is too evil. They have eaten so many ton of heavy snake meat. They should have gotten more sunshine. This time it's exactly 2 for 1. How many days does this take to soak? Lu Yong was the first to soak, and now that the water was a bit cold, he wiped his body clean and put on his clothes, asking Chen Xianfan, soak for as many days as you can until all the willow bark is used up. Chen Xianfan said, cockle blood is not hard to find, and can be used on any rooster over 2 years old. It's easy to be able to buy it in the neighboring city of Sagittarius. Alright, then all future drills will be rescheduled for the morning. In the afternoon, I'll give you some rules while taking a bath, and common means of dealing with demons and evil spirits, Lu Yang said. Chen Xianfan nodded his head. It was just right to drill in the morning and theorize in the afternoon, and meditate and cultivate in the evening. So, for the next 7 days in a row, today's scene appeared every day in the C-word battalion A-word team. Some of the soldiers were feeling that they hadn't been that clean since they were born. The mud behind the ears is washed away. Chen Xuanfan's soap, in particular, was loved by all. And young Master Jean offered 100 taels of silver to get some sent in. It really works that well? Chen Xianfan was a bit surprised. His hygiene habits were brought on from his previous life, so his body was always clean and he had a general feeling for soap. But the soldiers, including Huishan and others, are fond of soap. Seeing this, Chen Xianfan tried to make a few more pieces, some with a bit of mint juice put in. When he went to collect the redeemed money and grain, he also sent 5 pieces to the money and grain officer, not only for each other's use, but also to see if we can open up a financial path. Money, whether in the secular world or the cultivation world, is always indispensable. Of course, this is to snatch grass and hit a rabbit in passing. Chen Xianfan is most concerned about, or soak these days bath. There is no effect. He himself followed the soak, and when he meditated at night, he seemed to be feeling some subtle changes in the bones of his body, but since it was too tiny, just a hint of it, it wasn't very identifiable. After all, his morning and morning sword practice never stopped. Indeed, there are some uses, not only for refining the bones, but also for the sinews and flesh. Lu Yong, however, gave him such a positive reply. He was 29 years old this year, with a peak cultivation level of 8th grade internal training, and he had already stepped into the bone forging stage with 1 foot for more than 2 years. A little short of chance and he could break through the 8th grade and enter the 7th grade. If he could enter the 6th rank before the age of 35, then he would be the one to become the lieutenant of the C-word battalion in a few years. It's just that life is unpredictable, and it's hard to say if we'll get there. However, He was in a bone-forging body and could feel any hint of change more clearly. Willow bark and cockle blood, as well as what Chen Xianfan had put in. Several other herbs that he didn't recognize. This prescription for a medicinal bath was indeed useful. As to why the prescription for refining bones but also effective for sinews and flesh, it was simple. This is because any martial arts remedy that nourishes the body is good for the body as a whole. It's just more specific to one aspect. The medicinal bath, originally, was to absorb the medicinal effect from the surface to the inside, and after absorbing it from the surface skin, it was then refined by the qi in blood. Naturally, it had some effect on practicing the skin and sinews. Ordinary people can also slow down aging and prolong life if they soak for a long time. Chen Xianfan had gotten the same affirmative answer from both Huashan, the strongest of the A-team, and Wang Liang, the worst, which gave him a great deal of confidence. He still had half of the willow bark left in his hand, and Lu Yong told him not to rush to continue. Instead, the soldiers were given more time to feel and drill, using their own blood qi in the drills to fully digest the medicine. After 5 days, then follow up with a soak. So by the 8th day, the A-team did not put up any more barrels, but drilled all day long under the supervision of Lu Yong, until you can't get up from exhaustion. When I eat, I use my hands to grab the food, and the chopsticks are not stable anymore. This also let Chen Xianfan know just how strong the recovery ability of the martial Dao soldiers was. The next day, before dawn, each and every one of them was once again alive and well as they ran to the entrance of the mess hall howling and crying out for hunger. "Hey, Mr. Cook, I'm hungry, hungry." Yikes, if he wasn't familiar with the voices of these guys, and they also looked tigerishly strong, Chen Xianfan would have thought that he was surrounded by hungry ghouls. After 5 days of this, the A-team once again set up the barrels and began the soaking journey. Chen Xianfan didn't follow along and soak this time. He invited out the small handsome pot on the heirloom and placed it on top of the stove, then took out the python dragon ribs, sticking one of the ends in the dirt. The other end was just able to be put into the pot, then threw another reishi herb into it. This Ganoderma herb was a reward given from above for the trip to General Mountain by the C-Word Battalion's A-Word team. Lu Yong just picked it up from Xin Shua, also brought back a message about why there was an anaconda dragon mound under General Mountain. The Jubilee Army came to a definite conclusion. Chapter 82, These people have a low point of view. Is it that funny? Team Zhong, quickly tell me, what's going on with this python dragon mound? Chen Xianfan took the Ganoderma grass out of the box and looked at it. It was a bit like a large flat mushroom, a circle bigger than his palm. On the surface was a layer of dark brown. Pinching in the hand had a fleshy feeling. When he got close enough to smell it, there was a faint smell of grass and trees, as well as a little bit of other scents. Seeing that it was handled quite cleanly, he didn't even wash it before throwing it directly into the large black pot that was cooking one end of the python's ribcage. This python dragon mound. Hey, Chen Xianfan, are you sure that this Lingji grass won't be spoiled by you? Lu Yang was just about to tell a story about the news he had learned from Xin Shua when he saw Chen Xianfan lift his wrist and just simply and roughly throw that Ganoderma herb into the large black cauldron, and he couldn't help but get a little worried. Mortal species of Ganoderma grass below 500 years old did not contain spiritual power, so they were not yet considered spiritual plants, but they were already top-notch medicinal herbs in the secular world. In the mouths of mortals, one can barely call it a heavenly treasure. And just throw it into the soup pot casually? Lu Yang felt that he had gullibly trusted Chen Xianfan, and surprisingly, after hearing him say that stewing python dragon bones with Ganoderma lucidum herb and drinking it would not only be good for replenishing qi and blood and refining the bones, but also strengthen the heart, lungs, spleen and stomach, and moisturize the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, he didn't even think twice about bringing all of the A-team's credits in exchange for this thing. It seems a bit hasty nowadays. Team Masa. That's just not true. Didn't I cook it in the pot? Chen Xianfan smiled lightly, even using the head of his spoon to bring the Lingji grass down, cooking it in the pot and then eating it into my stomach later. How is this eating into my stomach not considered spoiling? Right? Just rest assured. Can I be relieved when you say that? Of course I can. Team, my ancestor that is out of the divine chef. This since ancient times, this medicine and food on the same source. The doctor kitchen is not separated. Chen Xianfan started to fool Lu Yang in a serious manner. Team leader, have you ever heard of a witch? In ancient times, there were wise men in the tribes who were proficient in sorcery, not only treating the sick to save people but also determining whether the food was edible and how to eat it. Legend has it that healers came from witches. Have you heard of the word witch doctor? And witch also what can eat, how to eat the ability to pass down, only to have a specialized kitchen people. The more he said the smoother under. Some cannot break the car. And said, these two originally have the same root and the same origin. My old ancestor's life. Not only passionate about cooking, but also tasted all kinds of herbs, cure the disease to save the love of food. both without delay. He also searched for edible and plantable grains so that the people could eat more food. So, this good cook is half a good doctor. Team Zhang, haven't you ever heard of medicinal cuisine? Nowadays, those big families, Chang'an aristocrats, who have not hidden a few life-prolonging dietary supplements, even if they can't cultivate, their ancestors can still live to be 80 or 90 years old, much longer than the common people. My family's formula is no worse than theirs, so don't worry, it's absolutely fine. Lu Yong listened while his eyes showed skepticism. It only felt that Chen Xianfan was talking nonsense. Young Master Jin, who was waiting next to him to hear about the Python Dragon Mound, however, nodded thoughtfully and said, "There is a bit of truth in this. I've heard that the Wu family produces famous doctors, and legend has it that there is a famous Wu Xian who used his hung skills to heal Emperor Yao, was born as a Shanggong, and died as a Ming god. I guess there is indeed some connection among them. Surprisingly, that's really the case?" This time Lu Yong froze. Could it be that what Chen Xianfan said was really true? Chen Xianfan heart is also a thump. Good guy. I'm blowing a cow. There are people to use the ancient books to corroborate. At this point, it is inevitable that a bit of panic to be demolished. Do you know that it is not too late to swallow back the words? This relaxation down cannot control the mouth of the problem, is to change, or one day blowing out the bull floated too high to pull back, and then fall from the sky, directly to our ass to sit dead. Huo Shan, however, nodded his head and said, "As far as I know, there are indeed some secret prescriptions among the great families that are not shown to people, and some of them are even as valuable as the pills. After all, not everyone can cultivate. Some strong parents have weak bodies and can't withstand the potency of the pills. Instead, the nourishment of wonderful prescriptions is more appropriate." What Xianfan said about this is true. Moreover, the ancient time of the healer sage, cultivation of the rest of the exhaustive life, roaming the 3 mountains and 5 mountains, trekking all over the 5 lakes and all over the world, living in the mountains and forests, looking for medicinal herbs and grains, for the people of the world to add more medicine and food, some thousands of years, have been the people to offer incense. It seems that Xianfan, your ancestor, is also a sage person. Admirable. I wonder what is the name. Can you tell me? Huo Shan inquired with a bit of seriousness and anticipation in his expression. That, didn't I say? I've been demented since I was a child. Some things I can remember and some things I can't. Chen Xianfan touched his nose and said vaguely. Then he made a death-defying addition. But I think my old ancestors might be the 2 sages. Yan Di and Huang Di. Horsham, young Master Kim, Lu Yong. I think you are farting. The people of this Central Plains land, who aren't the children of Yan Huang anymore. Lu Yong could be certain at this point that this latter sentence from this guy Chen Xianfan was definitely nonsense. He waved his hand and said, "That's just it. Just go ahead and cook your soup. Or listen to me talk about the Python Dragon Mound." Chen Xianfan skimmed his mouth, thinking, tell the truth but you guys refuse to believe it. Then I can't do anything about it. It's not that I won't tell you. But he didn't say any more. His heart was beating a little fast from this bragging just now. Wouldn't dare to keep blowing it up. It was also the fact that this formula did come from the Yanhuang Xiangong that was read as a gongfu, and most of the books were recipes that gave him the bottom line, or else he wouldn't have let himself go so much. Although a few medicinal herbs were missing. The 2 main ones, Python Dragon Bone and Ganoderma lucidum herb, were enough for Chen Xianfan and the soldiers of the A-team. The soldiers who were soaking in the bath barrels listened to the conversation of several people, and each one of them was more than a little eager for the soup that was being cooked in the big black pot. It's amazing how Chen gang leader came to be like this. Didn't you hear what Master Shan said? Mr. Chen's ancestor was probably a sage. It may have been a joke to say the Yellow Emperor, but as long as it's someone with a history who left behind prescriptions to be passed on to future generations, it can't be bad. Chang'an nobles of the great families, all private prescriptions, but the Chen gang leader took out for them to use. This is what kind of heart and friendship. Besides, since joining the battalion, they hadn't been favored by Captain Chen, especially this trip to General Mountain. The head of the gang did not make much effort, and after coming back, now soaking in this golden bird jasper soup, also was the partner's family heirloom medicinal bath recipe, before the bubble that a few days later, and then drill 5 days. The soldiers have talked privately, all only feel the strength has been refined. In addition to the worst of few people, the rest of all to the stage of practicing the skin into a big success. The 16 people, including young Master Jin, had already achieved a small success in bone refining. Huoshan Chui G2 bottom of the good, now is the internal practice of anger strength. Qi strength was born as a rolling pearl, drumming around the body of qi and blood, under the skin and flesh. A trace of qi from the dantian rose to the surface of the body, and a small bulge the size of a soup circle was born in the lower abdomen, as if it were a small mouse, and as it breathed and exhaled, it wandered around the body. The qi is like a walking pearl, and the next step is just to keep growing the qi until it can gush out to protect the body and hurt the enemy. This might not be without the credit of Chen Xuanfan's secret stinky tofu, and the snake demon's snake meat and blood, as well as this medicinal bath. Moreover, by now they had even felt the benefits of having been meditating and practicing spitting and transporting their energy before. Naturally, like instinct, after cultivating qi energy, they had long been accustomed to the method of exhaling, and between breaths, qi energy would run smoothly, although it could not be like the time of meditating and running the gongfu, turning qi and blood into qi energy to make it grow continuously, but it could make the skin, flesh, and bones that had gone through the external training to be constantly tempered by qi energy, getting tougher. When they meditated and transported their energy, it also saved them the time of grinding, and everything was rounded and smooth and watery. For people of martial arts, after the first trace of qi energy was born in the body, how to cultivate gong methods to tame it and incorporate it into the meridians was the first small hurdle they encountered. To move and cultivate, to breathe and exhale, sounds simple, but for mortals, it is not easy. From the moment it falls to earth from its mother's body, a baby breathes in and out, and it remains unchanged until it dies. So without taking the path of practice, there is no need to learn how to breathe in this life, and embark on the road of cultivation. The first step is to go to learn to breathe according to the Kung Fu mnemonic, the intention to guide the qi into the meridians to the dantian, running the circumference of the sky. If they could not do so, the trace of qi would dissipate into itself and would need to be coalesced again. This level relies on hard work and patience. It is normal to be stuck for 3 or 5 months, even if the qi energy goes astray and injures the meridians. Huashan and Shuiji, all these people, knew another way to solve the problem, which was to have the elders help and guide the cultivation with their own qi. This was the most common method used by the first-line descendants of lineages and clans, but the demon hunting army didn't have this kind of treatment, and the C-word battalion A-word team didn't have this condition even more. But how fortunate for the soldiers of the A-team. They met Chen Xianfan. Although the ordinary soldiers in Soldier's Gate did not know what Huashan and the others were thinking inside, they were not stupid and could naturally see the attitude of Huashan and Shuiji and the others. In treating Chen Xianfan, they could also feel the change and strength in themselves, getting stronger. No soldier can resist that temptation, so it could be said that the soldiers of the A-team, from the top to the youngest, were all convinced of Captain Chen's extraordinary origins. Some even developed a blind trust and admiration, as well as more gratitude. At this point, even if Chen Xianfan told them that picking dung could make them stronger, they would still be willing to try. What's the point of holding your breath? Sensing the eagerness of the soldiers, Lu Yong couldn't help but smile, glancing at Chen Xianfan, who was concentrating on cooking the soup, and began to start talking about the origin of the Python Dragon Mound. It turns out that the original name of General Hill was Junshan. 700 years ago, before the founding of the Great Tang Dynasty, the 5 who messed with China, and the North and South dynasties were in constant war. At that time, there was a small force near Junshan Mountain, and the leader of the force listened to the words of the magician, thinking that there was dragon energy in this place, and that it could produce a king on earth. So he let people dig a mausoleum in this place, and then he would be buried here after he died. However, after digging down, they realized that there was already a large tomb underneath. Jixian County was the capital of the Yin Shang, and the burial chambers were likely to have existed at the end of the Shang dynasty. Among them was the Great Serpent, which was considered by the king of the country to have been transformed by the king's qi, and was worshipped as a god, and the Great Serpent was recognized as a divine dragon for the protection of the country, established the state as Song. At that time, it was a time of chaos, and various forces were constantly fighting against each other, especially in the Central Plains. There was a lot of smoke. It is not easy for a small country to survive, but under the compulsion of the snake demon, the king of the country has developed an unwarranted ambition, and is also thinking of developing and expanding, and striving for the world. You have to have strength to fight for the world, and strength is nothing more than population and territory. With the help of the snakes summoned by the python demon, the state of Song continued to increase in size. The python also cultivated with the help of Song's national fortune and gradually showed signs of transforming into a dragon. However, while the python could not eat blood food when it had accomplished its cultivation, the large and small snakes it summoned were meant to eat meat. In the midst of the war there were most dead people, and the soldiers of the king fed these snakes with the dead in order to drive them into battle. Then the snakes became more and more numerous, so they killed the prisoners of war and fed them too. This led to the fact that despite the help of the snakes, the small state of Song, which occupied the land but did not have that many people, and the surrounding forces reacted and quickly had a way to restrain the snake tide. The king was surprised to hear his ministers say that only with population could he have money, food, and soldiers to take more territory, and was moved to think otherwise. He saw that the snakes could lay many eggs in a nest and hatch out as many baby snakes as they needed, so he whimsically tried to get the snakes to give birth to babies. He even had the warlock to find out if the snake demon he had named as the protector of the kingdom was a female or a male. Would it not be better for the mother to marry the widow, give birth to a prince, and share in the riches and honor? This is the words of the king of the country that the warlock escaped and wrote in his handwritten note. Louis Yong couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief when he said this and cursed. Mother asterisk 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 her, even the idea of a snake. This king of the country is also a character. Amazing. Did he succeed later? Chen Xianfan quacked. This is Su Xian's old-timer awe. But it's much better than Su Xian, who met the white lady who was at least superficially a beautiful woman. The dragon, the protector of the kingdom of Song, but it was literally a boa constrictor. Snakes transformed into dragons, unless the bloodline was special, or there were other chances. Otherwise ordinary snakes would not think of transforming into dragons until they reached the Jiaolong realm. That python dragon is really a female, but it's a pity that people are so focused on becoming immortal that they can't look at that king of the country. Louis Yang said. Good fellow. Chen Xianfan laughed. This state ruler's reckless hero didn't take it as such. Grass, python? Huashan and the others were first puzzled. Then they came around and pointed at Chen Xianfan, laughing and scolding him for having a dirty mind. The soldiers soaking in the bathtub were also laughing out loud at various movements. The sounds of pigs and donkeys braying are the loudest among them. Everyone, I was just blessed to think of it. So there's no need for compliments. It's better to listen to what Team Zhang continues to say. Chen Xianfan hurriedly covered his face and waved his hands. He, a decent person, suddenly uttered such an immodest sentence. And a little shy. We're all men. What's with the shyness? Louis Yang is not used to seeing him pretending, and scolded in a bad mood. If you can think of such words, you can't be a decent person. There was another round of laughter from the crowd. Chen Xianfan only felt that this group of people had a low laugh point. Was it that funny? Chapter 83. Oops. Don't mention it. I'm busy hatching eggs. Team Mas. What happened then? Louis Yang's story is not yet finished. It is boring to soak in the water. And the bone lingji soup is even worse. So the soldiers urged him to go on to the next. There's nothing more to say down the line. Louis Yang spread his hands. The king of the country is so stupefied to such an extent that it can be described as haunted. How can it be kingly to play with power and be obsessed with crooked ways? Since ancient times, even a party of vassals must also have the side of the hall. Can achieve a career? Chess temperament is indispensable. Whether you take the way of the king or the way of the king, you have to take the right way. Always think of one step to heaven. Steep and rich, but in the end are just and empty. The ruler of Song had a brain fart, which harmed the people under his rule, as well as the python demon. For the warlocks told him that pythons could indeed bear human children, thinking that women could not go to war. And now that there were snakes that could give birth to men, he sent all the old men and women in the kingdom to the snakes, so that the snake demons in the herd could cultivate faster and transform into pythons. The python that he had named as the divine dragon protecting the country had been afraid that the thunder tribulation was approaching, and had intended to stop it for fear that it would die under the tribulation if it committed too many sins. But it had been persuaded by the king of the country and the warlock with the excuse that they would build it a dungeon to hide from the tribulation. Thus, within a few years, nearly half of the nationals of Song were buried in the belly of the snake. It is unknown if any human-snake hybrid children were born during this time. At the time of the foreign enemy's attack, the ruler of Song led his men and drove all the remaining strong men in the country within the burial chamber with a tide of snakes. There was food and water within the burial chamber, and he dreamed of returning to the earth to rule the world in a few years' time with an army of serpent men. But the snakes, who had eaten too much blood, got out of control. This led to the python dragon that could manipulate them and rely on the national fortune to cultivate and transform into a dragon, killing too many people and losing the blessing of the national fortune, and prematurely accomplishing the thunder tribulation. Obviously, it failed to cross the threshold. The snake demon who thought he could rest easy with the protection of his country's fortune, and the heartless king of the country, buried themselves under the earth. The shadowy souls of the people devoured by the snake, and the remnants of the dead snake demon, formed a ghostly presence in the mountainous region. The forces that captured General Mountain afterward were probably too busy fighting for the world to care about this, so they just scribbled some seals. According to the lieutenant, the Vermilion Bird Army projected that almost all of the snakes that became demons in Song hundreds of years ago died under the lightning tribulation. Those snake demons we saw under General Mountain, I'm afraid they were the ones that just had a hint of demonic energy that escaped the net at that time. Louis Yang shook his head slightly as he said this, saying, as for the remaining ordinary snakes of all sizes, they were all born later. The snakes that have no chance to cultivate underneath the chamber have short lifespans, and have probably changed generations by now. The soldiers listening to the story were all a bit dissatisfied and bristled. The story was really nothing to listen to. If that python can be transformed into a bewitching woman, bewitching the king of the country, wreaking havoc on the country and the people, and then some of the warlocks under the king of the country hooked and entangled, either fragrant or horrifying, there is still a little bit of fun. The ones you love to hear are all made up by later generations. What I'm saying is mostly the truth of the matter. Louis Yong laughed and scolded. Each and every one of them do not think that the king of the country is really stupid? Oh, know that this world is so. Outsiders seem very stupid. Outside the bureau are all wise. When you are in the situation, but there is no guarantee that you will not do all the stupid things. So people still have to guard the heart. Do not move delusion. Taking a good bath and listening to a story? How come you're still lecturing people? Boring and uninteresting. Sure, Daiju and shouted. Who's going to sing a tune to hear? How about it? We don't know the tunes of Chang'an Marketplace. Master, sure. Hey, what Chang'an tunes do you want? Just a little country song. The Widow's Wife's is the best. Come on, come on, come on. I'll do it, I'll do it. Some of the soldiers ripped out their voices and sang songs that were sung in the countryside. Some of them were heavy with dialect, and Chen Xianfan couldn't even understand them very well, but he could hear some of the flavors. Seeing this, Louis Yong shook his head and muttered, "Hey, a bunch of chesty tampers." Then he put the towel over his face and closed his eyes to bask in the sun. Aspiration? Chen Xianfan skimmed his lips in his heart. What's this thing called ambition worth a few cents? Some people even want to daydream. They refuse to soak their feet and then find a soft bed and couch. Sleep comfortably. If you are still talking about your ambitions and ideals, you will only make those around you suffer with you. How many people are the dream ambition? Are only in the bottom of the heart, and even hobbies are not dare to enjoy. Just midnight dream time. From the depths of memory to pull out their own smack taste. Because they carry families and responsibilities with them, with parents, partners, children to feed. We are all ordinary people born in ordinary families. No talent and no giftedness, just to make a living to undertake these, has exhausted all the efforts. But whenever you have to pull out the aspirations, the dreams, the hobbies and all that, and put them on the table, you have to throw out some of the previous ones. It's a spill if you can throw it away, but it's enough livestock. He had seen a lot of such people in his previous life, for the sake of the so-called ideals and aspirations, gambling on everything, over-ambitious, thinking of getting rich overnight, or even going to gamble and cheating and wasting his life, and then sucking blood from his parents, brothers, partners and children. Is there less of them? As long as there is no morality, moral standards will not bind him. It looks pretty dashing, provided it's not in the same circle of life. On the contrary, these soldiers of the demon-hunting army were cultivating in a practical manner, never giving up any hint of the possibility of improving their strength, and for this reason, they were willing to listen to the mercy of themselves, the cooks who were not much stronger than them. Just like the old man Chen Xianfan met in his previous life when he was running a takeaway. He braved the wind and snow just to give his family more security. He quit smoking completely when his wife got pregnant. Since then, he has been buying retirement insurance for himself and his wife with the money he spends on cigarettes every day. His wish is to take care of his health and go out fishing for as long as he wants after he turns 50. By then the kids will be older and his wife can dress up and go out with her friends without having to worry about the kids, much less him. Thinking of that old brother who often spoke out of turn, Chen Xianfan looked at the soldiers in front of him with these pitch-black sunburnt faces, and the slightly lewd expressions on their faces, and felt a lot smoother. This person, of course, people do not have ideals cannot, but the ideal is the moon in the sky, that is even more cannot. Anyone who would look at the moon and drool would be either a mother ******** ing octogenarian or a tengu. Team Zhang, what are your lofty ambitions? Chen Xianfan asked Louis Yong while stirring the soup with his spoon. Become a school lieutenant. Louis Yong replied rather dryly. Just this? Chen Xianfan was puzzled with a look of, can this be called ambition? Be a captain. Unable to see his face, yet still irritated by his tone, Louis Yong said with a clench of his teeth, just this? Chen Xianfan raised an eyebrow. Satisfied with just one captain? What else do you want? Louis Yong can no longer hold back. Put the hand towel covering the face. Snap a raised hand thrown into the bath water underneath. Rushed at Chen Xianfan scolded in a deep voice. Finished sighing, re-soak the towel hot and wring out the water. Cover the face and lie back. You team positive if I can be a lieutenant. Are my Lu family ancestral tomb smoke? Other than that, I dare not think. Chen Xianfan. Oh, open. This ask ambition. How to give back to the old Lu whole decadent. He looked at old Lu, and then at the pot of soup he had stirred up, and could not help but think. Just one lieutenant? Who are you looking down on? I'll feed you a general, believe it or not. If, he asks now. Lu Yong will definitely say that he doesn't believe it. How could Chen Xianfan give him this chance to shake his head? Don't believe it or not. I'll feed you out first, and then we'll see what you have to say. Lousy, a hallowed Godao honored one. The heir to the heirloom chosen by the ancestors of the Yankees. The manifest destiny traveler. The demon hunters Sangzhou Taotai Army's C-word battalion's A-word team's Chen gang leader. If we're going to fail to feed even a general, then it's not a wasted visit? Master Shan, what is your ambition? After a while, Chen Xianfan looked at the soup in the big black pot and got a little bored when he felt that the fire was still some way off. As soon as people get bored, they start to beg for trouble. He shouted at Huashan. Huashan was also direct and returned. My ambitions are too great to speak to you before I reach them. Count on you. Good fellow. Such a straightforward rejection. Chen Xianfan had encountered only a handful of times, and for a while, he couldn't even find tart words to retaliate with. Chen Xianfan touched a nail in Huashan, turned his face to find the next victim. Chui Ji Ah. Tell the partner leader. Your ambition. Cohort leader. I am in general with brother Huashan. Unfinished and not to be spoken of to others. Chui Ji laughed as he gave Chen Xianfan an unorthodox arch in the bathtub. Line blah. Unfinished. Not to be told? Are you guys making a birthday wish and playing the tell it or else routine with me? That's all feudal dross. Metaphysics and obfuscation. Oh yeah, I'll be full of metaphysical feudal dross now. That's fine. Chen Xianfan looked at young Master Jean again, and before he could open his mouth, young Master Jean said two words. Don't say anything. Chao Shang Ah. Wei Dong. You, guys. Chen Xianfan did not die, then asked down. I'm like Master Shan. Same as Master Shan. Positively. Partner. The naive bear shook his head. I'm not saying anything either. Ha ha ha. No. Zhu Guang and a few other kids slapped the water fun. Tisk. Chen Xianfan licked his backslotted teeth, thinking, lousy, this all have the intention to be a wishing pool in the cuckoo. Properly listen to your dreams. Turn around for you. Tailor-made growth program. Good guy. One by one is not useful. Ah. Forget it. Don't ask. Sad. Crew chief. Why don't you ask me? Seeing Chen Xianfan turn his head back, seemingly not intending to continue with his question, Sure Dajuan's loud voice rang out unhappily. Master Jun, do you even need to ask about your ambitions? I know all about it. Mao San laughed. Martial cultivation to become a strong man in the demon hunting army, then marry a daughter-in-law who was even better looking than young Master Jean, and give birth to a powerful and handsome son. Right? Sure Dajun laughed and clapped his hands. Hey, right on the money. Ah ha 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 ha. Grandpa's ambition is just so high and far-reaching. That's called having high aspirations. Young Master Jin's voice drifted by coldly. Sure Daijuan completely ignored it and said with a shake of his head, that's how it is anyway. By the way, Mr. Chen, what are your ambitions? Mine? Chen Xianfan raised his eyebrows and laughed. My ambition is to be the strongest cook in the great Tang demon hunting army. The crowd laughed and told Chen Xianfan to work hard. You guys have to work hard too. Cook Chen tapped the side of the pot with his spoon. When you guys become the strongest soldiers in the demon hunting army, I will of course become the strongest cook as well. That's a good point. Let's all work together. Yes. 2 hours later. Alright, come out. Go get a bowl and drink the soup, Chen Xianfan said. As soon as the words fell, the soldiers, one by one, came out of the cold bathing barrels covered in red, looking for water to rinse off their bodies, and then took the bowls and chopsticks and lined up to drink the soup. There was only a big black pot of soup, so each soldier got a small share, only a small half bowl. And, of course, because their bowls are all ceramic bowls about the size of their faces, it makes them seem even less. None were displeased, though, because the soup looked extraordinary. The scent that tickled the mind was permeating outward from an hour or so ago. After the Ganoderma herb was boiled until it was cooked, it all melted in the pot, making the pot's originally clear soup sticky. The python's ribs were hard, and the crowd thought that they wouldn't be able to cook anything. It turned out that after a long time, a strange aroma was added to the pot. A little fishy, a little tangy. The aroma is burnt, like the smell of burning grains or the smell of paper money and incense ash. Chen Xianfan found that these demons and ghosts that had received offerings from the people more or less smelled of incense ash. After giving everyone their share, he also poured himself a bowl as well and slowly savored it. In fact, he'd had 2 scoops before shouting at everyone to get in line. This calls for the cook to taste first. You always have to taste the saltiness of the soup when it comes out of the pot, and no one feels bad about it. Drinking this soup, the only feeling is fragrant, obviously clear soup. The entrance is a little sticky mouth. To the throat, go down with some slight coolness, but when it got below the throat, it was as if a fire was burning downward. It burned all the way up to the chest and belly and then back down again. It burned like a sip of hard liquor. Hiss ah, hot. someone couldn't help but yell out. Sip and sip, one by one. Don't pour it down as if you were drinking cold water. This soup is effective enough. Phil can't stand to stop for a while. Louis Yong has some experience. Hurriedly got up and reminded. Also, don't sit down after drinking. Drill up. Heart fire scattered and then rest. Hear me? Yes. Chen Xianfan. After instructing the soldiers, Louis Yong turned back to Chen Xianfan. What did you put in the soup? Why is this medicine so potent? This small bowl of soup was not only worth 4 or 5 qi replenishing pills, it was still dispersed directly into the chest and abdomen, without the need to slowly refine it. Moreover, it contained a trace of yang qi in it. The only source of yang qi is the great sun in the sky. Those who were gifted could borrow the purple qi of the rising sun to cultivate, and there were also unique methods to ingest the supreme yang qi. How important is yang qi to martial arts practitioners? Legend has it that those who have yang qi to protect their bodies, when their qi and blood are boiling, all evils will be avoided. In other words, with this trace of yang qi in the soldiers, the gods and souls no longer need to worry about being mesmerized by ghosts. This wisp of yang qi from the python dragon bone was like adding an extra layer of life-preserving talisman to the C-word battalion's A-word team. Yeah, is it that powerful? Hearing Louis Yong say this, Chen Xianfan hurriedly stood up, pulled out a small bowl, and poured in the little soup still left at the bottom of the pot. Then I'll have to feed us yolks as well. You are still really attached to your dog brother. Louis Yong barred his mouth and sighed, then remembered that he hadn't seen the groundbreaking puppy face for a few days, and couldn't help but ask, hey, how come I haven't seen it lately? It didn't follow along with the bath today either. Gee, don't mention it. Was busy hatching eggs. A dog pup. Hatching eggs? Louis Yong subconsciously pulled out his ears, thinking he heard wrong. Chapter 84, The Rules of the Jianghu. Once a teacher, always a wife. Egg yolk ah. Hurry up and drink the soup. Chen Xianfan carried the dog pup's bowl of soup into the mess hall. Upon hearing his footsteps, the wary clown dog raised its head from its nest, a pair of small black beans looking towards the doorway. Seeing that Chen Xianfan was the only one to come in, its erected ears relaxed, its moist nose twitching as it excitedly rushed at Chen Xianfan and grunted. Woof woof. It's smelling good coming. The dog's head poked out one way or another, and his 2 short, chubby front paws, too, kept flopping around in the kennel. But it just doesn't run out of the nest, because underneath its plump belly in the softest and warmest place, it hides the snake egg that it took from Chen Xianfan. In the days when the snake eggs were just taken away, the yolks were still hidden from Chen Xianfan. Later, when I didn't pay attention during the bath, the snake's egg was exposed from the dog's fur and was seen by Chen Xianfan. But presumably seeing that Chen Xianfan didn't look for it to take the egg back, he simply stopped hiding it and brought it out in a big way. Days go wherever you go. The weather had gotten even colder in the past few days, and this clown dog seemed to be worried that the snake's eggs would freeze, so it moved its nest from Chen Xuanfan's room to the much warmer mess hall, next to the stove. The stove in the mess hall was hardly ever put out in the winter, and at night it was covered with a pile of ashes, so there was still heat coming out of it. It's warm if you get close, so for the last few days, a Huang has been nestled here with the snake eggs, rarely moving places, just guarding the stove. Smelled the rice is ready to stretch his neck to Chen Xianfan screaming for it. Is suffocated cannot stand to go out to solve the physiological problems? Is also running to run back. Anxious and panicked look, as if afraid of who will steal the snake eggs with it like. Now that Chen Xianfan had brought the soup in and shouted for it to go drink it, it wasn't prepared to come out. It was just waiting for someone to bring it to it. Just like before when it was time to beg for food at mealtime. Don't you give me this? Hurry up and get out of the nest and have some soup. Why are you so nice to a snake egg? Can it hatch out and be a daughter-in-law for you? Seeing the dog pups a look of anxious, the haram all flowed out, but is not moving place, vice sure that he will give it to the nest side of the face. Chen Xianfan was not good-tempered intentionally put the soup bowl on the feet said. Woof the yolk's ears collapsed and he grunted pitifully at him. Woof continued the grunt. Ooh-hoo. Line. Moncler, you are the grandpa. To serve you over the line, right? It is also my grandfather and you can have this treatment I tell you. For others I will not serve. Chen Xianfan rambled and admitted. Bent down to pick up the bowl on the ground and walked towards the dog kennel. Little pup little black bean's eyes unblinking look at you. And then whispered grunt. A poor helpless look. Ugly is ugly. But this is the family's doggy. Of course, will be heartbroken. Woof woof. Yolk perked up his ears. His tongue lolled out, and he barked merrily. Drink. He placed the bowl of soup where a Huan could lick it with his lowered head, touched the dog's back fur, and couldn't help but frown. Egg yolk ah. Have you lost weight? The yolk was busy with his soup, and answered with a bark. Bark. This can't go on like this. Chen Xianfan fretted. Another 6 months have passed since I raised the yolks until now. Chen Xianfan feeds the yolk whatever he eats, and the dog pup is not picky about what he eats, and eats whatever he eats cheerfully, and has never been uncomfortable. Not only does it follow the meat buns, snake meat and snake blood also follow a piece of food. Chen Xianfan occasionally feeds a qi replenishing pill to it. This period of time soldiers' soak bath did not pull down it. The eye on the beat up. Good spirits. Light golden fur on the body has become smooth and thick up, but the size of the little doggy is still not much growth. Squatting on top of Chen Xuanfan's palm, it was just a little bit bigger than a hand limited. The groundhog is still the same groundhog, and there is no sign of changing handsomeness at all. The joy of this feeding lies in fattening and bladdering the object of feeding. But looking at the dog brother just eat not long, Chen Xianfan is also a little melancholy. Now better, even to winter fat trend, which can isn't this a slap in the face to me? Mr. Chen? Brother, either you don't hatch the snake egg. Chen Xianfan bitterly advised the yolk. There's no daughter-in-law visible there. What if it's a male snake? It's a waste of effort. Not to mention that those people outside will laugh at you. Also, even if it's a female snake, you two are not of the same species, so you're not destined to have a future. Do you know that? Blah blah blah. Barta the egg yolk dog's ears licked the bowl loudly without hearing the sound of human speech. You're telling me you're bent on being a lickspittle? Woof woof. Cook Chen's secret stewed python ribs and Ganoderma soup in a big black pot is really extraordinary. That night, not a single soldier from the C-word battalion's A-word squad was able to fall asleep before the stroke of midnight. The playground was filled with shouts of peace and sparring. If Liu Yong hadn't greeted Xian Shua in advance, this Lord Lieutenant would have rushed straight over with his sword to suppress it. Even after making the report beforehand, the lieutenant came by and warned the soldiers to keep their movements down, and kept to one side. Look at the winter solstice. This toss-up in case of an outbreak of the camp tsunami. Then all the soldiers, including him, have to wash their necks and wait for the knife. The Demon Hunter Army had been established for more than 200 years, and there were only a handful of times that a camp tsunami had occurred, but every time it happened, the consequences were horrifying. This is because army barracks are usually stationed near county and state capitals, and soldiers caught up in the madness run out of their barracks and are likely to slaughter civilians. As it is, the city of Sangju is now close at hand, and the failure to stop the camp tsunami from occurring immediately will inevitably affect the spring planting garrison next February. If it wasn't for the fact that the soldiers were all as red as blood, with their chi and blood boiling over, and indeed in need of venting and quenching, Xian Shua wouldn't have so easily agreed to Liu Yong's proposal to allow them to conduct drills at night as well. Under Xian Shua's pressure and gaze, the soldiers instead became even more galvanized, and the scene nearly went out of control for a while and turned into a big mess. Chen Xianfan was also almost infected by the passionate fervor of being in the middle of it. Luckily the ringing in the back of his head kept him awake. Under Liu Yong's assignment, he called on Huashan and Shui Ji to hold down and beat up a few of the soldiers who had fallen into a frenzy before bringing the scene under control. Seeing that there was no chance of going down, Xian Shua couldn't help but shake the sleeves of his robe, and his face grew 2 shades colder. Liu Yong couldn't help but cry out for luck when he saw it. When the soldiers quieted down and Xian Shua left, he then said to the soldiers, "You guys, you're drinking soup not spirits. Fighting is fighting. Why are you still throwing punches? Just now, the lieutenant was so upset with us that he wanted to beat us up. If he did, even if his hand was light, half of you guys would have to lie in bed for a few days, and that would delay things. What's the hold-up?" Delayed soaking and drills chanting. The next day began. After another golden bird jasper soup nourishment, the soldiers once again fell into the hands of Liu Yong. Let him spoil the hammer. The following year, we would have to leave camp at the beginning of February and go down there to be stationed to watch over the spring planting. By then the captains and lieutenants will each take their own men and go to more important places to stand guard. It's just that asking for help they won't be able to come as timely as they did last time when they said they were coming from General Mountain. It wasn't just the A team and the C team camp either. The B team and C team were also stepping up their drills. The A and B battalions also didn't dare to relax for a moment. The demon hunting army, with the word army, is a real army. The soldiers in the army should be ready to go into battle at any time. On top of the battlefield, there's never been no deaths all the time. If you don't want to be the one to fall, if you don't want to drag your fellow soldiers down, you should drill desperately and improve your strength. This stance of fighting for his life in order to stay alive was very gratifying to Chen Xianfan, and he joined in without hesitation. And with his own strength, he made the soldiers of the A-team roll again, because Mr. Chen not only drills with them, but also takes care of their 3 meals a day. At night, everyone is so tired that their toes don't want to move, and the head of the group thunders for 2 hours to meditate and practice, never stopping. If someone were to ask Mr. Chen why he fought so hard, you'll get an answer that he's afraid of death. The chief of the gang who braved the general's tomb and blew up the chamber alone would be afraid of death. It's a joke. But the chief of the gang is right. There is hope only if you live. And only if you live. Can there be anything else? Fight to stay alive. Sweat more in peacetime. Bleed less in wartime. To the point. Only Qin Xianfan knew that what he said was from the bottom of his heart. What's wrong with being afraid of death? A mole cricket is still alive. There's no shame in being afraid of death. He's just a normal guy trying to make it so he can live. It's just a little too stifling to be a traveler and weak just to go through the motions just to stay alive. To live. But not just to live. But to live better. To live the way he wanted to live. Which was not a waste of the time he had traveled. With the increase in cultivation and the liberalization of his mind, especially after arriving at the demon hunting army and staying with these relatively pure people, Chen Xuanfan's character had become more and more free and uninhibited, making it difficult for him to be as cautious as he had been when he had first arrived in the Great Tang. Can't even pretend to be good anymore. He obviously realized this change in himself, but had no intention of stopping it, for such a self he loved, and such a life was nourishing. No one can deny the joy of following his heart, especially when he wanders into it. Of course, there is still some danger in unleashing nature. For example, the current Chen Xianfan had dared to hit on the military dog of the capital for his dog brother. He also eventually gave up trying to persuade the yoke, mainly because it didn't do any good. The dog brothers are unusually obsessed with their daughter-in-law and the snake's egg. Chen Xianfan had to do a good job of logistics for its egg hatching business, lest it starve and thin out again. So that his business of feeding piglets. The business is not yet halfway and the midway collapse. The honorable name of the pig-feeding Taoist is sorely missed. Then one early morning one day, the snake daughter-in-law of Chen Xuanfan's dog brother was born, with a small pink flower on top of his head and blinking black pea eyes very similar to those of a clown dog. He swam out of the broken eggshell. Chen Xianfan, who was called over by the yoke on the side to squat together, was all excited. Good man, it's finally out. I can finally put an end to my own life as a mother-in-law who serves like a month old. Just how is the color of this snake? A bit tawdry? About as thick as a chopstick and over half a foot long. A small snake. The rest of its body was all green except for the small pink flower on top of its head, and its black bean eyes. It's bright green and emerald green. Not a hint of mixed colors. The snake monster that was killed by the willow tree demon before should have been a flower snake. How come the one that hatched from the snake's egg is a pink-topped emerald color? You're with Dad? Either that, or someone else laid the egg and the snake monster became the receiver? Chen Xianfan doesn't know either, but it's definitely a male snake. That's the rule in nature. The males are better looking and then they also have to have a certain amount of strength so that they can have an advantage in the battle of the heirlooms. He reached out to pick the snake up and take a look at it, but was mercilessly stopped by the yoke. Woof woof. Egg yolk blocked in front of the little snake. A pair of small eyes looking at Chen Xianfan. It was as if he was looking at a rascal who wanted to touch his daughter-in-law. I'm telling you, it's definitely a male. There's no future for the two of you, Chen Xianfan said with certainty. The evil mother-in-law attribute strikes again. But the yoke loved the snake, and allowed the little eggshell-eating snake to climb and slither over it. Chen Xianfan preferred small animals that were furry all over, except for caterpillars. If there was a mouse with a furry tail as well, he wouldn't even mind raising one. Snakes, slithery, cold-blooded creatures, were not on his aesthetic point of view. I can't say I hate it. It's just a little creepy. If he hadn't been desensitized by more snake encounters the previous few times, he could have thrown this little snake out right now. This is because in his previous life when the family's old house was still standing, one noon in the summer, more than 2 years old Chen Xianfan was sleeping on the cool mat in the hall. He fell asleep and felt that there was a thing around him that was very cool, so he leaned up and hugged the thing with his arms and legs. By the time he opened his eyes, he was face to face with a bullfish snake. The kid didn't even know he was scared then, and the snake was later invited out by his grandfather with beef. People in the village say it's a family protecting fairy that doesn't hurt anyone. And a snake coiled around a beam is an auspicious sign. Chen Xianfan didn't even remember what that snake looked like. He just couldn't help but get goosebumps every time he thought about it. So he didn't want to keep the little snake and wanted to give it away for release. But the yolks don't agree. Grabbed it and hid it in the nest. The little snake was also good. Obediently stayed in the mouth of the dog on the ground. Then it turned into 2 pairs of little pea eyes, looking out of the kennel, looking at Chen Xianfan. Line blah. Then I'll give it a name. Seeing this, Chen Xianfan had no choice but to compromise. The kid wants a pet. So be it. It's not like he can't afford it. The old rule is that when you have a name, your family, just call it Little Green. How about it? Chen Xianfan thought about it. Spoof mentality came up. Gave the little snake the name of the green snake and the white snake tail. After finishing the name, he quacked himself and said, it just so happens that it's an emerald green color. This name is appropriate. Too appropriate. Neither Yoke nor Green said no. And they couldn't say no, so the name was settled. Then Chen Xianfan realized that this snake, heck, it was especially capable of eating and sleeping. Does it follow whoever hatched it? But 2 zhang long chopsticks thick, a meal can kill half a catty of meat, and 7 or 8 meals a day. Don't call him a ing greenie, just call him gluttony counting balls. What's more, Chen Xianfan had always felt that this snake was a male. As it turned out, his instincts were indeed spot on. A few days later, catching an egg yolk out digging a hole for the outhouse, Chen Xianfan picked up the little snake as soon as he could and carefully identified it with his ever-sharper eyes. A male snake indeed. The egg yolk came back and rushed at Chen Xianfan with a grunt of grief, not knowing if it was grumbling because its daughter-in-law was not a daughter-in-law or because it was grumbling because its daughter-in-law had been looked at by Chen Xianfan. Anyway, the yolk wasn't in a good mood for a few days after that. Until this day, the captain's canine demon came to the barracks from Sangju. The yolk took one look at the others and couldn't walk away. Is this another look? Chen Xianfan scratched his head. The dog pup was small in size, but not small in his desire for a daughter-in-law. Brother, you're only a little more limited than that canine demon's paw. How dare you think that? But there's no rush to be a daughter-in-law. Let's be a master first. The rules of the Jianghu. Once a teacher, always a woman. That I know better than you. Chen Xianfan stroked his chin, his mind spinning with ideas. The next day, he made a table of good wine and food and approached the money and food officer. Chapter 85. The highest courtesy of hospitality is to make dumplings with one's own hands. The sun was setting in the sky and the afterglow of the setting sun was brilliant and dazzling. Brilliant golden sunlight spilled over the top of the short mound at the edge of the barracks, as well as over the body of the demonic dog that sat crouched atop it, illuminating each and every one of the thick ring of hair on the back and neck of the tall canine demon with a brilliant light. It emitted a 7-colored glow. That's because your eyes are blurred. Lu Yiyong, who was forcibly pulled over, looked at Chen Xianfan, who had a look of admiration on his face, in a similarly admiring manner. I was truly surprised that your kid dared to hit his idea onto the captain's demonic dog. It seems that it was me who underestimated you, Grand Master Xianfan. Hey, it's not all for the sake of the child. Chen Xianfan waved his hand repeatedly. My family's egg yolk wants to worship the demonic dog as a master, so I, as a brother, definitely have to help. He didn't dare to say that he still had the idea of finding a wife for his clown dog, so afraid that this overly bold idea would scare Lu Yong to death. Lu Yong had been half scared to death by this bold idea of him trying to make a Huang worship his master. Glancing down into his arms, what came into view was a pair of black pea dog eyes, and his trademark groundhog, and a row of small, rice-sized puppy teeth bared. Look used to it also can't say the word smooth ugly. And what the hell is that thing on your head? The green was so green it was reflecting the light out of the dog's fur. And yo, it moved. Hey, nice guy. It even had a little bit of powder in it. These two colors ride. Desperate life. Lu Yong can be a number of years have not seen such a wonderful match. The last time I saw or when the village's widow Zhang. Look at his father's year. Please come to his home to do the matchmaking. That matchmaker, coated with red lips and red face and dark green eyebrows. That matchmaker just wins. And only if she's a little blue in the face. Otherwise she wouldn't necessarily be able to match this pile on the dog's head. My family's egg yolk's godson. Gluttony snake. Chen Xianfan smiled, extending his finger and gently tapping it on the snake's head. Come, little green. Give your grandpa a greeting. Don't Moncler outlet store me. I can't afford it. Lu Yong waved his hand repeatedly. A little snake nephew? I'm sorry. I don't know if it's because all the things Chen Xianfan raises are strange, or if he specializes in picking the strange ones to raise. Look at how long this one has grown, which doesn't look like a good one. Hey, yo, Lu Moncler outlet online is embarrassed. Then let's look at Hua Moncler outlet online. Hua. Chen Xianfan turned his head and was ready to scourge Huashan. Go away if you don't need my help. Huashan made a move to get up and leave. Chen Xianfan hurriedly pulled back. Don't talk about business. Later on, I'll bring the gifts to say hello to the canine demon, and you guys will help me to cover the battlefield. If you find anything wrong, rush over to save me. Didn't you ask the money and food officer and know that this demonic dog won't hurt anyone easily? Huashan frowned in puzzlement and looked skeptically at Chen Xianfan. What are you going to do to it? Why do you still need us to save it? Obviously, he felt that Chen Xianfan had other plans. I don't do anything. I just sent some food and drinks and wanted to teach my family's egg yolk to cultivate. Chen Xianfan was infuriated by his questioning gaze. Master Shan, you think too highly of me. That's a great demon of the 5th rank, even though it's at the beginning stage. But pressing me to death with one claw isn't as simple as a yawn? What would I dare to do to it? What can I do to it? If you really want to do something bad to a canine demon, the next best thing you can do is to slide a shovel over and give your opponent a stuffing. By the way, use the hardest bone on your body to test the sharpness of its teeth. If it's worn, The bacteria it carries might even be able to haunt it back to the stomach. Isn't this quite clear to you? Liu Yang laughed at this. General Red, the captain's canine demon, is a general who has been rewarded by the court. As long as you don't provoke it, it won't hurt people at will. If you let Ah Huang worship it as its master, it might be angry, but it won't be furious. Besides, if you were to completely piss it off, Huashan and I wouldn't be able to save you, so just go without worry. Chen Xianfan thought. Oh, exempt? It's really like that. What exactly are you afraid of? Liu Yang frowned when he saw that after saying so much, he still didn't move anywhere. Afraid it will bite me. Chen Xianfan replied honestly, with General Red's bloody mouth. How could he bite you? Wouldn't it be more economical to swallow it in one bite? Makes sense. Mother ********. You're done with this reasoning. Chen Xianfan was instantly enlightened. Then hurry up and go send a gift to General Hong. Let's go. Liu Yang smiled in satisfaction at the sight and planned to turn around and leave. Hey, don't go. Chen Xianfan gave him a grip. Don't go. You guys watch here. What are you looking at? Liu Yang got impatient. It was hard to end drills early in the day, and I was trying to relax when I was dragged here. He was a rough man, not like General Red, who could appreciate a good view of the setting sun. I'd rather go back and listen to Mao San go sing a little song. Look at me. Chen Xianfan yanked Huashan back as well. Master Shan, Master Yong, in case I get swallowed by the Red General, you guys are well on your way to get the capital to get some soapy water poured into the Red General, so that it can hurry up and spit me out. Liu Yang listened to music, according to your meaning. If you cannot spit out, is not to feed some more Bado? That won't be necessary. Chen Xianfan shook his head. If he turns into a dog poop and pulls it out, let's not talk about whether he can live or not. Where is he going to put his face? I'd rather gamble on another rebirth. I'm going. Hurry up and get snappy. Chen Xianfan held the dog pup in one hand and carried a bamboo basket in the other, bowed and stretched his waist and stretched his neck, lifting his legs high and dropping his feet lightly, and step by step he approached the canine demon on the small hill. These 2 steps made Liu Yang and Huashan look like they wanted to go over and give him a kick. Too much like a thief. Wrap a kerchief around your head and it's more like it. A certain fellow couldn't see himself and thought he was being discreet. Arriving to stand not far in front of the canine demon, Chen Xianfan raised his head and realized that this canine demon Red General was indeed formidable. It squatted as Chen Xianfan stood, and as Chen Xianfan stood towards it, it was surprising that it only reached its chest. A dog bigger than a horse. Dog demon. General dog demon. To put it mildly, this rank is one step above even the capital. Of course the rank of a demon is just a reward given by the court, and cannot really lead an army, so the power is completely incomparable to that of a real general. It's worse than even bopping. The lieutenant. From what Chen Xianfan had learned from the money and food officials, General Red and Captain Bopang were playmates who had grown up together since childhood. When General Red was first born, he was kicked out of the litter by the mother dog that gave birth to him because of his large size. It was General Bopang who picked him up and raised him with goat's milk. So one person and one dog are extremely affectionate. This caused Chen Xianfan to somewhat suspect that there was likely an egg yolk reason why Captain Bopang would have given him that look in the crypt under General Mountain earlier. After all, in a sense, they are somewhat similar. General Hong. Chen Xianfan put down the bamboo basket in his hand and saluted at General Hong. My name is Chen Xianfan. Meet General Hong. In terms of strength the canine demon is a 5th grade great demon, and in terms of merit, it is also a meritorious person who has fought with the demon hunting army in the south and the north. Since the other party protects the peace of the party, it is also appropriate to give a salute. Even if Chen Xianfan didn't claim its favor, the original body still had to. Besides, a gift is a gift, and a gift is a gift. Salute before you can open your mouth. Junior boy, you're disturbing me from watching the sunset. General Red sat still and spoke. As soon as it spoke, Chen Xuanfan's heart went cold. It's over. Nice. Thick baritone. Public. Alas, what a rocky road to love for a dog brother yoke. Chen Xianfan glanced down at the talking clown dog, only to see the puppy cocking its head and baring its teeth, its eyes unblinking as it stared at the tall canine demon before it. An uncontrollable sigh. Hey, don't look brother. The one in front of you will just be a master, not a daughter-in-law. General Hong. I have heard that General Hong is bored of staying in Shangzhou City and is going to our Taotai army for 2 days, so I have prepared some meals and wine, and would like to pay my respects to General Hong, so I hope that the general will not postpone it, and at least reward his face with a taste. Chen Xianfan said, and took the wine and food out from the basket. Braised spare ribs, deep-fried dumplings, crispy fish, ice candy trotters, etc., and a small altar of white plums and snow. These dishes in the front were made by Chen Xianfan, and this jar of wine in the back was exchanged from the money and grain official. General Red's favorite wine is the fragrant but not intoxicating white plum Xingshui. When I was in the city of Sangju, I had to drink one every other day. If it wasn't for the approaching winter solstice, when all the big clans in the city sacrificed their ancestors to the Yin gods, set off fireworks and firecrackers, as well as large and small exorcism spells, which made the Red General, who was a demon after all, feel very noisy, it wouldn't have easily left Sangzhou. Who can say no to a down-home meal paired with a good wine? General Red couldn't help but sniffle, his two front paws moving back and forth for two swaps. His eyes that were half covered by his fur looked at Chen Xianfan and asked, "Partner Chen, why are you treating me to food and drinks? But do you want me to do something for you?" Having raised the pups for not a short period of time, Chen Xianfan knew that there was something in the air as soon as he took a look at General Red's movements. And this Red General's temper is really good, since he knows that he is just a cook. Then if it lowers its head and eats and drinks, after eating and drinking it turns its head and flicks its tail and goes away, letting itself be shouted at the back of it, but how it is useless. It's more preachy than some to even ask about it now. So he hurriedly laughed and said, "General Hong is polite. You are the captain's companion. I am a soldier under the captain. It is proper to honor you with a meal of wine and food. Come, I'll pour the wine for you," Chen Xianfan said as he was about to take the bowl out. "No, I have." The Red General, however, stopped it with a lift of his paw. Beneath the thick, long fur on its chest, it hid a golden bell. It touched the bell with the tip of its paw. With a ding sound, a golden basin appeared at Chen Xuanfan's feet. General Red pointed. "Pour here." "Okay, bring your own bowls and chopsticks. You are really sophisticated." An altar of plum blossom wins the snow. All poured in, but only filled the bottom of a basin. Luckily, Chen Xianfan had prepared for this, or else this would have been embarrassing. He finished pouring all the wine from one altar, put the altar to the side, and laughed. "This is just the bottom first. I still have it here." Saying this, he pulled out another 8 calf-high large wine altars from his storage bag, but then 7 of them were put back in, and in the end only 1 altar remained. Tapped the seal off and filled the Red Admiral. "General, please, thanks a lot." The Red General looked at him and nodded. Then not squatting for sitting, he cupped the copper basin in his 2 front paws and took 2 sips. "Well, the wine was good. Then you can taste the dishes again," Chen Xianfan urged attentively. The Red General nodded again, switched the wine bowl to his left paw, and with a flash of his right paw, revealing 2 sharp fingertips, he used them as chopsticks, picked up a piece of braised pork ribs, and put it into his mouth. Chen Xianfan realized that although its claws were in the form of a dog's paw, they were as flexible as a human hand. Well, the flavor of the braised pork ribs pleased General Red, and it couldn't help but let out an and nod. "Smells good. It's good that General Hong likes it. Then try this crispy little fish. It's best with wine." Chen Xianfan immediately followed. "With wine? Good." General Red nodded again, and like Chen Xianfan had said, he took a sip of wine and swallowed it before chucking a small fish into his mouth. The small fish was marinated. The wine was not too strong. The slightly pungent spiciness had just passed, and the mouth was fresh and flavorful again, and it was really tasty. General Red nodded his head once again and laughed. "I'm afraid that if I eat with this touch, I'll be missing several bites." After saying this then surprisingly reduced its size to half its size before proceeding to savor it again. Chen Xianfan stared in disbelief. It could still operate like this? Is this the fabled saying that a pizza cut into 8 pieces is just right and 12 pieces is too many to eat? Hi, really hi. General Red was drinking wine and eating vegetables in a beautiful manner, and Chen Xianfan just watched from the side, saying a couple of funny words every now and then. After a while, General Hong saw that the food was almost done and said, "Cook Chen, if you need me to do something for you, just say so. Otherwise, after this dish is eaten and the wine is drunk, and the evening sun has cleared, I should go back." "Then will the general come back tomorrow to see the setting sun again?" Chen Xianfan asked. General Red gave him a look. "If the sky is clear, come, then I'll just bring the wine and dishes and wait here for General to come back again." Chen Xianfan laughed sagely. "How can one treat General to 1 meal of wine and dishes and then make a request? How can you ask for a few more meals before you have the nerve to ask? Ha ha, you're an interesting person. This mortal spirit meat may be nothing to me. To you, an ordinary soldier, I'm afraid it's not a small expense. A few more treats and you should be selling qi replenishing pills in the black market." General Red smiled and looked at Chen Xianfan, his eyes flickering. "You're doing this so that I'll teach the demonic cultivation technique to the little dog in your arms, aren't you?" I don't dare to deceive the general. Xianfan does have this intention. This is my brother, Huang, and I believe that the general can also see that it admires the general's valor. I have the intention of letting it get close to general, and it would be even better if it could pay homage." Chen Xuanfan's face showed a coy and well-behaved expression, and a few moments of embarrassment. All people have the heart to love their children. Although A Huang is my dog brother, it was raised by me, and I agreed to all of it if it wanted to raise a small snake as its godson, so it wants to cultivate. I also have the intention to fulfill it. That's why I have the cheek to come and find General Shang. Then even more embarrassed, he smiled at General Huang and added, it's just that I think it's just some wine and food. A little too out of hand. So I'm still thinking of letting the general eat a few more times, so I can open my mouth and ask to see if you can oblige then. Well, you're a man. Truthful and heartfelt. General Red stared at him for a while, then looked at the clown dog he was holding in his arms, and a little bit of powder probing out of the pile of emerald green on the dog's head, and couldn't help but contemplate for a moment, and then finally nodded and said, that's fine. I'll take this doggy. You'll send it to my place tomorrow, and then pick it up again at night. Many thanks, General. Chen Xianfan was overjoyed at his words. General, in a few days it will be the winter solstice. In order to thank you for taking in my dog brother Huang, I will make dumplings for you to eat tomorrow. The highest right of hospitality for the Laochen family is to make a dumpling with their own hands. Chapter 86, Going to Shangzhou to refine weapons and taste the Jin family's cuisine. Early the next morning, at the crack of dawn, Chen Xianfan was ready to send his dog brothers off to school, with 2 large drawers of buns, specially steamed early in the morning, filled with pork and scallions. Study hard when you get to the teacher's place, you hear me? Filling the freshly cooked hoisin soup into the large altar as well. Chen Xianfan gently kicked the yolk of the egg that was licking the crushed meat and rice porridge in the basin. Al the puppy didn't know anything and thought Chen Xianfan was messing with it, twisting its butt and changing direction to continue eating fragrantly. Green, who was always at the top of his head, was now also poking his head into the dog bowl, picking up chunks of ground meat with precision. This guy just finished his share and followed to mix its godfather's breakfast. Don't you boy give me a grunt. After going to all that trouble to send you there? If you don't learn well, I'll beat the out of you. Chen Xianfan said the same words that his grandfather used to send him to school while stuffing a bun into his mouth. There was a sudden movement outside. The soldiers of the A-team, who had gotten up at sunrise to drill, had already completed the earliest blood-surging drill of the day, and had shuffled back to prepare for breakfast. Seeing that it was almost time, Chen Xianfan finished the bowl of congee, took the dog brothers and Xiaoqing with him, and went to the capital's barracks in the garrison. Found the Red Admiral. As usual, the meal was served first. As the saying goes, the gift that keeps on giving. General Hong did not excuse himself and drank both the bun and the soup in a few mouthfuls. Looking at Chen Xianfan, he nodded and said, Partner Chen, not only does this little dog of yours have a mixed bloodline, but it is also weak and only slightly spiritual. Even if I pass on its cultivation techniques, it may not be able to become a demon in the future. So don't hold out too much hope. Some words should still be said up front. In case Chen Xianfan thought that by handing over the dog pup to it, he would be able to have a great demon to keep him company in the future. I'm afraid that he would be disappointed. Demon cultivation puts more emphasis on bloodline and cultivation qualifications. The human race cultivates without bloodline inheritance and family blessing, and also has extraordinary qualifications. Even without qualifications there is still spirit left. The human race that was born with spiritual wisdom always had some extremely intelligent people who could think of ways to break the established rules and confinements, creating possibilities in the impossible, breaking out a path for themselves and their descendants. It's none of these, and not smart enough in the head, and there's still the same hard work that makes up for it. If hard work can't save you, you can end up bumping into fairy fate. This is because the ancestors of the human race were keen on leaving their descendants a legacy. It's like a hunter who likes to lay a snare, and if you have a heart that wants to practice, that's where you run to, and you always step on one. If you can't guess any of them, then you are doomed to have no connection with Qingfu, and have a part in the red dust. So honestly, go home and be an ordinary person. The path of cultivation is not for you. You people are very interesting. If you reach the point where you are about to die, you will try to find a way to leave the proceeds of your cultivation, and all that you have, to your descendants. General Red gestured for Chen Xianfan to place the yoke on the ground and said, later on, demons also followed the example of your ancestors to pass on their inheritance. Unfortunately, we don't have as many means as you do, so we sealed our cultivation techniques within our bloodline to ensure the inheritance. Demons do not have the same unique conditions as people. They want to take the road of cultivation. They have to do everything possible to open the spirit of wisdom, or by instinctively devouring heavenly materials and treasures to stimulate the bloodline in the body to obtain the basic cultivation method. Thereafter, one would have to continuously retrace and refine the bloodline to obtain higher level techniques. This is also the reason why snake demon cultivation has to transform into a python, a scaly dragon and then a dragon. because only in this way can one obtain higher ranking techniques and have more powerful cultivation in mana. Legend has it that this is the cultivation method passed down by the ancestral dragon, giving the world's snake species a path to cultivation. After that, many demon gods followed suit, which led to the later demon race, and the demons on Earth. The Red General followed the Captain Ba Pang, and the fact that it could become a great demon in just a few decades showed that it was extraordinary. It used the simplest and most direct way to make Qin Xianfan understand how difficult it would be if he wanted the little pup to achieve something in the future. Then even more bluntly, he said to Qin Xianfan, "The top canine demons, which ones have existed throughout the ages. You should also know, I didn't sense any of them from within the body of the egg yolk. Therefore, I can only teach it the most basic techniques first. As for the future, it will depend on its destiny." Ah, Qin Xianfan thought to himself, I harbor a dream of finding a good master for my child, and this has not even begun to learn. And then I am told that our child's qualifications are poor. Nice guy. I'm looking for which college my dog brother can get into. As a result, other teachers told, you think too much. The child will be lucky to graduate from elementary school. General, is there no other way? Qin Xianfan asked, looking hopefully at General Red like any parent who was looking forward to their son's success. General Red shook his head. Qin Xianfan was very disappointed. The egg yolk in his arms didn't understand the conversation between the two, but it seemed to be really very spiritual. It sensed something from Qin Xianfan's emotions, raising its head and sticking out its little tongue to lick his face. The little green on the dog's head, hidden in its fur, also poked out its triangular-shaped head, and then raised its head high and spat out a provocative snake letter at General Red. Little green nephew. Stop it. Qin Xianfan hurriedly pinched little Qing's neck to pull him back. Mother asterisk 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 her. You're an ordinary little raggedy snake. How dare you go and provoke a big demon? Is it because you are ugly and want to be reincarnated? Gee, when you think about it like that, it's kind of possible. But Qin Xianfan decisively stopped Xiao Qing from doing so. Already being the godson of a dog brother, how could he just die? Is that a yellow dog sending a green snake? The doggies will be sad. General, I understand what you mean. I don't expect the egg yolk to have much success in the future. It's good for it to be on the path of cultivation and be able to spend some more time with me. Qin Xianfan said seriously. An ordinary dog lives only a decade or so, and a well-served one lives only 20 or 30 years. If he could follow General Red and cultivate into a demon, even if he only became a spirit, he would be able to live for at least 20 years. Qin Xianfan thought to himself that if he got some more good stuff to feed it, there might not be no way to raise the egg yolk to an aeon. An armor is 60 years. In addition to cultivation techniques and chance, longevity was an important factor in whether or not a demon could have greater cultivation achievements. The longer one lived relatively speaking, the higher the cultivation mana would be, the more one would be able to continuously refine the bloodline, and the more likely one would be able to obtain high-level cultivation techniques. At this moment, General Red couldn't feel the top canine demon bloodline in the egg yolk. It didn't mean that it wasn't there yet after refining it in the future. The big deal is that when you become a Godao Heavenly Father, you will carry the dog in your arms when you ascend. What's more, Qin Xianfan felt from the bottom of his heart that his own egg yolk couldn't possibly be an ordinary dog pup. What ordinary doggy could be as spiritual as his yolk? What kind of ordinary doggy can eat everything in its stomach so vigorously and still be fine? So it was likely that General Red's cultivation was so low that he couldn't see the extraordinary nature of his family's yolk. Besides, if you take a step back, so what if the kid doesn't work out? The big deal is to rob it. If we could catch a tengu and ask for a drop of its blood, wouldn't we have everything? The newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Qin Xianfan, who doesn't know anything, is a real tiger. His own dog brother's spiritual wisdom hadn't even been opened yet, and he was thinking of robbing the blood of the tengu, not afraid that the drop of blood would drown the yolk. Seeing Qin Xianfan say this, a hint of a pleased smile appeared on General Red's dog-haired thick face, and in his eyes, as he nodded his head and said, "Go on then, and leave the egg yolk behind. I'll teach it the method of heavenly dog barking at the sun and worshipping the moon. You go back and prepare more good things for it to eat. Demon race cultivation needs blood food even more." "Yes, many thanks, General." Qin Xianfan saluted again before bending down and placing the yolk on the ground. "Turn around and walk away quickly." Woof woof. Yolk tried to chase after him from behind, and just as he jumped up, he was peeled back by a single large paw. The egg yolk was pickpocketed and rolled on the ground a few times, but it got up with a grunt and still attempted to go after Qin Xianfan. Seeing this, General Red shrunk in size and lowered his head to let out a whimper unique to canines from his throat. The yolk went quiet and gave it a crooked look. General Red, woo. Woof woof. Egg yolk immediately wagged its tail and crouched down to sit, obediently spitting out its little tongue at General Red. General Red's eyes flashed with a look of satisfaction. And then he caught sight of the small snake coiled up on Egg Yolk's head, probing at him. Just now, the little pup rolled on the ground a few times, and this little green snake didn't even fall. Looking up, Chen Xianfan had long since disappeared. After an instant of silence, General Red let out another "oh," and so be it, since it stays. Although he himself could not know the techniques of snake cultivation, but the basic techniques of demonic cultivation were not too different, so there was no harm in following along together. Good lord, it's fortunate that I walked fast. Chen Xianfan stopped in front of the barracks gate of the seaward camp and wiped his sweat. A glance backward showed that the Red Admiral really wasn't coming after him. On this journey he had condensed all his mana and true essence into the tips of his feet, prancing and leaping, and running back in one breath. I was afraid that General Red would send the little green snake back to him. This one sheep is a release. 2 sheep is also a drive. One thing does not bother 2 masters. Simply teach them all. As far as the looks of this little green snake in their house was concerned, it wasn't something that could grow out of an ordinary snake. Chen Xianfan pondered that since people said that those who were born extraordinary would have visions, this dog brother and snake nephew of his could definitely have a great creation. Besides, can you be raised by a traveler like yourself without a great creation? Well, although General Red's eyesight may be a bit poor, it certainly has no problem teaching the little cubs. Then, let it teach first. Chen Xianfan carried his hands behind his back, smug. Even already, like all parents who look forward to their children's success, they are dreaming of a beautiful dream of the dog god opening the way and the snake god protecting their bodies in the future. Just before he could think about the future dog gods and snake gods, how big they all had to be powerful enough, he was awakened by Lu Yong's voice. Chen Xianfan, what are you thinking about? Lu Yong shouted. And seeing that Chen Xianfan was just giggling and not responding, he shouted again loudly. Ha! Oh, only then did Chen Xianfan return to his senses and shook his head. Didn't think anything of it. You called me for something? Well, there's something. Lu Yong didn't pursue the matter but said, this is for you. You go to Xiangzhou with Huashan and young Master Jin and the others. Go to the heavenly workshop and send the python dragon rib bone to be refined. Saying so, he shoved the palm-sized bamboo tag into Chen Xuanfan's hand. What is this? Chen Xianfan received it in his hands and only felt that it was quite weighty in his hands. Not like ordinary bamboo. There was a special rune on it. A token from Tian Gongfeng. The school captain just gave it to me. Lu Yang patted his shoulder and said, go quickly. It's near the winter solstice. Tian Gongfeng closes earlier than usual. Don't worry. Closing even earlier has to be when the sun is about to set. It's only half a morning yet. Chen Xianfan put the bamboo license plate into his storage bag. He asked, how come young Master Jin Huashan and I still have to go together? It's just one thing. Do you need 3 people? It was for you and Huashan to go together. But young Master Jin wanted to take a trip home, so I let him go with you as well. Lu Yang said. The old custom of the demon hunting army is that around the day before and after the winter solstice, prospective new pawns are allowed to take a day off to return home. According to the custom, next year's spring plowing is the first time the demon hunting army Seaward Battalion will be stationed out of camp. So before that, there is a day's leave to return home to see relatives. But this one-day vacation is certainly not enough for a round trip for soldiers whose homes are far away. Having it is also the same as not having it. So this was supposed to be a face-saver for the county and state lineage. I guess young Master Jin couldn't wipe his face, so Lu Yang simply arranged for him to be on this business trip as well. A few moments later, the 3 of them rode to Xiangzhou City. That's good. I'll also taste how the food of the Jin family in Xiangzhou is. Chen Xianfan turned back on his horse and smiled at young Master Jin and Huashan. Humph. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Young Master Jin hummed somewhat self-deprecatingly. My father is an eccentric person. When he sees me, he might not even have a bowl of hot tea. Then why are you going back? Chen Xianfan didn't feel strange when he heard this. He only felt puzzled. In my last life, I was well informed and saw too much. How strange is this relationship between parents and children? Being a son or daughter is not an option. Being a parent does not require a test. This means that there is a 100% chance that there is a conflict between the 2 parties. If it gets to the point where you can't empathize with each other, you just have to try to do it without hurting each other. Young Master Jin also seemed to be a young man who could take what he could get, with a decent character and even some cleanliness, and Chen Xianfan had heard a little about what happened between him and his father. So, is this a deliberate attempt to go back and give father a hard time? Could it be that it's rebellion time and you want to be a bear? 3 days before the winter solstice. Today, was the day my mother gave birth to me. She suffered a great deal at the time and fell ill. Young Master Jin sighed. I want to go back to see her. It's rare for a son to remember to go home to see his mother on his birthday, despite being treated coldly by his father. I wonder what kind of strange person young Master Jin's father, the Jin family lord, was to have 2 very different attitudes and treatments towards his 2 sons. Our young Master Jean is a filial son. Chen Xianfan gave young Master Jean a thumbs up. Young Master Jean sneered. Have you ever seen a filial son who was disliked by his father? Chen Xianfan laughed and said, regardless of what others think, I think you are a filial son anyway. I think you are too. Horsham followed. Chapter 87, A True Warrior's Heart Should Be Free. The three of them first went to the heavenly workshop and handed the python dragon rib and bamboo token to the workshop steward, getting the other token for the return receipt. 1 month later, with this token, come and pick up the refined team flag. Chen Xianfan was uneasy and asked one more time if this python dragon rib had been boiled. Would it have any effect on the refining of the weapon? The knowledgeable steward of the heavenly workshop laughed and said that it might not be a bad thing. He had already experienced the python's ribcage, and the spirit on it had not been lost, so it would not be affected. Only then did Chen Xianfan feel completely at ease. Then he and Huashan, both of them, followed young Master Jean to the Jean family. He was welcomed in and met young Master Kim's older brother first, Kim Fengchun. At first hearing this name, Chen Xianfan felt a tightness in the back of his head. Young master, allow us to ask, your elder brother's name. It wouldn't be the same name your father gave him, right? He found an opening and asked young Master Jean in a low voice. Poof, is that even true? Chen Xianfan couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Even if the family is no longer concerned about taboos, there is no reason to give two children, one named Fengchun, one named Ruoxue. On the day of spring, the remaining snow melts. Good lord, phasing is used to such an extent, or a curse wouldn't be too much to ask. A father who names his child this way is either or has ulterior motives. Chilling. No, I just don't get it. What is your father doing this for? In order to suppress my chi. I am worried that my destiny will overpower my elder brother and bring trouble to the family. Ha? Is there such a thing? Chen Xianfan couldn't help but pull out his ears, suspecting that he had heard wrong. Wouldn't it be a great boost to the family if their own son had a future? How can you bring disaster to your family? He wanted to ask two more questions when young Master Jin's elder brother returned and smiled apologetically at young Master Jin. Second brother. Father said he has something to do, so you can go and meet mother first. He will meet you again at mealtime. Chen Xianfan couldn't help but narrow his eyes behind young Master Jin. Half a year away from home, the son came back. Want to see his father's still brother to send a message is outrageous enough, but this is good. The answer is still not to see? Young Master Jin, however, had long been accustomed to the expected calmness, and said with a faint smile, Big brother, go about your business. I will take these two fellow soldiers of mine to have met mother. Good. Seeing that he wasn't angry, Jin Fengchun breathed a sigh of relief as he smiled somewhat hastily at Chen Xianfan as well as Huashan, cupping his fists and arching his hand as he left. Your relationship with your big brother looks quite good? Chen Xianfan once again couldn't help but say curiously. I was originally on better terms with big brother. Young Master Jin raised an eyebrow and hummed. It's just that big brother was scolded by father more and more, and gradually didn't dare to be too nice to me. If it was when I was a child, I brought a friend back. Big brother would definitely want to have a good conversation with the person, ask about the family's preferences, and then have someone send us the refreshments and fun things we love to eat, and would also personally go and arrange for the meals we want to eat. It would not be like now, when it is just a few dry words, and then the hospitality tea is served and that is the end of it. Polite and courteous but a little less intimate in it. It's all the man's fault. TSK. Chen Xianfan staggered and shook his head, secretly saying that the Jin family lord was 80% having an enmity with his sons, so he couldn't see them as good. Originally, young Master Jin's qualification was much better than his elder brother. Just now he saw that although Jin Fengchuan's footsteps were calm and steady and his blood chi was full, he showed some signs of weakness and unsteadiness. Obviously he had taken too many tonic and hypnotic tonics, and even then he had only just entered the inner exercise realm. It's nowhere near as solid as young Master Kim's foundation, but the temper is good. Look is also elegant and gentle gentleman. The family raised out of the sun, but also have a few temperament. It just seems a bit lukewarm. I'm afraid it's more conservative than aggressive. Perhaps young Master Jin's father had seen this, and that was why he had been suppressing this youngest son, fearing that he would rob what originally belonged to his elder brother. A few moments later, the three of them arrived at the inner mansion to meet young Master Jin's mother. A kind, middle-aged, beautiful woman with a somewhat pale and soft face spoke in a gentle and soft manner. Seeing her, I can see why young Master Kim has grown so good-looking. Mother and son look very much alike. Mrs. Jin's eyes reddened at the sight of young Master Jin, and her heart and eyes were full of him. She heard that Huashan and Chen Xianfan were young Master Jin's comrades and treated them very kindly. He ordered people to serve tea and fruit snacks, and asked what he liked to eat, so that the people below could prepare the meal. It was exactly what Chen Xianfan wanted his mother to look like when he was a child. This made him breed a bit of envy and jealousy towards young Master Jean, but when he thought about the bad father of the Jean family head, he balanced out again. Chen Xianfan and Huashan ate tea and fruits at the side, listening to young Master Jean and his mother talk. Occasionally, they interjected to help young Master Jean corroborate that he was doing well in the barracks, saying that with his brothers taking care of each other, there was no need for Madame to worry too much. Mrs. Jin's tears were welling up in her eyes, but she refused to shed them in front of her son, and after speaking for a while, she took young Master Jin's hand and said to Chen Xianfan and Huashan, "Since you're all fellow robes, and you're going to be born to die together in the future, there are some things that I'm not afraid to say to you to make a joke of them." Huashan got up, intervened and bowed and saluted. "Just say it, ma'am. We'll listen. We don't dare to laugh." Chen Xianfan hurriedly followed suit. "Good." The two Langjans quickly sit down. Mrs. Jean raised her hand to give the two of them a hand and said, "I'm sure you all know that Donger's father was determined to think that he would take over his elder brother's family business, so he treated him very thinly, and treated him harshly when he was a child. I was afraid that he would be unfavorable to Donger, so I sent the child to my parents' home." She looked at young Master Jean with an apologetic look, sighed and said, "So this child has been raised in his grandparents since he was a child. Although there are grandparents to protect, but after all, it is not in their own home. My brothers and many heirs, he as a small child has to protect their own, and this has developed a somewhat bad temperament, but his heart is good. You do not because of this will not be pleased with him." Chen Xianfan glanced at young Master Jean, who kept his head down and did not speak, and felt that his current well-behaved appearance was somewhat familiar, so he could not help but feel his buttocks tingling a bit, so he rubbed himself on the chair. Then without waiting for Huashan to open his mouth, he waved his hand and said with a cheeky smile, "Ma'am, how can you say that? Little Dongzi's temperament is indeed bad, snarky and disagreeable, but don't worry, we definitely won't dislike him. Pretend to be good. Let you pretend. You can't talk back if you're not bullied. When are you going to be bullied? Ha, cool." Saying that, he glanced at young Master Jean and saw that the other party was indeed stealing glances at him, which made it even better. His mouth cracked open, and in Mrs. Jin's astonished eyes, he continued, "Also, there's a mastershire in our A-team who looks at young Master Jean and keeps saying that if he marries a daughter-in-law like young Master Jean, his family's ancestors' graves will smoke." "Ah, there's such a thing? I unexpectedly didn't know that my home, Donger, was so likable." Chen Xianfan was babbling nonsense, but Mrs. Jean wasn't angry at all. On the contrary, it was like she was happy to hear it, and she couldn't hide the smile on her face. Huashan couldn't help but look at Chen Xianfan with some admiration in his eyes. This is where you guys don't move." Chen Xianfan wiggled his feet a bit smugly. "Is there any loving mother in this world who doesn't like to hear others praise their children? No." Although Chen Xuanfan's words just now were a bit comical, it was this kind of compliment that made it seem real, which was why Mrs. Jean was happy to hear it, because no falsely flattering person would speak in such a damaging and cheap way. At this instant, Mrs. Jin's impression of Chen Xianfan was too good to be true, and when she spoke, she heard that he had also raised a puppy as a brother, so she had her maid go and tell the steward to go and buy a couple of Highland spirit cow's bones to come back, so that Chen Xianfan could bring them with him when he left, to sharpen the teeth of Chen Xuanfan's dog brother. The Highland spirit ox was a true spirit beast now, even though it was of the lowest rank. Of course, it wasn't too expensive if it was just bones, because the most expensive parts of this spirit ox were the pair of horns on top of its head, its spine and its heart. So Chen Xianfan accepted it with a playful smile and a wink, cupping his fists. "Many thanks, ma'am." He was already good-looking. Smile is more pleasing to the eye. Mrs. Jean see him like this is not false, thinking that his and son relationship is indeed close, cannot help but more happy a few points. Taking another look at Huashan, who was steady and had an extraordinary temperament, she patted young Master Jin's hand in relief and said, "My son, you've befriended such a fellow soldier in the demon-hunting army, and as mother sees it, it's even better than going to the sect. Auntie, I think it's great too. It would have been nice if this trip to Kim's house had just ended. Unfortunately, by lunchtime, Chen Xianfan and Huashan finally met that Jean family head, and a real taste of what it means to have a hard time eating. The father who picks his son's nose and eyes. Chen Xianfan has really seen. There are quite a few old sons who dislike their sons, but that is a father's dislike of his son, and dislike is above a father's love. The dislike of the Jean family head, on the other hand, was very genuine. What kind of fatherly love is this? Fatherly love like a landslide can't even catch up. It has to be fatherly love like a flash flood. The coldness and defensiveness in his eyes was obvious to anyone, especially after knowing that young Master Jean had also reached the internal practice realm and practiced a trace of qi. His face looked as bad as if he had died as an ugly father. Knowing that it was his son who had advanced in cultivation, Those who didn't know thought that his son, who had advanced in cultivation, was the enemy old Wang's. Although, it is a little bit sorry for young Master Jean, Chen Xianfan really suspected so. However, when one thought about the means of determining the bloodline of the lineage of the world family, and the few resemblances between young Master Jin's eyebrows and the Jean family head, this suspicion was dispelled. After finishing the meal with great difficulty, the three of them accompanied Mrs. Jean to talk for a while, and it was time to say goodbye. On his way out, young Master Jean took out a few drawers of buns, a jar of sauerkraut, and some bacon made from mortal spirit pigs. They are all produced by the kitchen of the C-Word Battalion's A-Word team, and their taste is absolutely guaranteed. It was a gift from him to his mother. Ho, little donger, that gift of yours looks familiar to me? Why did you take it out only after you left? On the way back, Chen Xianfan rode his horse and caught up with young Master Jean and asked, "Is there any need to ask? I'm afraid you'll take the opportunity to claim credit." Young Master Jean glared at him. "Don't call me by my nickname Donger again. Winter?" "I didn't shout wow. What I shouted was little Donger." Chen Xianfan laughed cheaply. "Master Shan, you also shout to hear it. I think the name Little Donger is particularly good. Little Winter is not allowed either." "Well," Hua Shan nodded. "Little Donger, it does sound quite good. Young Master Kim, ha ha, 2 against 1. We won this round." Chen Xianfan laughed. "I say, little Donger, what's going on with that father of yours? I feel like the way he looks at you is a bit creepy." "Creepy is right." Chen Xianfan asking it out so graciously made young Master Jean feel that there was nothing he could hide or not say, and said in a cold voice, "My maternal grandfather once told me that I was supposed to be born on the day of the winter solstice. But his father intervened in the hour of his birth because he was worried that his winter solstice birth was too good for his older brother to suppress. In order to prevent him from being born on the winter solstice, he deliberately had his mother given medicine to induce labor, which caused her to fall ill. The medicine was used in haste, the medicine in fierce. Mrs. Jean thus injured the vital energy, has not been able to heal, and even a chi cultivation are scattered half. How else would the Jean family be willing to allow young Master Jean to grow up in his foreign home? It's still not justified." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Xianfan was so shocked that he almost didn't sit still on his horse. No, why on earth did he do that? For the sake of his so-called family legacy and continuity. Young Master Jin's words were filled with mockery. "My father is the first eldest son. He has a blood brother who has been outstanding since he was young and reached the 7th rank of the martial Dao at the age of 18. Although he had no intention of inheriting the family business, my grandfather was intent on splitting the family business into 2. Later on, this uncle of mine went to the clan to worship the master, and only then did the family subside. So the brothers Jean Fengchun and Jean Ruoxue were the replicas of the Jean family head and his brother. What for the sake of the family's continuity and legacy, in Chen Xuanfan's opinion, was that the Jean family master had inflicted his dissatisfaction and hatred towards his own brother on young Master Jean. It's simply ridiculous. Then why is he treating you like this? Why not let you be like your uncle and worship in the clan away from the family? If you achieve something, you will also be a family booster in the future." Hua Shan asks with a puzzled frown. It's the way he said it that is the most common choice in the family. Instead, it was like the Jean family head, who hated to crush his excellent son firmly under his eldest son, because then my elder brother would be as much criticized as he is. And if I have a high cultivation level, I am bound to meet opponents and enemies with the same cultivation level. Those people are the ones who will cause trouble for the family if I do. That's why he would rather I live a mediocre life or a short life." Young Master Jean smiled sparingly and shook his head. "My father, he doesn't even understand until now. If it wasn't for my uncle, the Jean family would have been defeated long ago. The strongest of the great Tang were honored. And how foolish it was to spend one's mind counting on something other than cultivation strength. So he was stupid to get into it with a stupid old man, too. Tisk." Chen Xianfan sighed. The words were so, but that was after all the man you called a father. The flavor of this is something that can only be understood by the individual. Ah, forget it. Chen Xianfan waved his horsewhip and said, "Little Donger, although your mother loves you very much, making a certain family very slightly envious and jealous, but seeing as it's unfortunate that you've been targeted so much by your father, Chen Gang leader will go back and make you a birthday cake for your birthday." He had received Mrs. Jin's Highland Spirit cow's big bones, and he should give something back. Not only is there a birthday cake, but there are also white, chubby birthday peaches. For birthdays, of course, you have to have birthday peaches and cake. Eggs, no shortage of milk. Just build a grill. The oven is also good to base. The C-Word Battalion's mess hall someone will. Chen Xianfan went over to force pull the strong man. The tiring job of whipping cream can be used by Xiong Zhengzhang, Xu Guang and the 3 of them. The smell of baked cake is too strong. The other soldiers of the A-team, they have never smelled such a sweet flavor, and their saliva flowed onto their chests. Eat in the mouth is even better. Fragrant and soft, especially the top layer of cream. Bite up the sole or floating. Huashan and Cui Ji were both a bit surprised that Chen Xianfan could make such exquisite things, which they had only eaten a few times. The soldiers are drooling up to their feet and have asked to have their birthdays as well. Birthdays have to be made up when they're over. Only Xiong Jingzhang is inside a dozen soldiers. Only know what year and month they were born, but do not know what day. It's good to do. Chen Xianfan waved his hand and said, "Don't know your birth date? Then just pick your own favorite day." A great man should be spontaneous. For the next little while, the sounds of the drills and the smell of cake from the A-team of the C-team battalion didn't stop. 2 months. In a flash. It's time for spring plowing. The place where Chen Xianfan and the others would be stationed for their first official camp out was also determined. Chapter 88, Spring Thunder Rings. Demon Hunters, out of the barracks, running to all sides. The Seaward Battalion RAC team is going to Chui Zhezhuang in Qinghe County. A most peaceful place. Our school captain still cares for our A-team, Louis Young said cheerfully. He had just returned from Xin Shuaz, and had received not only the order to go out of camp, but also the military funds distributed for this trip. Inside the military funds, apart from some money and food, are the necessary supplies to go out of camp for a mission. Everyone will do it together later to share 1 point. Bring a little on all of you. It will save your life at critical moments. Louis Yong took one thing after another out of his storage bag and let the soldiers of the A-ward team receive them in order. Chen Xianfan stretched his neck to take a look and saw incense ash, talisman paper, vermilion sand, willow wood whaling sticks wrapped in yellow paper, thick and thin 2 kinds of twine soaked in some kind of blood, and a small pile of familiar yellow-skinned zucchinis. Good fellow. How come this thing is exactly the same as the gourd used by Wang Jailhead to contain black dog blood mixed with incense ash and vermilion sand when he was in Anyang County? Is this a D-Tang tradition? Or it's possible that what the king's head is doing is spreading from the demon hunters? Other things looked familiar to Chen Xianfan. And on second thought, weren't these the things that Jailer Wang had asked the jailers to prepare when they were dealing with those people in the black cloak? The thicker twine is supposed to have been soaked in donkey blood. Thinner twine is soaked in chicken blood. Needless to say, looking at the weight of the incense ash, it should be taken out from the incense burner of the statue of the god enshrined in whichever popular Daoguan in the city of Shangzhou. Incense ash this thing, the ordinary people prefer to use their own ancestral hall. The critical moment or their own ancestors are more reliable. No problem. Otherwise it is to go to the Taoist temple and ask for it. To say that this temple, but all for God's incense ash can actually be used. But the Buddha is concerned about a wide open door of convenience. Look is also a kind face no temper. And even a sans paved the way straight to the west saying, come to the believers not only to ask for anything, the evil and the good are also able to come. In this way, although the ashes in the incense burner are also the wishes of all beings, they are so refuted and numerous that they are not always usable. So it's not as good as the incense ash in the Taoist temple. How can I say this? There are good and bad people everywhere. In this great Tang, Buddhism and Taoism as a whole have very different temperaments, so you can't say that anyone is inferior to anyone else. Most of the Taoist masters speak as a decisive. Encounter demons and evil spirits. For evil is a heavenly justice. Good can be incorporated on the incorporation. Cannot be incorporated on the criticism of the education after the issuance of a temporary residence permit seems to be a small license plate, which means that this person master took care of. If this thing is evil, you come to me. I personally chopped his hands. Some Taoist masters are still people of nature, doing things only on grudges and feuds right and wrong. Opposite to them is another small group of Taoist masters. See the demon ghosts and monsters, just 3 words, kill kill kill. The Buddhist sect is different. No matter what kind of demons and monsters, when they meet them, they will say, Master, come to our Buddhist sect to play? What? You're not coming? That won't work. You have to come. Are you sure you don't want to come? Look, which one do you like? The magic wand or the Buddha's bowl? Pick one. The poor monk is easy to talk to. Definitely don't just get angry. Monks also like to suppress powerful demons and ghosts, and always suppress them in all places with good feng shui, and then they build monasteries on them to live in. This move has the suspicion of occupying the land, and also for this reason to go and the people of the karma. The Taoist masters were to disturb the cultivation of the very unhappy. It will be halfway up the mountainside home then move to the mountain. Taoist masters who like quietness dive headfirst into the mountains and don't come out, and those who like to be lively are lively with the monks in the city. It's actually quite good. These were all things that Chen Xianfan had heard from the other soldiers, and they all sat together and chatted when they had nothing else to do, opening up a lot of his insights. Louis Yong led back. These incense ash can be more pure than the ones that Wang Jail had casually got, so much piled up together. Walk in can feel a warmth. This stuff is incompatible with the een and has some effect on the residual souls of the brats. Of course, when you run into a big, evil ghost, it's not very useful. Chen Xianfan took another look at the vermilion sand and talisman paper, both of which were also of top quality. The refined vermilion sand shone with a bit of golden light under the sunlight, and when this was melted into water and smeared on his face, he didn't need to be afraid of walking at night. The talisman paper was a little bit worse than the evil warding talisman, but there were enough of them to deal with the little ghosts. When he saw the willowwood wailing rod, Chen Xianfan froze for a moment. This thing looked even more familiar to him. The willowwood that was brought back from Yanglu town was all sent to the money and grain officer for money. It's not just going to turn into these crybabies, is it? Especially the texture. The more you look at it, the more it looks like it. Chen Xianfan has no other skills. Look at his own things. That still has a few eyes. Don't look. This is the half of the willow tree demon's trunk that you brought back. Lu Yang laughed. Your kid can and money and food officer relationship is good. People have a heart. Especially give us something to stay made into a weeping stick. Do not look at this old willow wood. On the market price is not high, but it is very rare. On 100 years of willow, the people are not willing to cut down for fear of heaven's good virtue, and this would because it was struck by lightning, above the residue of a trace of the power of thunder. Used to repel ghosts is simply a weapon. The ones used by the A battalion are not as good as the ones we have here. Hearing him say this, the soldiers of the C-word battalion's A-word team, their hearts immediately rose. The aura was suddenly a bit higher than just a moment ago. Although they didn't dare to say it out in the open, who wouldn't want to compete with the strongest A battalion in the Taotai army? Don't look at just one crybaby stronger than them. That's still strong, isn't it? Lu Yang's sentence has boosted the morale of the army, so it's no wonder he can be the head of the team. After seeing that the soldiers had all pretty much collected and dispersed, Lu Yang stuffed the rest of them into Chen Xuanfan's head and told him to load them up. Xin Shua's storage bag had been in Chen Xuanfan's. He didn't take the initiative to ask for it, and Chen gang leader was too embarrassed to bother Shangguan because of this small matter, so he had to just use it reluctantly. Chen Xianfan put everything away and left the yellow-skinned zucchini behind, opening the lid and smelling it. Well, this is the flavor. It is exactly the same as the flavor of Wang Jailhead who brought him to make blood tofu that day, mixed with black dog blood. Smell it? This is the black dog blood of specially bred black dogs with spirituality. And the blood is very strong. An idle evil spell will break at the slightest touch. Lu Yang saw that Chen Xianfan was interested in what was in the zucchini and said, I've seen it. Chen Xianfan said, when I was in Anyang County, there was an old Qin too, and the black master at his place was a big black dog with spirituality. Your county calls the big black dog Master Black? Lu Yang was a bit surprised to hear this. Not bad. It seems there are people who know what they are doing. How? What does it mean to know things? Chen Xianfan asked curiously. But where ordinary people keep dogs, mostly to watch over their homes, they can't help but end up on the table. Called a black master is a relative. Where there is a reason to eat relatives? Lu Yang said. Here there is also a lecture. People say, I respect people 1 foot. People respect me 1 foot. There is another saying, people's words can be feared. You have heard of it, right? The dog is supposed to be the guardian of the house. You guys still honor it so much. Maybe you can honor a god of protection. There's such a thing? Chen Xianfan froze. Yes, why not? Lu Yang fussed. Do you know who I am talking about in this I respect people 1 foot? People respect me 1 foot? Who is it? Chen Xianfan listened to the clouds not to understand, but felt that it was very powerful. But people, the more uncertain they are, the more they want to hear more. It's God. Raise your head 3 feet and there's a God. Ever heard of that? Those 3 feet are for the gods to honor mortals. So when ordinary people make statues of the gods, the highest is 3 feet of gold. Also, why is it said that people's words can be feared? Do you know? Lu Yang also sold a secret. Chen Xianfan immediately handed the ladder over to his face. Why? Because people's words can talk the ghosts and gods to death, and also can make the ghosts and gods become righteous. Lu Yang laughed. Word of mouth. Crowded. Yin God Yang God. All must have a monument and a plaque and a golden body. The people of your county honored that big black dog. Honored for decades. It died not likely to become a place of grass head god. The so-called monument is actually a temple. The Yin god and the Yang god both live in their own temples, and its temple is personified by a tablet from the time it became a god. It can be a tombstone, or it can be a monument that was hired to have an inscription and other monuments related to him. That's why the land temple is a brick. There is a plaque on the temple door and a golden body inside the temple. Chao Tushin is the local small gods. Protect a side of the people. The official, speaking of the land, is even smaller than the land. But as long as the people do not forget to worship him, it is also a place of peace and stability. All living things seek nothing more than a place to come and a place to go. Chen Xianfan was mesmerized by what he heard and felt that Lu Yong had a point. But then he felt as if something was wrong and suspected that the guy was bull ******* ting him. But there's no proof. So he turned his head and spoke to Hua Shan. Asked, Master Shan, help me listen. Is it true or false what the team is saying? Half true and half false. Hearing Chen Xianfan finish, Hua Shan frowned and pondered for a moment. I can't say it's right, nor can I say it's wrong, because this kind of thing is inherently inconclusive. What do you mean? Chen Xianfan didn't understand. There has always been this legend of the people's hearts and minds sealing the gods with their mouths, but all those who have tried to become gods in this way have failed. Hua Shan said blandly. But then again, there was indeed because the people felt that he had become a Yin god, and the sacrifices continued for 100 years, and then he really did become a Yin god's being. Oh, Chen Xianfan let out an oh, while in reality it was him who was thoroughly confused, then gave up pursuing it. It's even more confusing to ask further questions. People, it's hard to be confused. It's happier to let yourself go. Anyway, he just needed to know that this guy Lu Yong was swindling him. So the next day, Chen Xianfan went to seek revenge on Lu Yong. But when he saw the person, he swallowed his open question. The team was wearing a warm smile on his face, and it looked like he was prepared. This was something that if he was questioned, it was likely that he would get a bunch more information that was even more confusing. Might as well do it differently then. Chen Xuanfan's eyes turned. Frowning at Lu Yong, Team Zhang I want to ask you a question Oh, you ask. Lu Yong had a calm and collected face, not panicking in the slightest. Chen Xianfan asked, last time we went on a mission to kill a fish demon. How come you didn't go to collect the military funds and come back? Lu Yong didn't expect him to ask this, and was just stunned. Don't be team leader. Don't we count the last time we went out of the camp for a mission? Of course, every time you go out of camp on a mission, is it always the same military pay available as yesterday? It's more or less, but it does happen. Then why didn't we have it last time? Chen Xianfan made a puzzled face. Is it possible that you forgot to claim it? Team leader? How can it be? It's the school captain who didn't let me claim it. Lu Yong immediately said. And have you asked the lieutenant? No. So are we losing money? Seems to be. Well, do you want to go to the lieutenant and ask if you can get a little back pay? It's all in the past. Can we still make up for it? And all these military funds are for dealing with ghosts. They're useless against demons. Lu Yong didn't quite want to go to Xin Shua. There's a pit in there. This behavior of looking for backstabbing would definitely upset Xin Shua. Although he had no reason to make things difficult for Lu Yong. He was a lieutenant and could find many excuses to cut a deal with Lu Yong and then beat him up. But when it came to the A-team's military funds, it seemed unreasonable for him, as the team leader, not to step forward. At that time, when they were told to deal with the fish demon, what Xin Shua thought was that when they arrived at the place, they would honestly dig a pit at the edge of the pond, and then divert the water from the pond into the large pit they had dug. When there was no more water in the pond, then they would kill the fish demon. It's the safest way to go, and it's also time-consuming and exhausting. In other words, Xin Shua had also gauged the minds of these new pawns, knowing that they would surely be happy to do so in order to stay outside of the camp, and counting it as a change of place for them to be stationed and drilled. Also, there is an excuse to give them military rations, 2 for the price of 1. But I didn't realize that there would be General Hill behind it. Lu Yong knew all about Xin Shua's thoughts, but he also knew very well that the reason given by Chen Xianfan was a good excuse to demand more military funds. If you have dates or not, you can play 2 shots. What if you do? A little reissue. That's earned. So he was a little stumped. Squadron leader. Wouldn't that be just the thing? What's needed is for the school captain to reissue what we can use this time. Chen Xianfan continued to righteously encourage him. Team leader, think about it. Before and after this spring plowing, the evil demons most often come out to cause trouble, and the ones they drive around can be Fury Chi and ghosts, cinnabar paper and black dog's blood. More of these things are better. When the time comes, in case of an encounter, you can also smash out a peace of mind. You don't want your brothers to miss anything, right? Yeah, right. Lu Yong looked at Chen Xuanfan's eyes are cursing, saying the right thing. Why don't you go? Right you cannot go is to have me to go? Who let me as your mother? Chen Xianfan as unlucky Team Zhang it. Alright, I'll go. Lu Yong gritted his teeth and turned around to find Xin Shua. It's just a big deal to get beat up, and it's not like he hasn't taken it before. For the sake of the A-team, he has to go. When he walked away, Chen Xianfan jumped up high behind him. Humph. Let you bully Master Chen into seeing less. Oops. Cool. Especially when Lu Yong came back with a bruised and swollen face. Chen Xianfan felt even better. Seeing as Team Lu was precisely trying to gain favors for Team A, Captain Chen generously cooked 2 eggs for them. Roll your face to reduce swelling and eat. 2 days later, spring thunder rings, demon hunters, out of the barracks, running to all sides. Chapter 89, Team Zhang, better be careful, better be careful. Qinghe County is in Qinghe County, the largest county outside of the county. The county is bustling with people. Outside of the county good fields and vegetable beds. If Qinghe County is the top priority of Qinghe County, then Shuijiazhuang is the top priority of Qinghe County. There are thousands of miles of fertile soil and thousands of hectares of good land. The grass is lush, the cows are fat and the horses are strong. Qinghe County has 4 treasures: corn, chestnuts, cashmere and hawthorn. These 4 treasures are all centered around the Chui family's output, and the highest quality is produced in the Chui family's output, especially corn. Corn, the people call it millet, or yellow millet. There was a small valley in the Chui family's house, and within the valley there was a plain that was no more than 100 acres in size. And the corn that was produced within it was not only full of grains, but also had a hint of spiritual energy. It was called spiritual rice by the people. Of course, it couldn't be compared to the spiritual rice produced by a real cave and blessed land, but it wasn't too much to call it spiritual rice in the secular world. The corn produced in Shuijiazhuang has a sweet flavor, which not only benefits the spleen and stomach and nourishes the kidney qi, but also removes irritating heat and facilitates urination. It can even be used as a medicinal herb for treating deficiency heat in the spleen and stomach, regurgitation and vomiting and diarrhea of spleen deficiency. It also cures irritable heat and thirst in dry mouth. Among other things, it is said that if you can't urinate, you can be cured by drinking a bowl of millet porridge made from the corn that comes out of the Chui family home. On the way to Shuijiazhuang, between breaks, Lu Yang talked about the benefits of Shuijiazhuang. In the words, there is a big meaning that this time to go to the situation necessary to taste. Team Zhong, I've heard there's another kind of vegetable tofu that's good too. Have you ever eaten it? A soldier asked. What vegetable tofu? That's called small tofu, also known as plug tofu. You can eat it all over in Qinghe County. Mao San picked up the conversation. His family was from Qinghe County, and he hadn't eaten a lot of vegetable tofu since he was a kid. It's actually vegetable porridge, Gosi said from the side. It's not much to eat, having the reality of tofu but taking the form of porridge. It's a common household meal for us country folk because there's not enough food to go around. There's not enough food to go around, and it's the same everywhere. To be able to survive, one has to feed his stomach in different ways. People will find ways to mix mixed grains with vegetables to make fancy to eat. How do you do it? Probably because he had been a cook for a long time, and because he originally liked to fiddle with food. Chen Xianfan was now very interested in the local snack night market of the Great Tang and asked, simple. It's just getting soybeans, greens, and millet and boiling them into a porridge. But you have to soak the soybeans in water for a small half day. Then use a small mill to grind them into bean foam. Then add millet and bean foam in the water and simmer it for a while. Then add chopped leaves of vegetables and sprinkle a little bit of salt on it, Gosi said and licked his lips. Not to mention, I haven't eaten it for half a year. I still miss it. Cook. How about having vegetable tofu for breakfast tomorrow? Wait until we've eaten yours in Qinghe County, after I've tasted it. Chen Xianfan said in his heart, just listening to what you say about how to make it, do you think I'm the god of food? This is not going to look good if it flips over. Although it sounds quite simple, it's not easy to make this kind of food as simple as it is to make. That's fine. When we get to Qinghe County, we'll have a meal of vegetable tofu first. I've had it once before, and it's much more sophisticated than what Gosi said. It has hemp, peanuts, fennel and pepper. It would be nice to have a bowl of it at this cold spring time, Lu Yang said. He came to Clearwater County. The places where the demon hunters were stationed out of camp were basically fixed. Choi is one of them. With 6 counties and cities in Xiangzhou, there were 3 battalions and 6 squads in Xiangzhou's Taotai army, which seemed to be divided into exactly 6 important locations within the 6 counties to be stationed, with 1 squad of soldiers in one place. However, this is not actually the case. Captain Ba Pang was of course with his personal guards, sitting in the top priority city of Xiangzhou. The remaining 3 lieutenants, on the other hand, were each stationed in a county city with 3 of the lieutenants' personal guards. The 3 squads of the A battalion were stationed on the left side of each of the 3 remaining county towns. The remaining soldiers of the B and C ward battalions, 6 teams in all, then went to garrison other places of relative importance in each of the 6 counties. In this way, the overall stability of Sangju can be ensured. The Taotai army was in the open. The Vermilion Bird army was in the shadows. And there was also a group of Xuanwu army within the prison within the city of Xiangzhou, a force that would also assist in the defense of Xiangzhou when necessary. The strongest of the captain's personal guards were no less powerful than a lieutenant like Xin Shuo. so the city of Xiangzhou could be said to be solid as gold. When a lieutenant was promoted to captain, he would select a group of trusted soldiers in the army to serve as his personal guards. Being a captain was already the head of an army, and a figure who could have a military flag on his side when the army was in battle. He could command the battlefield, so the court allowed the captain to have a personal guard to escort his safety. The number of people should be within 18. This is one of the ways out for the common soldiers. There were those who followed the captains all the way up to generals. So on the way, someone joked with Liu Yang, "Captain, when you get promoted to captain, how about letting me be your personal guard?" "Sure, why not, but it has to wait until I become a school lieutenant first." Liu Yang waved his hand and laughed. After resting for a few moments and drinking some water and eating something, the soldiers of the A-team continued to rush towards Qinghe County. In the middle of this day they will not rest again. It was not until the evening before the sun was almost down that they would find a place to set up camp. This time, the road was a bit long, and they had to catch up 2 days' worth of road in a hasty march before they could reach Cuijiazhuang in Qinghe County within the stipulated 3 days. Chen Xianfan didn't have a carriage to sit in this time, so he carried his dog brothers in his arms and brought Xiong Zhengzhang Zhu Guang and the others, running along behind the large troop. Although the rush was tiring, it was completely within the acceptable range for the A-team that was used to intense drills. There was even room for gags and jokes and chats while running forward. Mao San's physical strength is relatively weak. Even Zhu Guang is somewhat inferior. However, this guy is a chatterbox, running with his tongue sticking out. He still didn't forget to shout to Chen Xianfan behind him, "Cops, when can we ride out of the camp like the A battalion?" Chen Xianfan grunted. "If you ask me, who am I going to ask? I know." Shi Daijuan, who was also in the back half of the group, turned around and said at the sound of his voice, "When the entire group of soldiers has entered the peak of the 8th grade of internal training, they will be able to go to the money and grain officer and ask for it." "How do you know?" "Guessing," Shi Daijuan shouted. "Can't you see that one of the weakest pawns in the armor camp is at the 8th rank of the martial Dao?" "Good guess. Well reasoned. Next time don't guess." Although Chen Xianfan didn't know what the standard was for soldiers to be assigned horses, he could be sure that Shi Daijuan was incorrect, because that standard is hard to meet. The qualifications of the soldiers were different, and it would take different amounts of time for more than 100 of them to reach the 8th rank. Moreover, some of them might not have the chance to enter the 8th rank in their entire lives. Or, maybe Stajan was right and was thinking about himself incorrectly. Chen Xianfan walked away for a moment. The entire team had reached the 8th rank, and according to what he thought, having even the worst of the pawns cultivate to the 8th rank was indeed a difficult achievement to reach. But there is a very simple way to do it. That's kicking out the soldiers who can't cultivate to the 8th grade and selecting those with 8th grade strength to fill in. Then Chen Xianfan realized that Mao San's sudden silence. Even Go Si and the others at the side had some unnatural faces. The handful of tailbacks at the back of the group were the worst dozen or so people in the A-team right now. Apparently, they had thought of that as well, and the smiles were gone from their faces. "What are you doing, Sanner? Morning face." Chen Xianfan couldn't stand it anymore and kicked him, scolding, "Don't act pathetic with me. Turn around. The chief will get you some good stuff to make up for it, and raise your cultivation up, right? If you keep on crying, you won't be called out next time there's something good." "Crew chief, does it really work?" Mao San's face was pleased, then a little skeptical. "What kind of fart is that? The good stuff that I cooked didn't work? How did you practice skin deshang without using it? Can you do it in half a year if you rely on yourself?" Chen Xianfan scolded. Mao San, who was scolded, thought about it and suddenly became happy. "Yes, you're right, partner. I'm such a loser, but in half a year, I've been fed by you to a great success in skin refining, and I've touched the edge of bone refining. In another half a year, I might be able to achieve a small success in bone refining. Who are you looking down on?" Chen Xianfan bristled. "It's fine to look down on yourself, but it's not fine to look down on me. The leader of your group? Still half a year? 3 months. 3 months for you to enter the bone refining realm," Chen Xianfan said with a promise. "Really?" Even though he said what he said, Mao San was still a bit in disbelief. "What? You don't believe me? During this period of drilling, don't you have any sense of how much you yourself have improved?" Chen Xianfan squinted at him. "Besides, you, and Go Si and the rest of you, you're not as good as the other brothers. Because of what? Have you thought about it?" he asked, pointing to the 2 rows of people behind him. "Poor qualifications?" Go Si replied, not very sure. "Fart, below the 7th grade of martial arts. Is there any talk of good or bad qualifications? Even if there is a gap, it does not affect your ability to enter the 7th grade. Understand?" Chen Xianfan seemed to have transformed into a martial arts master at this moment, pointing out, "What are you guys lacking? The difference is qi in blood. Pneumatic blood? Yes, you used to eat too poorly, and when you were growing your bodies rapidly, You lost your bodies if you couldn't keep up with what you ate. Think about it. For those people who ate poorly, were their children thin and small? Look at you guys. Then look at us Zhang Zhang and Huashan Chuiji in front of you. Even young Master Jin is taller than you guys by half a head. Huashan Chuiji Xiong Zhangzheng, they are the same age as Mao San. All 18. Young Master Jin was a little younger. The same age as Chen Xianfan. Just reaching 17. But when standing together, Mao San looked like a half-grown child of 14 or 15 years of age. Xu Guang, under Chen Xianfan's careful feeding, with 4 or 5 meals a day, along with the constant drills, were on the verge of catching up with him, especially Xiong Zhengzhang. Not only was he becoming more and more like a bear, but he had also achieved a small success in bone refining, and had even touched the edge of internal training. It is certainly true that a strong body is a basic expression of qi and blood, but not absolutely. Some people are exceptionally gifted, dry and skinny, but their qi and blood are as strong as fire, and their martial arts cultivation progresses at a rapid pace. But Mao San Gosi and the others didn't know this. Chen Xianfan took this point out to say something, looked at each other and then scurried out to take a look at Huashan and the others, and they all came back with glowing eyes. Crew chief, you're right, Mao San said excitedly. The physically fit ones in our team have all entered the bone refining realm, and the skinny ones like us are still a bit behind. Partner leader, what should we do then? What to do? One word, eat. Eat a lot. Eat well. When the roots are replenished and nourished, and the qi and blood are strong, and then cultivate hard. Is there any catching up? Chen Xianfan waved his hand and said, listen to me, it's definitely right. Okay, very well, out of the way. The counseling session with the Master of Understanding was quite a success. A few pawns at the tail of the A-team slightly, Mao San Gosi and others, as if playing chicken blood. The spirit is new and the fighting spirit is high. When it was time to set up camp for the night, Huashan took the time to come here to the mess hall and asked him curiously, what did you and Mao San Gosi and the rest of them talk about during the half-afternoon? Why did they run ahead from the back of the group to see me? Oh, it's okay, I'm psyching them out and using you as a role model. Didn't say anything bad about me? Did you? How can that be? What makes you think that? Well, because it's you, Master Shan. I realize you're taking it personally. No, Huashan smiled, his teeth snow white, just a bit idle. So teasing? You guys are treating me like a little. Huashan, I didn't realize that you guys aren't decent people. Go, find young Master Jin. I'm busy here. Chen Xianfan took spoon and drove people away. Okay, Huashan nodded. I'll tell Ruoxue that you said he was a little lady. I didn't say that. You said it. I didn't say that. You said I was teasing you like a little lady, then said you were busy and told me to go tease Ruoxue. Huashan was articulate and logical and summarized. See, you said Ruoxue was like a little lady. This seemed to be followed by a hushed voice. I hear you. During dinner, Huashan and Chen Xianfan appeared in front of people, one with a green and black eye, a left and a right. Young Master Kim beat it up. It's not that you can't hide, it's that you didn't hide at all. A man has to be a man. He has to be a man. Oh, come on. What's wrong with you two? Lu Yang asked in an exaggeratedly knowing manner. It's okay, we just think we look too good. Worried about attracting bees and butterflies, and then the female demonesses and ghosts to attract, reduce the value of their own face. Chen Xianfan, who has been a master of knowledge, has become more and more skillful in the art of running a train. At this statement, there were poofs of laughter that were not held back all around. It was a spectacular scene, and if you didn't know better, you'd think it was a congregation of high farts. The soldiers who were officially stationed out of camp for the first time did not have much fear among their minds. After the last trip to General's Hill, I'd more or less seen it all. Moreover, the C Battalion was the newest pawn of the 3 battalions, so the quarters assigned to them were all relatively safe places. As Louis Yong had said before, the school captain still felt sorry for them and put them in the Chui family home in Qinghe County, because this place, for nearly 20 years, hasn't had a single thing go wrong in the spring plowing. This kind of place where there are soldiers of the demon hunting army stationed every spring and fall harvest is very safe. Moreover, the biggest family in Qinghe County is the Chui family. What could happen in their own territory? Arriving at the edge of Qinghe County, Louis Yang once again said this, aiming to comfort the nervousness of the soldiers. Team Zhang, I think, it's better to be careful and cautious. Chen Xianfan touched his nose somewhat sheepishly and reminded in a low voice. Yang, you've got to be careful. That's a good way to hear how many years it's been since something happened. It's not a small thing. Do you believe it or not? Don't believe me? Why don't I fix you one? Brothers, let's pretend I didn't say what I said before. Let's just buck up and get on guard. Louis Yang took a look at Chen Xianfan. His face was a bitter one, slapped his thigh and cursed. Mother ********. I forgot that there is a Chen Wufu in our team. Blame me. It's my fault. I shouldn't have said that just now. Teamster. It's a cook, not a scourge. Chen Xianfan blinked with an innocent expression. Put. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 90, Mother asterisk 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 her. I'll put croton in your rice one day. It's raining again. After arriving at Chui Jiazhuang, it rained lightly for 3 days in a row. Every time, it's half down and half up. It wasn't raining much. It had been raining all morning, and it was only slightly wet. If you say it's raining, you might as well say it's a heavy dew. But the people were full of joy. Spring rains are expensive, especially light rains like this that wet the fields without interfering with work. It's just drenched and dry when the sun comes out in the middle of the day, and there is no wind. Even if there is also a small wind silk. Work dry tired. Blow a blow is also very cool. Don't worry about getting wind chill. The Chui family home had been manned by soldiers from the demon hunting army for many years, so there was a ready-made place to stay. A large, remodeled courtyard, with rooms on all sides, partitioned into a few pass-throughs, was still spacious enough to house more than 100 people. Outside the room pattered a light rain, like silk, and like a net made of fine threads, densely covering the whole earth. It falls on the grass and trees, making a rustling sound that lulls you to sleep. The soldiers of the C-Word Battalion's A-Word team were all staying in their respective barracks, either meditating and practicing or gossiping about the sky or sleeping. Wake up and eat, and have a pleasant day. This isn't coming out to garrison. This is coming on vacation. Chen Xianfan. In order to get rid of the new nickname that Lui Yong had given him, Chen Wufu, within these 3 days, he had not left the barracks. It's either figuring out what to eat or practicing. If there was anyone in the A team who hadn't had a very comfortable few days, it was partner Chen's dog brother, Egg Yolk. The little doggy has followed his master to learn a set of cultivation techniques that require sunlight during the day and moonlight at night. Worshipping the sun and moon and cultivating the immortal laws were the basic demon cultivation methods that General Red had passed on to it. Where demons practiced, there were many who worshipped the moon, but few who worshipped the sun. Snakes, chickens, and dogs, the three that cultivate into demons, but worship the sun more than the moon. Of course, the brilliant sun is not something that ordinary beings can just look at and see. It must be accompanied by a gong, and it must not be the sun in the middle of the day. Initially, it could only be the sunrise sun, and only after a certain level of cultivation could the sunset sun be added to it. If you can take on the sun in the sun and not die, I'm afraid that among the demon clans in the whole world, you are also a top existence. The clown dog was only just coming into contact with the matter of cultivation, so of course he cultivated with the sunrise sun. However, these 3 days, the morning get-up did not see the sun. Not until half a morning, the genius gradually clear, to the noon, to see the sun. In the evening it was cloudy again, obscuring the moon, and not a bit of moonlight could be seen. Even the stars are dim. The pups, who were so enthusiastic about practicing, snapped and ran out every morning, eager to fly with their ears and tongues, slinking back with his head hanging down and his tail curled up. At night, jumping up on the windowsill, looking outside and rushing at Chen Xianfan. Oh, Chen Xianfan can only helplessly spread his hands. Good guy, what is the use of you whimpering at me? It's not like I can break the clouds for you. The dog pup also knew that Chen Xianfan couldn't help it, whimpering twice before jumping onto the bed and getting down on the bed to fake sleep. It didn't take long for the fake sleep to turn into real sleep, and then I woke up just in time for lunch. Lunch followed by fake sleep, then real sleep. Chen Xianfan, like the dog brothers, took a short nap in the afternoon and passed a small half day. As soon as he woke up and looked up, he saw the clown dog lying on its side by his feet. The ground where gluttony is coiled has gone from a dog's head up to a dog's neck, coiled in a circle. The tail and head rested on top of a wooden tag under the dog's neck. Obviously the sign is good for it. Gluttony Snake does have some spirit and knows his stuff. It was not in vain that I spent a lot of money to make this dog tag. Chen Xianfan can't help but feel a bit smug. The wooden tag was none other than the willow wood core that had been struck by lightning earlier. And when Chen Xianfan had gone to Shangzhou City earlier to deliver the python dragon ribs for the team flag, he had forgotten to send the willow wood for the dog tags. Then I remembered that when I took the flag, I showed it to the steward of the Heavenly Workshop and asked about the price of making it into a dog tag. The so-called dog tags are not the ordinary tags with the dog's name and owner's contact information in later times, but a kind of spiritual pet tags. Formations and charms will be carved on it, which will not only indicate the identity of the spirit pet, but also protect the pet's safety. The willow wood core can calm the mind and ward off evil spirits, and carving talismanic formations on it will be beneficial to the pup's future cultivation. But the pups were small, and the pieces of wood were a bit too big, so they embraced half of them to make a dog tag, and split the rest in half to make 2 peace signs. The steward had read the material and quoted a price of 800 taels. Good guy. Chen Xianfan thought about the material out of their own. The processing fee has 182 will be good. Did not think it would be so expensive. But once I thought, bitter what cannot suffer their own hairy children. Turned back to Huashan borrowed 400 taels, to make up enough money. Very generous did not return the price. Just from the storage bag. Lu Yi gave the flower look out. Gave the steward of the heavenly workshop. Asked the formation talisman to be inlaid with this willow leaf pattern. Nothing more. Willow leaves on a willow wood core for more spirituality. The steward saw the willow leaf on the paper is a stunned, bitter smile. Said that the sale is a loss. There was a hint of divinity on this willow leaf. And I'm afraid that an ordinary rune master apprentice wouldn't be able to carve it out. And would have to be a master craftsman. Chen Xianfan couldn't help but curse a treacherous merchant in his heart as soon as he heard it. Charging 800 taels of silver and sending people away with an apprentice's craft? Only later did I realize that the array runic inheritance is rare. Not only is the chi practitioner but also has to have the talent of drawing and laying down the array. People who could draw talismans and formations, even if they were apprentices, were at least capable of making finished products. The starting point was to draw from the evil resisting talisman, and the rate of success was higher than 70% in order to call oneself an apprentice. The Tian Gongfang's asking price for Chen Xianfan was already a discount for a familiar customer on the basis that he had previously come with a token. The quality of the dog tags will be improved by at least 30% with the help of a craftsman. 800 taels can be far from enough. Doubling it again may not be enough. Chen Xianfan asked in passing what level of talisman master would be required to take out the team flag of their A-word team. The answer is the spiritual craftsman. With the nature of the name of the people of the great Tang Dynasty, adding the word spirit is not to be missed. The value of that one token had to be estimated to be around 10,000 taels of silver. The cheaper Chen Xianfan got, the more he looked at this dog tag, the more he liked it. The dog tag was an inch square and was in the shape of a shield that was wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. After refining, the color was red and somewhat black. Around the perimeter of the front is a circle of lines and runes. And in the center are the words egg yolk in small seal script, wrapped in 4 opposing willow leaves. On the back was a pattern somewhat similar to the evil-breaking talisman, which was an amulet spell. And outside of the amulet spell, there was a circle of spirit patterns. The steward said that it was a simple spirit-gathering formation. Because the piece of paper with willow leaves drawn on it that Chen Xianfan had given him gave the smith some inspiration when practicing talismans, he casually added a small colorful prize. This kind of thing was common in the cultivation world, especially for decent cultivators who didn't like to owe people things, favor or karma. It's all about paying it back, sooner rather than later. This unexpected joy made Chen Xianfan very proud. I didn't realize that a randomly asked for flower look would pay off. Thanks to the willow demon who has been reduced to flying dust. What a nice guy. All dead and still getting a grip on his wool. Nope, more than a handful of wool. Counting the flying money that was fished out of the willow ducat possessed, the willow bark that was boiled in the soup, and the willow wood that was made into a weeping stick. That's several handfuls. This Chen Xuanfan's feeling was that slashing demons was more enjoyable than fighting bosses in the game. The harvest is full and plentiful. Wouldn't we be rich if we could cut a few more? Thinking of this, Chen Xianfan was a bit unable to sit still, ready to go out for a spin. What's Chen Wufu? Isn't it just a nickname? Which is not as important as the tangible benefits that fall into your hands. And there was something about this room that he really didn't want to be in. The bastard Xiong Zhengzhang didn't wash his feet again last night, which is a huge damage to his sensitive sense of smell. It was still raining outside, so Chen Xianfan came out of his room. He wasn't going to take an umbrella or wear a raincoat. It was only refreshing to just go out and walk in the rain. I used to do that and I would have been called sick. No one cares now, and this rain is clean. And he won't catch a cold. Chen Xianfan went out, and Egg Yolk stretched out his doggy head to look, and after flabbergasted for a moment, he also jumped down from the bed, his 4 little short legs cheerfully pouring out, spitting out his tongue, and ta-da-da-da-da-daying after him. Hearing the commotion behind him, Chen Xianfan turned around and laughed. You're bored too? Alright, let's go out for a stroll. Chen Xianfan, what are you doing? Lu Yong heard his voice and poked his head through the window there to ask. Going out for a walk. I haven't gone out for a few days now. By the way, let's see if there are any wild vegetables. Dig some up and have some soup. Chen Xianfan opened his mouth and said. When he heard him talking about wild vegetables, Lu Yang bared his teeth and said, You're still thinking about wild vegetables, aren't you? What? You didn't dig it last year, so you want to do it this year? You're a long-time lover. That's right. I'm nicknamed the long-affectionate Chen Gongzi. Chen Xianfan carried his hands behind his back and took a slow, 4-square step. How about it? Coming with me? Okay. Being idle is also idle. Lu Yang thought. It's no fun to stay like this. Might as well go out for a walk. The two of them talked and brought Shi Dejun to the table as well. This guy shook his head and shook his ass as he ran out of the room, yelling, "I'll go too. With the spring rains in the spring, this lord can't help but be poetic. I'll definitely be able to write a good poem this time." Ever since Chen Xianfan wrote his poem, Shi was stimulated and cried out for poetry all day long. But due to the poor foundation, I haven't been able to write a decent sentence or two until now, being laughed at countless times by young Master Jean, but this one wasn't struck at all. Instead, he was getting more and more frustrated and enjoying himself, and when he thought of composing a poem, he wanted to shout young Master Jean on. As soon as Liu Yong and Chen Xianfan heard him say that he was going to compose a poem, they looked at each other and then covered their ears at the same time. In the next instant, Shi Dajuan's broken voice rang out. Ruo Xue, we're going out to write a poem. Are you coming? Roll. Don't spoil the learning. Young Master Jin's voice was lazy and nasal as it came from inside the room, obviously not awake. Instead, Huashan opened the door and came out, fully dressed, with a club and a short sword. Shi Dajuan saw him and laughed. Master Shan, I knew it had to be you after all, the wise eye that knows how to appreciate my talent. Ha ha, Huashan is discerning. But it's not you. Liu Yang laughed. It's our Captain Chen. Can't you see that he's carrying a weapon? Hey, how did I forget about this? Wait for me. I'll go back and bring my sword and shield as well. Shi Dajuan glanced at Huashan and then at Chen Xianfan, turned around and ran back. Chen Xianfan, first of all, I didn't mess with any of you. Secondly, I didn't mess with any of you. Mother asterisk 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 her, is there no end to this? I was thinking that if we go out, we will definitely meet ghosts, and I am not a walking Donald Trump, so I will either meet a demon that wants to eat me or a demon that wants to eat me. Which can be so accurate, but I am a traveler, and as a protagonist it is only proper that I always get into trouble. Chen Xianfan couldn't help but feel weak at the thought, and this rainy, dark day can be too good for encountering ghosts and goblins. The first few days, in particular, were all about midday and the sky cleared up, but it's halfway through the afternoon and it's still raining. But to turn around and go back now? That won't do. That would be too humiliating. It's okay. I'm definitely not going to be cheap this time. I'm definitely not going to touch anything that shouldn't be touched. It must be alright. Cui Jiashan was very large, and they lived at the east end of the manor. A few people came out of the courtyard to the west and walked along the path toward the head of the manor. The journey was very peaceful with dogs and chickens, birds and insects chirping, the swallows traveling through the curtain of rain in front of her eyes. The smell of earth and the fresh scent of grasses and trees that lingered on the tip of her nose made her feel extraordinarily soothed. Cui Jiashuan people are busy in the spring plowing. Not even a quarrel, outside the village in the field. The old man, children, women, men and women to work together, holding cattle, pulling carts and carrying a burden. Busy and not idle. A good harmony of the rural landscape. So calm and peaceful, no matter how you look at it. It doesn't look like a place where demons and evil spirits would appear. As the saying goes, like attracts like, stinks like, and demons and ghosts need soil to survive. During the spring plowing season, the demon hunting army is stationed to defend against evil cults are still secondary. The main thing is to suppress the evil demons and devils. The evil demons that breed in the hearts of men. The last is the livestock around the people. The beasts in the mountains have encountered the chance to open up the spirit of wisdom, become a demon to do evil in the countryside. But look at the Cui family this way. The people are stable. People's hearts are smooth. How also does not seem to have evil demons and ghosts infestation. It is that there are these sneaky things that will avoid this peaceful place. In and popularity auras are inherently repulsive. Chen Xianfan felt that it was stable, and that he definitely wouldn't be able to touch the demons and ghosts this hand. So he turned his head and started flirting with Shi Dajuan. Master Shi, where's the poem after this road trip? Have you made it yet? Shi Dejun glared. How can it be that fast? Oops, don't be as nice as me either. Chen Xianfan had a look of I'm not going to be difficult for you either, and bettingly said, this way, I'll give you a sample. I wrote a limerick in the winter when it snows. Read it to you, and you'll write it accordingly. How about it? Read. Okay, listen up. Cough. Chen Xianfan cleared his throat and recited. There was a black haze in the sky, as if white flour was thrown down. The grave bag turns into a big steamed bun, and the mouth of the well is a hole. Everyone stopped and looked at Chen Xianfan, using their eyes to express their opinion on the poem. Stajan chose to use his mouth. He pointed to a fenced yard on the side and shouted, partner, don't make poems either. Look, there are so many jars by the vegetable beds in that yard, and inside must be the people's accumulated pickles or sauerkraut. You go and take a look, and it would be good for us to get a few jars and go back to stew and eat them. This poem of mine, is it not well written? Chen Xianfan looked at him askance. Dare to say it's not good. Spoon Brothers serving. It's not bad. Sure Dajuan hurriedly shook his head, then smiled cheekily and cheaply. I was thinking that it would be better if there was sauerkraut. Horsham nodded. Aha! The clown dog follows. Ow! Louis Yang laughed out loud. Chen Xianfan. Mother asterisk 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 her. I'll put Bado in your rice someday. How dare you offend the cook? A good man can't stand 3 bubbles of water. You're done for. Chen Xuanfan's mouth shattered, but his body was honest, and with a turn of his feet, he walked towards the courtyard door of the small vegetable garden. Chapter 91. If the old man stays here any longer, he's going to smell like pickles. The door of the small courtyard that only reaches Chen Xuanfan's chest, but it is just hidden, and it opens with a push. Anyone? Anyone home? He shouted twice toward the inside. No one should. Is there anyone inside? Sure Dajuan stood by the fence wall and shouted towards the inside as well. The sound shook in all directions. With a voice like that, it's a ing waste of resources not to go out and beg for food. Master sure. Can't we keep our voices down? Chen Xianfan eyed the 3 thatched huts inside, all bristling down with dirt. That's a lot of money to lose if you shout the house down. Looking back to see if there was a lion's roar kung fu type of technique, he felt that sure Dajuan should be very talented in this area of cultivation. Aren't I worried that people won't hear me if my voice is low? Sure Dajuan giggled and turned his head to ask Chen Xianfan. Captain, there seems to be no one there. Let's just go in. Go in for what? Let's see if there's any sauerkraut. I'm craving sauerkraut fish. There's no one in this house. Even if there's sauerkraut, who are you looking for to buy it? Chen Xianfan asked. Buy what? Let's just take it and send them money later. Sure Dajuan replied as a matter of course. We are the demon hunting army, protecting the comfort of the entire village. What's wrong with eating 2 bites of sauerkraut? It's not like we won't pay. Well, that makes sense. With his thoughts still stuck at the level of no one in other people's homes, so he shouldn't go in. Chen Xianfan for a moment actually had a sense of pride of, I'm really a noble person. After thinking about it, he still waved his hand and said, forget it, a virtuous gentleman like me still can't do such a thing as trespassing. Master sure. You go ahead. I'll keep a lookout for you here. Sure Dejun. He looked at Chen Xianfan. I'm also quite the virtuous gentleman. Then none of us will go in. Chen Xianfan spread his hands and turned around. Learned people like us aren't suited for this kind of cock and bull business. Let's go. Let's go on ahead and come back to take another look. Maybe the owner of this house will come back later. It was getting late when they came out. Although Chui's house was called a manor, it wasn't much smaller than a town. The gray, rainy day became darker with this turn. Hundreds of people work at sunrise and sunset. I guess it's almost time for the busy farmers to go home for dinner. There's no harm in waiting a little longer. There's nothing else going on anyway. Louis Yang and Huashan didn't make a sound, so the few people walked forward again. Chuijia village is really quiet. Chen Xianfan thinks that the school captain Xin Shu should also not want them, like in the general's mountain, to cause a mistake, so deliberately picked such a good place. When he reached the front of the village, he saw that there were indeed many people returning home from the fields one after another, before he turned back again, for a mouthful of sauerkraut. Waiting until the farmers return home at the side night is also a good story to pass on. Right, Master Shan? Team Zhang? Chen Xianfan put his hands behind his back and walked ahead with a square step, following the style of a scholar, and said. Louis Yang stopped his footsteps and swept him up and down, seeing that he had a handsome appearance, a straight posture, and a sparse temperament, and indeed looked like a gentleman with a belly full of poetry and books. It was only the military uniform that depressed the image a few times. If it is changed into a gorgeous brocade robe, I am afraid that it will have more charm. Can't help but shake his head and say, if you are successful in reading, go to the capital to catch the examination. Maybe you can be the scholar. His Majesty sees that you are both a scholar and a warrior, and it is possible that he will recruit you as his emperor's son-in-law. It's a pity that your literary talent is a bit poor. I have poor literary skills? Chen Xianfan was reluctant. I have excellent literary skills. Louis Yang laughed. Is that so? It's not at all obvious from that song Snow Praise just now. That's just a game piece. It's a game production. I also have some good ones here. Again, written for fun. Read them to you. Although being a scribe could not improve one's cultivation, one could gain a sense of enjoyment from other people's astonished gazes. So Chen Xianfan didn't mind reading a few more poems at all. However, it is true that there are not many that he can read, even fewer decent ones. Spring is not the day to read. The summer heat is just right to sleep. After the fall comes winter again. Pack up the books to spend the rest of the year. This is not really a good poem, but it's a lot better than the grave bag into a steamed bun snow praise. Team leader, how was it? Chen Xianfan paced, extremely dashing as he finished reading, and asked Louis Yang. This poem. Louis Yang a little dumbfounded. He also did not read any books. Can hear out just now that the snow praise cannot be? Is the verse with words shallow and understandable and too much nonsense. In front of this song is not difficult to understand. But spring, summer, fall and winter are written. And listen to the neat rhyming smooth. Taste, but also quite a bit of meaning in the beginning. For a moment it was a little uncertain. This military master's actually able to make poetry? Remarkable. At this moment a somewhat dull voice came from behind them. Chen Xianfan and the others turned around, and saw a middle-aged man with a copied hand, hunched over and smiling, standing behind a few people, with a pair of eyes that were exceptionally bright in the somewhat gray sky. You know poetry? Chen Xianfan sized up the person in front of him, seeing that he had a gray turban on his head, thin eyes and long eyebrows, a somewhat pale face, thin lips, and a pointed chin. The robe on his body was gray, but a slat belt of cowhide was tied across his waist, and under his feet was also a pair of short boots of cowhide. The boots on his feet were muddy, but his body was clean, and he didn't look like a farmer who had just returned from the field. Nor did the people go down to the fields to be so well dressed. The people only made 2 or 3 good clothes all year round, which they could not afford to wear during the busy farming season. And their clothes wouldn't be without patches. And the shoes on their feet shouldn't be cowhide boots. Some people make new clothes and patch the collar, cuffs, elbows, knees, etc. with a thick piece of cloth before they wear out the clothes. Tang's taxes have corn and silk cloth, etc. Men plowing and weaving self-sufficiency is just an idyllic fairy tale. Barely not starved to death has been considered a good day. Not to mention the shoes. Cowhide boots are something you have to pay for. The people, who don't see more than a few coins a year, don't want to spend that. The people of Chuizhuang are already considered extremely rich. Most of their families use plowing oxen to plow their fields, but the clothes they wear still have patches on them, and their shoes are still mostly cloth, and many of them even wear straw shoes. On second glance behind this middle-aged man, there was a mule cart. Chen Xianfan is a raised eyebrow. Mule cart in the Great Tang is a rare thing. This donkey and horse born out of the big livestock, in the big decades ago, or the powerful and noble people to raise as pets to enjoy. Only in recent years has it gradually become a livestock that people drive to work like cattle and horses. I couldn't help but feel that this person was a few degrees out of the ordinary, so I answered and asked, I don't know anything about poetry. I can just barely understand Master Jun's poem. The middle-aged man shook his head and laughed, although I can't hear whether the poem is good or bad. I think it's very good. It's just that the military master shouldn't read it to the villages studying young Langshans, so as not to mess up their minds in their pursuit of learning. Chen Xianfan frowned, mentally feeling a bit awkward and uncomfortable. It wasn't because others said his poems couldn't be read to children, but the smile of the middle-aged man in front of him made him feel a little prickly, itchy hands. Just try to invite the master of knives out from the back of your head and slash your opponent. As soon as this thought appeared, it was somewhat unstoppable. It was as if there was a small person in Chen Xuanfan's mind that was jumping around in his heart encouraging him to make a move to cut someone. It also has to be slashing at the other guy's face to relieve the anger. The other party was obviously not too ugly, but he found the face repulsive. It's tiresome to even look at it. Chen Xianfan couldn't help but be startled, thinking, am I so narrow-minded now? Just because someone says something unflattering, they look at the other person as being very nasty and are going to cut them down? You're a man with a lot of guts. How dare you comment on our partner's poem? Sure, Daijuan saw Chen Xuanfan's face change color for a while and thought that he was upset by what was said to him, so he immediately helped out by saying, what's your name? What do you do? How many years have you studied? TSK. Chen Xianfan is very relieved. This sure is really not in vain feeding. Something is absolutely on their side. My name is Chui Wei. I have studied in a private school for 2 years. I have met several military masters. Chui Wei inserted his hands and cupped his fists. I am from the Chui family's home. My parents left behind a small courtyard with 2 acres of vegetable land, and I rely on growing and selling vegetables to make a living. It's not that I want to disturb the elegance of several military masters, but several military masters are just standing outside of my courtyard right now, blocking my way home. This courtyard is yours, ah? Chen Xianfan pushed down the irritation in his heart and laughed. Just now we were talking about waiting for the master to come back and buy some pickles and sauerkraut to go back and cook, and it just so happened that you came back. That's right. The altar you have in this yard is used to make pickles, right? Lu Yang asked. Exactly. Chui Wei bowed back. That's just right. Open the door quickly. Let's go in and choose 2 jars to take away. Sure, Daijuan yelled. Don't worry. We're paying for it, and master isn't someone who takes things from the people for nothing. The military master is joking. It's just that if you don't pay, there's no harm in taking it and eating it. It's just some savory food. Chui Wei was good at talking. With that, he opened the door to the courtyard and invited a few people inside. Oh, Without waiting for Chen Xianfan and the others to lift their legs, his dog brother rushed in with gluttony. "Ah, Huan! I'm telling you, don't poop and pee in other people's vegetable gardens." Seeing this, Chen Xianfan thought that it was suffocating and wanted to settle a dog hygiene, and hurriedly shouted. "Ow!" The yoke barked back at him, then proceeded to run towards where the altar was the most. Now Sure Daijuan understood, the egg yolk is not about to poop and pee. It is smelling the flavor of the pickles in this yard. Shui Wei, which of these are pickles and which are sauerkraut? Hurry up and pick a few jars for us. It's getting late. If we don't go back, the brothers should be waiting anxiously. The cook can be here. The ones in these large altars are pickles, and the smaller ones are sauerkraut. Shui Wei pointed to the clay jars against the east and said, "The ones over there have a heavier flavor and are a bit more fragrant. The ones against the west are freshly pickled on not long ago, so if you like them you can also take 2 jars with you." "Alright, then bring some of all of them. If the food is good, we'll come back." Sure Daijuan laughed. He and Chen Xianfan went to pick pickles, while Lui Yang and Huashan stood on the sidelines and watched. Su Weiwei pulled his mule into the side thatched hut that was supposed to be his barn. In fact, there is nothing to pick. This Su Weiwei pickles do not know how to pickle. The outside even used the soil seal, but still cannot block the flavor inside to pass out. The smell was so overpowering that as soon as I entered the yard the smell of pickles and sauerkraut was inside my nose. It's sour, bitter, and kind of smelly. It's even better when you're close by, and it felt like every altar tasted the same. It's not like they can open the lid up and look at it. They have to get close enough to smell it if they're partial to picking it out. The taste? Let's not even talk about it. Especially since they also had their martial arts cultivation gradually reaching the level of opening 5 orifices. Their 5 senses were sharper than any ordinary person. But after a few moments of work, Sure Daijuan pinched his nose and shouted that he couldn't do it. Moncler Outlet Online, now I want to throw up. He then ran off to the west side to see if the flavor would be different. Chen Xianfan couldn't take it anymore either. He clapped his hands and prepared to pick 2 random altars and forget about it. Just don't bother. It was also carried away by Sure Daijuan. What is there to pick from this pickle? Then he suddenly thought of the yolk that had just rushed in, and thought to himself, could it be that his own dog brother knew how to pick a pickle jar? Then I turned around, only to find that my dog brother had disappeared. So he turned to Lui Yang and Huashan, who were standing in the yard, and asked, "Team leader, Master Shan, have you seen where the egg yolk went?" "I saw it go toward the back." Huashan pointed to the thatched cottages of Chui Wei. "Oh, I'll go take a look." Chen Xianfan circled along the fence wall and turned to the back, realizing that there was a small courtyard behind it. It's amazing that this one yard is divided into front and back yards. No wonder Chui Wei said just now that there were 2 acres of land, while the front yard was just over an acre. The backyard was also filled with altars, but they were large and small. The big ones are the size of a water tank, and the small ones are only the size of a fist. It's a little more regular than what was put in the front yard, stacked one on top of the other. The same smell of pickles pervades. "Egg yolk!" Chen Xianfan shouted. "Woof woof!" The yolk's voice came from inside a pile of small altars. Chen Xianfan walked over and found his own dog brother in the crack of the altar. One look at the dog's fur and it's all covered in dirt. Especially the 4 doggy paws were covered in mud. Looks like it's been plowed here. This pile of small altars are not big, only as long as the palm of the hand, basing in one piece, looking not too stable. The pups were burrowing around in there and it was easy to get over and get smashed in. He hurriedly fished it out, slapped the dog's head and lectured. "Why are you going everywhere? What if the altar falls over?" "Woof woof!" Yoke barked defiantly. "Yeah, still dare to be stubborn?" Chen Xianfan was about to continue lecturing the pup when he heard Huashan shouting at him from outside, so he slapped the dog's butt again. "I'll settle the score for you when I get back." He took the dog in one hand and walked out of the backyard. Sure Daijuan picked out 2 jars of pickles at this time, one large and one small just right. When he saw him come out, he shouted, "Cook, hurry up. Moncler Outlet Store, if you stay here any longer, you're going to smell like pickles." Chapter 92. Although the dog and the snake are both homegrown, really owe a beating. The silent wilderness. The blackness of the night shrouded a desolation. There weren't many leaves on the treetops, and a lot of the dead grass on the ground was long and broken. Small mounds of dirt, high and low, far and near, were sprinkled with a jumble of paper money, and on a few stuck sticks floated paper streamers to beckon the soul. From the nearby grove came the call of some bird. Chen Xianfan saw him lying on the ground by himself, his hands folded flat on his chest, his eyes tightly closed. Suddenly a gust of wind rose from the flat ground, rolling the paper money everywhere, a few hitting him in the face. The smoke and dust that was whipped up covered the sky. The wind blew through the blades of grass and the tops of the trees with a mournful whimpering sound. Suddenly he opened his eyes and sat up with a straight bar. Chen Xianfan was startled by his sitting up self. Then he saw himself rise from the ground. and just as he stood up and took a step out, the scenery around him changed. There's an extra dilapidated old mansion with a big tree in it on the edge of a barren hill and a deserted grave. He squatted down and plowed under the tree with his bare hands and unearthed several foot-high wine jars. It's sealed at the top. Thirsty, so thirsty, thirsty as hell. Chen Xianfan watched as he carried the wine jar by himself into the hall of the old mansion, which contained a divine cabinet. The god's ark was lined high and low with many jars of wine. The brown and black wine altar was covered with large red paper with the word wine written on it. Seeing this word wine, Chen Xianfan felt even more thirsty. He saw the same red paper plastered on the altar he had scooped out from under the tree in his hand. Right about the wine. Opened it and drank it. Lifting his hand, he slapped open the earthen seal that sealed the wine jar, untied the string that tied the seal, and then threw away the vellum that sealed it. Chen Xianfan saw himself at the table, holding the opened wine jar and was about to drink, but suddenly did not move. A black head slowly emerged from the wine altar. Oh, it turned out to be showy hair, long wet hair. A head emerged from the wine jar. Chen Xianfan saw himself on the opposite side of the room in a daze, and saw the head of the man with his back turned to him. That head snapped around. Is so exciting. Her face was more than half rotten, and there was still rotting flesh hanging there that was going to fall off. The eyeballs were still in their black sockets, but one is inside and one is outside. The female ghost stretched out her two skeletal hands from the altar, stroked her hair, bared her teeth in a grin, and asked daintily, "My lord, is my slave beautiful?" Chen Xianfan, "My lord, are you thirsty?" The female ghost laughed in a strange accent and asked, "Then you, would you like to take a sip of my slave's bathwater? It's very fragrant. You might like it." Oh, Chen Xianfan. The woman spoke with an accent that sounded familiar. Mandarin version of sinister. He remembered. And then, there's the wine jar. Chen Xianfan saw himself seated at the table, turning into a middle-aged man, who wore an apricot-colored Bagua immortal clothing Taoist robe, and his features could not be seen too clearly, just as he, Chen Xianfan, wanted to see a little more clearly. The surrounding wine altars suddenly shook violently, even the table floor and the house shook. Ga-day. Under the movement, Chen Xuanfan's eyes began to blur. He saw that the red letters that had clearly read wine had become red letters on yellow paper. It says, "Ghost." In the next instant, the sound of ghostly cries rose in all directions, and the wine altars all shattered apart. A mass of ghosts in red and black and white, topped with long wet hair and ugly faces, reached out with long pitch-black fingernails and whistled as they clawed at him. The middle-aged man at the table jumped up and cursed at Chen Xianfan with his mouth open. "What are you kid looking at? Why don't you get up and catch the ghost? Uncle Ling?" This familiar voice called out to Chen Xianfan with a jolt. Without waiting for him to utter his next sentence, the evil spirits that pounced on him surrounded him. They came so close that their wet hair was about to stick to Chen Xuanfan's face. And the closer we get, the closer we get. Seeing that he was about to be kissed, Chen Xianfan realized that he couldn't move no matter what. He's trapped. Through the ghostly shadows, Chen Xianfan seemed to see Cui Wei standing to the side, grinning evilly and unkindly at him. Immediately afterward, the ghostly creatures that rushed out from the wine altar opened their respective ugly mouths and bit towards him. "Stinks! It stinks! It stinks! Wretch!" Under his regurgitation, Chen Xianfan violently opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Just as he was about to take a big breath, he saw someone lying next to him, dressed in the same clothes as his own earlier. Asterisk. The exclamation couldn't help but spit out. Fortunately, however, a familiar odor of feet and the other party's stout figure reminded Chen Xianfan who this was. This bastard Xiong Zhengjung really didn't wash his feet again, and it also placed its foot next to Chen Xuanfan's head, which was what made him smell the ghost's bad breath in his dream. Obviously before going to bed, or a bunk a person sleeps head to head. How this next to each other? There was also an egg yolk one in between. So if Bear Zhangjiang was not sleeping honestly, the dog pup should have signaled the alarm. Chen Xianfan thought, getting up from the bed and going down to the table to pour water. He was thirsty as hell in the dream, and he felt equally thirsty in reality. Eating salty at night. Eat the savory vegetables, fried shredded pork, shredded cleaned pickled vegetables, put caraway oil in sesame oil, and stir-fried shredded pork with more fat and less lean meat. Not to mention how fragrant it is. The large cakes were freshly made white flour cakes, small pancakes baked on the griddle, a foot-long round cake with the burnt flavor of the grain alone. A bite of the cake without eating any food can be chewed more and more flavorful. And there is a little bit of sweetness. A big cake like this rolled in sautéed, savory shredded pork, and you'd be sorry if you didn't eat a dozen of them. It's best eaten with millet porridge. It's salty if you're not careful. The salty one dreamed of finding water to drink at night and ended up finding it in the graveyard. Thinking of himself in the dream, he urgently dug out the wine jar under the tree. which was ready to quench his thirst with wine instead of water. Unfortunately, there was no red wine in the jar, but only a bathing female ghost. A wine jar, a female ghost? Chen Xianfan, who was gulping down water, suddenly froze. The wine jar in the dream was almost identical to the savory jar they had seen at Chui Wei's. Could this be a daydream? Chen Xianfan couldn't help but frown when he thought of this. He would have dreamt of Uncle Ying's movie. It should be because of those altars. In the movie, Uncle Ying used to use a wine jar to seal the female and evil spirits. Seeing those altars in the daytime had stirred up memories in his heart, which was why he had the dream just now. The big tree in the mansion is most likely the tree grandma from Sinister. Upon closer recollection, it seems that Xiao Xing's ashes were also contained in a small altar. When Chen Xianfan thought of this, and then thought of the scene of the 100 ghosts surrounding him just now, and Chui Wei's yard full of altars, he couldn't help but let out a tisk. Fear is not too afraid. After all, also experienced the black zombie, slaughtered many snakes of the man. He has long been not wuxia aman. It's just a little creepy. If it really contained a ghost, then it would be unbearable, and Chen Xuanfan's secret fear would be offended. Or maybe I'm just being paranoid? He poured himself another glass of water and poured it down. It's not out of the question. Just took and ate other people's pickles. Take the short hand and eat the short mouth. Just because of a dream to suspect each other. Is not it too good? Besides, Chen Xianfan could be certain that Chui Wei was an ordinary person. There was no cultivation on him. He might know some rudimentary punches and kicks, but the power of qi and blood on his body was failing and broken, and there was not a trace of aura present, so he was not a person of martial arts, much less a qi practitioner. Then how could he not get so many ghostly creatures to fill a yard of terracotta altars, especially the back of the more dense altar stacked together, of looking at people dizzy? But then Chen Xianfan thought, in a country place, where would a person who made his living by pickling salted vegetables and sauerkraut get so many altars of different sizes? Does he need to use that much? Chen Xianfan was puzzled, shaking his head and putting the bowl of water down. He turned around and prepared to go back to bed and proceed to sleep. Tomorrow morning, go to Chui Wei's house again and take a closer look. Won't everything be clear? It is said that dreams are all signs. It was just that ordinary people were unable to understand the mysteries of it. Chen Xianfan was just as impenetrable, so he's thinking there's no room for error, and definitely wants to go back and make sure in person again. And then once I turned around, it didn't feel right again. In the darkness, something is missing. Where's the puppy who lights up with two little black eyes and bares his ground-up back teeth at the first sign of movement? Aha! Where's my dog? Wake up! Masa! Wake up! Chen Xianfan took out the firefolder's lit, pulled low 2 drops of wax oil on the table, and then fixed the candle up, looked around, found that the dog pups are indeed gone. The snake is also gone, and hurriedly went up to wake up. Xiong Zhongzhong asked, "What's wrong, Xianfan?" Xiong Zhangzhang was alert and instantly sobered up. "Egg yolk and little green are gone." Chen Xianfan whispered, "Did you see them go out before you fell asleep?" "No." Kumar shook his head. "I went to bed earlier than you did. Remember? Never woke up in between?" "No. Not in the house. They must not be in the room." This room was the smallest of the courtyard's room species, sleeping only 2 people, Chen Xianfan and Xiong Zhengzheng. Zhu Guang and the 3 of them went to sleep with their partners who came out with them from Anyang County. There is no place to hide a dog, and no place for a dog to hide, as there is no view of the area. The pups have grown more or less in size, though not much. Gluttony has also now grown to the thickness of 2 fingers, with a bit of powder on the top of his green head, and to the point where he can't hide in the nooks and crannies. Besides, if one was in the room and heard Chen Xuanfan's voice, it was impossible to hide and not come out. Should have snuck out. Just what's an egg yolk doing out in the middle of the night? Chen Xianfan went to look at the door. The bolt was on him. He had the habit of locking the door before going to bed. No leash hadn't been opened, but he opened the door anyway and glanced out into the yard, and it was quiet and nothing moved. There was no response from the dog even when he called out to the yolk. Chen Xianfan was about to go out and look for it when Xiong Jingzheng called out to him. "Xianfan, you do it." Chen Xianfan turned around and saw Xiong Jingzheng covering his mouth with one hand and pointing at the back window of their house with the other. Something appeared to be lying on the papier-mâché back window, half an arm size, with 2 front hands picking at the window pane and 2 back feet on the window prongs. Looked like there was a big head. Frogs? Nope. Chen Xianfan sensed a fainting qi. The aura was faint, but there was something strange about the way it seemed to mislead and cloud one's senses. He had also looked at the window earlier, but he hadn't seen this thing. Now Bear is pointing it out to him so he can see it. Moreover, Chen Xianfan remembered that when he had checked the windows earlier, he had surprisingly not had any thoughts of opening them up for a look like he had opened the door. He distinctly remembered that there was a narrow space between the back window beyond and the outer wall. Chen Xianfan raised his hand and flicked it behind his head. The tips of his hair moved and the bells rang. The master of knives was already in his hands. With a nod to Kamasa, he gently lifted his foot to go around the side, not letting his shadow reflect above the window because of the candlelight. When he got close, the two of them exchanged glances, and Xiong Jingjiang violently pushed the window open with one hand. With a smooth leap, Chen Xianfan jumped onto the bed, stepping on the windowsill and darting out. At the same time, with his eyes fixed dead center on that thing, the kitchen knife in his hand flashed with a cold light and slashed after it. In a flash, he had seen what the other party looked like. It's a baby. No, it's a baby ghost. The child with the big head and small body was wrapped in the yin qi, with red eyes and exposed fangs. Boing! Boing! Wow! The startled baby ghost, on all fours, jumped away from the window and spun around in the air again to avoid the pursuing Chen Xianfan, and opened his little mouth towards him, showing his sharp teeth and screaming harshly. The magic sound is piercing. The screams of ghosts can shake one's spiritual platform and sea of consciousness, and the screams of baby ghosts are even more shrill and miserable. When Chen Xianfan saw him open his mouth, he couldn't help but shake his head first. Ghost cry was a trick he'd seen a few times before. The sound of the bell rang like a cool breeze blowing away the spreading sparks. Smooth. Yet he pretended to be mesmerized. His eyes dull and slow, but a smile on his face. Infant ghosts, which are transformed after the death of babies less than 3 years old, are not only extremely resentful, but even more curious and playful. It's a better trick than the average ghostly creature. When he saw that Chen Xianfan was not moving, but was smiling at himself, he could not help but stop his stance as well. Standing on the courtyard wall, he looked over towards Chen Xianfan. After looking at it for a couple of moments, he actually turned around and floated towards Chen Xianfan. Reaching him, he stared at him for a couple more moments before the baby ghost reached out its small hand with purple-black nails and touched Chen Xuanfan's face. It felt a little strange to have cold little hands on my face. Moreover, this baby ghost didn't seem to be prepared to harm Chen Xianfan, and even turned around and twisted its little butt to sit on Chen Xuanfan's shoulder, before stretching out one of its hands out to cover his eyes. What is this? To take me away? A ghostly hand covering the eyes is usually done by a ghostly creature who wants to lure someone away. Just as Chen Xianfan hesitated to take the risk of following the baby ghost to see what he was going to do, he heard the sound of a dog barking from the back window behind him. Woof woof! Hiss! It's the barking of the dog's pup and his godson. Chen Xianfan didn't know what they had done. His afterimage only saw the baby ghost turn back, and then in the next instant, the baby ghost looked as if it had been enraged, its small purple and black face twisting into a ball, turning and pouncing with a shrill cry and howl. He hurriedly turned around and saw the ugly puppy standing above the windowsill with its head held high, and Gluttony Snake with its head similarly held high, coiled above the dog's head. Its serpentine tail was exposed in front of the dog's head, and a finger-sized bottle was curled around the tip of its tail. Seeing the baby ghost pounce, it let go of the tip of its tail. The bottle fell to the ground with a pop. It broke apart and scattered a layer of grayish powder out. Woof woof! Hiss! The two little things had a villainous look about them, and towards the sound of the baby ghost screaming, it was rather like a jerky, strange laugh. Then he was chased by a thoroughly pissed-off baby ghost, chasing him around. Chen Xianfan. Although the dog and snake are both homegrown, they really owe a beating. Chapter 93, Boys and Girls. Sir, what could the off-white powder be? What else could it be? One could have guessed that just by the way the baby ghost hissed angrily and tried to tear the puppy and the snake apart. It's definitely not powdered milk. Those are people's ashes. Mother asterisk 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 her. These two guys raised someone's ashes. Is that right? Is that right? Is that right? Look at the awesome for you guys. If you had more cultivation, it looks like you could even blow a small wind and just blow it away. Gee, isn't that a bit, well, excessive? Chen Xianfan took another look at the broken bottle on the ground. His eyesight was very good. When the bottle was on the gluttony snake's tail just now, he could tell at a glance that it was very similar to the small clay pot in Shui Wei's backyard, and that it was covered in dirt. And when you think about the dirt on the 4 dog legs of the yoke earlier, what's not to understand? 80% of the time, this doggy digs it out of the ground, and then somehow hides it on his body. Chen Xianfan surprisingly did not find it. The last possible thing that could have happened is that, like earlier, Gluttony curled his tail around it and hid the bottle under the dog hair on Eggplant's chest. The ring of hair around the dog's pup's neck was the longest and thickest on his body, oily and smooth, like the mane that grows around the neck of a male lion. The bottle was not large and was a slender one. Under the gray sky, the two little things had the intention to hide, but Chen Xianfan did not pay attention, so he did not realize that they had brought something back. Then this dog and snake, while he and Xiong Zhang were sleeping at night, jumped out of the room through the window, brought the bottle outside and opened it, releasing the baby ghost inside. As for why they did so, Chen Xianfan could figure it out. Because of the cravings. Needless to say, the dog pups eat everything, and the gluttony snakes are not far behind. But this gluttony of theirs wasn't just a craving for food, it was also a craving for power. It was also driven by physical instinct. Both the dog pup and the snake were practicing the demonic technique of absorbing the essence of the sun and moon. However, the essence of the sun is more violent and untamable than the essence of the moon. After absorbing into the body, the two forces in the body of the yin and yang reconciliation, the same moon will be exhausted first, the remaining a few threads of the essence of the golden crow, dispersed with the flesh and blood. Chen Xianfan could clearly feel that the dog brother's body was getting warmer every day. The originally cold little snakes were all starting to turn warm. It won't work in the long run. If the fire burns too hot, you'll explode and die. Before General Red left, he had also told Chen Xianfan that after a period of time, he would have to give the egg yolk and the little snake something heavy in yin qi to neutralize. Nevertheless, be careful that the yin energy is pure and preferably not bloodthirsty. The little pups were only just starting to cultivate, and too much blood fury in the body would risk demonization. The things with pure yin qi in General Red's mouth are usually plants that grow in places with a heavy ghostly atmosphere, like grave grass or mushrooms. It wasn't hard to find, but Chen Xianfan had a better choice. It's the black pearl. So this time out, he originally thought, with paper money and soul streamers to the mass graves to wander around, with the knife master in small handsome pot to get some black pearl back to cook milk tea. What he didn't expect was that he hadn't started to act, but the dog brothers and the snake nephews were in a hurry first, playing a game of do-it-yourself fun. Just like human beings, when they are hot, they want to eat something cold to feel comfortable. Although the dog pups have not yet cultivated to the point of enlightenment, but it is very spiritual and already smart. The dog's nose is very sensitive. Snakes are naturally close to the yin qi, so they found this bottle filled with baby ghosts, and plowed it out. It was also possible that the seal on this bottle had loosened and a yin qi had spilled out, drawing them in. Either way, these two guys, who I don't know whether to call them smart or stupid, got the bottle with the baby ghost back as takeout anyway, also managed to open the package. It's just that the food is a little too powerful and it takes them down as soon as it comes out. Chen Xuanfan's heart tightened when he thought that just now he had seen the baby ghost lying on the window, but hadn't heard any movement from the egg yolk or the little snake. I don't know when they came out of the back window or how long the baby ghosts had been lying on the window. He'd been looking for the dog for a while, and in the middle of it he'd even gone to open the door to his room. With such a small space in the back, there was no place for those two little things to hide. If they were really hiding, it was impossible for them not to jump out when they saw themselves coming out. So most likely they were restrained by the baby ghosts and had no way to respond vocally. It was only later that the baby ghosts and themselves made their move, and then they had no time to worry about them. But then the question arises, why didn't the baby ghost hurt them? Looking at the dejected look just now, and the vigor with which they are now alive and running for their lives, I can tell that they are well. Hey, you two, don't run away if you have the guts to fight them head on. Go on. Where's the bossy spirit that threw the ashes? What is this being chased woofing and hissing about? Calling me to save you? Oh, it's really saved. Couldn't really let the baby ghosts tear the dog brothers and snake nephews apart. Just because the baby ghost didn't hurt them earlier doesn't mean it won't kill them now. Look what they've just done. No one who is an infant ghost would show mercy. Besides, there was still the possibility that the dog brothers and the little snake thought that Chen Xianfan was really being restrained by the baby ghost, and that was why they came up with the idea of using the method of smashing the urn bottle to save him. Therefore, from an onlooker's point of view, what they did was indeed a bit of a beating, but as the object to be saved, Chen Xianfan was not qualified to blame them, so he rushed forward anyway, carrying a kitchen knife. I can only apologize for the baby ghost first. A slash to the baby ghost's shoulder stops him from going after his own dog brother and his snake nephew with the little pink light on his head. Whoa! The yin qi and black mist around the infant ghost's body tumbled and rolled with this slash, and he turned around and turned back with bloodshot eyes. Seeing that it was Chen Xianfan, he couldn't help but stare, and then became even angrier. Wow, rushed at him. Infant ghosts have a low IQ, but not none, so it was now very angry that the man in front of it had lied to it, and had even helped bully one of its dogs and snakes. It's abominable. Unforgivable. Petri dish. Infant ghosts are highly resentful because they die shortly after being reincarnated, and it's easy to turn into a ghost, especially before the age of 3. The eyes of the ghosts are not yet closed, and before they completely become a person in the yang world, they lose their heavenly souls again, and if they are taken away by the Undertaker to enter the underworld, they will have to enter a new cycle of reincarnation. When they are upset, they will often take the initiative to absorb the yin qi to turn into ghost babies, actively accepting yin qi to protect his body. Once he transforms into a ghost, he is much more powerful than a normal brat. However, They only know to chase after the een and fury chi. They don't know the method of cultivation. If they become ghosts and then stray out, and are not utilized by evil devils and foreigners, it's not too difficult to deal with them. The baby ghost in front of him looked like it had never been refined by anyone, nor did he know the method of ghost cultivation, relying entirely on instinct to act when fighting, with empty strength but not much means. The only 3 tricks were to confuse one's mind through screaming, and attempting to trap Chen Xianfan with his Yin Chi, as well as coalescing the sharp claws of his Fury Chi to injure him. Chen Xianfan wasted little effort and caught it in a few round trips. Aura covered his hand, probing it as if he were carrying a kitten or puppy, and squeezing the back of its neck. Waving his hand and shaking it, he dispersed all the Yin Chi around it, revealing the infant ghost's true form. Big head, short neck, short arms and legs, wearing a festive big red fat jacket and onion green pants, bare feet. The little thing didn't even look a year old if it was a real child. It, doesn't even have teeth yet. Boing! The baby ghost had no other means of attack after being pinched at the back of its neck and dispersing most of its Yin Chi. And even its struggles to come and bite him were unsuccessful because its neck was too short. There's only one move left. That's crying. Carrot. Howling. Chen Xianfan scratched his head a bit. There was something strange about this baby ghost. Not like a ghost, more like a little baby. Still a delightful little kid. Though it was a child made up of a black mist that looked a little ghastly. How could a normal ghostly creature with an insubstantial body be plagued by a short neck? Their necks can get longer. But the little ghost baby didn't seem to know that. Or maybe it's intentionally acting like a young child, in rejecting some of the parts of becoming a ghost. Maybe it was because the little baby ghost hadn't done anything to itself just now. Or maybe it was because it hadn't really hurt the dog or the snake, and it was still innocently dug up, and it was just a little bit too much to want to let it just go out of its soul. Not to mention that this baby ghost didn't have a bloodbath on it, so it also belonged to the category that could be spared. Little guy, you just chased my dog and snake for half a day, so you're pissed off too, right? Why don't we make peace? Ordinary little ghosts might not be able to understand human language or communicate properly, but there was something unusual about the baby ghost in front of him. Chen Xianfan was not sure if the little thing could understand. Anyway, his words had to be said. Look at it like this. I'll pick up your ashes and put them back. Of course, inevitably you have to bring a little bit of dirt with you. I hope you don't mind either. I will then find a place with beautiful scenery to bury your soul bottle, and then look for Taoist monks to give you the chanting and supernatural. You will obediently go to the reincarnation. Okay? Boing! It was still the infant ghost's howl that answered him, but it seemed a little less loud. There's a play. Like you can understand it? Chen Xianfan was about to say a few more words when he felt a familiar weight plop onto the top of his feet. As soon as he looked down, he was met with 2 pairs of 4 small black eyes. Woof woof! Hiss! His dog brother and little pink-lighted nephew jumped over, hopping and barking toward the baby ghost he was carrying in his hand, ears and tail flopping up and down, snake head and tail swinging from side to side. The dejected look was just plain, and it made the baby ghost look a little more pathetic. The baby ghost's cries were suddenly loud again. Sins ah! Chen Xianfan slapped his forehead. Killing is nothing but a headache. This baby ghost is dead through and through. Just a little bit of ashes left, and now the soul vase is still being smashed by his own dogs and snakes, and the ashes have been spilled. Now he's landed in the position of being tackled by himself and having to be mocked by dogs and snakes. How this image looked. How did it look like Chen Xianfan and the 3 of them were bullying someone else's baby ghost? Forget it. I'm not going to ask you. I don't need to find a monk or a Taoist priest. I can also overpower you. Chen Xuanfan's hand that was pinching the infant ghost's neck tightened and flipped it over, face up. Then he lifted the kitchen knife in his hand and slashed it down towards the baby ghost's stomach. The baby ghost stared at him with wide eyes and a straight face. Ah, the sky is dark. The baby ghost is also dark. The house went to the knocking. Lu Yong opened the door back. Xiong Zhengzheng. This moment was about to jump out from inside the window to help, but just happened to hit the eye to see Chen Xianfan. This look of killing a chicken to kill a small child. Cannot help but shrieked out in shock. Inside their room, the voices of Lu Yong and the others also came. All of them were asking Chen Xianfan what had happened, staying up in the middle of the night and crying like a ghost. Team Zhang, guess what? There really is a ghost crying. Chen Xuanfan's hands did not stop as he casually replied. Ghosts crying? Why doesn't it sound like that to me? It sounds like a child's voice. Brothers, was there a child crying just now? Sure, Daijuan shouted. Captain, is it possible that you left a favor somewhere and someone brought a child to you? Is it a boy or a girl? How old are they? Saying this to the edge of the bed. Looking out, Chen Xianfan seemed to really be holding a child in his hands, white and tender. He even turned his head toward him at the sound. Sure, Daijuan couldn't help but be shocked, ran to the window, jumped out with a hand propped up, and called out, there really is a child? Whose family is it? It's not really your family's, is it? Quickly, let Uncle take a look. Uncle hug. See if the little baby in our gang leader looks like. Chapter 94 Digging up a row of Nyang and Auntie. The drizzle was so light that the little starlight was dim. Not to mention the moon. Hurry! Hurry! Louis Yang led the men of the C Character Battalion's A Character team and quickly surrounded Chui Wei's courtyard. Then waved his hand. Huashan Chao Shang Wei Dong 3 people, and Chui Ji 3 people, in a crowd formation, respectively, from the front and back doors, rushed into the thatched cottage. In a matter of moments, the sound of a fight rang out from inside, followed by the sound of agonized wailing. Then Chao Shang and Wei Dong pressed Chui Wei out of the room. The guy was wearing only his inside clothes and his hair was down, and he looked to be sleeping. How did you sleep? It looked like he obviously didn't know that something was missing from his house. And surprisingly, he not only didn't run away, but he didn't have a single caution. Also, the bottle that held the baby ghost was dug out of the dirt under the bottle pile in the backyard. And probably the guy didn't even know that there was another bottle of the baby ghost's soul in there. He didn't even bother to look at the backyard when it was plowed though? That's a little too indiscreet. Doing bad things can be dangerous if you're not careful. Chen Xianfan didn't know that the dog pup had dug up a bottle from Chui Wei's backyard, so he didn't think to cover his tracks, and he went into the backyard, where it had been raining for the past few days, and the dirt on the ground was wet, one footstep at a time. All those footprints were certainly left behind. Chui Wei would have seen it for sure if he had visited. If he had seen it, and followed it to find where the doggy had dug the soul bottle, he would have found himself eastward. Once he realizes this, he is bound to run away. So, he can't be left with time to react, and must hurry over to make the arrest. Chen Xianfan didn't even have time to explain, so he had Louis Yang take everyone with him and rushed outside Chui Wei's courtyard. As a result, it now looks like he's in a bit of a hurry. Even a little self-doubt could not help but arise. Could it be that I'm thinking wrong? Chui Wei didn't know about the baby ghost? No way. He glanced sideways at the child who had been hugging his neck. Blah! The kid spat a spit bubble at him. Good boy, ah cub. Your mother is buried where? Point to me to see. Chen Xianfan wiped his face, softened his voice and asked. Although the one in his arms wasn't really a child, and it was cool to hold in his arms, he looked exactly like a small child, and out of pity for the cub, it made him unable to resist revealing some of his male mother's qualities. I didn't expect you to be able to coax a child, young Master Jean said as he stood by Chen Xianfan, tilting his head to look at him and the child in his arms. Cub, do you want to let your Uncle Jean hold it? Chen Xianfan made a gesture to give the child to young Master Jean to hold. Mother, back there. The child, however, wrapped his arms around his neck and stretched out his little finger to point to a place in the backyard, obviously not happy to be hugged. Alright, we will go and ask your mother to plow. Please come out. Chen Xianfan glanced at Louis Yang. Team Zhang? I'll have someone go. Louis Yang beckoned and called over 2 soldiers to go first to where the child pointed. The soldiers were armed with shovels and hoes, etc., which they had used and familiarized themselves with at the bottom of General Hill last time, and after a bout of skillful work, they quickly dug out the altar from under the ground. Not just one though, a row. There were 18 clay altars as tall as a calf. Dude, that's a dozen mother heirs? Chen Xianfan once again looked at the child in his arms, and the child nodded at him, pointing at the row of altars and shouting, Mother, it's inside. So many, are they all your mother? Sure Daijun couldn't help but want to come over, but then stopped and didn't come over, just stretched his neck and asked. The guy who enthusiastically asked if it was a boy or girl and wanted a hug from his uncle wimped out when he realized it was a baby ghost. Don't even dare to come close, let alone hug. This infant ghost, which had been broken through the netherworldly ghost chi by the knife master, revealing its pure soul body, did not leave as Chen Xianfan had imagined, but instead relied on him, letting someone else hold it and refusing to do so. It was as if he had listened to Shi Dejun and recognized him as his father. So Chen Xianfan was now very unhappy to pay attention to Master Shi. He spun around, facing the child to the clay altar, and once again asked, which one is the mother? Well, this one. The little baby ghost pointed to one of the altars. The surrounding soldiers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief at the words, but not waiting for them to finish this breath. The little baby ghost scratched some other altars with her fingers and added, the others? Auntie, good lord, it's still a ghost, and I don't know what strength the ghost is. Are there any other places with your aunt? Chen Xianfan glanced at Louis Yang and asked again. Woody, the little baby ghost shook her head. Fortunately, that's okay. Louis Yang couldn't help but pat his chest. 18 of them, even if they were all big ghosts, they could handle it. It's someone else. The cub doesn't recognize the little baby ghost smiled, revealing 2 dimples. In front, too. Dodo. Cubs feel it, Haven't seen it before. Lu Yiyong, Chen Xianfan, surrounded by soldiers. Suddenly it felt like there was a gust of cloudy wind around them, and many of them stood a bit uneasy. Chen Xianfan also couldn't help but look down at the soles of his feet. He wouldn't have a soul vial at his feet too, would he? It would be a real grave bouncer if there was one. He, the baby ghost smiled cheekily, wrapping its arms around Chen Xuanfan's neck and rubbing its head against his face. Rice is not afraid. The cub protects you. Appreciate it, but no thanks. Chen Xianfan looked towards Lu Yong. The question now was what to do with Cui Wei. And this courtyard of his. Should we dig out all the altars in the ground? Well, plow out first and see how much there is. Lu Yong nodded his head and told the soldiers to carefully start plowing the ground, so as not to break the clay altar. Not knowing what kind of ghosts are kept inside, it's better to be cautious. Some people are digging in, others are on guard at the edges. The clay altars that were dug up were labeled with talismans and gently held and flattened to a safe place. Likewise have the soldiers guard it, lest someone come in and break the altar. The outside layer of the courtyard has been surrounded with twine, and soldiers have been left to guard it. The 100-odd soldiers of the C-Word Battalion's A-Word squad were all busy, and even Chen Xuanfan's dog brother and snake nephew, Little Pink Lamp, had been assigned the task of searching for the missing soul vials. Some of the souls that are too small like the soul bottles of baby ghosts can easily be missed, and these are the targets of the pups. Torches were lit in the courtyard, attracting Cui Jiazhuang's Rijing and village Xingzheng as well as the strong men on patrol to check it out. All were stopped by the soldiers, and they were told that the people were not allowed to come close around Suiwei's courtyard, not to cross the twine outside the courtyard. Lu Yiyong, on the other hand, called up people to start interrogating Cui Wei. Chapter 95, It's not impossible to say. Outside Cui Wei's courtyard, it was surrounded twice by soldiers with twine up and down, and it was plastered with Zhushu yellow paper for exorcism and warding off evil spirits. A long strip of it, stretching out against the wind, forming a simple defense spell. Vermilion book yellow paper is a kind of talisman paper that uses vermilion sand as ink after refining, and writes one or more sentences selected from the scriptures on top of the yellow table paper. It's about a meter long and you can attach one end to the top of the twine. Unlike spiritual talismans that require the infusion of cultivation power, have fixed incantation contents, and have requirements for the art of drawing talismans, the writing of Zhushu yellow paper does not require the writer to have cultivation in the body, as long as he or she concentrates on quieting his or her mind and body and unifies them, and when reciting the scriptures, he or she writes down a sentence in the scriptures that he or she is reciting. There must be no other reading in between, no pauses, no misspellings. Writing Zhushu yellow paper is often used by cultivators who are new to the art of drawing talismans as a lesson to hone their mental proficiency in penmanship and spiritual awareness, especially in Taoist monasteries. Disciples would write a large amount of this kind of talisman paper on a daily basis, to open the altar and give alms to the believers. It is indispensable to have this thing. The specific utility of this Zhushu yellow paper is based on the scriptures on top of the rune paper. Most of the contents are mainly about overcoming the spirits of the dead, blessing peace and repelling evil spirits. Whether it was the yellow table paper used for writing or the vermilion sand, or even the brushes they used, they were all refined magical artifacts. Cinnabar also has the use of exorcism, after the secret method of refining, coupled with the scriptures, but also more or less some cultivation in the body of the people who wrote. Although not deliberately infused with spiritual power, written is not a real spell, but also than the general secular in the absence of cultivation in the body of Taoist priests, haphazardly scribbled so-called spiritual symbols to be more practical. Every month the Taoist temples in the city of Shangzhou would send some to the various forces inside and outside the city as a regular practice. It's kind of an earth ritual. Chen Xianfan had brought quite a few of them with him when they came out to garrison this time. Xin Shua's storage bag within the space is large enough. After refining the python dragon ribs, turned into a about 8 feet high spearhead team flagpole, less than 4 feet of flags in a roll, put in it does not take up much space at all. The rest of the space is not used is not a pity, so but whatever you can use, that's loaded and loaded and loaded. There are some things that you don't realize are insignificant but important until you have to use them. Although this yellow paper Zhushu is not like a spiritual talisman, which can't be used for fighting, and can't be actively stimulated, but can only be used passively. But when it is placed at this time, won't it be useful? The good thing is that it is cheap and there are enough of them to make a circle, and with the hemp rope soaked in chicken blood, it can at least block some of the residual souls and the overflowing yin qi. The talisman paper isn't afraid of water either, as long as it doesn't get soaked. It's drizzling, so it's fine for a while, just keep an eye on it and change it in time. It's a load of insurance. However, as more and more large and small altars were dug out, Chen Xianfan felt that this layer of insurance was becoming less and less secure. He looked around at the soldiers who were continuing to dig out the altar, and he could not help but feel a surge of distraction, and the chi and blood in his body fluttered as a result. Ai-chan. Hot. The cub screamed as he was scalded. This little baby ghost didn't have a name and didn't know what he was called. He said that his mother called him Cub, so Chen Xianfan had to call him that as well. Can't keep babying and babying and babying all the time. Can't you let go if it's hot? Chen Xianfan thought to himself. This is a chance to get rid of the baby ghost pendant. Unfortunately, the cub wouldn't let go of his hand even when he was scalded with tears, stubbornly shaking his head. No, I want rice. Mother asterisk 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 her. Goddamn want rice. I'll give you the whole broken bowl again, no? Chen Xuanfan's attempt to get rid of the sticky baby ghost failed once again, then calmed his chakra so that the kid proceeded to comfortably serve as a pendant around his neck. He's too manly a man to bully a child. Besides, the child's mother was right in front of him, and seeing him bully his own child before storming off would be a big deal. A woman is soft, but a mother is strong. A traveler's fortune is inherently evil, so he can't be headstrong. In case he bumped into a ghost mother of the Ghost King level, a single breath could turn him into ashes, floating in the wind. But then again, a ghost at the level of Ghost King shouldn't be packed in such an ordinary altar and buried in such an ordinary place, right? Thinking of this, Chen Xuanfan's heart stirred. He walked over to what the baby ghost said was his mother's clay altar and scrutinized the altar to see if there was any difference between this altar and a normal one. Hopefully, on this difference, to confirm whether those other altars that were dug up were soul bottles or not. If it was a soul bottle, what level of ghosts could it trap? Without being able to break the altar to find out what was going on, it was the only thing he could think of. Pup, can we get off of me first? After Chen Xianfan squatted down, he only felt that it was very inconvenient to hold a doll around his neck, and this doll was not light at all. Although the pure soul body had no weight, the yin chi that coalesced the ghost body was very weighty, being held by an infant ghost around his neck. If Chen Xianfan was an ordinary person, he would have fallen off the pillow in this moment. Well, fine. The baby ghost hesitated for a moment, but still obediently left Chen Xuanfan's neck. With a cheeky grin, she lay on his back instead. Okay, although it felt weird, this time Chen Xianfan was at least able to dominate his hands freely. With the baby ghost on his back, Chen Xianfan began to examine his mother's soul vial. This is a glance over. We know that the crude workmanship of crude pottery clay altar, the outside of a layer of black glaze, is not only uneven color leakage, there are obvious traces of knocking, in addition to the touch of the unusual cold, weighed quite heavy except, this is an ordinary altar. There were no traces of refining, and no fluctuations in spiritual energy were felt. At once, Chen Xianfan came to the conclusion that this altar could not possibly be a magic weapon. Even if there was a mysterious mechanism within, it could only be a type of soul-invoking streamer, a mortal weapon that would be useful in the mundane world. After looking more closely at the body of the altar, the seal and the bottom, he found some intricate patterns that looked a bit like an invocation spell. Chen Xianfan frowned slightly as his fingertips gathered aura and injected it into the altar. The pattern on the altar had a flash of golden light as the aura was absent. The fact that it was able to be energized proved that it was indeed a charm, and one that still worked. The cub, lying behind him, suddenly rounded his eyes. IEEE. The cub can't hear mother. What can't you hear? Chen Xuanfan's mind was on the soul vase in his hand. He didn't even pay attention to what the baby ghost was saying, and only reacted halfway through his smooth talk. As he jerked his head back to look at the baby ghost, "You're telling me that before you could hear your mother talking to you the whole time?" Aang. The cub bit his finger and nodded heavily, looking at Chen Xianfan with his big eyes blinking and blinking. "Then why didn't you tell us that you could talk to your mother across the altar?" Chen Xianfan looked at him skeptically. Rice didn't ask Kaba. Pup chewed on his fingertips and deflated in aggravation. Chen Xianfan, this little thing, is he taking after me? The trick of pretending to be aggrieved and well-behaved was also commonly used by Chen Xianfan when he showed weakness. It does work. She just talked to you too? Anan, what did it say? Mother said you touched her and when she comes out she'll marry you and make you my daddy. I was wrong. I'm sorry. Chen Xianfan immediately put down the soul vial in his hand. Nice guy. Looks like the bottle can't be touched. It's easy to be happy. The cub smiled cheekily. Ai-chan, can I call you daddy now? Can't. Chen Xianfan refused categorically. Why? The cub floated up to him and crossed her arms to face him. Because it's not your father, Chen Xianfan said as he pushed the little brat that was about to stick to his face away a little. You help me get mother out. Mother marries you. And you're it. The little ghost floated back again, persevering. Please, hurry up and get my mother out. My mother is very beautiful, and so are my aunts. They can marry you together. Yo my ass. Chen Xianfan lifted his hand without good humor and pinched the back of the brat's neck. You're a dishonest little thing. Are you trying to trick me into releasing your mother and all these ants? It's not a lie. The cub glared and stomped his legs. It's begging you. Please get my mother and ants out. It can be saved. But not now. Chen Xianfan still refused. Why? I'm afraid that your mother and those ants of yours are too fierce, and will suffer if we can't beat them. No, mother and auntie don't fight. Ghost stories can't be trusted. You, pup is going to get angry. The cub gave Chen Xianfan a disbelieving glance and exclaimed in anger. Then he held his arms and crossed his legs, closing his eyes and ignoring Chen Xianfan no longer. That's angry? Chen Xianfan suddenly put his raised hand down in a bit of a sweat. He thought the brat was going to freak out and was all set to bring Spoon out to work. Wait a little longer. I'll make sure again and release your mother and the girls first if there's no problem, Chen Xianfan said, carrying the cub and lifting his leg towards another place where the soldiers had piled up their altars. One by one, they reached out and tried with their mana. The same sigil was engraved on each altar, a charm that requires just a hint of spiritual energy to be activated. Different levels of talismans had different power and required different amounts of chi, blood, true chi or mana to catalyze the invocation. This is the most basic law. There is nothing strange in the world, and it is certainly possible for a charm that does not conform to the laws to exist. But the difficulty of carving out a charm like that is destined to be a rarity that is not accessible to ordinary cultivators, and there was no way it could have been so casually branded on an altar of coarse ceramic texture. An unrefined clay altar is limited in the power of the charms it can carry. This meant that a ghostly creature that could be trapped by such an altar would not be too strong. Maybe it's even a little bit worse than the cultivation of the female ghost Jiao Jiao. Chen Xianfan personally energized the talismans on each altar, and sensing that there were a few of them that were leaking in qi, he reinforced the seals with his spiritual energy in passing. Save yourself the shock of running out in the cold. It was only after he had done all this that he went to Lui Yang and told him about his findings. So what do you mean? Lui Yang asked with a frown. Have the brothers release the ghosts one after another, and after restraining them, I'll transcend them. Chen Xianfan flashed out his chopper grandpa. This is also a way. Lui Yang had seen him use Master Sword to overtake infant ghosts and nodded, but then hesitated. But an altar may not contain a single ghost, and if there are too many, I'm afraid that some ghosts will take advantage of the chaos to escape. This is in the Chui family's head. As long as it runs out, a ghost is not a small trouble. I can't run away, Chen Xianfan said with confidence. Team leader, we're carrying a treasure that can trap all the ghosts in this courtyard. So don't worry. What treasure? Lui Yang thought to himself. What is the treasure that can trap a group of ghosts in the 18 that I, the team leader, don't even know about? This baby. Chen Xianfan took the team flag out of his storage bag, using a bugle flag as a beckoning flag. How dare you think of that? But, that said, it's not a no-no. Chapter 96, returning the same cold smile. Well, did you ask anything out? Chen Xianfan asked as he glanced at Chui Wei, who was wetly tied to a tree and beaten to a pulp. No, he refused to say anything. Lui Yang shook his head with a furrowed brow. Immediately after they captured Chui Wei, they took the recognition 100 meters away from his yard. It's by a river at the entrance to the village. Did not directly interrogate, but first gave him down half a bottle of dog's blood vermilion, and then will be stripped naked and thrown into the river. 2 soldiers went down. He searched all over the body of one side, washed clean and then fished up. This was done in case he was carrying something on him. Not only what was in his clothes, but he could have evil things painted or hidden on his body. There are some hidden evil means that can only be solved in such a simple and crude way. It's also to keep him from dogging it. Chui Wei had too many altars set up in his front and backyard, which was again his lair. Who knew if there were any other dangerous means hidden inside besides the soul bottle? No villain who has done evil can sleep peacefully in an unsuspecting place. They will be completely prepared either on their person or in the places they frequent. Always be prepared to face the east window after the arrest by the government, or by the enemy seeking revenge to hunt down the door. Once such a situation, have to have the means to cope with it. Kill the enemy or run away. So we can't leave him the opportunity to use these means. Take away the person immediately after catching him, but also check his whole body carefully, lest the dog jumps over the wall unexpectedly by the other party to be injured. The tricky and evil arts could not be defended against, and doing so could only be said to minimize the danger, not eliminate it completely. Any negligence could lead to the casualties of their fellow soldiers, so they could not afford to be careless. Even now, Chui Wei was tied to a tree with an evil-breaking talisman affixed to his body, and in the hands of the 2 soldiers next to him, they each held an evil-breaking talisman, just in case. This was still without confirming that the altars dug up in the courtyard were all soul bottles, and now that Chen Xianfan had found out that all the ones dug up were soul bottles, then Chui Wei's danger had been raised again. But the weird thing was that Chui Wei didn't have a trace of cultivation on his body. He's just a regular guy. There was no true chi, no spiritual energy, and even the blood chi was in a decayed state. Worse than an ordinary person, Lu Yong said. It looks like it's caused by the erosion of yin chi. This is the end result of dealing with ghosts for a long time, but this guy should have used some means to save his life. He suspected that Cui Wei had some way of periodically pulling out the yin chi that tainted his body. Otherwise, with regard to the ghosts contained in those soul bottles found in the courtyard now, if all of them were put in by Cui Wei, he should have been turned into withered bones a long time ago. 223 large altars and 65 small altars. This was the number that Chen Xianfan had tallied up. But the plowing wasn't over yet. These soldiers of the A-word team. Other work is not good to say how to do. On this planing and digging, that absolutely belongs to the skilled labor. The kind of proficiency where the paid foreman looks like he has to add money. Skilled laborers work, even with added care. Their movements are not slow. But now that more than half an hour had passed, there was no sign of stopping. Lu Yong couldn't help but feel a sudden jump in his heart when he glanced up to the brightly lit courtyard. This number of ghosts, if all of them ran out, even if they were all little ghosts, the instantaneous dense ghost chi could make the old people and children in the whole Chui family house either dead or injured. Clearwater County is not a mess, but Cui Wei can't ask anything here. He refused to say anything, so there was no way to determine if he had any accomplices inside the Cui family home. It wasn't like before, when you could summon Xin Shua to come without fear. Everyone is doing their own thing, and the A-team has to deal with this independently. Unless you are sure that you cannot cope, you must not ask for help so easily. It was because of this that Lu Yong agreed with Chen Xuanfan's idea and proceeded to deal with the soul vial first. It's a bit risky, but at least the initiative is in your hands. Any further delay would be passive in case Cui Wei's accomplices reacted and activated some secret arrangement, destroying the soul bottles in the courtyard and releasing the group of ghosts. And it can't wait until morning. The period of time after the rooster crows and before dawn, when the earth's chi tumbles and yin and yang converge, will inevitably stimulate the ghosts. With so many spirit bottles buried in the courtyard, Cui Wei should have a way to suppress them, but he refused to say. Is willing to say Lu Yong also dare not believe. Ghosts can't be trusted. And it's not just the lies of ghosts that are said to be true. In comparison, the baby ghosts all look more believable than Cui Wei. But neither Lu Yong nor Chen Xianfan mentioned the words of releasing the infant ghost's mother first. As usual, there's nothing wrong with being careful, and there's nothing to be gullible about. How certain are you? Lu Yong finally confirmed with Chen Xianfan. 90%. I've checked with my spiritual power. The charms on those soul bottles can at most trap the remnants of the souls, as there are ashes of ghosts inside to barely trap the little ghosts. The remaining 10% was a friendship score that Chen Xianfan reserved for modesty and politeness. His chi practicing cultivation had also been improving over the past 2 months. Plus, after knowing that he was practicing chi and martial arts together, Xin Shua gave him a copy of the Vermilion Bird Survey Method. Don't look at the name as very random, but it contains a lot of information related to demons and evil spirits that the Vermilion Bird Army has probed. Although it is a basic version, common sense questions can be answered in it. Having this was enough for Chen Xianfan to make the right judgment. If the judgment is wrong, that's easy too. Call for help. An unforeseen circumstance would mean that it was a danger beyond the ordinary, and they didn't have the skills to follow it. Give me the team flag. Since Chen Xuanfan's judgment was justified and the ghostly creature in the soul vase would not be very strong, Lu Yong then no longer hesitated and directly ordered the newly arrived number flag of the C-word battalion's A-word team, with the python dragon's ribcage as the pole, and the flag woven from the black silk spat out by the 9 sun spirit silkworms and the red spider silk of the red flame red spider, was mixed into the hair of all of the A-word team's soldiers, so it's red stripes on a black background, embroidered with Tao Tai motifs in red gold thread, and branded with defense runes on the back. A defense formation was inscribed on the flagpole. Together, the flagpole and the flag can form a defense formation when activated, enveloping the pawns. At the same time, both the 9 yang silkworm and the red flame red spider's spider silk were things that restrain demons and evil spirits. This, coupled with the residual supreme yang qi from the python dragon's ribs, would cause an additional layer of yang qi to be added to the formation's defense shield. The way Chen Xianfan said to trap the group of ghosts was to use this layer of yang qi to trap the ghosts within it. After retrieving it from the heavenly workshop, all the soldiers in the entire team first dropped a drop of essence blood on top of the flag, branding their own breath onto it. Then together, they used their chi and blood to contain it for more than a month, and now there was a strong connection between the two. Remove it and you can use it straight away. The defense array can block the attacks from outside and also trap the ghosts inside the courtyard. Chen Xianfan stayed in place to guard Cui Wei, and Lu Yong held the team flag and returned to the courtyard. The soldiers were ordered to say, "A team, line up." The words of the multitude form a city. Stimulate the blood. Awaken the flag. Yes, The voice fell and the soldiers moved. There were 107 men in the A team, excluding the 5 Chen Xianfan in the mess hall. It was 102 men. Teams of 3, exactly 34. Liu Yong's group stood with him under the military flag. Another group was guarding Cuiwei, and the remaining 32 teams quickly formed a circle with the military flag as the center point. All the soldiers quickly took their positions and stood with their backs to Liu Yong. The doggy-egg yolk, who heard the noise, topped the little pink lamp of the green snake and stood obediently under the team flag. A dog and a snake stand tall and solemn. Zhanqi. Liu Yong glanced at them, not paying much attention. With a loud shout, his blood qi poured into the flagpole. His arm muscles bulged, and he violently shook the flag, which opened with a la 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 la. Tao Tai. The soldiers responded in hushed tones while drumming up their qi and blood to explode their blood qi. At once, red silk threads floated down from above the flag and fell to the head of each soldier. After it fell, a trace of the blood qi of the soldiers went up the silk thread and converged on the team flag. In the next instant, a burst of red light emerged from the spearhead at the top of the flagpole, enveloping all the soldiers. Order! Enter! To the hemp rope! Stop! Liu Yong droned again. Lead the way! Advance! All the soldiers, in a massed formation, trotted forward toward the twine in front of each, until it stops close to the front. As they ran, the red filaments and red light lengthened and expanded. With the qi and blood of 100 soldiers, the entire courtyard was surrounded. It was like a big red bowl of floating blood mist snapping down. It really looks like an evil spell any way you look at it. Chen Xianfan was a bit dissatisfied with how this team flag of Team A sold itself. With this silk thread attached to the back of the head. This thing looks evil in any way. Unfortunately, it couldn't be helped. It was the best solution now when a small half of the soldiers couldn't release their qi and blood outwardly, and a large half of the soldiers could release their qi and blood outwardly but couldn't control it exquisitely. The silk is used as a conductive thread, which saves consumption and is highly efficient. It doesn't look good? Is it important to look good or is it important to live? Practicality is what matters, and even selling it badly depends on how you interpret it. Just this blood and ferocious blood red actually fit the temperament of the Taotai army. As an army that suppresses evils for the Son of Heaven and the people of the great Tang Dynasty, bloodshed and killing is what they should look like. The baby ghost cub had never seen such a scene before and was mesmerized by it. Mighty or not? Chen Xianfan asked with a smile. Mighty. The cub nodded vigorously. I want to be awesome too. That can be a bit difficult. If this was a real child, Chen Xianfan would still be able to coax him for a couple of sentences, saying when you grow up come and join the army and enlist as well. Unfortunately, cub, he won't grow up. Chen Xianfan couldn't help but TSK when he thought of this, feeling a bit of a bad taste in his heart. It's just that someone is giving him a hard time at this point. Ha! An infant ghost that should have been vaporized a long time ago. Still thinking of being imposing? Humph. Dream on? Chui Wei sneered. Out of the corner of his eye, there was a cruel arc. You're just making a fool of yourself. Chen Xianfan looked at him and returned the same cold smile. Chapter 97, Pearl Milk Tea Here I Come. Chen Xianfan now knew why he had looked at this Chui Wei fellow so unfavorably before. Obviously, he has a face that isn't too hard to look at, but when he smiles, he makes people feel bored. This is all because when he smiles, the skin smiles, the skin moves, the flesh does not move, especially a piece of horizontal meat under the eyelids. When the face is expressionless cannot be seen anything. Once the movement is horizontal there, looking very abrupt and strange, makes you want to slice him open and take him out. Unable to resist licking his back teeth, Chen Xuanfan's hand itched a little. This military master, looking at me seems to be very unpleasant. Could it be that what I said is wrong? Chui Wei was still provoking him unknowingly. Master Jun must not be fooled by the appearance of baby ghosts. Ghosts are cunning and most capable of confusing people's hearts. Having compassion for them is the way to take death. The look he gave Chen Xianfan was filled with disdain and contempt. This look, Chen Xianfan frowned. Do you think you are very powerful? What makes you say that? Army master? Chui Wei asked. You're not afraid to die. Chen Xianfan used an affirmative. Indeed not afraid. Chui Wei nodded. Ha! Chen Xianfan laughed softly and said, some people think that they're great because they're not afraid of death. But in fact, they're nothing. There are no two ways to be unafraid of death. Knowing that they are bound to die, they still have no fear in their hearts. This kind of person often has a strong faith, and the conviction to die for it without regret. You obviously aren't. Chen Xianfan looked at Chui Wei and gave a mocking smile. There's another kind, which is knowing that you won't survive, and then pretending that you're not afraid to die, provoking others to seek a quick death, wanting to keep secrets that you can't tell, as well as suffer less. Chui Wei was silent for a moment and asked, then which one does the military lord think I am? Neither. Chen Xianfan shook his head. You're a bastard. You. Don't get me wrong. There's no other meaning. It's just purely to scold you. Who made you want to deliberately provoke me just now? Taking me as a little cutie? Muddling? Chen Xianfan laughed. But you are indeed a mongrel. As you account for both of these. Yet neither of them are all of them. Master Jun speaks as if he's seen through me? Cui Wei scoffed at Chen Xuanfan's words. The man spoke as if he knew him well. I have seen many people like you, self-appointed, but nothing accomplished in the countryside. So hate fate is unfair, will be full of anger and all the bad things are blamed on other people's head. For heaven and earth accusations of unwillingness, but I want to show how poor, so as to win the sympathy of other people's pity for the wretch. Chen Xianfan took a step forward and stood in front of Cui Wei, staring into his eyes, the corners of his lips rising in a mocking smile. Am I right? A mortal with low qualifications unable to cultivate. Cui Wei. I'm not a wretch. Cui Wei shouted as he fought to hold his head high. So what if I can't cultivate? Those ghosts are still at my mercy. The number of ghostly creatures buried in my yard is such that even a cultivator like you cannot compare to me. I don't know how many little ghosts like the one in your arms have passed through my hands. You can't even imagine. And you'll never guess what I did to them all. He suddenly looked at the baby ghost with malice, a look of excitement and twisted madness. Wahoo! The baby ghost was instantly enraged. Its white face suddenly turned iron blue. The ghost fog around its body filled up. Its fangs exposed, its fat hand turned into a ghostly claw, and it was about to rush up and tear Cui Wei. Be honest. Can't you see that people are just purposely trying to piss you off so that you can kill him? Chen Xianfan pressed down on the little brat and lifted him upside down in his hands and slapped him on the butt. Gah! The little brat froze at the blow, his big, dark eyes blinking, and I don't know if I heard him or not, but he was quiet with his hands over his but anyway. Only then did Chen Xianfan heave a laugh at Cui Wei, who was similarly quiet and grim-faced after being told by him. Yes yo! So marvelous, but you are still a mortal. And a mortal who has accomplished nothing. You can't read. You can't practice martial arts. And you're a half-assed goods at everything you do. Cui Wei stared at him dead in the face and didn't say a word. People like you? Ah! You are not willing to suffer for the sake of following the righteous path. And you are willing to suffer inhuman pain for following the crooked path. I don't even know if I should look down on you or admire you. Chen Xianfan shook his head in a disapproving manner as he spoke. What do you know? Seeing that he couldn't get his way, Cui Wei simply closed his eyes and grunted. A teenager in his teens but pretending to be a wise man in front of me is laughable. He posed as if he didn't want to bother with Chen Xianfan anymore. But he had said enough. To provoke a person's desire to talk, you either have to talk about a topic that interests them or hit them right on their pain points. Cui Wei's interest Chen Xianfan of course couldn't possibly know. And it was more appropriate to hit the sore spot with the guy he hated. There were only a few things a man cared about. And if he added in the fact that he slept every day in a yard full of soul vials in the ground, and combined that with the current state of affairs in the Great Tang, he guessed that this guy craved power. It's okay to guess wrong. There's a prize for guessing right. As for the put-downs and name-calling, they are purely self-expression of feelings, without any technique. In a conversation that had just been a bit of a stunt each with their own agenda, Chen Xianfan had learned at least 3 useful pieces of information. Number 1, Cui Wei wants to seek death, and he is emboldened by the fact that there is probably something else going on after his death. Number 2, not all of the spirit bottles in his yard containing ghostly creatures were there, some were being used elsewhere. Number 3, he did all these things, most likely to gain qualifications for cultivation. And all of this points to another piece of information, which is that Cui Wei he's not doing this alone. There's a force behind him that exists. These points should have been suspected by Lui Yong at the very beginning. After all, ghosts aren't like crops in the ground, where you open a field and sow seeds and they'll come out. For there to be ghosts first someone has to die. And after a person dies the living soul doesn't always turn into a ghost. Do you think that the god of the city is a god of the night? While it does seem like a dry spell at times, everyone is a hitman and does what is required within the scope of their duties. Professional ethics are still there too, so there aren't that many leaks. Lonely ghosts, listening to a group of stragglers. So the ghosts are like wild game on the mountain. Hunters hunting cannot return empty-handed is good, but also want to like farmers. Every day out of dozens of hundreds of fat pigs? No way. And these leakage of raw souls, there will be more than half by the wind and sunshine yang qi rushing. Good luck into the remnants of the soul. Bad luck directly soul flying away. Unless it was above a battlefield where a tragic battle took place, it was possible for the harvested souls to be turned into ghosts in large numbers, because the battlefield is heavy with fury. The raw souls of soldiers are also tougher and more solid than those of the common people, and the chance of their shadowy souls becoming ghosts is high. Most of the Yin soldiers raised by some of the folk's left-hand path mages originate from this, but that was in the previous dynasty. Keeping ghosts is expressly forbidden by the officials of the Great Tang. If a cultivator wanted to walk within the Great Tang, He had to abide by the court's laws. The border armies have their own martyrs' shrines for soldiers who died in battle, and intercepting living souls through any means is the subject of suppression by the demon hunters. This is even more true of folk. So after the baby ghost identified Chui Wei, half-heartedly, Lu Yong still immediately chose to apprehend Chui Wei, because this person is designated as not a good person, breaking the law of the court. That alone is enough to arrest him. And after the soul vials were dug out and the overflowing yin qi was felt, Chui Wei's treatment continued to rise. It probably occurred to Lu Yong at that point that there was someone else behind Chui Wei. What does it say about the low number of ghosts and so many spirit bottles in the yard? It suggests that Chui Wei and the forces behind him are interested in searching for ghosts and probably have a method of making yin souls turn into ghosts. If Chen Xianfan relied on nonsense and swindled out information, then Lu Yong relied on intuitive judgment. His judgment all came from years of experience in the demon hunting army. That's why Chui Wei was tied up so tightly, with black dog blood and vermilion sand poured into his stomach and mouth, and with a piece of paper on his chest. Chen Xianfan looked down. Ooh, life preservation talisman. The two soldiers on the left and right were standing by, i.e., in case Chui Wei committed suicide, and also in case this someone came to silence him. Bite your tongue? Don't be ridiculous. The tongue is all broken. As long as the rescue is in time, the person won't die for a while. Moreover, Chen Xianfan had a feeling that Chui Wei would not commit suicide, or that he could not commit suicide at this time. He wants to die, but he can't kill himself. Thinking about his own questions from earlier, about whether Chui Wei had found out or not that one of the soul bottles in his backyard had been taken by a doggy, about why he hadn't run away if he had found out, it seemed like the answer would be found, because he had to kill himself with the help of someone else. Nice guy, killing himself with a borrowed knife. Will that work? Definitely not. Not letting the bad guys get away with it is what the good guys should do. Two brothers, keep an eye on him, don't let him die, and I'll give you guys a little treat later. Chen Xianfan made a promise to the two soldiers guarding Chui Wei. Don't worry, Chief. I won't blink an eye. The two soldiers, one nodded and the other said, Cops, can I order food from the small stove? Is the called chicken okay? Okay, the usual rules. Chicken, catch your own, mix your own mud. Understood. Humph, you brat. Falling into our hands. Count yourself lucky. Chen Xianfan smiled sardonically at Chui Wei. The baby ghost cub took after his touch, baring his fangs in a sardonic grin. Jie Jie. In contrast to Chui Wei leaning against a tree with his eyes closed, in a posture of valor, Chen Xianfan wiped his face, turned around and left. There's no rush. Let's solve the immediate trouble you're in first. As long as he doesn't die, there's plenty of time to slowly toss him around. Raising his hand, chopper in hand, Chen Xianfan landed in front of the team flag defense formation under a few leaps, looking down at the baby ghost in his arms. The yang qi on this blood qi defense array would block the baby ghost sentry, but he didn't feel comfortable leaving this little thing outside. What if you run away? After thinking about it, Chen Xianfan hung the knife master back up, took out the little handsome pot, and signaled the baby ghost to go in. Get down on the ground inside and I'll take you in. The baby ghost looked at the little handsome pot, hesitated for a split second, and then nodded obediently, entering the pot and sticking to the bottom of the pot to get down and hold his head and shrink into a ball. The eyes exposed on the side of his head looked at Chen Xianfan, softly calling out to him, Rice, get down. Tisk. Chen Xianfan raised his eyebrows. The little thing was quite cute. Being trusted by a little baby ghost was surprisingly not too bad. He then mobilized the spiritual energy in his body and brushed his palm over the pot. A layer of spiritual power sealed the mouth of the pot, and then he walked into the courtyard with the large black pot flat on his back. Sure enough, there was no obstruction. Once inside, remove the psychic power and let the baby ghost out. Rice. The baby ghost rolled over and flew over to hug Chen Xuanfan's neck. Did you let mother out? Aha. Chen Xianfan nodded as he took the little handsome pot back behind his head. Wow. The baby ghost clapped its hands happily and flipped a few times in front of Chen Xianfan. This little thing was lively and spirited, not at all like a baby ghost. After turning over his heel, he was again interested in the silk threads that appeared on top of Chen Xuanfan's head, and if it wasn't for the fact that it was wrapped in blood qi, that would be scalding. His leaping little hands would have been about to touch it. Team Zhang. Chen Xianfan gripped the infant ghost at the back of his neck and walked over to Lu Yong. When do we start overcoming the ghosts in these soul bottles? Now, Lu Yong said in a deep voice. There are less than 2 hours before the cock crows. We have to hurry. Lead the way. 10 calf-height soul bottles were placed in the center, and all the soldiers stood at attention, at Lu Yong's command. The 10 groups of soldiers led by Huashan stepped out and broke the soul bottles. A dark gray mist churned and a wind rose from the flat ground, and the sound of ghosts crying and howling was loud. 10 ghosts whose strength was above the little ghosts and below the big ghosts rushed out with bloodshot eyes under the in-fury black gas wrapping. They were greeted with a shower of sticks and a shower of paper money. Instantly blindsided. It's now! Chen Xianfan charged up with his right hand, master sword, and his left hand, little awesome pot, mouthfuls of silence. Pearl milk tea, here I come. Chapter 98. This is going to be their fault. Chen Xuanfan's super session went very smoothly. When the first ghostly creature was split open, revealing a pure Yin soul body, the rest of the ghostly creatures didn't put up much resistance, and just let the blade master slice through them. Although there was no more sanity, the instinct to avoid harm was still there. This was also why Qin Xianfan and Lu Yang, from the very beginning, were talking about transcending rather than destroying these ghosts. Kill the ghosts, make them fly away. Not to mention the damage to the Yin virtue and so on. After all, there is a cover of the national fortune of the great Tang Dynasty. To kill the demons and evil spirits is also the duty of the demon hunters. The Yin virtue of the damage and so on cannot happen to their head. Just the so-called ghosts. Before life is also a person. Rabbit, dead fox, sad things hurt their kind. Inevitably heart some uncomfortable. If it was a situation where they had to kill someone, it was just a matter of suppressing demons and evil creatures that had once been human, but had done evil things, as well as evil disciples who were willing to fall as human beings from the devil. They would never be merciful. To kill, to stop killing, to be more bloody and more vicious than the demons, in order to deter the curmudgeons and protect the peace of the great Tang and its people. But the immediate situation is different. These ghosts are sealed within the soul bottle. There is no way to tell whether they are doing evil or not. And the number is so high that if all of them are killed, it will indeed hurt the peace of heaven, and more importantly, under the crazy resistance of the ghosts, they will be under a lot of pressure. One slip up and there will be casualties. Minimizing the danger and solving the problem as much as possible was the Demon Hunter Army's style of action. If it is not considered that this yard is in the Chui family, before the cock crowing of Yin and Yang Qi, convergence of ground Qi tumbling cannot be resolved. Lu Yang will even be directly to the yard sealed and then reported to the report, waiting for the above to send over the souls of Taoist priests, monks, nuns and lamas over. Professional things should be left to the professionals. But looking at the situation now, Chen Xianfan was doing just fine. Lu Yang stood under the team flag, looking at the ghosts that ran over to pick up the paper money after being superseded, nodding his head with some relief. Don't grab it. Don't grab it. It's all there. What's your name and where do you live? In front of Zhu Hongguan and the three of them children, there was a large pot for each of them with burning paper money inside. They put paper money into it while making the Yin spirits in front of them line up consciously. The current ghost is then asked for his name, followed by the incineration of a piece of paper money in his hand while reciting his name. The yellow and white paper money they burned not only had the Taoist temple's spirit power seal on it, but also the branding of the Great Tang Demon Hunting Army, its money and vouchers. The burned paper money will appear in the hands of the ghosts on the opposite side of the room, and that's how they can get their hands on the money. Like before in Anyang County, Wang Jin too and his men scattered paper money that had never been burned, purely fooling the ghosts. Tired father. After finishing the last slash, Chen Xianfan couldn't help but shake his hands. Tsuiwei, this put full of pickle jars in the front and backyard of the ground were plowed. A total of thousands of different sizes of bottles were found. Fortunately, a small half of them are empty. The rest of them are all soul bottles. But the strength of the ghosts inside are not up to the realm of the great ghosts, and the accommodations are very good. All single rooms. This meant that the total of 276 large soul vials and 321 small soul vials that were dug out contained just 597 ghostly creatures. Theoretically, Chen Xianfan only needed to slash out 597 slashes. However, this number is predicated on the fact that he needs to maintain full concentration. Not a single slip up. For more than an entire hour. The consumption of qi, blood, and energy left him with a sense of emptiness that he had been hollowed out. Luckily it was a non-dangerous situation. Otherwise this limp hands and feet would have ended up being carried away. The other soldiers in the A team had it easy. In order to ensure safety, the 32 teams of soldiers were taking turns, but from the beginning of opening 10 soul bottles at a time, it became 15 later on, and finally added up to 25 soul bottles being opened at the same time. Soul bottle broken ghosts rushed out. They would be immediately controlled, and then Chen Xianfan would make a move to split the Yin and demonic qi around them, allowing them to return to the state of Yin souls, without the Yin and demonic qi wrapped around them, and after their sanity regained some clarity, they would be able to at least do simple communication, without needing to do anything more. They would be attracted to the paper money that Zhu Guang and the others were burning. After getting the paper money, the more than 400 Yin souls drifted towards the east end of the village in Chuijia village. There is a land temple there. As soon as the first Yin soul broke free of the Yin demonic aura and regained its mental clarity, A multicolored aura emerged from the temple door of the land temple. This is the extradition aura that is released by sensing a ghost wandering. The spirits that enter the land temple have their own place to go. This is certainly good news for the A-team. Otherwise, if so many shadowy souls were left unattended, the Enon Fury would quickly coalesce over, and this courtyard would turn into a haunted place. But there's also bad news. That is, there was still a small half of ghosts that refused to go, just standing under the team flag, looking at Louis Yong and the others with bated breath. Why exactly are you guys refusing to leave? Louis Yong asked with a frown. He thought he handled it properly. This burned yellow paper money is not something you can just buy. Folklore has it that there is a mountain of broken money before hell, and that no paper money can be brought into hell without a secret seal. This statement is actually a falsehood. Paper money burned to the dead souls is not divided into real and fake, as long as the person who burns the paper is sincere. The money is money. However, there was indeed a mountain of broken money before the hell. But what was broken on the mountain of broken money was not the usual paper money, but the kind that Zhu Guang and the others were burning now. Paper money with official seals and Taoist secrets is money, but not just money. There's a name for this kind of money. It's called by money. The souls are stranded in the Yang world and must have long missed the time to return to hell. Whatever the reason, you will have to pay the appropriate price to be allowed in. A living soul reduced to a ghost to stay in the Yang Wang would have violated the heavenly Tao, and would have ended up either with its soul dispersed, or being transcended. The so-called transcendence is divided into two parts. The first part is to cleanse the ghosts of their sins and Enon death, and the second part is to send them to hell. What Qin Xianfan had just done was the first part of the transcendence, while what Zhu Guang and the others did was the second part. If the person who transcends the dead souls is strong enough, has a high enough status, and has a big enough face to vouch for himself, there will be a Eon messenger who will step in and directly send the dead souls that he transcends to access the hell. If it's worse, enough people will participate, and the water and land puja will be held to give protection to the souls of the dead with the power of all the people's wishes. The former is that these dead souls are pitiable, and I beg heaven to forgive them. As for the sins incurred by them while they stay in the world of the living, I will bear them all, and you can find me if you have any problems. The latter is that these departed souls are quite pitiful, and on behalf of the people, we forgive them for the sins and debts they have incurred by lingering in the Yang Wang world, and we only ask that they be allowed not to suffer in the Yang Wang world, and that the lives of those in the Yang Wang world will not be affected in any way that would jeopardize the peace of life of the Yang Wang people. But they, the Xiangzhou Taotai army, had neither the face of the former nor the qualifications of the latter. Not enough strength, so not enough face. As for the opening of the altar and the practice, can the people of the living beings be just represented? That's a big karma to bear. The Buddhists, Taoists and Confucians are the ones who have people above them, who have roots, and who are qualified to report to heaven and earth and to complain to the hell. Apart from that, there are also people who have made significant contributions to the people and are recognized by them as being able to say such things. Why do we have to ask people outside the party to officiate at all the land and water pujas throughout the ages to transcend the souls of the dead? This is the same reason why only the emperor can seal Mount Tai. Not qualified enough to mess around, and God doesn't care about you. Those with higher strength might even get a cordial greeting from a thunderbolt. But fortunately, besides these two ways to send ghosts to hell, there is another one, and that is to spend money. The paper money that Zhu Guang and the others burned had the merit of the Taoist temple and the national fortune of the Great Tang on it. Two things that Broken Money Mountain recognized. Take this money and send it up when you cross the mountain of broken money so you don't have to suffer again. It's not something you can just pay for. There's a set amount each year. The 18th share for the whole year is all here. So Louis Yong was a little annoyed that these ghostly creatures that still persisted in refusing to take the money and leave were getting a little carried away. Surely greed was infinite, and it was the fact that they acted too kindly that gave these shady spirits ideas they shouldn't have. Seeing his face turn pale, the ghosts all shivered, and immediately dozens more ghosts looked at each other and floated towards the land temple at the east entrance of the village. The remaining 100 or so, however, were still hesitant to leave, ducking behind the 18 female ghosts. Then a small female ghost of very short stature, who was in the lead, was squeezed to the front. The little ghost girl had 2 bags tied around her head and a big baby in her arms. It was none other than the baby ghost that had wrapped its arms around Chen Xuanfan's neck earlier and wouldn't let go. Louis Yong's brows furrowed as he crossed the long sword in his hand. What do you have to say? I want to find my cub's father. The little girl ghost was trembling with fear, but she still stubbornly shouted. I want to find my husband. Chen Xianfan, who was carrying Master's sword in his shaking hand and had just stepped over to ask what was going on, heard this and turned around and walked back. Nice guy. It's going to be on their backs. Things are bad. I'll hide. Chen Xianfan, come back here. Louis Yong's eyes are so thieving that he saw him at a glance. His eyebrows twitched, and he suddenly shouted, "Still not quick enough to come over and mind your wife and child? Lu Young, your ass." Chapter 99, it's not Chui Wei but Chui Shan. Gollum. You guys, can you just calm down a bit? Chen Xianfan put down his spoon, crossed his arms and shouted, "Do you need to make so much noise to drink milk tea? Hey, that, gang leader, hey. Sure Daijuan gurgled again, swallowed a big mouthful of milk tea, leaned over with a cheap swish, and scowled at him. Partner, invite little sister-in-law out. Let's meet her. Yes. Let us meet little sister-in-law. The soldiers on the side chimed in and yelled. There were a few that were older than Chen Xianfan that shouted that they wanted to meet their younger siblings. There are still great nephews to see. Crew chief, why don't you call your great nephew out for some milk tea? This milk tea smells so good. Let the great nephew taste how it tastes too. Yes, children need to drink milk in order to grow well. Our great nephew is only this old. He should still be drinking milk. That's right, little sister-in-law isn't too old. Can she be 10? Shouldn't she have a drink too? Should. Why shouldn't I? Sister-in-law is so short. As tall as my waist. I don't think she's even 9 years old. You need to drink some cow's milk and goat's milk too. Maybe you'll grow taller. Hey, if you grow taller, you'll be a good match for our partner. Otherwise, if you don't stand together, people will think that our partner is abducting a girl from a good family. Ha. Then there was a cheap laugh of ha. How come you guys can't die of an S? Such sweet milk tea can't even plug your mouths. Are you looking for a beating? Chen Xianfan raised his spoon brother and laughed sardonically. A beating might make the drink even more flavorful. He was now especially regretting, why he had been so diligent, making milk tea here early in the morning, and feeding these goods. These guys are just fed up and have nothing to do, so they will hold a big bamboo tube one by one and tease around him here. They should be left to starve. Aya, why is this still urgent? Sure Dajuan made a big jump away from Spoon 3 meters in front of him and yelled, aren't the brothers idle and want you to invite your little sister-in-law and great-nephew out so we can all talk for a while? Mao San said helpfully. Aha, talk for a while. Maybe when we talk, little sister-in-law will remember what happened before she died. Right? Right my ass. Chen Xianfan looked at them and grunted. Take the milk tea and hurry to find a sunny place to bask. If you don't stop gabbing at me, you'll be served by Brother Spoon. Aya, this has a wife and child people is different haha. All don't care about brothers. Sure Daijuan greatly sighed, shook his head and grunted. No wonder people often say, see profit and forget righteousness. See color and forget friends. Said a little right. Look at our partner leader. This will protect on. Do not even let a glance. Oops. Fade. He was so deep in self-indulgence that he didn't realize that his fellow soldiers, who were originally singing along with him, were already silently pouting and backing away, ready to run away at any time. What faded? A lowered, magnetic voice asked softly in his ear. A word, hard with a little tender and loving meaning, listening to people's ears tingling. The love of the same robe has faded chanting. This can still be. Ma. Young Master Jean help. Sure Dajuan had just gotten halfway through his sentence when Chen Xuanfan's smiling, handsome face arrived in front of his eyes. His eyelids flipped, and he saw the shiny bald ladybird of the head spoon about to come straight for his head. There were no obstacles encountered on the way to escape, as the others watched as Chen Xianfan smiled and raised spoon up and ran out of sight. In the yard, a large black pot of boiling milk tea was steaming, with black pearls tumbling inside. There were just 2 people left at the pot, Chen Xianfan and young Master Jean, who didn't make a sound. Little donger, why don't you go and meet your little sister-in-law too? Or do you want to see your great-nephew? It's okay, don't be embarrassed people have curiosity, don't let them see, can let you see as long as you say you want it, I will. Such a thing as being could be contagious. Chen Xianfan, who had just been annoyed by the Ines of Shi Dajuan and the others, couldn't help but start teasing the young Master Jean, who was standing quietly to the side, basking in the sun and drinking milk tea. Didn't you say just now that you wanted me to deliver milk tea to Team Zhang and Huashan and the others? Young Master Jean interrupted him and said indifferently, have you finished cooking this milk tea yet? How much longer do I have to wait? Soon. Chen Xianfan touched his nose. Gee, no fun. He looked at young Master Jin's expressionless face and couldn't help but stir the milk tea while grunting. Little donger, you can't be like this. It's not funny. People who aren't fun will have no friends, you know? I don't know. Young Master Jean grunted and laughed. All I know is that if you don't quickly find a way to send away the little girl ghost and the baby ghost that are relying on you, that wannabe prodigal brat Sure Dajuan will keep bringing his brothers to flirt with you for fun, and he will be happy to do so, and will enjoy it to the fullest. Chen Xianfan raised his eyebrows. You really do know him quite well? Not really understanding, laughed young Master Kim as he bit into a pearl. I should say, suffering greatly from experience. Just because the young master of the gold is beautiful, between the two people and a little bit of trouble, Sure Dajuan, but whenever he caught the opportunity to make A to tease a couple of sentences, or else I can't feel the energy, to the point that now everyone is almost used to it, ignoring gender only to indulge in the pleasure of molesting a beauty. This one is a bit of something in the making. Chen Xianfan felt a brainache when he thought that this bastard would come over every day with a big shy face, yelling at himself to see his little sister-in-law and his great-nephew. Goddamn little sister-in-law great-nephew. Leaving aside the fact that the so-called little sister-in-law and the great-nephew were both in spirits, the little girl ghost called little sister-in-law was not even 10 years old when she died. It's a real torture. You are just shouting in this realm of Datang, but wherever you scream in the place where I come, I have to be suppressed by the rules of heaven and earth, you believe it or not. That's a heavenly 5 thunderbolts treatment. I do have to find a way to hurry up, Chen Xianfan chanted. Otherwise, in terms of Sure Dajuan's ability to make a death wish, he could only ensure that he could control the force and barely leave him alive. The finished milk tea was packed and told young Master Jean to bring it to Lui Yong, who was still busy in Suiwei's courtyard. Chen Xianfan went back to the house with the remaining half pot of milk tea. Prepare for another heart-to-heart with the little ghost girl and the baby ghost. After the rooster crowed this morning, all was quiet in Chui Wei's yard. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Although it was already surprising that Chui Wei, a person with no cultivation, could have so many soul bottles in the courtyard that he was guarding alone, and it was unlikely that there were more powerful formations and hazards. No one dared to say that the danger had completely passed until dawn. This is where things come to a temporary closure. All the soul bottles were broken and the nether souls inside had a place to go. The little female ghost was unwilling to enter the reincarnation cycle, and neither were the 17 female ghosts around her. They insisted on staying. The other ghosts all chose to leave under coercion. In the end, Lui Yang agreed to let the little girl ghost and the baby child stay, on the condition that the other 17 female ghosts must enter the land temple. The reason, of course, was not to leave her behind as Chen Xuanfan's daughter-in-law, but because this little girl ghost was sane and probably knew where Chui Wei had gotten all those other soul bottles. The fact that things have come to an end for the time being means that there are still some unresolved issues. Chui Wei's identity and the forces behind him have yet to be ascertained, and what they're going to do with the spirit bottles filled with ghosts is still unknown. Letting a soul bottle filled with ghosts out in the open is like a ticking time bomb that doesn't know where or when it will blow up. No matter how you look at it, it's bad for the stable life of the people of Datang. And, with the number of soul vials in Chui Wei's yard, it was hard not to get the impression that some people were plotting something in a big way. Of course you have to make a profit when you put down your capital. That when you put down big money, you want big returns. Can't help but be on the ball. So half of the men in the Taotai Army C-word Battalion's A-word team returned to their barracks to rest and recuperate, while Lui Yang and Huashan, with the remaining half of the soldiers, were still searching Chui Wei's courtyard to the extent of digging up the ground in search of useful information, and Chui Wei, who refused to talk, was escorted away in a prison cart by the Xuanwu army soldiers from Shenzhou early in the morning. Against such stubborn prisoners, the Xuanwu army that guarded the prison was better at it. At this time, an unpleasant odor permeated Chui Wei's courtyard, because last night, in addition to the altars on the ground in the courtyard, the pickle altars on the ground were also smashed and inspected by the soldiers one by one. There's no way around it. It's hard to tell which one is a pickle jar and which one is a soul bottle with just the naked eye. Chen Xianfan could of course use his spiritual energy to judge, but he could only tell that there were talismans on the soul bottle, but he couldn't determine if there were any souls inside the pickle jar. The pickles proved to be innocent, but there's nothing they can do to redress their grievances. It ended up being packed by Chen Xianfan into the altar they brought with them. To be fair, Chui Wei's pickles were very well made, especially the little bites of pickle that tasted so good. If it's harmless, why waste it? They also kindly wanted to give some to the people of Chui Jiazhuang. But the people of Chui Jiazhuang seemed to be living well and could not look at this savory food, and they did not dare to ask for it for fear of eating it. So, Chen Xianfan rightfully accepted all of them, and then with the Chui family Riang asked for a cylinder of cow's milk. You don't want the gifts I give you, but the gifts you should give me have to be given. We've solved a big problem for you, can't we do nothing about it? Reese was an understanding man and delivered it immediately. What was delivered wasn't even ordinary cow's milk, but that of the giant spirit cow. Good lord! This shows that there's definitely something in the Choi family. After that, Chen Xianfan came back with buttermilk to cook black pearl milk tea. and there were quite a few tea leaves in his storage bag. It was ready before. And Lui Yong then came down to cross-examine Li Zhang and village Zhang, as well as questioning the old people in the manor. Also proved that Cui Jia Zhuang is indeed a little something. Otherwise it would not have allowed Qinghe Cui to separate a clan to live and settle outside this county. In the valley where Cui Jia village planted corn, there was actually a small spirit vein before. Although it was smaller and unable to coalesce to give birth to a spirit stone, the rich aura could still be used for cultivation. Now of course there is none. It was dug up hundreds of years ago and is now a spent spirit vein. There were quite a few such waste spirit veins in the Great Tang. Instead, spirit veins that could be utilized were already rare. It was said that many of them had been dug up by mighty cultivators and hidden within the cave of heaven. That's why within the sects and gangs that have cavernous heavenly blessings, they are able to grow heavenly treasures and tame spirit beasts. The so-called waste spirit vein, although it was waste, but there was still aura overflowing out. Only that it had lost its value for cultivators to utilize. But its existence is still bringing benefits to the common people of Choi. The old ancestor of the Cui family was very good at choosing places. The benefits of living on top of a wasted spirit vein were many. At least one could feed and clothe themselves. Moreover, no one would come to trouble the Cui family just because of a wasted spirit vein, so they lived a peaceful and affluent life. The clan also keeps 4 giant spirit cows, which are used to receive teachers for the clan's readers. Until now out of Cui Wei, the root of the trouble, Ri Zhen, also known as the patriarch of the Cui family, stomps his feet and beats his chest, scolding Cui Wei for being a white-eyed wolf and a traitor who doesn't know what's good for him. Cui Wei wasn't originally called Cui Wei. He was called Cui Shan. His old man was no good. A family of fools who don't know the heights of heaven. Cui Jiazhuang's old Li Zheng, in front of Lui Yang's face, broke down and cursed Cui Wei, then spoke of the Trishan family. Just as Lui Yang was questioning Ri Zhen, Chen Xianfan was also questioning his wife and children. Chapter 100, The silly rabbit waited for a yellow-skinned immortal instead of a silly rabbit. Sit in rows and share the fruit. Xiong Jingzhang was in the courtyard outside the room, hugging pearl milk tea and sipping happily, so Chen Xianfan was the only living person left in the room. Today was again the first sunny day since they had arrived in the trellis, and the warm sun was shining, so it was a nice tan. It's been raining for a few days now, and although the soldiers aren't afraid of rainy days, there's no one who doesn't like sunny days as long as they're human. It's sunny for 100 days, but rainy for a day. Then again, spring rains are expensive, and it's tiresome to have them all the time, so this one sunny day was naturally delightful. Of course, there are those who don't like it. For example, there were several other people in the room besides Chen Xianfan, the big living man, 2 shady spirits, an ugly dog, and a little snake nicknamed Little Pink Lamp. While it's understandable that shady spirits don't like the sun, the doggies and the little pink lamps are afraid to go out in the sun because the sun was too strong this time of year after the morning. They were still in the beginning stages of cultivation and couldn't control the desire for the essence of the sun in their bodies, so they simply hid inside the house. Now it's a plate in front of the dog and a saucer in front of the snake. It was filled with white with a hint of red milk tea, steeped with 4 or 5 black pearls. The secret black pearl milk tea made by Mr. Chen has the effect of nourishing the yin and tonifying the yang. Dogs can drink it and snakes can drink it too. Just the thing to get rid of the dryness in your body. The dog licked the plate barfing. The snake swims around in the saucer, drinking as it swims, drinking his own bath water by himself, without delaying the two and without bothering others, is a telling snake. These two were busy on their own, and their 2 pairs of little black eyes didn't forget to look across the room. Across the room, on the edge of the bed, sat a large and a small ghost sitting cross-legged. The little baby ghost drank the milk obliviously and was most attentive. His eyes and mouth were only focused on the bamboo tube, and he didn't pay attention to anything else. The little bag-headed female ghost who called out to Chen Xuanfan's husband was holding the bamboo tube with both hands and sucking the milk tea inside, and her eyes were also looking at the dog and snake across the street. After a moment, a small voice whispered, "It's so ugly." Chen Xianfan heard it clearly and couldn't help but glance at the puppy. The dog looked up uncertainly when he saw him looking over, his ears flopping up and down as he bared his teeth and cocked his head to meet his gaze. If it were an emoticon, this would be accompanied by the words, "What?" But judging by the dog's reaction, he didn't get it. How dare you call a dog that doesn't understand human language ugly? It's too much. A dog looking like this isn't ugly. It's unusual. Chen Xianfan spoke for his own dog. Unusual dogs are not ordinary looking. A dog that looks like this is destined to have an extraordinary dog life. In extraordinary, ugly is still ugly. The little girl ghost innocently looked at Chen Xianfan, asking him with her eyes if it wasn't. The little ghost girl's face was small, her face round like a bun. She said herself that her name was Fatma. Just chubby little girls. Little girl, if you say my dog is ugly again, I won't help you find a friend. Chen Xianfan thought about it and realized that reasoning didn't seem to work. So it was better to keep it simple and rough. That's a good trick. 100 tries. Sure enough, Fatma beamed. Not quite convinced. As if she felt that since your dog is ugly, why not let people say? But deterred by Chen Xuanfan's majesty, chose to compromise. Then help me find my friend quickly. And when I do, I'll marry you when I grow up. Fatma looked at Chen Xianfan hopefully. Don't look at me like this now. When I grow up, I'm sure I'll be very beautiful. You won't lose out. Marrying me is not necessary. Chen Xianfan hurriedly refused. Other people crossing are all kinds of big beautiful women throwing themselves at him. Good guy. To him here's simply, either male or female ghosts, or a small girl ghost whose height is only up to his waist high. The fat girl who still wiggles her feet even when drinking milk tea. Thanks a lot for dropping by. But that's not necessary. Let's talk about how to find your friend for you. Chen Xianfan asked. Do you remember anything else? I only remember that I promised Lian that if I ran out, I would definitely bring someone back to save her. A look of loss flashed across Fatma's face. But I can't remember where she is. I obviously promised to go back to the place. But I don't remember. Chen Xianfan looked at Fatma and frowned. The little girl said she was over 9 years old. But she looked like she was 6 or 7 at most, if not younger. And she looked very fat. There are still fat out of the back of the hand small pits. The face is also meat. But Chen Xianfan felt that something is not right. She has thin wrists and ankles. Ordinary people's daughters are rarely raised fat. 4 or 5 years old to start working. If the birth of a younger brother will have to carry the younger brother to work, eat and pour, to the age of 7 or 8 years old when the growth, but also can be thin into a bamboo pole. Yellowish faces are common and chubby ones are almost invisible. There are girls from wealthy families who are this fat, but Chen Xianfan has not had the opportunity to see them, so he didn't know if it was just his illusion, or if the richer families in Datong raised fat girls like this. Is it so weird that anyone would be fat? Fatma, what's your last name? Chen Xianfan thought about it and asked from the most basic. I don't have a last name. Fatma's brow furrowed. No one has ever called me by my last name. Do you remember where your house is? Don't remember. Fatma shook her head without even thinking. Father took me all the way. Far away. Lost in the mountains. Throw it in the mountains? Chen Xianfan frowned. Leaving your kids in the mountains? Although it is a bit cruel to say so, the first thing that should come to the mind of the people of Datong if it is an unwanted child is to sell it, not to throw it away for nothing. And then what? Someone, very mean, led me away, Fatma recalled with difficulty, but finally shook her head. I don't remember behind. Chen Xianfan wasn't asking. There is only one way to not remember, and that is to not want to remember. When a living soul is turned into a ghost by the Yin Fury, it will choose to hide the memories that are difficult to face and unwilling to admit. This may be the case with Fatma. No one is going to ask anything out of her unless she recalls it herself. Wanting to go back and find her friend to get her out, but not wanting to remember that place. That place must have been an incredibly scary existence for Fatma. After coming out from the shattered soul vials, Fatma, who was wrapped in the netherworldly black mist, waited obediently in place before Chen Xianfan overtook their row of netherworldly souls, and even helped the soldiers suppress the other netherworldly souls. Her will and mind were tough, or else she would not have been able to maintain basic sobriety in the realm of the little ghosts, without feats or any other means of suppression. What exactly was that would make her not even want to remember? Chen Xuanfan's frown tightened. He guessed that it would be a ghostly place on earth where the forces behind Shui Wei were located. From the fat girl this did not ask out what. The little baby ghost cub is even drink the milk on the beginning of huffing and puffing. So Chen Xianfan lost half a pot of milk tea and gained nothing. When it was almost dark, Lu Yong made a trip back. Did some setting up? Then went back to Chui Wei's yard again. During the day they had already struck 18 Tonyang pillars and were basically sure that there were no other dangers in the courtyard, and they were guarding there at night just to keep watch one more time. Let's see if any silly rabbits throw themselves into the net. Don't think of your enemies as too stupid, but don't think of them as too smart either. Tonyang pillar is 18 wooden sticks, drenched with black dog blood, 3 feet into the ground, so that under the sun's exposure, the yang energy into the ground. The best way to disinfect is to sunbathe. Which may not be entirely true, but it's definitely the most useful trick to deal with ghosts and evil spirits. Chen Xianfan was bored staying in the barracks, so he simply followed Lu Yong back to Chui Wei's courtyard to wait for the rabbit to come to the door together. I heard on the way that Cui Wei isn't Cui Wei, it's Chui Mountain. Choi San's parents were voluntarily sacrificed to the evil god? Yes, that's what the Chui family's patriarch said. Lu Yong said. Chui Shan's grandfather's grandfather used to be a cheap practicing cultivator. But since then none of them have any cultivation qualifications. They also disliked that the path of martial arts was crude and unpleasant. So they hoped that their children and grandchildren would take the path of studying to become a scholar and marry a woman with cultivation qualifications instead, and give birth to unicorn children. Unfortunately, reading doesn't work either. By the time he got to Choi San's father, he was looking at surviving. Then the family met the family servant of a salt merchant who was willing to provide them with salt and a recipe to make pickles to sell. It is said to think that Choi's feng shui is good, vegetables grow well, and making savory dishes will be delicious. This salt merchant has a large and complex background, and it will take time to find out the identity of this house servant. However, the identity of the evil god that Chui Shan's parents had voluntarily sacrificed to had already been established. It was the demon god Mertzu that the black sect had enshrined. Mertzu promised that he would give their son, Chui Shan, the body of a mountain ghost after the family's death. Lu Yong snorted, simply ignorant. Chen Xinfan nodded his head, lying to the little cutie. There are also people who are willing to believe in this nonsense. The Black Church? That silly rabbit isn't counting on it. But this night, instead of waiting for a silly rabbit to be delivered to their door, they waited for a yellow-skinned fairy. Chapter 101, Huang Qilong, the boy under the little demon Taoist monarch, has met the several military masters. It was late in the day and the moon stars were thin. It was a sunny day, and at night there was no rain falling, just a little wind. There were no lights lit in Chui Shan's yard, and it was silent. The thing about waiting for a rabbit is that even if you're waiting for a stupid rabbit, you can't just set up a position in the open. Otherwise it wouldn't be a silly rabbit that would come to the door. It would be a silly rabbit that is blind, deaf and stupid. Otherwise, it's a big rabbit demon that has no fear, strutting over without fear of ambush, and directly able to devour all the people who are guarding it. So it's better to wait quietly and not get too cocky. Be cautious and careful. You can attack and retreat, and in case you run into this last extreme situation, you can still escape. Lu Yong also did not hold too much hope. The night before so much commotion, and during the day and tossed some, the other side did not receive the news of the possibility is not too big. Outside the front and back courtyards, there are no soldiers arranged to squat outside. Together with Chen Xianfan, Lu Yong Huashan and other 10 people, are waiting inside the house, under a lamp like a bean, wide-eyed, looking in from outside the window. I guess you can only see a little bit of bright light. There might be Chui Shan's accomplices who are curious enough to come over to check it out, and then we'll hold him down as soon as we can. Lu Yong whispered without words. The rest looked at him with questioning eyes. Only Chen Xinfan nodded slightly. The black cult, if it ran into that black cloak he had met in Anyang County, and his crouching dragon phoenix disciples, it was still very possible. The limits of cleverness and stupidity are beyond the speculation of ordinary people. It's hard to get to the bottom of it when it's not in the same field. There's also how stupid people can be when they're being stupid. And going in as a bystander, you're only going to see a bunch of unbelievable and buggy loaded storylines. But where a place is more logical and normal, it doesn't get to the last step. 6 generations of Chui Shan's family had been immersed in the dream of restoring the so-called glory of their ancestors. And in the end, they would go so far as to believe that a demonic god of a cult could give them the body of a mountain ghost. There are many sayings about mountain ghosts in folklore. Legend has it that there is a one-legged monster in the mountains that people call the mountain ghost, or mandrill. It is also used to generalize the spirits and demons in the mountains, as well as the Een gods. Some will also refer to the beast of the mountain, the tiger, as the mountain ghost or mountain king. Chui Shan wants to become as a special existence of mountain ghosts. It is said that this kind of mountain ghosts between the ghosts and gods, and people are similar. There are spirit bodies divided into male and female, can be united with people to give birth to heirs. There will be extraordinary accomplishments in future generations. Although legend has it that this type of mountain ghosts, transformed after the death of a person, there has never been an official record corresponding to it, and there is very little information about them in the cultivation world, not to mention that no one has ever seen their whereabouts. And even if these types of mountain ghosts did exist, I'm afraid that it's not something a demon god could give to Chui Shan. Allowing Chui Shan to have the body of a mountain ghost was nothing more than transforming him into a mountain ghost spirit body, or allowing him to take over a mountain ghost. However, the mountain ghost itself was a spirit body, and a spirit body was similar to an Een soul, with the body and soul being one, so it was impossible to take over the body. Never heard of taking over a shadowy soul. In other words, if the demon god wanted Choi San to have the body of a mountain ghost, he would have to transform his Een soul into a spirit body. This is an ability that only comes from the power of the rules of heaven and earth, and under the creation of heaven and earth, the Een god evolves, regardless of whether a demon god could do it or not. Even if he could, the price paid would not be small. Not to mention that there was a question mark as to whether or not the demon god of this black cult actually existed. Besides, even if one becomes a mountain ghost and searches for a kindred spirit, there is no telling in which life the offspring born will be able to make a living. People die like lights. People are dead and still refuse to let them go. Even if Chui Shan didn't do anything to kill them, confining so many ghosts in the ground, he has created a sin. So many soul bottles filled with netherworlds. It was like a powder keg, and it was placed right inside the Chui family's house. Once the soul vase was broken, in an instant, it would attract all the yin and yang qi in a 100-mile radius. By that time, the Chui family home would become a ghostly place, and all the people in it would be reduced to blood food for the shadowy spirits. That's not even caring about the life and death of the clan. The obsession to do so much to gamble on a nebulous future is simply uninformed. Stupid as hell. Chui Shan isn't doing it for the offspring. He's doing it for himself. Lu Yang glanced out the window and whispered. In his opinion, being a mountain ghost is much better than being immortal. Moreover, mountain ghosts are between gods and ghosts, so they may not have no chance to become gods. You think people are stupid. Maybe they still think we're stupid, and they're not even willing to take this kind of shortcut. In Chui Shan's heart, he may still feel that these clansmen of the Chui family are all his enemies. Hua Shan picks up. He received favors but felt that others didn't give him enough, so he became dissatisfied and wanted to retaliate. If we hadn't crashed through his setup, in the end, the people of the Chui family home might not have been killed by him. Chui Shan's approach had no regard for the safety of the townspeople's clansmen. Whether these people lived or died was dispensable in his eyes. The old patriarch of the Chui family had also thought of this layer, which was why he was so indignant towards Chui Shan. They may not have given Chui Shan a lot of help or favors, but it didn't look like Chui Shan was being bullied or unfairly treated. He rushed out to his family's garden, which consisted of a fenced yard and a broken wooden gate, and didn't even have a watchdog, which meant that the neighbors and townspeople wouldn't be able to touch his things at will. And all indications are that the people of the Chui family's home and Chui Shan's relationship is not quite but not bad either. That night, Rijing and Village Zhang came and spoke for Chui Shan, asking the soldiers of the A-team if they were mistaken. So don't wrongly accuse a good person. Chui Shan read a book, have a hand of pickles, can also earn money. Many people want to give him a kiss, just his own reluctance. Do not see the countryside village girl. Lu Yang laughed coldly. Pretentious toad. Team Zhang, you said that he looks like a smart person too, so how could he be tricked by the black sex people? Chen Xianfan was puzzled. After his brief encounter with Chui Shan, he felt that the man's brain was quite normal. How could he be fooled by such a stupid pie? Of course he's not stupid. If he's a stupid person, can he hide such a big secret for so many years in the Chui family home? Lu Yang said. It's because he's not stupid and thinks he's smart that he's being tricked, because he firmly believed that people could turn into mountain ghosts. This has to do with a legend that the clansmen of the Chui family estate know. What legend? Chen Xianfan asked. About the legend of the mountain ghost. Lu Yang said. There is a story circulating within the Chui family estate that I don't know if it's true or not. The story is about a young Chui and his daughter. It is said that a long time ago, a young man surnamed Lu, while hunting, met a Chui magistrate, and when it rained heavily, he went to his home as a guest to escape the rain, and met Chui's daughter, with whom he was also married. He met his daughter and married her. Later, when he returned home, he found out that he had died a long time ago and that he did not have any daughter. A year later, the young man again met the Chui family's daughter on the road, and the woman gave him a child, saying that it was his son, who later grew up to be a man of honor. The people of Chui's house say that the Chui's daughter in this story is a mountain ghost. So the people of the Chui family home all believe that people can turn into mountain ghosts? Who would believe a story? Lu Yang snorted. Only the fiendish Chui Shan would believe it. And Trishan's parents. The black sect back then to the Chui family home could just be looking for Chui Shan's family. There were several other families that were also their targets. But people shook their heads no as soon as they heard they were going to turn their children into mountain ghosts. Only Chui Shan's parents were great enough to bravely sacrifice themselves for the sake of their child. Having said that, Trishan had nothing more to talk about. The moon was now in the middle of the sky, and the night was only half over. After a while, Lu Yang began to ask Chen Xianfan without words. Chen Wufu, where is your wife and child? Should we let them come out to revisit their old haunts? Hua Shan, who had his eyes closed, also opened his eyes, revealing an interested expression. A few other soldiers, too, immediately became interested from their state of boredom and letting go. I don't. Chen Xianfan grunted and refused. What does Lu Yang call this? It's called the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is crooked. The little girl ghost, Fatma, and the baby ghost, Cubby, were both locked up on the team flag banner in Chen Xuanfan's storage bag. In the Taotai pattern on the flag, there was a small formation that could be used to imprison demons and evil spirits. The outside was so full of qi and blood that even a stern ghost imprisoned inside would not be able to escape easily. This was one of the reasons why Lu Yang would agree to leave Fatma and Cubby behind. As long as they are locked in, they can't make waves or do any harm to them. Xian Fan, call them out and take a look. Maybe there will be a new discovery, Hua Shan said with a solemn expression. However, there was a flash of laughter in his eyes. Apparently it's the watching that's the majority of the mind. However, Chen Xianfan felt that there was some truth in what he said. If Fatma had been in Choi San's room, then she might remember something. So not caring about these ill-intentioned guys who wanted to see him laugh, he released the two ghosts in the team flag. It's still business as usual. Rice. As soon as the infant ghost cub appeared, it stomped over and hugged Chen Xuanfan's neck, shouting that it was Rice not daddy. Lu Yang and the others looked at the little ghost girl Fatma with some disappointment. Encourage her with your eyes. Don't be afraid. Call out to your husband. Fatma, however, was startled by the group of unsuspecting burly men and immediately drifted to hide behind Chen Xianfan. Fatma, don't be afraid of them. Although they look like hooligans, they are all good people. Chen Xianfan playfully comforted Fatma and said. Lu Yang was just about to retort when he heard Fatma say, I know, he's a good person. The little girl's short, fat fingers pointed at Hua Shan. Why do you think so? Lu Yang frowned. Doesn't he look like a good person? Or is this girl judging people by their appearance? Thinking that Hua Shan is a good guy because he's handsome? He didn't laugh just now. Fatma tossed out. He who didn't laugh at Fatma is a good man. Why? Lu Yang didn't expect this answer. I don't know. Fatma shook her head, then nodded again and said, those who laugh at Fatma are not good people. Lu Yang scratched his head. There is no way to communicate with the little girl. She can't understand what she is saying. He looked towards Chen Xianfan. Chen Xianfan shook his head at him, unable to understand either. Since there was no need to dwell on it since he couldn't understand it, Chen Xianfan turned to Fatty Girl and asked, go around the room and see if you can remember anything to tell us. Good, still obedient. Fatma nodded and floated out. After a while floating back, he shook his head at Chen Xianfan and the others. Nothing comes to mind. Instead, the puppy who was running around after her, hanging on to the little pink light, was tired and sputtering. Just as well. You guys go back first. Seeing this, Chen Xianfan had no choice but to take them back inside the team flag again. Then picking up the little dog, who was fighting to get to the bed, he looked again at the sky outside the window, and the candles on the little table, and frowned. It looks like we're going to have to wait in vain this night. It's late into the night. The soldiers are also a little drowsy this time and cannot cultivate. Otherwise the blood raging cannot be hidden. Dry waiting is indeed simmering. Just then, the little dog in Chen Xuanfan's arms suddenly raised the dog's head that was resting on his arm, and his ears branched out. Chen Xianfan instantly sobered up. Lu Yang across from him also immediately sensed the little pup's movement, and the other soldiers also held the hilts of their swords with a wary look on their faces. Everyone in the A-team knew that Chen Xuanfan's dog brothers were alert to danger in a way that was different from normal dogs. Sure, Dajuan has a poem that says, cautious and careful Chun gang leader. Timid as a mouse dog yellow. Add the slogan, it is good to be able to eat. It is a good couplet. Oops. Gentlemen, do not be nervous, it is me. Yellow Fairy, a weasel, jumped in from outside the window, stood up in front of the crowd, two paws clasped in front of his chest, arched his hand and saluted. Gentlemen of the army. The child under the seat of the little demon Taoist monarch, Huang Qilong, has met several gentlemen of the army. Chapter 102 Immortal. Are you here to ask for the seal? Great Immortal. Is he not here to ask for a seal? Chen Xianfan saw that he had the appearance of a weasel, but fully resembled a human being, which was quite comical and interesting, and couldn't help but think of the rumors he had heard of weasels asking for seals. Couldn't help but blurt it out. Anxious Lu Yang frowned and was about to come and cover his mouth. What time is it? How can you talk nonsense? Master June, are you putting gold on your own face? The weasel wearing a round collar robe. His body length is only 1.5 feet, but his posture is very arrogant. Just now he still has a polite look. This moment a big white eye rolled over. To ask for a seal that has to look for a nobleman. It has to be an extraordinary nobleman. Who can I look for to ask for it here? Hey, Chen Xianfan blared. This weasel spirit, please watch your attitude. You know who's here? The future Go Dao Venerable. The pig-feeding Taoist, the dazzling Rice Emperor Chen Gang leader, and his teammates and his fellow soldiers. Have you ever heard of a man getting a government position? You can't recognize gold and jade. You little weasel, do you know you've gone too far? But this weasel also has a point. To ask for the seal of this kind of thing is the same as the ghosts to walk the path of the nether gods. There is no good fruit to eat if you get involved with a little bit of words. That is, under the rules of heaven and earth there is a great cause and effect of things. Cannot be said to be against the way of heaven, can only say that there is a recluse one, but the edge of that one is not ordinary people can reach out and touch, casually promised on the body but cannot be carried. Farting crater, drinking cold water to stuff teeth, a cough choking to death are possible. If the weasel in front of you really begs for a seal, The first reaction of all these guys in the making is to cover their mouths and cop out, smashing it to death first. Otherwise, even if you breathe a little louder, you will be worried that the heavenly body will think that you have agreed to it and made this sinful relationship. Individuals have their own personal karma. Ordinary people living on earth, it is good enough to be able to carry their own destiny, and then help others to carry the weight forward. That is purely looking for death. The saying that all cultivation is going against the grain is actually inaccurate, since the heavenly Tao permits the cultivation techniques to be passed down and allows all things to become essence. It is that the heavenly Tao permits living beings to fight for that glimmer of hope of transcendence. Cultivation is not easy because cultivators want so much more than ordinary people. If you want cultivation, if you want strength, if you want these, you have to fight and take them for yourself. The more you want, the more you have to pay. And this is an unchanging heavenly law in heaven and earth. As with people who want a position of power in the world, there is no reward without giving. And the path of the seal and the Een God is essentially taking the burden that is placed on you and giving it to someone else to share a portion of it. Just thinking about fart eating. I'm carrying a heavy load. And you're still? Not even the door. The windows are sealed. The weasel that can speak human language, at least more than the 8th grade cultivation, do not know what to carry on the body, which if a sentence hitch is not right, take over the downfall. 8 out of 10 will be crushed to death. That's why Liu Yong and the others kept their mouths shut so tacitly. The people of the Great Tang knew that when encountering inhuman demons and the like, they should never respond to them easily. Among other things, it was so easy to get into trouble. It's best to avoid it, to see it as if it were nothing, and maybe there's a silver lining. Only one Chen Xianfan, who didn't understand this, had the audacity to take the initiative to talk to a weasel spirit about discussing the sealing request. Fortunately, this weasel demon was not here to ask for a seal. Liu Yang and the other soldiers then put their killing hearts away for now, ready to see what this guy was up to when he came late at night. Datang's attitude towards monsters within its borders can simply be categorized into 2 types. Those that are useful and harmless are officially endorsed to be allowed to reside. Those that are useful but harmful will stay if they are willing to be regulated. And those that are not will be killed or expelled. Useless and harmful. Then it goes without saying, bones and ashes a dragon, but also fertilize the field. So it's not all shouting and fighting when you see a demon. Especially the one in front of him, who had previously declared himself to be Huang Qilong, a child under the seat of the Taoist monarch, and claimed to be the Yellow Immortal. Dao Jun is the Taoist title for a high moral true immortal, always referred to as the Great Dao Jun, but that was only used when referring to multiple true immortals in general. The disciples under the door address Yu Shang, and if they refer to one person alone, it can only be one of the 3 honored deities enshrined in the 3 Qing Hall of the Taoist temple. The implication in Huang Qilong's words was clearly the latter, but this child of its seat, it was also putting gold on itself. How could the 3 pristine saints accept a demon whose cultivation level was only 7 or 8 levels as a child? It is merely practicing in one of the Taoist temples and calls itself so. Liu Yang asked, I wonder which Taoist temple Huang Qilong practiced in. Which master does he follow? What is the reason for coming here late at night? My family's ancestors have a connection with the Shochuan Guan in Fanyang County. Huang Qilong put one hand in front of his chest and one behind his back, somewhat haughtily saying, that's why I've also practiced in the Guan since I was young. Saying this, he paused for a moment and looked at the reactions of Liu Yang, Chen Xianfan and the others. Only then did he continue. As for the purpose of a certain family's visit, I won't hide it from the several military masters, but Qilong has something to ask for. Ah, so you've come to beg? Chen Xianfan pulled up his tone and laughed. Those who don't know would have thought that you had come to deliver the decree. It was not a condescending attitude, but it was not at all obvious that it was coming to beg. This demon with a background is different. Hey. Huang Qilong froze, but then he blinked his small eyes and said with a smile, don't misunderstand this military master. A certain family is not just here to beg, but also to give gifts. A gift? Precisely. Since I'm here to ask for help, I naturally need to know the rules. Huang Qilong said, if you are willing to agree to help, a certain family here has 5 spirit breed crow chickens that have been raised for 6 years to give away. When the matter is accomplished, another 300-year-old spirit medicine Angelica will be sent, and I will never go back on my word. Spiritual species of crow's feet? Spirit medicine Angelica? Chen Xianfan couldn't help but lick the corners of his mouth as he listened. Spirit breed woolly mammoth? Isn't that a spirit beast woolly mammoth? Mortal spirit meat is also a bit tired after eating too much, and is looking for a change of pace. Whatever meat is stained with the word spirit, it can taste much, much better. This spirit chicken has to be better than the mortal spirit chicken, right? I don't know what it tastes like either. And Angelica. Angelica is a herb that replenishes the blood and nourishes the qi. The spirit medicine Angelica, although I don't know what grade it is, but if I dare to use the word spirit medicine as a premise, Then at worst it is a herb that grows up in a place where there is plenty of spiritual chi. If it's a spirit seed again, that would be something. Even if it wasn't a spirit seed, Angelica that contained spirit power was still worth a lot of money. Chen Xianfan looked down at the undersized weasel and couldn't help but blink. Good man. It's a great shot. And it seems to have been written in a certain travelogue that the Weasel clan is good at growing elixirs. He glanced at Lu Yang and then at Huashan. The three exchanged a silent look and nodded slightly. Brother Huang, I admit that I was a bit loud just now. Chen Xianfan got up and took out a bamboo tube from his storage bag, enthusiastically handing it over. Brother Huang, I have milk tea here. Try it. Come sit. Let's sit down and talk. Saying that, he pulled a chair over from the side and told the Weasel Demon to sit down. It became very hospitable all of a sudden. While he was treating the guests, Lu Yang and Huashan each took half a step forward and maintained a guarded stance. The rest of the soldiers stayed in place. A 7th or 8th grade demon. The three of them could handle. Many thanks. Huang Qilong hesitated for a moment, staring at Chen Xianfan before extending his little paw to take the bamboo tube. Brother Huang, you said you had something for us to help with. I wonder what it is. Chen Xianfan laughed cheerfully. Don't say anything about begging. Just say it. We will definitely help if we can. What can't be helped can't be helped. Hearing this, Huang Qilong nodded his head and said, all right, I'll be straight with you. I'd like to ask all of you military masters to help me find a person's in spirit. In souls? Chen Xianfan raised an eyebrow. Then you're late. We sent quite a few away last night. Not too late. I have been in the neighborhood for the past 6 months. And yesterday I even stood guard in front of the land temple. And there was not that deceased person of mine. Huang Qilong said. His words caused Chen Xianfan and the others to be startled. What that meant was that while they were busy with the soul bottles in Cui Shan's yard, there was a weasel peering over the edge. It seemed that this weasel was not simple, able to conceal its form without being detected by them. I begged my ancestor to calculate that the soul of the deceased person who saved my life should be here. But I wandered for half a year without finding any trace of her. It wasn't until last night when you rummaged through this compound in Cui Mountain that I saw a ray of hope. Unfortunately, there is still none. Huang Qilong did not notice the expressions of Chen Xianfan and the others, and continued, that's why I wanted to ask for the help of a few military masters. How are we going to help you? Lu Yang asked with a frown. We can't just turn the entire Cui family home over and over again to find it, right? Chapter 103, Seeking Heaven's Blessing in this way? No, the in spirit of the deceased person I'm looking for shouldn't be in the Cui family's house anymore, but has been sent elsewhere by Cui Shan. Huang Qilong shook his head and said, when I went out this time, my old ancestor said that there might be twists and turns on this trip, and that I would have to seek the help of a nobleman in order to get what I wanted, and I only realized the meaning of it now. Fellow army masters, I know where Cui Shan sent all those soul bottles, but which places are inconvenient for me to go, so I can only trouble you. As soon as Lu Yang heard that Huang Qilong knew that Cui Shan had sent some of the soul vials elsewhere, he just raised an eyebrow and pressed on a bit. This statement is undoubtedly situated. Cui Shan handled more than just those soul bottles in the courtyard. There do exist other soul bottles, and there are indeed other places to go. Cui Shan was telling Chen Xianfan the truth, not bluffing, so he was a little eager to step forward and get Huang Qilong to hurry up and tell him what he knew. This is most likely related to Cui Shan's and the Black Cult's scheming. As long as we knew exactly where the soul vials went, we could find out more by following the trail. But just as he was about to move, he saw Huashan suddenly take a step forward and snorted coldly with an unkind expression. Meaningfully, he said 2 words, nobleman? Right, oh, nobleman? The equally vindictive Cook Chen, with a raised eyebrow, tacitly interjected, did I hear it right? We're the nobles now? That's not what you said just now. Does Xian? Huang Qilong was a bit overwhelmed by the 2 men's 1-2 punch. Is this to raise hell? I hadn't heard that the demon hunters had the habit of having a heart and loving small grudges. Hearing that the soul bottle had been sent somewhere else should have made him more anxious than he was. But then he looked at the age of the 2 men and thought that was a normal reaction. A young man of 16 or 17 is more important to his face and self-respect than to his merit and reward. But for a moment it felt like it was taking Joe and trying to get more out of him. However, without waiting for him to say anything, Chen Xianfan just waved his hand and said with a broad chest, forget it, we are adults, so we won't bother with you. Just tell us where the Cui Shan soul delivering bottle goes. As far as you know, we can go check it out tomorrow, and after confirming it, we'll move on to talk about the reward for helping. Still need to confirm it first? Huang Qilong revealed a puzzled expression of disbelief. How do you do things carefully? That's natural. If you casually say a place, we'll just charge straight over there. If there's nothing at that time, it's the face of the demon hunting army that will be disgraced, and it'll also look like we're useless. Chen Xianfan said rightfully, a certain person won't lie to Dyson. I didn't say you'd lie to us. I'm saying this. How can you guarantee that your information will be accurate? In case there is a change in the middle that you don't know about either? Chen Xianfan waved his hand and interrupted Huang Qilong's words, saying, this is no investigation without a say. You can't just say whatever you want, right? Right. Huang Qilong has been taken perfectly. Alright then. You can now tell us where Cui Shan sent those soul vials, Chen Xianfan said casually. Cui Shan sent all of those soul bottles to the home of a large family in Qinghe County. Huang Qilong thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he directly said what Lu Yong wanted to hear the most. Chen Xianfan glanced back at Lu Yong and Huashan, and all three of them had contemplative expressions on their faces. No wonder Huang Qilong came to them for help. Within Qinghe County, especially in the homes of large gentry, it is indeed inconvenient for demons to enter and exit them. Getting the demon hunters to step in was the way to go. Besides, this Huang Qilong had calculated that they wouldn't ignore the soul vials flowing out of Cui Shan's hands. I heard Huang Qilong continue. I inquired that when Cui Shan's parents died, he was still a 12 or 13-year-old teenager, continuing his trade of selling pickles. As before, he would make a trip to the county town on the first day of every month, and in the name of delivering pickles, he would send those soul bottles within the county town. How can you be sure that there are soul bottles in those pickle altars? Chen Xianfan wondered. If he didn't use his spirit power to try and find out, he wouldn't be able to tell what was contained in the altars with just the naked eye. And the altar that was given out by Cui Shan, he must have carefully checked it to make sure that there was no yin qi spilling out. On the gates of the county towns, there are usually some magic weapons like exorcism bells and demon-cutting swords hanging, which are not very useful to real demons, but the early warning is still possible when encountering the rushing of yin and demonic qi. In addition, sitting on the ground household of the roving star is not good to fool. Once or twice may be able to miss, but listen to Huang Qilong words, Cui Shan do this kind of thing, not once or twice. Not a year or two. In a pinch, if you counted from the time he was 12 or 13, that would be almost 20 years. Good lord, if this soul bottle had a brand name, it would scream old school, 80 years away from being 100 years old. Hundreds of secrets have a slip. So many years have not been found. Cui Shan hide tight enough is one aspect. I'm afraid and he is to the county big families to send pickles also has a relationship. I'm not looking at the face of the Buddha. The guards at the city gates certainly didn't take any bribes. Otherwise, if you take a jar of pickles from your car and go home and open it up and a ghostly creature comes out of it, you'd have been in trouble. Entree. Surprisingly, no one in the Cui family home had ever bothered to bully Cui Shan. Not only had no one ever stolen his pickles, no one had ever casually entered or left his yard. Even in places where the people are simple, there are bad people. I can't say that they are absolutely bad people. There are 100 of them. All kinds. There are a lot of people who like to take advantage of this thing. Many people are willing to do. Stealing chickens and dogs put garlic seedlings. Folks, every now and then someone around the manor cursed a circle, lost something to let take away the people to send him back. The first day they arrived at Cui's house, Chen Xianfan and the others listened to a one-liner folk tune centered on calling out and urging goodness. Full of emotion, the sound vibrates for 10 miles around. This is a good indication that Cui Jiazhuang is the land of the earth, not some paradise. There must be a reason for being so warm to Cui San. Previously, Chen Xianfan thought that it was because Cui Shan's parents were sacrificed to an evil god, and the common people had a respect for gods and ghosts, and were also afraid that Cui Shan would really have a day to become a mountain ghost, and offending him would result in retaliation. But this kind of fear will weaken over time, just like when he was a child. The village said which will be grams of death is very evil gender to provoke him, but over time, the bully him or will bully. The people of the Cui family, however, had always been insufficiently close to Cui Shan, but very kind. Some of it is out of character. It's not that Chen Xianfan wants to think the worst of people, but this thing, human nature, is also a metaphysics. Some people just feel that what is someone else's that should be his for unfounded reasons. Eating Jedi is an old tradition. Kicking in the grave of a desperate family and kicking in a widow's door has never been done. Cui Shan isn't getting any younger, and no one is thinking about his house and land? But what Huang Qilong said about where the soul vase went made everything seem reasonable. With a backing, no one dares to bully him. So Huang Qilong's words were logically plausible. Although Chen Xianfan asked this on his lips, he had already believed it in his heart by 5 or 6 points. At first, I couldn't be sure, but then I found out that although Cui Shan's pickles have a good flavor, they are not considered the best. Not to mention other places, just within the Qinghe County there are several old pickle gardens. The taste is not 1.5 stars better than Cui Shan, are passed down the old recipe, and each has its own characteristics. Those rich and powerful gentry who are particular about what they eat and wear also buy sauces from these places. Huang Qilong looked at Chen Xianfan and the others and asked rhetorically, If that's the case, why are they going to buy Chui Shan's pickles again? Yeah, there's no reason for that. Eat well, even if you want to change the flavor. It should be almost the same sauce as garden to change. There's no such thing as a fresh tasting pickle. Even if it's a fresh taste, you can't have so many rich households all one choice. Coincidentally, looking at Chui Shan's pickles, there's always a reason to entice them to do so. In the beginning there were only a few families to buy, then one after another more and more, before Chui Shan went to the county once a month. 2 or 3 years ago began to go twice a month. Once on the first day and 15th day, to the last 1 or 2 years. A month to go 3 or 4 times. Sometimes in the spring and summer there will be half a carload of fresh vegetables. Other times the mule cart is loaded with most of the pickles altar. Chui Shan send pickles to the rich families. I know of a total of 11 households. Moreover, although these 11 households buy pickles from Chui Shan, they still buy pickles from other pickle gardens in the county. Huang Qilong spoke carefully, and Chen Xianfan understood as they listened. Pickle this thing, not vegetables and meat. People cannot eat all the time. It is the deep house with many slaves. Also did not eat so. There's definitely something fishy going on there. Probably the rich families used the name of buying pickles to cover their ears and bought other things from Chui Shan, but also refused to suffer this aggravation, and should enjoy it. So go ahead and get your pickles from your favorite pickle garden. It's not something anyone would have noticed if they hadn't had the presence of mind to look into it. Who keeps an eye on what the big families pick up on a daily basis? But to be able to know this weasel spirit in front of him must have a reliable source of information within the city. There is one more thing, but I have inquired about it, and it is not yet accurate, so I will tell you all about it as well. Chen Xianfan showed a pensive expression, thinking about the details of it, but Huang Qilong thought that he was still refusing to believe it. Now Lua Yong Huashan Chen Xianfan the performance of these 3 people, so that he is a little uncertain. This demon-hunting army soldiers in the end is who is the master. However, seeing that the other 2 were standing and Chen Xianfan was sitting, it was thought that this handsome-looking teenager should have a higher status. Solely, the last bit of news that was hidden, was also told, lest this suspicious and careful leader, still refusing to believe, delay further, delaying his main business of finding his deceased. So under the curious gazes cast by Chen Xianfan and the others, Huang Qilong said, within Qinghe County, there is a rumor circulating amongst the wealthy households. Another rumor? Chen Xianfan raised an eyebrow. It seemed that the banner of not believing in rumors and not spreading them was necessary to arrange. It's time to keep up with the propaganda to end fraud. Look at how much trouble this has caused for others. Yes, but this rumor is only circulated amongst the wealthy households. It is said to have first spread from the Qinghe Chui family. Huang Qilong said, Qinghe Chui family? Is it the Qinghe County Chui family? Or the Qinghe County Chui family? Lu Yong interjected. Huang Qilong shook his head and said, the Chui family of Qinghe County and the Chui family of Qinghe County are originally from the same breath. The 2 families are originally a family, and they move around a lot, and the rumors that come out are ambiguous. So unless you go to the Chui family and ask, I'm afraid that it is not possible for anyone to know from which family the rumors are actually coming out. That's the beauty of it. The Chui family of Qinghe County is one of the first class of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes of the great Tang Dynasty families. The Chui family of Qinghe County is nothing more than a side branch of the Chui family of Qinghe County. It's not like there's a world of difference between the 2, but it's not that far off. However, when it comes to the Qinghe Chui family, the former is undoubtedly the first thing that comes to mind. If this was deliberate, then the means of spreading it is a masterpiece. What exactly are the rumors about? Huashan asked out loud. Huang Qilong looked up at him and said, the rumor is that it's related to ghosts. Or should I say it's related to how to pray for luck and qi with ghosts. Ghosts and ghosts will attract the evil spirit of the yin. In the eyes of the people, is the filth. Ordinary people will be stained with bad luck, with the fate of the bad luck, caused by their being detested by the divine. So this rumor in Qinghe County, it is said that the ghost in the soul bottle, buried in the home to be trampled on. You can use this to seek the blessing of heaven, sprinkled with the blessing of the body protection. From now on as the rainbow of qi, fortune, qi ascends to heaven as huagai. All things go smoothly. Chapter 104, a stomach full of ideas. Ridiculous. Chen Xuanfan's jaw nearly dropped to the ground as he listened. Is this something one would believe? Oh, wow. When you are alive, you are a human being, blessed by God and favored by God. But when you die and become a ghost, you become a filthy thing that God detests. That's a pretty individualistic nature for God's sake. When I hold you, I treat you like a crystal glass. And when I break you, I'm a tinted glass. Bully style for heaven's sake. Have you informed the Lord of this? Thanks for thinking of it, hey. Although ridiculous, there are still people who believe it, Huang Qilong said in a deep voice, and they seem to have gotten some sort of corroboration. thus becoming more and more rampant these past 2 years. This was evident from the fact that the number of soul bottles sent by Chui Shan was increasing. Moreover, the number of rich households that purchased it has changed from 1 or 2 at the beginning to 11 now. Maybe there were other people who had purchased it, but Huang Qilong just didn't know. It's really like what you said, then we can't just ignore it. Lu Yong frowned. Chen Xianfan nodded his head. These soul bottles, which look like they're in a bomb, were sent to Clearwater County. That's some powerful news. In fact, Huang Qilong does not come. Chen Xianfan and others back to the taste. The back should also be able to think of this. The black cult's painstaking scheming is surely intended to wreak havoc. The places targeted must be the points that the Datang government cares about. The county, no doubt, would be within the target range. It's not hard to draw some conclusions when you look into the trajectory of Choi San's activities again. But there was an advantage to his coming. It saved a lot of work. What do you military lords mean? Huang Qilong's face was joyful. His voice was not even as deep as the one he pretended to be a moment ago, but rather a childishness came through. Chen Xianfan said, "It means that we know about it and will check the facts. If there are any of your deceased family members in those soul bottles, we can definitely find them for you. I'm sorry if I don't have it. In that case, thank you several military masters," Huang Qilong reminded. "But a few of you should be careful. Those rich squires are not nice to deal with. You have to be more careful in dealing with them. Don't worry, we're professionals. We'll definitely do things beautifully for you." Chen Xianfan laughed. Against demons and evil spirits, they would have been perhaps insufficient, but as a demon hunter army, it was still not too difficult to deal with the powerful and wealthy households at the county level. Good, then I will wait for your good news. It's getting late, so a few of you should rest early and go to investigate the case early tomorrow morning as well. A certain person will take his leave first. Huang Qilong dryly got up and said. It was as if he was afraid that if he stayed any longer, he would disturb Chen Xianfan and the others from resting, and then he wouldn't be able to get up in the morning, delaying helping him to find someone. At this time Hua Shan coldly popped up. Chicken. Yeah, wait. Chen Xianfan immediately followed. Huang Qilong, where is the chicken you sent? In the courtyard. The whiskers on Huang Qilong's mouth twitched. Don't worry, military master. As long as we find the deceased's shadowy soul, the chickens and Angelica that a certain person promised won't be missing at all. That's good. Chen Xianfan smiled and waved his hand. Let's go. Bye. Huang Qilong. Although he didn't understand what bye-bye meant, he knew that the other party was kicking himself out. Huang Qilong rolled out the window. Chen Xianfan rubbed his hands together, opened the door and went out to the yard and carried the chicken back. The other soldier who followed him out also went to the backyard and took a turn, coming back and nodding to Lu Yong. Weasel's gone. Looking at a couple of obviously just different crows, the soldiers all showed their expectant gazes. This time there will be chicken soup in the morning. Lu Yong then looked at Huashan Chen Xianfan, and the three of them smiled at each other. That's taking advantage of it. Not only did he know about those soul bottles in Chui Shan, but he also received a related commission. Whether it gets done or not, it's a chicken they won't be returning when they eat it. You two fellows can the moment you came up, you took that weasel in hand. Lu Yong couldn't help but sigh. On the contrary, I was the one who was in a hurry and was almost taken by the other party. A weasel coming to the door is more than just a gift begging to be given, it's a negotiation between these conversations. In fact, when two unrelated parties sit down together and have more than enough to ask for, the conversation is a process of taking each other down. It's all about who can achieve what they want the most with the least amount of effort. Being seen underneath by the other side, you undoubtedly lose a ride first. Lu Yong had started as a pawn in the demon hunting army and had come into contact with quite a few demons and evil spirits, but the area he was more familiar with was in the means of dealing with them directly. There's still something missing to cope with a scene like this sitting together. Instead, it was Huashan and Chen Xianfan who seemed to be very good at getting the desired information between words. Chen Xianfan smiled. Master Shan is awesome. I'm just following him. I don't know if males who come from families learn how to take people from a young age. Maybe they just have a class in studying the psychology of others. That's why Huashan seemed to have an instinct in how to gain the upper hand without having to think about it. Chen Xianfan was an ordinary person, so of course he couldn't do this, but he receives a lot of news. In the latter days, even a person who does not like to socialize, staying at home can be exposed to more information every day than people in the Great Tang can imagine. There is so much information that you can get to from TV shows, novels, books, and so on, and 80% of all the information in the body of relevance is the people themselves. The information about why the person did that, what was the purpose of doing that, why he said that, and what was his purpose, will keep coming back over and over again. This caused Chen Xianfan to habitually grab the highlights when listening to someone speak from the perspective of an onlooker, just like an audience watching a drama. so although he wasn't as perceptive as Huashan, he could sense what Huang Qilong wanted. So with Huashan's reminder, it was easy to grasp the meaning, and the two had worked together once before between them right here in Willow Town. Tacit understanding, that's how it's cultivated. Huashan wasn't modest, but said, tomorrow morning, we'll have to make a trip to the county seat. Aha, Lu Yong nodded. It's going. Chen Xianfan stroked his chin. Going is a must. This is an opportunity that cannot be missed. What are the chances? A chance to reap the benefits. Other than that, first of all, credit. As his cultivation increased, Chen Xianfan now had an incredibly large need for food containing blood qi. Some time ago down the line, if he hadn't had the python dragon rib stewed Ganoderma soup to top it off, he would have suspected that he was going to starve himself out. However, the ribs had already been practiced into a flagpole, and there was no way to cook the soup, so in this half-month, Chen Xianfan had to stop his nightly meditation practice once again. Not only him, but the drills before going out of the barracks were so consuming that the soldiers' appetites were getting bigger and bigger and they were eating more and more. The money and food officer sent the army rations, which were already spiked, yet still somewhat insufficient. The original demon hunting army's military rations were only able to ensure the basic daily needs of the soldiers, and if they wanted to keep their qi and blood strong, but also to improve on their cultivation, it was not possible to rely solely on eating military rations and blood replenishing pills. Gotta rely on rewards and military service. To get rewards and military honors you have to go on a mission and get credit for it. If the rich families in the county really have soul vials in their homes, these guys who don't know the dangers of it, or know the dangers of it but are larded up, are the value of experience delivered to their doorsteps? 11 families, that's 11 barrels of dynamite. If it does break out, Clearwater County is sitting on a powder keg. This credit for saving the people of a city. How can we exchange it for some real elixir? Also, if it's Huang Qilong's old man inside, then we'll snatch the grass and beat the rabbit, and we can make another profit. I'll have to think about how I can get more. Chen Xianfan hemmed and hawed. Rich households, TSK, rich people. This mustn't be, like, a way to rub it in a little bit? But there has to be a technique to this rubbing of oil. If it was just in the capacity of the demon hunting army, looking for the door, it would probably be a result of being sent off as a barker. The rich families in Qinghe County were led by the Chui family, which was also an indigenous family in Qinghe County. Not really going to put the demon hunter army in their sights. Even if you put it in perspective, it would have to be of the rank of captain. Lu Yong, the team leader, and the 100 or so people in the C-word battalion's A-word team were pawns in the eyes of others. Characters at the beck and call are not worth taking. It's a three-pronged arrangement. How can that work? So there's still some planning to be done. In order to get more favors for himself and his brothers, Chen Xianfan opened his mind and searched his stomach for ideas. Chapter 105, Old Choi. I'm starting to like you. It was also impossible for Chen Xianfan to turn into a scheming wise man overnight. Still, a bit of soul-searching led him to come up with a couple of bad ideas. Early the next morning, the sun came out. Breeze and warmth. Another ringing sunny day. Calling on Xiong Jingzheng and Zhu Guang and the others, Chen Xianfan first cleaned up the chickens sent by Huang Qilong and stewed them all first. It's better to eat it in your stomach. When the time comes, it's just to let it back and spit it out. It was digested long ago. Huang Qilong said it had raised these 5 spirit-breeding ocelots for 6 years, and looking at their size they did look somewhat similar. Despite being a hen, they are a good deal larger than the average goose. Surely there must be more to it than just feeding it for years, and it has something to do with the breed as well. The average chicken doesn't grow this big and heavy. To be weighed, one would have to weigh 20 or 30 pounds. So, one stew in a big pot is just right. It's also fortunate that it's such a big chicken. 5 of them with skin and bones have over 100 pounds of meat. Otherwise, if the ordinary chicken, a 3 or 5 pounds, more than 100 pot-bellied man, one person also share a bite to eat, must fight. The plucked chicken feathers were all shiny and beautiful to look at. 5 crows, 2 white and 3 black, with feathers that have a multicolored glow in the sunlight, especially the tail and wing feathers, which are quite fluid. Chen Xianfan also did not want to throw this thing into a chicken shuttlecock, when the brothers' idle time to play is also a fun. Lu Yong was very supportive of this. A bunch of big men staying together is going to make a mess if they don't have some fun on their own. There was someone in the army who really knew this craft, so they took all the chicken feathers. Picking out the prettiest dozen or so, Chen Xianfan kept them. Half a foot or so of chicken feathers are much more appropriate to stick in a hat or elsewhere for decoration. It can be used as a gift, beneficially. I've heard that there are still some elegant people in the literati who make fans out of chicken feathers. The lupin fan and silk scarf talk and laugh, and the sword stands in front of 10,000 troops. A different kind of romance and bravado is the ambition and pursuit of the good men of the great Tang Dynasty. No matter what, This is also the chicken feather of a spirit breed crow chicken. Leaving it behind will definitely be useful in the future. So don't trash it. This breakfast meal, under a mess. Is the pot dry, bowl clean, pot empty? Steamed rice soaked in chicken soup. Light mouth directly eat. Heavy mouth on the point of the caraway oil and vinegar with small onion mixed with small pickles. One eat with a smile and not happy. Spirit breed Uggs, nothing else to say. The flavor is real. The flavor of the old hen soup itself is good, but it can't be compared to the flavor of the spirit breeder's black chicken. The chicken broth from this oyster is rich with a little bit of stickiness. It is slightly hot and smooth in the mouth, and the soup is fresh and flavorful. Chen Xianfan also put a little astragalus berries, wolfberry red dates, which he rummaged out of the Anyang County Lou Bearer's medicine library. Quality can't be beat. It's not as good as an elixir, but it's good enough for chicken soup. Also just a little bit of salt, and some ginger and peppercorns. The food is a fresh one, and the soup is also oily but not greasy, looking at the floating oil flowers, but extremely refreshing in the mouth. What's even more rare is that the meat is tender and not at all faggy. Chen Xianfan nodded his head as he ate. I'm afraid that this spirit seed woolly grouse was also a selected breed. It had to be tasty and able to enter the mouth before it was carefully raised. The meat and soup did have a hint of aura in it, but for him it was only the amount that the Dantian spirit seed would turn around for a day or two and draw into his body. Sort of better than nothing. For the other soldiers, but feel very comfortable, like drinking wine 2 or 3 cups. Slightly drunk, not drunk, see the beautiful scenery only into the eyes. Happy mood. This is the benefit of spiritual energy entering the body, for the body and the divine soul. Although they were practicing martial arts techniques, they were unable to run qi practicing techniques to actively channel spiritual energy. However, when the spiritual qi enters the body, it will follow the flow of the blood veins between one's breaths, nourishing the 5 viscera in one's body to contain the divine soul. In the human body, the so-called soul and spirit, the god attached to the air is the soul, and the spirit attached to the form is the prana. The soul, body and spirit are one. The 3 souls of heaven and earth people, soul in the human body, outside the soul, into the human body, viscera and bowels for the spirit. The scriptures say that the divine soul wanders with the qi and enters the blood to warm it. When it moves, it is yang, and when it is quiet, it is yin. It travels in the yang by day and rests in the yin by night. Chen Xuanfan's understanding is that the divine soul will slither along the body's circumference along with the qi and blood during the day, and when it gets tired of slithering at night, it will look for a place to rest. A favorite sneak is the human soul. The heavenly soul resides within the Manhwan palace, which is the upper Dantian. The earth soul is the spectral essence and resides in the lower Dantian. The human soul resides in the middle Dantian. The first 2 are largely immobile, occasionally walking around inside and outside the body, sometimes moving with the human soul. As long as the human soul is in the body to hold down the fort, their brother and sister rest. When a person's soul is out of control, the spirit of the earth will come out and take over. That's when a person acts all on instinct and is delirious. However, when a person is asleep, the heavenly soul and earthly soul will wander around. In the qi practitioner's nurturing spirit realm, these 2 souls would gradually become strong and sensible. The dream Chen Xianfan had previously had with meaning was because of his qi practitioner cultivation, which had gone from practicing qi into the body to the nurturing spirit realm. The spirit of the earth feels it, and the spirit of heaven shows it. The divine soul slips to reach the 5 viscera and 6 bowels for the body, and there are 7 spirits: swallowing thieves, corpse dogs, removing filth, smelly lungs, birdine, non-poisonous, and ambrosia. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels. 5 viscera specifically refers to the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, and 6 bowels specifically refers to the gallbladder, small intestine, stomach, large intestine, bladder, triple jiao of the general term. When the spirit enters the spleen, lungs and the viscera beyond the triple jiao, it becomes the 7 pranas. When Reiki enters the body to nourish internal practice, one naturally feels comfortable. The liver hides the blood sheds the soul, and the soul takes the blood as its resting place. That is to say, the divine soul, whether it slips or rests, is related to the liver. In later times, there was also a saying that the effort hurt the liver. So one must not be stubborn with oneself. One must sleep when it is time to sleep, and rest when it is time to rest. Otherwise, you will be deprived of God's soul and deplete your spirit in blood. In addition, the human soul is active in nature, residing in the liver at night and also traveling to and from the heart and kidneys. The kidneys store the essence, and the essence sheds the will. The one who is in the heart guards the gateway. The liver is wood in the 5 elements and likes to be organized and relaxed. That is, the thoughts are open. So the main thing is that people have to think for themselves. More worries and less restful sleep, as the way to take death. In addition, Reiki clears the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, refreshing the mind, especially from the heart and lungs and into the liver. The 5 organs are the shed of the human soul. The liver is the main bedroom. The place where you live is clean and open. The soul is naturally refreshing and dynamic, although there was only a trace of it. But the soldiers were full of blood and chi, and under the happy mood. They breathed vigorously and made the spiritual chi circulate a few more times in their bodies, so they still gained something. One by one, before they could wipe their mouths clean after eating, they started thinking about their next meal. Go see, with one hand picking his teeth and one hand behind his back, wandered over to Chen Xianfan and opened his mouth. Captain, when are we going to eat chicken again next time? Chen Xianfan asked. All froze. Good guy, this is addicted to eating ah. He couldn't help but laugh and scold. Ha, Master Go ah. This thing our little paycheck can't afford to eat. Want to eat ah? Have to find another way. I know, there's definitely not much of this good stuff, and you have to have the means to get it. Go see grinned, smiling attentively at Chen Xianfan. But don't we have you, Captain Chen? Right? Isn't it easy to eat a small chicken? You brat, less of you to fill me with ecstasy here. This isn't some little chicken. Although Chen Xianfan didn't eat this, his mouth grinned along with it and asked Go see with a smile. Fourth son, you know where this spirit-breeding woolly chicken came from, don't you? I know. The team leader said that yesterday a weasel spirit came to us on business and brought 5 chickens as a door gift. Gosi blinked his small eyes, feeling that Chen Xianfan's words seemed to mean something else, and said with a smile, Captain, is there something you want me to do? Just say so. If there's anything I can use Gosi for, you can just command me. Alright, a little goes a long way. Chen Xianfan smiled and patted his shoulder. Then when we go to the county town later, count you in and call Mao San and Wang Liang for me as well. If you want to eat a black chicken like today, you'll have to rely on Huang Qilong, the thing he asked us to help. If it can be accomplished, no need to say more. Understand? Gosi turned around and left, jogging to call someone. This kid, his eyes are glowing when he hears about chicken. Maybe there can be some kinship with Huang Qilong. Zhang Zhang, leave the pots and pans for others to wash. Pack up and get ready to leave for me. Chen Xianfan turned back and proceeded to yard people. Okay. Then Chen Xianfan hugged the large bowl and drank while wandering around the courtyard. Find the right person. His eyes lit up when he saw Cui Ji, who was sitting upright at the table with his meal. Most of the soldiers eat is to find a place, a crouch, holding the bowl while talking to the mouth. Look at them. Their backs are straight. Their legs are naturally apart when they sit down, and the angle of their arms holding the bowl and chopsticks look as if they have been carefully adjusted. The food was not slow at all, but it looked svelte and polite and pleasing to the eye. One look at the grooming temperament is extraordinary. This kind of temperament Huashan also has, but he does not have this strength that Cui Ji is carrying. Huashan gives people a sense of oppression is from his body such as mountain wind and thunder general momentum, while Cui Ji is gentle and courteous in the lofty posture, so that people do not dare to underestimate him. The former is a quick cut and the latter is a needle in a haystack. What Chen Xianfan needed now was a needle in a sheep's clothing. He walked over, elbowed Cui Ji's back, and called out to the others. Old Cuiya, Chen gang leader, something to find me? Cui Ji was his cold pestle, hit the body violently forward, and then heard this address his eyelids jump. Well, old Cui, will you come with me later? Chen Xianfan asked with a cheeky smile. To the county seat? Cui Ji raised an eyebrow. That's right. Chen Xianfan nodded. Why are you looking for me? Cui Ji asked curiously. Finding you useful. Chen Xianfan picked up 2 mouthfuls of rice. Cui Ji paused for a moment at his words, stunned by the answer that answered and looked like it didn't, then smiled and said, what am I going to be asked to do? Well, Lao Cui we have to deal with the rich households in Qinghe County this time, and I want to stay in their mansions for a longer period of time. The longer I stay the better, preferably for a whole day. During this period, you have to find a way to stabilize the host family. Chen Xianfan rubbed his chin with his chopsticks and said thoughtfully, Chen gang leader, you think I can do it? Cui Ji didn't say yes or no, but with a slight smile, he asked Chen Xianfan this. I think you can, otherwise why would I come to you? Chen Xianfan asked rhetorically. This matter is very important, but the people who can do it are Huashan Cui Ji Jin young masters. These, the status of the family's son of the guy. The reason is very simple. In order to stall the time, we have to take the initiative to make the other party dare not slack, but also have the skills, so that the other party cannot refuse and avoid, must be accompanied by guests. To do this, you can't be low on status in the first place, and it's important to keep the pressure on and not make the other side look bad. But until there is real evidence, you can't come to the door with the reason of raising an accusation, lest you get backhanded and ride the tiger. Although this is a bit unpleasant, but things cannot just want a moment of pleasure. By the time in case nothing is found out on the spot by the people racked, that is at the mercy of others racked on the fire. You can cook it as many times as you want. The demon hunting army is the demon hunting army of the Great Tang. It's not a garrison for foreign invasions, and the Great Tang doesn't have that either. You can't just let people put a hat on your head for oppressing good people. It's not pretty, gotta have a face, so it's better to play it safe. At this time, Huashan and young Master Jean are a few unsuitable. One is too hard, one is too jumpy, and young Master Jean still has some childish bravado and can't hold down the field. That nature of the two of them couldn't stand to get into a tussle with someone. Chui Ji. It could be so appropriate. This job, it's up to him. How Chen Xianfan looked at him. How he felt that he was capable of doing the job. Good. Chui Ji pondered for a moment, nodded his head and smiled. With these words from Chen Gang leader, I will give it a try reluctantly. Don't be modest. I know you can definitely do it. Chen Xianfan did not take himself as an outsider and heavily patted Chui Ji's shoulder to show his regard. Then just as he was about to leave, he remembered something and turned back to ask, by the way, old Chui, do you have relatives with the Qinghe Chui family? What does this have to do with what I'm about to do? Chui Ji asked without answering. It doesn't matter much, Chen Xianfan said, but if you have a relative, we'll be able to have one more name to climb up the family ladder. So maybe you'll even be able to stay. And this Qinghe County Chui family's banquet for receiving their own relatives, that has to be the best, right? Good wine, good food, killing pigs and slaughtering sheep. Ah, right? Chui Ji also did not expect that Chen Xianfan still had requirements for dabbling in food and drink. Not a bad request. But after thinking about it, he laughed softly and said, don't worry, partner, even if we don't have any relatives, his Chui family's banquet for us has to be the best. Old Chui. Chen Xianfan was delighted. I'm starting to like you Lao Chui. Chapter 106, Dabbling with Food and Drink, and even taking it with you. Qinghe County is much bigger than Anyang County. Just looking at the city gates is expansive enough. The walls are high and the gates are open. From a distance, he saw an 8 trigrams mirror hanging on the city tower, glowing with golden light in the sunlight, as if it were a bright and dazzling eye of Shatian. Not to mention, the look of the show is a bit of a shocker. It can give a lot of security to the people passing by. When Chen Xuanfan's group arrived close to the city gates, Chui Ji was vaulted to the front. This time Lui Yong didn't come. Demon Hunter Army Shangzhou Taotai Army's C-Word Battalion Award Team, stationed in the mission is in Chui Jiazhuang. He as the team leader can't leave the station at will, and it would be a little too formal for him to step in. It would alert the county's big players and easily spook them, in the event that someone couldn't sit still and regenerate their foolishness, destroying the soul vial that Chui Shan had sent. I was afraid that it would detonate prematurely. The reason they came to the door this time was simply on the pretext that Chui Shan was involved with the Black Sect and that they wanted to thoroughly investigate the homes of those who had interacted with him, and then search the places Chui Shan had been to on the premise of protecting the safety of the people, lest he do something to leave behind the scourge of a harmful organ. Of course, there is also the possibility that this will make the big players wary. Therefore the first one they chose to approach was the Chui family, as the Chui family was the largest family in Qinghe County, and the one with the most background in strength. The other families were inferior to the Chui family in all aspects, and would definitely choose to wait and see first, and then make a decision afterward when the seed was not right. So it's best to find out the exact location of those soul bottles in the right short time, and then give them a dig out to solve the problem. Can't leave more time for these big families to have other ideas. Old Chui, you're the one leading the team this time. Whether the brothers can eat good or bad, it all depends on you. Chen Xianfan playfully joked with Chui Ji. Don't worry partner, it will definitely be done. Chui Ji smiles, turns to Huashan and the 24 soldiers behind him and arches his hand. Brother Hua. Brothers, then Chui Ji will be honored to fill the position of chief this time. Old Chui, feel free to let go of your hands. The brothers will listen to your arrangements. Chen Xianfan shouted Old Chui shouted Ditai Shuani, and the rest of the soldiers followed suit and shouted Old Chui. The corner of Chui Ji's mouth tugged, but he didn't say anything more, turned around and walked in front of him. He had made a point of grooming himself before he left the house. His hair had been rebrushed, the lining under his clothes and his shoes had been changed. There was a jade pendant hanging from his waist, and he didn't know what it was about. Master Go, Sanner, when you two enter the city later, you'll walk separately from us. You're the people from the neighborhood of this Qinghe County, so go around the county and take a look around. Maybe you'll be able to meet someone you know and see if you can find out some useful information. Chen Xianfan also called Go see Mao San over and said, if not, go and listen to the rich households in the county. There is a family counting a family, and all those who have contact with Chui Shan will be written down, and then understand with the people. When we come back to the door, we'll be able to target them. Alright, Go see and Mao San nodded in agreement. They were the people from Qinghe County, and although their homes were not within the county, they knew a few more people. especially Go See. He entered the demon hunters or the county government in the head of the cousin of the old man contributed to the effort, later let by some things to go over to see him, and then chat with the magistrate inside the government office for a while. The matter will be done. Hearing him say this, Chen Xianfan gave a thumbs up. Master Go knows how to ask for information. With Chen Xuanfan's experience during the time he stayed in Anyang County, it fully proved which were the most well-informed people within a county. The man in the mouth of the government office knows all the news from above and below. There's no question that can't be asked if the person is willing to tell you. Take these. They're useful. Chen Xianfan fished out a few small bottles from his storage bag and shoved them to Go See. Go For received in the hand and looked down. Very delicate white porcelain bottle. Big belly and small mouth of the bottle. A little longer than the fingertips. The bottle is smooth, slightly cool in the hand, and feels a bit like jade. Mao San couldn't help but marvel. What's this? Partner, what's this? It's so much prettier than those soul bottles. After saying this, he also sniffled. Yeah, it smells really good. Sanner, can't praise. Chen Xianfan gave Mao San a slap on the back of his head and scolded with a smile. This is perfume. As long as 1 or 2 drops are applied to the body, it will smell good for a long time. It's something a woman would love. Master Go, get it? Understood. Go See nodded fiercely and laughed heatedly. Partner, having this as a gift makes things even better. Mao San, however, froze and said in confusion, this is something women like, but the county office is full of men? How is that better? Chen Xianfan and didn't want to bother with this overly simple baby anymore. Still, Go See pulled him away and said while wrapping his arms around his neck, it's because they're all men that it's good. Don't they have daughters-in-law and mothers-in-law at home? Even if they don't, they should have a sister and a sister. And even if they don't, they must have a young maiden to think about. As long as there is a female family member that they want to curry favor with. This is a better way to use this thing than giving them gifts. Understand? Gets it. Zhang, when we enter the city and arrive at the Chui family, you and Wang Liang will move together. At that time when we say we want to search, Chui family will surely send someone to lead you to check. You in the light. When you lead the brothers to check, there are still a few of you. Remember to move as much as possible at that time, to attract the attention of the person who leads the way. Wang Liang, you in the dark. Check more carefully, especially where the one leading the way doesn't want you to notice. Understand? Chen Xianfan turned his head and explained to Xiong Xingzheng. Fun is fun, but business is more important. There should be no delay at all. Xiong Xingzheng and Wang Liang, as well as the 10 soldiers behind them who were named by Chen Xianfan, nodded their heads. After the explanation, Chen Xianfan turned back to look at Hua Shan again. Master Shan, let's both cooperate? Aha, Hua Shan nodded. Then it's done. Chen Xianfan had made all the arrangements and they had arrived at the city gates. Lighting up his waist tag to enter the city, Mao San Go See detached himself from the group, and the rest proceeded to run straight to the cross street within the county, towards the Chui family. When he was almost in front of the Chui family's door, Chen Xianfan remembered something and moved closer to Chui Ji. Old Chui, I want to go in through the gate. The door of a large family is generally not casually open. Guests or other major events will only open the center door to meet. Otherwise, they all go through side doors and corner doors. Chui Ji didn't understand why Chen Xianfan said that, but after a moment he nodded. Before reaching the gate, he removed the jade pendant from his waist in his hand and handed it to the 2 soldiers behind him, telling them to call the door. After a few moments, the door to the tray house opened. Chen Xianfan narrowed his eyes. Good man. Old Chui really did have some status to be the Chui family's honored guest. The group was welcomed in by one of the Chui family's butlers, and it was only when they reached the second door that they met the head of the Chui family. A very good-looking middle-aged man with 3 long whiskers, a white face like jade, black hair and thick eyebrows, and lips like painted vermilion. Looking at about no more than 40 years old, he had actually passed the age of old age. He was well-preserved and well-maintained, and there was a faint fluctuation of practiced qi in his body. The qi cultivation level was a bit more advanced than Chen Xianfan, having reached the god-nurturing realm. This is where qi practitioners are stronger than people of the martial arts path. That is, Reiki has excellent efficacy in slowing down aging and prolonging life. And martial arts, less than the blood-qi cohesion of qi energy into real qi, repair and nourish the body. Once past the prime, will gradually because of the decline of qi and blood to go downhill. One day aging over the day. Life doesn't last. Seeing the Chui family head, Chui Ji opened the door and first told the previously agreed upon reason. And then just as Chen Xianfan expected, the Chui family head had no way to refuse their request to look around the mansion. So a steward was sent to lead Xiong Xingzheng and Wang Liang and the others to wherever Chui Shan could reach them. But it is the kitchen in the front and backyard, the corner door where the underlings buy food and go in and out, etc., are some insignificant places. To check, just go to check. Chen Xianfan and Huashan, with 4 soldiers, stayed by Cui Ji's side, standing on either side like escorts. However, a few moments later, they were sent out by Cui Ji to wait with an excuse. Let them stand guard outside, and if the results of the examination come out, they will go in and report back. This was to give Chen Xianfan and Huashan the chance to look around. The 2 men bowed and led the way out of the hall. There were also servants accompanying them when they reached the outside, but they didn't dare to stop Chen Xianfan and the others from walking around freely, as long as it wasn't a place where the master had commanded that no outsiders be allowed to enter. The subordinates generally didn't dare to make their own decisions to offend the guests, especially since these guests are still somewhat intimidating to them. Demon Hunting Army Military Masters, which is the county office parade star class of characters, cannot dare to casually provoke. So a few people pretended to be casual and skipped around the front yard before returning to the front room to wait. Inside, Cui Ji did not know what he said to Master Cui, and Chen Xianfan did not know how he did it. It didn't take long for Cui Ji to come out from inside, and the head of the Cui family followed him out to instruct his butler to accompany him on an inspection of his mansion, and he ordered to arrange a banquet and keep the military lords of the demon hunting army to eat at home. Many thanks, family head. Huashan and Chen Xianfan cupped their fists at the Cui family head and thanked him. No thanks. Thank you all for your hard work. I'll leave you with less company for now, Housemaster Cui said mildly before turning around and leaving. Chen Xianfan and the others, along with Cui Ji, followed the housekeeper in inspecting the entire Cui residence. At each place, the butler would make a short introduction and then stand aside to wait. Not too far, not too close, just the right amount. Crew chief, food and drink have been arranged. How am I doing? Cui Ji found an opening and turned back to ask Chen Xianfan with a soft smile. Awesome. Well done. Chen Xianfan did not spare any praise. To his way of thinking, the Cui family shouldn't have let anyone check out their own compound at will, but since Cui Ji had already done it, he didn't bother to ask more. Instead, close to Cui Ji's ear said, Old Cui, if the Cui family gives something, you can take it. Don't need to be polite with them. Don't worry about not being able to take it with you. I have the lieutenant's storage bag here, and I've also purposely vacated some space, so I'll count you as good if you can fill it up. Cui Ji, I'm not that good either. You're really something else. Mr. Chen. Chapter 107. Captain Chen couldn't stand it any longer. Cui Ji in the front, Chen Xianfan and Huashan with soldiers in the back, a few people holding a compass that can determine the yin to check the evil, followed behind the Cui family steward, seemingly randomly in the front yard to check a bit. Every place, it is wobbling and dawdling, and sometimes after watching and walking to the next place, it will suddenly remember which place in front of it. It seems that there are some corners neglected not to check. Gotta go back and look again. Cui Ji then smiled gently at the steward, stating that since the Cui family head was willing to let them investigate, they would have to be worthy of the Cui family head's trust. Nothing must be left out. It wasn't that he was suspicious of the Cui family, but he was worried that if there were any underhanded tricks left behind by Cui Shan that he hadn't investigated, he would leave the Cui family with hidden dangers again. Words in good June face smile and warm, but there is a flavor that cannot be commented on, and then do not wait for the steward to say something. A wave of the hand. Let Chen Xianfan or Huashan go back to check again. The attitude is so natural that you can't argue with it. The steward cannot scold them for not working carefully, not to mention the possibility of beating the person, so they can only dry smile. To the other station, accompanied by the rest of the people while checking and waiting. The group was also strange in that they had to wait for a full complement of people before they proceeded to do serious work, and one of the extraordinarily handsome young man, as if he had never seen the world in general, see something good to go up is to see and touch, even heard the floor of the viewing pavilion, paved with the famous Rongwushan granite, have to crouch down to knock with their hands not counting, but also buckle the seam, as if there could be some hidden place under there. So much so, that by noon when it was time for lunch, the front yard had just been walked and the backyard hadn't even been visited yet. Butler, it's not early. Look at this. Cui Ji arrived at the center courtyard and did not walk, stopped and smiled at the steward. The implication is very obvious. Several military masters. The front hall has already prepared wine and food. Why don't we eat first? The butler smoothly picked up the conversation and said. Also, after a busy morning, the steward is also tired. Cui Ji nodded and said thoughtfully, let's all take a rest first, fill up our stomachs and drink some water, and then continue to look at the backyard. When they arrived at the front hall, 3 tables of wine had already been set up inside, with chicken, duck, fish and meat steaming. A glance swept over the table. There were at least 10 dishes on top of the table, and there was also a jar of wine on the side of the table. Yo, this dish is not bad. Half of the meat dishes are cooked with mortal spirit meat. and the vegetarian dishes look fresh. It's not easy to have a bite of fresh vegetables at this time of the year. Chen Xianfan nodded his head as he spoke, and it could be seen that he was satisfied with the dishes. A morning look or no change in the steward. Listen to the smile cannot help but show more than a little pride. Arched his hand back to say, this military master do not know. Our Chui family has a warm room. That is, in winter can also eat fresh vegetables. Military master if you like. I will let the kitchen to do a few more to send up. Don't. I'm just saying, this fresh vegetable is rare, but we roughnecks, we still love a bite of good meat more. Chen Xianfan waved his hand and laughed. If the steward is so inclined, he might as well make some more meat to send. We brothers are all big bellies and can eat a lot. If it's inconvenient then, it's fine to give us some meat to take back. I'll go back and make it for the brothers to eat. I'm not afraid of the steward's jokes, but I'm also a small official, working as a cookhouse chief in our C-Word Battalion's A-Word team. My surname is Chen. You can just call me Captain Chen. Greetings to Captain Chen. It was unknown what the steward's heart thought, but anyway, the person's action of saluting in a regular manner was not slowed down at all. Then the smile on his face remained unchanged. Said, thank you for the Chen gang leader's advice. Is a small person negligence? This will let the kitchen to prepare 2 more tables of noodles to send up. If it is not enough, just ask the subordinate to add. In the Chui family there is no reason to let the military masters do not have enough to eat. A few masters of the army slowly use. I'll order down. Please excuse me. It's fine. It's fine. Steward, go ahead and do your thing. Chen Xianfan smilingly reached out and pinched up a piece of meat, and threw it into his mouth, saying somewhat casually, with you here, we're too embarrassed to eat and chew. It's better to leave. In addition to the trouble of telling the rest of us to call out to them to come over and eat. Also, don't let the servants serve here. All of them go out. We will call out to you if something happens. The movements were crude and rude, but the steward smiled, bowed and nodded, all according to the military master's orders. Then he turned around and went out of the front hall, and the few boys and 2 maids in the hall followed him out in a line. Not only does this steward have a cultivation of the 8th rank of the martial Dao, but he also has some status and position in the Chui family. Chen Xianfan found a seat and said, no wonder the Chui family head had asked him to accompany him and the others. This was one who could make decisions. Some household servants speak better than their master's useless juniors when it comes to business. Hua Shan also sat down and casually responded, nothing unusual. Brother Hua is right. It's the truth. Chui Ji follows with a smile. All brothers don't stand. Sit down and eat first. Yes. The other soldiers responded, and each sat down next to the other, and began to eat. Chen Xianfan picked up his chopsticks and laughed. That's quite good. In that case, just now when I said I wanted to bring some meat back for dinner, is he able to prepare it for us as well? Hua Shan glanced at him and smiled, not saying anything. Chui Ji also smiled and shook his head slightly. Before maybe there is a possibility that it will not, but Yu Chen gang leader said it again. This is not appropriate if you do not prepare. Seeing this, Chen Xianfan hemmed and hawed and pulled away to talk to his brothers about something else. We all know in our hearts that the walls must have ears. If they were the Chui family, they would have arranged for someone to eavesdrop as well. I don't know what to think. A moment later, Xiong Zhengzheng and Wang Liang and the others returned, faced with Chen Xuanfan's inquiring gaze. Both of them shook their heads. There's nothing to find. The size of the Chui family is backed by the Qinghe Chui county magnates. Not only the mansion of the Feng Shui geomancy are said, every other year and a half, will also invite the county Taoist temple Taoist to do a ceremony to drive away evil spirits. Outside the gate there are evil spirits to protect against demons, and behind the house there is a town stone buried to keep the family safe. So any idle residual souls or small ghosts can't make waves in this courtyard. There was something wrong with the layout of the pattern, and that was a break left on purpose. The moon is full and the water is overflowing. Pursuing too much perfection in everything is counterproductive. This is the knowledge that people with heritage have accumulated over the years. Even if ordinary people are aware of this truth, they cannot accept it psychologically, and they may develop other mental illnesses because they are too concerned about it. A few brothers, don't just stand there. Sit down. Eat first. Without waiting for Xiong Zhengzheng to speak, Chen Xianfan smiled first, with a look that nothing else mattered but eating. Greeting them warmly, he said, look at this meal. It's no worse than what we ate in the camp. Eat more. Eating is earning. Eat someone else's home to save their own. Don't be polite. The steward can say. After eating can also add dishes. Can't let people underestimate our belly. Hua Shan couldn't help but look at him with a puzzled face. What are you looking at me for? Grinning, Chen Xianfan waved his hand and said, hurry up and take your seat. Move your chopsticks. As he spoke, his chopsticks swung up. The essence of this banquet lies in the spirit of the more you eat, the more you take advantage of it. If you can't finish what you've eaten, pack it up and bring it back to the house. so that we can feed the brothers who didn't make it. Our team leader is still at home. We can't forget him. When we're full, we'll have to pick up the good stuff and bring it with us. Right, brothers? Right. The chief is right. Aha, there's live meat all over the tail of this fish. Save it for the team. And these hooves, and these bones are saved for the team leader. Put it down. That's my dog, brothers. And don't we have chicken bones here? The team just loves chicken. Hey, I think this duck is not bad. The stew is quite fragrant. The duck's butt is also left for the team? Stay. It has to stay. That's what the team is good for. Are you guys serious? It was estimated that the faces of the people eavesdropping outside should be wonderful at this point. Especially these guys eat a lot of noise. Chewing meat in soup bar mouth. Did not drink much, yelling voice is not small. Hot damn. The meal lasted about an hour, with 3 orders for additional food in between. The 2 tables of dishes that the steward had additionally ordered to be sent went into Chen Xuanfan's storage bag. Can you call it a banquet if you don't pack up some food to take back after you've eaten? Picking his teeth, he came out of the front room and stood on the veranda to rest in the sun. Chen Xianfan touched Chui Ji and lifted his chin. Old Chui, you need to find the Chui family head and stay with him for a while. I want to take another look at the main hall. He had to be sure of something. Huashan and Chui Ji are both smart people who listen to words and sounds, and once they heard Chen Xuanfan's words, they knew that he should have a number in mind. Unable to help, they all had a flash of surprise in their eyes. They had been with Chen Xianfan today, and what the other party had seen and heard, they had also heard and seen, but there was nothing to be found. Don't go to the backyard to see it? Horsham asked. There are women in the backyard. Chen Xianfan said. It is inconvenient to disturb them more. The soldiers are exactly the age of Mu Xiao Ai's age. Although the civilization of the Great Tang is open, and there is a female empress, and there is the existence of the cultivation community, so the country is different, and there are not so harsh restraints on the affairs of men and women, but after all, it was a feudal society where the eldest family member had the final say, and the head of the Chui family certainly wouldn't allow them to walk around and check things out so freely as if they were in the front yard, and there are legitimate reasons to reject them, so it's mostly a waste of time to go. Furthermore, Chen Xianfan felt that if the Chui family had bought the soul vase from Chui Shan, they wouldn't have placed it in the place where the women lived. The reason is simple: women are generally not valued in the family, and unless they are extraordinarily exceptional, their status in the family can be imagined. Something important or something that would not be easy for them to touch. In addition, Huang Qilong said the utility of the soul bottle is required to trample on it to catalyze the luck. Such a benefit is of course the first to give the men in the family. But the main courtyard still needs a trip, Chen Xianfan said. The Chui family's mansion was so large that you had to come in through the main gate and go through a hanging flower gate, or the second gate, to get to the front yard where the left and right antechambers were located. There was a small courtyard on each side of the hanging flower gate, where the sedan chair was dropped off and the horse dismounted. The front room is partly a compartment-in-ear room. The other part is a kitchen, toilet and waiting room. At the back is a small garden in each. At the front are the veranda and the cross tunnel. A main hall separates the front yard from the main yard. The main hall is flanked by the master's study and a passageway that goes up to the main courtyard. The main courtyard was where the master's family lived, with the main hall and 2 side rooms. Beyond that was the backyard where the women lived. There is a garden in each of the 2 locations, a front garden and a back garden. Chui Ji called the servant to go and call the steward who accompanied him earlier, and in 3 or 2 words, he followed him through the hall to the main courtyard first, because the Chui family head was meditating and taking a lunch break. It was inconvenient for him to entertain guests right now. He waited for the main courtyard to turn down before taking Chui Ji and the others back to the main hall. The Chui family head, who had changed his clothes, revealed himself. Chui family to raise the home guards. The county has a curfew. Do not have to build the house in order to prevent thieves into the towers. High walls and large yards to live in a comfortable, and comfortable can be several lifetimes to live. So built very spacious, coupled with often repair, only to be perfect. No place is not heart and exquisite. So Chen Xianfan turned around. There is only one feeling. Rich and enjoyable. Especially the decorations inside the main hall, which all of them were particularly pleasing to his eyes. If he gets this home and puts a glass cover on it, he'll have the nerve to justify charging admission. The more I look at this, the more I realize that it's inappropriate not to go down on it. Not to go down on it lightly. The rich and powerful have to take the wrong path, and treat the safety of the people of a city as nothing. He, Mr. Chen, couldn't stand to watch anymore, and this time he was going to do the right thing for heaven. 1 duck, 3 eats. Poof. Chapter 108, The Chui Family May Be Haunted. Chief Cook, what's 1 duck? 3 meals? Mao San asked curiously. Is it a duck in 3 parts? 3 ways to eat it? Go Si said. You could say that. Chen Xianfan nodded. Master Go, Getting smarter. How do you eat a duck 3 times? Huashan asked with a raised eyebrow. Meat and skin first. Then the duck rack is boiled in soup. And livers like duck blood and duck intestines can go under the noodles. Chen Xianfan answered casually. And he has other programs. Actually, you can also make 1 part roast duck, 1 part saltwater duck, 1 part plate duck, duck in sauce, camphor tea duck. I'm asking you how you want to concoct the Chui family. Huashan interrupted Chen Xuanfan's bragging about breaking his fingers and counting the duck eating method. In fact, Chen Xianfan has eaten these ducks before, but definitely can't make them. So Huashan interrupting him didn't upset him. Instead, he went along with the situation and laughed. Master Shan, you've also discovered that there's a problem with the Chui family? No, Huashan shook his head honestly. I am finding something wrong with you. Chui Ji nodded. Count on you to understand me. Chen Xianfan grunted. But I'm not quite sure yet. I have to find a way to confirm it. How sure are you? Chui Ji asked. 80%. Chen Xianfan compared an 8 with his hand. 8 or 9. Chui Ji smiled and said to Huashan. That's enough. Right, Master Shan? Huashan nodded. What's wrong with you two? Like you have more confidence than me. Chen Xianfan hugged his bladder and shook his waist. Let's go. Go back first. It should be too late in a while. They came out after dinner at Chui's house, and at this moment, they had just left the Qinghe County town, heading towards Chui's house. No one asked Chen Xianfan what he meant by too late in his words, because it's useless to ask at this point. Next, all their actions would require the consent of team leader Lui Yong. During the period when the barracks were stationed at the place, the team leader, as the immediate superior of a team of demon hunting soldiers, had the power to command and mobilize all the soldiers of this team within the station. And, of course, have regulatory authority over all they say and do. Qinghe County is on the edge of Chui Jiazhuang. Stationed in Chui Jiazhuang C-Word Battalion, a word team would have been on the Qinghe County also has the responsibility of the protection of the collateral. That was why Chen Xianfan and the others were able to go to Qinghe County in a dignified manner and knock on the Chui family's door. Dabbled in 2 meals and came back with a bunch of good wine, food and meat. Steward of the Chui family is good, giving meat and also vegetables and even wine. I'm starting to like him, Chen Xianfan said with a smile while taking things out of his storage bag under the eyes of the soldiers' wailing eyes. The familiar words drew Chui Ji to glance at him. Inexplicably, it felt that perhaps being liked by Chen gang leader might not be a good thing. Lui Yong took the leg of lamb that Mao San attentively brought up, nibbled on it first, and nodded. Well, the flavor is indeed good. Tell me, how do you plan to do it? Team Zhang, I have a bold idea, Chen Xianfan said. Lui Yong, 1 duck, 3 meals? Chen Xianfan, Ang, can you eat it? Lui Yong frowned slightly. Don't let the duck that came to your mouth fly, not counting, but also be cooked duck, with a hard beak to chatter the meat. The big players have complicated minds, and the forces behind them are even more complicated. Sometimes it's also more relaxing and enjoyable to face demons and evil spirits than it is to face them. Don't worry, we won't go on a rampage. We have to stabilize a hand first. Chen Xianfan stated that he was a good subordinate who could put his leader at ease and would definitely not give the enemy an opportunity to take advantage of. What do you want to do? Lui Yong asked. Strike first and blow up the evidence, so that these big families, led by the Chui family, will be completely passive and panicked. Chen Xianfan rubbed his hands together. Wait for them to pull and beg us in a hurry. Can it be done? Lui Yong's eyebrows jumped. The image, it was great to think about. The question was whether the beautiful vision could be realized. 80% certainty. Chen Xianfan compared an 8 with his hand. Then let's do it. Lui Yong looked at his thumb and forefinger and nodded once without further hesitation. 80% of Chen Wufu is completely enough. What about? Chen Xianfan scratched his head. These guys' confidence in him was a bit bursting to catch people off guard. If this doesn't work, won't it be a shame that the people have embraced me? Gee, wasn't that too full on before? Well, it's a little further back. Is it still in time? Team positive. That, no need to say it. Lui Yong waved his hand. Let go and do it. I'll back you up from behind. Is done. Not in a hurry, hey. Chen Xianfan thought about it and clenched his teeth. Okay, that's it for now. Dry it out. Young Master Jean, Sure Day June. Bring your men and let's go. Chen Xianfan shouted at the eating crowd. The ones that have already been in Clearwater County are not going to be there. Especially Huashan Chui Ji. The target temperament is too obvious, easy to be recognized. Chen Xianfan himself was obvious, but he was obvious with his face and mouth. Cover your face and shut your mouth, and you can hide for a while. After calling out to the people, Chen Xianfan entrusted the dog brother gnawing on a bone at his feet and his nephew Little Pink Light to Xiong Jingjing's care. Turning back, he was just about to leave when he saw Huashan walking over, looking like he obviously had something to say. Something's up? Chen Xianfan asked as he stopped in his tracks. The soul bottle. Huashan stared at Chen Xuanfan's face as if trying to discern the answer from his expression. Is it under the threshold of the main hall? Master Shan, can you stop looking at me like that? Chen Xianfan took a step back and waved his hands back and forth. Eat it, eat it, eat it. A man as excellent and self-aware as me would easily create the illusion that you're in love with me. Quite embarrassing. Really, isn't it? Huashan's forehead veins flashed. But in the end, he had been together for a long time and would not be easily sidetracked by Chen Xianfan again. TSK, Master Shan, it's not good for you. Really, seeing that he didn't get around it, Chen Xianfan couldn't help but sigh regretfully. Men who are too smart are just as unlikely to meet love as women who are too smart. And if you just poke at the mystery like that, it'll look like I'm not very good. So it's really below the threshold. Huashan had gotten the answer he wanted, and was only focused on the answer he wanted. Automatically filtered out Chen Xuanfan's nonsense. Haven't confirmed it yet, however, I think it is, since he said it all. Chen Xianfan didn't hide it and said directly with some seriousness. And the reason? Huashan asked. He was pretty sure that Chen Xianfan had no evidence, because later Cui Ji went to meet with the Cui family head in the main hall. Between a few words, Cui Ji scratched the other party's itch and was invited to the study next door to look at the collection of ancient paintings and calligraphy. Huashan and Chen Xianfan were left in the main hall. During the period Chen Xianfan acted like, facing the good things in the main hall, some cannot sit down, cannot help but stand up to probe everywhere, continuing to play the money-grubbing and shallow-eyed, uneducated military lord of the morning, steward of the side watching, see him although look will also reach out, but are light to take and put very carefully, and no intention to take not put back. There is no voice to stop. Perhaps, it was afraid of disturbing the elegance of the master in the study at the side. During this process, although Huashan had been sitting still, his eyes never left Chen Xuanfan's every move, including the changes in his expression and eyes. They were all taken in one by one, so he was pretty sure that Chen Xianfan hadn't found any evidence. There's only one place. Huashan thought back and found it a bit strange. That is, at the threshold of the main hall. Chen Xianfan walked back and forth 7 or 8 times, though he was pretending to be impatient, like he was constantly going out to see the sights to relieve his boredom. This could fool the Cui family stewards, but not Huashan, because they all knew what this trip to the Cui family was for. Chen Xianfan wouldn't do anything useless, nor should he be impatient. It was originally him who had asked Cui Ji to pester the Cui family head to stall for time. If he was really impatient, he could have found another reason, such as having to go back first for something in the camp, and called Cui Ji out of his study. Cui Ji was the leader of this trip to the Cui family, but the dominant person was Chen Xianfan, so anything he said, out of tacit understanding and trust, Cui Ji would go along with it. It was this bit of suspicion that made Huashan guess that there was something wrong with the threshold of the Cui family's main hall. When I came out, I looked at the threshold and it was granite, Huashan said. Hard and delicate granite stone. No obvious cracks or recast marks. No formations or runes on it. Just an ordinary threshold. That's why the soul bottle won't be hidden inside. Then it's just buried under the threshold. But Huashan had found no clues to testify to this speculation. It was because he was curious to know how Chen Xianfan could think of this place. Because of Cui Wei's name? The rumors Huang Qilong said. And the Cui family's threshold, which is granite. Chen Xianfan gave a fake smile and patted him on the shoulder. Master Shan is so smart. Take your time to think about it. I'll go and match the correct answer first. Calling young Master Jin, who had changed into civilian attire, and Sure Daijuan and the others, they walked out of the barracks gate. Just as they came out, they saw a sneaky little figure, hiding behind a tree and looking their way. It's Huang Qilong. Chen Xianfan stopped dead in his tracks when he caught a glimpse of it and waved at him. It wasn't all dark yet at this moment, and Huang Qilong hesitated for a moment before walking up. Master Jun, is this going out? Well, Huang Qilong, what does your late friend look like? Do you have a portrait? Show me. You guys found it? Not yet. Chen Xianfan smiled. But tonight, the Cui family is haunted, so when the time comes, I'll help you see if there's someone you're looking for inside the ghosts that come. Chapter 109, after stepping on the plate, it's time to do it. The Cui family does get haunted at night, but certainly not by that deceased member of Huang Qilong's family. Chen Xianfan knew better than anyone, so this is in order to tell Huang Qilong, we go to do things for you. The night our working overtime is very hard. Benefits trouble ready. Not to mention what Angelica a straggly medicine. At least the spiritual species of chicken class of ingredients. To a little soup to make up the body is also good. Staying up all night hurts. The meaning is this. Whether or not you can grasp the spirit depends on the weasel spirit's realization. Before the sun set and the city gates closed and locked, the group entered Qinghe County. Find a place to hide in Trey's neighborhood. It was still too early. Chen Xianfan was prepared to strike in the 2 hours before dawn. In the center of the county town, there were all rich families and big clans with high and wide walls, and the surrounding people would not often come this way if they were not doing anything, so as long as they avoided the back corner door where the underlings entered and exited, finding a dark place to stay undetected was not difficult for Chen Xianfan and the others. Even if someone came, they could hear footsteps ahead of time to cover their form. "Man chief, what are we doing here so early in the morning?" Shi Dajuan asked in a small voice. "Doing nothing, just looking for a place to rest," Chen Xianfan replied dryly. The reason for coming so early was, of course, to get to town before the gates were closed. During spring plowing, once the county gates are closed and locked, they cannot be opened without an emergency order. Liu Yong's warrant doesn't work. It has to be a lieutenant rank like Xin Shua, and also have to county magistrate adults appear. 2 parties can only be opened under the evidence. It was also a good idea to find a good place ahead of time, so that you wouldn't be spotted by the wandering stars patrolling the streets after curfew. If these two sides collide, not only is it a pain in the ass to explain, but the action afterward is out of the question. Chen Xianfan used his toes to think about it and knew which side the parade star of Qinghe County would be on. They had only been to Chui's house during the day and appeared in Qinghe County at night after the curfew. It was just cuties. All of them would have made a connection. So no matter how much they fooled around, Qinghe County's wandering star must have sent them away on the front foot and gone to the Chui family to sell their goodies on the back foot. The Chui family is on guard. So what's the point of playing? Oh yeah, and this, one for each. Before approaching the Chui family, Chen Xianfan took out the few pieces of extremely rare talisman paper he had with him that could be used to conceal his form and distributed them to young Master Jean and Shi Dajuan and the others. "How did you get this?" Young Master Jean took it and looked at it, slightly surprised. This kind of talisman paper can't be compared to a real invisibility talisman. That is, it is pasted all over the body. Standing under the sunlight, it can still be seen clearly, because it doesn't have any stealth utility at all. It was merely a spirit talisman of the lowest order, capable of concealing some of one's aura. It could also mislead one's 6 senses and 5 senses, thus reducing the possibility of being discovered by those whose divine sense was not sharp, provided it doesn't get bumped off by the other side. It's very chicken *******, because it is often used to do bad things by some people, so it is forbidden by the government to circulate the talisman paper in the world. The demon hunting army never had this kind of talisman paper in their military supplies either. How did Chen Xianfan get it on his hands? Look for the money and grain officials to buy it. Chen Xianfan waved his hand to tell him not to ask more questions. Hurry up and stick it on and play hide and seek. Young Master Jean nodded and took the talisman paper without further questions. It's not that important anyway, and it's no surprise that you can buy anything from a money and food officer. The money and food officer of the demon hunting army, not to say that he had his hands full, was a very unique existence in the city of Shangzhou. The demon hunting army in Sagittarius City. He single-handedly supported both families. Some of the supplies for the demon hunting army needed to be purchased from the lineage families, and their seizures were an important way for the families in the city to get something related to the cultivation world. In the midst of the mutual exchange of goods, a portion will naturally be produced, which is not much needed by both, but has its value. This portion is then transferred to the black market by the money and grain officials, even more unseen on the ghost market. In this way, both official and private fairs in Sangzhou City are involved with the money and grain officials. He also serves as a point of reference for purchasing or bartering for what is needed for the soldiers in the demon hunting army. That's what every money and food officer is capable of. But ordinary soldiers, of course, can't just go to a money and food officer. The money and food officials are not likely to come to the rescue, unless there's something he can look at. This was also a hidden benefit of the demon hunters. The treasure seized by the soldiers by virtue of their individual strength while on a mission were not forced to be surrendered by the above as long as the other soldiers did not have a problem with it and it did not affect the fulfillment of the mission. Even thoughtfully gave the money and food officer such a relatively safe shipping channel. It's a lot safer than going to the black market or ghost market alone. But the overhand draw is on topic. There are smart people who also understand that after passing through the hands of the money and food officials, things are just going the clear way. There may be a share of the above in the draw, and it would first pass through the hands of the court and the royal family, and they wouldn't want it before it went out into the world. Meat, rotting in the pan. Since it is a smart person. Of course, it is also clear that although the draw is not low, it can be a little more than the surrender of the fall. One is still taking advantage of it. Actually, doing the math, there's not much difference between the two, but with this one in place, it makes a lot more sense. The demon hunter army was different after all. The soldiers were all of the status of cultivators. What the future of their future will be, no one can say, so it would be good to make more good karma. It's just that it's a bit difficult to grasp the scale of it. From the looks of it, Tang is doing just fine. Since those two fish, Chen Xianfan has been going to the money and grain officials every now and then when he has something to do. He bought too many things on a whim and it was inconvenient to go out on his own. With such a good platform, of course, you have to make the best use of it. The money and grain officer is a good man. And the dog brothers can climb up to the red general of the lieutenant's family. And he has a share of the credit. Our Chen gang leader is not a daughter-in-law married to the door. The matchmaker threw over the wall of the people. Not less than his share of dumplings. Over and over again. They exchanged a lot of stuff from the money and food officials. What he wants is strange but not expensive. The money and food officer is just a casual command. There are people below to do. In addition, every time he went not empty-handed. Should give the silver money is never less. So was not refused. It's definitely a good habit to save for a rainy day and stock up on supplies. Look at that. Doesn't that work? With this kind of talisman paper on hand, suddenly there was no place to buy it even if you wanted to. Chen Xianfan wasn't able to pinpoint and anticipate today. It was just a coincidence. This stuff he was saving for ghosts and demons. The inspiration came from the time when Wang Liang dealt with Lu Yuan, who was bent over by the willow tree demon, inside the ancestral shrine of the Willow family, in Yanglu town. The king too with extremely low presence is indeed a good baby when it comes to sneak attacks. It was a pity that he was the only one in the 18 with such a precious weapon. If there are many of these, and then one each of the evil-breaking talismans. Gee, don't even dare to think about it. It's exciting to think about. The bad news was that Chen Xianfan found this vision difficult to realize. At least at this stage. The good news is that he found such a rune paper. The biggest advantage of this kind of talisman paper also lies in the weak spiritual power above the talisman, which is almost difficult to detect after it is activated. And it can be pasted on the body to hide the person's blood chi very well. Demons and ghosts are best at smelling people. The most obvious of the human flavors is again the flavor of chi and blood, sort of a layer of dodging armor. It wasn't that no one else had thought of this. It was just that the demon hunting army was all about rounding up and annihilating evil-doing demons, fighting the few with the many, to eliminate demons and suppress evil. Never talk about the so-called rules of the Jianghu, but now even more unruly people are showing up, figuring out how to sneak up on the enemy. Chen gang leader bought quite a few of these talismans to take with him. It wasn't just this inferior product that could be called an imitation of a stealth talisman, but also some other messed up talismans that I didn't know if they could be useful or not. It's mostly cheap. Money and grain officials from the county court to buy dirty. To Chen Xianfan this one is less than 10 taels of silver. To make up 10 and also send one. Do not want to admit but really in order to make up the number of 10 more money. Caught in a consumer trap Chen Xianfan. Have not dared to tell Louis Yang. Although it was spent on their own money. It was in the name of the A-team. Hey, it's okay now. Use it. This goes back and gets reimbursed. The beauty of being able to go back on the money you spent is something that only those who have experienced it can understand. After an hour, Chen Xianfan, who was hiding not far away from the spiritual energy poured into his ears, suddenly heard noisy footsteps suddenly ringing out from inside the back wall of the Cui family. Then a group of men came out of the corner gate with torches. Shoo! He raised his finger and gestured at young Master Jean and Shi Dejun. After these house guards came out, they began to patrol around the walls of the Cui family's courtyard. The torches illuminated all the shadows around the outer wall. The inspection was very careful. At the head were two middle-aged men. Seeing them come out, Chen Xianfan couldn't help but be glad. I'm glad I brought the breath-hiding charm. People in the martial arts is a vigorous generation of blood. In the night each other have a sense. If they meet, it is like two big lanterns with a light to show the line. Hide have no place to hide. The concealment was not clever, and it was easily broken. But it was enough to deal with the Cui family's guards who did not have a high level of martial arts cultivation. During the daytime, Chen Xianfan and the others had already paid attention to the fact that the highest cultivation in the Cui family was the Cui family head, and the rest of the people who had cultivation in them were a steward, and two guards whose martial cultivation was no more than 9th grade. A powerful clan within a county with a higher-ranked cultivator couldn't afford to support them, much less necessary. The cultivation world is indeed in the midst of the secular world, and the two are inextricably linked, yet distinct. The Cui family didn't have anything worth being coveted. So of course there wouldn't be any cultivators with high levels of cultivation who would be idle enough to lay their hands on them. Of course, evil people and evil things still have to be guarded against. That's why the two martial arts cultivators were escorted. Ordinary small people, that is, into the courtyard, have their own strong guards to deal with, and there were already quite a few arrangements in the courtyard that were meant to target demons and evil spirits. With these two cultivators and the Cui family head present, it was enough to block the average low-ranked cultivator. Here we are talking about casual practitioners who are just looking for money. It is not easy to cultivate and the number of loose cultivators is not large, and most of them are solitary. So 2 ninth grade guards is just right. It's not like you need to kill the opponent. It's better to scare them away. If there is no deep hatred, they will not come back after leaving. Things cannot be done will not be fond of fighting. This is the consistent style of the Jianghu people and loose cultivators. Seeking money is just, since here cannot get, then change the next one. Unless you meet a rash person, you will have to hold back for a moment, after which naturally the parade star of the county office will rush to help. As for seeking revenge, unlikely. For one thing, a family like the Chui family wouldn't easily make enemies with people, and even more so, they will not easily do evil in the local area. Secondly, once they have offended someone or done something bad, they will definitely cut off the roots and leave no loose ends. Required course major level. The tired plot of revenge 20 years later is largely absent. At least people haven't met one in centuries. Chen Xianfan estimated that this not raising high-grade cultivators was not necessarily because he could not afford to do so, but rather he was afraid that after raising them, there would be the consequence of inviting wolves into the house. It's hard to prevent a thief from being a thief. The Chui family mansion must have a means of preserving life that would not be easily used until the critical moment of life and death. These 2 ninth grade martial arts cultivators were enough and couldn't turn the waves of Lord Eater. It fits perfectly. These 2 8th or 9th grade cultivators were also both around 30 or 10 years old, and it was thought that they were dragging their families along with them. Although they might not necessarily be loyal to the Lord to the point of being able to lay down their lives, they who had their families with them would definitely not dare to casually betray the Chui family. It's the big families like the Chui family that are the ones that die when they're thousands of miles away. The bridge where the orphans come back to take revenge happens more often to such families with many descendants. After all, there may be a base for a comeback in the east, and they have the Chui family of Qinghe County behind them. It's only when you have something to fear from each other that both parties are down to earth. Chen Xianfan watched as the 2 guards finished patrolling back with the strong men and the corner door was closed, then looked up at the sky again. The moon is not yet in the middle of the sky. After a while longer, the night watchman passed by. It's the second shift. No one spoke in the silent darkness. When the 3rd night had passed, Chen Xianfan counted that it was almost time. Shi Dejun, those 2 guards just now, can you stand up to them? He leaned over to Shi Dejun's ear and asked. Shi Dejun nodded. Since Chen Xianfan was not talking about taking it down but rather holding it up, he still had no problem with it. Alright, this is for you. Chen Xianfan gave him a small pill. When I say it out later, just hold it in your mouth and don't swallow it. Shi Dejun inquired with his eyes. What kind of medicine? This pill can change the voice, Chen Xianfan said briefly. He then looked at young Master Jin again. Young Master Kim nodded at him. Next were the other 4. Chen Xianfan looked at them and pulled out 3 fist-sized iron balls from his storage bag and gave one to each of them. He then pointed in the 4 directions of the Chui family and gestured the throw and run hand signals. Run after throwing them, hide and wait for the dawn to leave the city. Rao Fugue, one of the 4, said, Captain, we've long since written it all down. That's all it is, and it's been said several times. Who to look down on. Keep it nice and proper. Young Master Jin glanced at Chen Xianfan, and the meaning in his eyes was, you'd better watch out for yourself. Of the group of them, only Chen Xianfan was going to enter the Chui family's main hall. Chen Xianfan waved his hand, telling him not to worry. This has been stepping on the plate for a day now, and there is no reason to miss it when you know it in your heart. After waiting for another moment, Chen Xianfan waved his hand. Hands on. Chapter 110, Pilferage and a Good Harvest. The Chui family. In the front and back yards, except for the strong men who watched the gate in the front yard, and the grannies who were on duty in the backyard, they were basically all asleep. It was still more than an hour before the rooster crowed, and it was the right time to sleep. It was also past midnight for thieves to steal the door, so the guards had let their guard down. Even the dogs are asleep, but just at that moment, there was movement on the left side wall. A figure jumped up from beyond the wall and landed silently on the eaves of the roof by the pierced hall, bending down the eaves toward the main courtyard, clean and purposeful between moves. It didn't wake up the dogs, or the people, but there is a coincidence. Living in the Chui family hanging flower door outside the inverted seat room of a housekeeper. Today ate bad stomach, just out of the outhouse. A look up to see a black shadow, is heading to the courtyard. He froze for a moment, then rubbed his eyes, saw that the black shadow was still moving, and immediately shouted, "There's a thief! Catch the thief! There's a thief on the roof! A thief in black!" The sound startled the dogs, and woofs and barks went up first. Immediately afterward one of the 2 guards took flight and leapt from the front yard onto the roof of the front hall. As he chased after them, he roared, "Where did your friend come from? You don't sleep in the middle of the night. You come to Qinghe Chui's house to cross the road and disturb the master's good sleep. This is telling the other party that this is the residence of the Chui family in Qinghe, and to think clearly before doing anything. It is also implying to the other party that if you are sensible, you should hurry up and leave and don't linger here. We'll treat you as a passerby and not bother with you. I'm not your friend. The man in black kept his footsteps. Jie laughed strangely. Grandpa is hearing that the Chui family has a treasure and wants to take it away for some money. His voice was shrill and hard to hear, and a little hard to hear male and female. The chasing guards frowned. The voice was odd, but it didn't sound like it was caused by squeezing his throat with qi and blood. I don't know if it's natural or not. There is also this person is obviously also a person in the martial arts. Otherwise there would not be such a body. Although looking at the movement is a little rusty, but the feet are calm and powerful. I am afraid that the cultivation in their own is not the same. But why couldn't you feel the qi and blood surging from the other side? Is it a master? His heart hesitated and his feet slowed down. But the black shadow made a point with its feet, suddenly turned around and lunged towards him. Spinning around 2 steps down, he kicked out, straight into the guard's chest. In his mouth, he laughed strangely. Give Grandpa down you. This kick came fast and powerful. The guard reacted a split second slower, and it was not good to dodge on the roof, so he could only stand on his feet, his waist and horse united, and his arms crossed with his chest to block the kick. Boo! The foot and arm collided with a muffled thud. The guard stifled a grunt as his figure shifted, his face reddening as the sound of shattering tiles clattered under his feet. The dark figure twisted and landed on his side, moving his ankles as well. He took advantage as the offense. Not much though. The other party was more experienced than him, and his cultivation level was also a thread higher than his. Friend, it's my turn next. The guard backhandedly drew the long knife at his waist and held it with both hands, his breath flowing through the rainbow, his voice arriving. Good for you. The black shadow took a bad look and glanced at the other guard guarding the main courtyard. He gritted his teeth and turned around to run. Running his mouth is not idle. Yelling at the 4 fields, Grandpa is just seeking money. But if you can't beat it, you'll kick back. No shame. Other friends who want the Chui family's treasure, hurry up and make a move. Grandpa has explored the road for you. What baby? Friend, where did you hear that rumor from? The guard heard him mention once again that the Chui family had a treasure, so he couldn't help but feel suspicious and asked out loud. What are you pretending for? The demon hunting army that guards Chui's house came to Chui's house to see your family's treasures. You guys are afraid of people coming to steal it, and you want to hire them to help guard the house. The black shadow shouted. Brothers who are rich together. Don't worry, there is no demon hunting army in the Chui family. I even saw them leaving the city. Brothers, Grandpa's been here, and if you don't make a move tonight, you won't have a chance. If you don't make a move now, the rooster will be crowing at dawn in a while. He shouted as he ran, constantly agitating any other thieves that might be in the darkness. This made the 2 guards of the Chui family, and the people in the Chui family's courtyard who were woken up, a little disturbed, had to be distracted to be on guard. The guards who followed behind the dark figure originally didn't want to chase after him, wanting to go back to the courtyard and join their companions in defending themselves against the enemies who would strike next. But the man in black got up unrelentingly, and not only did he not run away, but he also began to spread out on the roof of Chui's house. The guard had to quicken his pace a few moments, ready to catch up to the man and give him a slash to whisk him away. However, just at this time, the 4 directions of the Chui family's residence suddenly recalled rumbling explosions, followed by flames in all directions. It's no good. It's on fire. Panicked shouts from the servants rang out in the courtyard. Don't panic. Get water to put out the fire. The stewards who accompanied Qin Xianfan and the others during the day commanded one of the older stewards beside him to take the household servants to the front to put out the fire. 3 others were assigned to 3 other locations. Splash! Don't open the door. Don't panic. The thieves at the door are monks and will not harm you servants. That's a fool's errand, and the ghosts don't believe it. How can you have such principles when you are the bad guy at the door? However, the servants had to believe. After all, it is the end of the Chui family's rice bowl. Some even sold their bodies as slaves. Do not listen to it. Might as well believe it and have peace of mind. After the fire started in all directions, there was a dark shadow that arrived at the Chui family from the backyard and came straight to the main courtyard. The guards guarding the main courtyard saw this and had to come forward to stop them. The 2 men exchanged blows. The opponent was quite a bit stronger than the previous black shadow, and he was carrying a long stick in his hand. A few moves later, he was slightly injured. He yelled for the guards chasing the dark figure to come back, fearing he wouldn't be able to top it. But the other guard was also riding a bit hard. Where's the cruising star? Why hasn't the cruising star come yet? Seeing that the situation was bad, the steward couldn't help but shout. The cruising star came and was held back by 4 guys. The guards in the main courtyard were injured first. The guards chasing the black shadow gritted their teeth and returned with their injuries. and the two of them dealt with the second black-robed man that appeared. The first black man to appear ran back after him. The four fought in one place. The commotion at Trey's house had made a lot of noise, especially with the four booms and the call to put out the fire outside, which had alerted more people. But it was because the commotion was so great that instead, no one dared to come over and gather around. A few moments later, the hoots and hollers of the government officials came from outside. The first man in black drew cold and slapped one of the guards, calling out, "Brothers, it looks like today will be a fruitless day. Grandpa will go first," he said, jumping the wall and running away without the slightest hint of a fight. The black shadow that appeared behind them also then broke away from the battlefield and jumped onto the courtyard wall, moving faster than the black-clothed man who ran first. "Don't let them get away." The two black-robed men who ran away were none other than Sir Dejun and young Master Jean. As they had agreed beforehand, Sir Dajun and young Master Jean came out one after the other. And at this time, Chen Xianfan had just gone out from the main hall. And it's a good hall. Chapter 111, a crater blown in the ground. Don't let them get away. After them. Over here. Here's one. Here too. The magistrates of the county court were very self-aware and did not go after the two black-clothed men who jumped down from the room, but went to search for and arrest the person who set the fire. The reasoning was simple. These four people who fled immediately after setting the fire were thought to be ordinary people who should have no cultivation. Otherwise, would 5 or 6 cultivators still need to steal? Wouldn't it be faster to just grab it? Or under a clear division of labor? The man in black attracts attention. The other 4 sneak into the Chui family. Want to steal what cannot be stolen? The Choi family is even more unstoppable. And with at least 5 cultivators including the thieves, is that enough to share what was stolen? I hadn't heard that the Choi family had any treasures that could attract so many cultivators, but that can't be completely ruled out. So sell the voice of call and sound constantly, but as long as pay attention to see no. The Yaman's chase is also a stomping to repel the degree of the thief. Obviously playing is all the way to send, so that the bandits do not injure the innocent calculations. But the people they were chasing couldn't just let them follow their asses like that. So, someone just suddenly threw a black over towards the back. Frightened, the servicemen behind him screamed for cover. In the hands of this group of thieves, there was a weapon that looked like an immortal palm thunder. It explodes when it hits the ground, and while it's not very powerful, it can still leave a person skinned. Look out! Duck! The county constables had to stop chasing the thieves and protect themselves first. However, the expected explosion did not come. All that could be heard was a clanging sound. What's going on? The head constable stood up from the ground, glanced at the direction of the black stuff landing, hesitated, went forward a few steps. In order to prevent fraud, dare not go too close. But then the torch can also see. That is a small half tile. It should have been picked up and passing from the ground in front of Chui's house before the thieves. Who picks up shingles? Thieves don't go empty. And there's no reason to pick up even the broken tiles, right? The constable couldn't help but frown, feeling that this group of thieves was very strange. If the 4 people who set the fire are also among the men in black, which one of the accomplices? Then this can be mixed up enough. Gov? The subordinate came forward and shouted. It meant to inquire whether to continue the pursuit, or to go back. Originally both sides were some distance away. Just now they this dodge, but in a few breaths, within sight of the traces of the pursuing person has long been lost. No more chasing. Since they came for the Chui family and are now fleeing in haste, I don't think they'll commit another crime in the city. Spread out and search around here. Come back if you don't find anything. The thieves are cunning. Tell the brothers to be careful. The constable frowned and said in a deep voice, there are monks among the thieves, so this case is out of the realm of what their 3 shifts of constables at the county office can handle, and will have to be handed over to the roving stars. After that, it was reported to the demon hunting army. Thinking that one of the demon hunting army was stationed in the Chui family's house, the constable's heart was relaxed. When the sky falls, there's a taller man to hold it. The thieves would also fear the prestige of the demon hunter army and would not dare to linger within the county. Maybe tomorrow morning, they will mix with the people and go out of the city. Anyway, no one was hurt and nothing was stolen, so it's good to end the matter. The constable spun his thoughts in his mind, and after a few moments, with his subordinates, he turned around and returned to the Chui family to report to the roving star on duty. The front yard of the Chui family, the hanging flower gate is not far away. Like him, the other teams that went out to catch up returned without success, so the prefectural lieutenant who hurriedly arrived glared at them a few times, but did not blame them. Instead, he asked the roving star on duty, might we discern the thieves? Can't. Cruising Star shook his head. This means that these thieves are not on the arrest warrant and are not criminals wanted by the officials of the Great Tang, nor are they of a famous cult. Both have distinctive characteristics, especially the latter, who will inevitably give their names whenever they make waves. This group of people are hiding. They should be scattered cultivators who are roaming around and have not been caught in the act. And they are very careful. The roving star raised his hand and showed the people of the Chui family and the prefectural lieutenant present a piece of talisman paper he had picked up in front of the main hall door. What kind of spirit talisman is this? A kind of lowly stealth talisman that doesn't even have a name. It's used by thieves and thieves specifically to hide their breath. Parade Star said, I've caught a flying thief at the early stage of Qi cultivation before, and he used this kind of talisman and lightweight kung fu to commit thefts, and he won repeatedly. Well, this official sees that they also cooperated in their escape, and should be repeat offenders. The magistrate also said, it is likely that they heard something and came to Qinghe County to commit this crime. He said and looked at the Chui family head. What the man in black shouted at the Chui family before. His subordinates had also informed him long ago. To say so at this moment is to say to the Chui family head, look, your family brought this trouble on itself. Our county court also helped the Chui family to relieve the siege, but not to Xing backtracking, difficult for us. These people in the public sector. Also, since there's not much damage and the thief got away, let's just forget about it. Of course we want to catch this thief, but with this kind of roving thief, they'll go far away if they miss. Catch? Where can I get them? Send an official letter to the paper and then it's up to God. So they really did come to my house to steal? The Chui family head couldn't help but shout. Asshole. It's simply unbelievable. The demon hunting army came to my house to check if there are any backstops left behind by evil people. But these people believe in the rumor that there are treasures in my house, so they came here to stir up some trouble, not counting the fire that was set and also injured 2 of my guards. Stupid. Stupid. Don't you guys get sloppy on me. Hurry up and catch the thief. I've been burned down and injured. I've lost face. I have to give an explanation. The Chui family head also knew that this thief would most likely not be caught, but this attitude had to be put out. Otherwise this being bullied without saying a word, suffocating is one thing. But even more will be underestimated. Don't be angry. Your lordship, there is no need to be angry for some grubs. Fortunately, the 2 guards are brave. Not by them to succeed. I will. The steward immediately went forward, to build a ladder for his own master, so as not to on the county governor and the parade star to make it too stiff. But before he could finish his sentence, he heard someone behind him shout, Master! Master! It's not good. The main hall seems to have been rummaged through. Go and see if there's anything missing. What? The Chui family head was shocked at his words, turning around and walking backwards. In the haste of his feet, he actually trotted. The 2 lightly wounded guards hurried to follow. The magistrate and the cruising star could not help but look at each other. This kind of hurry is not really there. No one said anything, and each of the 2 men followed suit with their own men. When they arrived at the front door of the Chui family's main hall, they only saw the Chui family's head of the family and the steward and 2 guards, all standing at the door without going in. But the look on their faces was not as anxious as it was just a moment ago. The house guests were even less close, staying a little farther away to hold their torches. Strange as hell. The magistrate went forward and asked, Master Chui, why don't you go in? Of course it's waiting for the 2 of you to come over and go in together. The Chui family lord said, in case something is missing, it's good to talk about it. The meaning of the words is, don't lose something in my house, but you are suspected of stealing from the police. This is overstated by Housemaster Chui. We still trust the Chui family's reputation. The prefectural lieutenant waved his hands repeatedly, but did not have the intention of excusing himself, but said, but since family Master Chui has this intention, that side goes in together to take a look. After saying that, he walked into the main hall first. The roving star waved his hand and told the constable Yaman behind him to stay outside as well as the Chui family's houseguards. Just don't go in. The Chui family has big rules, and the magistrates are many and varied. So don't get yourself into trouble. It's enough to have him and the prefects. Inside the main hall, candles and lanterns were lit. It had definitely been rummaged through inside. It looked a bit messy, but the person who had taken the shot had been quite conscientious and hadn't intentionally messed it up. Only the center of the columns on both sides, the inlaid Naji jade carving is missing, and a pair of Jinyun vases are missing from the high table against the main wall. When he looked up again, the place where 2 glazed palace lamps of sedum would have been suspended high above the ground was empty. Nope. Then there are the 2 missing dusters for the chicken duster. Master Chui, are these the only things missing? Is there anything else? The roving star asked the people behind him to write them down one by one, and then opened his mouth to ask again. There, the eyes of the Chui family head looked around the main hall's main door bar. Outside the entrance door bar, there are 2 small stone carvings to quell evil spirits. It's gone now. 2. This pair of small stone sculptures of the Chui family is also somewhat famous in Qinghe County. It was paid for with a lot of money. Although it was only a foot or so high, the stone had heavenly spiritual patterns on it. and it had been carved by a master and refined by a refiner, making it an incomparable treasure for the townhouse. It was much more precious than the 2 stone lions outside the door that were almost 1 person tall. Normally, the Chui family wouldn't even put it out. Only on the 1st and 15th day of each month, it will be invited out and placed outside the threshold to suppress evil spirits. However, after the demon hunting army came over during the day, he was not sure in his heart, so he asked someone to move the pair of stone beasts out. Now it's good. It's been stolen altogether. This thief is a knowledgeable one. It seems we guessed right, the magistrate said. Is this pair of stone beasts what the thieves are after? Nope. This thing can only suppress the house. It is not very useful for cultivators, and it is not easy to get out of the house. The owner of a mansion that could use town goods would never buy stolen goods. Not only is the intention bad, but the aura may not be compatible with the owner. If people see it, it will be even more disgraceful. Not to mention that this stone beast was ordered by the Chui family and carries the Chui family seal on it. That is to buy the baby should also buy can be privately hidden the kind, which must be placed in the open to be useful stuff. Who ate enough to steal other people's homes? Thieves who know how to steal don't come in with the intention of stealing just this type of thing. Looked like did not find to find something. Under the annoyance, thinking of thieves do not go empty, only by hand to take this main hall. Can look at the eye things. The lieutenant swept a glance at the roving star as if there was no doubt about it, to see what he had in mind. Instead, he found the roving star staring at the beams above the main hall door. What do you got? The lieutenant asked. Look, guys, is there a silk thread up there? Cruising Star asked, pointing to the beam. Everyone looked up. It wasn't very clear to see in the darkness, but as the torches shook, there seemed to be a line flickering under the firelight. The magistrate looked at the head of the Chui family. The Chui family head shook his head. Not their house stuff. Then the thieves should have kept it. I'll take a look. With that, the roving star stomped his foot, leapt up and kicked the doorpost, pranced up, hooked one hand around the beam, and took a closer look at the top, shouting downward. He said, Lieutenant, there is indeed a silk thread that looks like the silk spit by an elephant trunk silkworm. The elephant trunk silkworm is a mulberry silkworm that looks like an elephant's trunk, the size of a human's palm, and spits out a flexible and strong silk that is often refined into fishing line. Jianghu people also commonly use this to do hurt the concealed weapon. How did it end up on the beam in the main hall? Prefect, this silk thread seems to be connected to something, the roving star said, and it extends all the way out from here. I don't know where it leads. Attached to what? The lieutenant asked. It looks like a bag. Should we take it off and take a look? Cruising Star asked as he carefully looked at it twice. May I have the organ rune paper? No, it's just a silk thread tied to a bag. Then take it down and take a look, the magistrate said. Be careful. Beware of the mechanism. Good. Cruising Star nodded, then reached out to hold the silk thread. The bag was tethered to the lintel beyond the door, so he had to pull on the wire to yank the bag in from the outside. However, just as he gripped the silk thread and just pulled, he suddenly felt a tingling pain in his hand and involuntarily let go of his hand. Hiss! It was like being stung by something. What happened? Seeing this, the Chui family head and the others below hurriedly asked. Nothing, just the silk. Watch out. Duck! Cruising Star was just about to explain, when he saw the silk thread in front of him loosen, and the tethered bag suddenly fell towards the ground. He was so bad that it was too late to reach out and grab the silk threads again, so he could only voice a reminder. It must not be a good thing for a thief to be tied up here. As soon as the words were out of his mouth, the cloth bag fell to the ground as well. Thud! It was like the dull sound of a very heavy iron object dropping on the stone floor. Then there seemed to be sparks of fire erupting from inside. Not good. Dangerous. Retreat! The 2 guards and the roving star both had huge changes in their faces, and immediately one of them slammed the main hall's door shut before dragging the Chui family head and the county lieutenant backward in a flying manner. Boom! As soon as they backed away, less than a foot in front of the threshold of the main hall, the contents of the cloth bag exploded. Fire and gray-black smoke filled the room all of a sudden. The movement was so great that it shook people's ears and made their legs numb as the ground trembled under their feet. A large part of the floor slab was blown up. The stone slabs crumbled and splattered everywhere. A few pieces poked through the door of the room and flew in. The speed was amazingly fast. The Chui family's steward sidestepped and dodged too late. His forehead was grazed and skinned. Prefect. Parade. Master of the house. Master. The yamen outside and the Chui family's household guards burst into a clamor. They were far away but not hurt. Only their own upper pekin master were inside. So one by one, they shouted anxiously. But when they did, they didn't dare to rush forward. A few breaths later, a gust of wind blew out of nowhere, dispersing the smoke and revealing the main hall's door, and the crater that had been blasted into the ground. Then there was a clacking sound from the pit. What's that noise? a sharp-eared constable asked with a frown. I don't know. Like something broke. Mama. Ghosts. A burst of black gas emerged from the blasted hole, churning and gradually enveloping the entire main hall. It then spreads outward. Then there were a few more strands of een and fury that rose up to the sky. Wow! The old man is finally out. Out. To cannibalize. Cannibalism. Man. Chapter 112, the Choi family is really haunted. Outside the Choi household. Crew chief. Why are you so slow? Sure, Dajuan couldn't help but open his mouth and complain when he saw Chen Xianfan. He and young Master Jean both ran out and circled back around before this one arrived. It wouldn't be possible to empty the Choi family's main hall, would it? Took some traveling expenses and left a small gift for the Choi family on the way. Chen Xianfan hemmed and hawed and admitted directly. We're all brothers who eat from the same pot. Who doesn't know who? Sure, Dajuan didn't believe that Chen Xianfan would come out empty-handed. Just as Chen Xianfan didn't believe that Sure Dajuan could make a decent poem. Affirmative and sincere. Sure Dajuan also hemmed and hawed, giving Chen Xianfan a thumbs up of encouragement. Two silent laughs. Captain Chen, what's this in your hand? Young Master Jean asked when he saw Chen Xianfan wearing leather gloves and grasping a silk thread in his hand. A small gift left for the Choi family. As soon as I let go of this hand, the inside will have to be lively once more. Believe it or not? Chen Xianfan said. Believe. Young Master Jean rolled his eyes, knowing what he was talking about, and just reminded him. But be careful. Don't really blow up anyone. No lives were hurt. And what they're doing now is a prank at best. As long as they don't get caught in the act. Even if the Choi family finds out later and the Choi family is still clean and innocent, nothing will happen. Just deny it to death. But it was just a matter of setting a fire at the door, exchanging blows with the guards, and then taking a few things in passing. The Choi family is definitely not clean in the dark, and if you really want to investigate, there is not a single family in the world that can say they are innocent. It's kind of a small punishment, but if they caused a death, it would go against their original intention and the military law of the demon hunting army. The four words human life is at stake were the meaning of the existence of the demon hunting army. The straw man is a red line that should never be touched. Otherwise, what's the difference between that and evil? At that time, Louis Yang would have to step in and carry things off, and they couldn't just sit back and do nothing. If the Choi family did have a ghost, it could still be covered up. If not, it's a problem. Don't worry about it. I'm the least courageous person and I don't dare to kill anyone. If someone really died because of me, then I'm afraid I'd have to give birth to a heart demon. Chen Xianfan waved his hand and said, I've hung this under the eaves of the Choi family's main hall. During the day, I've gotten to know the Choi family's main hall, except for the people close to them who are sweeping and the honored guests who are visiting. No one is ever allowed to enter the hall. This moment can enter the main hall have cultivation. Don't look at my more than 10 pounds of iron ball heavy, landing on the explosion, but also just listen to the noise. Can't hurt people. The iron balls hanging from the beams of the room were the same as the ones he had given to the 4 Leofugi men earlier. They were bombs with nothing else to do. Dirt bombs. It didn't cost any money. The iron skin was converted from a big iron pot that was burnt out in the kitchen, and everything else was also found ready-made in the demon hunting army. Charcoal. For the fire. Manganese. Toilet scraped. Master spoon contributes. Loser contributes. Sulfur. Taken from Lu Bearer's prescription. It's just that this craft. Right. Chen Xianfan had previously stayed at the stage of talking about it on paper and never had the opportunity to practice it. And it's just that on paper you can't get to Zhaoqua's level. The level of understanding is sketchy. Very sketchy. This led to a rough road to invention. And in the end it was Weidong who taught him how to make gunpowder. Weidong's grandpa knows how to make fireworks. And they are family heirlooms. The only thing that Chen Xianfan was superior to others was that he knew the word purification. There is also sufficient shock to create an explosion. But it's hard for a coquette to pull off high-tech levels and whatnot by virtue of one's own strength, which can be much more difficult than cultivation. In the end, what he came up with was just thrown out there with a little bit of movement to ignite it. It's about as powerful as a large firecracker, and it's extremely unstable and can blow up if you accidentally wiggle it too hard. Finally he figured out a way to fix it by putting a charm on the outside. It's the invocation talisman. As the name suggests, it is a monk who believes in the gods and immortals and invites the gods to come up and stick them on his body. The matter of the spirits possessing the body is all a metaphysics in the cultivation world. Put on the talisman and recite the incantation. If your heart is sincere, it will work. Some cultivators would indeed become divine and valiant as a result, as if they were truly being bent over by the gods, but true or false only he knows. Miraculously, everyone can draw this kind of talisman paper, and it is useful just to draw the invocation spell on the yellow form paper. It's not the person who draws it that matters, it's the person who uses it. What Chen Xianfan used, he drew himself. It's very mysterious. Anyway, It doesn't blow up when you put it on. Throw it with the previously torn talisman paper, and only blow up when it hits the ground. The reasoning behind it Chen Xianfan couldn't figure out, so he simply didn't care. Anyway, we can solve the problem. It's not like doing scientific research, so we don't need to go after the root cause. But mighty this is, he can't do anything about it. The last thing that came to mind was to increase the dose. If the small one is not powerful enough, get a big one. What a perfect and smooth logical train of thought. And so the iron ball earth bombs the size of a man's head appeared. It consumed a large portion of all of Chen Xuanfan's sulfur, so that's what was made. But it's not expected to be powerful enough to crumble a hole in the ground. Then why do you need to do more? Young Master Jean had thought that Chen Xianfan was trying to blow out the Cui family's buried soul vials, but he hadn't realized that this was not the case. Hey, I'll scare them. Chen Xianfan grunted and laughed. Just in case if they are weak as thieves and confess on their own. Won't that save us the trouble? Then are we still pretending to be ghosts to dig a pit now? Young Master Jean only felt that Chen Xianfan was being redundant, but he did not refute it. Dress up, Chen Xianfan said. This blast of mine, even if I can only blow up the stone slabs, it will still save us energy. Saying that, he took a few white clothes outwards from his storage bag and handed them to young Master Jean, allowing him and Shi Dajuan to change into them first. Sizing up the time himself, he loosened the silk thread in his hand and gave the gift. But before he could let go, he felt the silk threads move. Someone touched the silk thread. Nice guy. No waiting then. Chen Xianfan immediately let go of his hand. The filament flew backwards. The next thing I heard was inside the tray house. A loud bang. Boom. Shi Dajuan shivered. Young Master Jin's hand lurched as he looked toward Chen Xianfan. Chen Xianfan was dumbfounded. Mother asterisk 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 her. What the? It's not possible, is it? How did this packet of dahlia become a bomb? The god of thunder was invited on the invitation charm? Can't. Then the three of them almost immediately turned their heads at the same time to look in the direction of the Cui family. An eerie ghostly aura enveloped the front yard of the Cui family. Me? If I say I don't know anything, do you guys believe me? Chen Xianfan swallowed and scratched the back of his head. Cunning, in the sound of ghostly cries, seemed very pale and powerless. Damn, the Cui family is really haunted now. Chapter 113, Chen Xianfan wanted to sew Shi Dajuan's mouth shut. The black mist that rose up to the sky was not just ghostly, but also a thick aura of resentment. The ghastly wind rolled angrily, and the shadowy ghostly mist churned. The sound of ghosts crying and howling. The Yin Qi is like a cloud cover. A dozen or so ugly ghost faces, devouring each other, phantomized to give birth to a huge ghost face with a head born with two horns, shedding two lines of blood and tears, and in the midst of the black mist, with four arms raised high, opening their mouths towards the sky in a silent roar and hiss, as if the teardrops, the color of dried blood, slipped off the ghost's face, they dispersed into a blood red. It was horrible to watch. It's a grudge from a dead soul. What the hell did the Cui family do? Chen Xianfan, young Master Jean, and Shi Dajuan were lying on their backs at the entrance of the alley near the Cui family, looking fearfully at the Cui mansion, which was constantly being engulfed by the black mist. What do we do? Shi Dajuan asked in some panic. I don't know, young Master Jean replied without a trace of humor. The three of them couldn't do anything under the current situation. This chilling ghostly aura, and the instantly thickening fury Qi, had formed the beginnings of a ghostly spirit that was isolated from Yang Qi. And it wasn't hard to hear from the roar just now that I'm afraid there was more than one evil spirit among them. What's even more frightening is that because the Cui family was wrong in the first place, the evil spirits demanded their lives, and the heavenly Tao did not stop them. Regardless of the judgment these evil spirits would receive if they reached the underworld afterward, the heavens would pretend they didn't see it if they made a move against the Cui family now. Karma is the name of the game. At this time it was not yet the fourth night cock-crowing, and the moon, which was originally half-round in the sky, was obscured by overcast clouds. I'm afraid I won't be able to see the sun above Qinghe County today. How did it blow up? And how could it blow up so accurately? Mother asterisk 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 her. I must have guessed correctly where the Cui family buried the soul vials again. Chen Xianfan frowned and cursed in his heart. When I guess lottery numbers, my intuition never hits. Cursing cursed out, said, lack of moral smoking Cui family, even really buried the soul bottle containing other people's ashes in the main hall door, the threshold of the outside. Let people trample on. He's not a bastard. He deserves retribution. Chen Xianfan, what are you talking about? And how did you come to know that the Cui family buried the soul vial there? Despite the critical situation at hand, upon hearing Chen Xuanfan's mutterings, young Master Jean was still unable to hold back his curiosity and couldn't help but ask, where would I know to go? Chen Xianfan scratched his head. I was listening to the rumors that Huang Qilong had spoken of, and thought of the place where they would bury the soul vials, and finally determined that the most likely location was at the entrance to the main hall. What Huang Qilang said about the rumors circulating among the rich families in Qinghe County about using trampling on ghosts to win God's green eyes evoked some of his previous memories. When I was a child living in the village, I saw my neighbors pouring the dregs of boiled medicine on the road in front of their houses for passers-by to step over. It is said to remove the aura of illness, so that those who are sick can get well faster. As the saying goes, if you pour the dregs out of the door, the disease won't bother you. Some say it was done so that people who walk by would take the sick air away from the patient so that the patient would get well. But Chen Xuanfan's grandfather told him that if that was the case, why didn't he fall down on a crowded main road, but in front of his house? So pouring the dregs of medicine is not something to make the person who steps on the dregs of medicine take the disease away. But I hope to step on the disease with the help of everyone, poured in front of their own homes, is to tell passers-by, my family someone's sick in the medicine. This dregs of the medicine poured in front of the door, is to let the passing neighbors, in view of their own family in the past for the sake of people, to make a contribution. Step back on the dregs of the medicine. Stepping away from the demon of the disease is a kind of blessing for the patient ceremony, although it is just a hand up, but also to dirty the soles of the shoes. There are some people are naturally reluctant, or maybe this family has a bad character in the village, and the townspeople won't even help with this small favor. They all lived in the same village, and as long as they didn't go too far, even people who had fought wouldn't be so mean as to take a detour when it came to such matters of human life. Most people have a bottom line in their hearts, and none of them will go too far, especially if it comes out in the open. The prayer of wishing the other person to be overcome by the disease is a test not only for the other person, but also for one's own psyche. If you make a wish and the other person really dies, how can you live with yourself? Therefore, this extreme situation would only occur if the two parties had a great deal of enmity, or if they were really bad people and were disliked by the whole village. Surely, mortals can ask and Hades can break. The saying that stepping on the dregs of the medicine will take the disease away is said to be a sign that the king of hell doesn't want mortals to break his authority. Who dares to keep a man till the 5th watch when he is told by Hades to die on the 3rd watch? There are fewer people who are willing to sacrifice their own personal interests to save a life. So someone speculated and fell on the main road at the entrance to the village. Prayer itself lies in sincerity of heart. Speculation is not only useless, but also annoying to the onlookers. Let the shady narrative run rampant. The rumor of trampling on ghosts and pouring medicinal dregs seemed to be similar, so Chen Xianfan associated them together, thus coming up with two places, doorways and intersections. Mao Sangosi later verified that what Huang Qilang said was true, and that there had long been a rumor in Qinghe County that stepping on ghosts could be a blessing, and it's not for the rich and powerful, because the common people are not blessed enough to enjoy it. The Great Tang does have a way of praying in relation to ghosts. It is an ancient tradition that the dead who have been exposed in the wilderness should be put into coffins so that they can rest in peace, or to repair the resting place of the dead whose graves are incomplete is an act of charity, which accumulates virtue and good fortune. Therefore, the saying of trampling on ghosts probably originally referred to adding soil and cultivation to the grave worship of the deceased. When people go to the graves, all they have to do is to bring wine, food, fruits, paper money and other things to the graves, then repair the graves, cultivate new soil, remove weeds, then offer the food at the graves of the deceased, burn the paper money, and then perform rituals to pay homage to the deceased. The one circulating in Clearwater County is just the opposite. Chen Xianfan also discovered one thing, and that was the identity of the person who had trampled on it, and there was a dark reference hidden in the rumors that whoever stomps more from the soul vase will get more drapes. This soul vase, therefore, must surely be buried in a place where one's family often walks by. After a day of poking around in the Chui family, Chen Xianfan circled two areas, the cross tunnel in the front yard and the entrance to the main hall. The cross canopies were between the two antechambers and the hanging door and the main hall, but the canopies were so crowded with people walking through them that they were excluded first. Originally he had suspected the exquisitely restored and chic pavilion. He snapped over the stone cracks and realized that the pavilion had been repaired more than 10 years ago and had been renovated in the last 2 years. The floor underneath was again made of granite, or granite from Rongwu Mountain. Rongwu Mountain, also known as Jinshan, produced Jinshan granite is known as Jinshan stone, very valuable, hard to come by, and can be comparable to Tarzan stone, so it is often used to carve placed in front of the gate of the auspicious stone doorpier. Engraved charms can ward off evil spirits and keep away bad luck and energy. Chui family is the first to buy from Chui Shan that the big family of salty vegetables, the desire for the past 10 years, so constantly by the soul bottle buried, but also very fit to clean up. Just after observing, Chen Xianfan found that the pavilion was engraved with charms for gathering qi and wealth, and the stone table and stool inside the pavilion were placed in the center, which was inconsistent with trampling. Interestingly, the The pavilion and the threshold of the main hall are always repaired together. Comparing the two, the threshold is still more appropriate, especially buried in the middle of the main hall threshold. This not only ensures that your own family can step on it, but it also ensures that you don't get a share of the benefits from others. This is because only the owner, when entering the main hall of his house, goes right in the middle of the gate. When a guest comes, accompanied by the host, he or she will definitely walk to one side on the left and one side on the right. Even if the host is not accompanied by the guest will consciously walk on the side. The underlings will even less likely to go right down the middle of the door. Be polite and courteous. Don't touch the host's house without permission, etc. This is a daily ritual that the people of Datang are accustomed to. Chen Xianfan didn't know if he had been taught, but he thought back carefully and realized that he used to. As long as he wasn't entering his own front door, as long as he was walking through the kind of two doors that were open to each other, he would definitely go in and out by the side. That's interesting. There is another point that corroborates his thoughts. That's the name of Trishan. Shui Mountain was renamed Shui Wei. Sui Wei can be interpreted as a ghost under a mountain, or as a mountain that presses down on the head of a ghostly creature. From the way Chui Shan acted, he had an overriding smugness about ghosts. Staggered compound Sui Wei, Kangran Jade Pile, peaks parallel to the immortal palm out, fine demolition of the sword door open. These lines are about the Taihu Lake Stone, and both Taihu Lake Stone and Jinshan Stone are produced in Wu County. Chen Xianfan felt that Chui Wei's name must mean something. A mountain above the ghostly creature's head refers to both himself and the granite threshold, so his previous guess was under the threshold of the main hall door. In the news that Mao Sangosi had inquired about, there were several other families, besides those mentioned by Huang Qilong, who had bought altars of pickles from Chui Shan, and they've all repaired the threshold shortly after they've bought the pickles. By this point, things can be said to be 10 to 1. What I didn't realize was that the place where the soul vase was buried was before the gate and beyond the threshold. However, when Chen Xianfan thought about it now, it was indeed that this was more in line with common sense. After all, entering the main hall is all about crossing the threshold, not stepping over it. What's more, the threshold stops the bad luck of entry for a while. Ghosts are objects of bad luck in their eyes, and it is more reassuring to place them beyond the threshold. Not only that, inside the main hall of the Chui family can hang a lot of things to ward off evil spirits. You want to eat fish but you're afraid of getting stabbed, so you're pretty thoughtful. So, Chen Xianfan is guessing right, but not completely right. But he crooked it, and then it was, again, in trouble. Looking at the Chui residence, which had been reduced to a semi-ghostly place, Chen Xianfan scratched his head straight. What now? It looks like this time they won't have to work hard to dig a hole, they'll just blow it right out. But they can't get into the Chui family either. Cries and pleas for mercy resounded from the head of the Chui family's mansion, along with cries of peace from the servants and the angry rebuke from the county lieutenant. What surprised Chen Xianfan and the others was that no screams were heard. No one's dead? With such a big commotion, the people on the left side of the house have long been unable to sit still. More than half of the people who can live near Chui's house are also rich families in the city, and there are many maids and servants, and the sound of crying rises in all directions under panic, so it woke up more people. There is no night watch of the other several parade star. One after another with people arrived. See, this is also scared. Do not dare to approach. Also did not dare to delay. Immediately loudly commanded his subordinates to hurry to evacuate the people. And then it is to send people to the magistrate, and the county magistrate shouted to him, so that he brought the Great Seal to mobilize the country to blockade the Yinchi, lest the ghosts and spirits continue to proliferate. The other thing is to go to the city gates and wait there, and as soon as the gates open, go out of the city immediately to the Chui family home and find the demon hunters to report. Tell them there's something big going on in the city and to hurry over. Chen Xianfan was not far away and heard it clearly. He raised his head to look at the position of the Star of Enlightenment, and thought to himself that you guys don't need to go. Lu Yiyong, the team leader of the A-word team of the C-word battalion of the demon hunting army's Shangzhou Taotai army, may not have already been waiting at the city gates. This is what they had originally planned. The reason why he waited until almost the fourth watch to make his move was to make the Chui family panic while not giving them time to react and not leaving them the chance to cover up. Originally they were supposed to be pretending to be ghosts now, haunting the Chui family one more time, teasing them a bit to stall for time, and then taking advantage of the chaos to dig out the soul vials. In the presence of the county lieutenant, the Chui family is beyond denial. At this time the city gates happened to be open. Lu Yiyong led the soldiers of the demon hunting army. It was time to go into the city to search for other big families, using of course the same excuse as coming to Chui's house. Then, when they enter the city, they will hear that something has happened to the Chui family, and logically, they will come straight here. Chen Xuanfan's one duck, 3 meals is, come over during the day to hobnob for favors and eat for the first time. Playing God digs up the soul bottle and eats it a second time. Blockade Qinghe County digging soul bottle. Dressed as a ghost at night stirred them cannot sleep. Cannot hold out to urge the demon hunters to go out. Take the third one. Everything is well designed. Unfortunately, God has his own script. Without a word, the protagonist was replaced. Backstabbers don't want to take the blame. People are out on their own to get paid for their performances. Partner leader. I'm sorry for your loss. Sure Daijuan looked at the ugly ghostly face over the Chui family and said to Chen Xianfan, Partner, do you think these evil spirits can obediently let you overtake them? Sure Daijuan asked again. It seems like we can't beat them if they don't want to, right? Chen Xianfan wanted to sew Sure Dajuan's mouth shut. Chapter 114, Son? Who are you shouting at? You two stand guard here. Leave first if things don't go right. I'll go in and take a look. Chen Xianfan thought about it and said with a clench of his teeth. Sure Dajun looked at him incredulously at his words. Are you crazy? Young Master Jean frowned. Haven't you always been a clear-minded person? Why are you so heroic this time? Or is there a dragon's liver and guts inside? Worth the risk? TSK, although I admit that you know me well, can you not be so blunt? Chen Xianfan grunted and said to young Master Jean. Good guy. This one all know him so well. Make him very stressed. There's no dragon liver, no phoenix gallbladder, and no unicorn blood in there. Chen Xianfan pulled out the evil warding talismans from his storage bag and stuffed them one by one into his collar, chest, and cuffs, saying as he did so, I just want to go in and see what the situation is now, then try and see if I can talk to the evil spirits. Who do you think you are that people have to talk to you? Do you know what the strength of an evil spirit is? Young Master Jean pulled his arm and said with a furrowed brow, a single evil ghost in General Mountain can capture us all. Although you have now entered the 8th rank of inner training, you can at most deal with just one, but there are several of them inside. What's more, evil ghosts are also divided into strengths and weaknesses. When a great ghost cultivates to be able to harness the baneful winds, it is to reach the realm of evil ghosts and can be called an evil ghost. Not only are there strengths and weaknesses among the evil spirits, but there is an enormous difference in strength. The strong can briefly walk under the sunlight, not afraid of fire and candles, not afraid of vermilion sand and unusual ghost-repelling objects, and can fight with 7th-grade cultivators. The weak can also blow away a person's entire body under one breath. The evil of evil spirits is viciousness, ugliness, and greed. Ghosts have increased in strength, and their greed has become so extreme that they become evil ghosts, and then they are controlled by their greed and will do more evil. That is why the folk curse the poor and evil people by the name of evil spirits. Talking to an evil spirit, dominated by greed, or several. Even if there are evil spirits willing to talk, as long as one of them is unwilling, the talk won't work. More likely, all of them won't. It wasn't even dawn yet, and young Master Jean felt that it was a bit inappropriate for Chen Xianfan to start daydreaming. Very inappropriate. Ghost cultivation relies on yin qi, but blood food is also a great tonic for ghosts. Although it was easy for cultivators to get rid of more sins, evil spirits with strong greed would not easily let go of the opportunity. And, again, they are now extremely resentful. The ghostly faces and blood tears made of grievances. Before they were eliminated, the cultivators' strikes against them would be tainted with grievances. It will be hated by all ghosts. Young Master Jean looked at Chen Xianfan with disbelief in his eyes. Partner Chen doesn't seem like such an irrational person. Doesn't he know the truth of this? Well, I'm just curious to take a look. Chen Xianfan tucked away the evil-destroying talisman and took out the evil-breaking talisman again, placing one on his chest and one on his right sleeve, guaranteed to hit between flings. Don't you guys realize? No screams have been heard until now. Well, indeed there isn't. Sure Dajuan nodded his head, then asked rhetorically, Partner, you don't think that the evil spirits inside didn't hurt anyone, do you? How could it be? Can they bear to not eat the meat that's right next to their mouths? Perhaps they were mesmerized and killed. It's indeed possible, but the ghostly spirits didn't exaggerate, and the Yin fury is only within the Chui family's boundaries. So what does that say? Chen Xianfan said. The county honors of Qinghe County had not yet arrived at this time, and the parade star had to have people stick talismans and splash vermilion sand and black dog blood around the Chui family. Yet everyone knows that these tactics are useless against evil spirits. But the ghostly mist didn't take advantage of this opportunity and proceeded to spread outward. So you thought that the ghosts inside might have good intentions? Young Master Jean gave Chen Xianfan a, I didn't expect you to be so naive scoff. I do feel that they may have another agenda. Chen Xianfan did not deny that he did feel a little bit like this in his heart. Perhaps it was related to the fact that the baby ghosts and the little girl ghosts that he came into contact with in the Chui family's home had both left a good impression on him, allowing him to feel a hint of pity for the other ghostly creatures within the soul bottle that had had the same encounters. A baby ghost who never grows up. A little girl ghost who never grows up and doesn't get to be someone's mother. Let the baby ghost call her her mother. Being buried in the ground for I don't know how many years, not seeing the sun and not being able to turn around and reincarnate. Think about it is indeed pitiful. But the need to visit the Chui family wasn't all because of pity and sympathy. There was also the fact that he intuitively judged that the evil spirits probably didn't kill the Chui family. They may have other plans. You really want to go? Young Master Jean was still somewhat disapproving when he saw Chen Xianfan say so. Although the attitude of the demon-hunting army towards ghosts was not like that of treating evil demons and devils in general, only resolutely exterminating and eliminating them, but it will also not be like treating ordinary people in general. The rabbit dies, the fox grieves, and things get hurt. Ghosts are human beings in life, so they will not indiscriminately take action. If they can be released into the netherworld, then let them off the hook. However, the evil and unforgivable, or can only be suppressed. Then, there's the hostile times when the ghosts have the power to hurt them, and that's when they don't hold back. Under such circumstances, then mercy to the enemy is cruelty to one's own people. That was why young Master Jean did not approve of Chen Xuanfan's move like this. Moves that would put yourself in danger. TSK, young Master Jean, am I the type of person who would sacrifice myself to fulfill others? Chen Xianfan said this, just wanting to continue on, but feeling as if he was scolding himself for saying so. He turned another corner and said, even if I were, I wouldn't sacrifice myself for the sake of a few evil ghosts inside. Death, there is heavier than MT Tai. There is lighter than a feather. I have to die for the well-being of the people of Datong. That's the only way to die. It's more meaningful. Partner Chief, at this time, still blowing? Sure. Daijuan praised the road. Praised finished, not waiting for Chen Xianfan dejected, and added a sentence. Then you have to be careful. You said before, the flag cannot be raised indiscriminately. Easy to fold. There's also a word for that. It's called a prophecy. Right, young Master Jean? Childish words, blow away in the gale. Chen Xianfan immediately retracted his previous words. God, what I just said was from my heart, but I'm still young. You can't give me a chance that early. It's best to wait for 10,800 years before the fortune of dying for Great Tang comes to my head. At that time I'll just die. And I'll let my fellow robes scatter the ashes. And I'll mesmerize the eyes of my enemies. Absolutely true to my word. Chief, what if it's windy? What do we do? Just think of it as an extra meal. It's not like I mind. Chen Xianfan, you go. Young Master Jean waved his hand. Hurry up and go. I won't stop you. That's the mouth. Later, I hope you'll rely on it to convince the evil spirits. Alright, don't worry. I can't fight but I can't run? Chen Xianfan touched the talisman paper on his body, as well as the family heirloom at the back of his head, and was very confident about this trip. What was more crucial was that his chi practice had reached the god-nurturing realm, and the usual means of ghosts to confuse their souls would not work on him. The wind of the Yin Fury blew, and the 8th rank of the martial Dao inner training could carry it. For other means of attack, with the little handsome pot, it's still no problem to protect the important parts. Carry it on your back as a turtle shell for security, especially with Reiki infused into his toes. A leap could be 5 or 6 meters away. 3 scurries and 2 scurries and you're out. Absolutely no problem. You guys stay on guard, and the teamster will be here soon. If I can't run out and you hear me shouting for help, you have to let him go and save me. Chen Xianfan also gave himself an insurance policy on his way out. Young Master Jean waved his hand. Got it, got it, got it. Ouch. From worrying just a moment ago, so quickly to impatience, Chen Xianfan couldn't help but shake his head inside. Little Xue, you're very much like a scumbag like this. You know? What's a scumbag? The inquisitive Shi Dijun asked. Why ask so many questions? Just know it's not good. You want to be ah? This word was not easy to explain, so Chen Xianfan simply did not explain it. Shaking off his hand, he tipped his toes, rolled over, found a relatively hidden place, and leaped quickly towards the courtyard wall of the Chui family. After scattering the blood of the dogs in vermilion sand, the roving star retreated with his pawns and woke up the people in the neighborhood and drove them elsewhere. There's not much around now. However, in order not to be discovered, Chen Xianfan still chose his landing spot very carefully. He chewed a chi replenishing pill in his mouth, just in case. After jumping into the Chui family, he familiarized himself with the front yard. The ghostly atmosphere is heaviest before the main hall. He touched it quietly. However, this was only his own feeling. In reality, in the midst of the ghost, all the movements could not escape the ears and eyes of the ghost's master. So when Chen Xianfan approached the main hall, he realized that there were many people lying in the main hall, but there was no sign of the evil spirit. Then, a woman was heard behind her, sighing quietly. Teenage boy, what are you? It was a great voice though. Late at night, this tone, this pitch. Female ghosts no doubt. When Chen Xianfan turned around, he saw a beauty, and 17 or 18 ugly ghosts. It's ugly. This girl, I'll introduce a ghost to you. Pop, Fatma, come out and help. Chen Xuanfan's mind moved, calling out the baby ghost cub and the little girl ghost. What's the favor? Fatma asked, rubbing her eyes as soon as she came out. Rice. Pop, on the other hand, wrapped his arms around Chen Xuanfan's neck. Across the room, the beauty's mouth widened slightly, then called out, Son, Chapter 115, I heard that you are the father of the cubs. Great auntie. Cubby stared in surprise at the sight of the beautiful female ghost. Then he lunged towards his opponent. Chen Xianfan. One calls out to his son. The other calls out to his great-aunt. Are all of you ghosts so strange in terms of seniority? He looked over at Fatma, who was holding the gourd filled with milk tea and looking at him, her big eyes blinking and blinking. Chen Xianfan understood that this is also a confused person like him. Pups? Great auntie. The baby ghost was held in the arms of the beauty ghost, and the two ghosts met intimately. This gave Chen Xianfan a little bit of hope, the hope of being able to escape with your life. After thinking about it, he chose to be good and stand to the side, quiet as a chicken. Wait and see what happens. Not to wait and see what happens also cannot. The current situation. Unless the school lieutenant Xin Shua internal emergency, suffocating unbearable had to run from the county to the Qinghe county to come out of respect, and then from the sky can save him. Otherwise, relying on himself or Lui Yong and the others, he couldn't even think about it. The beauty ghost is dressed as a dead husband, ebony hair like a waterfall, green silk draped over her shoulders, wearing several exquisite small white flowers on her head, and white clothes like snow on her body. Even the shoes on her feet were white satin, rosy face, red lips and white teeth, slender waist like a bundle, soulful eyes, bright eyebrows, as vivid as a living person. Her complexion is crystal clear and soft as jade. There was not the slightest hint of ghostly aura to be seen up and down his body. She was more like a lady of the house strolling through her own backyard, refined and dignified and unhurried. If Chen Xianfan did not know very well that he was in the midst of the Cui family's ghosts at this time, and that the other 17 or 18 ugly and evil ghosts in front of him were bowing down to this beauty, he would have thought in a trance that he was encountering one of the Cui family's young ladies, is going to die. The more Chen Xianfan looked, the more he wanted to slap himself. He's drifting away. Forget about listening to people and eating their fill. I shouldn't have disobeyed young Master Jean. He insisted on coming over. Now he's fallen into a big hole. This is not a half-ghost formed by the grievances of evil spirits. There's a stern ghost here. The nightmare. Imitating a living person. He can be the lord of a party of ghosts and spirits. There's a big difference. More than a dozen evil ghosts' grievances deep. The ghost fog accumulated over the years is rich, and then summoned between the heaven and earth in fury gas. The ghosts formed is still incomplete and cannot be controlled by themselves. It was not impossible to deal with within the ghosts, despite the advantages. But it's different with the ghostly spirit, which is the master of the ghostly spirit. The wind and grass in the ghost is under its eyes, and to destroy the ghosts must first break the ghosts. Even if this ghostly spirit was now crippled and of average power, this was, after all, the beginnings of a domain land. It's not hard to break it. Nice guy. Thought it was an elite monster, but ended up encountering the little king. This luck is also blowing up poorly. It seemed that there was a long way to go if one wanted to cultivate into a Godao venerable. You can't treat yourself like a dish just because you have a little bit of strength. Dishes that are meant to be pinched and eaten by others. Chen Xianfan was feeling remorseful in his heart while pondering over which rank of the stern ghosts the beauty ghost in front of him was. Remnants, small ghosts, big ghosts, evil ghosts, severe ghosts. These are the realm division of ghosts. And on top of it, ghost generals, ghost kings, ghost emperors. These are more like status positions. In other words, ghost cultivation only reaches up to the Li ghost realm. The Lich realm is divided into 10 stages. Those who have the embryonic form of a ghost are Ligurian ghosts, and the size of the ghost and the number and strength of the ghosts that can be contained within it determine the grade of the Ligurian ghosts. Those who can command 10 evil spirits are of the 10th rank, and those who command 100 evil spirits are of the 5th rank. A 5th grade night ghost can then be called a ghost general. There are 1,000 evil spirits among the ghosts under his command, and the 10 ghost generals are the ghost kings. The one who rules over the king of ghosts is the king. The Oni monarch co-honors the emperor. There is another kind of ghost emperor. That is, after the death of the earthly emperor into the netherworld, their own merits and virtues do not want to enter the cycle of reincarnation, and not enough merits and virtues to become a god can be given a ghostly city. In the city with willing to follow the people of the civil and military people to spend their days. This type of ghost emperor is ghost xiong, which means the male lord of a party. Not all emperors had this. It's hard to say exactly who did and who didn't. There is a difference between yin and yang. and those in the young world have limited knowledge of the underworld. Ghosts are above the night ghosts, and there is no more realm advancement in their cultivation, which means that the path ends here. Although when one reached the rank of Ghost Emperor, it was heard that one could be bestowed by heaven and earth, and from then on, one could live forever in the underworld and still be able to travel freely between heaven and earth. However, throughout the ages, there was only one Ghost Emperor with the name of Emperor. That would be Fengdu Dadi, also known as Fengdu Bayin Dadi, In Tian Zi. Fengdu Dadi is the superior of the 5 Ghost Emperors and the 10 temples of Yama. The 5 Ghost Emperors under him were: the Eastern Ghost Emperor ruled Taoji Mountain, the Southern Ghost Emperor ruled Luofu Mountain, the Western Ghost Emperor ruled Hansuka Mountain, the Central Ghost Emperor ruled Hua Calvary Mountain, and the Northern Ghost Emperor was Zhang Hongyang Yun, who ruled Luofeng Mountain. Other than this one has never heard of another Ghost Emperor. It was rare for a Yin soul to cultivate all the way up to a Ghost Monarch. Apart from Fengdu Dadi, if we are hard to say, there is another Ghost Emperor who was carried up by the emperors in a hard way, and that is the Taishan god Dongyue Dadi. It is said that after the death of the emperor in the netherworld for the male master, worried about no one to shelter, it will be the previous life respected. The status of the extremely noble Taishan Dongyue Dadi, jointly honored as the Ghost Emperor. Mount Tai is a sacred place for monarchs to perform Zen meditation in the sky, and it has always been regarded as a path to immortality that connects with the sky. There may still be a little bit of ambition to be blessed by the god of Taishan and have a chance to become immortal in the future. The Taishan god is of honorable status, and worshipping the Taishan god as the demon emperor invariably also elevates their status. When I was alive, I was very respectful to the god Tarzan again, and it was a bit of incense. Moreover, Tarzan god is a god, and the affairs of the underworld will not yet be much concerned. Isn't that too good? If you don't say so, it's still those who have been emperors who can play. The Void King Republic was sort of played into their hands. They regarded the honored Dongyue god as the lord of the underworld, and the help of the reigning descendants. How many years down the road? Hard to make. Taishan and the folk also became the house of the cure of ghosts. Other than these two, they were all ghost monarchs and ghost kings, and all of them stayed in the underworld, and the ghost rulers rotated once every 500 years to be a Taishan prefect. As for the ghost king, he is mostly in the underworld to sit in the ghost city and manage the many Yin souls of the people. I heard that in the hell is even more vast territory than the Yangwang. Chen Xianfan has not been there. I do not know if it is true. Of course, there are not willing to be so troublesome, commanding the ghosts to cast a ghostly ghost, which is strong and powerful, the same by the people in the young world called the Ghost King. It's probably as much of a complimentary courtesy as when people address deputies and never add the word deputy. Ghost King also like to hang out in the world. The game of the world is king, as long as not to do harm to the people, no one to care. If you are out of line, you will be investigated by the underworld. There are also demon king ghosts in the Great Tang territory, and there are demon hunter armies stationed all around the perimeter. Chen Xianfan glanced at the beauty ghost who was talking to the cub, as well as the 17 or 18 ugly ghosts beside her, thinking that this one had to be at least a 9th grade night ghost. The strength was probably comparable to their family's lieutenant, Xin Shua, but they come with their own fields. Surprisingly comes with its own defense range, which is simply cheating. If you're capable, you can let me practice for another 100 or 80 years, and I'll come back then. Chen Xianfan was apprehensively mulling over a way to break the situation, and he couldn't hear what the baby ghost cub and the beauty ghost were muttering about, and the stern beauty ghost seemed to have set up a barrier, so it can only be secretly anxious. I thought to myself, I'm not treating the little brat too badly, am I? Despite fatally kicking each other's asses. Equals. Right at this moment, the beauty ghost waved her sleeve and beckoned at Fatma, the little female ghost beside Chen Xianfan. Little girl, come to your sister. Yes. Fatma floated merrily towards the beauty ghost. Chen Xianfan looked at her fluttering back and couldn't help but want to shed 2 lines of tears on the spot. Good lord. It's not just no one around this time, it's not even a ghost. The ugly ghosts on the side of the beauty knights had their eyes firmly fixed on Chen Xianfan, and one by one, they revealed unsuspecting salivating gropes. One of them, with a big pancake blue face and a small red dot and a long tongue, was the first to shout in a rough voice, I hate good-looking guys the most in my life. Me too. Sharp voices followed, and a brown man with legs long on his back called out, fine skin. It's annoying to look at. Why don't we eat him? Eat him. Eat up. Eat. The ferocious and greedy ghosts screamed furiously as they blew a gale of fiendish chi onto Chen Xianfan, who immediately knew that it was not good, and hurriedly drummed up the true chi in his meridians and mobilized his spiritual energy to fend it off. There's an aura on him. The eyes of a group of evil spirits glowed. I'll eat first. I want to eat the head. The shortest shorty, jumping like a toad, called out, eat. At that moment, a white palm reached over from the side, clenched its palm into a fist, and with one punch, sent the evil spirit, which had been screaming the most fiercely, flying away. Boo! It shook away some of the sinister black mist on top of the ghost's body. Ow! In pain, it rolled in midair and wailed. Miss, why are you hitting us? Shut up! Croak! The beautiful ghost waved her sleeve again, sending the short runt evil ghost flying once more, then lightly glanced at the remaining evil ghosts. The crowd of evil spirits were silenced. Who are you going to eat? Her pale pink lips flicked up and she asked softly. Tell me again. Don't dare! Don't dare! The evil ghosts that had been rampant just a moment ago immediately turned into little sheep, shaking their heads and waving their hands, indicating that they were benign ghosts and didn't dare to eat people. Then one by one, quail-like, squatted into a corner, not daring to come out and flaunt it again. Looking at Chen Xianfan, he almost couldn't hold back his laughter. That's too wimpy. But he couldn't stop laughing when he thought about his current situation. Even seriously considered whether the lying flat position should be a bit more handsome and dashing, or a bit more docile and pitiful. If the goon could save his life. Great auntie, the cub in the beauty ghost's arms, whose little face had wrinkled into a ball when he heard that they were going to eat Chen Xianfan, whimpered in a small voice at the moment. Great auntie, my father is a good person. Don't eat him. Chen Xianfan, touched. Cub, daddy didn't breastfeed you for nothing. Dependable in a pinch. Don't cry. The beauty ghost frowned slightly. Then she only felt a movement of her sleeve, and when she looked sideways, she saw Fatma behind her pulling her sleeve and shaking it. There was some prayer in his eyes. Just as well. The beauty ghost glanced at Chen Xianfan. I had no intention of hurting you. Not to mention that you were the one who saved little cub and those ghosts in Chui Shan's courtyard. It's just that you shouldn't have let the cub call you daddy. This is actually a misunderstanding. Chen Xianfan opened his mouth and tried to explain. Then I heard the female ghost say quietly, I am the cub's first mother. The little girl is still too young. What do you think of me? Shall I call you husband too? Wouldn't dare. Don't dare. Chen Xianfan immediately shook his head. Nice guy. Always felt like I would die a horrible death if I said yes. Count on you to be sensible. The beauty night ghost hooked her lips in a smile. Her beauty was unbelievable. Ha! Chen Xianfan only felt grateful. Instead of going all the way down the road of death, he hangs back in time. The little life, by the looks of it, was expected to be saved. After all, a night ghost wouldn't bother so much as a word with a minion she could crush without much trouble. Chapter 116, Let You Call Me Sister-in-Law. Do you dare? Chen Xianfan made it out of the ghostly world alive. Or come out alive from under the knight's hand. Holding the cub in one hand, holding Fatma in the other. With a proud little step, he strutted out of the roof and jumped out of the Chui family, avoiding the county guards guarding the outside. I found young Master Kim and Shi Dajun at the original place. Schwerer, am I blind? Shi Daijun rubbed his eyes and said in surprise, how come I seem to have seen our family's Chen gang leader dragging his family out of the Chui family? If you call me that again, I'll not only make your eyes bleary, but also make your eyes hurt. Young Master Jean pushed him. Get out of the way. Don't get in the way. Then he looked at Chen Xianfan, and in his puzzled eyes, explained, we just heard evil spirits screaming inside, and thought that you had moved against them. That's when Shi Dajuan came over thievishly and reached out to touch the back of his hand. Nodding at young Master Kim, he said, well, hot and alive. You guy, Chen Xianfan was just about to scold him, when out of the corner of his eye, he glimpsed young Master Jean holding the evil breaking talisman upside down in the palm of his hand, and took it out and put it back into his storage bag. He gritted his teeth. You guys are still really my buddies. Ha ha, it's not. Prevention is better than cure. Shi Dajun laughed. Evil spirits are cunning and have to be guarded against. Young Master Jean said. Evil ghosts were capable of possessing people. What if Chen Xianfan was manipulated by an evil ghost to do something to them? It was true that demonic possession would reveal strange places, and the yin qi around them could not be concealed, but there was no guarantee that there were no special means to do so. The relationship between the demon-hunting army and the demons and evil spirits was like the relationship between the police and the criminals. The means of committing crimes are always updated and endless, and no one can say that 100% will not fall into the other party's scheme. So, the best thing to do is to be cautious and more cautious. Be careful. Be more careful. The older the Jianghu, the less bold he is. And the same goes for the old soldiers in the army. The best way to value life is to fear death. Fearful of death, but also humongous. It is an old pawn. This is what Louis Yong taught them. The soldiers of the C-Word Battalion's A-Word team had begun to slowly change towards the old soldiers. Not a bad thing. Chen Xianfan was even a bit relieved. It's good for him that his brother is dependable. But barring that, it's a bit of a crying shame that it's him that's the target of the cautious suspicion. Besides, This you will certainly feel guilty if you hurt us, right? Sure. Dajuan wrapped his arms around Chen Xuanfan's neck and patted his shoulder. Chen Xianfan, who had been relieved just a moment ago, was stunned by the question. Good lord, how does that make him answer? Say the right thing, and Stallion gets his way. Denying it makes it look like he's something he's not. One can only scold. Can assure de Z, you've gotten smarter. Now you can talk in both directions. Sure. Dajuan hemmed and hawed, taking it all as a compliment and accepting it haughtily. Angry, Chen Xianfan wanted to give him a kick. Baby Ghost Pup and Fatma snickered on the sidelines. Xianfan, what's the situation inside Chui's house? What happened after you went in? Why were there screams of evil spirits? Did you have a fight with them? Young Master Jean asked. Saying that, he looked at Chen Xianfan and didn't feel like he had moved. His clothes were uncluttered. His chi and blood were smooth. And crucially, there was not a single sign of injury. Even if you're fighting solo, you shouldn't look so subdued. Let's say it together later. Otherwise we'll have to say it again when we see the team leader. Chen Xianfan looked at the slightly lightened sky and said, let's go to the city gates, find a place to change back into the Demon Hunter Army's roan clothes, and wait for the team leader and the others to come over. Young Master Jean nodded in agreement. This was indeed not the place to talk. In case the roving stars came by, they might find them. Although now as found also have countless ways to say. The Chui family not only trading soul bottles of the matter of the hair, but also turned into a ghost, has been completely in the passive. Will not and dare not suspect them, but more is not as good as less. Don't you need to keep watch here? Sure. Dajuan asked in disbelief. It's a ghostly creature that keeps devouring without restriction, and it's just going to be ignored? No need to guard. It's useless to guard here. We can't stop the spread of the Yin Fury Chi. Chen Xianfan and Young Master Jean spoke back almost simultaneously. The two looked at each other after that. Young Master Jean frowned with a puzzled look in his eyes. Chen Xianfan smiled at him. We'll explain together later. Let's go to the city gates first. Good. The three didn't delay any longer. Chen Xianfan let Cubby and Fatma return to the team flag, each affixing a hidden breath talisman, circling around a bit, and rushing to the city gates. Between runs, Chen Xianfan was somewhat distracted and remembered again what the nightly beauty had said to him earlier at the Chui family. Ai-Chan? My name is Chen Xianfan. I've met the girl. I don't know how to address the girl? Chen Xianfan, who knew that his life was more than likely saved, was much more calm. My surname is Li. The beauty ghost laughed softly. Li Yiqing. Greetings, Miss Li. No need to be polite. Sit. Li Yiqing sat on a high-backed chair in the main hall of the Chui family, placing one hand on the desktop and the other on her lap in a dignified manner. Soft voice and kind manner. No need, Miss Li. I'll stand. I'm comfortable standing. Chen Xianfan glanced at the county lieutenant and the Chui family head and others lying on the ground, reminding himself that this my sister in front of him was not one to be messed with. Since you like to stand, stand over there. Seeing him look towards the ground, Li Yiqing also glanced at him, the smile on her face fading a bit. Chen Xianfan, are you a soldier of the demon hunting army? Yes. Chen Xianfan nodded. Do something for me, Li Yiqing said. Please instruct the girl. Chen Xianfan clasped his fists and arched his hands. A man has to bow his head under the roof, and a great man can bend and stretch. Sister Knight is so good. There's no shame in being good and obedient. Save your life first. Help me pass the message to your team leader. On account of the fact that he disposed of Chui Shan and properly placed the Yin souls in the courtyard, I'll give him a face. Li Yiqing smiled lightly and said, during the spring plowing season, you guys don't want to make a mess and give others a chance to take advantage of it. I also don't want to create more inaction killing. In that case, as long as he promises me to do a few things, I will spare these people's lives. Go ahead, girl. First thing, you will find all the people who have bought soul bottles within the Qinghe County city. Dig out the soul bottles and send them back to reincarnation like before. Second thing, I want all the people who have bought soul bottles to set up plaques for the souls within the bottles. For as many years as they have stepped on the soul bottle, they will make offerings. The third thing, I think about it. Li Yiqing said this and stopped, waving her hand with a slight frown. Forget it, I haven't thought about it yet. Wait until I think about it. Line. The corners of Chen Xuanfan's eyes twitched. Good guy. Kidnappers kidnapping mention requirements are now thinking. In the end it wasn't thought out. Isn't that a bit hasty? By the way, are you just able to transcend in souls? Li Yiqing asked. Yes. Then, do you think that ghosts that have been transcended can all become better looking? Li Yiqing asked again. Transcendence is the process of freeing the Yin souls from the modeled Yin and demonic Qi, enabling them to regain some sanity and become more like what they were before they were born. Chen Xianfan said euphemistically. So the thing about being able to look good depends on whether it looked good before. Li Yiqing smiled. You've misunderstood. I'm not trying to get you to override me. I'm trying to get you to override those men of mine. Then he said, they are too ugly and too noisy to be pleasing. Can you possibly do that? If they don't fight back. Fine. Wait. Li Yiqing didn't wait for Chen Xianfan to finish before she dashed out of the main hall. Chen Xianfan only saw a residual shadow float past his eyes, and a faint ghostly aura overflowed from her body. Instantly the hairs on his back stood up in sweat. Hurriedly, he transferred his mana to protect his soul and chest and abdomen, and his blood chi flowed through his meridians and orifices and flesh, blocking the ghost chi out of his body. Phew! In that moment, he had an illusion. If the ghost chi was directed at him, he was afraid that he would immediately lie down due to the blockage of his meridians. A few breaths later, Li Yiqing returned with a group of evil spirits on a rope. Throwing them to the ground, he clapped his hands together. Here, cut! The evil spirits and Chen Xianfan looked at each other in dismay. The former had their fangs bared outward and put on a ferocious expression, while the latter was slightly stunned before revealing a slightly grim smile. The divine sword is sheathed. I slash. Invite out master sword. Swish, 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 18 slashes in a row. Excited heart, trembling hands. This was the first time Chen Xianfan had the opportunity to cut the evil spirits like this. Chop Salvage smoothly invited the little handsome pot to catch the fist-sized, black and red fruit that had fallen from the evil spirits. It was a little too smooth to realize after the catch. When he looked back, he saw Li Yiqing looking at himself. Miss Li, this? Chen Xianfan placed the small handsome pot in front of Li Yiqing. Half for each of us? Ghost plum fruit? Li Yiqing glanced at it and waved his hand. You take it all. It's not good to let you work for nothing, so it will be counted as a reward. Many thanks, Miss Li. Chen Xianfan joyfully received it, completely ignoring the cold eyes of the side. 18 burly guards. The evil spirits overtaking them did indeed shed their ugliness and transformed them back into their original heroic appearance. However, they had also lost a small half of their strength, and looking at Chen Xianfan, a guy who was chopping them very happily, it would be strange if he could be happy. Chen Xianfan, it's almost dawn, so I won't keep you much longer. Li Yiqing raised her hand again and said, go and do your business. Okay. Just like that, Chen Xianfan came out of the Cui family. They had just gotten to the gates and changed when they opened them. A few moments later, Lu Yang's face turned strange after listening to Chen Xuanfan's narration. You guy, you're really lucky. Having mistakenly entered the ghosts of the nights, he was still able to come out unharmed. This isn't luck on his part. This is him relying on his son's many nymphets. Huoshan looks at Chen Xianfan. I wonder how many good mothers your son has. Xianfan, you can ask nicely. Maybe you can even save his life next time. Tashin Moncler, I thank you for the reminder. Hey, Chen Xianfan hemmed and hawed. If you have the ability, later on outside the Cui family, you rush inside and shout sister-in-law. I honor you as a man. How about it? Chapter 117, the kind-hearted Captain Chen is not good at torturing people. Dawn. Unsurprisingly, the sky over Qinghe County was cloudy, with not a single ray of sunshine in sight. But outside the gates of Qinghe County, the sun was shining brightly. The entire mansion of the Cui family was shrouded in ghostly mist, and only a bit of the gate could be vaguely seen. It seems that the beauty knight Ghost Li Yiqing that you spoke of is still keeping her word. Lu Yang looked at the ghostly spirit that did not continue to expand and turned to Chen Xianfan. The other soldiers were busy with this, surrounding the Cui family with twine and putting up yellow table paper. The one that was used outside of Cui Shan's yard in the Cui family's house was now moved over and used here. It's really a good use of your money. Chen Xianfan revealed a bitter smile and touched his nose. The clown dog in his arms poked his head out and looked curiously toward the Cui family for a moment before baring his teeth and barking ferociously. The little pink lamps also held their necks high and spat their letters toward the Cui family. Woof woof. Hiss. After the vicious dog head shrinks, drilled into Chen Xuanfan's lapel inside. Even the dog hair are hidden and not show. What's wrong with them? Partner? Sure, Daijuan looked a little confused. My dog brother and snake nephew are telling me that there are very fierce things inside. I can't fight them and they don't dare to mess with them. Chen Xianfan translated. Although they couldn't understand dog or snake language, it didn't affect the tacit understanding of their spiritual connection at all. Partner, I don't think you need to worry. Maybe the stern beauty inside really has the intention of recruiting you as her son-in-law. She definitely won't harm you. Sure, Daijuan scowled at Chen Xianfan. When the time comes, you have to remember to blow the pillow wind and ask her to spare our brothers' lives. We'll be relying on you. Sure, Daijun. Master, sure. Why are you speaking so quietly? Chen Xianfan tilted his head, pulled out his ears, and teasingly said, say it louder. You shouted it out. What are you afraid of? Do you want me to help you shout out what you just said again at the inside? Sure, Dajuan shrunk his neck. It's just a joke. Partner, don't hurt me. If Master Shan is so weak, what's he to you? That's a ghost. Who'd dare mess with that? Nice guy. Pounces out and slaps the grandpa to death. No one can stop him. Chen Xianfan hemmed and hawed in triumph. Sure, Dejun. Are you a kid with nothing better to do? Or are you full of food? You can't stop farting. Trouble comes out of the mouth. Illness comes in through the mouth. When you come across someone you can't afford to mess with, keep your mouth shut, so as not to cause trouble. Haven't you remembered what I've told you so many times? And you, Chen Xianfan, you haven't even become a son-in-law yet, and you're already acting like a fake tiger and a dog? Looking at the ghosts in front of Lu Yang is worried, listening to them in the back gabble uneasiness. Immediately a person gave these two goods a foot, scolded. Two, cannot be a bit of positive behavior? This is the time to joke? Can't you tell the difference? Team Zhang, you're wrong. Is it useful for you to fret? Besides, for the time being, no one's life is in danger, so we don't need to express our condolences with a sad face. Sure, Jun patted the footprints on his buttocks and said with dissatisfaction, the guy talks out of his ass, but it's the right thing to say. Chen Xianfan also said, Team Zhang, since Li Yixing has made a request, we can only agree to it, and I'm afraid we can't do anything else. It wasn't that he was trying to speak on Li Yixing's side, but it was the truth. The situation before them now is not complicated. In the face of absolute strength, any attempt to break the game by tricky means was delusional. It's not working. He was also reminding Lu Yong to pay attention to his demeanor. Instead of agonizing, relax, and lest the emotions be passed on to the soldiers and cause unnecessary panic. You're right. Lu Yong nodded with a furrowed brow. The Cui family now had a severe ghost that commanded evil spirits, and could at any time reduce half of the city of Qinghe County to a monastic field where ghosts wreaked havoc and fed on flesh and blood. In the face of such a threat, as the head of the demon-hunting army stationed here, the worry in his heart could be imagined. But they really didn't have any way out. They could only agree to Li Yixing's request like what Chen Xianfan said and stabilize her first. Then stalling for time to keep more people from being harmed until someone who can handle this comes along is the outcome they want most. By the way, this is the portrait of Huang Qilon's late husband. Lu Yong took out a small portrait from his arms and handed it to Chen Xianfan. Take a look. Is it Li Yixing? Chen Xianfan took it, looked at it carefully, and nodded. It is indeed her. The small portrait of the woman in the portrait was none other than Li Yixing. Those who can make a weasel spirit call themselves a deceased person and still search hard for them must not be ordinary people. Lu Yong said, this woman's identity may not be ordinary. Her surname is Li. So could she be from the royal family? Young Master Jean raised a possibility that everyone thought of almost immediately. Not necessarily. Lu Yong shook his head. There are already many people with the surname Li. And now that it is a national surname, there are even more people with the surname Li. And it is not necessarily the royal family Li. And who could she be? Several people were frowning in contemplation. Let's not guess. It's useless to guess. If she's a princess, that's even worse. We just kowtow to her and thank her. And she wouldn't let go of the Cui family and this city full of people. Instead, it will also cause our demon-hunting army to tie our hands. Chen Xianfan hurriedly called a halt to their futile behavior of thinking too much. Li Yixing's soul vase had been placed by the Cui family by the threshold and allowed to be trampled on for 15 years. It's not easy for an ordinary person to swallow this breath, let alone a noble daughter of Li Tang with a high heart and honorable status. If she really is a princess, half of the people and rich families in Qinghe County will have to be buried with her. And historically, those who have been officials in Qinghe County, as well as the officials within Xiangzhou where Qinghe County is located, including them, the demon-hunting army stationed in Xiangzhou, have to be prepared to receive the emperor's wrath because of the charge of dereliction of duty, and the Li family's retaliation to keep the dignity of the royal family intact. A father's hatred is not shared, a brother's hatred is not against the army, a fellowship's hatred is not against the country. A family feud can be avenged in 5 generations. If a nation's hatred is so great that it can be avenged in 9 lifetimes, can it be avenged in 100 lifetimes? 100 generations can be. That is to say, the hatred of the people who have been born and raised, either you die or I live. And definitely do not live under the eye of the same God as the enemy. When a brother's vengeance is avenged, he carries a good blade with him and is always ready to avenge it. For a friend's enemy, if you can't take out the other guy, you won't live in the same place as him. And family feuds can be sought by blood relatives within 5 generations. 10 generations of people should not forget the hatred of the annihilation of their family and the death of their country. It is an old tradition that one must repay all favors as well as all grudges, remembering history and not forgetting the enemies of the country, the great families of the lineage. Following these ancient rites of passage, give violent and unforgiving devastating blows in the face of any provocation against their own families. This is in order to maintain their own deterrence, in order to maintain dignity, in order to show strength, in order to inheritance. There is a continuation. If they don't, there is a constant stream of people trying to gain fame and fortune by stepping on their heads. The struggle for power and profit is never bloody and rough. Even so, there will still be head-iron disbelievers who wish to punch the powers that be in the face and bite their teeth on the cake. However, this has to be prepared. If you fail is shattered, the family destroyed, retaliation, and it has nothing to do with how vindictive the Shire is or isn't. That's the rule. As the saying goes, what goes up comes down, and the whole of Datang follows these rites to a greater or lesser extent. It's the same as having to get permission from the owner to enter the front door of a house. Do not enter unless invited, or you are a thief. People become ghosts after death, and there are even some of them, in compliance with entering the main hall of a house, having to be invited by the owner. An unoccupied house can be lived in, but when the owner carries a rooster to drive it away, it has to go away. This rite can't even be said to be engraved in the blood. This is engraved on the soul. The impact is so far-reaching that it's hard to judge it by common sense. Therefore, Chen Xianfan immensely hoped that Li Yixing's identity would not be too expensive. Better not even be a lady from a big scholarly family. A person of low social status may not have a small temper, but when he is aggrieved and loses his temper, it is sexually easier to appease him. The 4 words bully are sufficient to get the job done, but people of high status are difficult. Bullying, people are not afraid. Lore, people don't want it. Good lord, that's the Scooby who occasionally gets wise. He'll plug both ends. Lu Yong understood Chen Xuanfan's meaning and asked, then do you think Li Yiqing looks like a woman of ordinary origin? Chen Xianfan shook his head. Unlike. Moreover, there was something odd about Ken Li Yiqing. So far, Chen Xianfan hadn't seen her soul bottle. But what kind of soul bottle could hold a stern ghost? Why would someone who could hold her give the soul bottle to Cui Shan? Or did the Choi family buy it from somewhere else? No, the baby ghost pups know her and call her a great aunt. This beauty knight also said she was the cub's previous mother. The little ghost girl Fatma did not recognize her, and probably before Fatma got to Cui Shan's hands, Li Yiqing was buried under the threshold of the main hall of the Cui family in Qinghai County. This was not good news for Chen Xianfan and the others, as it meant that there might exist a cultivator that could restrain Li Yiqing, a stern ghost, and imprison him within the soul bottle. Seeing Chen Xianfan shaking his head, Lu Yong couldn't help but become even more irritable as he impatiently spun around in place twice before suddenly yelling towards his back, "Where's Hu Shan? How come he hasn't come back yet?" Dragging his feet, "Even if the magistrate of Qinghai County is dead, bring me his corpse and the Great Seal." Chen Xianfan and Shi Daiju both took a step back. Good lord, the team is going crazy. You even dared to raise your voice to Master Shan. The few roving stars on the side saw Lu Yong's violent anger, and they were even more eager to dig a pit and hide, lest the fire burn on them. Qinghai County Magistrate also do not know what is going on. Before the city gates opened, Chen Xianfan they heard the cruising star let people go to ask the magistrate to come over. With a side of the main official of the Great Seal, hooked up with the Great Tang State blockade Chui family. This is one way to curb the expansion of ghosts. But until now, this magistrate has not shown up. In addition, Lu Yong wanted this magistrate to come over, and also had the intention of asking for his assistance in suppressing the other wealthy households. Their group of soldiers only had about 100 men, and they had left 21 men to guard the Chui family home. The rest must still be divided into 12, with groups of 6 going to the city gates to guard them, forbidding cultivators from entering and preventing demons and evils from breaking in, and then set aside half of the soldiers to guard Chui's house, and half of the soldiers to patrol the city with the magistrates to deter the curmudgeons. The remaining few, along with Chen Xianfan, were somewhat understaffed when they went to tackle the soul bottles in the homes of the wealthy families in the city outside of the Chui family. Moreover, they have to guard against those who are bold in the time of greed and cowardly after the encounter, who will take the liberty of making unwarranted dispositions of the soul bottles in their homes, whether it was injuring their own lives and those of their family members, or making the ghost's soul scatter. It would be troublesome for Lu Yong, Chen Xianfan and the others. The former would add deaths and injuries to their mission in Qinghai County, and the latter could potentially anger the severe ghosts in Chui's mansion. So someone has to hold them down. The magistrate is the head of a county and is duty-bound, and as he is a magistrate, he deserves to make a contribution. Why is there no one here? All this commotion and you still haven't woken up? So is it sleeping or is it really dead? The magistrate is really dead. Lu Yong had just finished his fury when Hu Shan returned, bringing back a body and a disheveled man shaking like a sieve with a package in his hand. Inside is the Great Seal of Qinghai County. The magistrate hung himself, Hu Shan said in a deep voice. When I arrived, the person was already dead. According to his family, It was shortly after Parade Star sent someone to call him that he hanged himself. Now everyone understands. This magistrate knew everything about what was happening in Qinghe County. Includes the hookup of Choi-san selling soul bottles to the big boys. In the county courthouse, there shouldn't be, like, soul bottles, too, right? There is. Huashan's voice carries a coldness. Moreover, Qinghe County has had few beggars in the past 10 years, and there are also often poor, weak, widowed women and children who have disappeared. Lu Yong's brows furrowed as he listened, and had someone call Mao San and go see over. Asked Huashan. What Huashan said. Why didn't you guys inquire about it? This, please punish the team leader for making us careless. Go see, and Mao San bowed and said, there are indeed people missing in Qinghe County, but the ones who went missing were all punks and hooligans and gamblers, and there have been occasional mentions of widows and orphans, women and children who have gone missing, but they all said that it was the poor and needy who couldn't survive and went out of the country to seek for their lives, so they didn't think about it that way. Now that they said that, both of them were sweating on their foreheads and getting chills on their backs. Gritting his teeth, he said, aren't they afraid of retribution for doing this? Chen Xianfan scratched his temples and looked at the sky while holding his arms. It's a dark day in this Clearwater County. At this time a spiritual light flashed and appeared as a paper crane on Lu Yong's shoulder. Retribution. Isn't retribution coming this way? Lu Yong flew through the contents of the above at a glance and gritted his teeth. Chen Xianfan. On it. Go into the Chui family and tell Li Yiqing that we promised her request, and get to work on it immediately. Also, he looked at Chen Xianfan. You figure out a way for me. I want those big families involved in this to shed their skins without dying. I will try my best. The kindly Chen gang leader rubbed the back of his head. He's not very good at tossing people around. Chapter 118, I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in a hurry. The matter of tossing people around was something that Chen Xianfan was not very good at, but that doesn't mean he can't do it. How can you say you're not good at a task that your leader has given you, especially something that's so cool to think about? So, he went to the Chui family to slip back to Lu Yong in front of the station. Reportedly Yiqing Miss Li's reply. Let's do a good job, and we'll be rewarded if we do a good job. Xianfan, don't be like this. Lu Yong couldn't help but remind him. Chen Xianfan didn't understand. If you're like this, people will misunderstand that we're in league with the Night Ghost. Aren't we? Of course we are not. We are compromising now to protect the people. To protect the people. And to punish the big families for their treachery. Understand? Got it. Chen Xianfan covered his ears and backed away. Their team's positive mental state seemed to be a bit unstable, and these roars were, well, deafening. That messenger paper crane just now was from the lieutenant, and while he can't even go AWOL, he'll be ready to come at any time. In addition, he has already reported this matter to the police and asked us to delay as long as possible. Lu Yong tugged at Chen Xianfan and whispered, so you kid, let go of tossing those big households for me, and take it out on the stern ghosts inside, as long as no one dies. The rest is up to you. The magistrate is dead and the county minister is a wimp. He can't mobilize the national fortune in the Great Seal at all, so they can't even implement a seal that's better than nothing. At this point, one could only hope that Li Yiqing would not suddenly snap and leave them all here. Understand. So there's a setup in there? Chen Xianfan sked. It feels like I'm still too simple. As simple as a blank sheet of paper. Who's coming with me? Chen Xianfan asked. Huashan brought Chao Shang and Wei Dong over. That's a good feeling. I feel more at ease with Master Shan Yu around. Chen Xianfan laughed, then looked towards the back and said to Mao San, go see. You too, follow me as well. Also call up Wang Liang. Then Chen Xianfan brought along Xiong Jingzhen. What's going on, partner? Shi Dajuan asked. Young Master Jin had taken his men to patrol the city while he was circling the Chui family, and when he saw Chen Xianfan leaving with his men, he couldn't help but ask, digging a hole to go, coming or not? Chen Xianfan turned back. He remembered that Shi Dajuan's hoe and shovel were well used. It should be said that the soldiers of C Battalion A are good at digging. No. You are busy to go. I am quite good at guarding here. Shi Dajuan waved his hand repeatedly. Thank you for digging in the hole. Snort. Chen Xianfan snorted and turned around. Master Shi, you won't know what you've been missing out on. Don't regret it. I won't fall for it. Shi Dajuan thought that Chen Xianfan was swindling him, though in reality, Chen Xianfan did. But it's also true that there are benefits. The large households in Qinghe County all bought their pickles from Chuishan for varying lengths of time, from early to late. However, Chen Xianfan did not follow this order. He was going to start with a big one. In addition to the Chui family in Qinghe County, it was the Wang family, the local magnates. Unlike the Chui family that had their backs to the world, but having been entrenched in Qinghe County for hundreds of years, their base was still very thick. The people of the Wang family were very good at reading, and had produced several famous readers in the past. It is now also a farming family. Moreover, there was a daughter in the previous generation of the Wang family who had good cultivation qualifications and joined a certain sect to marry an inner disciple inside. This generation also had a son who was a cultivator and followed his aunt within the clan. The Wang family was thus able to come out unscathed under the powerful Cui family, and the two families seemed to be on good terms. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bought Cui Shan's soul vase. Cui Shan, in the eyes of outsiders, is surnamed Cui, and is considered a Cui family member. The Wang family, that's a big enough heart. Master Go, are there any cultivators in the Wang family? Chen Xianfan asked. No, the Wang family's master used to practice martial arts, but he didn't have the talent to walk into the martial arts path. Some of his hands are flowery. Go Si said. Crew chief, when we arrive at the Wang family later, what are we going to do? Simple. Your and San's job is to dig the hole and get the soul vials out. Mao San Gosi digs a pit, then cracks the soul bottles one by one. Hua Shan and the three of them go up to restrain them, and then Chen Xianfan comes out, chopping ghosts. Oh, no, it's overcoming the dead. Wang Liang, this is for you. Chen Xianfan took an empty storage pouch at his waist, unclipped it and gave it to Wang Liang, and gave him a talisman paper to hide his breath, telling him, watch my eyes when you arrive at the Wang family, take anything good you see. Don't be polite. Is this okay? Wang Liang was a little worried. Why not? Chen Xianfan bristled. As long as you don't get caught in flagrante delicto, you don't have to be afraid. The people of the Wang family wouldn't dare to ask even if they guessed that you did it. Besides, he couldn't let the Wang family guess. Wrapping his arms around Wang Liang's neck, he whispered, there is a black dress in the storage bag. When you enter the Wang family, you will find a place to put your clothes on. Within half an hour, you can take whatever you want in the Wang family, but remember, pick up good things to take. After half an hour, come back and find us in the front yard. Line. Wang Liang nodded. After thinking about it, Chen Xianfan called out the baby ghost cub. Cub, follow your uncle Wang Liang in a while, and when you see anyone wearing clothes of good material, blow a breath at him. Can you do it? Can. Cubby clapped his hands together. Exuberant. Rice. Should we scare them? Said, showing two small pointed teeth. No need. You are not allowed to summon Yin Qi indiscriminately, so be careful of turning into your original ugly self again. Chen Xianfan warned the baby ghost. After being transcended, the Yin souls do not enter the wheel of reincarnation in time, and in time they will be eroded again by the Yin demonic energy. That is why no soul can stay longer in the young world, unless the infant ghost cubs obtain the method of ghost cultivation. Mortals cannot see ghosts, and the so-called bumping into ghosts is actually being confused by the Yin Qi on the ghosts that has impinged on one's own Yang Qi, and thus one's sanity, or the ghostly creature deliberately reveals itself in front of people, so that people can see the ghostly shadow formed by the shadowy energy in the ghostly mist. The baby ghost was now a pure soul body, so the people of the Wang family couldn't see it. Moreover, at this time, the Wang family members had long since been in a state of disarray. The Cui family has turned into a ghostly entity, and just now the pawns from the county office came over to inform them that they should be careful, and that it would be best to send their families out of the city, and they have blocked off their main hall and no one is allowed in or out. This act was enough to make the Wang family's lord understand that what they had done was known. That's how the Cui family got started. It wasn't that they hadn't thought of digging out the soul vase and destroying it, but the tragedy of the Cui family had made one thing clear to them, and that was that the soul vase was likely to contain a powerful ghost that had caused the death of their entire family. Who dares to move now? So while sending his family away, he was anxiously waiting for the demon hunters to come to his door. Remove the buried soul bottle. Send away the shadowy souls in it. Chapter 119. It's easy to invite the gods but hard to send them away. Master Shan. Chen Xianfan looked at the 11 soul bottles in front of him that had been dug out by Mao San Gosi and the others from in front of the Wang clan's main hall and looked towards Huashan. He just checked, and these soul bottles were the same as the ones in Cui Shan's yard. There should be no surprises. Aha! The three Huashan people formed a formation and gave him an affirmative nod. Mao San then stepped forward and unsealed the soul bottle, releasing the ghost in it. The wind is rising and howling. There was a lot more resentment than in the soul bottles in Cui Shan's yard. The ghostly creature roared hideously, and the moment it was revealed, it lunged towards the Wang family members on the other side. Many of the people in the Wang family were so frightened that they fell to the ground and cried out. Some who could barely stand on their feet were also pale, and Master Wang cried out to Chen Xianfan, Military Master, Master Jun, quickly step in and exterminate this ghostly creature. Chen Xianfan glanced at them without paying much attention. Huashan's trio also waited for them to be blown through by the gloomy wind before they stepped forward to stop the ghosts. It's just a little ghost. With so many people around, it can't hurt anyone's life. It's about time they were taught a lesson. the wind penetrates the body, and even a strong man would have a headache for 2 or 3 days. This Wang family is indeed greedy enough to bury 2 layers under the threshold. Damn it! These remaining people of the Wang clan were hiding behind Xiong Zhengzheng, but none of them spoke out to warn them. In order to keep these big families honest in the city, Lui Yong agreed to let them send away the young children under 7 years old and their families, but in order not to provoke Li Yixing, the others would have to stay. These left behind these Wang clan members all felt that it was safer to stay with the soldiers of the demon hunting army, so all gathered here in the main hall. In this way, it provided a good environment for Wang Liang to do things. It's just that the baby ghost pups have lost their playmate, but that's okay, it's neat and tidy and very nice now that it's been spooned by the kid blower. Coldly looking at the faces of these men and women, Chen Xianfan cursed in his heart. Why don't you guys get scared when you're trampling on people? It's also stubborn to think of a cover-up at this juncture. If Mao Sangosi hadn't just been scolded by Lui Yong, it was the right time to be cautious and careful, or else a shovel would have gone down and surely exploded directly. It wasn't just these large households that were afraid that they would explode into another severe ghost. Chen Xianfan and the others were even more afraid. Not to mention the night ghosts. Even more evil ghosts are troublesome. If this digs up another night ghost, there's no need to struggle. Just wash up and get ready for reincarnation. The lieutenant was too late to save them in this city full of people. Then if that's the case, why did you agree to Li Yixing? Because it had to be promised, and because it was so unlikely. After the death of a person's soul to hell, can become a ghost or very few, and most of them will also become a residual soul. Ordinary ghosts do not have the ability to cultivate. To the big ghosts have to be some chance to do. There's still a 1 in a million chance that a little ghost will become a big ghost. But if you don't know the method of ghost cultivation, I'm afraid a big ghost will never become an evil ghost. Of course, there are exceptions under any circumstances. Big ghosts that can't cultivate want to become evil ghosts, and there's still a chance that they can keep their sanity intact by staying in a place with a thick yin and demonic qi, and under the demonic qi wash over them. But there is no special chance for an evil spirit to become a severe spirit. One can only cultivate to the realm of the lich ghost and condense the yin qi, thus giving birth to a ghostly prototype. What's even scarier is that ghosts will devour each other. Big fish eat small fish. Small fish eat shrimp. Shrimp drink water. Moreover, the little ghosts are also the objects that the yin gods of the hell capture and belong to the rare attribute of monsters. So it is unlikely that another lil ghost will appear in Xinghe County. Besides, even if they appeared, both sides should be rushing towards each other to enhance their cultivation after swallowing them. However, Chen Xianfan and the others still had to be careful, or else a fire at the city gates would inevitably bring the fish to the pond. When the 2 night ghosts fought, they, the minions, immediately became cannon fodder. There was no room for them not to be extra careful. After Chen Xianfan had examined them, the 11 soul bottles were unsealed one by one in order. 9 in a row were ordinary little ghosts and were successfully overtaken by the dead. Xiong Zhengzheng, with paper money burning in the fire pot in front of him, reported his name and took the money to buy his way, then stood to the side and waited. When it was all done, Chen Xianfan and the others would send these yin souls to the city god temple in Xinghe County. Although it was daytime at the moment, the sun in the sky was blocked by thick clouds, and there was no harm in staying for a while, not to mention the need to write down their names and places of origin. The people of the Wang family also had to collect their ashes in order to set up graves for burial, but when it came to the 10th soul vial, something went a little wrong. An evil ghost that was about to turn into a large ghost violently rushed out and almost bit Huashan. Fortunately, Chen Xianfan reacted quickly and immediately threw out a yin fixing talisman. The talisman paper shattered, and the golden light talisman was like a net, covering the shadowy soul in it. A slash followed, completing the override. There is no other way. Only the hand is familiar with the ear. However, a yin fixing talisman was not as valuable as an evil breaking talisman, but it was still a type of spirit talisman. Thus, Chen Xuanfan's eyes immediately became unkind as he looked at the Wang family's old man. It's almost as if the word you pay was written out. Military master. Despite your exertion, although my Wang family doesn't have any heavenly treasures, there are still some silver spells, and I'll offer them later. It won't make military master suffer. Under his forced gaze, the Wang family's senior showed the fine quality of having to bow his head under the roof and immediately spoke out. Only then did Chen Xianfan turn his head and look at Huashan. The last one in the soul vial was still a brat, which made him feel better. All of the souls have all completed their transcendence, and they have also taken the money to buy their way willingly to return to hell. Chen Xianfan thought that this had to find something to put them inside, or tie them with a rope, and then send them to the city god temple. Otherwise, if we run one off along the way, we'll be delayed again. He's got a dozen or so clients here next, waiting for him to hit the door. There's busy yet. After this, a sudden gust of fresh wind came and rolled up the shadowy souls in front of the main hall one by one. Hey! Chen Xianfan immediately gripped his sword. What's going on? Soul snatching? I've worked so hard to transcend. You give me. Well. Huashan stepped forward and gagged him, bowing toward the place where the clear wind was blowing. Many thanks to the underworlder. Then he shouted toward Xiong Zhangzhang. Zhang, burn some paper money for this poor master. Oh, Xiong Zhangzhang nodded naively, grabbed another wad of paper money, and burned it in a basin, muttering, "This errand boy, please take it." The paper money fell into the basin, and the breeze parted with a wisp that swept over the firebowl, blowing the burning paper money to burn a little faster. Then he rolled up the Yin spirit and rushed to the city god temple in Xinghe County. Is this the ghosts from the city god's temple coming to pick up the ghosts? Has he gone far? Chen Xianfan blinked, peeled Huashan's hand away from his mouth, and asked in a small voice, "Aha, there really is a Yin god?" Of course. Horsham gave him a look and wiped his palms on his shirt. I've heard people say that Yin gods don't have high cultivation levels, and this one looks like his cultivation level is really average. Why are you so polite to him? Master Shan? Chen Xianfan asked even more quietly. Don't talk nonsense, Huashan said in his heart. No wonder he had to ask if the Yin man had gone far, so he had to say bad things about others. It's hard for a kid to be seen in Hades. Fortunately, Xiong Jingxing's money was burned in time, and the underworld kid didn't bother with Chen Xianfan. He was respectful to the Undertaker, honoring not the Undertaker brat, but the city god and the hell behind it, and the divisions on it. When a person enters the wheel of reincarnation after death, he or she has to deal with the underworld. The Undertaker is busy running around in the world of yin and yang, so it's only right to be respectful. Strength, indeed, is very important, but if you only focus on strength cultivation, but in vain other, that and beast, how different? Being a human being, isn't it proper to maintain some respect for the sages who have done good things for people? While beasts of prey hunt only to fill their bellies, man's greed is hard to fill, which is why he has to discipline himself with morality. Otherwise, the more strength you gain, the less human you become, a slave to the dominion of the beast. Master Shan, there's a level. Chen Xianfan patted Huashan's shoulder. So you see, although my bottom line is flexible, it's an irregular, sinuous curve, like a twisting snake. When it's time to back down, and when it's not time to back down, absolutely not. Then what is it that you will back down on? Chen gang leader, and what is it that you will not back down on? Well, that's a case-by-case analysis. Don't understand? Chen Xianfan laughed. It's just that I'll return it if I think I can, and I won't return it if I think I can't. Says as much as it doesn't. My destiny is my destiny. Have you heard of it? Isn't it very overbearing? Chen Xianfan laughed, glanced behind him, and proceeded to babble with Huashan. I'll have a lot of words like that. I'll give you another one. The sea to the limitless sky is a shore. The mountain to the top, I'm the peak. How about it? Bully. Huashan nodded cooperatively. In fact, both of them knew that they were waiting for someone, and they didn't want to talk to the Wang family, so that's why they were talking nonsense here. At this time, Chen Xianfan caught a glimpse of Wang Liang walking over, so he turned back to greet Mao San Gosi and Xiong Zhang. Brother go. San Air. Let's go. Zhang, bring the basin up and continue. Move on to the next one. As for the messy Wang family, and the several that had fainted in fear, they didn't care. It won't kill anyone anyway. But don't think you can renege on a gift that Master Wang promised. But there's no rush. There's so many of them, it's better to get them together and enjoy a good harvest. Of course, they get to enjoy that joy first now. After leaving the Wang family, Chen Xianfan gave Wang Liang a look. Wang Er nodded. The cub, who sat on Wang Liang's shoulder with his arms wrapped around him, shook his feet with a smug look on his face. This look is rewarding. It's good. Chen Xianfan smiled with an open brow. It was a busy day. They were beating their feet against the back of their heads, busy and happy. For their part, the great families of the city are teetering on the edge of agony. The soul vials buried under the threshold were dug up, and of course they were happy when the danger was removed, but they were all frightened in the process. After summarizing their experience, the cooperation between Chen Xuanfan's few people became more and more tacit, in order to let these large households to learn a lesson, but also for the smooth progress of the subsequent gifts, even if dug out are small ghosts, but also to let them experience the danger of ghosts, and then very hard and clean ghosts will be overdone. The acting is also key in this. Not only do they have to let these people be blown through the heart by the cloudy wind, but they also have to make them feel that the demon hunter soldiers are extraordinary in strength and dedicated, which is really too rare. I'd be embarrassed not to ask for more favors. Wang Liang and Cub were also starting to get good at it, harvesting a wave of big families first to prevent them from making the stupid mistake of not sending the good stuff to the offerings. Of course, The treasure troves where these powerful clans truly hid their stuff were not that easy to find. However, Chen Xianfan wasn't thinking of being that ruthless. If they really pried open the treasure trove, maybe the big families in Qinghai County could dig out the coffins from their ancestral graves and carry them to cry in front of the Sangzhou assassin's palace. Since even in the case of the money-hungry guys, they wouldn't immediately count their family's belongings after Qin Xianfan and the others left, but rather found them one after another afterward. No one suspected them for the time being. Besides, the Cui family had made such a mess before. The man in black might not have left the city yet. So after sending away the demon-hunting army that had solved their problems, and after settling down with great difficulty for a while, the big families who realized that their homes had been burglarized and that they had lost a lot of valuable things were in pain. But not so much pain that they wanted to die. Just had to endure it. The night ghost was still staying at Chui's house, and he couldn't cause trouble for the demon hunters at this time, and also cannot be vocalized, or anger the black-clothed man cultivator, in running to their own homes to kill and set fire. That is not even more tragic? The big and powerful families are not stupid. On the contrary, the smartness of these guys to avoid harm is ancestral. All of them could feel that the demon hunter soldiers were treating them poorly, but do not dare to attack. This disaster broke big. They are still involved in it, although it is cheated. The demon hunting army did not put them how, but this time but cannot be publicized. Have to clip the tail to do people. Otherwise, the demon hunting army captured them all and threw them to the Cui family to feed the severe ghosts in order to quell the other party's grievances. Even if doing so was out of order and Lu Yong and the others would be held accountable, the cooler would not be able to live at that time. A good man is not a good man, so he endures. It's easy to invite the gods and hard to send them away. That's so true. Regardless of what the big players think, they can't turn the tide for a while anyway. Chen Xianfan had dug out all the soul bottles this day, and all the rich households that could be ranked had gone through. One thing is very magical. Qinghai County counts more than so many rich families, but he dug all over again and found that Huang Qilong said the family has. If he didn't, he didn't. But obviously there are a few families that have bought Trishan's altar pickles as well. A weasel spirit. That's a bit powerful. This couldn't help but make Chen Xianfan more than a little skeptical about the identity of its deceased. Li Yiqing. Chapter 120, One Last Condition. What's going on? When Chen Xianfan and Huashan returned to the Cui family's front gate, they were startled by the situation. Many of the soldiers were sitting on the ground, with little expression on their faces, just a vague sense of agitation and uneasiness, and some trepidation. The atmosphere wasn't very good. The heavy and uneasy atmosphere, the gray sky, and the Cui family under the ghostly aura, and the hideous huge and ugly ghost face over the Cui family. Everywhere was depressing. What's up guys? Where's Tin Zhang? Chen Xianfan asked with a frown. Why are they all so dead? Cui Ji and young Master Jin went to patrol the streets and caught a few thieves who took advantage of the fire. Among them was the younger brother of the cruising star. His family came to make a scene and asked to be released. A soldier said, "Haunting? At this time?" Chen Xianfan cursed. It really was everything. When lives are at stake, some people run out to take advantage of the fire, and some people have the nerve to plead for such people. Open your eyes, hey. Where is it? Chen Xianfan shouted. I'll send one of them to be bedridden from now on. Over there. The soldier pointed in the direction, and after a pause, added, Man, Master Shan, are we going to die? Die? Chen Xianfan stared blankly. How can one die? Aren't the brothers all alive and well? We still have to become cultivators together and conquer the evil spirits and demons of the world. How can we die so easily? The soldier who asked the question and the other brothers around him who had pricked up their ears to listen couldn't help but blink. They're so ambitious? How it seems like the first time I've heard of it. Looking at each other, each saw doubt in the other's eyes. Is this your ambition? It's not. Oh, it's the partner's ambition. Chen Xianfan finished putting the dog brother on the ground who saw him come back and jumped over to bite his pants leg, and went to find Lu Yong. He'd like to see which asshole had come out to venture out at this time. Rest assured. Huashan saw him leave and suddenly turned back to the soldiers. The stern ghosts are scary, but the Misli inside is related to our gang leader and won't harm us. With a relative? With the chief of the gang? The soldiers had surprised looks on their faces. Your partner leader's identity is not ordinary. Did no one see him come out of the ghostly world this morning? Huashan says. Or do you guys think that the Li ghost is so easy to talk to? In that case, the soldiers had a look at each other. Master Shan has a point. Then wouldn't they not have to worry about dying? However, there are still soldiers worried, but the ghosts are unpredictable and cunning. In case, so what? Huashan raises an eyebrow. Didn't you take an oath the day you entered the demon hunting army? Or do you want to be a deserter? Swear to die without being a deserter. The soldier yelled lowly. I joined the demon hunter army to fight for a different way to live, and to repay my kindness. There had been a demon hunting army that had saved him, and he would be there to save more of the people. One cannot flee with a cowardly heart. One will no longer have the courage to fight. Hua Shan nodded. But one can retreat. When will you retire, Master Shan? Most of the people have already left the city, leaving only those who started it and those who are unwilling to leave. Hua Shan looks at the sky and says, the matter of the Cui family will be revealed before the rooster crows tonight at the latest. And if I'm right, we'll retreat before then. The soldiers sniffed with relief. It's dark now, and in a few more hours, we'll be out of here. Chen Xianfan found Lu Yong. When he arrived, the ground was lying to a few people, beaten and bloodied, wailing. One of them was wearing the public uniform of a cruising star. Dog! Lu Yong wiped the blood on the back of the knife on the sole of his shoe, spat, and cursed. Your head is long in your pants. How dare you come out to molest a woman at this time? If I wasn't wearing this military uniform, I would have to cut off both of your heads. He cursed and glanced at the cruising star. And the two men, one old and one young, still coming to make a scene? Make a scene. If you make a scene, I'll beat you all up together. And you guys. He pointed at the woman crying miserably at the side. Cry again. If you cry again, I'll beat up your men. As a result, the two women cried even louder. Roll. Roll. Lock them up in the county office cell. Lu Yong impatiently waved his hand, and the servants of the county court on the side came over and hurriedly helped carry the people away. Stuff them hard if there aren't enough cells, and don't allow them to change to a single cell. Chen Xianfan, who had been a jailer, heard this and hurriedly greeted them. The cells at the county courthouse are small, and with a lot of arrests today, there's definitely not enough room. Why are you back? When Lu Yong saw him, he took a deep breath and stuck his knife back into its sheath. It's all done, Chen Xianfan said. Team Zhang, I have something to say to you. There are only two common ways for ghosts to gain cultivation. In life, he was a monk and had the method of ghost cultivation. After death, there are monks who teach the method of ghost cultivation. In addition to the two kinds, there are also those who got the Gung Fu by chance, and this kind is similar to bumping into the immortal fates. However, obtaining a cultivation technique did not mean that one would be successful in cultivation. It's essentially the same thing as if you look at a recipe and it doesn't always come out good. Moreover, even if a ghost cultivator has the Kung Fu and is gifted, in the midst of cultivation, he will inevitably be altered by the fury. The titles Evil Ghost and Night Ghost are derived from this. It was very difficult to keep your sanity in the Yin Qi species, unless there is help from a Qi practitioner. The most obvious manifestation of the Yin Fate's erosion of the Yin soul's sanity, besides a drastic change in temperament, is its appearance. That's why strange shapes and ghastly descriptions characterize ghosts. Among the ghostly creatures Chen Xianfan had seen so far, there were only two that managed to maintain an appearance that matched human aesthetics. One is Li Yiqing and the other is the female ghost Jiao Jiao. A female ghost with such a beautiful appearance is sane and logical, and her temperament is relatively stable, especially Li Yiqing. And Chen Xianfan knows that the female ghost Jiao Jiao is a black church elder's raised, then Li Yiqing behind. So he called Lu Yong and Hua Shan together and spelled out his guesses. Are you saying that you suspect that there is a great power behind Li Yiqing? Lu Yong asked rhetorically while revealing a thoughtful expression. Hua Shan was first a bit surprised, but then he nodded. There's some truth to it. All the more reason they can't break their promise if they say so, though it wasn't originally intended to be a broken promise. Of course, the premise is that Li Yiqing keeps his word. Having agreed to the conditions is tantamount to making a promise. The great Tang demon hunting army must never voluntarily break its promises, for De Tang himself is the master of this place, the establisher of order. However, the ghosts and demons that can't be completely eliminated are in a situation where they are on guard against each other but can't completely put each other to death. So one has to count those that are harmless to the people, barely, as guests. Between the host and the guest, it is time to reveal their respective bottom lines and set out the car, so as to save a lot of misunderstandings in the midst of speculation. And misunderstandings will cause more trouble. Set your own rules down and give a drubbing to those who don't follow them, thus getting others to follow your rules. It's about establishing order. As a higher power, it is of utmost importance to establish an order that enables the people at the bottom to have peace of mind. The Great Tang has its order, its own rules that it, and all other beings, must abide by. As a rule maker, you can't lead the way in violating it. Order is very difficult to establish and very easy to destroy. But once the order is destroyed, until a new order is established, both sides caught in the chaos will be in a very passive situation. The most miserable people are the ordinary people who originally lived under the order and were powerless to resist. It's not a case of eating the past, it's a case of not having the ability to break the rules without being backfired upon. But that didn't mean that the night was in complete control. From midnight to cock crowing time tonight, If the severe ghosts still refuse to withdraw the ghostly spirits and leave this way, we will retreat. Lu Yong said. The people in the city will withdraw. And if Li Yixing puts forward excessive conditions, we will not agree to them again. After retreating, there would be people who had no qualms about directly striking out at the Cui family's ghosts. Everyone is waiting. At the stroke of midnight, a woman's voice came from the Cui family. Let Qin Xianfan come in to see me. I'm going to say my last condition. Chapter 121, holding an urn in your hand. It's still light out. It's almost dawn. 2. Chen Xianfan wore a black gorgeous dress and walked majestically on the thoroughfare of Qinghe County with his head held high. Overhead was the unbroken blackness of the night, and a layer of resentful ghostly mist that pressed through. The hideous ghostly face in the midst of the ghostly mist was no longer roaring, but glaring ahead. Beside him was a cold whoosh of wind, blowing the green silk behind his head and the hem of his sleeves and skirt. With a solemn expression, he held in both hands a foot-high black clay altar with his large black cauldron over the mouth. Sporadically around him were the people who came out of their homes and eyed him, supporting the old and the young, with tears and hope in their eyes. It was like sending off a great hero, but if you take a closer look, you can tell that the only thing in these people's eyes is that they are not clinging to each other. Because although Chen Xianfan was the only one on the road, he was not the main character that everyone was sending off. The protagonist is the owner of the pot in his arms, the soul bottle underneath, the nightly beauty, Ms. Li Yixing. So it's not sending a hero either. It's sending a plague. What Qin Xianfan was holding in his hand wasn't an ordinary altar either, but a genuine soul vase containing the ashes of a stern ghost that could send away half of Qinghe County. If he is not careful, if he is unsteady on his feet and then fall on his back, then there will be a big joke to watch. He took a deep breath and tried to calm his pounding heart. In fact, you don't have to be like this. There is nothing wrong with holding my soul bottle and leaving the city. Li Yixing's voice came out from the soul bottle under the iron pot and said, cannot. Chen Xianfan shook his head with a serious and earnest expression. Miss is magnanimous. The entire city's people and our demon-hunting army all miss your kindness. Since Miss has chosen me to escort out of the city, it is my honor. How can I offend Miss? It's just a matter of sending you out of the city with both hands. It's nothing, but it's also my intention. Miss needn't care. No one is going to stop me from shooting ghosts in the ass. You, this person, are honest, just as well. Since you have this heart, I won't shortchange you. Li Yixing let out a laugh and said faintly, it would be out of place for Miss to say this. Chen Xianfan gave a reserved smile and turned to add, but if Miss is willing to give it, I'll thank Miss Li here first. Well, while the previous words may have been a bit false, this one is very sincere, but even if you are to do the appearance, also quite pleasing to my favorite. Li Yixing laughed again. Then you can hold strong, and quickly out of the city, or daybreak. Cannot say what will happen. Miss, feel free to rest assured. I have no other advantages. Just these two pairs of legs are long and straight. Stride away. Speed is so fast that I am afraid of myself. A soft chuckle came from the spirit bottle, and there was no more movement. Chen Xianfan took a long breath. This one should be solid. Holding a large clay altar with both hands, not to mention the weight of the altar itself and the ashes inside. There was a stern ghost lady staying inside, and under this pressure, to be able to endure without his hands shaking, was his mental quality. The posture was indeed awkward and uncomfortable as hell, but letting him hold it in his arms? That's a definite no-no. It wasn't that he was afraid that Li Yixing would rely on him, it was that he was afraid that he would offend the other party and be slapped to death. That would be a bad way to die. It wasn't that Chen Xianfan was exaggerating and making presumptuous speculations, but rather, he understood a truth very well. This woman, unlike men, born different. Confucius said that at the age of 7, a mother would teach a girl that the first thing she should do to protect herself is not to relieve herself anywhere other than the women's restroom. Even the women's restroom isn't safe anymore in a sparsely populated area. Men, on the other hand, have never had such a concept. Where one would choose to go to the bathroom depends entirely on personal qualities and the upper capacity of the bladder. So, men and women have a level of tolerance for some things, and that's completely different. After all, in the middle of nowhere, a scholar can meet a female ghost. A woman can only meet a wolf. It's not uncommon for a woman to be stopped by a lewd uncle on a night run to ask for WeChat, or to be asked how many days a night by an older man who walks all wobbly. A group of women drinking and eating with a man. Face value be damned. The man is torn between being aroused and being more aroused. A group of men and a woman just eating. No matter how good or bad the looks, the woman has to be scared and more scared up and down nervous. The safety K-value is not the same. It's hard to empathize with different life circumstances. Chen Xianfan has mastered the art of approaching women through his experience as a security guard and delivery man. Mind your hands and feet. If you're not interested in a young lady, keep your mouth together. Because some of the verbal transgressions between men can be considered a love affair. between men and women can only be regarded as hooliganism. As a man, Chen Xianfan felt that most of the men around him were fairly normal, but it was the boundaries that were not well grasped. How can I say this? Sometimes when you are courting, the first thing that comes to a woman's mind is to be on the defensive. There are some things, I guess, that you should try not to say if you think another man would want to cut someone if he said them to his wife. Maintaining a minimum of respect and a safe distance would be nice. This realization is something that has brought him tangible benefits. Women's tolerance for men is generally high, but the requirements are very low, on the basis of good looks, and this move to pretend to be a gentleman. Chen Xianfan did not rub the benefits. In the summer there is drink ice cream, which gets rave reviews. There's a milkshake bonus in the winter, which earns you a lot of money. It's all pretty good except for some of the overly self-conscious extremes and the women who treat all men like enemies when they meet someone in a marriage and vent their frustrations hysterically, which can be devastating. Don't look at the soul vial now being held up with a stern ghost in it. Apparently, eating it up too. What's wrong with the nightmare? Now it's a night ghost and a woman in life. Treating a female ghost with a changeable temperament just requires more respect, even deference. But then again, you can't go too far or you become a lickspittle. When you lick a dog, you lose your dignity. A man without self-respect, his compliments will only be considered worthless garbage, unworthy of being valued and returned. People must first love themselves, and then others will love them. So kissing the devil's ass is the way to go. But you can't put your posture too low. Is a ghostly fart from a groveling lackey worth anything? How many benefits can I get? Definitely not as much as a handsome demon-hunting army upstart who keeps his manners and gets more. Reward the subordinate, and subsequently a silver ingot will do. For a gift, can you give a silver ingot? That's a definite no. Therefore, in order to achieve the best results, Chen Xianfan had spent some effort. First of all, this head tuto on him was unusual. Jade crown binding hair, the back of the head hanging bronze hair chain, tie-dye dark patterned black brocade robe, white robe and big sleeves, walking back straight and steady. The cloudy wind whisked over the handsome face like beautiful jade, the hair fluttered up, and the bell rang, blowing up the corners of the robe sleeves and clothes, like a Jilan jade tree spreading in the wind. The wind is flowing and dashing. It's not too much to ask for admission, is it? What's all this fuss about? To reap the benefits. Of course. What is he risking so much to dance with the ghosts for? It's all about fishing for favors. So to be perfect, it's just a matter of selling some sex. And we've got that going for us. So why not? Li Yixing had a face, and he could fall in favor himself. It's a good deal. The last thing that Miss Li, the beauty knight, had made the demon hunter's promise was for Chen Xianfan to personally escort her soul bottle out of Qinghe County. Previously, she had sent word for Chen Xianfan to enter the Cui family, but Lui Yong hadn't agreed. Worried he'll fold in. It's time to show a little toughness when it comes down to it. A lieutenant of the Zuanweiwei has arrived in Qinghe County, and this is the bottom line. The people in the city and most of them go to the West City outside the city, even less scruples. If Ms. Li has something to say, there's no harm in saying it. Lui Yong then returned this sentence. To put it in a simpler and more understandable way, it means you speak up. We're not going to negotiate with you. If you can say yes, just say yes. And if you can't, just talk about it. There is no room for negotiation. The Great Tang Demon Hunting Army can compromise for the sake of the people's lives. But we can't just compromise. Otherwise, let those restless demons and evil spirits and evil arts practitioners know. They still think that we are easy to bully. As a result, all the remaining people in Qinghe County knew that Chen Xianfan had become the person designated by Li Yixing to hold the bottle. Promise, or no promise, that's a problem. If you don't agree, you're bound to have to do something about it. Xuanwu Army of Martial Arts 6th grade lieutenant and the ghosts fight. Qinghe County at least have to be no small half. Within 10 days and half a month, the Yinshi cannot be dispersed don't want to live in people. Li Yixing still had nearly 20 evil spirits under her command, and it was unknown how many more she could recruit. Are these soldiers of the A-team retreating or staying? If they retreated, I'm afraid that not many of these people left behind in the city would survive. Stay, it's definitely dangerous. Chen Xianfan glanced around at the people watching him leave the city and couldn't help but let out a sigh. There's still some left here. Not everyone can lay down their family and look after their life first. It's all ordinary people. And there are plenty of people who value their house. And what's in it? More than their lives. Is that wrong? With a big war, the house could be destroyed. And all the hard-earned family business inside would be gone. The capital to build a life is gone. And you're going to stay alive and suffer? The people who have been living in the lower class may not be able to have a yard in the county town in their whole life. Not to mention the possibility that it was left behind by your ancestors. The reason why it's hard to leave your hometown is because there's no good place to go when you're away from here. There's nothing left to live for. Of course, the court will provide disaster relief. may manage you a meal or two, can give you a house to build and lose your family's wealth? Not to mention the court. A living Buddha couldn't have done it. It might as well be a painful disappearance with the home you can't let go of the most. Therefore, Chen Xianfan decided to say yes. Surely, he must have agreed to do more than just that. Noble character, Chen Gangchang undoubtedly has. But you can't just have a high moral character. You have to have something beside it. For example, still thinking about the benefits that Li Yixing said. Escort me out of Qinghai County before dawn and I'll send you a big favor. How much good can one night ghost do? It was known that the night ghost was almost an existence of the same magnitude as a true cultivator. And the benefits in her mouth could always be worse than Huang Qilan's Angelica. Right? Not to mention the big benefits. Chen Xianfan was heartened. Godao people also cannot be a motionless goat. The risks still have to take risks. Just have to see if it is worth it. Otherwise it's too much of a wimp. What made him make up his mind was the voice of the Xuanwu army captain. The facepalmed lieutenant then said 2 words. Promise her. Chen Xianfan gritted his teeth in that instant and did it. He thought about his earlier guess. There is someone behind Li Yiqing. The Xuanwu Wei's lieutenant had asked him to agree, using not a voice transmission into his head, but a direct mouth. What does that mean? This suggests that he is most likely selling a favor. This person behind Li Yiqing was not a small person. There were definitely risks. But Chen Xianfan also had something to fall back on. The little handsome pot on the heirloom hair chain, that doesn't snap to the soul bottle, where this one pot covers. It's his call. Dare to make a mess. Believe it or not, I will turn the little handsome pot over. Pull out the spoon master to give you the soul bottle as an egg open. On the spot to perform a scrambled ashes. The weakness of ghosts is in the ashes. Ashes are not a big problem when they are sprinkled, but when they are pinned or destroyed by spells, they are ashes that will never be recovered. Of course, there's a transition in between, and divine mercy gives them a chance to hang on for dear life. And it's a bad thing to do to a living person, so you should do it less often. But when push comes to shove, you can't be soft. After briefly dissecting the dangers and benefits and weighing the pros and cons, Chen Xianfan entered the Chui family. With the pretense that it would be good to shield Miss Li from the sun in case it got light, he put the little handsome pot as a hat on the soul bottle. It's alright, the spirit bottle was wiped down. It's clean. Go back and wash the pan and it doesn't affect the use at all. This time the soul bottle ashes ghosts have seen too much. Chen Xianfan's acceptance level. Rubbing up. As for other people eating food that comes out of this pot, would they not be able to take it? Ha! If you dare not accept, Master Spoon will serve you with beaten balls. When the pot was snapped down, Li Yiqing seemed to let out an eek. Hearing this cry, Chen Xianfan immediately felt quite relieved. The little handsome pot is still very powerful. Then he put the soul bottles of the other dozen or so evil spirits into his storage bag. After all, he only has one pair of hands, so all of you kind brothers will have to condescend to it. You can't steal the position of honor from Big Sister either. Then nimbly gave himself a change of clothes, hand-holding the soul bottle of Chen Gang leader which shines, walking on the main road of Clearwater County towards the city gates. Hand-ah hold the ashes yo, a face of righteousness, gentleman square polite, the heart-ah thinking about the benefits, along with the preparation of this thing is not right, then kick back. Finally, when the light of day was a little brighter, the entrance to the city was reached. Chen Xianfan calmed his mind and took shallow deep breaths. It can be considered to be here. I also don't know why Li Yiqing requested that she must walk over, and it's got to be one step at a time. No running, no jumping, and even less leaping. It's just like the Western paradise. The Tang monk can still ride a horse in the West. To him this can only be 11 road and bushy. Is it because you're afraid of being thrown out of the ashes of a broken soul vase? Or is there something else to say? That remains to be seen. Anyway, it's always time to turn in when you get to the place. Of course, it's a good thing it is, or the little dapper pot would still be a bit buttoned up. I don't know if it's just a coincidence that he's here, or if it's God's will. When Chen Xianfan was still a few feet away from the city gate, the movement of a creaking door opening came from the city cave. By the time he reached it, the door happened to be fully open. Let him get out of the city gates without incident. Walking out beyond the city gates, Chen Xianfan was just about to ask if it was okay to send it here when he saw a carriage coming from afar. In a matter of moments, it was in sight. A short figure with a bucket hat jumped down from the carriage and scurried to Chen Xianfan in 2 steps, revealing a furry face as he cupped his fists and said, Captain Chen, thank you for your hard work in escorting my little master. Yo, Huang Qilong. Chapter 122, Li Yiqing's Clear Path. Chen Xianfan looked down so. Yo, Huang Qilong. You're not pretending anymore. Are you not an old friend? How come you're the little master again? Good man. Showdown this is. However, Chen Xianfan is not good enough to say anything more. The most critical thing at this time is to hurry to hold the hands of the beauty of the ghost, sent away peacefully. Ms. Li, This Huang Qilong, is he here to pick you up? Chen Xianfan said to Soul Vase. This has delivered takeout have to know. This takeout delivered to whom? If not the rightful owner, let's still have to determine. Who picked up? Cannot give. Otherwise, in case of trouble, those are moments of outrage that can make you want to cop a feel and get back at society. In this world, everything is prone to a few oddball species. Exactly, Li Yixing in the Soul Vase said. Shao Cheer, can you bring a coffin in the carriage? Don't worry little master. The coffin was naturally prepared long ago. Huang Qilong bowed and saluted. Good then. Yuan make way. Li Yixing said, please ask Chen Gang leader to give me another ride, and send this soul of mine to the coffin on the carriage. Good. Chen Xianfan nodded and headed for the carriage without saying a word. 99 worships have all been paid, and it's not so bad as this one shiver. At the same time the heart added caution. He doesn't want to die. If Li Yixing laid hands on him, it was imperative to save his life in an instant. Although at this moment, there was no point in Li Yixing killing him, the cook of the demon hunting army. There was no guarantee that the liege's brain circuits would suddenly go out of whack. Just want to kill someone for fun. These last few steps were instead the most torturous moments of Chen Xuanfan's journey. There was especially a weasel spirit that followed behind him. This carriage that Huang Qilong rushed here had 2 steeds pulling it. The horses were quite a bit taller than normal horses, and had soulful eyes, with the power of qi and blood faintly permeating their bodies. As Chen Xianfan approached, the horse kicked its hooves on the ground twice. A cold light flashed beneath the horse's palm. Good lord, horseshoes are not even mortal iron. If this was a real fight, Chen Xianfan felt that he wouldn't necessarily be able to outfight this horse. Couldn't help but sip my teeth a bit. This is a bit much. Self-confidence has a blow to it, but only a little bit. Step into the wagon carriage and open the door on one side. The carriage was very spacious and contained a red coffin. The gilt runes above the coffin were like flourishing flowers in blood, gorgeous and dangerous. The lid of the coffin had already been lifted, so Chen Xianfan only needed to place the soul vial into it. Holding the soul vial in one hand and lifting his robe with the other, he stepped on top of the carriage with one foot and leapt up. Then he bent down and put the soul vial into the coffin. After doing so, Chen Xianfan cupped his fist and arched his hand at the soul bottle. Ms. Li, if there are no other orders, I will leave now. I'm about to leave. So hurry up and tell me about the benefits you're talking about. There is no rush. Having said that, I will send you favors. I will naturally give them. Li Yixing laughed. You release cubs in Fatma. I'll send you a small gift first. Good. Chen Xianfan pondered for an instant and nodded. The baby ghost cub and the little girl ghost, Fatma, were then released from the team flag. Rice. As usual, the cub came out and wrapped his arms around Chen Xuanfan's neck first. Fatma also naturally floated to his side, behind the cub. Chen Xianfan paused for a moment, but still lifted the large black cauldron held in his hand, upwards, covering the baby ghost and the little girl ghost by a small amount as well. If Li Yixing had struck out at them, saving them might not be doable, but blocking them would at least be easier on his conscience. Pup, come here. The female ghost in the spirit vase laughed softly and said, little girl, you come too, stand in my coffin. Great auntie. The cub heard the voice and rushed into the coffin without saying a word. The little ghost girl followed suit. Chen Xianfan didn't stop, and he couldn't either. One can only wait and see what happens. In the next instant, a cloud of refining qi emerged from above the soul bottle and wrapped the 2 ghostly creatures. Chen Xianfan gripped the handle of the pot in his hand and held it in front of his body, watching the changes within the coffin. After a few breaths, the yin qi was completely integrated into the yin souls of the baby ghost and the little girl ghost. This has caused some changes in them. The cub seemed to have grown up a bit, but it was still the appearance of a 3-year-old child. It just looked much whiter and chubbier. There was an extra red dot at the center of his brow and 4 more gold bracelets on his wrists and ankles. In contrast, the little ghost girl has changed even more. Scorched hair, fleshless cheeks, a pointed chin, and eyes so thin they were on the verge of going out of the window, with tattered clothes. What kind of fat girl is this? More like little girls who starved to death alive. The bracelet on the cub's body is a soul-restoring one. He failed to grow to the age of 7 and died prematurely. Although he became a brat, but his soul is uncertain. No one will take care of him when he reincarnates in hell, and he is afraid that his future reincarnation will be a miserable life. Li Yixing said to Chen Xianfan, why don't you raise him first and reincarnate him when he grows up? You don't have to carry him with you all the time either. Just find a place to bury his ashes and set up a tablet for him so that he has a place to rest. I wonder if you can agree. Of course, Chen Xianfan agreed without even thinking. What's so hard about that? It's not like the graveyards in Datong are being developed into real estate and don't cost much a year in rent. Find a place with beautiful mountains, pick a point with good feng shui, and just dig a hole. It's not hard to make a monument. Just find a land temple and carve a tablet and put it directly inside. Then Chen Xianfan looked toward Fatma, who had been floating motionless as if she was demented, and frowned. Miss Li, what is that, Fatma? You don't need to worry about her either. I helped her remove the delusion from her mind and return to her true form. When she recalls all the past, she will also remember where the person she promised to save is. When she comes to her senses, she will tell you everything. Li Yiqing sighed and said, I can't help her if I don't enter this coffin, but I've delayed a lot of effort. This is all a calamity. Hopefully the person she wants to save is still alive. Chen Xianfan opened his mouth and didn't say anything. This Ms. Li is quite nice. You take them back, Li Yiqing added. I'll come now and tell you about that one favor of yours. Aha, Chen Xianfan answered, and with a wave of his robe sleeve, he took both the infant ghost and the little girl ghost into the flag. I've relied on you for my calamity this time, and I deserve to be repaid, but I'm not completely out of it yet today, so I can't say too much. Li Yiqing said, listen, on the way from Cuijiaxuan to Qinghe County, there is a Tiger Wolf Mountain. There is a nest of mountain bandits on Tiger Wolf Mountain. When you guys go back, take that road. The benefits are on that road. After saying that, a sinister wind rolled in and pushed Chen Xianfan out of the carriage. The carriage door closed instantly. The two precious horses and colts suddenly raised their front hooves and barked twice in a rarefied manner. Huang Qilong flew and jumped onto the carriage, and with a flick of the whip, the carriage turned its head toward the way it came. Chapter 123, Let's go back and stew chicken for dinner. Hey, you guys just left? When Chen Xianfan stabilized his stance, he saw Huang Qilong driving the carriage with the coffin on it and had already run out a long way, so he couldn't help but be anxious. What road? What Tiger and Wolf Mountain? How long is that road? We can't look for it all over again, can we? And, Huang Qilong, don't forget the Angelica and Crow's Nest you promised. Chen Xianfan shouted loudly at the rapidly diminishing carriage in his vision. Mr. Chen, I've long since placed the Angelica and the Crow's Nest in the Chui family's house, so you'll be able to see them when you return. Huang Qilong's voice came distantly from the carriage. Although the volume was not loud, it fell clearly in Chen Xuanfan's ears. Hearing this, Chen Xuanfan's heart was a bit more solid. Anyway, it's been a busy half-day, so there's something to be gained. Even if Li Yiqing said the ambiguous benefits cannot fall, there is this spiritual medicine Angelica and spiritual species of chicken. It is okay. Shaking his sleeves and putting his hands behind his back, Chen Xuanfan's body flowed with true essence, and his toes pointed to the ground, like a rock with spreading wings, leaping up in the air and heading towards the city. The city gates are cold, and within the county it is even colder. Phew! When the people who remained behind saw Chen Xianfan return, they didn't know who first let out a long breath of relief, only to be startled by a clear and somewhat loud sigh, and then it turns out to be everyone around you who can't help but sigh. It's the aftermath of a disaster. Looking at each other, they all revealed smiles, and there were others who bowed to Chen Xianfan, who had disappeared in a flash on the road. Thanks to this lord. Thank you, Mr. Army. Thanks a lot, Master Jun Gongho Wan Dai. Blessed with a long life. TSK, Chen Xianfan barred his mouth, thinking that we have to leave this scene quickly. He was a man with shallow eyes, and he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold back his hot tears when people worshipped him so much. Crisis averted. That's all. Thank you and all that. No need. We're not missing out on the benefits, are we? It's just this black cloud overhead. How come it hasn't cleared up yet? Chen Xianfan raised his head, feeling a bit strange. At that moment, a loud boom was suddenly heard in front of them. Thunder exploded. Ka-ching! A thunderbolt ripped apart the clouds over Qinghe County and fell straight down. Boom boom! Bang bang! Houses collapsed and gravel flew about, stirring up a cloud of dust. Then there were several more thunderbolts, falling and splitting straight in one direction. Ka-ching! Boom boom boom! A deafening thunderous fury split a curtain of light in front of them. Lights up most of Clearwater County. After the lightning struck, the curtain of light just fell. Boom! The fire went up with a bang. It burned a big orange-red color. Chen Xuanfan's feet stumbled, and his stance slowed down uncontrollably. Boy! What the hell? Heavenly punishment? And looking at the direction, it was the place he came from, the Chui residence. Which one of the gods has struck? At that moment there was another click from far behind, followed by a bang. I heard a citizen yell, "It's broken! How come the 8 trigrams mirror at the city gate is broken? Gossip mirror? That shiny octagonal mirror? Chen Xianfan! This way!" Just as Chen Xianfan hesitated whether to go forward and check or go backwards, a shout came from a place not far to the side. Someone called his name. Looking sideways, it was Lu Yong. Chen Xianfan hurriedly ran over. He asked, "Team leader, where did you get struck by lightning? What's all the commotion? Can't you see? The split is the Chui family's mansion." Lu Yong returned. "That Chui family? Chen Xuanfan's heart thumped. Good lord, there are dozens of people inside. Here, a few thunderbolts that thick strike down, and the fire burns again. There is still a living? The people are fine. As soon as you left, Captain Li had us go to the Chui family to move the people out, then told us to stay away from the Chui family's courtyard. So we retreated here. Lu Yong waved his hand and said, it's this mansion that I'm afraid will be reduced to ashes. The fire came together and the wind swept up. Blow the sand away. The wind fueled the fire. The fire fueled the wind, and it became a blaze in an instant. And there's no way to save it. But this wind and fire only around the Chui family a mansion burning. It is better. And this Chui family in Qinghai County domineering used to. Before and after the right and left is at least 8 feet wide road. A little bit cannot burn the neighbor's house. Chen Xianfan stole a glance at the calm and relaxed Xuanwu army Captain Li. Don't stand here either. Find a place to rest and rest. Lu Yong patted Chen Xuanfan's shoulder. We'll still be busy for a while after dawn. Yes. The fire burned for more than an hour before it gradually stopped, and by this time the foggy overcast clouds in the sky looked like they had been baked away as well. It cleared up. The sunlight sprinkled down, and all the people in the Qinghai County city completely let go of their hearts. When you see the sun, it's time for the bull to hide. Lu Yong asked Huashan Cui Ji Jin Young Master and others, respectively, to bring their soldiers, take the evil fixing disc, and begin to patrol the city. Do a final sweep, especially the big ones. Even more so, it has to be focused on. As for Chen Xianfan, he stayed behind to prepare some food. When the soldiers came back to fill their stomachs, it was time to go back to Chuijia village to continue the garrison. Things went smoothly. Cook Chen's side steamed the buns in his storage bag, and the soldiers came back one after another just after they were steamed. Master Shan, how is it? Chen Xianfan rushed at Huashan and made a dissound with his tongue in his mouth. The question is whether the care of the big players is being done properly. Huashan pulled the corner of his mouth and nodded at him. When the Choi family was struck by lightning, those guys were scared out of their wits. Just be afraid that the thunder will fall on your own head. Although it wasn't falling afterward, the thunder had blown away these people's anger. Not to mention reneging, they even added an extra 20%. The demon hunting army was now their life-saving straw. And although this straw was sticking, right, it was better than nothing. Eat, brothers are hungry, right? Hurry up and eat the buns. Chen Xianfan greeted with a playful smile. Let's hurry back after we're full. There's a big gift waiting to be received when you get back. Lieutenant, would you like to have 2 buns to try? He casually touched a bun and just nibbled on it, when he saw Captain Li walk over at some point and stand beside him. So, a casual greeting. Most of the time, Chen Xianfan was still able to keep the basic attitude of superiority and inferiority, except in the state of eating, because when he only has food in his eyes, asking if the other person wants some is the highest priority, automatically replaces the others. Lieutenant Li's face, which had been cold, appeared to stiffen for a moment when a fat white bun was handed over. He was probably not used to sharing food in this way, but he took it and thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Chen. You're welcome. Captain Li is looking for me? The kind-hearted Captain Chen still gave the apparently inarticulate Captain Li a leg up, taking the initiative to inquire. Otherwise he feared that the young lieutenant, who had a tender face and had to play it cool, would suffocate himself. Obviously relieved, Captain Li asked, did she give you the favor you deserved? Who is it? Chen Xianfan smiled, feigning confusion. Her. Who is she? Oh, you said she is given. Chen Xianfan didn't dare to really tease the person. Looking at the school lieutenant who was about the same age as himself, a genuine Marshal Dao 6th grade. Don't get hurt at the hands of the knights without getting your ass kicked again by a friendly fire. In case something like this really happens, we'll look like wimps if we don't fight back. Fight back? You can't. Then again, why did Chen Xianfan tease Captain Li? Because his skin aches from idleness and because he looks at it with a passion. Whether one admits it in one's heart or not. As a traveler, a hangman, it's really hard to keep a good mindset for a long time, and one can't help but to tuck one's tail and become self-important. Then when you see a guy who's better than you can't help but have a little sourness in your heart and that little bit of bad taste to try to tease someone. The cynical nature is at work. So after the excellent Chen gang leader did some fighting with his own nature, reason prevailed. No death to the end. I don't mean to pry. Just want to remind you. She gives you favor is to but karma. There are difficulties is so that you can't say it outright. You must remember to put it in your heart. Don't let her heart go to waste. Lieutenant Li seemed to be Chen Xuanfan's some operation show to. Did not intend to have a reply with him again. Directly finished the words to say. Turned around and left. Well, Chen Xianfan looked at his back and frowned slightly before taking another big hard bite of the bun. Do you need a reminder? If there's a favor to be gained, how can I let it go? That must not be. In his heart, He had already made up his mind that the big deal was to rebuild the road that Li Yiqing had said. I can't believe I can't find where it is. And this Lieutenant Li, sure enough, is involved with Li Yiqing. Both of them also mentioned crossing the tribulation. And they hadn't heard of any necessary tribulation for the cultivation of a stern ghost, which was Li Yiqing's own tribulation. Together with Huang Qilong, the ones who had shown up now were a weasel spirit, a ghost cultivator of the Liege realm, and a lieutenant of the Xuanwu army. The identity of the one who could bring these three people together was definitely not simple. Huang Qilong addressed Li Yiqing as the young master. If he wasn't lying when he said he practiced under the seat of the three Qing before, then there must be a great cultivator behind Li Yiqing, or a family of monks. Could it be a great monk named Li? Great friar surnamed Li of the Great Tang. Lui Yong was the last one to come back, and he went to Chui's house to take a turn. It's all burned up and clean. That would be a bit of a shame. Chen Xianfan shook his head. If the things were left behind to be taken out and sold, and dispersed to the poor and needy, it wouldn't be in vain for these people to have homes to go back to, and spend the night outside in this early spring. You're thinking simple. If you really do this, at that time, it will feel that the people of the whole city owe their family. Guess what they will do? Young Master Jean said in a cold voice. Even if they don't dare to do it now, they will double their efforts to ask for it back in the future. They didn't dare to offend the night ghosts who burned houses and the demon hunters who sold things, but they wouldn't be soft when dealing with the commoners. That's true, Chen Xianfan sighed. Partner, sure Daijuan came over and hemmed and hawed. It's not like all of the Chui family burned clean. There are 2 big boxes sitting right there with talismans on them. The team took us there and loaded them up when no one saw them. When we go back and sell them, we'll exchange them for grain and send them to the county magistrate and the parade star that's been following us, so that they can share them with the people. It's also a good deed we've done. Virtue and good deeds are blessed by heaven. They are people who practice Buddhism, so of course they believe in this. It didn't burn out with the talisman? Chen Xianfan raised an eyebrow. It seems that Ms. Li purposely left it for her. Then we can't let her down. When he said that, Lieutenant Li, who had originally heard them discussing the sale of the Chui family's proceeds and wanted to come forward to say something, paused for a moment and retreated. Sure enough, it was still Li Yixing's name that worked well. As the group ate their meal, no one asked about what happened after Chen Xianfan left the city. There's an outsider here. The matter of Qinghe County here is considered to be the end of the matter. The people outside the city returned to the city one by one. Captain Li went back to resume his orders, and it was time for Chen Xianfan and the others to return to the Chui family home. That's where they are stationed. After leaving Qinghe County and Captain Li had gone far away, Lui Yang called Chen Xianfan to the front, and Huashan Jin young master and others all gathered around and asked about what Li Yiqing had said to him outside the city. Chen Xianfan briefly said it. Once the people heard that Huang Qilong's chicken and Angelica had been placed in Chuijia village, they were even more eager to return. Go, go, go. It has to go back before the drool hits the tops of your feet. Chen Xianfan asked Lui Yang if he knew of any famous great cultivators with the surname Li in the Great Tang. You're thinking that the great cultivator behind Li Yiqing would be named Li? Just because Huang Qilong called her a little master? Lui Yang laughed. This you are short-sighted and less knowledgeable. The cultivation world is not like ordinary people, where the offspring take their father's surname. Quite a few also take their mother's surname. Therefore, Li Yiqing is most likely not surnamed Li. Team Zhang, you're wrong here. Regardless of who Li Yiqing takes her surname from, it's highly likely that the great power behind her is surnamed Li. Chen Xianfan grunted. What is your basis for saying this? Lui Yang couldn't help but ask curiously when he saw him being so certain. Simple. 4 words. The strongest is honored. Chen Xianfan said. Why do more people in the cultivation world take their mother's name than in the secular world? It's because of the presence of strong women. Chen Xianfan had heard a joke before about someone offering a reward for the son of a powerful woman. The strong woman's surname was Wang. So people were looking all over the world for an eligible young man with the surname Wang. I've searched high and low but I can't find it. For in fact, the young man took his father's name, Zhang. So, what does that tell you? It shows that people are subconsciously defaulting to the idea that children should follow the last name of the strongest. This is still the case after thousands of years of being accustomed to the premise that children take their father's name. Normal logic judgment. Li Yiqing, the little master, behind the master of Huang Qilong, there is a large majority of the possibility of the surname Li. The smaller half may have a different last name. Saying it is the same as not saying it. Young Master Jean scoffed. That little half is a needle in a haystack with all the surnames except Li. Let's not think about it. They are the ones who have passed through the tribulation. Maybe they are intentionally buried in front of the threshold by the Chui family and stepped on it, using it to eliminate the disaster and solve the problem. We just happened to be there. Now that she's finished with this calamity and left, I'm afraid we'll forget about each other in the future. and it's unlikely that we'll see each other again. Chen Xianfan laughed and stopped young Master Jin's neck and said, the most important thing now is to get the benefits that are due. That's right. Lu Yong nodded heavily and exclaimed, hurry up and go back to the chicken stew. Yes. The soldiers roared in agreement. Chen Xianfan followed and shouted, first we'll stew the chicken, then we'll go digging for treasure at Tiger and Wolf Mountain. Very nice. Chapter 124, harming my old man into thinking I'm the only one who's a rookie. Is this it? Lu Yong stood at the bottom of a mountain that wasn't too high, tilted his head to look upwards, and turned back to Chen Xianfan behind him to ask, aha, this should be it. Chen Xianfan looked around with his hand on the cooler and nodded. Behind the two men were the soldiers of the A-team. Huashan and Cui Ji were at the front, followed by their respective partners. Spring plowing begins in February and ends at the end of March. Having just completed his garrison duty in the Cui family home, this was on his way back to the barracks outside Sangzhou. So, as a matter of course, they now appeared on top of a major road at the bottom of Tiger and Wolf Mountain. It's the same road that Li Yixing was talking about. It's the only way around here. The soldiers, who had been hoovering up food for nearly 2 months, were ready to loosen up. Have a good time moving around here. Tiger and Wolf Mountain is not a big mountain, and it is no longer within a deep forest. The mountain is quite lush with trees and flowers. There are no tigers or leopards here either. As to why it's called Tiger and Wolf Mountain, of course it's because there's a nest of, tigers and wolves of mountain bandits living here. However, it is said that the mountain bandits here don't come down to the mountains much to plague the people. Only the pedestrians who pass by here will be caught by the king to eat meat on the mountain. And it's a bit far from Chuijia village, and even farther from Qinghe County, since they don't harass the people under their rule. As far as that magistrate of Qinghe County is concerned, he knows that he won't care. Just let it go. The surrounding people will not have nothing to mention the Tiger Wolf Mountain, resulting in Lu Yong, who has been stationed here, surprisingly has not even heard of the mountain bandits here, and it's a tough place to find. Fortunately, Chen Xianfan had a guide. The people will cover up for the mountain bandits who have plagued them, and it is also the fault of the officials who are not doing their job properly. If they could do things more cleanly every time and eliminate hidden dangers by cutting off the roots and eliminating the roots, there would not be any people who would worry that they would be retaliated against when they offended these wicked people. They are all ordinary people, and in the face of such lawless thieves, what else can they do but protect themselves and avoid them, especially such thieves who occupy the mountains and forests. The officials came, and once they saw the thieves running towards the mountains, they did not care, and returned to no avail. Instead, the people who tipped them off were wary of bandits breaking into their homes to kill and set them on fire. And then there's the fact that when you catch a thief, it's just a different group of people who then fall in here. The people still have to suffer. This new group of thieves will have to establish their authority, and they will have to guard against the people who have sued the government for a second time. Maybe it will be under the banner of avenging old thieves and claiming righteousness. It's a travesty. So this time, Lu Yong, Chen Xianfan and the others decided to do it cleanly. The means should be ruthless and brutal, so that no more thieves will dare to entrench themselves in this area. Then rummage through the mountain bandit nests to see if there are any good treasures, that Li Yixing said. After Chen Xianfan went back, he thought back and forth about the words that the beauty knight had said. Distilling all the information in it, he found 2 key points: road, and Tiger Wolf Mountain. And, the more I thought about it, the more I realized that Hook Wolf Mountain was more of a coordinate for the road. It is where Li Yixing really wants to talk about. It's just because her hijacking is unfinished, or there's still involvement in it, and it's used in such a lustful, riddle-on mystery way, to confuse the public. Even if that road was the key words, Li Yixing wouldn't say a place name for no reason. Tiger and Wolf Mountain surely meant what they said. So a trip had to be made. What's more, they had another reason why they had to come. After observing the terrain a little, it wasn't too steep. There were no traces of any formations to be seen either. The head was again bright and sunny, and the top of my head was getting a little hot. The mountain's thin mist was still lifting, and it did seem to be an ordinary mountain. There was even a trail up the mountain now in front of us. Okay, let's go up, Lu Yong said as he gripped the handle of his sword and drew his long sword out, splitting the grass and trees in front of him. Team leader, how are we going to get up there? Chen Xianfan asked with a puzzled expression. What, how to go up? Lu Yong this was even more puzzled by his question. That is, in what way to go up? Chen Xianfan gestured an encircling gesture and said, I mean to say, how do we attack the mountain fortress method? Do we need to line up? Is it necessary to use tactics to break through the enemy's weaknesses? Can't be so adventurous to go up? Hit the grass to scare the snake? How to do? I think we have to. He was about to go over the battle plan that had been thought up. Chen Xianfan, Lu Yong, however, directly interrupted his long speech. It's a nest of mountain bandits. Let me be clearer. This hill is a nest of common mountain bandits. The mountain bandits in such a remote place will only have at most 2 or 3 leaders among them who have practiced martial arts and have some skills. The rest of the minions will only know some rudimentary kung fu. Also, we checked before we came. There are dozens of thieves up here. Louis Yong snorted. Come on, gang leader Chen. Look at the brothers behind you. How many are there? More than 100 demon hunter soldiers against dozens of mountain bandits. And you want to talk about offense and defense tactics? Just kidding. But the mountain bandits above this mountain are all human. Chen Xianfan also felt that his thoughts were a bit strange, but he just couldn't help but think that way. The mountain bandits are all human, and they're here to kill. In Chen Xuanfan's consciousness, killing was a very serious matter. It's much more serious compared to killing demons and evil spirits. So what if it is a person? Louis Yong frowned. Some people are not even as good as them, and when they scourge people who are the same as them, they are even more terrifying than evil demons and ghosts. What's the difference between killing them and killing demons and ghosts? I know. Chen Xianfan couldn't help but touch his nose. He understood all that Louis Yong said. Only this was the first time he was going to kill someone, and he felt a little odd inside. Can't tell you what it's like. Xianfan? Huashan looked at him with a slight frown. Captain Chen, you wouldn't dare to kill anyone, would you? Sure, Dajuan shouted with a loud laugh. Who says I don't dare? Chen Xianfan jumped to his feet and said, Old me just hasn't killed before and has no experience. Have you killed before? I didn't. You brat. Chen Xianfan pointed at him and glared. Not as arrogant as you call it. Made me think I was the only one who was a rookie. Chapter 125. What is hell on earth? No you're so arrogant? Making me think I'm the only one who's a rookie. Many of the soldiers heard Chen Xuanfan's words scolding Shi Dajuan, and one by one, they all smiled uncomfortably. In actuality, with their team of 107 soldiers plus a dog, not many of them had actually killed anyone. The conditions for recruiting soldiers for the Demon Hunter army were to be good family members. What do you mean by a good boy? It's the people with a clean family background. The one who fights every day, carries a knife in his waist, and pokes at people's necks, chests, and waists for no reason whatsoever. Certainly cannot be considered as such. The demon hunting army is the army that wanders on the edge of darkness every day, guarding the bottom line of the human race, and it has to be firmly on the side of the Great Tang. People who have grown crooked themselves, come in and are seduced by the in and demonic spirits and evil spirits, and immediately take a big jump and throw themselves at the enemy. Can that work? That won't work. That's why it has to be at least a good family that has been blessed and favored by the rule of the Great Tang and won't easily betray the human race. Of course, the Great Tang is full of martial virtues, and it is common for people practicing martial arts to spar with each other. So these soldiers before not enlisted in the army, often fight can be half. Serious injury has been only 1/3 of the people. There are only a few that have missed and hurt people's lives. Killing people is also a violation of the law in the Tang Dynasty. Carrying a murder on your back, unless there is a reason for it, and there is someone behind you who can protect you, otherwise you would have gone to be an outlaw. How can you still be a soldier in the demon hunting army? The state capital's garrison definitely does not take in people who kill innocents indiscriminately. It's near the state capital, so it has to be rooted in all the sons of the state capital. Otherwise, what if something goes wrong? There was only one team in the demon hunting 9 that had killed people and still got in. That would be the most mysterious Chaos Army. Only the Chaos Army would take in someone like that. For the Chaos Army does not distinguish between good and evil in its eyes, but only follows orders to kill. The strike is never more than an inch away. Everywhere it passed was so barren that not even ants could easily try to steal a living. It's the coolest deterrent to the foreign world of Datong, the ultimate killer in fighting evil with evil. Even as a fellow soldier of the Demon Hunter army, Chen Xianfan did not know where the Chaos Army was stationed. It was speculated that it was probably in some secret place. Joining the Chaos Army was also a way for many cultivators who had done evil things to get back on the right path. Fighting in blood for the human race, washing away the sins on his body with the credit of protecting the Great Tang. Of course, this does not mean that the previous sins existed, only that the official no longer pursued the matter, but also can use the merits to exchange cultivation resources from the Datong official government. Those who have the strength, it is a pity to die, so they will be exiled to the frontier to wear their sins. It is the same in the cultivation world and in the secular world, sort of a secondary use or a chance to repent. In short, the Great Tang needed such high-level cannon fodder. A good person like Chen Xianfan, who had grown up with rules and regulations, still had a way to go if he wanted to turn into such high-level cannon fodder. For example, cut down a mountain bandit for real first. The soldiers of the 18 were still following the winding mountain road, strutting up Tiger Wolf Mountain. Just like what Louis Yang said, There was no need to be so troublesome when dealing with a group of ordinary mountain bandits, or under the premise that their numbers were at an advantage. Just go up there and cut them down. When you go up there and see someone, no one is to hold back, no one is to be timid, no one is to hesitate. Strike straight to the heart. It's best to kill them with one blow. Do you hear me? Louis Yang shouted loudly as he walked. And don't say anything about the sound is loud to scare the snake. Just the few pieces of material on the mountain is to scare is not as powerful as the snake demon. It's better to take the time to account for what needs to be accounted for. It's scary to think about. He was so close to forgetting that these soldiers he brought out behind him were all raw bastards who hadn't killed anyone before. But come to think of it, can you blame him? These guys, have they been idle since entering the demon hunting army? Although this was the first time they had come out to station, they had actually cut down fish demons, snake pythons, and black-haired stiffs before. Even though most of the time was spent digging, everyone more or less moved. Plus this time in the Chui family dig ghosts. Chen Xianfan went up before the supernatural. All the soldiers have made a move. The ghosts will be suppressed, able to eat and fight, training to sell, and progressing very quickly in strength. Especially with Huashan Chui Ji, these people are always in front of him. Plus a Moth Chen Xianfan, which point is like a newly enlisted soldier. Is it unreasonable to be the team leader and occasionally forget that these guys are new pawns? Reasonable enough. The only problem with that is that he shouldn't have forgotten that these guys hadn't killed anyone. The outrageous thing is that even Chen Xianfan has not killed. I've cut down hungry ghosts. Just died a few days ago. Chen Xianfan attempted to salvage his honor. It's barely human. Human, right? You don't ask me. You ask yourself. Louis Yang grunted without good humor. When we run into the mountain bandits in a while, no one can be merciful. Those are not benign people. If you don't kill them, if you're not careful, you'll be killed by them. When the time comes to gutter up, it'll all be a disgrace. Our martial arts training has not reached the point where copper skin and iron bones are invulnerable to swords and spears. And mountain bandits without cultivation can kill us with their swords and spears. So be careful. Don't hesitate. If you hesitate, you will be injured. And if you hesitate, you will lose your life. After Louis Yang finished speaking, he paused for a moment and opened his mouth again to confirm. I repeat, this time, when you go up to the mountain, according to what was said before, leave no survivors. Do it fast. Be ruthless. Do you hear me? Squadron leader. Hear that? Squadron leader. Don't worry about it, mate. The soldiers agreed. And someone else called out at Chen Xianfan. Don't be afraid, Chen gang leader. The matter of killing people is a matter of one life and two familiar times. I'm not afraid. Chen Xianfan frowned, thinking, am I afraid? This is just me having a mental block. It's such a specialized word. You wouldn't understand it if I told you. Louis Yang also glanced at him and said, Chen Xianfan, with the thought in your mind that these mountain bandits are scourging the people and very much deserve to be killed, you won't be afraid. The old man has said I'm not afraid. Chen Xianfan couldn't help but sigh. He indeed didn't feel scared. It's just twisted. There was no doubt that all such mountain bandits on Tiger and Wolf Mountain must be evil. It's a peaceful time, at least for most of the people. That's right. It is better to be a dog in a prosperous world than to be a man in a chaotic world. At this point in the Great Tang, ordinary people want to live. Although it will be somewhat difficult, but after all, it can be done. The people have a way to live. Who doesn't want to live in peace? Now the people who live on the mountain are divided into two kinds. One kind of people is the mountain people, living in strongholds, farming and hunting for a living. In times of chaos, they also called themselves thieves to protect themselves. To this day, they are afraid of government exploitation, so they remain in the mountains and live self-sufficiently. Occasionally, he goes down to the mountains to trade with the people for some of their necessities. There is another kind of thieves and bandits who do not work. The mountain bandits on Tiger and Wolf Mountain are of this kind. Instead of producing food and money and wine and meat themselves, they are happy to be the movers and enjoyers of these things. Robbing money, robbing two women, robbing the rich to help the poor, robbing other people's wealth to help their own poverty, and in order not to be caught by the government, often hit hard, burning and looting without leaving any survivors. So any guy who voluntarily falls off the wagon at this point doesn't have clean hands, more or less stained with human blood. Being a mountain bandit isn't a personal preference for a place to be alone, or living alone for the thrill of it. Either he was thinking of robbing a house for meat and wine, or he had committed a crime and could not be a human being, so he had to hide in the mountains to become a thief. There can't be any good people among the thieves and bandits, living a life of licking blood from the head of a sword all day long, with their heads on the waistband of their pants, with today and no tomorrow. Which good person can be subjected to it? Even if at first they were forced to follow the thieves, they were assimilated after a long time. and the bad guys are only going to be more careful about what they do. So mustn't we ask for a pitch? So as long as you can stay, carry a knife up and cut it. There is no mistaking the kill. These Chen Xianfan understands very well. The reason why he feels awkward is because he is used to the fact that the power of judgment is given to the law, and the power to execute human life has to come from the law that the vast majority of people have to abide by, given to the violent organs. Not quite able to turn it around so as to decide on the life and death of others on a personal level. I wonder what the mindset of those old-timers who traveled through the world was when faced with something like murder. We're such good, kind people that we can't quite get past this anyway. It's not like I've ever done this kind of mental construction before. He still needed a little bit of spiritual self-conviction about this relatively unfamiliar territory. Chen Xianfan invited the master sword out from the back of his head and held it in his hand, repeatedly making slashing motions. Imagine this chopper slashing into a person's aorta. Warm human blood, bursting forth. A few drops even spilled onto his white, handsome face, running down his face to the corners of his mouth. That's when he stuck out his tongue and licked it, like eating some worldly delicacy. Wretch, just thinking about it, Chen Xuanfan's face crumpled into a ball. What's good about fishy human blood? Might as well have the stinky day one stew with hairy blood want. No, 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 no. Xiong Zhengzheng on the side, looking at the hand holding the kitchen knife, face a moment of contemplation, a moment of frowning, a moment of skimming and squeezing the eyes, a moment of sighing and cursing, cannot help but to the side of the flash a little away. What's wrong with the chief? Scared of the devil? You can't, can you? Tiger Wolf Mountain is indeed not high. Chen Xuanfan's side of the psychological line of defense have not yet constructed. The front halfway up the mountainside of the fortress door arrived. Go over and take a look. Lu Yang gestured, and the three behind him, Huashan Wei Dong Chao Shang, walked over. One opened the door and two copied their lances on guard. Before coming out to garrison, the weapons in the hands of all the soldiers were replaced with similar but more lethal ones. Long guns or long knives are the most common in demon hunting armies. An inch is as long as an inch is strong, and it works best when combining techniques against each other. No one, Huashan said with a frown as he glanced at the humble thief bandit's gate. With that, he lifted his leg, and with a fierce force, kicked it toward the gate. Crunch, the bolt on the back of the door snapped. Bam! The doors opened left and right. Raising his hand to fan away some of the dust that had been raised, Huashan frowned as he looked inside the gate. No one. And no one came sniffing around. Team Zhang. Huashan turned back to Lu Yang and cast an inquiring glance. Not good. Lu Yang walked in, looked at the ash falling on the bolt behind the door, and said with a slight frown, "We're late. This gate should not have been open for a long time, and the thieves and bandits on the mountain may have run away." Squadron leader. This thief doesn't come down to the mountain every day to rob. They're a 3-year no open and eat for 3-year deal. Is it strange that the cottage gate hasn't been open for a long time? Chen Xianfan, carrying his sword, asked in passing. You've never been a thief. You don't understand, Lu Yang said. Chen Xianfan looked puzzled. Of course, I have not been, but I have fought thieves. Lu Yang waved his hand and said, often there will be mountain thieves patrolling down the mountain. Some of the mountain thieves will send people down the mountain day after day to check it out. And every now and then they also have to go down the mountain to inquire about news. Otherwise the officials will come to annihilate them all without knowing, and to inquire where to buy and sell. So the gate to the cottage is not only open every day, but sometimes several times a day. Even if there are other roads behind Tiger Wolf Mountain, there is a lookout post on the mountain during the day. And at night this gate will be opened once to patrol the mountain a bit to see if there is any abnormality. Perhaps the mountain bandits were negligent? Chen Xianfan looked behind him. This journey was not too far, but running 2 patrols a day was tiring enough. Is it still that hard to be a mountain bandit? If it's him, just stand behind the gate and take a peek out and pull back. Opening the door is a pain in the ass. Huashan, remember to remind me in the future to try not to assign Chen Xianfan with duty assignments. Lu Yang looked at Chen Xianfan and suddenly turned his head to instruct Huashan. Otherwise, I'm afraid that we'll all be confused ghosts when we enter the demonic ghost's belly. Team Zhong, you don't trust me? No, I'm heartbroken. Don't want you to work too hard. Team Zhang, have you ever thought that if the demons are too powerful, we wouldn't have been able to fight them in the first place? It's actually not bad to be a confused ghost. It's better to pass by without realizing anything than to be awake and in pain, right? Is that so? But if I could choose, I think it would be better not to die. What do you think? Chen Xianfan thought for a moment and nodded. I think you're right. Squadron leader. It seems like there's really no one on the mountain. In less than half an hour, the A-team arrived outside the mountain fortress at the top of Tiger Wolf Mountain. broke in again and still didn't come across a single thief or bandit. The cottage was small, and there were 2 rows of rooms in the courtyard that were supposed to house the minions. There were 2 small courtyards in the back, which looked like they housed the chief and the headman. At a glance, no one is visible. Spread out. Group of 9. Search, Liu Yong commanded with a wave of his hand. A few moments later, the soldiers returned from their search. There was nothing to be found. It was long gone. There isn't much dust in the house. It looks like it just left not long ago, Liu Yong said. These mountain bandits didn't leave from the road we came from. So there are other roads. Go to the back of the mountain. And this is where people live. There's no place to hide anything. And there's no room to hide anyone. Team leader, why is there a place to hide people? A place to hide things is understandable. But why hide people? Kidnapping for ransom and holding women captive. Turning around the hill, Chen Xianfan and the others saw 2 rows of low, cellar-like houses next to each other at a glance. The houses had thatched roofs above them, and the doors only came up to a person's chest. So to get in, you had to bend down to get in. Go take a look. Be careful. Liu Yang gestures, and Cui Ji and Huashan go forward with 2 teams of soldiers. Yes, the door of the house was opened by the soldiers with their guns. Chen Xianfan was curious and just wanted to go forward to see more clearly. When he heard a buzz sound, a mass of black mist flew out from inside. It's the flies. Then came the uncontrollable vomiting of the soldiers. Wretch. Vomit. Sheesh. Sprinkling a few fireball charms to disperse the flies and lighting incense and candles to dispel bad luck, he once again entered the low house. Only then did Chen Xianfan really understand what it meant. Hell on earth. Chapter 126, Master Sword. I'm afraid you won't believe me when I tell you that I delivered a child. The first row of houses that are connected. Inside, hanging, lying and slumped, were dead bodies. Each one was inhumanly abused and mutilated. The least of the 5 senses and 7 apertures have been cut off or gutted in half. Very ghastly, very miserable. It was spine-chilling to watch. Each one died differently. The men were both old and young, though there were very few men in their prime. Mostly girls, women and old people. Without exception, they were all subjected to dehumanizing abuse during their lifetime. Hasn't been dead for long. Liu Yang's brows furrowed as he said in a deep voice. The most recent one died less than 5 days ago. Chen Xianfan had never seen so many dead people. It wasn't right to say that. After all, he had seen mass graves and many deserted graves on General Hill before. I should say that I have never seen so many people who died in vain and not yet in the ground. The smell of blood and rotting flesh kept going up his nose. The white-haired crone's eyes were 2 large holes, and the mottled hair on her head was colored red. Not far from her lay a couple of little girls, without their noses and ears, and even their teeth were half knocked out. Their thin, dry bodies just lay there lifelessly like randomly discarded rags. How similar to Fatma, who had shed her delusions. Beside the girl was an equally skinny boy who had been busted open with his chest and stomach intestines left outside. A boy younger than him was pressed beneath his body and a young woman above him. The way the arms were wide open. I wondered if they were protecting them. Against the wall, there was another row. They were tied to the standing logs like lambs to the slaughter. The coagulated blood was on the ground, spreading out into a large black and red. LOL. That's when he suddenly heard a sound like teeth fighting. Chen Xianfan turned his head violently and rushed to a corner. His feet were muddy with blood and flesh, but he didn't hesitate a bit. There are still people alive. There are still people alive. Chen Xianfan had never been so desperate as he was at this moment, hoping that where the sound was made, there was a living person there. There was no reason for it, and he couldn't imagine why. He hoped that someone was alive. Woof! The dog pups and snakes in his arms rubbed against his chest a little uneasily. Chen Xianfan hung the master sword back up, and with his bare hands, he peeled away the blood and flesh that covered the place where the sound had come from. Chen Xianfan? Liu Yang and Huashan realized that something was wrong with Chen Xianfan and rushed over one after the other. LOL. That voice continues and it's getting louder. Finally, Chen Xianfan found him. A man with half of his face rotted off. His exposed teeth, clashing constantly, made a noise. One of the eyeballs was missing and the body was mostly rotted. Team Zhang, is he still alive? Chen Xianfan didn't bother probing his nostrils, because his nose, it rotted away a long time ago. Liu Yang opened his mouth and didn't speak. Chen Xianfan, don't you feel like throwing up? Huashan patted Chen Xuanfan's shoulder and said, if you go out and vomit, certain won't make fun of you. A constant stream of soldiers ran out to throw up, not just because of the disgusting and fishy odor, but because of the inability to accept the misery of their own kind. Anything that would be overwhelming could injure the divine soul, and might even cause it to collapse. When the divine soul is unstable and the 3 souls and 7 spirits are in turmoil and do not return, the lightness will hurt the vital energy and the heaviness will leave the soul. Vomiting is a form of self-protection by the divine soul to alleviate the unacceptable suffering of the divine mind with physical discomfort. That's why people want to relieve the hard feelings in their hearts by self-harming. Overconsumption of the divine soul can also lead to unwarranted vomiting, which is also self-help. Vomiting is the same thing as wailing and crying. Hearing Huishan tell him to go out and vomit, Chen Xianfan shook his head with a bitter smile. It was as if there was something weighing on his heart that kept him from spitting it out. LOL. The movement of the man's chattering teeth continued, but he was clearly dead. Chen Xianfan, look at his hand, Lu Yang suddenly said. It seems to have moved just now. Team Zhang, do you want to go out and vomit as well? Chen Xianfan thought that Lu Yang was stimulated and hallucinating, but Huishan also eeped it this time, and Chen Xianfan heard it and said, it's moving. Unable to help himself, he jerked his head down to look at his hand. The man's hand was nothing but bone, and his fingers moved slightly in one direction in Chen Xuanfan's eyes. Ow! 3 men. Vicious dogs pounced. These are poor people. How can we bear to move against them again? Blood and flesh were scooped up by the handplanes, splattering them head over heels. The fellow soldiers on the side, who had returned from throwing up, looked over in bewilderment, wondering what they were plowing through. The 3 people, including Chen Xianfan, were also unable to determine what they were doing on their own. But it just feels like I should dig down. So a soldier came over to help, gritting his teeth. Some help halfway through and then go out and throw up. But there's always another soldier coming back over. Soon, they dug under a pile of blood and flesh and found a pregnant woman, swollen beyond recognition. It was long dead, though it looked fresh and alive. This, Lu Yang froze. Huishan, however, was dead set on the pregnant woman's stomach. There, moving. She had a long cut on her stomach that was still oozing blood. There was a small fist on her belly, making a bulge. Master knife. Help! Chen Xuanfan's bloodstained hand reached for his hair and removed the kitchen knife. The snowy blade slashed downward without hesitation. Can't be slow. Can't be deep. Can't be shallow. One wrong step and the boy could die. Master knife was a first-time scalpel for a C-section, but it was very empowering. A light slash went down, cutting through the layer that had not been cut under that slash. A small fist, sticking out of it. Then came the second one. A small person, then, emerged from it. It was blood red and his little face was suffocatingly blue. Fists clenched, mouth open wide, but no tears. How? What to do? Lu Yang wanted to reach over and help him, but he didn't know how to help. Chen Xianfan copied Master Sword and was also dumbfounded. He didn't know what to do. Huishan was equally at a loss for words, but he did think of someone. It's time to have a woman. That's right, Chen Xianfan suddenly realized. Although we don't have a woman, we have a female ghost. It's a little small, but it should work. Fatma, come out and help. He waved his hand and called the little ghost. Fatma, out, pointing to the little baby he was fighting with. Help him. Yikes. Fatma was trying to help, but Go flew right over the baby. She's a pure soul now. She can't touch the child at all. Just then, a timid voice, from not far from them, came. Fatma, is that you? Chapter 127, Fatma, I'm just asking for my friend. I didn't do anything. The 3 of them, Chen Xianfan, immediately turned their heads in response to the sound. Out of the pile of bloodied corpses crawled a small, skinny girl. The rags on his body were stained with blood and hung with pulp. She was shockingly thin, and her pitch-black little face, with red and black bloodstains of varying degrees of dryness, looked as if a ghostly face had been drawn with a ghostly talisman on a human skin masked over a skeleton. It was eerie against the backdrop of blood and flesh in the midst of a gray, low-ceilinged room. The yellowed hair was driven to the felt. The hand that reached out, dry as a bone, resembled a ghost's claw more than it did a human hand. It could be a few points worse than Fatma, who revealed her true ghostly appearance, but she had the scent of a living person, not a ghostly creature. It's a big living person? Huishan was a little unsure. There are even living people in this place? Lu Yang couldn't help but draw the long knife at his waist. The surroundings have been searched and indeed there is not a single mountain bandit. Judging by the trail down the hill, it had been gone for at least 2 or 3 days. The appearance of a little girl in a room full of bodies where abused bodies were located in this situation was bizarre in any case. Maybe it's scarier than ghosts. Little girl, do you know how to deliver a baby? Chen Xianfan, however, couldn't care less. He was now sick and desperate, hoping that this little girl could help, even if the other person looks like he's only 7 or 8 years old. Judging by his intuition, this little cub that Master Sword had just delivered must have been stuck on something, which was why he was holding back his cries. If from the pregnant woman's stomach split out of the infant ghosts like cubs, Chen Xianfan has long been a hand up, tugging the feet to lift up, shaking down to help him a hand. But it's live meat, you can't do that. The little thing had survived with great difficulty, and it would be a sin if it was killed by such a mess. Hearing Lotus, the little female ghost, Fatma, screamed and pounced over. Hearing Lotus, you're still alive. Still alive. Sister Fatma, you are dead. The little girl looked at the little girl ghost floating in front of her and said in a very flat statement tone. Just underneath the blandness was an imperceptible hint of regret desperately hidden. It's as if the outcome had been anticipated, yet one can still be dissatisfied with the lack of an unexpected result. Well, dead. Dead for years. Fatma, however, laughed playfully, but I didn't go back on my word. I really did bring someone to save you. Luckily you're still alive. Nah, it's them. They're great Tang demon hunting army. He's my son Cub's father. He's a good man. Fatma flew back to Chen Xuanfan's side and pointed at him. So you don't have to be afraid anymore. They'll get you out. Hearing Lotus, do you know where all those bad guys have gone? Let's kill them and avenge the dead. Is he your husband? The little girl looked straight at Chen Xianfan. Fatma also looked towards Chen Xianfan, her face full of anticipation. Why don't we save this little cub first? Chen Xianfan pointed at the baby, who was even uglier due to his face being suffocated and bruised. From the mother's womb, it is wrinkled like a little old man, with a big head. Small eyes are only a slit, mouth wide open, not like other newborn babies so white, fat and cute. Although the little girl looked young, her movements were very skillful as she picked up the baby and put her hand directly into his mouth, digging out a large cohesive blood clot. Whoa! The ugly baby finally cried out. It wasn't loud, but at least it was crying out. In Chen Xuanfan's impression, as long as one cried out, they were alive. Unable to help himself, he laughed. Well, survived. Quite good, but this child, a bit ugly, right? Lu Yang also came over to look at it for a few moments and frowned. Could it be because Chen gang leader delivered the baby? Hearing the baby's cries, Shi Dajuan, who had come over to see the rarity, said, he just likes to raise ugly things. This child must have known that it was going to be raised by him, and that's why it's grown so ugly. I didn't say I want to raise him. It's better to turn around and find someone to foster him, Chen Xianfan said. I don't know how to raise a child. This is also. Lu Yang was just about to say that it's okay. The little girl, hearing Lian, suddenly looked up at Chen Xianfan and asked, Brother Chen, do you have food and clothes on you? He seems to be hungry. And also, a small child has just been born. It will catch a cold if you don't wrap it up with clothes. Yes. Chen Xianfan sniffed and hurriedly took 2 pieces of clothing outwards from his storage bag and handed them to Listening Lotus. These 2 are both Songjung cotton, best for a child. Then he pulled out 2 more gourds and asked, inside this is cow's milk from the giant spirit cow. Can he drink it? It can. Listening Lotus nodded as she wrapped the baby, who had stopped crying after a few cries and was humming like a kitten cub, in her garment. But it can't be cold. It has to be warm to be good. Warm? No problem. The Honorable Chen gang leader. Warming up milk is not a trivial matter? He turned around and walked out. Lu Yang also said, let's go. Let's go out first. Sure, Dajuan. Take the people and rummage through the bodies here to see if there are any more alive. No need to rummage. It's gone. The little girl, listening to Lian holding the child and preparing to follow Chen Xianfan out as well, got up and blandly said with an expressionless face, the sister who was carrying the child was the last to die. Everyone else died 2 or 3 days earlier than her. This, Lu Yang opened his mouth, is to have seen more deaths, but this dozens of mouths such a death, but also still let him some cannot let go. Want to ask, listen to the Lotus, this in the end is how it is, but also think is not in a hurry at this moment, and then turn to say, then, organize some, find a place to bury it, then, organize some, find a place to bury it. Squadron leader, said young Master Jean as he came over at this time, there is firewood in a man-high stove in the back row of houses. It seems to be used for burning corpses. Why don't we? No, please, don't burn them with those stoves. Hearing young Master Jin's words, Listening Lotus turned around violently and shook her head shakily. Don't use those stoves, please, bury them in any hole you want. Just don't use those stoves. Those stoves, is there something odd about them? Lu Yang looked at Listening Lotus seriously. Little girl, tell us everything you know. Don't hide anything. The furnace, it is used to burn the ashes. Listening Lotus lowered her eyes and said, the burnt ashes will be put into an altar. An altar? Clay altar. Soul vase? Lu Yang was immediately raised his eyebrows when he heard her say altar, and immediately thought of the soul bottle. Yes, soul bottles, that's what they call those altars. Hearing Lian nodded, they don't let anyone near there. I only snuck in once. Can there be any other place here where those soul bottles with ashes are kept? Lu Yang pursued, since the soul bottles appeared here, and it wasn't very far from Chui's house. It was very likely that the soul bottles in Chui Shan's yard and the ones that he sent to the big family's house in Qinghe County came from here. Then this might not be an ordinary mountain bandit stronghold. Seeing that little listening Lotus lowered her head and didn't answer, Lu Yang didn't wait any longer. He went out of the room and rushed at the soldiers scattered around searching and called out loudly and harmonized. All be careful. Drum up your chi and blood to be more on guard. And when you come across something with oddities, don't touch it. And don't just break it. The soldiers responded. Right after Lu Yang left the short room, Listening Lotus and Fatma were left in the room with one person and one ghost. Listening to Lotus standing in the doorway with the child in her arms, she opened her mouth with her back to the door and asked, Sister Fatma, are they really good people? Aha, they're the demon hunting army. Ah, what's a demon hunting army? It's just that. It's the same people that Datang specializes in killing all the bad people that harm us. Have you, before, encountered soul bottles sent out from here? Well, met. I was sealed in the soul bottle, sent to the Chui family's Chui Shan yard, buried for several years. I also forgot about you, and turned into the appearance of a fat girl with a loving father and mother. I only remembered to come to save you, but I don't remember who you are or where to go to save you. It was only after my big sister helped me a few days ago that I remembered you here. Don't blame me. I don't know why it was like that. No offense. Thanks for remembering. Listening Lotus swallowed the lump in her throat. It's not too late. I'm still alive. And so are they. So, Sister Fatma, these people, they won't just break the soul vials and let everyone inside go out of their minds, right? Yeah, in Chui Shan's yard, they just released all of them to reincarnation after they were overpowered. Only Pop and I refused to leave. Chen Xianfan was even willing to let me stay. And he even bought me some very good pearl milk tea. If only I could grow up, I could marry him. Oh, yes, little hearing Lotus, you can grow up. When you grow up, you'll marry him, okay? When I can be reincarnated, I'll come to your house and be your daughter. You must raise me to be fat. They'll save me from going? That's for sure. Chen Xianfan promised me. Oops. Little listening Lotus, did you hear what I said? Sister Fatma, do you think they will be willing to save more people? I don't know. I think I'd like to. Why don't you ask? Hearing Lotus was silent for an instant and nodded. Good. She walked out of the room and went to Lu Yang's side. Soul bottles? There are more in the cave. In the cave behind the house. The small girl with a short stature tilted her head and looked at Lu Yang with pleading in her eyes. I hid them there because I didn't want their souls to be scattered. Lu Yang glanced at the little girl, nodded slightly, and turned around to lead the people to find those soul bottles. Don't worry. Our team is soft-hearted, kind and charitable, like to accumulate virtue and do good deeds. How could we do that kind of damaging things? As soon as he left, Shi Daijuan patted his chest and assured the little girl, and also didn't forget to pull on Chen Gang leader, pointing at Chen Xianfan, who was busy warming up milk by the stove. He said, see, that's our Captain Chen. The best thing he does is cooking in transcendence. 2 hands and a sword, separating the paths of yin and yang, cutting off the sins of the red dust. He's better than the Taoist master Gao Gong. Did you see that just now? Mr. Knife. He's good at connecting people. Get lost. Chen Xianfan had excellent ears and heard clearly, scolding without a good reason. Is this me you're talking about? Or the neuter? 2 hands separate the paths of yin and yang. 1 knife cuts off the roots of right and wrong. Praise the neuter. Shi Daijuan hemmed and hawed, rubbing his hands together and saying, Captain, aren't I just using it? If you use poetry well, you can produce masterpieces. If you all chemicalize and use something like this, you won't be able to write good poems in your life. Chen Xianfan said as he put the warmed milk in a small-mouthed gourd with a big belly and long neck and brought it over to Listening Lotus. The buttermilk was originally boiled. I warmed it up and it should be ready to drink. Good. Listening Lotus took the gourd and carefully poured out a drop of buttermilk onto the back of her hand, feeling that it wasn't too hot before she put the spout of the jug against the child's mouth and dripped a drop. The buttermilk dripped onto the child's lips, and presumably feeling the sweet flavor, he barred his mouth twice, letting the buttermilk on his lips reach his mouth. Then there were a few whimpering utterances. This is going to be eaten. Hearing Lotus then gave him another drop. The gourd has a long neck and a small mouth, so if you raise it in time after a drop, you won't pour more buttermilk out. This zucchini is not bad, Shi Daijuan complimented. Chen Xianfan is looking at the mouth of the little old man. Some emotion. This kid is really big life. A child who can survive his mother's death has a hard life. It's good that you can eat. It's eating merrily at the moment and seems to be able to feed. I'll do it. You rest a while. There's still buttermilk in the pot, so wash your hands and face and drink the rest. Chen Xianfan took the little old man from Listening Lotus' arms and said. The little girl was skinny and dry without a few pairs of meat, standing under the sun, feeling that the wind was a little stronger. It could blow people apart. At this moment, holding the baby in one hand and feeding him with a gourd in the other, the sweat was pouring from his forehead. Legs are shivering, and for some reason just won't ask for help. There are two men standing over here, can't you see them? Is it because you don't want to give it a chance? Chen Xianfan couldn't stand to watch and strongly requested a shift change. This little old man or he delivered the baby. Say nothing to let the little girl a busy work. Brother Chen, can you feed the child? Listening Lotus was a little worried. Is that hard? Chen Xianfan said as he struck a pose. If a little girl as young as 8 or 9 years old as you can do it, how can I not? Brother Chen, I am 12 years old, hearing Lotus faintly said. With that said, he walked toward the steaming pots and pans. Chen Xianfan has already said a few years older. I did not expect that there is still so much difference. This little girl is amazingly skinny. It's not easy to survive in a mountain bandit's den. Sure, Dajuan lamented. This little girl is not simple. Seeing hearing Lotus walk away, Chui Ji stood to Chen Xuanfan's side and said, Old Chui, it's not like we're little cuties. Chen Xianfan blankly glanced at him, but she doesn't have an evil aura on her, and doesn't seem to have any malicious intent towards us. Wait a little longer and see what she wants. She's trying to beg us to rescue her. Hua Shan also walked over and saw Chen Xuanfan's skillful feeding of the child. He couldn't help but smile. How did you know that? Chen Xianfan was surprised. Your mother told me. Hua Shan explained under the suspicious gazes of several people. Fatma said that she helped a friend ask if we were willing to go save some more people. Everyone knows who Fatma's friends are. Good man. This wave of selling friends is a riot. No words. Well done. So, a few moments later, after listening Lotus finished drinking the buttermilk, Chen Xianfan held the little old man who had also eaten enough, and Lua Yan Hua Shan and the others stood together in front of her. Hearing Lotus, who do you want us to help you save? Tell us. Let's listen and see if we can save it. Hearing Lotus. Chapter 128. It's just killing. There's nothing special about it. I wonder what Changshan Zhaozilong, who broke through the siege with his young master in his arms, was thinking at the time. The feeling of having a child in your arms and a knife in your hand to cut someone anyway. Well, it's a little odd. But then again, it's extraordinarily soothing. Chest-warm mass lying there. The old resident Chen Xuanfan's dog brother and dry nephew Xiao Pinklight. Squeezed straight tongue. Good guy. Those who didn't know thought that Chen Xianfan was bringing up a family to kill. But it can't be helped. You can't leave your child alone. The storage bag can't be filled with living things for a long period of time, and it will be suffocated in no time. Had to just carry it in my arms with me. However, in front of them were also small minions. Even if Chen Xianfan was holding a child in one hand and wielding a sword in the other, he was still able to maneuver around. It felt as if he was the god of war protector. Half an hour ago, the soldiers of the A-team arrived here under the guidance of Listening Lotus. This is a village halfway up the back of Tiger Wolf Mountain, on the side of the mountain road. The little girl heard Lian say that the mountain bandits from Tiger Wolf Mountain pretended to be the people of the village and hid here 3 days ago. The reason why Chen Xianfan and the others went up to Tiger Wolf Mountain, besides the benefits that Li Yixing had mentioned, there was another point that was to save the little girl Ghost Fatma's friend. Going to Tiger Wolf Mountain to kill the mountain bandits was not only because the promise of the demon hunting army had to be honored, but also because it was also a duty to get rid of the violence. Although it was not the main job of the demon hunting army, why not snatch grass and hunt rabbits in passing? It's idle anyway. Now that he knew that the mountain bandits of Tiger Wolf Mountain had colluded with Chui Shan, he couldn't let them go even more. Chui Shan is related to the Black Cult, and the mountain bandits of Tiger Wolf Mountain are related to Chui Shan. Wouldn't there be a connection between Tiger Wolf Mountain and the Black Sect then? During the current spring plowing period, all the top-level cultivators of the cult were being watched to death by the demon hunting army. The ones who came out to make trouble were all the middle and lower-level sect members. Chen Xianfan couldn't help but think of the crouching dragon phoenixes that he had met in Anyang County, and their black-cloaked benefactor. Gee, that's a familiar technique. In order to cover their tracks, they choose minor characters who won't be noticed and hook up to go dark. No matter what, these mountain bandits must be found and eliminated. What's more, Chen Xianfan checked those stoves and there were no strange talismans on them. However, he heard Lian say that a year ago, someone would have rune paper come over, along with the clay altar. The hillbillies would stick to the stove. That is to say, these mountain bandits will capture the people. In the short room torture until only a breath left, and then thrown to the back row of the furnace incineration, is to use the hostile gas before the death of the people to make them into ghosts, and then the ghosts and ashes into the soul bottle. It's simply a beastly, evil spirit in human skin. To let them loose in the human world is a huge hidden danger. When the demon hunting army first arrived, the people in the village got the message and ran out to see it. And when they saw Hearing Lotus, it was as if they had seen a ghost. One more look at the stance of the demon hunter's soldiers, and they knew something was wrong. Unable to help, they all changed color and ran back in a panic. Seeing their looks, Lu Yong understood that hearing Lotus had not coaxed them. These mountain people, not only a face full of ferocious, also covered with the smell of blood. And what's even more wrong is that the ones who ran out of this village when they heard the commotion were all males, the youngest being in their teens and the oldest being less than 40 years old, all in the prime of life. Not a single old person or child at the door on such a nice day. The only few women in the crowd were also dressed in sultry colors, not at all like village women. So these people, they're basically mountain bandits from the mountains. Lu Yong has already sent people to Qingha County to check. There is indeed a village called Lujia Village here, but he is sure that it is definitely not these people in front of him. Listen to the order of the people. Drive the people towards the head of the village, and if there is any resistance, kill without pardon. To be on the safe side, he still ordered loudly. The good people would not disobey the orders of the government, while the mountain bandits would never honestly listen. Seeing the demon hunters' soldiers one after the other, from both ends of the village surrounded up, this group of shameless people still think of begging for mercy to mix over. Slow reaction did not manage to run away. A few people hurriedly opened their mouths and said, "Master Army, we are all good people. Why are the military lords giving us a hard time? The army is not mistaken. We are the people of this place. We've lived here for generations. If the military lords want to rest here, my maiden can be sent with the military lords to enjoy themselves." Villagers living at the head of the village with big waists pulled out the unclothed women in their homes and casually threw them to the ground, shouting that if the military masters look at them, feel free to take them away. Lu Yong frowned as he watched. Then someone got a good look at the military clothes on these men and shouted, "Demon hunters! They're demon hunters! Don't beg for mercy! Run! Run! The demon hunters are coming! It happened! The demon hunting army is here! Run away!" This shot of escape undoubtedly solidified their identity, and the soldiers no longer needed to have any scruples. Lu Yong directly ordered, "Kill!" Thus begins the harvest slaughter of the wicked. Plop a knife. Directly above the neck, a human head flew up. Blood sprayed out. Chen Xianfan withdrew his sword and avoided being doused head over heels. Human blood is very fishy, and when splashed on the body, the fishy odor will remain for a long time even after washing. The smell of blood. No one in their right mind would like that. A killing is a killing. A knife is enough to settle the score. Although those in front of us don't understand this, but as a human being, you can't be the same as. Send them down to Hades for disposal. It would be the greatest punishment to make them disappear from the earth forever than the so-called torture and revenge. These thieves, after running out of talisman paper and not enough clay altars, and vaguely hearing of the great events that have taken place in Qingha County, felt bad about it and immediately killed all the captured human species that were still left. Before you kill, you have to be abused to death as before. Even if it's not for making soul bottles, it's still so animalistic. Elderly children, even a pregnant woman and the child in her womb. The cut in her little old mother's stomach was deep enough to kill her. Only the little old man life. The thieves thought the mother died. The child will not live, so did not make up the knife. They deserve to die. The kill. Chen Xianfan didn't have any hesitation as the chopper fell cleanly. "How's it going, buddy? How's it feel?" "It's just killing. Nothing special. Besides, can these even be considered human?" Chapter 129, Oh-ho. So, the benefits are here. The mountain bandits were just a bunch of rabble, and were being chased down and killed off guard. So under the swords of the soldiers in the three-man crowd formation, they were slaughtered for the most part without encountering any decent resistance. But is a meal effort. The remaining in addition to the two leaders are still resisting. There are still a few see the situation is not good immediately fled to the mountains of the bandits were not captured. Lu Yong shook off the blood on his sword and shouted at the soldiers who were somewhat shrinking against the mountain bandit leader. "What's wrong with you guys? Is it so hard to fight an early stage of martial Dao entry? Lieutenant, don't you need to take a live one?" The soldiers replied back in an aggravated manner. If it wasn't for the sake of catching the survivor, they would have cut the man down long ago. Where would it have taken so long to finish the fight? Catch what alive? Directly chop it up. Lu Yong coldly snorted. They are all useless little mountain thieves. The highest cultivation hasn't even reached the peak of the skin cultivation realm. What can they know? It's a waste of effort to catch it. It's not even a matter of whether he's willing to tell. It's a matter of how much he can know. Cultivators, no matter what rank or realm, were used to judging people by their cultivation. This group of no-name bandits and thieves on Tiger and Wolf Mountain are, at best, objects to be utilized by the Black Church, and can be thrown out for new ones at will. How could they be allowed to know classified information? As soon as Lu Yong's words fell, before the soldiers could step up their actions, one of the three vicious leaders who had been cross-eyed just a moment ago, ignored the other two's devouring gazes and yelled out first, "Master June, I know who the person in the black cult who is contacting us is." Who is it? Lu Yong froze and waved his hand for the soldiers to hold off their attack. "The fifth elder. It's the fifth elder. If you guys are willing to spare me, I'll tell you one of the fifth elder's secrets." As soon as the leader saw that there was hope, his voice was sharp as he called out, "That fifth elder specializes in the art of harnessing ghosts, and is the person behind us. He needs a pair of treasures to break through his cultivation by practicing. If you guys let me go, I'll tell you where that pair of treasures is. Babies?" Chen Xianfan walked over with the little old man in his hand. "The pair of treasures you're talking about, they wouldn't be two men with strange destinies, would they?" "Exactly," the leader shouted. "Since this military master also knows, he should understand that the secret that concerns life and death with the sacred sex five elders is enough to be used in exchange for my lousy life. And you know you're a Thai life. Ha, quite self-aware." Chen Xianfan laughed coldly. "It's not impossible to let you go. Let me ask you, the people in your cottage, where did you all take them from? Do you have any other accomplices?" "Master June, those little girls are bought from the hands of traffickers, but also sent by their own parents for money. This 100 miles around, all beggars, rascals, rogues and pious women who shoot flowers, all know that we on Tiger and Wolf Mountain are willing to spend money to buy people, and also do not pick goods. So there are piglets are sent here." The leader of the mountain bandits heard Chen Xianfan although he was scolding him, but in his words there was the meaning of letting him off the hook. Without any concealment said, "There are also some kills sent out of prostitutes. The master's family don't want the servants sold out, can't let them see the light of the day again. Through and through all sent over. We casually give a few money, and then we buy it." "Piglet?" Chen Xuanfan's brows furrowed in death. "You call those people piglets? They are all unwanted and disliked wastes, so they might as well die early. Don't you think so, army master?" The leader carefully revealed a fawning smile and said, "Before you left the cottage, you killed a pregnant woman and her husband, and how did they fall into your hands?" Chen Xianfan did not reply to his words. Not saying one more word to this man made him feel incredibly sick. Early death, early rebirth? These hands of the dead people, but there are more than half of them are transformed into ghosts to be locked in the soul bottle, and buried in the ground in Shui Jiazhuang and Qinghe County. This leader is still opening his eyes in front of his eyes, luckily thinking that Chen Xianfan and the others do not know the full picture of the truth, attempting to muddle through. Stupid as hell. Perhaps the black cult saw this in them, and was relieved to have them here. It's because they're so stupid that they settle for pleasure and don't even think about anything else to be better controlled. The reason why Chen Xianfan endured his nausea and proceeded to inquire was merely for the sake of the child in his arms. Glancing at the little old man in his arms, he saved this thing. Naturally he had to ask about his parents. That way, when the kid grows up, he'll have something to answer for. What is it that the military master is asking about? Oh, I remember. It's that couple. When the leader saw Chen Xianfan asking questions, Lu Yong, who was known as the team leader, stood aside and did not block the way. He could not help but be even more convinced that he could not die this time, and hurriedly and eagerly replied, "It's a coincidence that they moved back to their hometown, Qinghe County, with the master's family from Fanyang County. On the way, they met a blind fortune teller, Zhang Sigue. That Zhang Sigue is a regular customer here. He used to use fortune telling to cheat people. The owner of the house heard Zhang Si ghost say that the child in the pregnant woman's belly would take away the luck of the child in his wife's belly. So he sent someone to tie them up at night and gave them to Zhang Si ghost for him to dispose of properly. So Zhang Si ghost sent the people to our fortress." He glanced at Chen Xianfan holding a package in his arms. "Look at the situation is a child." Finished but also pretended to add a sentence. "I also look at the woman with a big belly poor. Originally thought of letting him off the hook, but I'm just a third leader of the talk does not count. Ah, you have a leader?" Chen Xianfan asked again. 5. We have 5 chiefs. Just now one was cut down by you. Another choked to death on water the day before yesterday. One immediately winded past yesterday. And there are 2 more that are just over there surrounded by a couple of military masters." Chen Xianfan didn't say anything, flung the kitchen knife in his hand, lightly leapt over, and raised his knife to slash at the 2 surrounded leaders. Brothers cooperate with him to overtake the ghosts have long been familiar with. In a moment to give way to the position. Knife master straight to the vitals. A knife down. Human head flying up. Spraying blood account. Then the second one. Such a coincidence? 2 dead in 2 days? Lu Yong took Chen Xuanfan's place and asked the 3 leaders with a raised eyebrow. "If it wasn't for you guys coming, there would still be death to follow." The 3rd leader thought he was fine. Indifferent to Chen Xuanfan's chopping, but also shook his head inside. AI. They are all brothers who have lived. Who do not want to be like this? But this business can't go on. The family's capital is not to be divided? More people. Cannot be divided now. Lu Yong. Listen. It's pretty reasonable. Hey. Now that the people are dead, the goodies are all yours. Carrying the still dripping blood chopper, Chen Xianfan stepped over and laughed lightly. Happy? Master Jun. What are you talking about? Is my Sanner that kind of person? The third leader of the Tiger Wolf Mountain Bandits glared and stomped his feet. Those things are all yours. Master Jun. All yours? Which one of them do I want? I'm counting on you. Where is everything? It's all buried under the mound at the back of the village. The third leader raised his hand positively and enthusiastically. I'll take you digging? Don't need you. Digging? We are professionals. Lu Yong waved his hand and turned back to Shi Dajuan. Dajuan. Go take a look. Okay. Shi Dajuan nodded his head. To say that he wasn't interested in digging up the ground, but digging for treasure, that was something he was too interested in. He came back a moment later and said to Lu Yong, Team leader, got it. 5 boxes. Yes, it's 5 boxes. Without waiting for Lu Yong to say anything, the three-headed leader squatting on the ground with his head in his hands called out, 5 crates. Our brothers divided them up before we went down the mountain. 1 for each of us. So by bad share, you mean bad share of separate people? What a guy. What kind of a guy is this? It's a nest of jackals in the Tiger and Wolf Mountains that will devour their own kind. No, a bit nastier than a jackal. Wolves will eat their dead and dying kind for the survival of the pack, while they kill each other just to fulfill their personal greed. It's like a ghostly creature dominated by desire, and even a little more terrifying. Nothing else? Chen Xianfan took a step closer to him, a warm smile on his handsome face as he asked. The third leader felt a little bad, chills running down his back, but still shook his head. No more. That's all. We rarely go down to the mountains to rob, and these are still all from the Black Sect's people. Sent by someone from the Black Sect? Lu Yong said in a cold voice. I think it was sent by Cui Shan, right? You guys know? The 3 leaders took a step back in fear. We are the demon hunting army. Don't you know that something happened in Qinghe County? You didn't think about it at all when you saw us? Then you're stupid enough. Chen Xianfan snorted. Also, let me tell you one more thing. The Black Sect's 5th elder died a long time ago. Last year. At my hands. So, you have to die as well. Ah, you. The 3 chiefs were stunned by his words. What kind of character was the 5th elder of the Black Sect, who died in the hands of this baby-hugging soldier in front of him? Without even dodging, Chen Xianfan sliced the large watermelon. The sharp master of the sword is very repulsed by the blood of these sinful creatures and drips blood. Not a trace of blood remained on the blade. Just you. You're also worthy of being called third child? Chen Xianfan turned to the 3 leaders at the end and hummed in contempt. Compared to our third child, you're far worse. Chief, you don't call people names like that. Comparing him to me? Mao San cursed and came over and kicked the 3 chiefs to take the heat. Are you a human being or not, you dare to call Sanner? Xianfan, did you just brag? Or were you serious? Lu Yong asked. The 5th elder died at your hands? Sort of, Chen Xianfan said haughtily. I just spaced him out that much in Anyang County. Anyang County? Lu Yong frowned and thought, did Anyang County catch a group of black cultists last year? Yes, there's that pair of babies in there. That's quite a coincidence. No wonder no one delivers the clay altars and charms on Tiger and Wolf Mountain. So it turns out that the backer has been dead for a long time. It seems that the connection between the 5th elder of the Black Sect and the Tiger and Wolf Mountain thieves was not close, and it was likely that they only sent someone once a year and a half, which is why these thieves knew nothing about his death. After slaughtering the bandit leader and digging out the stolen goods, the soldiers began to search the village for the missing fish. At this time Chen Xuanfan's arms has been quiet, even if he chopped people were not affected. Still sleeping sweet little old man suddenly woke up. The grunting seemed to be uncomfortable. Well, where's the little girl listening to Lotus? I don't know whether this is hungry or thirsty or pissed. Chen Xianfan can't coax it, so he can only look around hand and foot, only to find that he had lost track of hearing Lotus. Huashan took her to rescue people, Lu Yong said. Speaking of Huashan, one of the soldiers with Huashan ran back. Team leader, partner, Master Shan wants you to come over and take a look. What's wrong? Lu Yong asked. Is there something wrong again? The soldier said. Those women. They killed several other women. In front of us. What? Lu Yong frowned and headed for the village with his sword. In the middle of the village there was a flat area with a large tree planted, a well by the tree, and a small river further up the side. Huashan led Chao Shang Weidong and the others, standing at the edge of this well with a cold face, pointing the lance in his hand at the dozen or so women in front of him. At this time his arm was being held by the side of listening Lotus dead. If not afraid of hurting this little girl, he would have thrown people out with one hand. The women across from them, on the other hand, were divided into 3 or 4 groups. What happened? Lu Yang asked. These women, for some reason, suddenly killed their 4 companions. Huashan said. Just a moment ago, these women, who had been driven together by the soldiers and were waiting for the demon hunters to place them, suddenly snapped. But not to Huashan and the others who guarded them, but to a few of them. 2 of them held a woman by her arms and legs, while the other 2 plunged their short daggers into the restrained woman's chest, stabbed several times in a row. The knife is deadly, clean, determined, ruthless, as if it had been premeditated. No one commanded. No one spoke. No one made any movement. And Huashan didn't even see them exchange glances. Otherwise it wouldn't have been too late to block. It was half-afternoon, and although the sun in the sky was occasionally obscured by clouds, it was not so bright that he couldn't notice these women's little maneuvers. But they were the ones who killed their 4 companions right under Huashan's nose. Chao Shang and Wei Dong, who had witnessed the entire process, glanced at each other and both felt chills run up their spines. There was no cultivation, and the evil determining compass did not react. These were nothing more than plain, skinny women, and everyone carried injuries on their bodies, but the expressions on their faces as they stabbed the short blades into their hearts were chilling. They are not companions. A woman holding a blood-stained dagger stood up. She was tall but thin. Her wrist was so thin that it looked like she couldn't hold the hilt of the knife, but the blood that was still falling from the dagger signaled that she had just stabbed a person to death while holding the knife. She looked to the leader, Lu Yang, and said in a hoarse voice, Master Jun, they are not our companions, but devils climbing the demons. Chen Xianfan took a look at the 4 women who were killed, all dressed in colorful clothes and powdered their heads with vermilion hairpins, and 2 of them seemed to have just followed the ringleader and ran out of the village to see what was going on. After that, the bandits shouted that it was the demon hunters who were coming, and they followed and fled to the village. The women who killed, on the other hand, were unclothed and desiccated, with indifference and holes in their eyes. Only one of the women in colorful clothes was spared. At this moment, they were holding their heads and crying silently in a ball. Someone let go of the dead body in their arms and went to sit beside her. It was like comforting, but not a word was spoken. Brother Chen, Sister Lan and the girls are the ones I begged you to save. Seeing Chen Xuanfan's arrival, Listening Lotus let go of Huashan's arm and turned to run over to hug Chen Xuanfan's, pleading, it's because they protected me that I was able to survive. They are all good people. Good people? Do good people kill people? Young Master Jean looked at Sister Lan, who was in the lead, and said in a cool tone, Little Donger, before we say this, can we shake the blood off the knife first? Chen Xianfan squinted. What does that mean? Can't a good person kill someone? Even though I just killed someone, I think, I'm still a good person. Good people shouldn't kill randomly either. Young Master Jean glanced at his own sword, a rare case of not having a stiff upper lip. Listening Lotus was a bit overwhelmed as she looked at young Master Jean and then at Sister Lan and the girls. This military lord. We are but weak women with no hands, and this appearance at this time is like crawling out of hell. 3 parts of us look like human beings, and 7 parts of us look more like ghosts. How dare we hope to be good people? I just want to have a chance to continue to be a human being in the world. I still hope that the military masters will be generous and let our sisters live. Sister Lan Hammersister glanced at the corpses on the ground and whispered, as for them, they deserve to die. Sister Lan is right. They deserve to die. Another woman who was also holding a knife. Her face was full of tears but she was laughing and said, I'm afraid that the military lords won't believe it when I say it out. The concubines have never even killed chickens before, not to mention eating fasting and praying to the Buddha, nor have they ever done anything bad, now but fell to this point. See, this good man is nothing good when, I don't want to be a good person. Killing them makes my heart ache. As she spoke, she provocatively glanced at young Master Jean, if you can't see past it. Master June, just think of me as a life-demanding evil spirit from the 18 city hells, and beat and kill it, but don't say that it is to pay for this life. Otherwise I can't have peace even after I die, although I am also a rotten life. Not worth anything, but to give her life, she is even more unworthy. Xian said, well, these few, in order to live to the demon curved to the demon, is not wrong, but they should not use the life of the sisters to exchange. Nice. The group of women had bloodshot eyes and tears brushing down their faces, but none of them cried out. The silent tears are hard to watch. Even when the men were freshly splattered with blood, it was impossible to tell if it was their own or the slain woman's on their tattered clothes. And then look at that thin into the withered branch. A touch will break the arm. All over the body of the wound. Really pitiful that a person cannot look at. It's too bad. Chen Xianfan couldn't help but look at Lui Yang. Team Zhong, you're still on this one. Lui Yang was silent for a split second and said, although this is your side of the story and you did kill someone, but all the things in front of you corroborate what you said. So this official is on your side. However, You guys have to come back to Xiangzhou with us and accept the Xuanwu army's inspection. As he spoke, each of the women bowed their heads as if on trial, but when he finished speaking, all the women raised their heads and looked at him with burning eyes. The hot and complicated gaze scalded Chen Xinfan, who hurriedly made a big retreat and left Lu Yong's body a meter away. Good lord! That look in the eyes of the great immortal of saving suffering and compassion made goosebumps jump on his back. As this Lan sister from Hearing Lotus said, they climbed out of hell with great difficulty, during which they did not know what kind of inhuman abuse and torture they had suffered, just to survive. Who wants to die if they can live? Many thanks, military master. The women helped each other up and bent down to salute Lu Yong. Then he also bowed to all the other soldiers and mouthed, many thanks to all the military masters. Agu, this is a mess. Don't worship. Chen Xuanfan's face burned at once, waving his hands repeatedly. Turning to Lu Yong, he said, Team Zhang, why don't I boil some hot water for them? All of them wash first, change into their clothes, and eat something. Never mind what happens afterward. It's hard to ignore it now when it's so pathetic. He could hear the drums in these women's gutters. Aha, neither of them were hard-hearted people. Lu Yong nodded in agreement. This group of women can't make any waves, so let people watch from the sidelines. Chen Xianfan then took out the tin stove and large black pot from his storage bag and boiled hot water for these women to wipe their hands and faces. He also took out a lot of clothes and food, and told Listening Lotus to go and divide them among the women. Master Jun, we'll do it ourselves, said the person whom Hearing Lotus called Sister Lan. Rising, Captain Chen, we'd like to boil some water for a bath. May we borrow the pots and stoves? Use it. Feel free to use it. There were plenty of pots and stoves, and Chen Xinfan pulled out a dozen more stoves, as well as large pots and steamers. By the way, let Xiongzheng this and Zhuguang a few people. Steam the rice, stir-fry a few dishes, and boil a few pots of soup. Since we're eating, let's eat together. After eating and resting for a while, I still have to make a trip back to the Tiger and Wolf Mountain Cottage in the evening to dispose of the soul bottle dug out from the back of the mountain. Chen Xinfan warmed up some buttermilk, and the little old man had his diaper changed by Hearing Lotus, and after a while he was humming again. Should be hungry. Listening to the lotus will feed the little old man. Carried to the women. Huashan subconsciously tried to block it, but he saw the women surround Listening Lotus in a protective stance. They whispered around Hearing Lotus and the child in her arms, their eyes averted and full of wariness as they gazed around, as if a mother wolf is protecting her cubs. So there was no going forward. The soldiers counted all the slain mountain bandits, barricaded timber at the entrance of the village, and lit a fire to burn them all. Not only will hysteria break out if the body is left untreated, but the corpse gas also tends to attract unclean things. A fire burns clean. Lan and the other women, however, additionally struggled to build a pile of firewood to burn the few women they had killed. If they're dead, don't burn them in one piece. The women had washed their hands and faces, changed their clothes, brushed each other's hair, and were surprisingly all very young. The oldest was no more than 25 or 26 years old, and the youngest was only 15. The older ones all died in order to protect us. Chi Gu, the woman who dared to provoke young Master Jean, laughed a little sadly. So even if it's tempting to die, you have to live well. I promised to help them set up a tablet. Chen Xinfan handed her a large bun. Since we're going to live, let's eat more. It's better when you're full. At night, Cui Ji stayed behind with a dozen soldiers to guard the village, waiting for the thieves who had run off to the forest to return, and also to watch the women. Lu Yong, on the other hand, went back to the Tiger and Wolf Mountain Cottage with Chen Xinfan to overtake the ghosts and the soul bottles. Lan, however, wants to go back with them. She wants to see the cottage burn. Seeing Lu Yong frowning and seemingly about to refuse, Lan called the only woman who was wearing colorful clothes and had survived over and said, Shenger knows of a secret place that hides a treasure that the demons don't dare to touch. I know where that place is and can take you there. In exchange for this, will Master Jun let me have my wish? Chen Xinfan and Lu Yong looked at each other. Oh ho, so, here's the benefit.